The legendary god of wealth detected that the host's life was quite ordinary, extremely short on money. The god of wealth's upgrade system has arrived. After binding, items around the host will automatically upgrade and become stronger. Currently, there is a special offer for 5 dog heads. Please choose whether to bind, and binding is successful. At first, you, standing in front of a dilapidated house in the suburbs of Jinling, couldn't believe it at all. But out of respect and admiration for the god of wealth, you sincerely picked up your phone and sent 5 dog heads. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received the god of wealth's blessing. All items related to the host will automatically upgrade. You showed a mix of shock and joy, thinking, what? The legendary god of wealth really blessed me. It's not easy. You, who were unemployed and ready to give up, suddenly received a blessing from the god of wealth. Thinking of this, you stood up and glanced at the dilapidated little house behind you. The god of wealth found your home too shabby and was about to start the automatic upgrade. Your house felt that it was too small and too broken. You felt quite ashamed. Automatically upgraded to a villa. Your garage for storing the electric bike felt that having a small electric scooter didn't match its class and was working hard to expand. And it presented the host with a Ferrari 812 sports car and god-level driving skills. The little pond at your door was not to be outdone. It was transforming into a white jade fish pond, actively offering exquisite koi and various dragonfish. Your wardrobe automatically upgraded and contributed 10 tailored high-end suits. Your mirror felt that your looks were not worthy of reflection, so it boosted your appearance to a score of 99, promising a transformation within a year, and immediately contributed a god-level figure. Listening to the series of prompt sounds, you covered your mouth, revealing a look of utter shock. In the next second, you felt a tremor beneath your feet. In the blink of an eye, your little dilapidated hut had transformed into an exquisite villa. What was once bare had now turned into a garden. Even the small puddle at the entrance had become a white jade fish pond, featuring rare fish swimming freely inside. You took a deep breath, incredulously gazing at everything before you, as if in a dream. When the god of wealth acts, it truly turns the world upside down. You silently expressed your gratitude again and headed toward your house. The front door was no longer a rusty iron gate. Instead, it was a state-of-the-art biometric lock. As you gently placed your hand on it, a pleasant melody played. The door opened. As the door opened, a grand sense of luxury instantly enveloped you. Stepping into the villa, everything in the room was magnificent, with no trace of what was there before. On the coffee table in the living room, a set of car keys was neatly placed. You walked over and picked them up, gazing at the huge Ferrari logo, your heart racing. To show off its class, the garage really upgraded the small electric bike to a Ferrari. It was time to check out your new ride. Passing through a beautifully crafted wooden door, you entered a brightly lit garage. You saw a silver-gray Ferrari 812 quietly sitting in the garage. You pressed the car key. The Ferrari 812 blinked its headlights, successfully unlocking. Men are born car lovers. Suppressing your excitement, you opened the car door and sat inside. It felt great being in a supercar. The Ferrari's seats enveloped your body perfectly, giving a sense of comfort and security. You gently stroked your chin, contemplating whether to take a spin when your phone chimed. Pulling it out, you saw that it was a call from Lu Ruan. As soon as you answered the call, a pleasant female voice greeted you. Are you in Jilin? You smiled lightly and replied, yes. Are you coming back from the Magic City? You guessed correctly. Lu Ruan teased, I'm at the airport in the Magic City, about to take off. I'll be in Jilin in about 40 minutes. Lu Ruan paused here and said, when I get back, let's have dinner together. I also brought you some local specialties. Listening to Lu Ruan, you immediately said, how about I pick you up at the airport? Lu Ruan laughed on the other end, that would be too embarrassing. With a beauty like you, don't pretend. You've never been shy around me. Lu Ruan gave a playful hum and said, I'm just being polite. If that's the case, I'll wait for you at the airport. With that, she hung up. You smiled as you put down your phone, suddenly noticing a message from customer service. Sorry, your balance is low. To ensure seamless communication, please recharge promptly. Seeing this, you recharged your account with 100 yuan. Just after recharging, your piggy bank detected that the host's balance did not match the home style, automatically upgrading and adding 10 billion yuan to the host's limit. It also contributed a 10x rebate skill. Before you could react to the prompt sound, your phone received a notification of funds being credited. Looking at the notification on your phone screen, you stood there in shock. 10 billion, a full 10 billion plus a 10x rebate. The automatic evolution of the god of wealth's blessing is simply incredible. Ding! Detected that the host just spent 100 yuan, triggering the 10x rebate skill, resulting in a 1000 yuan rebate. Looking at the new account information, you felt extremely excited and thrilled, growing more devoted to the legendary and elusive god of wealth. Quickly checking the time, you prepared to head straight to the airport. You first returned to your room and picked out an outfit from the wardrobe. After changing clothes, you walked to the dressing mirror and carefully examined yourself. Indeed, a person relies on their attire just as a horse relies on its saddle, especially with the boost in appearance. You looked at your reflection, feeling incredibly handsome. After fixing your hairstyle, you headed to the garage, driving out. As the silver-gray Ferrari A12 hit the road, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Many passers-by turned to look, admiring the stunning car. This is a Ferrari A12, with a base price of 4 to 5 million. While everyone was discussing, you had already driven toward the airport. Before long, you arrived at the airport and parked right at the entrance, in a conspicuous spot in the parking lot. At this moment, by the roadside outside the airport, a pretty girl was watching the cars go by, looking eagerly. Where is he? Such a pretty girl. Instantly drew the attention of many. The pretty girl was used to the gazes of others, casually lingering around when suddenly she looked to the other side. She was instantly captivated by a figure. I'm here. After hearing this, you took a few steps forward and stood in front of the pretty girl, sizing her up. Your gaze held a sense of scrutiny. The pretty girl's eyes quickly flickered to your feet, wondering, what's going on? It's only been a little while since we last met and you don't recognize me? You looked at the charming girl in front of you, smiled lightly, and reached out your hand directly. Seeing your gesture, the pretty girl instinctively closed her eyes. Before she could fully shut them, she felt a sharp pain. She immediately covered her forehead. She was surprised to be hit on the forehead, rubbed it, and glared at you in anger. What are you doing? You replied with annoyance, now you don't even call me Brother Shang? The pretty girl clearly felt a bit guilty upon hearing your words. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You raised an eyebrow, offered no explanation, and lifted your hand again, sending another flick to her forehead. The pretty girl took a few steps back and exclaimed, he's getting addicted to hitting me, aren't you going to do something about it? Hearing the shout, a stunning beauty slowly walked out from behind. It was Lu Ruan. As soon as she stepped out, Lu Ruan's gaze fell upon you. Wow, so handsome. As she spoke, Lu Ruan handed you a local specialty she had brought. You took it effortlessly and said helplessly, you're just as mischievous as she is. Lu Ruan smiled slightly, glanced at Lu Ruyu, and said, what did I say? Your brother Chen Chen will definitely recognize it. You lost the bet, so transfer the 500 yuan. After she spoke, Lu Ruan looked at you and cheerfully explained, doesn't this mean I have money to treat you to a meal? You showed a surprised expression, thinking, wow, no wonder it's Lu Ruan. Lu Ruyu reluctantly transferred 2 bills to her sister, then angrily hooked her arm around yours. Big brother, how did you figure out I'm not her sister? You glanced at her bun and then at Lu Ruyan's stunning presence. There's no way, the difference is just too great. Lu Ruyu was confused. What difference? My sister and I look very similar. Lu Ruyu asked eagerly like a curious student. Big brother, please tell me specifically, where is the difference between me and my sister? While you were chatting and laughing, a young man drove by in an Audi S6, muttering to himself, I saw on Lu Ruyan's social media that she should be back around this time. He came hoping to get lucky and see if he could catch Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan was a well-known beauty back in high school. As the young man thought of Lu Ruyan's stunning face, he suddenly spotted her not far away, along with Lu Ruyu. If he could manage to approach these two beauties together, it would surely be the peak of his life. However, when he realized that you were standing next to the two beauties, his expression immediately fell. Why is it this guy again? He's from a poor family and did poorly in high school. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he has nothing to offer. He shamelessly hangs around his goddess, like a toad trying to eat swan meat. The more the young man thought about it, the angrier he became. He drove right up to you three. He got out of the car, pretending to be very gentlemanly. What a coincidence to run into you here. Why don't I give you a ride? Lu Ruyan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The young man in front of her was named Haidian. He had confessed several times under the pretense of being a classmate, but clearly he was not giving up. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan calmly refused. No, thank you. Lu Ruyu didn't need anyone to ask and directly stated, I don't need it either. At this moment, you thought for a moment and then apologetically looked at Lu Ruyu. Sorry, Ruyu, but my car can only take one person. Lu Ruyu pouted and complained, so you're being preferential? No humanity when there's a member of the opposite sex around? Haidian chuckled from the side. Shen, you came to pick someone up on an electric bike instead of driving a car. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu's expressions soured instantly. You gave Haidian a cold glance and pulled out your car key, pressing a button. Without warning, the lights of a Ferrari A12 in the parking lot flashed on. In an instant, Haidian was left dumbfounded. How could it be possible that a poor loser could afford a Ferrari A12? Even Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu stood there, showing expressions of disbelief. This was a Ferrari supercar. When did you start driving one? Lu Ruyan, suppressing her shock, asked, Is this yours? You nodded and said, Yeah, let's get in and go. Lu Ruyan nodded in a daze, glanced at the suitcase behind her, and pushed it directly in front of Lu Ruyu, saying, "Ruyu, could you take this for me?" Lu Ruyu felt like crying. "Is this really my sister?" At that moment, Lu Ruyan had already sat in the Ferrari, looking at the flashy red interior with a face full of shock. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of masculine energy wash over her, leaving her momentarily blank. She instinctively thought you were going to do something, and her pretty face showed no desire to resist. The crisp sound of clicking startled Lu Ruyan, who was still in turmoil. Only then did she realize you were just helping her fasten the seatbelt. Haidian watched this scene from a distance, his face displaying intense resentment and envy. This guy might as well be sending his own billions away. Damn it, why can't I afford a Ferrari? Suddenly, Haidian seemed to think of something and looked over at Lu Ruyu. How about I give you a ride? Lu Ruyu coldly retorted, "Who are you? Do I know you?" After saying that, Lu Ruyu grabbed a small suitcase and walked to the side, directly hailing a taxi. The taxi headed in the direction of home, leaving Haidian standing there alone, feeling both angry and powerless. At this moment, you were speeding down the road with Lu Ruyan. It was exhilarating to be driving a supercar with a beautiful girl. No wonder those wealthy young men love to take girls for a spin. Your car's system detected your invitation for a beautiful girl to join, feeling pleased, and contributed an Aston Martin 177. You were momentarily stunned while driving. This car was a limited edition known worldwide, with a base price of 45 million yuan. You happily snapped back to reality, your gaze returning to Lu Ruyan with admiration, never expecting such a reward for driving with a beauty. At this moment, Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, locking gazes with you. What are you staring at? Looking at the road and the beauty. Is that not allowed? Lu Ruyan teased, "Come on, tell me, how many girlfriends have you had? Is that how you became so smooth talking?" Li Wanyuan wore a helpless expression. "Bro, that hits hard. I'm still single since birth." Lu Ruyan saw your expression change and immediately became cheerful. "What's wrong? You haven't been in a relationship yet, have you?" Hearing Lu Ruyan's joking tone, you replied, "Some people have been single since birth and haven't even had their first kiss in all these years." Lu Ruyan instantly became serious, as she had indeed never been in a relationship, not even for the first time. Seeing Lu Ruyan's blushing face, you quickly changed the subject. "You must be thirsty. I bought you a drink, you can take it yourself." Lu Ruyan responded with an took out a bottle of water but struggled to open it as the cap was tightly sealed. Seeing Lu Ruyan struggling, you couldn't help but laugh. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Lu Ruyan, focused on twisting the cap, casually replied. "Nope," she said, as you smirked. "You're single. What qualifies you to struggle with a bottle cap?" Lu Ruyan suddenly felt like she wasn't thirsty anymore. Seeing this, you chuckled and said, "We're heading to a place to eat. Your 500 yuan might not be enough." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan waved her hand confidently. "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll eat well today." You said nothing and drove straight to the King Yeonju Club, a well-known private club in Jinling, famous for its exquisite home-cooked dishes. After parking the car, the two of you got out and saw luxury cars worth millions parked beside you. Looking at the entire building, which had an ancient charm, a large plaque read King Yeonju. Lu Ruyan gasped. Although she had been in the bustling city, she had heard of King Yeonju's reputation, knowing the average cost per person was around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. "It's just King Yeonju. My scholarship just came in, I can handle it." As you walked inside with Lu Ruyan, you said, "You should call your sister Ruyu too, otherwise she might feel left out." Lu Ruyan smiled at your suggestion and took out her phone to call Lu Ruyu. Soon, you and Lu Ruyan entered King Yeonju, where a waitress in a simple cheapo hurried over. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" You calmly shook your head. "Alright, may I ask which floor you'd like to eat on?" If it's the second floor, the minimum spending for a private room is 10,000 yuan, otherwise, there's a 1,000 yuan room fee. Upon hearing the waitress's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. "That's so expensive." You thought to yourself, amused. "Looks like I can spend even more money now. Let's go to a private room on the second floor." Just then, a notification chimed. Your kitchen detected that you were dining out and felt sad, offering its top-tier culinary skills and special recipes, hoping you'd eat at home more often. You suddenly felt a rush of information flowing through your mind. Feeling this change, you couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. In that moment of distraction, the waitress had already led you into the private room. You stepped forward first, pulling out a chair for Lu Ruyan, and once she was seated, you went to your own place. Once seated, the waitress presented the menu. You turned directly to Lu Ruyan, checking to see what she would like to eat. Lu Ruyan picked up the menu, looking at the prices that easily reached thousands, feeling dizzy. You order, "I'll just pay at the end." Seeing Lu Ruyan's pained expression, you said, "Well, I won't hold back then," and casually pointed to a few items on the menu. The waitress diligently noted your order and then left the private room. Soon, the waitress returned with an exquisitely arranged fruit platter on her tray. She placed the fruit platter in front of Lu Ruyan, saying, "I remember you love cherries. This is Aomori cherry, give it a try and see if you like the taste. Lu Ruan trembled slightly upon hearing your words. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a charming figure in a white dress walked in. It was Lu Ruyu. As soon as Lu Ruyu entered, she smiled and found a spot to sit. Sister, you're so generous, treating us here. While speaking, Lu Ruyu picked up a piece of watermelon and took a small bite. At the same time, the dishes began to arrive at the table. After serving the dishes, the waitress stood beside you, softly introducing, "This is Matsusaka Wagyu, air-freighted early today, cooked to perfection for the best flavor." Upon hearing air-freighted, Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu knew it was expensive. They gently took a piece with their forks, tasted it, and found it delicious. Next came the top-grade French foie gras with black truffles, followed by caviar from sturgeon and more. This meal left Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu in a state of shock and confusion, wondering how much this would cost. An hour later, you set down your utensils and asked, "Have you two finished eating?" The two sisters nodded vigorously, declaring this was the most extravagant meal they had ever had in their lives. Seeing they had finished, you signaled for the waitress to come over so you could settle the bill. The waitress respectfully said, "Hello, sir, your total today is 358,000 yuan. You nodded and handed over your card. As the card was swiped, the POS machine beeped. Your system detected the 358,000 yuan transaction and activated a 10x rebate skill, granting you a rebate of 3.58 million. At the same time, behind you, two gasps were heard. Turning around, you saw Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu, who had come down at some point, their faces filled with shock. "Sir, may I please have your signature?" After you signed, you looked at the two and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Lu Ruan thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No need, we can go back by ourselves. After all, I already left my sister behind once. If I keep sticking to her, she might really get upset." You nodded, not saying much more. Soon, as you exited King Yeonju, Lu Ruan turned around, seeming to have made a decision. "Oh, let me go to the car and introduce you to the specialties I brought back." Without waiting for your response, she directly took your hand and walked toward the Ferrari. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyu looked completely bewildered. What specialties need an introduction? Suddenly, Lu Ruyu seemed to remember something, her face flushing bright red. "Sister, you can't wait any longer, can you? This is a bit too eager." After sending the two maids off in a taxi, Chun Shen walked towards his Ferrari. He got into his car, not intending to head home directly, but instead took out his phone to search for houses for sale nearby. After all, he now possessed a tenfold rebate skill, so it was time to make some money. If we're talking about the fastest way to make money, isn't it buying property? Chen Shen drove his car towards the nearby Tanfu City villa area. The Tanfu City villa area is one of the more luxurious villa communities in the vicinity and is quite famous in Jinling. Nearly half of the road advertisements nearby are recommendations for it. The Tanfu City villa area is located on the other side of Jinling, currently undergoing full-scale development, and is part of Jinling's new district. The roads along the way are brand new, smooth and free of potholes, making it extremely comfortable for his Ferrari to run. Chen Shen didn't often come to this new district. As he drove, he observed the surrounding environment. There are mountains behind and water in front, and the Tanfu City villa area is built halfway up the mountain, which is considered a good location in terms of feng shui. The surrounding environment is also well preserved. Chen Shen could tell that many flowers had been transplanted to make the roads look more beautiful. A gentle breeze stirred the blooming flowers, creating a unique charm. As Chen Shen admired the scenery along the way, he felt that the environment here was quite nice. "The environment here is far from what home looks like," Chen Shen murmured to himself. However, Chen Shen suddenly thought, if he bought a house and accumulated so many property certificates, wouldn't it be unsafe to have so many assets at home? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a light screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Detected the owner's concern for home safety. The home actively contributes a protective pet, a fierce bulldog. Looking at the content on the light screen, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned. This is possible? Even something like this can be contributed by the home? Interesting. After glancing at the words on the light screen a couple of times, Chen Shen felt reassured about the safety of his home. It seems everything is ready now. The straight road had few vehicles, and Chen Shen could see the grand entrance of the Tanfu City villa area from a distance. The entrance to the community was majestic and luxurious, exuding an extremely high-end atmosphere. Chen Shen looked at the entrance and felt quite pleased. After all, having lived in Jinling for many years, he had some understanding of the Tanfu City villa area. Whenever the villas in Tanfu City are mentioned, everyone gives a thumbs up. It is the most luxurious villa area in all of Jinling. Being a newly built community, it occupies the best timing, location, and people. What Chen Shen had just seen was only the first phase of the Tanfu City villa area. There are also phases 2 and 3, which are well known for their proximity to good schools and other prime locations. However, the sales office is located here, handling all sales uniformly. Chen Chen drove his car to the courtyard outside the sales office and parked at the entrance. After finishing a meal with the Lu sisters, he drove directly to Tanfu City, only to find that it was still during the lunch break upon arrival. Near the entrance, only a few scattered salespeople were quietly chatting. Although it is the highest-end community sales in Jinling, even during leisure time, such factional behavior is inevitable. Or rather, the larger the company, the more chaotic it becomes when interests are involved. At that moment, the entrance was suddenly pushed open, and Chen Chen walked in. However, none of the veteran salespeople came forward to greet him. As soon as they saw Chen Chen's face, they knew he was just in his early 20s, and the spark in their eyes dimmed. This young man is indeed quite pleasing to the eye, but unfortunately, he is too young. If he were here with his parents, he would definitely be a good customer. But since he came alone, he's probably just someone who understands the situation. They wouldn't waste their efforts on something so futile. The seasoned salespeople saw this clearly. Everyone avoided making eye contact with Chen Chen, pretending to study the documents in their hands. As Chen Chen walked in, a young beauty nearby, seeing that there were no older staff to greet him, happily stepped forward. "Hello, sir. Are you here to look at houses? Is this your first time?" The other salespeople watched wide-eyed as Chen Chen, guided by the young beauty, headed towards the model display. They couldn't help but chuckle and whispered, "He's really an inexperienced newcomer. He's going up to someone like that? How could such a young kid afford a house in Tanfu City? Let alone the villas in the first phase, even the small units in the second and third phases are probably out of his budget." A female salesperson nearby immediately covered her mouth, suppressing her laughter as she said, "Meng Jia, she's just a college student who came here not long ago. How would she know about these things? People like her are just living off their basic salary. Such newcomers usually don't get to attend to customers." The sharp-eyed veteran salespeople would have already rushed to the more affluent clients. Only the less desirable customers would be left for her, and even then, it was just practice. It was unlikely to lead to a real deal. Among the crowd, there were also some kind-hearted salespeople who silently sighed. They had all gone through this stage and knew the struggle well. They thought to themselves that they should teach her a thing or two later. After all, there was no need to engage in such futile efforts. Most of the salespeople still gathered together, watching the spectacle and mocking such foolish behavior. At that moment, Jang Shuyu was warmly greeting Chen Chen and introducing herself. "Hello, sir. My name is Jang Shuyu, and I will be introducing the properties to you." Chen Chen nodded, generously sizing up the beautiful salesperson in front of him. They all wore the uniform skirts distributed by the real estate company, which perfectly accentuated Jang Shuyu's figure. While others appeared empty and flat, Jang Shuyu was full and almost bursting at the seams. Yet, her waist, the area most prone to fat accumulation, was slender and delicate. Coupled with Jang Shuyu's perfect face, which exuded a pure yet infuriating sweetness, it was truly delightful. Chen Chen stared at that unforgettable face, momentarily stunned, and softly exclaimed, "Is it you?" Chen Chen recognized her. She was none other than the president of the student council from his university days. He remembered clearly that Jang Shuyu was a year ahead of him and was famously beautiful and capable during their time at school. Back in college, many rich second-generation heirs pursued Jang Shuyu, both on and off campus. However, he had never seen her in a relationship. She always maintained an appropriate distance from everyone. Chen Chen initially thought that such a talented woman would have a bright future ahead of her. How did she end up selling houses here? But this was the highest-end property in Jinling, and they hired people with high education, so it was understandable. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Jang Shuyu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and asked, "Do you know me, sir? Who are you?" She didn't remember knowing such a handsome and charismatic man, otherwise, she would surely have a lasting impression. Chen Chen chuckled inwardly. Of course. After all, during their university days, he was just a poor nobody. Although he had spoken to Jang Shuyu a few times, it was merely during events when they exchanged polite small talk. She probably only responded out of courtesy. At that time, Jang Shuyu was the star of the school, and with her stunning beauty, she was practically the goddess of all the boys. Chen Chen was on a completely different level, merely someone who looked up to her. But now, everything had changed. Chen Chen slowly pulled back his thoughts, his gaze quickly sweeping across Jang Shuyu's face, and he said in a calm tone, "It's nothing, I'm Chen Chen. Could you please introduce me?" As he spoke, Chen Chen's gaze confidently landed on Jang Shuyu, and he casually added, "Well, you will definitely achieve great things." Jang Shuyu, what's going on? This handsome guy can even tell fortunes? Jang Shuyu was completely unaware that from Chen Chen's angle, he could perfectly see her slender career line. Isn't this a sign of achieving great things? Alright, sir, let me take you to the sand table for an introduction, Jang Shuyu said, her face filled with confusion, but she still led Chen Chen towards the sand table. The two of them stood in front of the sand table, and just as Jang Shuyu was about to introduce it, a voice came from behind. Chen Chen? Hearing someone call his name, Chen Chen turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. To his surprise, it was a few high school classmates. Chen Chen looked at the young man standing at the front. His name was Huang Jun, who came from a wealthy family and was a typical rich second generation. Because of his money, Huang Jun had quite a few flaws, having caused trouble for several girls in high school. Chen Chen had no good feelings towards such a guy, especially since Huang Jun was the type to elevate himself by stepping on others. He was utterly devoid of character. Huang Jun and the others looked at Chen Chen, their eyes sizing him up, and they couldn't help but laugh. This kid was dressed decently, but this appearance might fool others, yet it couldn't deceive them. After all, they were quite clear about Chen Chen's situation. Having lost both parents, he had become an orphan, and his family background was easy to imagine. No need for further explanation. As a few classmates thought of this, their eyes filled with mockery when they looked at Chen Chen. This Chen Chen, not to mention comparing with Huang Jun, even compared to their average backgrounds, was worlds apart. And he came to look at houses? In the best villa area of Jinling? His face was truly thick. A few classmates exchanged glances, seeing disdain in each other's eyes. Huang Jun, however, wore a smile like a tiger, suppressing the contempt on his face, and said to Chen Chen with a grin, "Chen Chen, are you here to look at houses?" Before Chen Chen could respond, Huang Jun's gaze openly scrutinized him. Looking at Chen Chen's current appearance, Huang Jun couldn't help but sneer internally. Huang Jun remembered that during high school, Chen Chen's academic performance was quite good, and he looked decent too. But what good is being good at studying and looking okay? Can it be eaten? Can it be spent? His family was so poor, and he still dared to come here to look at houses today. He must be here to mooch food and drinks, right? Such a man was truly getting more and more pathetic. He didn't look up to people like that at all. Chen Chen on the opposite side gently nodded and asked the group, "Are you all here to look at houses too? So many of you?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, the nearby young men quickly explained, "We came with Jungu. He wants to buy a house, and we're here to help him take a look." You still don't know about Jun Ji's family conditions? If he wants to buy a house, it has to be the best in all of Jinling. Speaking of the best, we came straight to Tanfu City. We took a quick look here, and it barely matches Jun Ji's conditions. But you can't find anything better in Jinling. Ha ha, the young men seized every opportunity to flatter Huang Jun. In their eyes, someone like Huang Jun, a rich second generation, would surely achieve great things in the future. They thought about building a good relationship with Huang Jun, hoping it might come in handy later. Listening to the flattery from the crowd, Huang Jun waved his hand dismissively, pretending it was nothing, but the corners of his mouth, which had lifted slightly, betrayed his true feelings at that moment. What does this count as? I'm just relying on my family, really. It's just about going back to inherit the family business and doing some family trade, Huang Jun said with a smile, but the implication of his words was a boast about his identity as a rich second generation. Huang Jun was not one of those who always wanted to shake off the label of being a rich second generation. In his view, being a rich second generation meant he had accumulated virtue in his past life. Of course, he should enjoy this life. Upon hearing Huang Jun's humble words, others immediately chimed in. It's mainly because you, Brother Huang, are impressive. If my family had these conditions, inheriting the family business wouldn't necessarily fall to me. That's for sure. Look at us, we're all the same age. Not to mention houses in Tanfu City, we can't even afford a second-hand house. But our brother Huang, he's got the best. Let's not compare ourselves to Brother Huang, we just lower his status. We're just ordinary people, it's better to be practical. Let's not go out and show off, it would be embarrassing if someone recognized us. Hearing this, Huang Jun burst into laughter, his eyes and brows filled with pride. Following Chen Chen's gaze, he landed on a particular house type. When the sales representative was introducing earlier, Huang Jun had glanced at it. He remembered it was the smallest unit in the entire Tanfu City community. A flash of disdain quickly crossed Huang Jun's eyes as he loudly said to Chen Chen, "Don't look at these low-end ones. If you're going to buy, you should get a bigger house. Even if it costs a bit more, it's more comfortable, just like mine." After saying this, Huang Jun turned to the sales representative who was approaching and asked, "So, can we look at the house now?" The sales representative hurried over, a flattering smile on her face, and replied, "Of course." While answering Huang Jun's question, she handed him the floor plan, respectfully saying, "Mr. Huang, please take a look at the floor plan, we can go see the house now." Huang Jun nodded, briefly glanced at the floor plan, and waved it in front of Chen Chen, saying, "Look at this one I'm looking at, about 150 square meters. What do you think?" Seeing Chen Chen's attractive appearance, Huang Jun's brow furrowed slightly, and his words became increasingly sour. "I've always liked grand things since I was a child. My family can afford it, so I prefer a bigger house. You're different from me, although you don't need to buy something this big, a regular one, around 80 or 90 square meters, should be enough." After saying this, Huang Jun deliberately looked at the sales representative beside him and pretended to say, "Don't you have those 80 or 90 square meter small units here? Bring one out for my old classmate to see." Those who could work as sales representatives in Tanfu City were all sharp individuals. She took a quick glance and understood the relationships among them. The sales representative really went to get the floor plans for the 80 or 90 square meter units and brought them back to Chen Chen. Chen Chen merely glanced at them and did not take them. Huang Jun didn't care whether Chen Chen was unhappy and continued to chatter. "Chen Chen, we're old classmates, don't be polite. The manager is a friend of my dad, he can give you a discount. Why don't you place an order?" The sycophants nearby instantly brightened up upon hearing this. "No way? Uncle actually knows the manager of Tanfu City? That's amazing." Of course. If he didn't have some connections, how could Uncle Huang be thriving in Jinling? "I know Uncle Huang is impressive, but I didn't expect him to be this impressive. This can only mean that Jungu is usually too low-key. Jungu, we're brothers, so if anything comes up in the future, you have to help me out." These young men surrounded Huang Jun, showering him with flattery. Huang Jun enjoyed this feeling of being adored, and his mood instantly brightened. Chen Chen watched them and shook his head lightly, saying directly, "That's too cheap, just forget it. That little house isn't worth much. If they offered a discount, would he even need to spend his money? Wouldn't that just delay his own earnings?" Huang Jun had no idea what Chen Chen was thinking. He wore a cold smile, believing that Chen Chen didn't buy because he lacked money. The other young men shared similar thoughts, too lazy to even talk much with Chen Chen. So good at putting on airs. Be careful not to get struck by lightning when you go out. Everyone felt a wave of disinterest and turned to follow the salespeople to see the houses in person. Although there was a small incident, it didn't affect Chen Chen's mood for house hunting at all. Jang Shuyu accompanied Chen Chen to look at the sand table, then took him to the reception area and found a sofa to sit down. Chen Chen looked at the information about the property and suddenly turned to Jang Shuyu, asking, "The number 1 villa, hasn't it been sold yet?" "The number 1 villa?" Hearing Chen Chen's question, Jang Shuyu was clearly taken aback for a moment, then replied, "No. Are you interested in the number 1 villa? Let me give you a brief introduction." With Chen Chen's tacit approval, Jang Shuyu cleared her throat and began to introduce, "As you know, our Tanfu City is located in a prime spot, with flowing water in front and green mountains behind, making it a place with excellent feng shui. Our number 1 villa can be said to be the top existence in the entire villa area, both in terms of feng shui location and scenery. It was precisely because it had all the advantages that the price of this Villa King was truly astronomical. A full 800 million. Although the price was steep, it was also worth it. Not only did it occupy the best location, but the name of Tanfu City's number 1 villa would also represent the owner's prestigious status. Moreover, to showcase the advantages of the number 1 villa, the real estate company had gone all out, directly inviting top designers to create the entire design for the villa. Whether indoors or in the outdoor garden and pool, everything was designed to perfection. All the items used inside were from the world's top brands, absolutely a symbol of luxury. Although the price is high, it absolutely offers a top-tier experience and is worth the investment, Jang Shuyu elaborated, while Chen Chen remained silent across from her. He seemed to be deep in thought. Jang Shuyu looked at Chen Chen, thinking he was shocked by the 800 million price tag of the number 1 villa. However, she felt no disappointment. She adjusted her mindset and asked Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, if you're not satisfied with the number 1 villa, how about I introduce you to the small high-rise over there?" Unexpectedly, a smile suddenly appeared on Chen Chen's face, and he calmly said, "No need, let's buy this one first." 800 million, while not cheap, was still manageable. After saying that, Chen Chen took out a card from his clothing and handed it to Jang Shuyu, saying, "Swipe the card." Jang Shuyu looked at Chen Chen's nonchalant action, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, her heart racing. The look in her eyes was filled with astonishment. Buying the 800 million number 1 villa outright? This. Jang Shuyu looked again at the handsome face before her. This person, who seemed younger than her, actually had such financial strength. A bit frighteningly overbearing. "Beautiful lady, aren't you going to swipe your card and prepare the contract?" Chen Chen asked with a smile, raising an eyebrow at Jang Shuyu. Jang Shuyu finally reacted, her pretty face flushing red as she quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, the number 1 villa is for sale, and I need to report to our manager. After all, the number 1 villa is the king of buildings in Tanfu City, and selling it requires notifying the manager. As Jang Shuyu went to the manager's office, the news of the number 1 villa being for sale spread instantly. The nearby veteran salespeople exploded with excitement upon hearing the news. No way! That young handsome guy just made a move for the most expensive number 1 villa? That's a price of 800 million. Calculating that amount, the commission the salespeople could earn would undoubtedly be a significant sum. A group of veteran salespeople instantly regretted it, wishing they could turn back time. Who would have thought that such a young man would make such an extraordinary move? In an instant, all the salespeople's gazes turned towards Chen Chen. They could clearly see that Chen Chen's card was sitting on the small table in the reception area, blaringly painful to their eyes. If he swiped that card, the commission would belong to Jang Shuyu. At that moment, Chen Chen took out his ID card, preparing the necessary documents for signing the contract. Just as the salespeople were filled with regret, a woman stepped forward. In the sales industry, to last long, one must be bold. The woman took out her lipstick to touch up her makeup, and under everyone's watchful eyes, she gently unbuttoned one button at her chest. Not only that, she adjusted her collar to make the opening more precise. A glint of determination flashed in the woman's eyes. The more she revealed, the higher her chances of success. Jang Shuyu was indeed beautiful, and in the entire sales team, her level of attractiveness was rare. However, this girl was too young and always held back. How could she land big clients? Having made all the preparations, the woman gracefully walked towards Chen Chen. She directly sat on the armrest of Chen Chen's chair, leaning slightly forward. The woman was indeed skilled. She found the perfect angle to give a full view. Mr. Chen, Jang Shuyu is new here and lacks experience, so she might take a bit longer. The woman deliberately spoke in a sweet voice, her body brushing against Chen Chen's in a subtle manner, saying somewhat pretentiously, "Not only am I efficient, but if you need anything in the future, I can provide home service." When she emphasized the words home service, the woman deliberately enunciated them and threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Chen. The implication was quite clear. The woman's intention was simple, she wanted to steal the deal. After all, selling this villa would earn a commission equivalent to hundreds of small apartments. Not to mention, Chen Chen was so dashing and handsome. No matter how you looked at it, getting such a big client was a win. The onlookers gasped at the woman's bold approach. This was a major move, especially since the commission for the number 1 villa was so enticing. Jang Shuyu, seeing the woman's demeanor, felt a tightness in her heart. Such an obvious attempt to steal the deal made her wary, and she nervously glanced at Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the woman in front of him, understanding her intentions, and directly shook his head, saying, "No need." As he spoke, Chen Chen stood up, looking at Jang Shuyu, who had visibly relaxed, and smiled. "Let's go, take me to handle the paperwork." The two walked towards the office area of the sales department, one in front and the other behind. The woman watched Chen Chen walk away, stomping her foot in anger, and huffed, "Is it just because he has money? What's so great about that?" Good-looking and wealthy people were everywhere. It was ridiculous that Chen Chen looked down on her, such poor taste. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached her, leering at her unbuttoned blouse, and smiled, saying, "Beautiful lady, if I buy a house, can you provide home service?" The woman was decent-looking, but more importantly, she had a good figure and was quite open-minded. The saleswoman, hearing the middle-aged man's words, snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she smiled seductively and asked, "Are you looking to buy a villa too?" Although other villas weren't as prestigious as Villa No. 1, the commission was much higher than for other houses. The man looked taken aback and awkwardly replied, "No, just a school district house." Even though it was just a school district house, with the high prices in Tanfu City, the total cost wasn't low, right? Was it too much to ask for a visit? The saleswoman's face showed a series of cold smiles as she directly said, "Sorry, I'm busy. You can find those new salespeople." The implication was clear, "Get lost, I don't have time." This little money, and he dares to ask for home service? Do you think you deserve it? The middle-aged man stood there, embarrassed, thinking they had agreed on home service. At that moment, Chen Chen had already completed the villa paperwork with Jang Shuyu. The moment the card was successfully swiped, a light curtain flashed before Chen Chen's eyes. Detected that the host just spent 800 million, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate of 8 billion. Seeing the rebate come through, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Jang Shuyu looked at Chen Chen and respectfully said, "Mr. Chen, shall I take you to see the house now?" Chen Chen looked at Jang Shuyu with confusion, slightly furrowing his brows, and said, "Who said I was done buying?" He had just spent a little money, it was definitely not enough. Under Jang Shuyu's shocked gaze, Chen Chen didn't hesitate and directly asked, How many houses do you have left? Jang Shuyu was taken aback, checked the system's data, and then replied, we still have over 200 sets. Over 200 sets? Chen Shen thought for a moment and directly handed his bank card to Jang Shuyu. Jang Shuyu, what does this mean? Should she take it or not? Looking at Jang Shuyu's slightly flushed cheeks, Chen Shen helplessly said, what are you dawdling for? I want them all. Swipe the card. All of them? Buying them all? Jang Shuyu felt her brain go blank, completely crashing. Over 200 sets meant tens of billions. Jang Shuyu didn't dare to delay and quickly informed the manager. The manager had initially not paid much attention, feeling quite pleased with selling Villa No. 1. But when he heard Jang Shuyu say that the owner of Villa No. 1 wanted to buy all their houses, he instantly jumped up from his chair. What did you say? Buying them all? After receiving Jang Shuyu's affirmative response, the manager hurriedly came out to personally attend to Chen Shen. With everyone preparing, all the paperwork for the houses was being organized. Chen Shen watched their busy figures, frowned, and directly said, the paperwork can be done slowly. Why don't you swipe the card first? He was anxious to wait for the rebate. Everyone present. Such a customer was something they had never seen before. How wealthy must one be to be in such a hurry to make a payment? The news of buying over 200 houses all at once quickly spread among the sales team. The salespeople, faced with such astonishing news, widened their eyes in disbelief. They had heard of such things, but only in the news. Just like in a fairy tale, it was unimaginable that today, unexpectedly, something like this would happen right beside me. But unfortunately, it didn't happen to me. The sales team regretted it so much that they felt like their intestines were turning green with remorse. Who would have thought that this client, whom they deemed too young, would be even more decisive than their major clients? I mean, it was just lunchtime. What was there to rest for? With such a handsome young man, wouldn't it be nice just to chat? And now, they could only watch helplessly as tens of millions in commissions slipped away to someone else. What could they say? Moreover, with so many properties sold at once, Jang Shuyu had become the absolute sales champion, and her future was surely a smooth road ahead. If only they had paid a little more attention, all of this could have been theirs. The more they thought about it, the more regretful they felt, wishing they could find a deserted place to slap themselves a few times. On the other hand, Jang Shuyu took Chen Shen directly to the finance office to process the payment for over 200 sets of houses. As the card was swiped, a light curtain immediately appeared. Detected that the host just spent 3.2 billion, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate of 32 billion. After learning that all the properties had been sold, the general manager of the real estate company, Sun Diji, personally rushed to the sales hall. Hello, Mr. Chen, welcome to our Tanfu City. As soon as Sun Daji entered the sales hall and saw Chen Shen, he immediately greeted him warmly. Chen Shen looked up at the sound and saw a middle-aged man walking towards him, exuding a mature and steady aura. The two exchanged greetings and soon realized that this man was the general manager of DUN Real Estate. Sun Diji came over, partly to meet this major client and partly to help with the paperwork. After all, such a major client was not something even the general manager of a real estate company like Sun Diji encountered often. When he truly stood in front of Chen Shen, a hint of surprise quickly flashed in Sun Deji's eyes. This major client looked a bit too young, didn't he? If it weren't for the fact that the money had genuinely been transferred to the account, Sun Deji would hardly believe it. Especially upon seeing Chen Shen's mysterious aura, he felt a surge of goodwill. Sun Deji looked at Chen Shen and said enthusiastically, Mr. Chen, your paperwork is all done. How about we go take a look at the houses together? He thought it would be a good opportunity to develop a relationship with this young man. Such a young person surely had an unlimited future. Unexpectedly, Chen Shen's response was completely beyond Sun Deji's imagination. Chen Shen gently waved his hand and said directly, no need, I won't be looking at the houses. After all, for Chen Shen, these houses were merely tools for him to spend money. No matter how good the houses were, they couldn't compare to his automatically upgrading home. Seeing Chen Shen's nonchalant demeanor, everyone present was stunned. Who exactly was this person? He bought houses worth billions and couldn't even be bothered to take a look? Even if he didn't care about the more than 200 houses, how could he be so dismissive of the 800 million villa? What the heck? The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. The looks in everyone's eyes as they gazed at Chen Shen were filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Shen, however, was completely unfazed. He turned to Jang Shuyu, who was dazed with a stack of documents, and said, could you help me deliver the property certificates to my home? After all, my car is small and can't fit them. The general manager saw Jang Shuyu in a daze and quickly leaned over to her, lowering his voice, you must seize this major client, no matter what it takes, understand? The benefits for you are limitless. Upon hearing the general manager's words, Jang Shuyu instantly understood the implications and felt her face flush. After the general manager finished speaking, he immediately saw the staff behind him starting to move the property certificates. Jang Shuyu drove her car over, watching as stacks of property certificates were moved into the vehicle. The visual effect was so overwhelming that Jang Shuyu felt a bit dizzy. Chen Chen walked straight up to the Ferrari 812, waved at Jang Shuyu, and said, "Just follow me." Without waiting for Jang Shuyu's response, he jumped into the car and sped away with a rev of the engine. Jang Shuyu, my car, can't keep up at all. Looking at her small commuter car and then at the supercar whose taillights were all she could see, a bitter smile appeared on Jang Shuyu's face. What could she do in such a situation? Jang Shuyu greeted her manager and the others, quickly jumped into her car, and chased after the direction Chen Chen had left. General Manager Sun Deji watched Jang Shuyu leave and remarked to the manager, "This girl has a bright future, we must keep her, you know? With a salesperson like this in the company, is selling houses still a problem?" The manager nodded vigorously behind Sun Deji. Even if the general manager hadn't said anything, he was already planning to promote and raise Jang Shuyu's salary. This is a real asset. At that moment, Huang Jun and the others, who had gone to see the properties, returned to the sales hall under the guidance of the salesperson. The young people looked at Huang Jun with envy. They had just accompanied him to see the show house, and it truly was the most upscale community in Jinling. Both the community and the house layout were excellent. Everyone turned to Huang Jun, showering him with compliments. Brother Jun graduated and went straight to the peak of life. Look at the house he bought, it's in the best community in Jinling, so enviable. The houses here not only have great layouts and good locations, but most importantly, they are in a good school district. A winner in life. Brother Jun's child will be born into a prestigious school. I almost wish I were a woman, so I could find a man like Brother Jun and save decades of hard work. You can forget it. If you were a woman, you wouldn't even dare to look in the mirror at night, let alone find a man like Brother Jun. You must be out of your mind. Huang Jun listened to their chatter, and the smile on his face never faded. Being with these old classmates was the most refreshing part. In a great mood, Huang Jun turned to the salesperson beside him and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, since everyone says it's good, I'll just go ahead and book this one." The salesperson's face lit up with joy, and she quickly replied, "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll prepare the contract right now." As she spoke, she walked towards the office area. However, when she checked her computer, she found that the property Huang Jun had just looked at was no longer available. What's going on? Did the internet go down? The salesperson looked puzzled and quickly restarted her computer. But upon rebooting, she discovered that all the listings in the system had disappeared. Huang Jun approached, growing a bit impatient, and directly asked, "What's going on? Is the contract not ready yet?" The salesperson, still confused, quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, my sales account shows that the listings are gone." Gone? Huang Jun was bewildered, his brows furrowing tightly as he said, "Weren't there so many units just now? How could they all be gone? Is your system broken?" Tanfu City is the best community in Jinling. Huang Jun couldn't believe that such a large corporation would engage in price gouging. The other young people also looked incredulous. How could everything be gone after just looking at a house? The salesperson shared the same thought, and just then, a colleague happened to pass by. She quickly called out to her, asking, "Is there a problem with our system? Why are all the listings not showing anymore?" A colleague looked at the salesperson with a strange expression and replied, "Weren't you here just now? Our properties were all bought up by a big shot." All? Bought up? Everyone gasped in shock. All of them bought? How much money did that take? Seeing that they truly didn't know, the colleague excitedly explained, "That big shot first bought Villa No. 1, and then directly purchased all the listings, spending tens of billions in one go. And guess what? He didn't even look at the houses, just took the property deeds and left." As everyone listened, their eyes widened. This was too wealthy, right? What kind of big shot was this? Spending tens of billions in one go without even blinking. Huang Jun and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with regret. If only they had come out earlier, at least they could have met the big shot. The other young people also looked helpless, wishing they hadn't wasted so much time. When that colleague saw Huang Jun and the others looking so pained, he was clearly taken aback and said curiously, "That big shot is the Mr. Chen who spoke to you earlier." "Mr. Chen? You mean Chen Chen?" Huang Jun felt a tightness in his throat and asked nervously, "No way? Could it be that Chen Chen bought all those houses? That was tens of billions." Even Huang Jun, the richest among them, only had a few tens of millions at home. Even deciding to buy a 150 square meter house was after discussing it with his family. But the Chen Chen they looked down on actually bought everything in one go? The gap was simply too huge. Not to mention, the classmates from ordinary backgrounds were now looking extremely pale. It had only been a few years since they last met. How could the gap be so vast after just a few years of college? The colleague nodded gently and said, "Yes, it's that Mr. Chen, and he paid in full. He has already left." Paid in full? Tens of billions in cash flow? Just like that, he bought a bunch of houses? They felt dazed, completely at a loss for words to express their feelings. Now, Chen was soaring to great heights, leaving them with no trace to follow. Did I say something really hurtful back then? One young man's expression was almost on the verge of tears. No one answered him, everyone was lost in their own thoughts, their faces growing increasingly grim. They had spoken so harshly before, surely they had offended this old classmate terribly. Especially Huang Jun, who suddenly remembered what Chen had said about being too cheap. It turned out he wasn't just putting on airs, nor was he unable to afford it. Chen was speaking the truth. That little bit of money, that small house. With his status, how could he possibly be interested? And here they were, treating a small matter as a big deal, bragging in front of him. The more they thought about it, the more embarrassed they felt, and they all wilted. Especially those from ordinary backgrounds, their hearts were heavy with discomfort. The reason they had come out with Huang Jun was that they thought he came from a wealthy family, thinking it could help them in the future. But because of such a small matter, they had directly offended such a big tree, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt at a loss. Someone who could easily take out tens of billions in liquid assets had a strength and financial backing that they could never imagine. Although they didn't know how this had happened, completely different from high school, did it even matter? They walked out like withered eggplants, defeated. Watching Huang Jun and the others leave in defeat, the salespeople present completely lost their interest in gossip. They had just missed the opportunity to rise to success, and now it was too late for regrets. At this moment, Chen was driving his Ferrari 812, speeding down the road. Jang Shuyu was struggling to keep up behind him, completely unaware that Chen was intentionally waiting for her. Otherwise, with a press of the gas pedal, he would have long left her in the dust, leaving no chance for her to lag behind. Chen looked ahead, observing the changes along the roadside, and couldn't help but hum a little tune. It seemed that his home was indeed quite nice. Not only had the house been upgraded, but even the road leading to it had become wide and smooth, very upscale. Especially with the flower beds on both sides of the road, the trees and flowers planted there were all globally renowned rare varieties. Chen had long since gotten used to it. After all, his home was one that automatically upgraded itself, and fixing up the road was no challenge at all. On the other hand, Jang Shuyu, following behind, was completely stunned by the scenery along the road and the even wider road than the main thoroughfare. She had no idea that this road was her first time traveling on it today. She never expected it to be maintained so well. Especially with the beautiful river view not far away, it was simply too wonderful. Living in such a place, it was no wonder Mr. Chen had such a good temperament. The feng shui here was incredibly nourishing. In the distance, Jang Shuyu saw that the end of the road was a large standalone villa. Although it was called a standalone villa, the area it occupied looked much larger than an ordinary house. From afar, it resembled a newly built, modern castle radiating a contemporary vibe. As Jang Shuyu drove, her heart raced. Her gaze instinctively turned to the silver-gray Ferrari ahead, and she thought faintly, could the house at the end be Mr. Chen's home? If it really was, then who exactly was this Mr. Chen? This was too extravagant. Just as Jang Shuyu was in disbelief, she saw Chen drive the car into the large mansion. He parked directly in the yard, and the fish in the white marble pond seemed to sense their owner's return, swimming joyfully in the water and wagging their tails at Chen. At that moment, Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and was surprised to see it was a call from Jang Shuyu. This left Chen momentarily stunned. How could someone get lost at the end of a road that only led to his home? What's wrong? Chen answered the call directly. Soon, Jang Shuyu's sweet voice came through the phone, but it sounded slightly trembling. Mr. Chen, can you come out for a moment? There's a dog here, and it's really fierce. By the end of her sentence, Jang Shuyu's voice had noticeably weakened, clearly frightened by the fierce dog at the entrance. She had hesitated to drive into the yard, as Chen's villa looked too luxurious. Just standing at the entrance, Jang Shuyu had already seen the super luxurious decorations in the yard. Even the small fish pond was made of white marble. Originally, Jang Shuyu had planned to take the property deed from the car and deliver it directly to the villa. But as soon as she got out of the car, she saw a fierce dog lying at the entrance, glaring at her menacingly. The look on its face suggested that if she moved even slightly, it would pounce and bite her neck. So, Jang Shuyu could only hold her ground against the fierce dog, neither wanting to make the first move. Being able to call Chen Chen for help was already the biggest breakthrough she had made, driven by her instinct for survival. Chen Chen received a distress call from Jang Shuyu, and suddenly remembered that his family had contributed a fierce pit bull. With that thought, Chen Chen hurried outside and saw a standoff between a person and a dog from a distance. When Jang Shuyu saw Chen Chen approaching, the tension in her mind snapped, and without thinking, she lunged towards him. The pit bull seemed taken aback that the woman opposite dared to be so bold, charging straight at its owner. In a fit of anger, the pit bull followed Jang Shuyu without hesitation. Unfortunately, before it could catch up, Jang Shuyu crashed directly into Chen Chen's arms. Fearing that Jang Shuyu might fall, Chen Chen instinctively wrapped his arms around her. He was immediately struck by a unique fragrance, the sweet scent typical of a girl, filling his nostrils. Along with that came a sense of softness. This was the first time in many years of being single that Chen Chen had someone fall into his embrace. Especially the softness of a girl brushing against his arm and colliding into his chest felt like a wave crashing over him, a comfortable sensation that jolted his spirit. It was only when Jang Shuyu collided into Chen Chen's arms that she came to her senses, her delicate face instantly turning bright red. She could feel her body brushing against Chen Chen's arm and crashing into him. Jang Shuyu felt her heart racing. It was the first time in all these years that she had such intimate contact with a boy. At that moment, Chen Chen noticed the pit bull approaching and gently waved his hand to shoo it away. Although the pit bull was fierce, it was very obedient to its owner. Seeing Chen Chen's gesture, the pit bull wagged its tail and obediently moved aside, lying down on the ground and panting heavily. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and Jang Shuyu maintained their ambiguous position, neither of them making a move. Just then, Chen Chen suddenly saw a flash in front of him. Detected that the owner brought a girl home. The family is very pleased, rewarding the owner with God-level T art skills. God-level T art? Chen Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This contribution was quite interesting. Slowly pulling his thoughts back, Chen Chen looked down at Jang Shuyu in his arms. Jang Shuyu was truly frightened, her body still trembling slightly. But perhaps it was because Chen Chen's body was too warm, her beautiful face flushed with 2 shades of red, making her look quite adorable. Chen Chen sighed silently in his heart and glanced at the pit bull that had returned to its original position. It really couldn't be blamed on Jang Shuyu for being timid. After all, the pit bull contributed by his family was indeed too fierce. Just looking at its face and sharp teeth was enough to make anyone want to retreat. If someone with ill intentions came to the house, they might be scared out of their wits, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to end up in the ICU after being bitten by the dog. It's okay, don't be afraid. Chen Chen gently patted Jang Shuyu's back, comforting her softly. Feeling Chen Chen's touch, Jang Shuyu's body stiffened. Even though she knew Chen Chen had no such thoughts about her, she had never had such contact with a boy before, and she could clearly feel the heat radiating from his hand. That warmth seemed to be roasting her young heart, leaving Jang Shuyu somewhat at a loss. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her face, and softly said, "My legs are still shaking a bit." Chen Chen looked at her and thought for a moment before suggesting, "Can you still walk? Do you need me to carry you inside?" "Carry?" Upon hearing this, Jang Shuyu's face flushed again, and she quickly waved her hands, stammering, "No. No need, I can still walk, just a bit weak in the legs. I'll drive into the yard." Jang Shuyu stepped out of Chen Chen's embrace, and at that moment, she felt a void in her body and a hint of disappointment in her heart. She hurriedly climbed into the car, drove it into Chen Chen's yard, and unloaded the large stack of property certificates. Looking at the entire box of property certificates, Jang Shuyu turned to Chen Chen and asked, "Do you need me to help you move them inside?" Chen Chen shook his head. This little bit of stuff was something he could handle himself. Seeing Jang Shuyu's slender arms and legs, he decided it was better for him to do it. "Mr. Chen, may I add you on WeChat?" Jang Shuyu bit her lip and said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took out his phone, opened his QR code, and let Jang Shuyu add him directly. As Jang Shuyu sent the friend request, she said, "Mr. Chen, if you go to see a house, be sure to call me." At this point, Jang Shuyu glanced around Chen Chen's home. With such a beautiful villa, it was no wonder he had no interest in looking at an 800 million villa. It turned out it wasn't that he didn't care, he simply didn't think much of it. With this realization, Jang Shuyu looked at Chen Chen with curiosity and inquiry. What kind of young man was he? He felt particularly mysterious, but upon seeing him, she knew he must have an extraordinary identity. A person's aura cannot be faked. Chen Chen saw Jang Shuyu off from the villa, while he took the box of property certificates and casually placed it on the table. Looking at the local specialties on the table, Chen Chen thought of Lu Ruan's charming smile, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He reached out to open the bag and looked at the well-packaged local snacks from the Magic City, gently shaking his head. Such fragile packaging showed that Lu Ruan had been careful all the way back. Even the crab shell yellow was intact and very beautiful. There were also rib rice cakes, marinated snails, and sesame balls, even still warm to the touch. No wonder she had stuffed the local snacks into his hands as soon as they met. Thinking of this, Chen Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He picked up a fork and took a simple taste. The flavor was quite good. After eating a bit, Chen Chen picked up another car key from the table and walked toward the garage. Inside should be the newly rewarded Aston Martin. He suddenly pulled open the garage door and saw a white supercar parked inside. Under the bright lights of the garage, the Aston Martin emitted a pearly glow, dazzling to behold. Chen Chen looked at the smooth curves, a smile flashing in his eyes. Truly, it was a globally limited edition supercar. Even sitting quietly, it radiated a unique charm. Chen Chen pressed the car key, sat inside, and savored the atmosphere of the car. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan and her sister had also returned home. Seeing two delicate figures appear at the door, Lu Dad and Lu Mom exchanged glances and immediately rushed over with quick steps, smiling as they said, "Ruan, have you got a boyfriend?" "Lu Ruan. Mom and Dad, what kind of look is that?" Realizing something, Lu Ruan turned her head to look at her sister Lu Ruyu. Feeling her sister's gaze, Lu Ruyu simply turned her head the other way and even lightly whistled. Although she whistled for a long time without making a sound, Lu Ruyu was not embarrassed at all. She put on a look that said, "It's none of my business." Lu Ruan, standing nearby, almost laughed out loud. This little brat must be harboring resentment, speaking carelessly in front of Mom and Dad. Lu Ruan rolled her eyes and reached out her delicate little hand, as tender as a scallion, to start rubbing Lu Ruyu's cheek. Lu Ruyu's beautiful face transformed into various shapes under her sister's deliberate manipulation. "Sister, I was wrong." Seeing the situation was not looking good, Lu Ruyu immediately begged for mercy. Her face was being pinched, making her words somewhat unclear, so she could only keep throwing her sister pitiful little glances. Lu Dad and Lu Mom, watching from the side, looked a bit confused. Lu Mom directly grabbed Lu Shuyan's little hand and asked, "You two can't just brush this off. Quickly tell us, what happened? Who did you go out to eat with just now?" "Chen Chen." Seeing her parents' interrogative stance, Lu Shuyan obediently confessed. Upon hearing this, Lu Dad and Lu Mom exchanged glances. Little Chun? They naturally knew Chen Chen. After all, he had grown up playing with Lu Shuyan since childhood, and they were quite familiar with him. Moreover, Chen Chen had always been a good kid, but his family. Thinking of this, Lu Dad and Lu Mom sighed inwardly. However, there wasn't much of a problem regarding family conditions, as they weren't short on money. Chen Chen's family didn't have adults around, but with them looking after him, it was the same. Seemingly understanding her parents' thoughts, Lu Ruyu loudly said, "Mom and Dad, let me tell you, Brother Chen Chen is really rich now. That meal just now cost hundreds of thousands." "A meal, hundreds of thousands?" Upon hearing Lu Ruyu's words, Lu Dad and Lu Mom's eyes widened instantly. Lu Mom looked incredulous, glancing curiously at Lu Shuyan. Lu Shuyan gently nodded, confirming that Lu Ruyu wasn't exaggerating. The car Chen Chen drives now is a super sports car. Amidst Lu Mom's exclamations, Lu Dad smiled, looking kindly as he said, "I knew this kid was extraordinary. He's not just a fish in a pond, he'll turn into a dragon when faced with wind and rain. Truly worthy of being the child he had his eye on. He was indeed promising, very good." Lu Mom, seeing Lu Shuyan's shy demeanor, instantly understood. She smiled and said to her eldest daughter, "You child, he treated you to such an expensive meal. How about this, you invite little Chin over for dinner tomorrow." Young people, if they are to be together, naturally need to spend more time together. As a mother, all she could do was assist a little. Hearing this, Lu Ruyu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "That's a great idea. I'll cook and make a meal for Brother Chen Chen myself." Lu Dad and Lu Mom turned to Lu Ruyu almost in unison, lightly scolding her, "What are you making a fuss about? You're coming with us to the store tomorrow." Lu Ruyu, "Mom and Dad, am I still your biological daughter? I feel like I'm being treated differently." Lu Shuyan also thought her mom's suggestion was good. She took out her phone and sent a message to Chen Chen. "Do you have time tomorrow? My parents will be out, and I'll show you a thing or two." Chen Chen replied quickly, "I didn't expect you could cook. I remember your dream wasn't to be a chef." Lu Shuyan couldn't help but smile at the expression Chen Chen sent, replying with a grin, "My dream is to learn painting and become an artist. What about you, what's your dream?" "My dream? Of course, to be an illustrator." Chen Chen almost without hesitation typed out a line and sent it quickly. Lu Shuyan was clearly taken aback. An illustrator? She hadn't heard before that Chen Chen had any interest in painting. The next moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Shuyan, and she instantly realized Chen Chen was joking. The speed of this joke nearly made her back ache. This mischievous Chen Shen, looking so serious, didn't expect he was still an experienced driver. The more Lu Ruan thought about it, the angrier she got, and she directly replied to Chen Shen with a picture of a fierce-looking face. After replying, Lu Ruan put down her phone and sat down in front of the computer. After all, this was her first time cooking for Chen Shen at home, so she needed to prepare a menu in advance. Lu Ruan took out a sheet of A4 paper and began searching for recipes online. By the time Lu Ma entered, Lu Ruan had already written quite a bit and leaned in to take a look. Seeing the densely packed dishes, 3 black lines instantly appeared on Lu Ma's forehead. All of them were hard dishes. Even Lu Ma herself couldn't guarantee that she could make all the dishes on this menu. Ruyan, do you know how to make all these? Lu Ma took a deep breath and asked. Lu Ruyan looked relaxed, smiled at her mother, and replied, there are recipes online. What's so difficult about it? Just follow the instructions. Hearing her daughter's words, Lu Ma fell silent and returned to her room with a worried expression. Looking at her husband leaning against the headboard reading, Lu Ma directly spoke up, Old Lu, what should we do? Your daughter is going to scare Chen away with this. Once the dark things come out, it's probably him. Lu Ma sighed at this point. This was also her fault. Her 2 daughters were cherished like precious gems, spoiled since childhood. She had never specifically taught them cooking skills. Both daughters were still at the stage of only being able to make instant noodles. Yet, her eldest daughter wanted to prepare a whole table of hard dishes. Wasn't that like throwing an egg at a rock, just waiting to embarrass herself? Lu Ba, on the other hand, appeared unconcerned. He wrapped his arm around Lu Ma's shoulder and smiled. The children will have their own blessings, so you don't need to worry so much. Besides, maybe our daughter really has hidden talents. Hidden talents? Lu Ma snorted coldly, unable to help but retort, someone who struggles to boil instant noodles now wants to cook for someone else, isn't that ridiculous? At this moment, Chen Shen had already put down his phone. He got up to stretch his stiff body, preparing to go to the massage room to enjoy the massage chair. In the large massage room, Chen Shen chose a massage chair, but as soon as he sat down, he immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. This chair seemed a bit hard? Just as this thought crossed Chen Shen's mind, a light screen suddenly flashed before him. Detected that the owner is dissatisfied with the massage chair, the chair automatically upgrades and contributes the owner's god-level massage technique. Looking at the feedback from the house, a helpless smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. This compensation was a bit strange. What use did he have for this god-level massage technique? Could he even massage himself? Just as Chen Shen was complaining in his mind, the massage chair had already completed its upgrade. With the upgrade complete, Chen Shen immediately felt a wave of comfort. The soft touch completely enveloped his body, and not only that, the massage chair automatically adjusted to zero-gravity mode. Feeling comfortable, Chen Shen's heart felt at ease. After enjoying a comfortable half-hour massage, Chen Shen began to feel a bit drowsy and went upstairs to rest. The next day, Chen Shen woke up naturally. He walked to the window, pressed the remote, and the curtains opened automatically, filling the room with sunlight. Chen Shen closed his eyes, breathed in the fresh air, and felt a wave of refreshment. Sensing the good weather today, Chen Shen went to the bathroom to freshen up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he seemed to have become a bit more handsome. After a simple breakfast, Chen Shen prepared to head to Lu Ruyan's house. He looked around the house and decided to pick a porcelain vase as a gift to bring along. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another light screen flashed before him. Detected that the owner is bringing a porcelain vase from home as a gift. The house feels very pleased and actively contributes a 300 million value Giga Mountain porcelain vase. Is this really okay? Chen Shen chuckled, picking up the ancient bottle from the Ghost Valley. A wave of antiquity rushed towards him. Looking at the priceless vase, Chen Shen felt a surge of astonishment and gently placed it back in its original spot. With everything prepared, Chen Shen headed to the garage and climbed into the Aston Martin. Today was a perfect day to test the car's performance. He pressed the start button, and instantly, the Aston Martin roared to life like a waking beast, revealing its imposing presence. Feeling the engine's roar and the sound waves, Chen Shen felt his blood ignite with excitement. In that moment, he deeply understood what it meant to be as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. Chen Shen felt that with just a light press on the accelerator, the car shot forward like a cheetah. Enjoying the performance of the top-tier sports car, he suddenly felt inspired and rolled down the window. With one hand on the steering wheel, Chen Shen extended his left hand out the window, grasping at the wind as if trying to feel something. 20 miles is A, 40 miles is B, 60 miles is C. Chen Shen murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. But he was in the city now, unable to experience what D felt like. Cars on the road saw the Aston Martin and instantly chose to yield. The treatment was clearly much better than when he drove the Ferrari 812. After all, this Aston Martin could buy 9 or 10 Ferraris. Soon, Chen Chen arrived at Lu Ruan's building. As he rang the doorbell, he heard a sleepy voice from inside say, "Coming." The door quickly opened, and Lu Ruan, rubbing her eyes and looking like she had just woken up, said, "You woke up so early, come in." Chen Chen nodded, his gaze taking in Lu Ruan. The girl was still wearing her Pikachu pajamas, probably awakened by his doorbell. The light yellow cartoon pajamas made her fair skin look even more radiant. The hood of the pajamas had a pair of Pikachu ears, covering her hair and making her look cute and charming. Especially with Pikachu's big eyes puffed up by Lu Ruan, she appeared very spirited and adorable. "I didn't know what to bring, so I just bought a little something," Chen Chen said, handing over what he had brought. Lu Ruan took it with one hand and lightly scolded, "We're all so familiar now, why bring gifts? That's too polite." Although she said this, her eyes lit up when she saw the beautiful vase Chen Chen had brought, and she placed it on the table. Lu Ruan picked up a tablet from the coffee table and handed it to Chen Chen with a smile, saying, "Here, play with this for a bit while I change." Chen Chen opened a mini-game on the tablet, and suddenly a WeChat message popped up on the screen. Looking at the content, Chen Chen shouted, "Ruan, someone is looking for you on WeChat. Should I help you reply?" Lu Ruan was still changing clothes, and her voice came from the room. "What did it say?" Chen Chen recalled the message's content, looking puzzled as he replied, "I'm not too sure, it seems to be asking about medical supplies? They said their store just got a new stock of sanitary tampons, very useful, and asked if you need any." Sanitary tampons? Lu Ruan, who had just finished changing, instantly widened her eyes, a flush rising on her cheeks. How could such a private matter be seen by Chen Chen? This was too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Lu Ruan quickly ran out and snatched the tablet away. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan and immediately understood, it was about sanitary napkins, that sanitary tampon, right? Looking at Chen Chen, who had a face that screamed, "I learned to buzz in," Lu Ruan rolled her eyes dramatically, truly a super straight man. He could even guess medical supplies, no wonder he was single. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly, after all, how could he possibly understand these things? "I think I'll play you Iron Man," Lu Ruan said with a mischievous smile as she turned on the TV. After that, she put down the remote, walked into the kitchen, and brought out some washed fruit for Chen Chen. "You eat first, I'll go cook." Hearing that Lu Ruan was going to cook for him, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, "All right, then I'll wait for your masterpiece." Lu Ruan walked into the kitchen with great enthusiasm, and Chen Chen happily enjoyed the fruit while watching TV. After a while, Chen Chen suddenly heard a sharp scream from the kitchen. It was Lu Ruan's voice. Chen Chen frowned and hurried into the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Ruan frying something. It seemed she hadn't drained the moisture, and oil was splattering everywhere. Lu Ruan must have been splashed by the oil, holding one ear with a confused look as she stared at the frying pan. Chen Chen turned his head and looked at Lu Ruan's pink earlobe, finding it exceptionally cute. At that moment, Lu Ruan was completely wrapped in cuteness, making Chen Chen's lips curve into a slight smile. Seeing Chen Chen walk in, Lu Ruan quickly tried to act tough, saying, "It's fine, you can go out, I can handle it." "Can handle it?" Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan teasingly, arms crossed over his chest, ready to watch the show. Lu Ruan made a face at Chen Chen, opened the cupboard, and surprisingly pulled out a headgear, gloves, and sleeves, clearly having prepared in advance. Watching Lu Ruan skillfully put on the gear and seeing that bank robber-style headgear, Chen Chen burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. This girl, was she cooking or releasing a biochemical weapon? Seeing Chen Chen laugh at her, Lu Ruan pouted and said with determination, "Just go out, don't underestimate me. As long as I wear the gear, I'm quite capable." It was just frying something, with the right gear, she could definitely handle it with ease. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan, who was full of confidence. Capable? In what way? He then shook his head helplessly and said, all right, I'll do it." This girl was well equipped, but if this continued, the kitchen might not survive. Lu Ruan, hearing Chen Chen's words, looked at him in disbelief and said, "You must be too busy making money to know how to cook. You're not planning to just make me instant noodles, are you?" Seeing Lu Ruan still resisting a bit, Chen Chen directly took her by the arms and carried her out, then closed the kitchen door. Lu Ruan felt her body lighten, and she found herself standing at the kitchen door. Looking at the locked door in front of her, she stomped her foot in frustration. Let's see what you can make." Lu Ruan sat on the sofa, and soon, a very rapid chopping sound came from the kitchen. The sound of chopping was incredibly dense, making it easy to imagine how fast the person in the kitchen was cutting. Lu Ruan listened to the sounds from the kitchen, her eyes widening in shock. Could it be that Chen Chen really knew how to cook? This rhythm sounded like a master at work. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes as she comfortably sat on the sofa, waiting for the meal. After a while, the kitchen door was opened by Qin Shen from the inside. Hearing the noise, Lu Ruyan quickly stood up, and as the kitchen door opened, a delicious aroma wafted out through the gap. Lu Ruyan instinctively took a deep breath, her eyes widening in surprise. This smell was simply too fragrant. At that moment, Qin Shen walked out of the kitchen holding a tray. Dish after dish, each exuding a rich aroma, was placed on the dining table. For a moment, the entire restaurant was filled with the intoxicating scent of the dishes. Lu Ruyan watched as Qin Shen brought out one dish after another, her small cherry-like mouth agape in astonishment. Qin Shen's cooking was truly impressive. Not only did it have color, aroma, and flavor, but the presentation was also particularly beautiful. To enhance the color coordination, Qin Shen had even carved some decorative items, placing them around the edge of the plate, making it look exquisite and charming. Lu Ruyan picked up a small pink flower and realized it was carved from a radish, truly lifelike. Just smelling the various dishes made Lu Ruyan's mouth water. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be glued to the food, unable to look away. Seeing Lu Ruyan's greedy little expression, Qin Shen smiled faintly and gently said to her, "Are you hungry? We can start eating." He had already cooked the rice, ready to serve at any moment. "Okay. You sit down first, I'll go get the chopsticks," Lu Ruyan said happily, bouncing off to get the chopsticks. Qin Shen watched her sway, his gaze following her movements. He couldn't help but admire her. She truly had a captivating presence. Lu Ruyan hurried to get the chopsticks, suddenly remembering how hard Qin Shen had worked cooking, and thought to pour him a glass of water. However, as she walked back with the water, she completely failed to notice the water stains on the floor and slipped. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan was agile enough to regain her balance, but she still twisted her ankle. She felt a sharp pain in her ankle and let out a slight gasp of discomfort. Due to the pain, the water she was holding spilled onto her gray leggings. Qin Shen saw Lu Ruyan standing there, a hint of pain on her beautiful face, and quickly walked over to support her shoulders, guiding her to a nearby chair. As she sat down, Lu Ruyan accidentally bumped into Qin Shen. The moment she did, her little face turned bright red. Qin Shen was so focused on taking care of Lu Ruyan, worried she might get hurt again, that he completely overlooked her flushed cheeks. But Lu Ruyan knew she had just bumped into Qin Shen's elbow. Once she was seated properly, Qin Shen sat down directly on the floor opposite her. From his position, he could see Lu Ruyan's long, slender legs. It had to be said, Lu Ruyan's legs were truly straight and long. As Qin Shen looked, his gaze suddenly deepened. His eyes seemed to have a penetrating quality, as if he could see the glowing spring beauty beneath her skin. Slowly pulling back his thoughts, Qin Shen reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's long leg. This action startled Lu Ruyan, and she instinctively tried to pull away. Qin Shen shot her a look and firmly said, "Don't move." After that, he looked at Lu Ruyan's flushed face, sighed, and softened his tone to explain, "You twisted your ankle, right? Let me massage it for you, or it will swell up later." As he spoke, Qin Shen removed Lu Ruyan's shoes and socks, gently starting to massage her ankle. Lu Ruyan felt her mind go blank, her whole body frozen in place, as if petrified. After all, no boy had ever touched her legs before. Qin Shen found a small first aid kit under the coffee table and took out an emergency ice pack to apply to Lu Ruyan while continuing to massage. "Ouch!" Lu Ruyan let out a soft gasp, playfully complaining, "It hurts, Qin Shen, can you be gentler? Be gentle." Qin Shen helplessly pouted and patiently comforted, "Once it hurts, it will be fine, otherwise, it will keep hurting." Lu Ruyan knew that Qin Shen meant well, so she could only nod and try her best not to make a sound. However, girls are very sensitive to pain, and Lu Ruyan still let out a soft hiss from time to time. At that moment, a charming figure appeared outside Lu Ruyan's door. It was Lu Ruyu. Lu Ruyu was carrying a bag of large abalone and muttering, "Mom is really something. She just called me back to deliver things and wouldn't let me eat at home. I'm afraid this is just a way to top up my phone." While grumbling, Lu Ruyu took out her keys and opened the door. As soon as the door cracked open, Lu Ruyu clearly heard the soft hiss, and that sound was unmistakably from her sister Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing her sister make a strange sound, Lu Ruyu immediately leaned her head out to look towards the sofa in the living room. From Lu Ruyu's angle, she saw Qin Shen sitting on the floor, holding her sister's leg, and the position of his head was self-evident, along with her sister's soft hissing. Lu Ruyu's eyes widened in an instant. She gently shifted her gaze and noticed the tissues scattered on the floor. Also, her sister's pants seemed a bit wet. What the heck? In an instant, Lu Ruyu thought of something, and her pretty face turned red. She exclaimed, I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." After repeating it several times, the little girl seemed to react and directly slammed the door shut. leaving only Lu Ruan and Chen Chen inside, staring at each other in shock. Lu Ruan looked at the tightly closed door, then at her and Chen Chen's ambiguous position, and instantly understood. Ruyu, Ruyu? Lu Ruan called out a few times towards the door but received no reply, knowing the little girl must have run downstairs. Phew! Lu Ruan let out a heavy sigh and looked at Chen Chen, saying, "Do you think Ruyu misunderstood something?" Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan, blinked, and said, "What do you think?" Lu Ruan. What to do? The little girl ran away so fast, there wasn't even a chance to explain. This is great, what else is there to say? It can only get worse. Thinking of this, Lu Ruan felt speechless and gently rubbed her forehead. Chen Chen, however, didn't think too much and continued to diligently massage Lu Ruan. After a while, Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan and said lightly, "Alright, you can get up and feel it." Lu Ruan, upon hearing this, tried to stand up. However, with the painful memory from earlier, she was still hesitant to put weight on her ankle. Carefully moving a bit, Lu Ruan then realized that her ankle was indeed much better. Plus, Lu Ruan had been practicing yoga, so her body was quite flexible, meaning that the twist earlier wasn't too severe. After Chen Chen's treatment, there was only a slight pain left, almost negligible. Chen Chen went to wash his hands in the bathroom, then returned to the dining table and looked at Lu Ruan, saying, "Come eat something. It's better to eat these dishes while they're hot." Lu Ruan also sat back down, looking at the delicious food on the table, quickly sniffing and smiling. "It smells so good." Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan and pointed at the dishes on the table, saying, "I wonder if your eating habits have changed after living in Magic City for these past few years. Give it a try." Chen Chen remembered that Lu Ruan used to love fish the most, so he picked up a large piece of fish and placed it in Lu Ruan's bowl. "The clear river fish auntie bought is quite fresh, so I made it steamed for you. Give it a taste." Lu Ruan obediently nodded, gently picked up the fish, and put it in her mouth. A burst of fresh fish flavor instantly filled her mouth, without a hint of fishy taste. The fish was not only firm and chewy but also exceptionally delicious. This taste made Lu Ruan involuntarily squint her eyes. She looked at Chen Chen, her face filled with shock as she said, "This fish is so well steamed, and the timing is just perfect, it's incredibly fresh." Sometimes, such simple home-cooked dishes test a person's skills even more. The type of fish and the exact steaming time all need to be just right. Lu Ruan looked at Chen Chen in amazement and curiously asked, "You're really good now, your skills are surprisingly impressive. Isn't it a bit early to praise me after just one bite?" Chen Chen served Lu Ruan some other dishes, saying, "Try them all." As he spoke, Chen Chen skillfully began to peel shrimp. This was oil-braised shrimp, covered in bright red oil, looking very appetizing. Chen Chen knew that these girls disliked peeling shrimp and also knew that Lu Ruan didn't like eating shrimp heads, so he peeled them himself. In just a few seconds, a complete shrimp meat appeared in Lu Ruan's bowl. Seeing how considerate Chen Chen was, a warmth flickered in Lu Ruan's eyes. She gently picked up the shrimp meat, discovering it was firm and bouncy, and the taste, with a hint of sweetness amidst the freshness, truly made her appetite surge. As Lu Ruan ate, she observed the dishes Chen Chen had prepared. She noticed that Chen Chen's knife skills were really impressive. The vegetables were cut to almost identical sizes, as if measured with a ruler. Lu Ruan's appetite was wide open, and she ended up eating half a bowl more than usual. "I can't take it anymore. If I eat anymore, I'll burst." Lu Ruan slumped in her chair, raising her hands in surrender. She could only blame Chen Chen's excellent cooking, which made it impossible for her to stop eating. She had originally planned to control her weight, but by the end, she completely forgot about it. Chen Chen sat in his seat, watching Lu Ruan's lazy demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Want to lose weight? That's easy." After saying that, Chen Chen's gaze roamed over Lu Ruan's perfect figure, looking quite unabashed, without causing any discomfort to her. Lu Ruan felt as if Chen Chen's gaze was like flames, making her a bit uneasy. "What's with that look? Why do I feel like you have bad intentions? What do you want?" Lu Ruan lightly coughed, straightened her body, and glared at Chen Chen. Unfortunately, with her good looks, this action made her seem like a little kitten trying to act tough, which was indescribably cute. If there hadn't been a table between them, Chen Chen would have wanted to reach out and help Lu Ruan tidy her hair, smoothing the little kitten's fur. Chen Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Could this look of a tool be any better? Come on, let's go buy some things. Since you're here, you can help me pick out a few items," Chen Chen said, already standing up and inviting Lu Ruan. Hearing that Chen Chen wanted to go shopping, Lu Ruan also stood up and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll go change my clothes." It was just right to go out for a stroll and burn off some extra fat. Lu Ruan returned to her room to change, seemingly worried that Chen Chen would be bored, and called out loudly towards the living room, "Chen Chen, what do you want to buy?" Lu Ruan thought she could see what Chen Shen wanted to buy and recommend some stores for a one-stop shopping experience. Chen Shen thought for a moment and casually replied, "Just going to take a look. I need to buy some things for my cousin since she's also studying at Jinling, and then I'll buy you some too. Such a beautiful tool, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Besides, since he had received her local specialties, he should give something back, right?" Lu Ruan was in the room when she heard Chen Shen's words. She quickly leaned out, her expression serious, and said, "I really don't want to, really." Although Chen Shen was now wealthy, it was money he had worked hard to earn. She was not a gold digger and naturally couldn't spend it recklessly. Seeing Lu Ruyan's demeanor, Chen Shen strode over, grabbed her hand, and walked outside. He thought to himself, this little tool person has no awareness at all. Lu Ruyan let Chen Shen pull her along as they descended the stairs, heading straight for the Aston Martin. Upon seeing the Aston Martin in front of her, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. Chen Shen had changed cars again? And this supercar looked even more stunning. The white paint shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a brilliant glow. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes kept surveying the car. She could clearly feel that this car was much better than the previous Ferrari. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, she could tell. Just yesterday, she had specifically checked that the Ferrari 812 Chen Shen had before cost over 5 million. So, this car must be even more expensive? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but click her tongue. Chen Shen was indeed different now. Just as Lu Ruyan was lost in her thoughts, Chen Shen, sitting in the car, honked the horn, urging her to get in. Only then did Lu Ruyan sit inside, and as soon as she did, she was stunned by the luxurious interior. The interior featured a striking black and red color scheme, exuding a sense of dominance and flair. A true top-tier luxury car, it not only used the finest materials but also simplified everything while still maintaining an air of sophistication. Lu Ruyan took out her phone, snapped a photo, and searched to find out that this was the Aston Martin 1-77 supercar. It was a limited edition globally, with a retail price of 45 million. And that was just the official price, not including luxury car taxes and other fees. Looking at the quoted price on her phone screen, Lu Ruyan's mouth dropped open in shock. A car worth over 50 million? That was just too extravagant. Chen Shen, however, was unfazed. He quietly drove the car toward their destination. Not long after they set off, a graceful figure appeared outside Lu Ruyan's home. It was Lu Ruyan's younger sister, Lu Ruyue, who had sneaked back. In her eyes sparkled a hint of gossip as she cautiously leaned against the door, listening intently. However, after a long while, she realized there was no sound coming from inside. Lu Ruyue frowned slightly and knocked on the door, but there was no response from within. Could it be that no one was home? Or had the two of them retreated to the bedroom? As Lu Ruyue pondered this, she took out her key and opened the door. The little girl tiptoed inside, like a little thief, and called out softly, "Sister? Brother Chen Shen? Where are you?" After searching the house for a while, Lu Ruyue finally discovered that her sister and Chen Shen had already left. When she reached the balcony, she saw a pair of wet pants hanging there, and her face turned bright red. She hadn't expected her sister and brother Chen Shen to be so open. Meanwhile, Chen Shen was driving Lu Ruyan to Jinling Century City. The foot traffic in Century City was still quite large, and many passers-by shopping there noticed the white Aston Martin. As soon as this top-tier supercar appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many pedestrians even walked to the roadside, their eyes glued to the Aston Martin, unwilling to miss a second. Quite a few people took out their phones, continuously snapping photos and videos. After all, such a luxury car was a rare sight, and they wanted to capture it. If such photos and videos were posted on social media or in a friend circle, wouldn't they get an explosion of likes? Some enthusiasts were even whispering excitedly by the roadside. "Wow, I didn't expect to see an Aston Martin 1-77 just while out shopping. This car costs over 50 million, this owner must be a super tycoon. I can't believe we can actually see such a top-tier sports car in Jinling. A global limited edition like this is rare even in big cities like Magic City. Look at this cool design, it truly lives up to the Aston Martin name. This is a handcrafted body, much better in fullness and color than those made by machines. What a pity, this is a city, and the streets have speed limits. Otherwise, with that 7.3 LV12 engine, it could easily teach other car owners a lesson." Chen Shen and Lu Ruyan, sitting in the car, were unaware of the comments and envy from passers-by. They simply drove the car and parked by the roadside. The two got out and walked directly into the mall. Chen Shen approached the directory, checked the location of the luxury stores, and then led Lu Ruyan upstairs. "You haven't shopped in Jinling for a long time, have you? The big brands here are quite complete now," Chen Shen said with a smile as they rode the elevator. Lu Ruan shot him a sidelong glance and asked with a mischievous smile, "Oh, look at you, so knowledgeable? Seems like you've taken girls shopping quite a bit these past few years? Otherwise, how could a straight man know so much about brands?" Chen Chen rolled his eyes. This girl was just rubbing salt in his wounds. If he had really taken girls out every day, would he still be single all these years? The two exchanged banter and soon arrived at the luxury goods section. Lu Ruan was momentarily stunned by the numerous luxury brands in front of her. Her family was relatively well off, but they were quite strict with their two daughters. So although Lu Ruan had some understanding of these big brands, she had only shopped a few times over the years. Now, seeing Chen Chen bring her to this area, she asked, "Chen Chen, what are you planning to buy here?" Chen Chen's gaze fell on those big brands, feeling that these were just tools for him to spend money, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. "I'm not too concerned." As he spoke, he secretly thought that he had a wardrobe at home, and if he bought things outside, wouldn't it just explode with clothes? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a light flashed before Chen Chen's eyes. Detected that the owner is considering the wardrobe. The wardrobe is very happy and actively contributes 8 world-famous watches. "Chen Chen? This is possible? I was just afraid of you exploding." Chen Chen pulled back his thoughts, looked at the charming Lu Ruan beside him, pointed to the nearest Chanel store, and said with a smile, "Shall we go in and take a look at some bags?" "Look at bags?" Lu Ruan's beautiful eyes widened slightly. The Chanel store had a full glass window design, allowing a view of the prices of the bags on display. Seeing the prices reaching 5 or 6 digits, Lu Ruan hesitated visibly. She had some savings, but was it really appropriate to spend it on luxury goods? Chen Chen noticed Lu Ruan's expression, gently shook his head, and was about to pull her inside when he heard a female voice nearby. "Oh, isn't that Lu Ruan? Why are you just looking outside? Come on in and browse." The female voice was not unpleasant, but the tone carried a strange, sarcastic quality that made it uncomfortable to listen to. Chen Chen and Lu Ruan frowned simultaneously, turning to look in the direction of the voice, where they saw a girl pulling the hand of a middle-aged man towards them. The girl held herself with an air of superiority, her head slightly raised, presenting a haughty demeanor. Her gaze swept over Lu Ruan, filled with disdain that seemed almost tangible. Lu Ruan looked at the girl before her with a calm expression. Her name was Yang Yun, an old classmate. Although they hadn't seen each other for several years, Lu Ruan felt no joy at this unexpected encounter. Yang Yun was simply not someone Lu Ruan could connect with. It wasn't that Lu Ruan was picky, it was just that this girl was overly pretentious and vain. Lu Ruan remembered clearly that Yang Yun's family was not well off. During high school, she had barely managed to continue her studies thanks to financial aid for impoverished students. Perhaps it was the hardship she endured back then that transformed her after entering university. In recent years, she had frequently flaunted her wealth on social media, especially in the last couple of years, where any slightly expensive purchase was sure to be posted online. Now, looking at the middle-aged man beside her, the answer was obvious. In fact, posting on social media to document life wasn't inherently bad. Lu Ruan had no strong opinions about it and certainly felt no jealousy. If it felt good, she would like it, if not, she would simply ignore it. However, Yang Yun was different. She not only posted but also made sure to tag all of them. At first, their classmates would like her posts, but soon they began to sense something off. Was she trying to cultivate a sense of superiority over them? Did she really think that buying a few luxury items made her somehow noble? Sometimes, when speaking on social media, she would deliberately belittle them, which was truly disgusting. She would even critique the clothes, accessories, and bags of other girls, casually mentioning her latest purchases. Even through the screen, everyone could feel her overwhelming sense of superiority. Thinking of all this, Lu Ruan had no desire to engage in conversation. She just wanted to brush her off and leave quickly. As they approached, the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Lu Ruan, turning in circles. This girl, whether in figure, appearance, or aura, was the epitome of perfection. Especially those long legs, straight and long, making the middle-aged man's eyes nearly bulge out. Such legs were simply a natural allure. The more he looked, the more he felt a stirring in his heart. He walked straight up to Lu Ruan, putting on an air of sophistication, and said with a smile, "You must be Yang Yun's classmate, right? I'm Sun Yi, the general manager of Wei Yang Company. Here's my business card. If you ever need an internship or a job, feel free to reach out to me." The implication was clear. The greedy desire in his eyes made Lu Ruan very uncomfortable. She took a small step back, her expression cold as she replied, "No need." Did she really need to resort to such measures to secure a job, being a top student from a prestigious university? Who did he think he was looking down on? The middle-aged man hadn't expected Lu Ruan to reject him so directly, leaving him feeling embarrassed. However, upon glancing at Chen Chen beside Lu Ruan, he began to understand her feelings. It turned out she was out shopping with her boyfriend. Looking at Chen Chen's handsome face and his impressive height of over 1.8 meters, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort. Humph, he was really too young. What use is love when there's real money to be had? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face showed a hint of disdain as he sighed and said, in the prime of your life, why suffer from poverty and hunger? Isn't it better to treat yourself well? In a couple of years, when youth is gone, you'll realize that bread is much more reliable than love. As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked into the Chanel store with Yang Yun, casually throwing out, still too young, never tasted the hardships of society, all those sharp edges haven't been smoothed out yet. Yang Yun's arm was draped in the middle-aged man's, a cold smile on her lips as she said, since we're here, why stand at the door? Let's go in. It's not good to just stand outside, we might disturb their business. Unexpectedly, after all these years, these old classmates hadn't improved their status at all. Compared to a high-quality woman like herself, they were far behind. Lu Ruan immediately became displeased upon hearing this, and just as she was about to explode, she was pulled back by Chen Chen's large hand. Chen Chen smiled faintly and said to Lu Ruan, why bother with her? Come on, let's go in. As they walked past the middle-aged man and Yang Yun, Chen Chen turned his head, pretending to scrutinize the two, and smiled. I didn't expect your classmate to have such a good relationship with her dad. Yang Yun, you have a good relationship with your dad. This is my boyfriend. Middle-aged man. You're her dad? Do I look that old? What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Ruan heard Chen Chen's words clearly and covered her mouth, secretly laughing. This Chen Chen really knows how to throw shade. But why did she love hearing it so much? After Yang Yun and Sunny entered the store, to showcase her noble status, she headed straight to the new arrivals section, eyeing the newly released spring bags. Looking at the exquisite bags in front of her, Yang Yun's eyes lit up. This bag is so beautiful. And since it's a new model, she definitely wouldn't run into anyone else with it, it would be so impressive. The more she looked, the more she liked it. The salesgirl beside her smiled and introduced, your taste is truly excellent. This bag is a limited edition for this spring and is extremely popular. How much? Yang Yun's eyes brightened even more as she held it, constantly measuring it against herself. The salesgirl politely replied, 299,800. Hearing this price, Sunny beside her was clearly taken aback. So expensive? And they say it's extremely popular? That's just infuriating. Yang Yun, however, was overly excited. She had never owned such an expensive bag. She really wanted it. Thinking of this, Yang Yun tightened her grip on Sunny's arm and said sweetly, I want this one. To secure the bag, Yang Yun kept rubbing against Sunny's arm, occasionally giving it a gentle shake. If she bought this bag, she could truly outshine Lu Ruan. Humph, you may be beautiful, come from a good family, and have top grades, but so what? I can afford bags you can't. In the face of reality, you have to bow your head. Sunny could guess Yang Yun's thoughts, his mouth twitched, clearly unwilling to spend that much. So much money for just one bag? He had been with Yang Yun for so long and had never spent this much. Although he earned over $1 million a year, he couldn't even bear to buy such an expensive bag for himself, let alone for a woman. Why should he let her show off? As he thought this, he held onto Yang Yun with one hand and took the limited edition bag from her with the other, saying, I think the color of this bag is a bit dark and old-fashioned, it doesn't really suit you. After all, having been in society for so many years, wasn't it easy to fool a college student who hadn't entered the workforce yet? The sales assistant next to them heard Sun Yi's words and immediately seized the opportunity to say, this is a new arrival today, and there's also a white version that looks a bit younger. Limited edition items have higher commission rates, so the sales assistant hoped to close the deal quickly. Yang Yun was clearly a bit pleased. Just as she was about to ask the sales assistant to show her, Sunny interrupted her, I don't think this bag suits you, let's go look at something else. Yang Yun had served him well yesterday, which was why he agreed to take her out to buy a bag as a reward. He could accept spending tens of thousands, but this price was out of the question. Sunny was very clear in his mind, he had money, but he absolutely wouldn't spend it all on women. While the two were talking, Chen Chen walked over to them, looking at the limited edition bag set aside, and asked, are you buying it? Sunny and Yang Yun were still in a silent battle, but upon hearing Chen Chen's words, they immediately turned their hostility towards him, glaring as they asked, what do you mean by that? If we're not buying, can you afford it? This was a limited edition bag worth 300,000, how could a poor college student afford it? Sunny looked at Chen Chen's handsome face and sneered, just a broke student, acting like a big spender here. Buying a designer bag? You should check your meal card to see if you have enough for dinner tonight. Comparing himself to someone with such financial strength was just asking for trouble. Chen Shen listened to their words and almost laughed in anger. He was still pretending to be a big spender? If you can't even afford something this cheap, how can you call yourself a college student? Just a broke loser, both poor and dishonest, Chen Shen retorted without holding back. This pair of dog men and women were not good people. The man objectified women, and the woman lacked self-respect. They were indeed a perfect match. Chen Shen's few words drove Sun Yi crazy. If they weren't in a luxury store, he would have loved to fight Chen Shen on the spot. What a joke, a broke college student, and he looked down on him for being poor. Sun Yi glared at Chen Shen, wanting to see if he could afford this bag. The sales assistant listened to Chen Shen's words and looked at his tall and handsome figure, a flash of admiration quickly passing through her eyes. Sir, do you want this one? Chen Shen nodded, and the sales assistant happily said, Great. Do you want this black one or the white one? We have another white one in stock. Chen Shen looked at the bag in his hand and smiled at the sales assistant. Naturally, I want both. Wrap them both up for me. Buying two at once? Sunny and Yang Yun were both furious and annoyed. Wasn't this just a deliberate show for them? They didn't believe Chen Shen had the money to pay, so they simply followed behind him, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Chen Shen certainly knew what these two were thinking and sneered. 2 bags are only 600,000. If you don't have that much money, what are you doing in a luxury store? As he spoke, Chen Shen had already handed over his bank card to the sales assistant, saying, Swipe the card first, we'll settle the rest later. The sales assistant smiled as she took the card, her impression of Chen Shen skyrocketing. Look at this boyfriend, handsome, fit, and so wealthy. Wow, it's really enviable. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Yi and Yan Yun, the transaction was completed. Detected that the host just spent 599,600 yuan, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate 5,996,000. Seeing the receipt appear, Sun Yi and Yang Yun both gasped in shock, their eyes wide. They looked at each other, disbelief written all over their faces. Are college students really this wealthy now? 600,000 just for 2 bags? To be so capable at such a young age is just too impressive. Yang Yin looked at Chen Shen with eyes full of envy. Such a young man, yet so wealthy, he must come from a very good family. Glancing not far away at Lu Ruan, Yang Yin felt a deep sadness in her heart. It was this Lu Ruan again, inexplicably overshadowing her. Was it just because she was a bit more attractive? How could she have found such a good boyfriend? She must have used some kind of seductive trick, or else she was just a top-tier green tea bitch. Otherwise, how could she possibly deceive such a good guy? Just as Sunny and Yang Yan's expression shifted from red to white, Chen Shen took the bag and bank card, walked over to Lu Ruan, and said with a smile, Here, this is for you. Lu Ruan took it and was momentarily stunned. 2 identical bags? Chen Shen chuckled softly, his deep voice brushing past Lu Ruan's ear. 2 colors, you can switch them up. If not, you can give one to Ruyu. Chen Shen was in a good mood. Not only had he found a beautiful tool, but he also encountered 2 admirers while shopping. What an interesting experience. However, for Chen Shen, this was just a minor episode, quickly cast aside. He wandered around the store, looking at the bags, each one perfectly suited for Lu Ruan. There was no helping it, Lu Ruan was naturally beautiful, with an outstanding aura, and these bags barely matched her. Wrap these up for me too. Chen Shen casually pointed, and the sales assistant hurried over to pack them. Chen Shen then moved to the jewelry counter and picked out several exquisite bracelets. One sales assistant wasn't enough, so another quickly came over to help with the packing. The unit prices of these items were not low, just adding them up already exceeded $1 million. Chen Shen didn't care at all, he didn't even ask the price and directly handed over his bank card. For Chen Shen, he preferred these items to be a bit more expensive, so he wouldn't waste time on spending money. The sales assistants looked at Chen Shen with endless admiration. She respectfully took the bank card, swiped it, and returned the card along with the receipt to Chen Shen. Detected that the host just spent 660,000, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate of 6 million. Chen Shen looked at the flashing screen in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, but he could still do better. Yang Yun and Sunny watched from the side, especially seeing Chen Shen's nonchalant expression. They suddenly had nothing to say. They felt as if an invisible hand had slapped them hard across the face, leaving their cheeks burning. This young man was definitely not just an ordinary rich second generation. Even an average rich second generation would not be able to handle such extravagance. Is there anything else you want to buy? Chen Shen stood in front of Lu Ruan, who shook her head vigorously at the pile of spoils. With so many items, it would be a hassle for the 2 of them to carry them. As Chen Shen calculated the rebate in his mind and prepared to leave with Lu Ruan, he heard a sales assistant rushing up from behind, saying, Sir, please wait a moment, you haven't taken your warranty card. This was their globally recognized warranty card, whether for leather goods or jewelry, anything broken could be repaired. Shen Shen looked at the warranty card in the sales assistant's hand and shook his head, saying, "No need, if it breaks, I'll just buy a new one. It's just some bags, do I really need a warranty card?" Shen Shen's voice wasn't loud, but everyone around heard it clearly. Shock was instantly written all over their faces. Goodness, just look at how domineering his words were. If it breaks, just replace it, there's no need to repair it. These were top-tier luxury goods globally, even a single item would cost 4 or 5 figures. Such a precious item, just throw it away if it breaks? TSK, such domineering words, how many girls dream of a boyfriend like that? In an instant, everyone looked at Lu Ruan with eyes full of jealousy and envy. This is the boyfriend everyone longs for, this girl is so lucky. Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Shen Shen took Lu Ruan out of the Chanel store. Looking at the newly bought bag in his hand and then at the clothes Lu Ruan was wearing, Shen Shen began to calculate in his mind. Let's go to other stores and buy some useful things for Lu Ruan. As he spoke, Shen Shen started to lead Lu Ruan, officially beginning their shopping spree for the day. Next to them was an LV store. As soon as the sales assistant saw the large and small bags in Shen Shen's hands, a look of surprise and shock quickly flashed in her eyes. The next moment, they hurriedly approached with great respect, greeting Shen Shen and Lu Ruan with utmost courtesy. "Hello to both of you." One of the sales assistants even thoughtfully stepped forward to take the shopping bags from Shen Shen's hands, making it easier for him to continue browsing. Shen Shen glanced at the new women's clothing section, saw that this year's designs were quite good, and pointed to a few sets. Lu Ruan saw Shen Shen's actions and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, saying, as expected of a straight man, "You picked out these few sets that aren't even nice." Upon hearing this, Shen Shen raised an eyebrow and instructed the sales assistant behind him, "I want all the others except for those few sets. As for the size, it will be this lady's size." While saying this, Shen Shen pointed at Lu Ruan beside him, signaling to the sales assistant. The sales assistant quickly nodded. Such a big client definitely deserves the best service. Lu Ruan listened from the side and felt like her head was about to explode. All the others, except for those few sets? How much would that cost? Just as Lu Ruan was about to dissuade Shen Shen, she saw him already handing over his bank card, ready to pay. Seeing Lu Ruan's hesitant expression, Shen Shen blinked and smiled, saying, "LV's bags aren't particularly good-looking, let's just buy some of their clothes and accessories." "Hello, sir, your total expenditure is 580,000. The sales assistant respectfully handed over the receipt and bank card, saying with great courtesy. Shen Shen took the bank card, holding their spoils, and started heading towards the next luxury store. Noticing that Armani's perfumes looked nice, Shen Shen directly swiped his card to buy the entire set. The set was also quite good, and he asked the sales assistant to wrap it up directly. Shen Shen was buying happily, and the number of shopping bags in their hands kept increasing. Watching the young couple carrying large and small bags while shopping instantly attracted the attention of those around them. Many passers-by looked at the two with envy, not just admiring their purchasing power but also amazed by their top-notch figures and looks. Wow, look at how they shop on the street, this is the way to be a winner in life. So envious. All luxury shopping bags, various bags and clothes, this is too rich, right? I wonder if they are all new styles. Luxury goods hardly ever go on sale, whether new or not, they are all so expensive. What's the difference? So rich and looking so good, this must be the treatment of a love child of God. Shen Shen paid no mind to the gazes of the passers-by, he looked at Lu Ruan beside him and gently asked, "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Lu Ruan looked at the bags in her hands, her expression almost in tears, and said, "Shen Shen, look, we've bought so much now, cosmetics, clothes, bags, all of it. Look at the way they are looking at me, if they didn't know better, they'd think I was your mistress, and you're supporting me." As she said this, Lu Ruan looked seriously at Shen Shen, her tone somewhat pleading as she said, "I really won't buy it anymore, okay? Shen Shen, what kind of expression and tone is that? Those who know would think I'm buying things for you, while those who don't would think I'm trying to scam you using your credit card." Shen Shen sighed helplessly, his gaze towards Lu Ruan filled with disappointment. He thought to himself, how can you have no awareness of being a tool? Spending money on you could earn me some rewards. Shen Shen sighed again, shaking his head as he looked at Lu Ruan, saying, "You won't even spend money when given the chance, you're really useless." Lu Ruan. Ah, this. If Shen Shen says that, I have nothing to retort. But she really couldn't buy anything more. Today, she had already reached her spending limit. Shen Shen looked at Lu Ruan's expression, thought for a moment, and pointed at the Armani store in front of them, saying, "Come on, let's go in and buy a dress for my cousin." Shen Shen secretly thought, at least this way I can earn a little back. I'm really a diligent moneymaker, seizing every possible opportunity. TSK, This feeling of working hard to earn money is just damn sweet. Lu Ruan looked defensive, clutching her shopping bag tightly, and said with a face of defiance, "You go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Lu Ruan was determined. She absolutely could not go in. Otherwise, if she followed Chen Chen through the store's entrance, it would be an uncontrollable situation. To be honest, Lu Ruan had never felt such fear about shopping in all these years. Chen Chen's way of shopping was truly terrifying. "I really won't buy it for you, I'm just asking you to help me look. It's really for my cousin." Chen Chen looked helplessly at Lu Ruan, wondering why this girl was so guarded. Lu Ruan shook her head. She had already noticed that Chen Chen had great taste in clothes, and that was enough for picking out clothes for his cousin. What she bought today was truly enough. She resolutely could not go in. Chen Chen had no choice but to walk into the store himself and buy a few outfits for his cousin. When he came out, seeing Lu Ruan loaded with shopping bags, he smirked and said, "I see you really don't want to buy anything anymore. Let's go, I'll take you home." After all, with so many things in their hands, it would be inconvenient to go anywhere, so it was better to head home first. As soon as Lu Ruan heard they were going home, she immediately nodded excitedly and said cutely, Okay. Chen Chen. Today's girls are really hard to read. Some girls would give up their dignity for a handbag. And yet, when he forced his girl to buy something, she stubbornly refused. Earning money these days is not easy. The two walked towards the parking lot, and feeling Chen Chen's occasional glances, Lu Ruan puffed up her cheeks and said, "What are you looking at? Look at my hands, I can barely hold all this. I bet your trunk won't even fit all this stuff." At the rate Chen Chen was buying, it wouldn't matter if he drove a supercar or an RV, they would easily be overweight. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan's puffed cheeks and found her particularly cute, chuckling. "It's fine, the trunk space is like a career line, you can always squeeze a little more in." Just then, not far away, they spotted Yang Yun and Sunny, who had just seen Chen Chen and Lu Ruan. Upon seeing the numerous shopping bags in their hands, their eyes widened in disbelief. No way, did they really buy so many luxury items in such a short time? And all of them were big brands. Is this Chen Chen too rich? Buying so many things without even blinking. Especially Yang Yun, her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Chen Chen. This Chen Chen is simply a gold mine. She glared at Lu Ruan, filled with jealousy. How great it would be if she were standing next to Chen Chen. Yang Yun completely failed to notice that beside her, Sun Yi's eyes were glued to Lu Ruan, unwilling to look away for a long time. Being rich is good, real wealthy people have truly exceptional women by their side. As Chen Chen joked with Lu Ruan, they had already arrived next to the Aston Martin. The supercar's trunk is located under the front hood, and after Chen Chen opened it, he waved to Lu Ruan to put her things inside. "See, I told you it wouldn't fit." Lu Ruan tried it, looking at the hood that wouldn't close, and said helplessly. Chen Chen grinned and looked at Lu Ruan, saying, "You can tell you've never watched short videos, don't girls always use their body strength to close it after shopping?" After saying that, Chen Chen reached out, pressed Lu Ruan down onto the hood, and then pushed down hard. With a click, the trunk was locked. "I told you to eat more, but you didn't listen, look, the hood won't even close." Chen Chen teased, looking down at Lu Ruan. "If you can't spend money, your weight won't fit in the trunk." Lu Ruan rolled her eyes, haughtily opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat, pouting, "Humph, I won't argue with you." Chen Chen blinked, grinning mischievously, "Right, always pouting like that, you'll easily turn into a little frog. By the time the Qixi festival comes, you'll be singing the lonely song all by yourself, how pitiful." "Lonely song?" Lu Ruan raised an eyebrow at Chen Chen's words, wondering what song that was. Chen Chen burst out laughing. "Think about it, frogs croak, right? Lonely old people." "Oh, you're teasing me again." Lu Ruan couldn't help but laugh, giving Chen Chen a light punch on the chest. "That rascal." Meanwhile, not far away, Yang Yun and Sunny watched as Chen Chen and Lu Ruan drove away in the Aston Martin, feeling even more shocked. That was an Aston Martin, a top-tier supercar. Sunny, a car enthusiast, recognized at a glance that Chen Chen was driving the globally limited Aston Martin 1-77. This car was a global limited edition, with only 5 available for sale in all of China. With a price tag of over 50 million, it was not something an ordinary person could afford. Just like Sunny, although he was envious, could he really buy a sports car for over 50 million? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't have that much wealth. But that young man just now was actually one of the owners of one of those cars. What kind of simple identity could such a person have? Thinking of this, Sunny felt his legs weaken, almost wanting to collapse to the ground. Did they just act tough in front of such a wealthy person? This was truly like lighting a lamp in the toilet, asking for death. Someone who can afford a supercar worth over 50 million, what kind of conditions must they have? Such a young person must at least be from a prominent family. If it were someone else, they would be eager to befriend such a person. How could they possibly offend them or act tough in front of them? If that person really wanted to hold them accountable, it would definitely be a disaster. The more Sunny thought about it, the angrier he became. He was just out accompanying Yang Yun to shop. It was all this woman's fault that he offended a big shot. Such a woman is a disaster. If she stayed by his side, she would only bring him trouble. Thinking of this, a look of determination flashed across Sun Yi's face. He looked at Yang Yun, who was equally stunned, and directly pulled out his bag, taking out a small stack of 100 yuan bills and stuffing them into her arms. "Take this money, and don't contact me again." After saying that, Sunny walked towards his car without looking back, ignoring Yang Yun's various pleas and apologies behind him, showing not a trace of reluctance. After all, for Sunny, as long as he had money, a woman like Yang Yun was something he could have as much as he wanted. But if she posed a threat to his career, even if she offered money, he wouldn't want her. Watching Sunny drive away, Yang Yun cried in the parking lot, her tears flowing like rain. That damn Sunny just left like that. Now, aside from packing the money, she really had nothing else to do but walk home in defeat. Chen Chen drove Lu Ruan downstairs. "Go get your things." Chen Chen waved his hand and smiled at Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan got out of the car helplessly, carrying large and small bags. With so many things to carry, she had a bag tucked under her arm, looking like a little penguin from behind. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan's adorable appearance, unable to suppress a smile, and turned his head to rummage through the shopping bags. He casually pulled out a bottle of cosmetics covered in foreign text, glanced at the receipt, and said with a grin, "This one costs 30,000, here, hold it tight." "Oh, this one is 200,000. I'll hang it on your pinky, hold it well." Lu Ruan stiffened, almost crying. Her hands were full of luxury brands, and if she dropped them, it would be unimaginable. Chen Chen was really something. With so many things already, he still wanted to add more. Seeing that Lu Ruan had gathered all her things, he waved at her and said, "All right, the stuff is delivered, I'll be off now." Lu Ruan carefully held the shopping bags, and after hearing Chen Chen's words, she shot him a glance before slowly making her way towards the front door. Because there were simply too many shopping bags, Lu Ruan immediately attracted the attention of many nearby people. Many of the residents here were acquaintances, and seeing the daughter of the Lu family return with so many things, especially in a super luxurious car, they all widened their eyes in gossip. Feeling their gazes, Lu Ruan's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly moved towards the hallway. Finally reaching the front door, Lu Ruan truly couldn't free her hands to open it, so she called out, "Mom and Dad, Ruyue, are you home? Open the door for me." Lu Ruyue happened to be at home, and upon hearing her sister's voice at the door, she quickly went to open it. As soon as the door swung open, Lu Ruyue saw her sister looking like a human transport machine, covered in shopping bags. Shocked by the sight of her sister, Lu Ruyue exclaimed, "Sis, what on earth did you do?" While speaking, Lu Ruyue hurriedly stepped forward to help her sister take down some shopping bags. She casually opened one of the bags and gasped, her eyes widening, "Wow, this is this year's limited edition from Shangzhou, worth several 100,000. Sis, did you go out to rob the rich and help the poor?" Lu Ruan was taken aback by her words, glaring at her sister with a stern face. "What are you talking about? Where would I go to rob the rich and help the poor?" According to her sister, was she the poor one? Lu Ruyue looked at the shopping bags in shock, flipping through them one by one, and soon the room was filled with her exclamations. "These clothes are all the latest styles. The ones I saw online are all here. My goodness, did you clear out the entire clothing section? The spicy girl's face cream, you actually bought 500 milliliters? That's so extravagant, it's like wholesale. Sis, you're going to be using that alone until the end of time. Wow, a limited edition handbag, and you bought two at once, in different colors? This one costs 300,000. Looking at those luxury items, Lu Ruyu couldn't help but widen her eyes, murmuring to herself, "Brother Chen Chen is really willing to spend, but sis, you've changed. You've become materialistic, actually trading your first time for these things." As Lu Ruyu spoke, her beautiful brows furrowed, thinking about how to persuade her sister. Lu Ruyan, however, completely missed her sister's point and felt a sense of helplessness. She thought, this is all because Brother Chen Chen insisted on buying these for me. Ha! What does first time even mean? Lu Ruyan glanced at her sister, wondering why this girl was acting so strangely today. "There's also something for you here," Lu Ruyan said without thinking much, still chatting with her sister. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyu did not look as happy as she had imagined. Instead, she resolutely said, "No, I can't accept it." Can't accept it? Lu Ruyan looked puzzled. This was completely out of character for her sister. Usually, when she saw something good, she would be the first to pounce on it, almost wanting to claim it as her own. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu exchanged glances, both feeling that the way the other looked at them was a bit strange. At that moment, Chen Chen was driving fast towards home. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Chen pulled over, took out his phone, and looked at the message. It was a transfer record on WeChat, a total of 5,800 yuan. As Chen Chen looked at the amount, puzzled, he saw the WeChat screen change, popping up a voice call. Seeing the cute cartoon avatar, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Chen's lips. The caller was his cousin, Su Jishi. Just seeing her name made Chen Chen's gaze soften noticeably. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood, a time when life was very happy. After his parents left when he was young, he often stayed at his aunt's house. His aunt treated him like her own son, and his little cousin naturally became his shadow. No matter where he went, that little girl would chase after him with her short legs, which was just adorable to think about. Even now, as they grew older, the little girl was still very attached to him, often calling him and chatting via video. Thinking of this, Chen Chen quickly pressed the answer button. "Cousin, it's me." As soon as the call connected, the little girl's voice rang out on the other end. "This is the money Mom gave you. She said not to treat yourself poorly." Hearing the sweet voice of the little girl, Chen Chen felt warmth in his heart, a smile spreading across his face as he asked, "Didn't Aunt give 5,000 before? Why is it more this time?" Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, the little girl on the other end fell silent for a moment before saying, "Maybe Mom thinks this amount is better? Oh, cousin, just buy some good food, don't treat yourself poorly. I'll hang up now." As soon as Chen Chen heard his little cousin was about to hang up, he quickly interrupted, "Wait a minute, I'll come to your school to find you soon, just in time to bring you some things." He had just bought quite a few things for the little girl. He wanted to deliver them to make her happy. Su Jishi hesitated for a moment and said to Chen Chen, "I still have class, cousin, I have one more class. If you come now, I can't come out. It's really hot outside," and Su Jishi didn't want her cousin to wait outside for her. How miserable. "It's fine, I'll need some time to get there anyway, just focus on your class." Chen Chen could sense Su Jishi's concern, and his tone softened several degrees. "Okay, cousin, then I'll wait for you to come." Su Jishi's voice was filled with joy, and after hanging up the phone with Chen Chen, she wore a beaming smile. Her best friend, sitting beside her, couldn't help but tease, "You little liar, you clearly have plenty of money from tutoring, yet you still pretend." This little girl was obviously concerned about her cousin, afraid he would live frugally and not do well, yet she stubbornly kept quiet about it. Thinking of this, her friend looked at Su Jishi with a playful smile, raised an eyebrow, and asked cheekily, "Baby, do you still need a cousin? Go away." Su Jishi pretended to lightly scold her friend, knowing she was just joking. She then lifted her chin, thinking about how she would see her cousin soon, and proudly declared, "Sister has money, sister is willing, that's just how willful I am." She just wanted to treat her cousin well, to pamper him, so what? The other roommates nearby saw Su Jishi's expression and couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Especially seeing her take out money and look so happy, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, having money brings happiness. Look at Jishi's little face, it's about to bloom like a flower." Su Jishi didn't mind her roommates teasing. She looked at them with a proud expression and said, "I'm not happy because of that little bit of money. It's my cousin. He said he would come find me soon." She hadn't seen her cousin in a long time and missed him so much. As soon as she mentioned her cousin, Su Jishi had so much to say. She looked at her roommates with a smug expression and said mysteriously, "Let me tell you, my cousin is super handsome. When you see him later, you better take care of your little hearts." If anyone fell for her cousin, this cousin wouldn't help. Hearing Su Jishi describe her cousin as someone rare and extraordinary, her roommates were all filled with anticipation. One of the roommates, with a sly grin, said, "We have to take a good look at the cousin Jishi has been thinking about, to see if he's really handsome. I guarantee with my character, he's incredibly handsome," Su Jishi declared earnestly. The roommates exchanged glances, giggling, and said, "Then we have to look forward to it. With you saying that, we won't be able to focus in class later." The girls gathered together, chattering excitedly, each of their faces beaming with happiness as they walked into the classroom. As soon as Su Jishi and her friends entered, the entire classroom fell silent for a moment. The boys who had been loudly bragging just moments before immediately straightened up and instinctively put their best faces forward upon seeing Su Jishi. They held their poses while stealing glances at her beautiful cheeks, their eyes filled with admiration and affection. The boys huddled together, lowering their voices to discuss, "Why do I feel like Su Xiaohua is even prettier today than yesterday? Just look at that palm-sized little face, it's simply a masterpiece from God." The moment Su Xiaohua appeared, my heart was racing. It felt like it was about to jump out. Especially when I saw her smile, wow, I immediately felt weak. I'd do anything for her. Among all the boys in our school, aside from the gay ones, which boy doesn't like Su Xiaohua? She's beautiful, has a great personality, and is approachable. She's simply the epitome of a perfect woman. Just as the boys were excitedly admiring Su Jishi, a few well-dressed boys nearby looked at them disdainfully and sneered, "You can only envy. After today, Su Xiaohua will be our Lei Ji's girl." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze subtly shifted to a young man nearby. It was Lu Lei, the Lei Gu the boys had mentioned. Lu Lei sat in his chair, striking a pose reminiscent of Guyu's famous lounging style, looking like a patient suffering from osteomalacia. Dressed in a full outfit from Da Vinci, he couldn't help but yawn when he overheard a few boys nearby talking about him, appearing as if he hadn't fully woken up. The dark circles under his eyes clearly indicated that he was a rich second generation who enjoyed the nightlife, his body drained by indulgence. Feeling the gaze of many people upon him, Lu Lei frowned and shouted at them, "What are you looking at? Looking for trouble?" The boys who were scolded dared not retaliate, especially when they heard them say they wanted to pursue the campus beauty, Su Jishi, which made them even angrier. Lu Lei and his group were notorious rich kids at school. Even during classes, their means of transportation were luxury cars like Porsche Panameras. Relying on their family's wealth, they wreaked havoc at school, doing nothing good. Not only did they flaunt their arrogant demeanor, but they also couldn't resist flirting with pretty girls. Several of their male classmates had their girlfriends stolen by this group. If it were true love, those boys wouldn't say much, as fate is something hard to explain. But these scoundrels would dump the girls within a month. Truly a bunch of scum, worthless men. Faced with such a situation, the other boys could only swallow their anger. After all, their families were ordinary people and couldn't compete with the children of wealthy locals. In their helplessness, they had to endure and try to avoid any interaction with these spoiled rich kids. Now seeing them set their sights on Su Daxioa, they could only silently pray that Su Daxioa had the wisdom to see through these people's true nature. Since Su Jishi entered the classroom, Lu Lei's gaze had not left her. Especially when he saw Su Jishi's smiling face, his eyes seemed to want to be glued to her. This campus beauty was indeed stunning. Only a goddess like her deserved to stand by his side. Just thinking about soon being able to embrace such beauty made Lu Lei's heart race with excitement. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze and turned to his friends, whispering, "Are you all ready?" No matter what, he had to confess to Su Jishi today. The other young men chuckled, exchanging glances before their eyes finally settled back on Lu Lei, saying, "Don't worry, brother Lei, we've arranged everything as you instructed." Lu Lei squinted his eyes, looking at them and instructing, "All right. When class is about to end, you guys go set things up." As for himself, he definitely needed to keep an eye on Su Jishi in the classroom. Otherwise, if the leading lady accidentally left, all their preparations would be in vain. With that thought, Lu Lei's gaze unknowingly fell back on Su Jishi. It had to be said, she was indeed beautiful, and her figure was even more stunning. Wearing the simplest jeans and a t-shirt, Su Jishi looked adorable, her feminine curves showcased perfectly. Looking at those exquisite lines, Lu Lei instantly felt his breath grow heavy. No matter how passionately the teacher spoke at the front, Lu Lei couldn't muster any attention. For him, the most important thing right now was to win over Su Jishi. Soon, the class came to an end. Su Jishi watched as the teacher left the classroom, and with a happy face, she walked out with her roommates. One roommate looked at the light-footed Su Jishi and smiled, saying, "Look at you so happy, you must be excited to see your cousin." That's right. Su Jishi didn't hide her feelings at all, just the thought of seeing her cousin made her happy. A few roommates gathered around, chatting cheerfully with Su Jishi, when suddenly they heard a commotion from the other side. Many students were gathered there, discussing animatedly. "Look over there, what a grand scene. These flowers are really beautiful, they fill up so much space, how much money must this have cost? With such a grand display, if it were me, I would definitely agree. It's just a pity that no one has the eye to recognize a hero. It's so romantic. I love such a grand gesture, it's much better than just standing downstairs singing." Su Jishi and the others didn't pay much attention and walked outside. As soon as the girls stepped out of the teaching building, they saw a lot of red roses arranged in front of it. Large bouquets of red roses were displayed, vibrant and fresh, with droplets of dew on them, clearly just delivered today. For a moment, the air was filled with the fragrance of roses, making them appear even more enchanting amidst the crowd of students. Next to the flowers, several sports cars were parked. This was clearly a carefully measured parking arrangement, perfectly encircling the sea of roses. After all, they were sports cars, and the whole setup looked quite extravagant. Just as the students were feeling envious, Lu Lei emerged from behind one of the sports cars. He was also holding a bouquet of roses. However, the roses he held seemed to be in greater quantity and were wrapped in a more luxurious manner. Each exquisite rose was sprinkled with fine blue glitter, making them sparkle. Although he had come out early to prepare, Lu Lei's eyes were fixed on Su Jishi, revealing his unabashed desire. Lu Lei adjusted the position of the flowers in his arms, looked at Su Zhishi, and slowly walked up to her, smiling as he said, Zhishi, I've liked you for a long time. I hope you will accept my pursuit and be my girlfriend. Upon hearing Lu Lei finish his lines, his sycophants immediately began to cheer, shouting loudly, Sister-in-law, just agree to Brother Lei's pursuit. Yeah, you're the girl Brother Lei has been seriously pursuing. Once you agree, you'll definitely be the happiest girl in our school. Who doesn't know that Brother Lei is the most generous? As long as you're with him, anything you want will just be a matter of a word. Such a good love is right in front of you. What's there to hesitate about? Hurry up and agree. We're all waiting to meet our sister-in-law. Su Zhishi's roommates immediately became alert. Everyone in the school knew what kind of people Lu Lei and his friends were. To think they wanted to be with Zhishi was simply outrageous. Su Zhishi also frowned slightly. She had heard about these people's deeds and was naturally aware of their character. Therefore, without hesitation, Su Zhishi said to Lu Lei, I'm sorry, I refuse. She would never be with such scum. Even if they blocked her door with roses, or brought a rose manor, she wouldn't even glance at it. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback. Su Zhishi actually rejected him so decisively? Lu Lei seemed to have never considered that Su Zhishi would refuse. He tightened his grip on the flowers, and his expression darkened. With so many people around, Lu Lei couldn't lose his temper directly. He suppressed his anger and slickly assured her, Zhishi, I know you have concerns. But don't worry, I can swear to you that as long as you agree to be with me, I will treat you well. Moreover, I truly like you, and from now on, I will only like you. With determination in his eyes, Lu Lei leaned closer to Su Zhishi while holding a bouquet of flowers. His intentions were already very clear. Su Zhishi hated Lu Lei's proximity and instinctively stepped aside. She took out her phone to check the time, thinking her cousin should be arriving soon, and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, just as Su Zhishi turned around, her path was blocked. It was Lu Lei, grinning at her, saying, Don't be shy, Zhishi. You promised me first. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. The sycophants beside him saw Lu Lei move forward and immediately began to cheer him on, saying, Sister-in-law, if you don't agree soon, you might have a hard time leaving today. That's for sure. Not only will Lega not let you go, but we won't let you go either. Hurry up and give an answer. Big school beauty. But if you think about refusing, don't even think about it. We didn't come here to hear that. Su Zhishi and her roommates were immediately angered by their words. What did these people mean? Were they trying to force a confession and not allow a refusal? What nonsense! Just as these people were making a fuss, a commotion arose from a distance. The students instinctively turned to look and saw a white Aston Martin 1-77 roaring towards them. Seeing such a beautiful and flashy supercar, the students' eyes widened in shock, and many gasped in disbelief. No way! When did such a cool supercar come to their school? The students were filled with astonishment, hardly believing their eyes. What the hell is that car? It's too beautiful. That car must be very expensive, right? Not only does it look good, but even the paint seems to shine under the sunlight, so unique. You guys, move aside. Let me take a couple of pictures. If I post this gorgeous car on my social media, my girlfriend will be just around the corner. Seeing the strange looks from so many students, Lu Lei and the others frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Just one glance, and they were all frozen in place. What were they seeing? This supercar was simply too cool. Look at its alluring streamlined shape and the massive roar it made when it drove in. Every detail reflected its extraordinary nature. Just as everyone was in shock, one of Lu Lei's friends suddenly covered his mouth and exclaimed, This is actually the Aston Martin 1-77. Goodness, there are only 77 of these top-tier supercars in the world, and it probably costs over 50 million. He loved all kinds of sports cars. After all, besides girlfriends, cars were a man's little mistress. So, upon seeing this car for the first time, he recognized it immediately. So beautiful. No wonder it's a globally limited edition. Everything about it is perfect. Upon hearing his words, the students present nearly popped their eyes out. No way, a car worth over 50 million? What kind of person could afford to spend that much on a car? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of many students, someone like Lu Lei was already a top-tier rich second generation. Now they truly realized that in this world, there was always someone better, and there were always greater heights. In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards the Aston Martin was filled not only with envy but also with awe and curiosity. Everyone was eager to know what kind of person could afford such an expensive sports car. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, the car stopped beside the teaching building, and Chen Chen opened the door and stepped out. At the sight of Chen Chen, the entire area in front of the teaching building fell into silence. It was as if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button. This man was just too handsome. Not only was he tall, but his figure was also model-like, perfectly proportioned. The top-notch clothes from the wardrobe only accentuated his upright demeanor, making him look like a true scion of a wealthy family. When the girls saw Chen Chen's face, they instinctively covered their mouths, fearing they might scream. This young man was just too good-looking. He looked only a couple of years older than them, but his handsome features and exquisite facial structure made it seem like he could debut as a star at any moment. Not to mention, Chen Chen's aura was astonishingly impressive. Even the current top celebrities couldn't match the feeling he gave off. Rather than saying that the classmates were all stunned, it was more accurate to say they were mesmerized. Lu Lei and others looked at Chen Chen with eyes full of admiration and envy, realizing this was the true essence of a wealthy family. His aura was simply extraordinary. This person in front of them must be a scion of a prestigious family, right? Compared to someone like him, they were merely nouveau riche. It is said that it takes 3 generations to cultivate a noble. This saying was indeed true. Su Zhishi, along with a few roommates, was about to leave when she suddenly spotted Chen Chen stepping out of the car, and she was visibly taken aback, exclaiming, "Cousin?" Her cousin was still as handsome as ever, but when did he become so wealthy? They had just heard that this sports car cost over 50 million. Cousin? Upon hearing Su Zhishi's words, everyone was completely dumbfounded. This handsome guy was actually Su Zhishi's cousin? The genes in this family were just too powerful. Lu Lei and the others were even more shocked upon hearing Su Zhishi's words. This seemingly noble person was actually her cousin? If he found out about Lu Lei's earlier attempt to force her to be his girlfriend, wouldn't that end badly for him? Thinking of this, Lu Lei instinctively exchanged glances with his friends, and they all saw fear reflected in each other's eyes. In that instant, their legs began to feel weak. If they really offended such a big shot, they would be finished. At that moment, Chen Chen also noticed Su Zhishi. Looking at his increasingly beautiful cousin, he gently asked, "Class is over?" As he spoke, Chen Chen noticed Lu Lei standing nearby, and seeing the display Lu Lei was putting on the flowers in his hand, his brow furrowed slightly. He coldly glanced at Lu Lei and said, "What is this?" Hearing the big shot's question and noticing the obvious chill in his tone, Lu Lei nearly wet himself. He swallowed hard, took a moment, and finally managed to say, "Ahem, brother. Big brother, I'm just a campus part-time flower seller. I was just asking if Su Zhishi wanted to buy some flowers." In such a short time, this was the most reasonable excuse Lu Lei could come up with. Chen Chen's cold gaze lingered on Lu Lei's face for a couple of circles before he directly replied, "Not buying." Upon hearing this, Lu Lei forced a smile and said, "Okay, big brother, sorry to bother you." As he spoke, Lu Lei instinctively began to walk away, wanting to distance himself from Chen Chen. But Lu Lei was too scared, his legs started to give way, and he stumbled, falling heavily to the ground. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to such small fry. He put on a warm smile and said to Su Zhishi and a few of her roommates, "Come on, let's go to the car. I bought you some things." Su Zhishi and her roommates were very happy to hear this, bouncing along behind Chen Chen. Just seeing her cousin made Su Zhishi immensely satisfied. Although she didn't understand why her cousin had changed so much, he was getting better, and that was enough. The roommates, having seen such a handsome cousin, were already smitten, their little hearts racing with excitement. Zhishi was absolutely right, her cousin was stunningly handsome. The girls couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Chen, even thinking about wanting to become Su Zhishi's sister-in-law. Watching the change in the atmosphere and the attitude of Lu Lei and others towards Chen Chen, the students present were all utterly shocked. They huddled together, whispering among themselves, "I really didn't expect our Su University campus belle to have such a cousin. Not only is he rich, but he's also incredibly handsome. I can tolerate the handsomeness, after all, that's just good genes. Being rich is one thing, but I didn't expect him to be so low-key." If it weren't for the cousin showing up in person, we would have thought the Su campus belle came from an ordinary family. Usually, Lu Lei and the others are so arrogant, but when they see him, they act like mice seeing a cat. This is so satisfying. Finally, someone can put them in their place. Lu Lei and the others were still frozen in place, their hearts racing, feeling a chill all over. What if the cousin found out about what they had just done, or about things they had done in school before? Would this cousin deal with them? Thinking of this, Lu Lei felt all his strength drain away, collapsing directly to the ground. Chen Chen couldn't care less about those spoiled brats. With a smile on his face, he led his cousin Su Zhishi and the others towards the car. Opening the hood, revealing numerous luxury brand packaging bags inside, Chen Chen smiled at Su Zhishi and said, "These are all for you. Take them back and use them slowly." As he spoke, Chen Chen had already taken out those branded bags and handed them to Su Zhishi. Su Zhishi stood there, stunned, looking at so many brand packages. This. She recognized these brands. The items inside easily cost 5 figures, and her cousin had bought so many at once. Just looking at these packages, Sujishi instinctively refused, saying, "Cousin, I can't take these. Why don't you return them?" Although Sujishi didn't understand how her cousin suddenly became so wealthy, as a cousin, how could she squander the money her cousin had worked so hard to earn? Chen Shen looked at his cousin's beautiful little face, her features almost scrunched together, and couldn't help but laugh. He deliberately pointed to a handbag inside one of the bags and said with a smile, "If you don't want it, do you want me to carry this bag?" Sujishi, cousin, stop it. In an instant, Sujishi felt images starting to form in her mind. She burst out laughing, like a fleeting flower in full bloom, brightening the scene. She knew her cousin was saying these things just to make her accept the gifts. Since that was the case, Sujishi thought for a moment and took a portion of the bags in her hands, sweetly smiling at Chen Shen, thanking him. "Then thank you, cousin. This is actually my first time using such branded bags." Sujishi's family was just an ordinary one, not very wealthy, so it was impossible for them to buy their daughter branded bags. Although they didn't have much money, Sujishi's family was happy, raising her to be a girl with a strong sense of values. Otherwise, Lu Lei and the others wouldn't have made such a big deal. A designer bag would have been enough. Chen Shen looked at the numerous handbags in the trunk, then glanced at the few slender girls, and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, let's just put them in the car. I'll drive you all to your dorm." It would indeed be a bit too ostentatious for the girls to carry so many things back. Sujishi felt a warmth in her heart seeing her cousin care for her like this, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she replied, "Okay, thank you, cousin." Chen Shen was driving an Aston Martin supercar, which only had 2 seats, so after saying a few words to her roommates, Sujishi took the passenger seat in the Aston Martin. As the supercar roared like a beast towards the girls' dormitory, her roommates behind them showed expressions full of envy. "I'm so envious. Jishi actually has such a handsome and wealthy cousin, it's too enviable. If I were in the passenger seat of such a supercar, I would definitely be over the moon. I also want a cousin like that." And Jishi's cousin dotes on her so much. Just look at those luxury bags, there are so many, probably worth hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? Wow! With that much money, you could put a down payment on a house. Truly a rich person, just using these designer items feels so extravagant. I wonder if her cousin has a girlfriend. If I can't be a cousin, being a sister-in-law wouldn't be bad either. The roommates chattered excitedly as they quickly walked towards the dormitory. Chen Shen drove the car and soon arrived downstairs under Sujishi's direction. Picking up the designer paper bags, Sujishi said to Chen Shen, "Cousin, wait for me a moment, I'm going to take these upstairs now." Looking at the numerous shopping bags in her hands, Sujishi marveled inwardly. Her cousin's financial strength was definitely extraordinary. There were so many luxury items that she could barely carry them all. Many girls who had just finished class also spotted the Aston Martin and instantly widened their eyes. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe it. Such a beautiful supercar actually drove into their school? Many girls quickly took out their phones to sneakily take pictures and searched for information about the car online. Soon, upon seeing the introduction of the Aston Martin 1-77 on their phones, they gasped in shock. Over 50 million for a supercar? That's just too expensive. The girls were filled with amazement and shock as they hurried back to their dorms. This was such big news, they couldn't wait to share it with their other roommates. One girl in sportswear jogged back to the dorm, burst through the door, and shouted to her roommates inside, "You guys, come look downstairs. A supercar worth over 50 million just arrived." Over 50 million? The girl who had been sitting on a chair doing her makeup immediately jumped up as if her butt had springs, rushing to the window. She leaned out to look outside, her eyes shining with excitement. Such an expensive car really exists. At that moment, many dorm windows upstairs were pushed open, and little heads popped out, straining to look down and sneak a peek at the Aston Martin. While everyone was curious about the car owner, Chen Shen emerged from the car. He leaned against the car door, waiting for Sujishi to come down from the dorm. As soon as Chen Shen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. When they saw Chen Shen's face clearly, they almost wanted to scream. This guy was just too good-looking. Over 6 feet tall, with a perfect figure, and he looked so dashing and handsome. This was simply the official standard for a perfect boyfriend. Moreover, he was the top configuration. This charming aura, tinged with a hint of mystery, is utterly irresistible. Many girls are even secretly swallowing their saliva. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a top-tier handsome guy? The girls can no longer contain themselves and begin to whisper among each other. "Ah, this young man is just too handsome. I feel like I'm in love again. With a face like that, he could debut and cause a sensation. Can you all stop being so superficial? There are countless good-looking faces. We need to pay attention to the inner qualities, you know." This guy's aura is exceptional, it's not something money can buy. I need to consult the all-powerful internet, I want all the information about this young man. At the very least, I need to get his WeChat. Keep in touch first, then slowly make my move. He. The last girl's words seemed to remind the others. A girl with long, curly hair took out a small mirror and carefully touched up her makeup before walking towards Chun Chen. The girls nearby frowned at her actions. This girl is known as the social butterfly of the school. A woman like her might be hard for the young man to resist. Just as the girls were feeling anxious, the long-haired girl had already approached Chen Chen, speaking in a sweet, delicate voice. "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone to make a call?" As the school's social butterfly, the long-haired girl had her own ways with men. She felt that directly asking for his number was too tacky. It would be better to say she needed to borrow the phone, than call herself and naturally exchange WeChat. How could she not be interested in such a handsome and wealthy guy? Looking at Chen Chen up close, she found him even more attractive, his features more defined. Just as Chen Chen was about to respond to the long-haired girl, her phone rang at that moment. The long-haired girl, clearly experienced, handled the situation without embarrassment, throwing a flirtatious glance at Chen Chen and sweetly saying, "Young man, I just want to exchange WeChat with you." Chen Chen glanced at her with a calm expression and directly refused. "Sorry, it's not convenient." He was here to see his cousin, not to fish for girls. Not to mention that this girl didn't catch his eye, even for his cousin's sake. Chen Chen had to maintain a brotherly image. The long-haired girl never expected to face rejection. She stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. In just that short time, more girls gathered downstairs. They had heard that a handsome and wealthy young man was here, and they came to see the excitement. A few more pretty girls approached Chen Chen, asking for his WeChat, but he politely declined them all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Lei and the others were still in front of the teaching building, immersed in deep shock. The fear they felt earlier still left them breathless. Creak! A clear screech of brakes sounded, and suddenly a Ferrari LaFerrari appeared before them. The owner seemed to want to park in his space, but the flowers set up by Lu Lei and the others occupied the spot, forcing him to park aside. The students who hadn't left yet were once again stunned by the sudden appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari. What a strange occurrence this year, especially with so many. Just moments ago, an Aston Martin arrived, and now another Ferrari LaFerrari. What was happening at the school today? The students huddled together, discussing excitedly. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, a supercar worth over 20 million. Who would have thought that on a day when supercars are rarely seen, two would show up at once? What a beautiful car. Although it's not as expensive as the previous Aston Martin, it's still one of Ferrari's top models. Look at this seductive curve, it must be a Ferrari. Our school is really hitting the jackpot, two top luxury cars just showed up. I wonder who the owner is and what they're doing here. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, the door of the Ferrari LaFerrari swung open, and a young master stepped out. The young master was quite muscular, dressed in an Armani suit, looking very spirited. He glanced at the bouquets scattered in the parking space, shook his head gently, and sighed. These young people always indulge in such romance, and when they're done, they don't clean up. They have no sense of public morality. As he thought this, the young master walked forward, picked up the bouquets, and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. He was very meticulous, even picking up the petals blown down by the wind and throwing them into the bin as well. Nearby, Lu Lei and a few others also noticed the young master, and as soon as Lu Lei saw him, he immediately recognized him. Why is young master Zhang here at school? This was Zhang Haoran from the Zhang family in Jinling, quite famous in the second-generation circle. The Zhang family was a significant family in Jinling, primarily engaged in overseas trade and investments in the restaurant industry. Their assets amounted to tens of billions. They were considered one of the better developed local enterprises. Watching Zhang Haoran clean up the mess, Lu Lei dared not just stand by, he hurried over to help. "Zhang Gu, you can just rest over there, let me handle this. I was the one who put these here in the first place." Zhang Haoran was picking up petals when he heard Lu Lei's words and looked up. Upon seeing Lu Lei, he recognized him at once. This was a cousin of a young master in their circle, whom he had met once at a gathering. Zhang Haoran looked at Lu Lei and smiled. "Did you confess to a girl?" As soon as the word confess was mentioned, Lu Lei immediately recalled the terrifying experience from earlier, and his face turned dark. The past was too painful to look back on. Zhang Haoran saw this clearly and couldn't help but laugh. "Did it fail? That shouldn't be the case. I heard from your brother that you're quite good at it." Lu Lei's cousin was also a lecher, just like him, both were cut from the same cloth. Zhang Haoran teased Lu Lei in a joking tone. He looked down on such spoiled rich kids, who, with a bit of family money, forget their own surname and cause trouble for young girls everywhere. Lu Lei. At #UN%. Why? Why does he have to remind me of that experience? he just wanted to forget it all. However, facing Zhang Haoran, Lu Lei didn't dare to be too arrogant and explained with an awkward smile, Zhang, please don't bring up my embarrassing moment. It was my own fault for not recognizing the mountain. The car my cousin drives is an Aston Martin 1-77. How could I offend someone who can afford a supercar worth over 50 million? Although Lu Lei was a good-for-nothing rich kid, he wasn't stupid. He knew there were some people he couldn't afford to offend. 1-77? Hearing Lu Lei's words, even Zhang Haoran looked confused. He hadn't heard of anyone in Jinling buying a new car, especially one so extravagant. Zhang Haoran himself was part of the top circle, and such cars couldn't possibly be afforded by anyone from other circles. Such a person must have a significant status. Zhang Haoran squinted his eyes, looking at Lu Lei, and asked, "Where did the Aston Martin you mentioned go?" "It should be at the girls' dormitory." Lu Lei had just heard the conversation between Chen Chen and Su Zhishi, and it hadn't been long since he went over. They should still be downstairs. Zhang Haoran nodded, pointing to the trash on the ground. "You all clean this up. I'll go over there for a bit." As he spoke, Zhang Haoran had already opened the car door and stepped on the gas to leave. He was eager to see who the other party was. At that moment, Su Zhishi had just walked out of the dormitory building. As she bounced out, she was immediately stunned by the scene before her. She saw her cousin surrounded by a group of girls, with the car also encircled in the middle. Upon seeing this, Su Zhishi quickly squeezed in, hugging Chen Chen's arm and smiling as she said, "Cousin, I've put my things away, shall we go?" After saying that, Su Zhishi deliberately nudged the girl next to her. These girls were really something. If she hadn't arrived in time, they would have all pounced into her cousin's arms, right? Seeing the main character had arrived, many girls tactfully stepped back, creating some distance. After all, Chen Chen hadn't exchanged WeChat with them, so there was no point in lingering any longer. Looking at Su Zhishi, who was holding onto Chen Chen's arm, the girls sighed inwardly. No wonder Chen Chen looked down on them. After seeing such a beauty like Su Zhishi every day, his standards must have been spoiled. With their ordinary looks, even looking at him for a while was uncomfortable. How could they possibly catch his eye? The girls began to doubt their own appearance and charm. They couldn't stay downstairs any longer. They just wanted to hurry back to the dormitory and do a good face mask to take care of their skin. At that moment, Zhang Haoran drove his car to the girls' dormitory. Looking at the Aston Martin 1-77 in front of him, Zhang Haoran couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Hey, he didn't expect that Jiling would actually have an Aston Martin. This was interesting. Zhang Haoran looked astonished, his gaze drifting to Chen Chen. Seeing this young car owner, Zhang Haoran felt a wave of shock. Such an aura could definitely not be cultivated by a small family. It was likely that an ordinary noble family wouldn't have the fortune to raise such a good seedling. Zhang Haoran thought to himself that this must be a young master from a big family in the Magic City or Tianjing. With this in mind, Zhang Haoran felt a desire to make a connection. He would definitely take over the family business in the future, and getting to know more people now would be very beneficial for his future network. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Haoran quickly walked up to Chen Chen with a smile and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Haoran." After speaking, he handed a business card to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took it and replied with a smile, "Chen Chen." The two briefly introduced themselves, and Chen Chen looked at Su Zhishi beside him and asked, "Where do you want to go later?" Seeing Su Zhishi deep in thought, Zhang Haoran suddenly interjected with an invitation, "Brother Chen, how about we go to Ziyun Tea Garden? We have a small gathering there today." Zhang Haoran thought this was a good opportunity to introduce Chen Chen to everyone. Chen Chen didn't immediately agree but first looked at Su Zhishi to ask for his cousin's opinion. Su Zhishi was very happy to see how much Chen Chen valued her. She could tell that Zhang Haoran was also a second-generation rich kid from Jiling, dressed in top brands that clearly weren't cheap. If her cousin could get to know someone like him better, it would surely benefit his future. With this in mind, Su Zhishi obediently said, "Cousin, I'm fine with anything. It's up to you." Chen Chen gently ruffled Su Zhishi's hair and said to Zhang Haoran, "Okay?" Hearing Chen Chen's agreement, Zhang Haoran was very pleased and said, "Brother Chen, I'll lead the way for you. Let's set off." Zhang Haoran drove his Ferrari LaFerrari in front, and with the Aston Martin behind, they instantly created a scene on the street. As soon as the car owners on the road saw their appearance, they immediately swerved as far away as possible. No one dared to cross paths with such luxury cars. If they accidentally scratched a bit of paint, they might end up losing a layer of skin. Rather than take that risk, it was better to wait patiently and let them pass first. Zhang Haoran should have been used to this kind of treatment, speeding along the road. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a tea house. At the entrance of this tea house, there was a large parking lot. When Chen Chen parked, he glanced around and noticed that all the cars parked here were luxury vehicles. He also saw several supercars parked nearby, which were probably the friends Zhang Haoran mentioned who had come for a gathering. Beside him, Su Zhishi stretched her little head, surveying the tea house not far away. The tea house was decorated in an ancient style, with a solid wooden door that looked very heavy, exuding a sense of stability. As soon as they approached the entrance, the aroma of tea wafted out, invigorating them. Seeing guests approaching, a waitress in a qipao stepped forward, gently pushed open the large door, and respectfully stood to the side, her demeanor and actions filled with humility. Su Zhishi was momentarily stunned by the scene before her. She had never received such service in her life. The waitress led the way, guiding them through a wooden corridor, and they arrived in a large hall. Chen Chen nodded at the exquisite decor. Zhang Haoran noticed Chen Chen's expression and grinned, introducing, "Brother Chen, this is an establishment managed by a young lady in our circle. We love the tea here and often come to enjoy it for free. It's a place where we frequently gather." This tea house, whether in terms of service or quality, was noteworthy in Jinling. Many tea lovers were loyal customers, often coming to visit. As Zhang Haoran spoke, he suddenly leaned closer to Chen Chen, speaking seriously. "The main thing is that the skills of the tea masters here are quite good. The tea they brew is particularly fragrant. Especially the young lady I just mentioned, who has been immersed in this field since childhood, her tea art is truly extraordinary." It was precisely because of their unique skills that these young masters and ladies would occasionally come to enjoy tea. It was truly unforgettable. While Zhang Haoran was introducing, he subconsciously licked his lips. He had been quite busy lately and hadn't come to enjoy tea in a long time. Thinking about it now, he felt quite tempted. Meanwhile, deeper inside the inner hall, many young masters and ladies were gathered around a low tea table, chatting and laughing. Among them, a girl squatting beside the low tea table was particularly eye-catching. She wore a white fashion shirt, and the design of the ruffled collar exposed one side of her swan-like neck, attracting everyone's attention. The girl appeared very quiet, exuding the demeanor of a refined young lady, but her hands were quickly manipulating the tea utensils. The purple clay tea set was very beautiful, and her fingers, as white as green onions, looked even more delicate against the teacup. After washing the tea set, the girl raised her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. A faint smile hung on her exquisite features, making her look very approachable. Watching her fluid movements, the expressions of everyone present showed enjoyment. As the fragrance gradually wafted out, anticipation appeared on their faces. A young master, enviously rubbing his hands, chuckled, "Sister Tang, your tea brewing skills are becoming more and more superb." Hearing this, the girl smiled lightly, and after serving everyone tea, she gently opened her lips and said, "Come, everyone, have a taste." The young masters and ladies couldn't wait any longer and picked up their teacups, sipping gently. One young master directly lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. He raised his wrist to check the time and asked curiously, "Why hasn't Brother Zhang arrived yet?" It's known that Brother Zhang is rarely late. Everyone looked at each other, shaking their heads, indicating they were unaware. One young master beside them also put down his teacup and brought up a topic. "By the way, do you guys know that something strange has happened in Jinling recently?" Strange happenings? Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the young master who spoke, waiting for him to continue. They considered themselves quite well informed, but they really couldn't recall any odd occurrences. An impatient young lady looked at the young master, her expression teasing, and shook her fist threateningly, urging, "Hurry up and tell us, stop dragging it out." The young lady's threat was very effective, and the young master immediately spoke up, "I heard that someone has bought up all the remaining houses in Tanfu City." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed that they had heard about it. After all, Jinling is not that big, and such news spreads quickly in their circle. One young master immediately chimed in, "I know about this. I heard that the big shot paid in full, with tens of billions transferred at once." Tens of billions in full payment? Upon hearing such a generous transaction, the young masters and ladies all showed astonished expressions. What kind of person could spend so extravagantly? Their worth seemed beyond their imagination. At the very least, their families wouldn't even dare to think about it. To pay tens of billions at once, how could anyone have such financial power? Just thinking about it felt terrifying. Filled with shock, a young master leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin and said, "Now everyone is saying that this person must be someone from Tianjing or Modu." Before he finished speaking, someone immediately voiced their disagreement. "That's not right. I heard that person is from Shangjiang. Where did you get your information? It doesn't seem accurate. My sources say the buyer is a foreigner." A young master frowned tightly, presenting a different answer again. For a moment, everyone present was in a heated discussion. "Yes. It's a mysterious buyer from abroad. I heard he's an old foreign man." "Nonsense. He's clearly a young man." "Ha? How can there be such a big difference? Could it be a young foreigner?" Tang Sini listened to their conversation and couldn't help but gently shake her head, speaking in a calm tone. 3 people make a tiger, this news has been distorted. Stop talking for now, come, let's drink tea. As she spoke, her delicate hands had already picked up the fairness cup, pouring tea for everyone. As the fragrance of tea wafted over, everyone's attention completely shifted to the tea in front of them. At that moment, Zhang Haoren also entered the inner hall with Chen Chen. Upon seeing Zhang Haoren come in, many young masters and ladies immediately stood up to greet him, but then they noticed Chen Chen behind Zhang Haoren. Looking at Chen Chen, everyone was momentarily stunned. Who is this person appearing with brother Zhang? He not only looked handsome but, more importantly, exuded an incredible aura. As Chen Chen walked into the inner hall, he overshadowed all of them. Only Chen Chen was truly a scion of a prominent family, radiating confidence. Zhang Haoren walked in front, seeing everyone in a daze, couldn't help but smile and walked over with Chen Chen. Let me introduce you all, this is my brother I just met today, named Chen Chen. After introducing Chen Chen, Zhang Haoren pointed to Su Jishi, who was beside Chen Chen, and said, this little beauty is brother Chen's cousin. After introducing the Chen siblings, Zhang Haoren began to introduce the young ladies across from them. The other young ladies were introduced with just a simple mention of their names. However, when it came to Tang Sini, Zhang Haoren emphasized, this is Tang Sini, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. The tea house we are in is one of Miss Tang's private properties. Brother Chen, the Tang family is one of the prominent families in Jinling. Their main business focuses on antiques and tea art, and they have made significant achievements. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold is valuable, in prosperous times, antiques are precious. Especially in recent years, various collecting shows have become immensely popular, elevating the antique industry to new heights. Everyone exchanged simple greetings, and the young ladies warmly invited Chen Chen to sit down. Brother Chen, sit down quickly and try the tea that Sister Tang just brewed, it's truly exceptional. One young master said with a smile, pushing the teacup towards Chen Chen. A young lady beside him, her eyes almost glued to Chen Chen, teased, you're so handsome guy, would you be interested in going out for a drink tonight? As she spoke, she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Chen Chen. Seeing the young lady's playful demeanor, someone nearby chuckled and quickly said, Brother Chen, don't believe her, she's very protective. If you check her bag, there's definitely a stun gun inside. Hearing her secret exposed, the young lady rolled her eyes and coldly huffed, it all depends on how you use it. For you guys, it's definitely to stun you. But a handsome guy like him, of course, is to stun and take away. Everyone burst into laughter, praising Chen Chen for his good fortune. Tang Sini continued brewing tea beside them, seemingly unaffected by the lively atmosphere. The new tea was quickly ready, and Tang Sini proactively offered it to Chen Chen and Su Jishi, smiling gently, you should try it, the tea is best when freshly brewed. Thank you, Chen Chen said as he took the tea and took a sip, savoring it slowly. As the tea flowed into his mouth, he was filled with the fragrant aroma. A faint smile appeared on Chen Chen's lips as he slowly said, using 85-degree purified water to brew Lion Peak Longjing, the clarity of the tea soup is high, the transparency is good, and the fragrance and taste are rich and authentic. It's indeed a good skill. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Chen Chen's words. They never expected that he had such knowledge of tea culture. Lion Peak Longjing is a type of tea that cannot be found on the market. The Tang family specializes in this, purchasing only the best quality. They wouldn't choose anything less than the first flush of tender leaves. Today, Tang Sini decided to bring it out for everyone to taste since many guests were present. To their surprise, as soon as Chen Chen took a sip, he immediately recognized it. How impressive! Even Tang Sini, who was kneeling there brewing tea, was taken aback, her gaze towards Chen Chen filled with curiosity. She could tell that although Chen Chen was younger than them, his level in tea culture was definitely not low. Just as everyone was in shock, Chen Chen took another sip and said, if we could use spring water to brew it, the flavor would be even richer. Spring water doesn't need such a high temperature for brewing, 75 degrees is sufficient. If the temperature is too high, the minerals in the spring water would be altered, resulting in a loss of flavor. Moreover, for green teas like Lion Peak Longjing, a high temperature can easily damage the color of the leaves. Just a slight difference in temperature can lead to a significant difference in taste. Tang Sini listened to Chen Chen's words, her expression one of realization. She stood up gracefully, nodded at Chen Chen, and said, please wait a moment. After saying that, she turned and walked out, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. While everyone was still in a daze, Tang Sini had already returned, holding a delicate tea canister. Upon seeing this tea canister, everyone present gasped in surprise. Sister Tang actually brought out the finest Xinyang Maojian? Xinyang Maofeng, also known as Yumefeng, is one of the top 10 famous teas in Huaxia and is even referred to as the king of green tea. Watching Tang Sini take out such a prized item, the young masters and ladies looked helpless, almost cursing under their breath. After all, such a good thing is rarely brought out at Xian Tea House. Even wealthy patrons are not sold this tea. Moreover, this grade of Xinyang Maojian is not something you can find on the market. Even the Tang family, who had been in this business for years, obtained such fine goods at auctions, making it a treasure to them. How could such a prized tea be easily shared? But today, Tang Sini actually brought it out for free because of Chen Chen's words. The disparity was too great. Thinking of this, the young masters and ladies wore expressions of grievance. Usually, they had flattered their way through but had never even had a sip. Chen Chen was here for the first time, and he was directly given the treasure of the house. How could they feel comfortable about that? Tang Sini looked at their pitiful expressions, chuckled while covering her mouth, and then shot them a glare with her beautiful eyes. The meaning was clear: if you want to drink, drink, if not, get lost. This prized tea was not meant for them. These people clearly had thick tongues and were not suited to drink such fine tea. It would be a waste. Tang Sini could tell that Chen Chen had profound knowledge of tea, as if she had found a kindred spirit, which was why she was willing to bring out the real good tea. As for the others, they were merely riding on Chen Chen's coattails. How could they still have the face to show displeasure? After being glared at by Tang Sini, they immediately lost their tempers, sitting quietly like obedient children, waiting. Having good tea was already a blessing. They couldn't be too picky, could they? Under Tang Sini's smooth and flowing actions, the tea brewed in the purple clay pot was poured into the fairness cup, ensuring a purer taste. Tang Sini lifted the kettle, letting the water pour down, lifting and lowering the kettle to pour water, repeating this 3 times. This was the Phoenix 3 nods, a traditional etiquette in tea ceremony. It was a way to express respect to the guests and to the tea itself. The young masters and ladies watched Tang Sini perform her tea art, feeling a pang of envy. After all, they had been mooching off tea for so long, yet they had never been treated this way by Tang Sini. What a difference! It was a bitter pill to swallow. Chen Chen, however, appeared calm and composed. He gently picked up the teacup close to him and took a sip. A richer, more fragrant aroma spread in his mouth, and Chen Chen nodded slightly, sighing, truly worthy of the Tang family's eldest daughter. Your tea brewing skills are indeed excellent. After saying that, Chen Chen drank the tea in one gulp and murmured, what a wonderful taste, if only I could drink such tea every day. Tea lovers, like wine lovers, share the same addiction. A day without a good cup of tea feels like something is missing. Hearing Chen Chen's murmurs, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Just listen to what he said, this is top-quality Xinyang Maojian. Hundreds of thousands per tale. Moreover, due to strict production processes, the annual output is very low, making it absolutely a rare find on the market. The young masters and ladies exchanged glances, silently mocking each other. Such an expensive item, and you casually mention drinking it every day? This isn't just drinking tea, it's drinking money. Tang Sini listened to Chen Chen's words and immediately felt amused. She looked at Chen Chen generously and said in a gentle tone, if you want to drink, you can come every day in the future, and I'll brew it for you. After all, there weren't many like Chen Chen who understood tea and shared the same interests. Moreover, Chen Chen's previous guidance had given Tang Sini a sense of enlightenment. Because of this, she felt even closer to Chen Chen. The others? No way, Sister Tang, you can tolerate this? Is this really you? Wake up quickly. A young master nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer. He looked at Chen Chen and asked, Brother Chen, do you know how much the tea you just drank costs? Before Chen Chen could answer, the young master couldn't help but reveal the answer, over 100,000 per tale. And you need to have good connections to even buy it. Listening to the young master's emphatic explanation, Chen Chen's face showed no signs of surprise. He simply nodded lightly and said, it's not too expensive. After all, many top-grade teas are sold by the gram and often have no fixed price. Over 100,000 per tale is already considered cheap. Everyone listening to Chen Chen's words felt a black line forming on their foreheads. A sense of helplessness arose from their hearts, and they instinctively turned their gaze to Zhang Haoren, as if blaming him for bringing someone so boastful. They were having a hard time accepting this bragging. Zhang Haoren, noticing the looks from the crowd, couldn't help but curl his lips and explain to everyone, what seems expensive to us is really nothing to Brother Chen. The young masters and ladies were initially a bit displeased, but upon hearing Zhang Haoren say this, they were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Haoren was already one of the more extravagant spenders among them. Of course, this was also because the Zhang family was quite powerful. If even he said that Chen Chen was wealthy, then the other party's background could not be underestimated. Brother Chen drives an Aston Martin 1-77. Zhang Haoren finally got to the point. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. In an instant, the way everyone looked at Chen Chen changed. An Aston Martin 1-77 worth over 50 million? This. It seemed that this Chen Shen was definitely not someone of ordinary status. Someone who could afford such a luxury car must have an impressive family background. The expressions of the young masters and ladies changed repeatedly, and their gazes toward Chen Shen became much more cautious. Such a person must be treated well. At the very least, they absolutely couldn't become enemies. Even Tang Sini, who was kneeling by the tea table, was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Chen Shen's family background to be so impressive. However, in the next second, Tang Sini regained her calm demeanor. After all, in her view, if one didn't have a sufficiently good family background, it would be hard to cultivate such an outstanding young person. Just the knowledge of tea alone, to cultivate someone with Chen Shen's insights, would probably require astronomical resources. After finishing the tea in his cup, Chen Shen looked at Tang Sini across from him and smiled, saying, "Boss Tang, this tea shouldn't be your top-notch one, right? I happen to want to buy some tea leaves. Why don't you take me to see some?" Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang Sini's calm eyes, and she smiled and said, "Oh, how are you so sure this isn't my prized possession?" The corners of Chen Shen's mouth lifted slightly. If it were just a good tea house, having such a Xinyang Maojian as their signature tea would indeed be sufficient. However, for the Tang family, a prominent family specializing in this field, it was a bit lacking. One could imagine that this young lady Tang must have quite a stock waiting for the right person. Chen Shen didn't know if he was fated to be the one, but he believed that even without fate, he could forcefully create a twisted bond. A twisted bond is still a bond. The other young masters and ladies brightened up at the mention of the topic by Chen Shen, all eager to take a look together. They chuckled and chimed in, "Sister Tang, why don't you take us along to have a look? It would be a great opportunity for us to broaden our horizons, right? In Jinling, who doesn't know the Tang family when it comes to tea art? We've been wanting to see it for a long time. You can't refuse us, can you? With Sister Tang's special regard for Brother Chen, we are sure to see some hidden treasures today." Tang Sini smiled, unable to hold back her laughter at their words, and said helplessly, "All right, come with me." Since they were so eager to see, she would let them take a look at her collection over the years. As she spoke, Tang Sini stood up and walked towards the door. The others quickly followed her. Leading the way, Tang Sini guided them through a wooden corridor to a small backyard. An elderly man approached them, and upon seeing Tang Sini with guests, he respectfully greeted her, "Miss, you have arrived." Tang Sini looked at the elderly man and softly instructed, "Fu Bo, please open the tea cellar for me. I want to take my friends inside to have a look." Fu Bo was the caretaker of the Tang family's tea cellar. Hearing Tang Sini's words, he immediately replied respectfully, "Of course, please follow me." After unlocking an ancient Tang-style lock, Fu Bo opened a large wooden door, and to everyone's surprise, there was an iron door behind it. A young master, watching Fu Bo's back as he opened the door, couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect the tea cellar to be so heavily secured. With this setup, I'm even more excited." The other young masters and ladies nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with curiosity. Hearing this, Tang Sini helplessly glanced at them and chided, "You all better stop talking. If you say too much, people will know you lack culture." The reason for having two doors is to maintain the various conditions inside. Storing tea leaves is quite particular. Due to their nature, tea leaves are very susceptible to moisture and odors. Once they absorb moisture, they can lose their original fragrance. Therefore, the best storage conditions are constant temperature, constant humidity, cleanliness, and no foreign odors. Additionally, regular ventilation is required to maintain and enhance the quality of the stored tea. As they spoke, Fu Bo had already opened the iron door. The group followed Tang Sini into the tea cellar, and as soon as they entered, they saw solid wood tea cabinets reaching up to the ceiling. The unique wooden aroma of the cabinets filled the air. Chen Shen inhaled deeply, raised an eyebrow, and praised, "Not bad at all. These are all top-quality Wangwali tea cabinets." The reason for using such cabinets is that the wood's properties better protect the tea leaves. Chen Shen looked at the arrangement in the tea cellar and nodded slightly. After all, it was a professional establishment, and it was indeed well done. Tang Sini pointed directly at the tea leaves at the front, her gentle voice echoing in the cellar, "This is premium Shifeng Longjing, all new tea from this year." Chen Shen stretched his neck to take a look and noticed a waterproof paper nearby, which detailed the picking time, location, and the master who roasted the tea leaves. Rarely encountering such a professional tea cellar, Chen Shen suddenly became interested and smiled at Tang Sini, saying, "All right, I want them all." "Want them all?" The crowd was taken aback, looking at Chen Shen, and seeing that he wasn't joking, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Tea leaves can be bought like this? That's a bit extravagant." The tea leaves that can enter Tang Sini's tea cellar are certainly not simple things. Tang Sini did not expect Chen Shen to say this. She glanced at the waitress in a qipao and instructed, "Wrap it up for Mr. Chun." The waitress responded and began to pack the tea leaves. Tang Sini then led everyone inside, introducing her treasured teas. "This is the finest Westlake Longjing, the imperial tea from in front of the Hugong Temple." Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Tang Sini did not explain but instead looked at Chen Shen beside her and smiled, asking, "Why don't you explain it to everyone, Mr. Chen?" Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, knowing that Tang Sini was intentionally testing him. However, this bit of knowledge was a piece of cake for Chen Shen, who possessed god-level tea skills. When Emperor Qianlong traveled to the south, he personally visited the Longjing tea area to taste the tea and praised it endlessly. The reason it is called imperial tea is that Emperor Qianlong personally designated the 18 tea trees in front of the Hugong Temple as imperial tea. Since Tang Sini dared to say this, it must be the produce from old trees. Such top-quality tea is not something ordinary people can buy. Since it is imperial tea, the limited annual production is auctioned off once a year. Tang Sini lowered her gaze and smiled, hiding her surprise, and said, "The year I went, the production was relatively low. To recover the losses, the owner of the tea trees contacted a tea roasting master to produce this batch. Although the price that year was the most expensive, it was definitely worth it. I spent over $1 million for this small portion." Although she spent a large sum, this was a unique auction in Tang Sini's collection, so the gentle and serene her couldn't help but say a few more words. Tang Sini's thoughts were intricate, and the teas she collected all had stories and meanings, which were indeed quite interesting. Chen Shen appreciated such good things very much. He scanned the tea leaves and directly said, "I'll take all of these." The waitress behind him stepped forward to prepare for packing. Tang Sini merely listened calmly and began to introduce other collections. By Luo Chun, Huangshan Maofeng, Jun Shaninjin. Jun Shaninjin was also a famous tribute tea in the past. That year, I personally found someone to go up the mountain to pick it and then roast it. That year, Tang Sini accompanied her family and booked an entire tea mountain. However, after picking and choosing, only this much remained. It can be said to be the essence of that year. The young ladies listened with wide eyes, not expecting that there were such interesting things in this line of work. Just as they were listening with great interest, Chen Shen suddenly spoke up, "Not bad, I'll take all of this too." Tang Sini paused upon hearing this, took a deep breath, and continued to introduce in a calm tone, "Let me tell you about this jar of Anji white tea. Anji white tea is not a type of white tea but rather green tea, considered a variant of the tea tree, and is extremely rare. Because Anji white tea is rare, there is only one ancient tea tree left, with over 1,000 years of age. It is precisely because it is particularly scarce that such a small jar represents the entire annual yield. Now, the white tea ancestor has become a symbol, and it is particularly difficult to buy. Even if you attend an auction, don't think you can get it for a low price of several $100,000. The name and representative significance of the white tea ancestor now surpass its intrinsic value. Therefore, even though it is so rare, Tang Sini only collected this small jar. She felt that spending too much money to buy it no longer held much meaning. "Waitress, I want this too, wrap it up," Chen Shen said casually with his hands behind his back. Gradually, Tang Sini went from being indifferent at the beginning to now twitching at the corners of her mouth. She finally realized what was going on. Chen Shen was here to stock up, right? Tang Sini gritted her teeth and continued to lead everyone inside. "This is Phoenix Dan Song. The tea farmers on Phoenix Mountain are very experienced, and the ancient tea trees of Dan Song are over 100 years old, particularly beautiful." As Tang Sini spoke, the tea canister in her hand was taken by Chen Shen and handed to a server behind them. Looking at her empty palms, Tang Sini felt a dull pain in her heart. Did he just buy it all? Tang Sini's pretty face darkened to the point where it seemed like water could drip from it, and even her stunning eyes became moist. Chen Shen completely failed to notice Tang Sini's change. He looked at the preserved tea leaves inside and asked with some surprise, "You actually have Imperial Tribute to Hong Pao? Is this for sale? How much?" This kind of Imperial Tribute to Hong Pao must be from the mother tree on Wui Mountain. A smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips. This was indeed a good find. The young ladies nearby, upon hearing Imperial Tribute to Hong Pao, gasped. Wasn't this a priceless treasure? TSK, truly worthy of the Tang family, they had such exquisite goods. It should be known that such top-quality tea rarely appears at ordinary auctions. Even if it does, it's usually at high-end private auctions. As everyone pondered this, their gazes fell on Tang Sini, filled with shock. To obtain such a treasure, it was clear that Tang Sini had put in a lot of effort. This. How much money must have been spent on this canister? Just as everyone was in shock, Chen Shen said to the server behind him, "Could you please help me take this tea out?" Chen Shen intended to take a closer look. Regardless of the price, he had to get it. The server nodded gently, approached the tea cabinet, and was just about to take out the small canister for Chen Chen to see when Tang Sini suddenly hugged the canister and squatted down, nearly crying. Inside Tang Sini's heart, it felt like a furious beast was roaring loudly to the sky. Was this ever going to end? These were all my treasures. I shouldn't have invited you all for tea, shouldn't have brought you in. You wolves, I just wanted to show off a little. What did I do wrong to deserve this treatment? If you keep buying, what will I have left to run the tea house? Chen Chen and the others were completely stunned. Chen Chen blinked and looked at Tang Sini, saying, Boss Tang, what do you mean by this? Tang Sini squatted on the ground, tightly hugging the small canister in her arms, mumbling, not for sale, you all go, this one is definitely not for sale. If this kept up, she could give away her entire tea house. Who buys things like this? It's too much. Just because you have money, you think you're something special. The more Tang Sini spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, tightening her arms around the tea canister. She held back her tears, her delicate face full of grievance, resembling a little woman. Where was the dignified and graceful demeanor from before? But this completely different behavior left everyone astonished. This. To make Miss Tang so angry, this person must be something else. Thinking of this, they all looked at Chen Chen, thinking that he was definitely the culprit. They immediately distanced themselves from him. Chen Chen. #UN% and asterisk, what is going on? I'm just here to buy something cleanly. How did it turn into a love-hate entanglement? Chen Chen thought for a moment, squatted down, and comforted Tang Sini, saying, Boss Tang, the price is negotiable, why do this? How about I offer 50,000 per gram for your imperial tribute to Hong Pao? Everyone's mouths twitched. This, buying tea by the gram? This Chen Chen was indeed a peculiar person. Tang Sini was taken aback upon hearing this. In an instant, it felt as if Chen Chen was slapping her face with money, one slap after another, and it was particularly vigorous. After the slaps, he even had the audacity to ask her how she felt. Tang Sini was so furious that she almost couldn't catch her breath. When had she ever been spoken to like this from childhood to now? Not for sale. Tang Sini thought angrily, did this brat think he could buy her dignity with money? How could she possibly sell it? 100,000? Not for sale. 200,000. Hearing Chen Chen's doubling offers, everyone felt their legs weaken, almost unable to stand. Tang Sini clenched her fists tightly, gritting her silver teeth as she said, not for sale, I won't sell. This bad guy absolutely couldn't be allowed to feel so pleased. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said to Tang Sini very seriously, last offer, 300,000 per gram. How about this? I'll take a step back and leave you a little of each tea. What do you think? 300,000 per gram, one tael would be 15 million. An absolutely astronomical price. To be honest, even the imperial tribute to Hong Pao wouldn't cost this much. Chen Chen felt that this was already quite generous. In an instant, Tang Sini stood up abruptly. She looked at Chen Chen, her delicate fingers, as white as jade, pointed at him, trembling at the tips. The people around them were shocked. Even Su Jishi, who was following Chen Chen, felt her heart tighten. This was bad. Had she angered him? Would they be kicked out and never allowed back in? What should she do? Su Jishi noticed the situation was off and was even considering whether to go apologize when she heard Tang Sini shout, this is what you said, you must write it down. Everyone. Chen Chen. Everyone looked at Tang Sini, filled with complaints. My lady Tang, weren't you just refusing to yield to death? Not even going for a full set and calling it a day? Where was your earlier momentum? How could you become a slave to money? Tang Sini felt helpless as she noticed their gazes on her. I don't want to sell either, but he's offering too much. 15 million per tael. If I don't sell, wouldn't that make me a fool? Chen Chen walked over and took the tea can from Tang Sini's arms. He turned to the stunned waiter beside him and instructed, get me a teaspoon, thank you. The waiter was momentarily stunned but quickly fetched a teaspoon and handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was not polite, opening the tea leaves and leaving a few spoonfuls. Tang Sini. At #UN% just leaving this little bit? I can't believe I fell for your trick. I actually forgot to mention the quantity. Chen Chen shrugged, looking at Tang Sini's puffed-up face, and said, I said I'd leave you some, but we never specified how much, right? The few spoonfuls left were Chen Chen being relatively lenient because Tang Sini was a girl. Tang Sini was so angry that she glared at Chen Chen, unable to think of a retort. She could only turn to the waiter behind her and say, go calculate the bill for Mr. Shen. Now, nothing could calm her mood except for the funds arriving. Her years of collection. Soon, the waiter returned respectfully, presenting the bill and saying, Mr. Shen, your total expenditure is 10 million. 10 million? In an instant, a series of gasps echoed in the tea cellar. Spending so much money just to buy some tea leaves? Wasn't this spending level a bit too high? This was definitely the standard of a top-tier wealthy person. Su Jishi, standing behind Chen Chen, couldn't believe her ears upon hearing this number, her face filled with shock. What kind of tea is this? It's so expensive. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Chen directly handed over his bank card and smiled at the waiter, saying, "Swipe the card." After the waiter took the card and left, a light flashed before Chen Chen's eyes. Detected that the host just spent 10 million, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate 100 million. Seeing the rebate credited, a smile curved at the corners of Chen Chen's mouth. He looked at the crowd and said with a grin, "Just in time for us to taste the flavor of the imperial tribute to Hong Pao." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone present was instantly delighted. They suppressed their shock and exclaimed loudly, "Can we really drink it?" Chen Chen had just bought it for 300,000 per gram. This was definitely a sky-high price for Da Hong Pao. He actually said he wanted everyone to taste it? How generous! Everyone exchanged glances, and their expressions toward Chen Chen suddenly changed. Even the tone of their speech became warmer. "Brother Chen is so generous." Now, everyone even changed how they addressed him. Tang Xini also looked forward to it, as she had only tasted imperial tribute to Hong Pao once. However, the rich and sweet flavor was indeed unforgettable. Chen Chen smiled lightly and called out to Tang Xini, "Miss Tang, could you please prepare a new set of purple clay tea utensils? I'm a bit eager to brew some tea for everyone to try." Upon hearing this, Tang Xini became a bit anxious. She admitted that Chen Chen had a knack for tea, but brewing tea was not that simple. If such good tea leaves were not brewed well, it would be a waste. 300,000 per gram was no joke. Even if Chen Chen didn't care about money, Tang Xini could not allow anyone to disrespect the tea in front of her. "How about I do it instead?" Tang Xini looked at Chen Chen and volunteered. The other young masters and ladies nodded in agreement, worried that Chen Chen might not brew it well. However, this was Chen Chen's tea, so they couldn't show their concerns too obviously. Tang Xini saw through everyone's thoughts and had no choice but to lead them back to the inner hall, turning to fetch the tea utensils. As soon as the crowd saw Tang Xini leave, they looked at Chen Chen with eager expressions and chatted with him. Many young masters had already taken out their phones to exchange contact information with Chen Chen. Naturally, they wanted to befriend someone so wealthy and generous. After Chen Chen added them as friends, Tang Xini returned with the new purple clay tea utensils and placed them on the tea table. Everyone watched as Chen Chen casually walked to the tea table and sat down. When he picked up the kettle, his demeanor suddenly changed. If the previous Chen Chen was relaxed, the current Chen Chen had become serious. The complex tea utensils flowed smoothly in Chen Chen's hands. The crowd felt dazzled as Chen Chen had already finished cleaning all the tea utensils. The entire set of movements was seamless, without a hint of hesitation or awkwardness. It was as if he had practiced countless times, and those actions and nuances were already second nature to him. In an instant, everyone instinctively held their breath. Such perfect execution seemed less like brewing tea and more like an artistic performance. As Chen Chen moved, a rich aroma burst forth, causing everyone to inhale deeply. This unique scent was simply too fragrant. Unlike the other young masters and ladies, Tang Xini stood by with a look of disbelief. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. Perfectly extracting the fragrance from the tea leaves requires exceptional skill. The temperature and washing time must be just right. As Tang Xini thought of this, her expression slightly darkened. To be honest, if it were her brewing the tea, she couldn't guarantee it would be as good as Chen Chen's. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they were watching an art performance, until Chen Chen poured the tea into the fairness cup. A smile played on Chen Chen's lips as he poured tea for the young ladies, gesturing with a smile, "Everyone, come and have a taste." While speaking, Chen Chen also filled a cup for himself and took small sips. The young ladies could no longer resist the tempting aroma and quickly picked up their cups, savoring the tea gently. As a wave of warmth surged in, everyone felt the tea's fragrance explode in their mouths, the rich aroma rushing to their heads. After finishing a cup, they felt warmth spreading through their limbs, releasing a steady stream of heat. It was so delicious. Just as the young ladies finished their cups, Tang Xini was still gently inhaling the tea's fragrance. Unlike the aroma wafting through the air, the scent from the cup was like the source itself, even more refreshing and pure. The bright red tea soup was very clear, without a hint of murkiness, appearing even more vibrant against the white porcelain cup. Finally, Tang Xini raised her cup and took a gentle sip. The rich, sweet flavor first dominated her mouth, then flowed down her esophagus into her stomach, and finally spread through her limbs. By the end, Tang Xini felt as if her soul had been infused with this fragrance, carrying a hint of tea aroma. It was a journey on the tip of the tongue, also cleansing the soul. Slowly putting down her cup, Tang Sini gazed far into the distance at Chun Chen and said calmly, "Thank you for making tea for us. I have to admit, your tea skills are far superior to mine." This kind of delightful feeling was a high standard that ordinary people could not reach. Tang Sini even felt that even if the tea immortal Lu Yu were to appear, it would be a tie with Chen Chen. The young ladies were already impressed by Chen Chen's skills, and now hearing Tang Sini's official endorsement, their admiration for him deepened. In an instant, the looks directed at Chen Chen were filled with admiration. Just look at Brother Chen, younger than them, yet his skills were beyond what they could compare to. Chen Chen simply waved his hand dismissively, poured tea for everyone again, and smiled, "Thank you all for your support. Since you love drinking, have some more." Seeing Chen Chen pick up the fairness cup, everyone hurriedly leaned forward, handing him their cups. They certainly didn't want to miss out on such delicious tea. Everyone now admired Chen Chen even more. His status in their hearts had suddenly risen. Just as everyone was savoring the good tea, a few middle-aged men in suits walked into the tea garden. The middle-aged men were chatting and laughing as they entered, and upon seeing the young ladies sitting there, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. "Oh, you little ones are here too," a slightly plump middle-aged man said with a smile. "Come to mooch off Miss Tang's tea again?" Hearing this, the young ladies grinned. The middle-aged men in front of them were the fathers of a few young masters. They had come together to drink tea and discuss business, thinking it would be a quiet afternoon. They didn't expect to run into their children here, which was indeed a coincidence. The young masters quickly stood up to greet their fathers and a few uncles. After all, they were all part of the top circle in Jinling, and their relationships were quite good. Seeing their children not out causing trouble but instead bonding with other young masters and ladies, the group of executives felt very pleased. "Sini, pour us a pot of the finest Xinjiang Maojian," the slightly plump executive said cheerfully, even his voice sounding clearer than usual. The CEO said while addressing the other executives, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take care of the bill. No one should try to fight me for it." Before the other executives could respond, Tang Sini interjected, "I'm sorry, uncles, but we can't get any good Xinjiang Maojian today." The CEO raised an eyebrow, wondering if a big client had arrived. "Bring us a pot of authentic Westlake Longjing." "We can't get that either." "What about Pu'er?" "That's not available either." The executives were left speechless. What was going on? In the top tea house in Jinling, how could they not have any tea? This was unbelievable. The slightly plump CEO felt a bit embarrassed. He had just offered to treat everyone, and now the tea house had nothing to serve. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Just then, a thought struck him, and he looked over at the table of young ladies and gentlemen. "What tea are you drinking? It smells wonderful. Just bring us a pot of that." As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. If they didn't have the ordinary teas, there was no way they would have the most prestigious Imperial de Hong Pao. One young man quickly stood up. He was the slightly plump CEO's son. "Dad, that's Imperial de Hong Pao, not from this shop." "Imperial de Hong Pao?" Upon hearing those words, the other executives felt as if their heads had exploded, leaving them in shock. These kids were actually drinking Imperial de Hong Pao? To be honest, even they had never had the chance to taste it. After all, such priceless items were not something one could obtain without considerable effort. Seeing the executives' astonished expressions, Chen Chen smiled lightly and said, "If you uncles don't mind, why not join us for a taste?" As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, a quick-witted waiter promptly brought over new teacups. After a simple rinse, Chen Chen poured tea for the executives. They didn't hold back. As they took a sip, their eyes widened in surprise. This rich and fragrant tea was indeed their first experience, and they felt completely relaxed, with the taste lingering on their lips. After finishing a cup, the satisfied executives looked at Chen Chen, feeling he was quite unfamiliar. A young man with such spirit and good demeanor would surely leave a lasting impression if they had met before. The executives exchanged glances, and none of them recognized the young man. "Who is this?" one executive asked, glancing at his son with curiosity. The young man quickly introduced Chen Chen. When they learned that everyone had just met Chen Chen today, they were momentarily taken aback. To be willing to serve Imperial de Hong Pao to friends upon first meeting was certainly not something an ordinary person would do. Such a young man was definitely worth getting to know better. Their thoughts were surprisingly unanimous. The executives quickly pulled out their business cards and handed them to Chen Chen, saying, "Since you are all friends, feel free to call us if you need anything in the future." Chen Chen accepted the cards and politely thanked them for their kindness. After all, they were being genuinely nice, and he certainly wouldn't refuse their goodwill. The young men noticed their fathers were favoring Chen Chen, and they felt more assured. One young man looked at his father and casually asked, "Dad, why are you all here today?" If it was just a few old friends coming for tea, they were dressed a bit too formally. Dress like this for tea, they wouldn't be able to relax much, would they? The CEO grinned and explained, we're here to meet an important guest. Since you're all here, let's get to know each other. After speaking, the boss deliberately looked at the young people and said in a serious tone, I want to make it clear to you all beforehand, when you meet our esteemed guest later, you must be polite, understand? If they offend the esteemed guest, it would be a loss that far outweighs the gain. The young masters and ladies nodded vigorously, indicating that they understood. Having grown up in this circle, they were accustomed to such matters. Since the adults had warned them that it was an important person, they would be careful. It was best to win them over, but the most basic rule was that they absolutely could not offend them. This was the principle of doing business. While the young masters and ladies were thinking to themselves, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. Soon, a person entered the inner hall, and it was Sun Daji, the general manager of Tanfu City. Sun Daji looked radiant, even his walk seemed particularly vigorous. After all, Tanfu City had recently struck it rich, with a property being directly acquired by a big shot, all sold off in one go. Although the properties in Tanfu City were good enough, it was only a matter of time before they sold out. However, suddenly bringing in such a large sum of money was an excellent thing for any company. The real estate company was also riding the wave of success, directly using this money to acquire several more plots of land, making the future look promising. Because of this, Sun Daji was also rising in status. Recently, he had been entertained by various bosses, enjoying a period of great glory. When the bosses saw Sun Daji arrive, they quickly stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Sun, you're here. Sun Daji, with a face full of spring breeze and a brilliant smile, said, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I had a last-minute matter to attend to before coming out today. The bosses naturally had nothing to say, and everyone chatted warmly. Mr. Sun, let me introduce you to a few young people. You must take good care of them in the future. One boss took the lead, preparing to introduce the young masters and ladies to Sun Daji. Only then did Sun Daji's gaze fall on the group of young people. Suddenly, he spotted Chun Chen among the crowd. Sun Daji looked at Chun Chen, momentarily stunned, then quickly walked over. He ignored the hands extended towards him and stood respectfully in front of Chun Chen, bowing slightly and saying, Mr. Chen, you're here too? Mr. Chen. Everyone was taken aback. One boss cleared his throat and looked at Sun Daji, saying, Do you know Mr. Chen, Mr. Sun? Although the bosses knew that Chun Chen must have an extraordinary background, they did not expect that the humble Sun Daji, whom they had invited with great respect, would be so deferential in front of him. Not only the bosses but also the young masters and ladies were puzzled. What was going on with Mr. Sun? Why was he so respectful towards Chun Chen? Sun Daji scanned the crowd and directly explained, You don't know? This Mr. Chen is the one who has purchased all our properties. Over 200 units, plus the villa in Building 1, all taken in. Not only that, but Mr. Chen has yet to even visit his properties. This shows that he doesn't regard these properties highly at all. A person who can spend tens of billions in one go, his background must be extraordinary. As soon as Sun Daji finished speaking, he saw the expressions of everyone change instantly, all looking at Chun Chen with disbelief. The person who spent tens of billions on properties was standing right in front of them, Chun Chen? Everyone felt their brains turn to mush, losing their ability to think. The young masters and ladies looked very pale. None of the rumors they had heard before were correct. But now, hearing the real answer left them in a state of shock for a long time. Chun Chen looked even younger than them, but his spending power was simply enviable. Just buying a house could cost him billions, not to mention his assets. Even the liquidity behind it was astonishingly large. Compared to that, it was no wonder that spending millions on some tea felt like a drizzle to him. It turned out he really looked down on such small amounts of money. The young masters and ladies grew increasingly alarmed, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. At that moment, his cousin Su Jishi also stared at Chun Chen in disbelief, hardly able to believe her ears. Her cousin spent billions just to buy a house? This. The change in her cousin was simply too great. That was billions. For an ordinary person, earning a few million in a lifetime was utterly impossible. This completely shattered her worldview, and the little girl now felt dizzy, trying to gradually accept this reality. As for those executives, they felt a wave of embarrassment. What had they said to Chun Chen before? If something happened in Jilin, they would call them? And what happened? They were slapped in the face so quickly. The liquidity of all these people combined might not even match that of this young man. Who would have thought that such a young guy could be so wealthy? In an instant, Chun Chen became towering in their minds. Especially with his identity, it became even more mysterious. Everyone had been curious about Chun Chen's identity, but at this moment, they completely lacked the courage to investigate. Such a person, their identity was definitely not something they could probe into. With that inquisitive mindset, they might as well focus on building a good relationship with Chun Chen. Everyone realized that if they established a good relationship with Chun Chen, the benefits they could gain would be limitless. Brother Chen, let's not stand anymore, let's sit down and talk. Zhang Haoran, who brought Chun Chen over, was now completely convinced and naturally changed his address. Although Chen Chen was younger than him, his capabilities were impressive. Calling him brother was definitely worth it. Sun Deji didn't dare to say much. He stood respectfully by Chen Chen's side. After all, he needed to make good connections with such a young master. At this moment in the Ziyun tea house, they couldn't find any decent tea, so the group of executives simply sat at the same table as Chen Chen and the others. Of course, this outcome was something everyone desired. Many executives cast grateful glances at Tang Xinyi. However, these glances made Tang Xinyi's eyes visibly redden. She recalled the tea leaves she had just lost. That rascal Chen Chen had only left her a few teaspoons of each kind. This was simply taking half her life. Everyone tasted the imperial tribute de Hong Pao, and especially when they heard that this pot of tea was personally brewed by Chen Chen, they were utterly amazed. Many of these executives had been drinking tea for decades, and with just one sip, they could tell the difference in the tea leaves. Mr. Chen's skills are definitely higher than Miss Tang's, one executive exclaimed, raising his cup and downing it in one go. Such delicious tea was naturally not to be missed in savoring every brew. After all, this top-grade De Hong Pao could be enjoyed for up to 9 brews. Even in the last brew, there would still be a rich osmanthus fragrance, very distinctive. After everyone enjoyed the tea, noticing that it was getting late, Chen Chen stood up and said to everyone, "It's getting late today, let's gather again when we have time." While speaking, Chen Chen looked at Tang Xinyi, who was sitting beside him, and smiled, saying, "Now I trouble Miss Tang to arrange for someone to help me move all the tea leaves to the car." Hearing that Chen Chen was going to take the tea leaves away, Tang Xinyi's expression clearly darkened, and her heart twisted painfully. If it weren't for the many people around, the usually composed and generous Miss Tang would probably have thrown a fit right then and there. Chen Chen looked at Tang Xinyi's reluctant expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He smiled at her and said, "The tea leaves aren't being consumed, they're just being stored in a different place. It's fine, if you want to drink tea, you can contact me anytime and come over to my house." Hearing Chen Chen's nonchalant tone, everyone's gaze instantly turned to him. Why did that sound so strange? Drinking tea, was it ever like this? Help, this isn't a kindergarten bus, please let us off. The young ladies felt a surge of emotions, looking at Tang Xinyi with anxious expressions, fearing that she might suddenly change her demeanor. If they had said something like that on a normal day, they would have definitely received a huge eye roll. Just as everyone was feeling a bit tense, they saw Tang Xinyi suddenly smile sweetly and say to Chen Chen, "I was waiting for you to say that. Come on, let's exchange contact information first." While they were talking, they had already added each other on WeChat. Everyone, is this still the Tang family young lady we know? Double standards. Seeing the two exchange WeChat, the executives also stood up and added Chen Chen as a friend. A few of the executives felt a wave of comfort in their hearts when they saw their sons had exchanged contact information with Chen Chen. Although their unruly sons weren't very useful, at least they weren't foolish, they knew to build some connections for themselves. A young person with such achievements at such a young age was bound to soar in the future. The sooner they became friends, the tighter they could hold on to this golden opportunity. The waiter brought Chen Chen's tea leaves and followed the group of executives and young masters as they walked outside. Under the crowd's attention, Chen Chen walked over to the Aston Martin. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Chen Chen opened the front trunk and had the waiter place the tea leaves inside. The others stared in awe at the Aston Martin, a top-tier supercar limited to only 77 units worldwide. Priced at over 50 million, who would have thought someone actually bought one? This car appeared in Jinling, bringing great prestige to the city. At the very least, a car that even a big city like Magic City didn't have, Jinling had. It was just that impressive. Chen Chen got into the car with Su Zhishi and drove off. While driving, he glanced at Su Zhishi and gently asked, "Hey, how about I take you out for a spin tonight?" Su Zhishi's eyes sparkled with surprise but quickly dimmed. The little girl pouted and said softly, "Cousin, I have an elective class tonight." Hearing her words, Chen Chen chuckled and said, "Alright, I'll take you back now. When you have time, I'll take you out then." Su Zhishi nodded vigorously, sitting in the passenger seat, tilting her head to stare at Chen Chen without saying a word. After being stared at for a while, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at Su Zhishi, asking, "What are you looking at?" "Of course, I'm looking at my most handsome cousin." Su Zhishi answered without hesitation, looking at Chen Chen with admiration. Those people just now were all dignitaries from Jinling, right? They were so respectful to you, cousin, you're really amazing. It hadn't been long since they last met, and she was surprised to see how much her cousin had grown. This is no longer about being impressive, it is about being extraordinary, standing out like a crane among chickens, unparalleled in the world, with no predecessors or successors. Faced with such praise, Chen Chen gave the little girl a light tap on the head and asked with a smile, "Did this girl secretly eat honey candy? Is your pocket money enough lately? Want me to give you some?" Su Jishi protected her forehead with her small hand, pouted her lips, and shook her head. "No need, cousin, my money is enough." Chen Chen knew that Su Jishi was a sensible child who never spent money recklessly. He nodded and suddenly suggested, "When you have a break in a while, let's go visit Auntie in Linchue City. I haven't seen her in a long time." As soon as she heard they would go home together, Su Jishi immediately became happy, and her silver bell-like laughter echoed in the closed car. Su Jishi's eyes sparkled with a special brightness as she said to Chen Chen, "Great, but I have to keep it a secret, so I can give my mom a huge surprise." If her mom knew that her cousin had become so accomplished, she would definitely be very happy. Chen Chen looked at the lovely Su Jishi, who resembled a little fairy, and a smile crept onto his lips, softening his voice. "Okay." The crowd watched as Chen Chan's Aston Martin drove away, only retracting their gaze once it was completely out of sight. The several executives sighed, murmuring to themselves, "This Mr. Chen is definitely a young talent. Such a young person has an unlimited future ahead." The car is secondary, the main thing is Chen Chen's demeanor and conduct. To be so composed at this age is truly impressive. I wonder what kind of family could raise such an outstanding child. It seems they have invested a lot of effort. As the executives spoke, their eyes fell on their own disappointing sons, with expressions of frustration as they said, "Look at him, and then look at you. You're both young, how can the gap be so big?" Several young masters. "What does this have to do with us? We're getting hit even while lying down." One young master, dissatisfied, pouted and complained to his father, "Dad, don't talk about me. Didn't you achieve much at my age either? Just because you couldn't do it doesn't mean you should force your son to do it. Besides, experts say that parents who hope every day for their children to become dragons or phoenixes are definitely not successful themselves." The executive was momentarily speechless by his son's words. He glared at the brat and shouted, "Don't talk back to me. If I had your family conditions back then, I would have taken off long ago. Even doing something casual would be more successful than this brat. Who does he look down on?" As a father, he had to maintain his dignity. Hearing his father's words, the young master suddenly broke into a smile and said with a chuckle, "Then I'll go back and tell Grandpa that you think he has no ability." Father, damn it, this kid is actually seeking outside help? If his grandfather were still alive, wouldn't his aging father have to obey? The bond between generations is no joke. The young master listened to his father's words, feeling a wave of black lines on his forehead. He didn't know if he would be successful in the future, but just based on this idea of seeking external help, they were definitely biological. No need for a DNA test. More than an hour later, in the Lu family's living room, Lu Ruyu's exclamations could be heard from time to time. "Wow! This is actually the limited spring edition, and it comes in both colors. Just these 2 bags alone are worth at least 600,000. Even at such a high price, they are still in short supply. I've looked at these clothes one by one against the online pictures, they are all new styles for this season. No wonder you can buy limited edition bags. With such allocation, it's definitely a big client treatment. These bracelets and perfumes are all high-end. With styles like these, it's almost impossible to find duplicates. Ordinary people can't afford them at all. And these top-tier cosmetics, Shin Chen bought the largest sizes. Is he treating the top cream like dough? The world of the rich is truly extraordinary." Lu Ruyu held her phone in one hand, comparing the luxury items one by one. Upon seeing the prices of those items, Lu Ruyu suddenly felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. Buying so many things at once, the scene was too shocking. Did this trip cost millions? After looking at these items, Lu Ruyu turned to her sister and said, "Sis, it's clear that Chen Chen really cares about you. If he had even a hint of hesitation, he wouldn't have bought so many good things. Go to hell. What does a little girl know about sincerity?" Lu Ruyu lightly scolded her sister, but a blush rose to her cheeks. Lu Ruyu was already used to her sister's temper. She giggled and prepared to pour herself a glass of water. As she passed through the living room, Lu Ruyu immediately spotted the vase on the table and couldn't help but loudly ask her sister in the room, "Sis, where did this vase in our living room come from?" Lu Ruyan came out, looked at the vase her sister was pointing at, and replied, "That was brought by your Chin Chen when he came over. I thought it looked nice, so I put it in the living room." As soon as she heard Chen Chen's name, Lu Ruyu felt that the vase in front of her suddenly became extraordinary. "I knew it. The first time I saw this vase, I felt a wave of ancient charm. This is clearly an antique with a long history. Lu Ruan began to praise the vase, her eyes wide open as if they had turned into magnifying glasses. Look at the beautiful patterns on it. The lines are smooth, exuding a sense of elegance. This must be a masterpiece by a master. Hearing her sister's exaggerated words, Lu Ruan couldn't help but laugh and teased, if you had shown such talent during your college entrance exam, you would have scored a few more points on your essay. While saying this, Lu Ruan gently shook her head and helplessly said, your chin-chen was quite casual when he gave it to me. I estimate it shouldn't be very expensive. This vase was just a gift he brought when he visited, probably an ordinary piece of art. Lu Ruan. Well, that's fine then. Sometimes, the difference between an artwork and a genuine piece is just a little. It's not something an amateur can discern. Lu Ruan felt a bit disappointed and casually placed the vase on another table. At that moment, the front door lock turned, and Lu Dad and Lu Mom returned together. How's it going, Ruan? As soon as Lu Mom entered, she immediately headed towards the kitchen, shouting that she wanted to see if their kitchen was still intact. In her view, her daughter, who never lifted a finger, might have blown up the kitchen. However, when Lu Mom saw the delicious dishes on the table, her eyes widened instantly. These dishes looked not just decent but were at the level of a top chef. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Mom's eyes. Could it be that Lu Dad was right, that appearances can be deceiving? Thinking of this, Lu Mom reached out and pinched a piece of food to toss into her mouth. As the flavors burst in her mouth, Lu Mom's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, daughter, your cooking skills have improved. While speaking, Lu Mom tasted several other dishes, and each one was exceptionally good. So delicious. Lu Mom couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing Lu Ma's words, Lu Ba also came over, reaching out to pinch the vegetables. Who would have thought that Lu Ma would directly slap his hand away, glaring at him and saying, no touching, use chopsticks. Lu Ba seemed to be used to Lu Ma's double standards, chuckling as he walked to the kitchen, took out some chopsticks, and tasted the food, which was indeed delicious. Although the dishes had cooled down, the flavor was still unaffected. Lu Ma, with an excited expression, looked at her husband and said, just in time, we have a very important guest coming over soon. Let's tidy up the house. Ruan, can you stir-fry a few dishes tonight? The level of these dishes was far superior to that of an average restaurant. Hearing her parents' eager voices, Lu Ruan's face instantly flushed. She helplessly spoke up, saying, Mom and Dad, this food was made by Chen Chen. How could I make it taste this good? Usually, when she made instant noodles, her parents would pick at it, so how could she possibly make a meal this perfect? The family exchanged glances, and silence fell over them. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on their front door. Lu Ba hurried over to open the door and saw a plump middle-aged man standing at the entrance. The man's face was full of smiles, and upon seeing him arrive, Lu Ba and Lu Ma quickly welcomed him, greeting, Mr. Zhao, you're here. Please come in. As they greeted him, they ushered Mr. Zhao into their home. Lu Ba and Lu Ma invited Mr. Zhao to sit on the sofa, and Lu Ma quickly went to the kitchen to prepare tea for their guest. Mr. Zhao looked at the teapot that Lu Ma brought out, observing the floating tea leaves inside, and waved his hand, saying, let's skip the tea. How about we discuss some serious matters? Upon hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma exchanged glances, then looked at Mr. Zhao with eager expressions, asking, so, Mr. Zhao, about the contract? Their collaboration had certainly been discussed for a long time. Recently, Lu Ba and Lu Ma had focused all their work efforts on this contract. After so many interactions, both sides were quite interested, but the contract had yet to be finalized. The delay in signing the contract had made Lu Ba and Lu Ma very anxious. After all, their company was small compared to a big enterprise like Mr. Zhao's in Jilin. They could afford to wait, but they were on the verge of not being able to hold on any longer. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Ba and Lu Ma had invited Mr. Zhao to their home, wanting to have a good discussion about signing the contract. However, now that Mr. Zhao had arrived and wasn't even drinking tea, it made Lu Ba and Lu Ma's hearts race. Mr. Zhao looked at the two of them, lowered his head with a smile, and deliberately elongated his voice. As for the contract could be signed, but the terms needed to be modified. After all, businessmen prioritize profit, and with such a good opportunity to negotiate, Mr. Zhao naturally wouldn't let it slip by. The implication was quite clear, and upon hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma's expressions darkened. They had to either give up profit or give up the collaboration. It was a choice between two options. Giving up the collaboration would mean that all their previous efforts were in vain, and they would lose a valuable experience. But if they insisted on signing the contract, it would be a case of losing money for the sake of reputation, which Lu Ba and Lu Ma found very unsatisfactory. Just as the living room fell into silence, Mr. Zhao's casually surveying gaze suddenly tightened. His eyes were fixed on a porcelain vase on the other side, and he sat there on the sofa, seemingly petrified. It took Mr. Zhao a while to react. He gasped and hurriedly walked over to the porcelain vase, examining it closely. The patterns, the colors, this was a genuine article. President Zhao felt his heart racing. He turned to look at the stunned Lu father and Lu mother behind him and asked sternly, "You keep such a porcelain vase just sitting here? Ha! To have such a perfect vase just placed on the table, weren't they afraid it would get knocked or bumped? This family must be quite carefree." However, President Zhao's gaze towards Lu father and Lu mother changed. He never expected a family like theirs to have such a collection. Lu Ruyu, standing beside them, felt her brows furrow. She looked at President Zhao and asked, "President Zhao, is there something wrong with this vase?" She seemed to have some guesses in her mind but hadn't voiced them yet. President Zhao took a deep breath and replied to Lu Ruyu word by word, "This is a Ru kiln vase. The Ru kiln is the most prestigious of the 5 famous kilns and has always been highly favored by collectors. Moreover, due to its ancient and elegant appearance, it is beloved by the Chinese people, and its price has skyrocketed. The Ru kiln vase that the Lu family has collected is so well maintained that it could easily sell for several million. If it were sent to an auction, it might even reach a new height." Hearing the admiration and affection in President Zhao's words, the Lu family was utterly shocked. This vase was worth so much. Lu father and Lu mother were even more stunned after hearing President Zhao's explanation. They were well aware of President Zhao's status. Someone like him wouldn't make such a fuss over ordinary items. Something that could astonish President Zhao must be top-notch. Lu father and Lu mother gasped, and they almost simultaneously looked at their daughter, asking, "Where did this vase come from?" Lu Ruan hadn't expected the vase to be so valuable. She swallowed hard before saying, "This was a gift from Chen Chen when he came over for dinner today." Who would have thought that a gift could be worth so much? If she had known, Lu Ruan would never have accepted the vase. Chen Chen gave it? Lu father and Lu mother were even more shocked. They had heard their youngest daughter say that Chen Chen had become successful, but they never imagined he had reached such heights. To give away an antique worth millions right off the bat, that kind of generosity was enough for a marriage proposal. While Lu father and Lu mother were lost in their thoughts, President Zhao was also taken aback. "Chen Chen? Could it be?" President Zhao turned to Lu Ruan and asked, "Who did you say it was, Chen Chen?" Lu Ruan nodded slightly, her face full of curiosity as she replied, "Yes, do you know him?" President Zhao looked at Lu Ruan without speaking. He thought to himself, if it really is that Chen Chen, how could he not know him? He had just enjoyed the imperial tribute to Hong Pao in the afternoon, and now seeing ordinary tea leaves at the Lu family, he naturally couldn't drink them. As President Zhao pondered, he recalled the events of the afternoon. Chen Shen's demeanor and temperament were extraordinary. He had paid in full for a house in Tanfu City, amounting to tens of billions. This was a level of extravagance that had never been seen in Jinling. A young man like him, whether in terms of his own development or his family background, was beyond President Zhao's imagination. At the very least, he was not someone he could comprehend. The more President Zhao thought about it, the more shocked he became, and he even began to sweat slightly on his forehead. This afternoon, he had been the last among the CEOs to add Chen Chen on WeChat. The order in which the CEOs were arranged was naturally based on their status and position. Those CEOs who were far more capable than him still treated Chen Chen with utmost respect. How could he dare to act superior? Thinking of those people's attitudes, General Zhao felt a chill at the soles of his feet. While pondering, his eyes had already landed on Lu Ruyan. Looking at the stunningly beautiful young girl before him, considering her age and appearance, and recalling the gift Chen Chen had brought when he visited, an idea instantly formed in his mind. General Zhao felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that this young lady would become the son-in-law of this family in the future? Just by looking at them, they seemed like a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. If he offended this family, wouldn't that be equivalent to offending Chen Chen? How would he survive in Jinling City after that? General Zhao instinctively reached out to wipe the thin sweat from his forehead. He hadn't dared to voice a single word of his earlier thoughts, it was all completed in his mind. He lowered his head, contemplated for a moment, and awkwardly said, "So you know Mr. Chen." After saying this, General Zhao suddenly raised his head, looking at Lu's parents with anticipation, and eagerly said, "Right, let's hurry up and sign the contract." Such a good opportunity to curry favor, a shrewd person like General Zhao certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Establishing a good relationship with Chen Chen's mother-in-law's family, how could he let go of such a big leg to lean on in the future? He truly was a genius. While thinking this, General Zhao quickly took out the contract he had brought. He had completely lost interest in negotiating the price. If it weren't for the fear of the Lu family overthinking, he would have wanted to raise the price a bit. Lu's parents were very excited, and both parties quickly and smoothly signed the contract. General Zhao flipped through the contract several times, very happily saying to Lu's parents, "Don't worry, in the future, you will naturally be prioritized." Such a good opportunity to build relationships, General Zhao certainly wouldn't give it to anyone else. Lu's parents were so happy they almost jumped up. Establishing a connection with such a large group would elevate their future business to a new level. "General Zhao, stay and have a meal with us." Lu's father laughed heartily, in a very good mood, inviting General Zhao. Having finally signed this long-anticipated big contract, they had to celebrate. Upon hearing this, General Zhao quickly waved his hand and said, No, you all eat, I need to go back and sort out the contract matters. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll treat you all to a meal." After saying this, General Zhao left Lu's house with a face full of forced smiles. Lu's parents watched General Zhao's departing figure, feeling a bit stunned. They had been involved in this contract for so long, when had they ever seen General Zhao like this? The Lu family exchanged glances, unable to utter a word, their hearts filled with complexity. However, Lu's parents were perceptive. They looked at the valuable vase on the table and instantly understood. The successful signing of this order was all thanks to Chun Chen. Lu's father cautiously approached the vase, holding it in his hands and looking around. Why did Xiao Chun give such an expensive gift? Lu's father had great faith in General Zhao's judgment. At that level of status, the perspective was naturally different. Unexpectedly, all their hard work didn't compare to Chun Chen's influence. After all, Chen Chen hadn't even shown his face. Hearing her husband's question, Lu's mother directly looked at Lu Ruan and asked with a smile, "Daughter, are you dating Xiao Chun?" Lu Ruan, feeling shy, blushed at her mother's direct inquiry and playfully said, "Mom, don't talk nonsense." Lu Ruyu chuckled and suddenly interjected, "Yeah, Mom, what a big truth to say." Lu Ruyan, what was wrong with her family? Were they trying to sell her off? She and Chen Chen hadn't even started anything yet. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were quite happy. After all, Chen Chen had grown up in front of them since he was little, and his character was absolutely commendable. Even though Chen Chen had no money or family background, Lu Dad and Lu Mom had no objections to the two kids being together. In fact, they were quite pleased about it. At worst, they would just consider him a son-in-law who came to their door. Now that they knew and had personally verified Chen Chen's success, Lu Dad and Lu Mom were even more delighted. With such a good son-in-law, they, as the father-in-law and mother-in-law, felt proud. Lu Ruyan's face turned bright red from her parents' comments, and she stomped her foot in frustration, wondering how they could not understand this. "Oh, I won't talk to you anymore," Lu Ruyan exclaimed and dashed into her room. Lu Mom looked at Lu Dad and sighed, "Our daughter has grown up, and she's really not holding back." Lu Dad chuckled and turned his gaze to Lu Ruyu, saying thoughtfully, "I'm not worried about Ruyan, but I wonder what kind of boy Ruyu will find in the future." Lu Mom nodded seriously at this, realizing that indeed, Ruyu was more concerning. "Lu Ruyu, what's going on? Mom and Dad, you haven't even figured out my sister's situation yet. I'm getting caught in the crossfire here." Lu Dad and Lu Mom were in a good mood today, so they waved their hands and said, "Today, let's have your mom show off her skills, and we'll celebrate properly." At that moment, Chen Chen was driving Su Jishi back to school. He parked the car directly at the girls' dormitory and reminded Su Jishi, who was unbuckling her seatbelt beside him, "If anything happens at school, you can call me, okay? Make sure to eat your 3 meals on time every day. Don't follow others in dieting and skip meals. You'll end up with stomach problems, and it'll be you who suffers. If you run out of money, just tell your cousin, and I'll send it to you." Su Jishi giggled, thinking her cousin now sounded a bit like her nagging mom. "Okay, I know. If anything happens, I'll call my cousin," Su Jishi sweetly replied, knowing that Chen Chen cared for her. Now that she knew her cousin was doing so well, she didn't have to worry about being a burden to him. Watching Su Jishi's figure disappear into the dormitory, Chen Chen then drove home. The drive was smooth, and he arrived at his doorstep without any issues. After the gate scanned Chen Chen's biometric information, it automatically opened. Chen Chen parked the car in the garage, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw the bulldog waiting at the door, wagging its tail excitedly. It seemed that this wasn't enough. The bulldog suddenly jumped at Chen Chen, wanting to play with its owner. Chen Chen was knocked back a few steps before he managed to regain his balance. The bulldog loved its owner, moving around in his arms with great excitement. Looking at the little guy squirming in his embrace, Chen Chen felt a wave of helplessness. He thought to himself that although he had achieved a godlike physique, it seemed his strength hadn't increased much. Just controlling a bulldog was already so exhausting. If he took it out for a walk in the future, he might struggle to keep hold of this little guy. Just as Chen Chen's thoughts arose, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Your gym has detected that the owner feels insufficient strength, automatically upgrading and contributing plus 100 points to physique, 10 points for adults, and rewarding 10 bottles of physique potion daily, which can enhance physique and restore energy, but is of little use to the host, as the host's physique is too strong. After reading those words, Chen felt as if a hot breath had been injected into his body, crashing through his limbs and bones. In a moment, Chen felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, especially in his muscles, as if they were filled with endless power. He could clearly sense that his strength had significantly increased. Experiencing this feeling of being full of power, Chen suddenly waved at the bulldog and effortlessly picked it up. The bulldog, weighing over 100 pounds, felt as light as a cabbage in his hands. It was the first time the bulldog felt this sensation of being lifted, and in excitement, it kept licking Chen hand. After playing with the bulldog for a while, Chen patted its head and said, "Alright, that's enough playtime, you should go to sleep now." The bulldog, panting happily, seemed to understand its owner's words and obediently ran back to its doghouse. Watching the obedient bulldog, Chen felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Truly, it was a smart guard dog contributed by the family. Gently dusting off his hands, Chen was about to head inside when he suddenly remembered that the tea leaves were still in the car's front trunk, so he walked back to the garage. As soon as he grabbed the tea leaves, a light flashed before his eyes. Your home has detected that the owner has bought tea leaves from outside, automatically upgrading to establish an underground tea cellar, and rewarding 10 divine-level tea trees. Looking at the clear text before him, Chen eyes widened in surprise. This is possible? It feels like my home is quite jealous. While pondering this, he walked down to the basement. The basement was brightly lit, with warm yellow light illuminating every corner. To the right, there was a standalone door made of alloy. Chen gently pushed it, and the alloy door opened with a sound, revealing the newly upgraded tea cellar. Even Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight of the tea cellar. The arrangement here was even more advanced than Tang Sini's professional tea cellar. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze was drawn to the solid wood tea cabinet. The cabinet was made of natural wood, revealing some golden streaks within the grain. There were many of these golden streaks, making it very beautiful. Chen gasped, could this be golden nanmu? It was said that this type of wood was extremely rare, with a price per gram much higher than gold. Moreover, golden nanmu was dense and heavy. A whole room filled with golden nanmu tea cabinets was undoubtedly worth a fortune. The best part was that due to the special properties of golden nanmu, this wood could resist moisture and insects, making it perfect for storing tea leaves. Chen was very satisfied with the arrangement here and directly placed the tea leaves he had bought into the tea cellar. After setting everything up, he walked to the other side of the tea cellar, where 10 divine-level tea trees were planted. Before he got close, he could already smell a fragrant aroma, a sweet scent he had never encountered before. As Chen approached, the fragrance became even more intense. He carefully examined the tea trees before him and was astonished to find that the leaves were a vibrant green, standing tall, with golden edges that exuded an air of mystery and luxury. Just looking at these tea trees, without even considering the taste of the tea, felt like a form of enjoyment. Chen felt enveloped in the fragrance, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. After inspecting the tea cellar, Chen returned to his bedroom. After a long day out, he felt a bit tired, so he took a shower. Washing away his fatigue, Chen went to the wardrobe to grab a set of pajamas. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a watch box in the cabinet. At that moment, he vaguely remembered that he seemed to have received a reward, a world-class watch. Thinking of this, Chen walked up to the display case and gently opened it. Inside, 7 watches were prominently displayed, each radiating its own brilliance under the light. Chen directly picked up one of the watches, squinting his eyes. He had seen the introduction of this watch before. It was Patek Philippe's ultra-complicated pocket watch, currently the most expensive pocket watch in the world. A few years ago, it had already fetched a staggering price of 160 million. Chen was initially surprised, but when he saw the introductions of the other watches, he was momentarily speechless. At the top position was the Joaillerie 101 Manchette. This watch had a very unique design, with its surface embedded with 576 exquisite diamonds and various gemstones. Due to its uniqueness, its value was immeasurable, truly a priceless treasure. The third watch was Patek Philippe's Super Complication, touted as one of the most expensive custom watches in the world. It was also a top-tier existence in the watch industry. Chen skipped over Hublett's diamond watch and looked at the tourbillon watch by Louis Moinet. This watch was famous because its surface incorporated meteorite from Mars. Chen was very interested in this watch and directly took it out to wear on his wrist. The reason he chose this one was that he felt it was relatively low-key. Although this watch was also priced at nearly 30 million, it was hard for anyone to recognize its uniqueness unless they were knowledgeable. Chen Shen walked back to the bedroom with the watch. Suddenly, his phone on the bedside table dinged. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Tang Cini. I want to go to Jiulong Spring Mountain tomorrow to collect spring water and have arranged for everyone to go on a picnic. Do you have time tomorrow to join? Tang Cini had already discussed this with a group of young ladies and gentlemen in the chat, and everyone agreed. Thinking about Chen Shen's astonishing performance today, Tang Cini planned to invite him along. After seeing the message, Chen Shen thought he had no other plans for tomorrow, so he agreed. Sure, what time tomorrow? Tang Cini was very happy to see Chen Shen's response and quickly typed in the chat, since it's a picnic, let's go in the morning. The air will be good, and there will be fewer people, nice and quiet. Chen Shen had just replied with a good when he saw a flash on the screen in front of him. Your home has detected that the owner is going on a picnic and is very pleased. Considering the mountainous road conditions, your garage has voluntarily contributed a bulletproof G-Class vehicle. Looking at the words on the screen, Chen Shen couldn't help but chuckle. This home was quite interesting, feeling pleased in having the garage contribute. While thinking about this, Chen Shen opened his phone to search for information about the bulletproof G-Class. Once he searched, he found the popped-up webpage stating that the price of this bulletproof G-Class had already exceeded 100 million. Chen Shen was not surprised by this. After all, it was something the home contributed, and it was always top-notch. After looking at the various specifications introduced on the webpage, Chen Shen felt very satisfied. He put away his phone and prepared to sleep. The next morning, Chen Shen woke up early. After a simple wash, he had a light breakfast downstairs before going back upstairs to change clothes. The clothes in the wardrobe were all high-quality handmade uniforms, with various styles available. Thinking that today was for a picnic, Chen Shen chose a gray tracksuit. These clothes seemed to be tailored just for him, perfectly wrapping his figure. He looked like a tall, handsome boy with an excellent physique. Chen Shen tidied himself up in front of the mirror and headed straight to the garage, getting into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Checking the time, he drove the vehicle towards Jelongquan Mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Jelongquan Mountain, the young ladies had already arrived early. They gathered together, chatting and laughing, looking in high spirits. Since Tang Cini had notified everyone in advance about the outing, they all went to bed early and woke up feeling refreshed today. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove towards them and came to a stop right in front of the group. The young ladies turned to look at the car and saw the door swing open, with Tang Cini jumping down from it. The moment they saw her appear like this, everyone's eyes lit up. Today, Tang Cini was wearing a cherry blossom pink sports outfit, her long black hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking full of energy. She had only applied sunscreen on her face, looking youthful and exuding a sense of purity and competence. It was a somewhat contradictory impression, yet it appeared on the same person. But it was precisely this impact that made Tang Cini look exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching today. Just a glance at her felt like being caught in a whirlpool, and one's gaze lingered completely beyond their control. Looking at Tang Cini like this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Tang, you look stunning today. It's like you're a completely different person. Isn't that right? Sister Tang driving this car is just exuding dominance. Today, it's not just Sister Tang, it's the versatile Sister Tang. Absolutely amazing." Hearing the flattery, Tang Cini rolled her eyes and said to everyone, "I'm just here to grab some buckets. Since so many young masters are here, you all love to brag about being the little kings of the gym, right? Today is a good opportunity to see if you can handle it." As she spoke, Tang Cini counted in her heart. With so many young masters around, if each person took one bucket, it seemed like there would be an extra one, but it didn't matter. Feeling Tang Cini's gaze on them, the young masters felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of being schemed against. Zhang Haoren, on the other hand, couldn't hold back any longer. He puffed out his chest and said to Tang Cini, "How can you say that about men?" This was a blatant insult. A man absolutely could not tolerate this. It was just a few buckets. Before Zhang Haoren could finish his sentence, he saw Tang Cini had already opened the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and pulled out quite a few empty buckets. The sight of those buckets left him speechless, the words stuck in his throat. What the heck? These were the largest water cooler bottles from home. Carrying such a big bucket and having to climb up and down. Thinking of this, Zhang Haoren couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was definitely a big task. He had thought it was one of those small buckets used for water purifiers. Ahem, Sister Tang, isn't this a bit too harsh? Zhang Haoren began to wail, thinking that this trip up and down would probably leave his bones aching. The young ladies nearby covered their mouths and laughed, their teasing words flowing freely. Didn't you just say that a man can't say he can't do it? Sometimes, slapping the face happens so quickly. It's just a few buckets, isn't it a piece of cake for you, young Master Zhang? You look pretty strong, could it be that your body can't handle it? Or should we learn from the big stars and buy some seal blubber pills for you to boost your strength? Put. So it turns out young Master Zhang is so weak, ha ha ha. Listening to the words of those young ladies, Zhang Haoran was filled with a belly full of pretentious talk, but he didn't dare to say it in front of Tang Cini. Otherwise, he might not just get one bucket, but two. Seeing Zhang Haoran's defeated expression, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Haoran rolled his eyes and changed the subject, looking at everyone and asking, why hasn't Brother Chen arrived yet? As soon as Chen Shen's name was mentioned, a wealthy young man nearby immediately chimed in, I went home last night and got a good scolding from my dad. He made me feel like even the beggars on the street are better than me. Brother Chen is simply the child of someone else's family. With such a role model in front of him, his pressure was indeed immense. The other young ladies and gentlemen nodded in agreement, never expecting that one day they would be crushed like this. But thinking about Chen Shen's various performances, the young ladies and gentlemen present were all convinced, completely in awe. At this moment, another wealthy young man helplessly said, you guys have no idea. My parents almost got into a fight yesterday because of Brother Chen. Ha! Upon hearing this, the young ladies and gentlemen immediately became interested and began to inquire about the reason. The young man let out a heavy sigh and explained, this is also my dad's fault. After getting home, he kept criticizing me in front of my mom. My mom wasn't too happy about it and argued back a bit. At this point, the young man mimicked his mother's voice, saying, what do you mean my son is no good at anything? I said when I was pregnant, if this child turns out like you, it would definitely be a disaster. Everyone burst into laughter, eagerly asking about what happened next. I told you, if the child doesn't look like me, you're finished. The young man put his hands on his hips, clearly imitating his father. The young ladies laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. How could they even argue about this? This family was quite the joyful bunch. Just then, someone spotted a Mercedes G-Class speeding towards them from a distance. Squeak! The G-Class came to a steady stop in front of everyone, and a person got out of the car. It was Chen Shen. Everyone looked at Chen Shen, who was dressed in sportswear, and gasped in astonishment. No one expected that even in such ordinary sportswear, Chen Shen was still incredibly handsome, especially the muscles subtly visible beneath his clothes, which shocked everyone even more. The unique male hormones seemed to burst through his clothing, enveloping everyone. Some young ladies looked at Chen Shen with eyes full of infatuation. Handsome, simply stunning. Brother Chen was too impressive. It seemed he must spend a lot of time managing his physique every day. As Chen Shen approached, everyone quickly greeted him. Chen Shen nodded back at everyone, smiling as he said, have you all been waiting long? No, no. Everyone waved their hands, saying they had just arrived a little while ago. After chatting for a bit, one young lady shifted her gaze to Chen Shen's beloved car and exclaimed in surprise, Brother Chen and Sister Tang's cars are the same. They were both black, looking mighty and powerful, especially cool. The nearby young ladies and gentlemen began to tease, saying it was a sign of mutual understanding, a kind of fate. Zhang Haoran stepped forward a few paces, carefully examining Chen Shen's car, circling it several times. Then, a look of shock appeared on Zhang Haoran's face as he loudly declared, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Brother Chen's is a bulletproof G-Class, priceless and rare, probably worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. Over 100 million? Everyone knew Zhang Haoran loved cars the most, and they had no doubt about his words, instantly widening their eyes. This G-Class was actually the bulletproof version. It was said that many presidential vehicles were of this type. Ordinary people not only couldn't buy it, they hadn't even seen it. Zhang Haoran had also seen quite a few introductions to such cars, which allowed him to notice the subtle differences within. After speaking, Zhang Haoran looked at Chen Shen as if inquiring, hoping for affirmation from the car owner. Chen Shen, seeing Zhang Haoran's gaze, smiled faintly and nodded. He actually hadn't expected Zhang Haoran to know so much about cars that he could tell at a glance. Everyone was shocked when they saw Chen Shen acknowledge it. What kind of identity does Brother Chen have? Just a few days ago, it was a 50 million Aston Martin, and now it's a $1 billion bulletproof G-Wagon? This. Can it really be upgraded like this? At this moment, Tang Cini was the first to react. She waved her hand, calling out to the group of young masters, come on, young masters, one bucket each, let's set off. Seeing there were quite a few buckets, some young masters took two. Hearing this, the young masters reluctantly stepped forward and took the buckets in their hands. Who told them to always be greedy and go to Tang Cini for tea? Accepting favors means being indebted. The protection of Jelunquan Mountain was very well done, with abundant greenery and beautiful scenery everywhere. The mountain road was paved with large stones, one after another, extending all the way to the peak, looking very picturesque. Everyone made a concerted effort and climbed directly to the halfway point. From here, looking down the mountain, it was a breathtaking view of greenery, almost like a natural oxygen bar. Everyone took out water to replenish themselves. Climbing up like this was indeed a bit tiring. Only Chen Shan looked full of enthusiasm, showing no signs of fatigue. A few young ladies, exhausted, found a rock to sit on, panting heavily. The young masters watching them couldn't help but tease. It's obvious you don't usually exercise. When you go back, you'll definitely be sore for days. Tang Sini took out bottled water from her backpack and distributed it to the young ladies before turning to everyone and saying, "You all usually exercise, so make sure to hold the buckets well. If they didn't hold them properly and spilled water, no one would be able to mooch tea in the future." The young masters. They felt like they were doing manual labor. After resting for a while, everyone continued to climb towards the peak. After a moment of adjustment, their climbing speed noticeably slowed down. As Tang Sini climbed, she shot a glare at those young masters and sighed, "Hey, you straight guys, seeing us tired, can't you offer to carry us?" Zheng Haoran curled his lips and smiled awkwardly at Tang Sini. "Sister Tang, you really know how to joke. We're tired too." Besides, they were still holding a big bucket. How could they carry anyone? The young ladies rolled their eyes at them. These men were all straight guys, not warm at all. Chen Shan, who was walking in front, stopped and looked at the slender Tang Sini, raising an eyebrow and asking, "What, should I carry you?" "Ha!" Hearing Chen Shan say this suddenly startled Tang Sini. She quickly waved her hand, looking at Chen Shan and laughing. No, I'm just being a bit dramatic." With Chen Shan's background, how could she dare to let him carry her? Unexpectedly, Chen Shan smiled faintly upon hearing this, looking at Tang Sini with a gentle tone. "I'm just being polite." "You!" Tang Sini glared at Chen Shan, gritting her teeth in frustration. He was actually teasing her. Everyone was chatting and laughing as they climbed up, soon arriving at a flat area. Though it was called flat ground, it was actually a huge rock where many people used it as a resting spot. Tang Sini looked at everyone and took off her backpack. She often came up to fetch water, so she knew that the mountain path was steep and quite exhausting, and she had made quite a few preparations in advance. Tang Sini's backpack was filled with the snacks she had made herself. She opened the box and shared them with everyone. As soon as they tasted them, they recognized that these were Tang Sini's homemade treats. After all, spending so much time in the tea garden had honed her skills in making tea snacks. "Sister Tang, your skills are getting better and better." Everyone praised Tang Sini's craftsmanship. Chen Shan also quite liked the sweet and delicate flavor, which didn't overshadow the main event, and it carried a hint of floral fragrance. Everything was just right. After distributing the snacks, Tang Sini pointed to a rock on the mountain and said, "That's Jiulong Spring. Let's take a break for a while before heading up." Jiulong Spring seemed to be right above them, but following the mountain path, they had to take a large detour. After walking a bit longer, they could already hear the gentle sound of flowing water. Jiulong Spring was right in front of them. Looking at the clear water, smiles appeared on everyone's faces as they walked forward. They all washed their hands, and many even scooped water with their hands to drink. Jiulong Spring was very famous. The water was cool and refreshing, with a hint of sweetness. Using such natural spring water to brew tea would elevate the flavor to another level. Zheng Haoran also bent down, rolled up his sleeves, and scooped water to drink, revealing his watch in the process. "Brother Zhang, are you wearing the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series?" a young master exclaimed, pointing at Zheng Haoran's wristwatch. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly showed expressions of shock. The Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series was renowned as a luxury collection. Even the most basic model cost over $1 million. Thinking of this, everyone gathered around Zheng Haoran, carefully examining the watch on his wrist. Another young master took a deep breath, his eyes filled with envy as he said, "This one isn't just over $1 million, it's a limited edition worth over $5 million. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they looked at Zheng Haoran, filled with awe. Truly, he was Zheng the young master. That watch was incredibly stylish. Zheng Haoran smiled smugly, feeling quite pleased with himself. His father had just bought it yesterday, and he had secretly worn it out today. He was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. After everyone had admired Zheng Haoran's watch for a while, they returned to the edge of Jiulong Spring to play with the water. A young lady, watching a young master not far away, took the opportunity while he was drinking water to splash a handful of water over. Seeing the young master drenched, the young lady giggled and shouted, "Sisters, let's get them. They were so straight-laced just now. Humph, they must know that it's not that we don't retaliate, it's just that the time hasn't come yet." Hearing this, the young ladies all joined in the fun. Tang Sini scooped water and deliberately splashed it on Chen Shan, soaking his shirt. In an instant, the young masters were all drenched, turning into wet chickens. The young masters could no longer endure it. Chen Shen squinted at the young ladies who were laughing uncontrollably in front of him and shouted, "Everyone, let's counterattack together." As he spoke, Chen Shen had already reached the spring and started splashing water at the young ladies. Who would have thought that before the water even reached them, umbrellas suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These sunshades popped up like little mushrooms in the forest, blocking all the spring water. The young masters were left speechless. What the? Are you guys playing with props? Where did these umbrellas come from? Was this premeditated? The young ladies laughed uncontrollably, peeking out from behind the umbrellas, grinning as they said, "Who told you not to bring sunshades?" Hee hee. The young masters looked at each other and realized that under such circumstances, they could no longer continue the fun, so they simply called it a day and stopped the commotion. Chen Shen and the others were in a worse situation, as their clothes were all soaked. Zhang Haoran tugged at his wet shirt clinging to his body and said helplessly, "In this situation, there's no other way, just take it off. Otherwise, it's really too uncomfortable with it sticking to me." After saying this, Zhang Haoran had already taken off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Haoran usually paid attention to fitness, and his physique was quite impressive, with muscles that made him look supermanly. Several young ladies nearby began to cheer and whistle, acting flirtatiously. Some of the more bashful young ladies quickly turned their heads away, not daring to look again, their faces flushed red. The young masters, seeing this scene, were all envious. Zhang Ji's physique was indeed impressive. He looked strong and clearly someone who worked out regularly. Chen Shen's shirt was also drenched, and with no other choice, he had to take it off as well. Otherwise, wearing wet clothes would give him a rash. As Chen Shen began to undress, many people craned their necks to watch. Everyone wanted to see how Chen Shen, who didn't seem particularly muscular, actually looked. As soon as Chen Shen's shirt came off, it immediately drew gasps from the crowd. Chen Shen's physique was simply amazing. His muscle definition was very clear, and beneath those contours were powerful muscles, especially his abs, with 8 clearly defined muscles, the V-line deeply etched into his pants. The crowd's gaze seemed to turn into a nimble snake, wanting to follow the V-line and take a good look at the scenery inside. Thinking of this, the young ladies blushed even more. Ah, how could they think like this? Wasn't this just being a pervert? Zhang Haoran looked at Chen Shen's perfect physique and let out a wow, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he was seeing. This physique was just too perfect. It was simply the benchmark for gym bodies. Not overly exaggerated, but filled with masculine strength. This was what a real man should look like. "Shen Ge, your muscles are really well trained," Zhang Haoran said while greedily looking on. He naturally didn't like men, but he envied this physique too much. If he could have a body like that, wouldn't the girls be all over him? So envious. Thinking of this, Zhang Haoran swallowed hard. At that moment, he noticed that the other young ladies were looking at him with strange expressions. Zhang Haoran quickly explained, "Don't look at me like that, I'm not gay." Some of the other young masters also took off their shirts, but only those who were somewhat confident in their bodies. Some chubby young masters stayed in their wet clothes, tightly clutching the edges of their shirts, refusing to take them off. No way could they let so many young ladies see them make a fool of themselves. While so many muscular men were in front, more young ladies were still secretly sizing up Chen Shen. This sight was just too attractive. If there weren't so many people, they would have wanted to pounce on him. Not just the young ladies, even Tang Xini was stealing glances from the side, her face slightly flushed. Chen Shen felt those gazes and helplessly looked at Tang Xini, saying, "Still peeking? When we get back, you have to buy me some clothes. Soak me this wet, what a naughty girl." Tang Xini, caught by Chen Shen, wasn't angry. She smiled sweetly and confidently replied, "I wasn't peeking. I was looking openly. It's just buying clothes, so what if they buy? After all, seeing a handsome guy naked is still a win. Moreover, with Chen Shen's perfect figure, where else could one see such a sight?" After everyone had their fun, it was time to get to work. The young masters picked up buckets and began filling them with water. The spring water at Jiulong Spring had no suitable place to collect it, so most people were just filling their buckets. They used tools to quickly pour water into the buckets. Chen Shen also took a bucket from another young master and helped fill the water. Zhang Haoran lifted a bucket and walked to the water's edge, then moved to a nearby rock to take off his watch. He placed the watch on the rock to prevent it from getting wet. After all, it was a watch worth over 5 million, Zhang Haoran had sneaked it out and needed to protect it well. Once the watch was safely placed, everyone began to fill their buckets. Each person showed their own skills, some pressed their buckets into the water, while others used small bottles to pour water in. Only Chen Shen was the fastest. He filled a bucket in no time, leaving Tang Xini beside him stunned. Even the workers she usually brought along couldn't match Chen Shen's speed. This Chen Shen was nothing like a pampered young master, he was truly impressive. The young ladies nearby looked at Tang City, their eyes fixed on Chun Shen, and they suddenly covered their mouths and laughed. A few of the young ladies exchanged glances, instinctively thinking that Tang City was secretly admiring Chun Shen's figure. They even began to whisper among themselves, discussing whether they should play matchmaker for the two. Just as everyone was busy, a sudden cry echoed above them. Immediately, a bird swooped down like a gust of wind. The bird flew straight towards the watch on the rock, its claws sharp and ready, snatching the watch and soaring into the sky. Everyone, what was up with this bird? Zhang Haoren stared at the sudden scene, completely dumbfounded. This bird, damn it, was it a treasure-hunting beast? Did it know to grab the most expensive thing? That was several million. What the hell? It should have left the watch alone. Zhang Haoren was so anxious that he was almost sweating. This was his father's new watch. It had just arrived home yesterday and hadn't even warmed up yet, and now a bird had taken it away? What the hell? Zhang Haoren cursed inwardly, but as he watched the bird fly higher and higher, he felt utterly helpless. The others were just as stunned, frozen in place, a bit dazed. However, thinking of Zhang Haoren's significant loss, they began to comfort him. Zhang Ge, don't panic. It's just a bird. What use does it have for a watch? Maybe it will bring it back later? Do you think this bird is a lost little lamb? It's impossible for it to return it. Why don't we follow it? Maybe it will drop it. They say old things must go for new ones to come. Zhang Ge, don't get too worked up. Zhang Haoren's feelings were complicated. Who would believe such a bizarre thing if he told them? Even facing everyone's desperate attempts to comfort him, Zhang Haoren remained unhappy, feeling even more gloomy inside. After all, such a huge loss would make anyone feel down. But the incident had already happened, and Zhang Haoren knew there was nothing he could do. He forced a smile and said to everyone, it's fine, this is just a loss that prevents disaster. Maybe something good will happen next. Deep down, Zhang Haoren understood that the bird had long since flown off. Where could he go to find the watch? Seeing that such a thing had happened, everyone lost the desire to continue playing and decided to head down the mountain. Each young master picked up a bucket, and the boys already had one in hand, but there was still an extra bucket left on the ground. Tang City looked at the group of young masters and prepared to carry one down the mountain herself. Seeing this, the young ladies nearby quickly stepped forward, offering to help her carry it. After all, such a large bucket is indeed a bit of a challenge for these young girls. If two people share the load, it would be much easier. The other young ladies also expressed that they would take turns lifting it together, and they would surely manage to get it down the mountain. Chen Shen watched from the side, noticing that these young ladies all had slender arms and legs. If they carried it down the mountain, wouldn't they be exhausted? Thinking of this, Chen Shen shook his head helplessly, walked over to them, and said, all right, I'll do it. As soon as the young ladies saw Chen Shen stepping in to help, their expressions changed immediately, each one saying, thank you, Shen Gu. You're so kind, Shen Gu. Faced with such a scene, Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback. He felt a bit speechless and simply picked up 2 buckets, heading down the mountain. Though he held 2 enormous buckets, Chen Shen appeared to be handling them with ease. Other young masters were already panting with just 1 bucket, while Chen Shen carried 2 as if they were weightless, drawing whispers of admiration from the young ladies. Look, Chen Shen is really strong. With 2 buckets in his hands, it feels like they weigh less than 2 bottles of mineral water. Did you all forget about the muscles we just saw? So manly. I feel like I'm falling in love. Ha, it's over. We're going to become rivals. I just love this kind of strong, real man. Everyone walked down the mountain together, and those young masters in front began to take breaks now and then. Many of them were already panting, needing to rest after walking a short distance. Beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads, and their shirts were soaked through with perspiration. After all, carrying such a heavy load down the mountain would exhaust any young lady who tried to take over. The young ladies behind gradually caught up with the group. Hearing the young master's labored breaths, they teased, can you guys handle it? Look at Chen Ge, he's carrying 2 buckets and isn't even breathing hard. And look at you, just 1 bucket and you're already this tired. The young masters shot glares at the young ladies, immediately retorting loudly, a man can't say he can't do it. With that, one of the young masters gritted his teeth and picked up the bucket to continue walking ahead. Feeling a bit drained, his hand holding the bucket began to tremble. As he walked ahead, he thought to himself, Chen Ge is simply incredible, muscular and strong. Sigh, why must men make it hard for each other? The other young masters felt the same, unwilling to lose face in front of the young ladies, and they gritted their teeth, pushing on. They walked, stopped, and finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking at the parking lot not far away, the young masters were almost in tears. They had finally reached their destination. The journey had exhausted them. If it weren't for their pride as men, they would have given up long ago. Goodness, this trip was not a picnic, it was like conscripting soldiers. I can't go on, I need a break. A chubby young master squatted down, panting heavily. After he spoke, he wiped his sweat vigorously, looking nothing like the lofty young master he usually was. The others laughed at his expense, and they all stood at the foot of the mountain, taking a break together. The mountain breeze at the foot of the mountain was gentle, making it very comfortable. After waiting for their sweat to dry a bit, they took the buckets to the parking lot. Tang Jia, are you putting this in your car? One young master asked. Tang Sini nodded, directing the young masters to help her arrange the buckets in the car. Just as they finished stacking the buckets, Zhang Haoran's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw his father's name on the caller ID, causing his heart to skip a beat. However, Zhang Haoran still picked up the phone immediately. After all, it was just a watch. No matter how expensive, it couldn't be more valuable than his own son, right? As soon as he answered, he heard his father's familiar voice. You little brat, did you sneak off with the new watch I bought? Hurry up and return it, I have an important client to meet today. That client had a fondness for watches, often scrutinizing the timepieces of his partners. It was for this business deal that Zhang Haoran's dad had gritted his teeth and bought the over 5 million yuan Vacheron Constantine. Listening to his father's words, Zhang Haoran swallowed hard and timidly said, Dad, what if I told you the watch was taken by a bird? Would you believe me? His dad, taken by a bird? I believe you, my foot. Why didn't the bird take you away instead? Stop with the nonsense and bring it back quickly, I'm still waiting to meet the client. His father's tone was clearly impatient, and his attitude had become much stricter. Zhang Haoran found it hard to believe his own excuse, but at that moment, he couldn't hide the truth any longer, so he honestly recounted the situation. Dad, it really was taken by a bird, I'm not lying. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Not hearing a response made Zhang Haoran feel a bit guilty, so he tentatively called out, Dad? At that moment, he heard an angry rebuke from the other end. Don't call me Dad, I don't have a precious son like you. What kind of nonsense is this? Going out to play and claiming the watch was taken by a bird? The odds of that happening are rarer than winning the lottery. You little brat, since you're so lucky, go buy a lottery ticket. You better hope to win, otherwise, I might just break your legs. His dad was furious, truly making things difficult for himself. Such a high-end watch needed to be ordered in advance. Now, where was there time to find a place to buy a top-tier watch? He had been preparing for this contract for a long time. Zhang Haoran chuckled awkwardly and said, Come on, Dad. You can't lose both your wife and your soldiers, right? Losing the watch is one thing, but you can't just abandon your son. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his dad coldly chuckling on the other end. Humph. If worse comes to worst, I'll just treat you as a big waste and ask your mom for a little one. Zhang Haoran. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. For a watch, he was being treated with such disrespect? Zhang Haoran, being a child with a strong will to survive, suggested to his dad, no one wants unexpected events to happen. How about we borrow a watch from someone first? His dad thought for a moment and seemed to agree that this was the only way, then hung up the phone. Looking at the already disconnected call, Zhang Haoran felt dejected, speaking in a tone of despair. Great. In my dad's eyes, my status is even lower than a watch. The young master beside him noticed Zhang Haoran's bad mood and quickly asked, Zhang, what's going on? From the sound of it, the situation seemed a bit serious. Zhang Haoran slapped his face in frustration and said, How was I supposed to know that my dad needed that watch? He needs it this afternoon. Where am I supposed to find that bird? With the dense vegetation on Jelunquan Mountain, it would be nearly impossible to find it here. The young masters all clicked their tongues upon hearing this. Today's incident was just too coincidental. One young master said with some difficulty, This really is a bit tricky. If it were a watch worth a few $100,000, it would be easier to find, but I really don't have anything worth over $1 million at home. Zhang Haoran sighed heavily. If it were just a few $100,000, he would have gone to buy one himself to make up for it. What is lacking now is not money, but this top-tier watch, which requires a long ordering period. Tang Sini also frowned. The watches in her home are only in the million range, which probably won't solve Zhang Haoran's current predicament. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chen Shen suddenly walked over, took off his watch, and handed it to Zhang Haoran, saying, Use mine for now. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, all eyes turned to him. Zhang Haoran looked at the watch in front of him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He jumped up, pointing at Chen Shen's watch, and exclaimed, This is a Louis Moinet tourbillon watch? Claimed to carry the DNA of the solar system, this top-tier watch is worth at least 30 million. As soon as Zhang Haoran's words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. No way? It's actually such an expensive watch? This. Just a moment ago, they were all playing in the water together, and they hadn't seen Chen Chen take it off and put it away. A watch worth tens of millions is just an ordinary timepiece in his eyes. What kind of status must one have to enjoy such treatment? Only true top-tier wealthy individuals can rise above these illusions, not be enslaved by money, and truly become the masters of these items. In an instant, everyone present looked at Chen Chen with deep respect. Not to mention his consumption philosophy, just his generosity is not something ordinary people can compare to. A watch worth tens of millions. Upon hearing that Zhang Haoran needed it, he lent it without a second thought. This is loyalty. Zhang Haoran was very excited, but he still waved his hand and said with some difficulty, Brother Chen, thank you. But your watch is too valuable, I can't borrow it. Chen Chen smiled and said casually, it's fine, just use it. I have a few similar ones. Similar? A few? 3 watches at this price point would already be over 100 million. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a wave of shock. Chen Chen's financial strength is a bit terrifying. Before they knew him, the news of him buying out Tanfu City for tens of billions had already shocked everyone. After getting to know him, first it was the over 50 million Aston Martin, and today it's the over 100 million bulletproof G-Class, with a watch that is a 30 million Louis Moinet tourbillon. To be honest, this was almost shattering their value system. Before knowing Chen Chen, they were all the top young masters and ladies of Jinling. They could say that in their self-awareness, they felt quite extraordinary. They were all second-generation rich, but they were the top tier. However, when they truly saw Chen Chen's strength, they understood what a top-tier wealthy person really is. Compared to Chen Chen, they were at a level of poverty. Zhang Haoran saw that Chen Chen was indeed not joking, so he took the watch with great trepidation and said seriously, Brother Chen, don't worry, my dad will use it, and I'll return it to you immediately. Chen Chen just waved his hand nonchalantly and said, alright, just return it quickly. Zhang Haoran turned to leave with a grateful expression, heading back to return the watch, while the others also said they would go home to change clothes. Tang Xini nodded and said to everyone, okay, once you're ready, just come directly to my place. After saying that, Tang Xini looked at Chen Chen beside her, waved her hand, and said, let's go, I'll take you to buy some clothes. Zhang Haoran, wearing the watch, got into the car, preparing to go home. He put on his Bluetooth headset and called his dad. The phone was quickly picked up. Hearing his father's heavy voice on the other end, Zhang Haoran hurriedly said, Dad, I borrowed the watch. Unfortunately, before Zhang Haoran could finish his sentence, his father had already hung up. When Zhang Haoran called back, the other side either didn't answer or hung up immediately. Zhang Haoran, aren't we father and son? Can't I get a little trust? It's just a watch, how could I not borrow it? What Zhang Haoran didn't know was that while they were talking, his father had already inquired with several executives. They all had watches worth over $1 million, and there really weren't any more expensive ones. His father was now overwhelmed, burdened with lawsuits, and had no mood to answer the call from the culprit. The main reason was that his father felt if he couldn't borrow one, how could Zhang Haoran, just a young master, know someone more capable? Zhang Haoran drove home at high speed and happened to see his father with a worried expression. His father had already made up his mind. If it really didn't work out, he would borrow $1 million watch from an old friend. No matter what, he had to get through the current situation first. But to owe a big favor just for $1 million watch was really not worth it. As soon as Zhang Haoran saw his father's expression, he quickly handed over the watch, exclaiming, Dad, here you go. His father had originally planned to scold Zhang Haoran, but when he saw the watch his son was holding, he nearly jumped up. This was actually a Louis Moinet tourbillon. A top-tier watch worth over 30 million, and this kid just brought it back like that? His father gasped, forcing himself to suppress his shock, and looked at his son, asking, where did you get such a top-tier watch? Zhang Haoran was taken aback for a moment and replied directly, it's from brother Chen Chen. He knew you needed a watch urgently, so he lent it to me. Chen Chen? As soon as he heard this name, images of what his son had said before flashed in his father's mind. He grabbed Zhang Haoran's arm, asking urgently, the Chen Chen you mentioned is the young man who spends lavishly on buying buildings? Seeing his son nod, his father's heart was instantly overwhelmed with shock. When he first heard his son mention Chen Chen, he felt this young man was extraordinary. Now, seeing the kind of money he was dealing with, wearing a watch worth over 30 million, he felt this young man's status was terrifying. Not to mention ordinary young people, even adults like him couldn't match Chen Chen's spending power. After all, their worth was mostly tied up in business, with cash largely invested. People like Chen Chen, who frequently dealt with large amounts of cash, were the real wealthy. His father looked at the time, carefully put the watch on his wrist, and instructed his son, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and change into some decent clothes. Zhang Haoran, scolded by his father, obediently went upstairs to change. He thought since his father rarely took him to discuss business, he would wear his best suit. After changing, they both got into the car and headed to their destination. Jang Haoran drove quickly, bringing his father to the hotel where they had arranged to meet the client. As they got out of the car, they happened to see a matching Maybach parked across the street. As soon as his father, Zhang Bo, saw that Maybach, his eyes lit up, and he walked over. Just then, a middle-aged man got out of the car, straightening his suit. He was the client for this meeting. Zhang Bo quickly approached, warmly and politely shaking hands with the client. "You arrived right on time, just perfect," Zhang Bo said, glancing at the time and showing off his watch. The client's gaze swept lightly across the room, and the next moment he was frozen in place. As a watch enthusiast, he had always believed that a successful man's watch was a symbol of his identity. It was also his passport to even greater success. However, he never expected that the watch worn by Zhang Bo across from him was such a precious meteorite watch. The Louis Moinet tourbillon watch was worth over 30 million. It was not something an ordinary person could possess. Such taste was simply impressive. In an instant, the client's mind was racing, and his gaze towards Zhang Bo was filled with shock and envy. The client felt a surge of excitement, his lips trembling slightly, and his attitude towards Zhang Bo was clearly much better. Zhang Bo could distinctly feel the change in the client's demeanor, and a broad smile spread across his face. He had definitely made the right move. Zhang Bo looked at Zhang Haoran and said very formally, "Xiao Zhang, this is no longer your business. You go park the car." "Zhang Haoran, Xiao Zhang? So I'm just a driver, huh? Was it really necessary to put on the most expensive suit? In this outfit, I wouldn't even need to change clothes to be the groom at a wedding." Zhang Haoran silently complained as he watched his dad and the client walk into the hotel together. Seeing that his task was successfully completed, Zhang Haoran simply got into the car and headed towards Ziyun Tea Garden. At this moment, Chen Shen was driving, following behind Tang Cini, heading towards Century City. The two entered the parking lot one after the other, and as Tang Cini jumped out of the car, passers-by turned to look. This girl was just too beautiful. With delicate brows and a gentle smile, her every glance and smile exuded charm, making it hard for anyone to look away. Whether it was her figure, appearance, fashion sense, or temperament, everything was astonishingly good. Many passers-by instinctively stopped in their tracks, continuously gazing at Tang Cini. After waiting for a while outside the car, Tang Cini still didn't see Chen Shen get out. She walked straight to Chen Shen's car, knocked on the window, and said, "Chen Shen, why don't you get out?" Chen Shen rolled down the window, looking at the puzzled Tang Cini, and smiled, "Miss Tang, do you think if I go out like this, you won't have to go to the police station to bail me out later?" It was broad daylight, and going shirtless into a public place was too careless about one's image. Tang Cini covered her mouth and laughed lightly, saying, "All right, then I'll buy according to my taste." Chen Shen nodded. With Tang Cini's taste, she wouldn't buy him a set of bizarre clothes, right? After chatting with Chen Shen for a bit, Tang Cini walked into Century City. Watching Tang Cini's figure disappear, Chen Shen sat in the car, looking at the news on his phone. Business at Century City was thriving. Many passers-by, upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, couldn't help but stretch their necks to look inside. When they saw the illuminated phone and Chen Shen's face lit up, they were instantly amazed. This young man was just too handsome. Even many passing boys were stunned by Chen Shen's looks. They could tell that Chen Shen's upper body was bare. Although the car window was small and only a part of him was visible, it was still clear to see Han Feng's incredible physique. Especially those muscles that looked like they were sculpted, they were simply breathtaking. At that moment, Chen Shen also noticed the gazes of the crowd. He didn't want to continue waiting in the car, so he simply got out shirtless. Many passers-by nearby turned to look when they saw Chen Shen get out. Upon seeing Chen Shen's perfect physique, their eyes were filled with shock. This body was just too good. The muscles were finely toned, yet seemed to contain boundless strength, ready to unleash astonishing energy at any moment. Especially some of the girls, their eyes nearly glued to Chen Shen, filled with pink bubbles of admiration. The girls' exaggerated reactions made the nearby boys extremely displeased, and one of them immediately shouted, "Hey, wipe the drool off your mouth, it's about to fall on the ground." Hearing the boy's words, the girl slowly withdrew her gaze, shot him an angry glare, and retorted, "If you worked a little harder to turn your 1-pack into an 8-pack, would I still be drooling over other guys? Please, put in some effort. 1-pack? The bystanders nearby were taken aback for a moment, then covered their mouths and chuckled. "Isn't that just a beer belly?" The boy was furious, glaring at Chen Shen's bare upper body, which had no excess fat and was perfectly sculpted, instantly feeling ashamed. This is what it means to strive. To achieve such a visual effect, it probably also depends on fate, right? The more the boys looked, the more insecure they felt, and eventually, they simply pulled their girls away, heading into Century City. If we can't provoke, we can at least avoid. The girl didn't resist being pulled away but occasionally turned her head to glance at Chen Shen, seeking a bit of spiritual nourishment. Chen Shen also caught part of the conversations around him. He gently shook his head, realizing that even standing aside, he was caught in the crossfire. After thinking for a moment, Chen Shen walked towards the shops on the first floor. He had just seen that among so many shops, there was one selling clothes. When he reached the store entrance, he saw a bustling crowd inside, with many customers shopping. As soon as they spotted Chen Shen, several salesgirls rushed over. "Sir, are you looking to buy clothes?" The salesgirls greeted Chen Shen enthusiastically while stealing glances at his physique, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Chen Shen directly picked a top from the rack at the entrance and put it on, then said to the salesgirl, "I'll take this one." The salesgirl led Chen Shen to the checkout, and after declining her request to add him as a friend, he put on the clothes and strolled out of the store. The foot traffic in Century City was quite heavy, with passers-by everywhere in the square. Chen Shen looked around and moved closer to the parking lot. He casually took out his phone to browse the news, waiting for Tang Sini to return. Watching the crowd come and go, Chen Shen silently hoped it wouldn't take too long. After all, girls' shopping abilities were generally quite terrifying. Chen Shen sighed inwardly, resigned to playing with his phone. No one noticed that a production crew had arrived at the square in Century City. This was a reality interactive program that conducted various street tests in crowded areas. Today, this crew had chosen this location for their test, which involved hiring staff to play the role of a delinquent girl, asking passers-by for a light to see their reactions. The director of the crew stood to the side, instructing the actress playing the delinquent girl, "Remember, you need to act convincingly, okay? You must draw out the other person's emotions, understand?" The director earnestly advised the actress, putting in a lot of effort to maintain the crew's viewership. After all, the scrutiny was quite strict now. If the topic was too risque, it wouldn't even pass the review. But if the topic wasn't explosive enough, why would people want to watch your show or give you tips? So the director racked his brains daily for topics and had high expectations for the actors. After all, whether the interacting actor could ignite the atmosphere depended on the other person's performance. Remember, as long as you perform well enough, the rewards will definitely be substantial. And for the recordings in the future, I'll still be looking for you. After the director finished speaking, he threw out some benefits to tempt her. The actress's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, and she patted her not-so-impressive chest, saying, "If you mention a bonus, I will definitely give it my all in the performance." The director: "So you didn't listen to any of my guidance? You only heard about the bonus? I wonder if you would mind if I gave you a stage name related to money?" After silently mocking in his heart, the director looked at the actress's makeup and outfit and shouted at the staff, "What is this? This is supposed to be a bad girl. Why is she wrapped up so tightly? And this makeup, make it more exaggerated." The director was also calculating in his mind, if it didn't look good or a bit revealing, how could there be any highlights? The host, also a crew member, spoke to the camera, briefly introducing today's topic. "Our actress is currently getting her makeup done and will be ready to go soon. I wonder what the audience thinks the reactions of the bystanders will be." As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience immediately began responding in the comments. This show is quite interesting. Testing the reactions of bystanders also gives us insight into what these men are really thinking. Just wait and see, there's not a good man among them. As long as the bad girl shows a hint of indifference or suggestiveness, these men will definitely lose control. Not necessarily, right? Are there really no good people among us men? Maybe the actress just isn't charming enough, and no man will fall for it. Can't wait to see the results. Let's get started. Most people thought the production team wanted to expose the men's lecherous hearts. Some men were unhappy and began to argue in the live chat. Isn't this just entrapment? It feels a bit malicious. The person above is being too polite. Calling it a bit malicious is an understatement. This is full of malice, deliberately smearing us men. How can you interview a few men like this? Besides, pretending to be a bad girl is just digging a pit for men to jump into. Watching the comments in the live chat and seeing the men's righteous indignation, the director felt no concern at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Good, keep it up. This is the heat he wanted. The actress had changed into her outfit, a pair of extremely short hot pants, paired with a loose tank top, looking very sultry. To enhance the bad girl vibe, the makeup artist had even placed a rose tattoo sticker on the actress's bare shoulder. The flower stem was long, winding its way into the actress's tank top, evoking a lot of imagination. The director looked at the actress's outfit and was also pleasantly surprised, giving a thumbs up to the makeup artist. "This outfit is great, worth a big chicken leg." The actress walked in front of the camera, twirled seductively, and even threw a flirtatious wink at the camera. So, what do you think? Doesn't it look quite bad, girl? Watching the actress, a flurry of comments quickly filled the screen. This is not a bad girl at all, she's basically a woman of the night. Wow! Now the director's team says they aren't engaging in entrapment, but they can't fool anyone. Dressed this sexy, it's solid proof. This show should be called Looking for Lu Xiaohui. Being a man is so hard, just going shopping, and you have to be wary of whether it's the production team. While everyone was interacting, the director was searching for targets around the square. Even though they were testing the reactions of bystanders, they wouldn't just randomly choose anyone. For the sake of ratings, they had to select more topic-worthy bystanders. The director looked left and right and immediately spotted Chen Chen, who was distanced from the crowd. The reason he noticed him was that Chen Chen was indeed very eye-catching in the crowd. Standing at over 6 feet tall, with a model-like physique and an undeniable charm, this guy was already intriguing even without seeing his face. A boy like this, who naturally draws attention, was not someone the director would overlook. He gestured to the actress, signaling her to take action. The actress understood and waved at the camera as she walked towards Chen Chen. The camera zoomed in, and the host explained, "Everyone, that person over there is our first selected passerby." Just then, Chen Chen happened to look up. As the viewers in the live stream caught sight of Chen Chen's face, the comments exploded. "What a handsome guy! Where's the location? I need to grab a cab and get there now. If I were the actress, I'd definitely make a move. And get his contact info. Wow. A guy this handsome must have some immunity, right? Hope he can give us men some pride." The actress was gradually getting closer to Chen Chen, and she could clearly see his face. It could be said that the real Chen Chen was much more attractive than what was seen on camera. Especially with his mysterious aura, he resembled a captivating book that one couldn't help but want to read. For a moment, the actress almost forgot what she was supposed to do. Faced with such a handsome guy, all she wanted was to throw herself at him. As she approached Chen Chen, the actress pulled out a cigarette to hold in her hand. After all, she needed to test his reaction, and acting required going all out. "Hey, can I borrow a lighter?" The actress had reached Chen Chen's side, and due to their height difference, she had to look up to see his expression clearly. Chen Chen heard her words, glanced at her indifferently, and replied softly, "Sorry, I don't have a lighter." Chen Chen didn't smoke, so it was natural he wouldn't carry a lighter. His reaction and response were broadcast live, and the viewers began to flood the comments. "This guy is so cold, is he the stoic type? Looks even more handsome, I like it. He rejected her so directly? This guy has high standards. I wonder if the actress will give up. I strongly request more interaction with this guy. He's good looking, and his voice is nice too. There's no man you can't charm, it just depends on how hard you try." Challenge accepted. The actress was unaware of the live stream situation, she was lost in Chen Chen's face. Hearing his words and feeling his distant coldness ignited her fighting spirit. She quickly thought of a line and blurted out, "If you don't have a lighter, how did you ignite my heart?" This was a popular cheesy pickup line online, perfect for flirting. Just as the actress was feeling triumphant, waiting for Chen Chen to surrender, she saw him step back quietly, looking at her with a strange expression. In an instant, the live stream comments went wild. "I'm so confused, what does this guy's action mean? Guy, when I encounter someone not quite right in the head, I always want to keep my distance. This handsome passerby is also a straight shooter, he doesn't even know cheesy pickup lines. That sneaky step back, I wonder about the actress's psychological trauma. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The actress had a dark expression. How did she end up with a straight shooter? How could she flirt with someone so clueless?" Just then, the director's voice came through her earpiece. "The effect is good now, keep talking to him. Borrowing things from him again." The actress thought for a moment, glanced at Chen Chen, and moved closer to him, sweetly saying, "Brother, I don't have any money on me. Could you help me buy a lighter?" The actress looked at Chen Chen's clothes, which seemed like cheap market goods, clearly not worth much. However, a lighter should only cost a couple of bucks, he surely wouldn't refuse that, right? Plus, she had already lowered her stance, calling him brother, so she was bound to succeed. The comments in the live stream began to discuss the situation. Everyone expressed their opinions, sharing different thoughts. "I think the guy will definitely lend it this time. After all, a few bucks isn't a big deal for a young person, right? Is this actress from the show trained in emotional manipulation? These little tricks, one after another, are quite interesting. I bet 10 packs of spicy strips. This handsome guy looks so aloof, he definitely won't pay attention to a woman like that." Chen Chen's expression darkened noticeably. He frowned at the actress and said in a deep voice, "Who gave you the courage to think about getting something for nothing at such a young age? A girl like you, dressed like this, asking someone to buy you things, aren't you afraid of danger?" She was dressed like a delinquent girl, with smoky makeup that made her look like she was under some kind of spell. If she really encountered someone with ill intentions, she wouldn't even know she was being sold. The actress, clearly unhappy after being scolded by Chin Shen, thought to herself, "Do you think just because you're handsome, you can point fingers at others? I'm not a delinquent girl who will indulge you. What do you mean by getting something for nothing? If you don't want to buy it, then don't. Being stingy is just being stingy. Why say such grandiose things? Does it make you seem more noble?" The actress's tone was full of impatience. If she were to blow a smoke ring at that moment, she would definitely look like a living delinquent girl. Hearing her retort, Chin Shen smirked coldly, but he still patiently offered a few words of advice. Smoking is harmful to health. Besides, what's so good about smoking? If you save that money for cigarettes, you could buy a nice car. Not only could he save money, but it would also be good for his health, truly a win-win. After all, health is the foundation of revolution. If the body breaks down, the losses are limitless. Thinking of this, Chin Shen glanced at the actress and added, "Is it really to the point where you can't even take out a couple of bucks? It's no wonder some people say girls are too materialistic and only care about money. One can only say that there are always those who seek comfort without labor, ruining a good situation." As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, he immediately received a lot of applause, and the comments continued to fly. "What this guy said is great. I just don't like girls who don't respect themselves. A couple of bucks isn't much, but why should it be spent on you? This guy has a good perspective, and he didn't behave inappropriately just because the other person is a girl. I didn't expect to find such a guy right off the bat. Girls really shouldn't smoke. Moreover, someone who can't even afford cigarettes is hard to like." The actress's face turned red and pale as she looked at Chen Chen with indignation, retorting, "You don't smoke, do you have a nice car? What good is pretending to be virtuous when you're still a loser yourself?" The comments paused noticeably with her words. A few seconds later, they started to flood in again. That was a harsh comeback, hitting right at the heart. Poor guy, clearly trying to do a good deed, but being treated like this. This girl is too sharp-tongued, it's infuriating. But what she said isn't wrong, it strikes at the soul and is very hurtful. Impressive. It's quite normal for someone young not to have a car, isn't it? The actor's words are so infuriating. Handsome guy, hurry up and use your words to choke her. Not only did the audience feel that Chen Chen didn't have a car, but the actress thought the same. She looked at Chen Chen triumphantly, feeling that she had turned the tables. Just as the actress was secretly pleased, she saw Chen Chen pull a set of car keys from his pocket and press a button. With his action, the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to him unlocked. The two headlights flashed quickly, even in broad daylight. It was still noticeable. Faced with this situation, the actress was left dumbfounded. What was going on? She casually asked, and he really pulled out car keys? Moreover, she had just seen that Chen Chen was dressed very ordinarily, and she never expected him to have such wealth. The production team was equally stunned. After all, they had randomly selected a passerby. Although Chen Chen looked good, they never imagined his background would be so impressive. This time, they really hit the jackpot. Seeing such an outstanding passerby, the viewer count skyrocketed. The audience was buzzing, constantly praising in the live chat. "Wow, it's actually a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A car like that must cost millions. No wonder he speaks so confidently, he's really super rich. So impressive. How did this show find such a passerby? Handsome and wealthy, simply perfect. This isn't just an ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This is the bulletproof version, worth over 100 million. You guys really don't know how to appreciate it, treating a treasure like it's worthless? Ahem. You call a few millions Mercedes-Benz G-Class worthless?" The crew members stationed in front of the camera were completely taken aback by the comments. Over 100 million for a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz G-Class? What the heck? Even the director swallowed hard, feeling his heart racing with excitement. Who did they find? They were so good at this. They found such a wealthy young master. In an instant, looking at Chen Chen, who really had a car, the actress couldn't say a word. The production team quickly stepped forward to explain simply, "This is all for the show, please don't take it to heart." For an ordinary passerby, the production team would usually give a small gift, and that would be the end of it. But Chen Chen's identity was clearly different. They really didn't dare to be too perfunctory, fearing they might anger a true god. After the staff finished explaining, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown and said in a tone that was neither cold nor harsh, "You guys are really boring. How could they even dare to come out and do a show with such a topic? No wonder the quality of shows nowadays is getting worse and worse." Chen Chen was too lazy to talk to them any further, turning his head to the side to continue looking at his phone. The production team felt a bit awkward, standing there for a moment. At this time, Tang Sini was still wandering around the luxury goods area of Century City. She was carrying several paper bags with clothes she had bought from other brands. However, she was still picking and choosing, looking at similar styles and wanting to take a closer look. Tang Sini looked at a top, holding it in her hands and gesturing, mumbling to herself, if Chen Chen wears this, he should still look pretty handsome, right? While murmuring, Tang Sini turned to the sales assistant nearby and smiled, saying, "Could you please help me choose a size?" The sales assistant listened to Tang Sini's description and helped her select a size. Tang Sini directly said, "I'll take this one." As the sales assistant took the clothes, she said to Tang Sini, "Ma'am, the item you've selected is a new style for this season, priced at 76,000. New items are usually priced higher, although the customers here are either rich or noble, according to the store's policy, they still have to politely remind them." Tang Sini nodded slightly and said nonchalantly, "It's fine, I want this one, please wrap it up for me." As she spoke, she noticed another top nearby. A glimmer flashed in Tang Sini's beautiful eyes as she pointed to another piece, saying, "I want that one in the same size, wrap it up for me too." This style looked even better, and Tang Sini thought to herself that with Chen Chen's figure, it would definitely look great on him. Thinking this, she felt that this little bit of money was really nothing. Buy it. The sales assistant went to get the size Tang Sini needed, looking at her with envy, and said with a smile, "Is this for your boyfriend? Your boyfriend is really lucky to have such a beautiful and considerate girlfriend like you." Whether in terms of figure, appearance, or temperament, Tang Sini was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. That boy, being loved so seriously by such a girl, must have saved the galaxy in his past life, right? Hearing the sales assistant's praise, Tang Sini's cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. She didn't explain, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a beautiful arc. "Let's check out." Tang Sini handed over her bank card, and the sales assistant took it to the service desk to settle the payment. Tang Sini looked at the bags in her hand, it was quite a few items, enough for now. The sales assistant returned with the bank card and the wrapped clothes, respectfully handing them to Tang Sini. Worried that Chen Chen might be waiting too long, she quickly walked towards the exit of Century City. As soon as she stepped out of the building, she saw Chen Chen surrounded by many people from a distance. She frowned and hurriedly walked over, carrying her things. When she got closer and saw the unfamiliar faces, she directly parted the crowd and walked to Chen Chen's side, smiling as she said, "Chen Chen, I bought the clothes, try them on." Hearing her melodious voice, like a delicate orchid in a quiet valley, everyone turned to look at Tang Sini. When they saw her face clearly, they were instantly taken aback by her beauty. This girl was just too stunning. Not only were her features exquisite, but her elegant demeanor also made it hard to look away. The barrage of comments exploded the moment Tang Sini entered the scene. "What a beautiful girl, she must be the little brother's girlfriend, right? They seem really close when they talk. She's so beautiful, I feel like I'm in love." Pretty girls are never in short supply, but those with such good temperament are very rare. Even though she's just wearing sportswear, it can't hide her noble aura. Tang Sini was unaware of the filming crew's reactions. She looked at the rather ordinary top Chen Chen was wearing and frowned, asking, "Why are you wearing a top?" She had gone to buy him clothes, so where did this top come from? The crew members. The barrage. What does that mean? Was he not wearing clothes before? "Young man, are you playing so carefree? Are these two a couple? Their looks are too enviable. This is a true match made in heaven. The guy is handsome, and the girl is so beautiful. Together, they look like a painting. I can already smell the sourness of love. Hurry up and get out of the way, I can't bear to watch. Is this a street show or a dog abuse scene? Hurry up and do something serious, or I'm going to cry." Showing off love leads to a quick death. Chen Chen looked at Tang Sini, who had just returned, raised an eyebrow, and asked in surprise, "Why did you buy me so many clothes?" There were clearly 5 or 6 bags, indicating she had bought quite a lot. Tang Sini smiled playfully and said to Chen Chen, "I don't know which one you like, but I've bought everything I liked for you." Tang Sini thought quite simply, with so many items, there had to be at least one that would catch Chen Chen's eye. After all, when buying gifts for someone, it was essential that the recipient was satisfied. Chen Chen nodded, picked up the clothes, and said to Tang Sini, "Alright, let's go, get in the car." Tang Sini had spent some time shopping for clothes, and by now, the young masters and ladies were likely already at Xian Tea House. "Okay." Tang Sini obediently nodded and followed Chen Chen's footsteps toward her car. The two got into their respective cars and drove off. The crew members watched in astonishment as 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles passed by. Who were these two, really? Not only did they look good, but they were also so wealthy. The live stream audience saw the 2 G-Class vehicles leave, and the comments flooded in. As expected, they are a true fairy couple. Even when driving, they have to drive matching models. Wow, this worth is simply shocking. The ordinary version cost several million. That's really impressive. I didn't expect that while I was hiding at home watching the livestream, I would still be fed dog food. Help! Sitting at home, dog food falls from the sky. No problem at all. After the initial shock, the audience in the livestream was filled with various feelings of envy and bitterness. After all, witnessing someone else's sweet romance could indeed be quite bittersweet. At that moment, Chen Chen's phone rang. For safety's sake, he pulled over to the side of the road and answered the call. It was Zhang Haoren calling, and his tone was clearly excited as he said loudly, "Brother Chen, my dad should finish his business soon, and he'll bring the watch to you. If his dad's business went smoothly, his own life would be safe. Otherwise, his dad would nag him 100 times a day, and he would eventually be driven crazy." Hearing the cheerful voice on the other end, Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll contact you later." Just as he hung up, he heard honking next to his car. He turned to see that it was actually Tang Xinyi. It turned out that Tang Xinyi noticed Chen Chen hadn't followed and drove over to talk to him. She rolled down her window, looked at Chen Chen from a distance, and suggested, "Chen Chen, you should change your clothes first. Otherwise, you might want to go home and take a shower later, so you don't catch a cold." Although it was summer, the temperature at Jelongquan Mountain was still relatively low. Tang Xinyi was genuinely concerned about Chen Chen catching a cold, which was why she kindly reminded him. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tang Xinyi finished speaking, a light screen flashed before Chen Chen's eyes. Detected that the host's physical condition is in doubt. The system is unhappy and actively offers divine medical skills to help the host regain his vigor. Chen Chen. System, can you come out for a moment? What do you mean by regain vigor? Explain that to me clearly. Just as Chen Chen was feeling very frustrated, he suddenly felt a warm sensation circulating in his mind, which was quite comfortable. Soon after, he realized that a lot of pharmacological knowledge appeared in his mind. The warmth faded, and Chen Chen felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Meeting Tang Xinyi's concerned gaze, he said, "Alright, I'll change my clothes first." After all, Tang Xinyi had gone out of her way to buy them, so it would indeed be inappropriate not to try them on. Chen Chen took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body once again. This time, Tang Xinyi openly admired him, internally praising him. Chen Chen casually picked a bag and took out a shirt to put on. After adjusting it slightly, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It fit him very well. Tang Xinyi had already gotten out of the car at this point. She looked Chen Chen up and down, smiled brightly, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, it really fits well." Chen Chen gave a thumbs up to Tang Xinyi and praised, "Of course, Miss Tang's eyes are like radar." Tang Xinyi was quite pleased, raising her head high, making her exposed swan neck even more elongated and beautiful. "Let's go, we're heading back to the tea garden." Tang Xinyi cheerfully waved her hand and walked straight to the car. The two continued on their way, but unexpectedly, they hadn't driven far when Tang Xinyi's car suddenly stopped by the roadside, with the hazard lights flashing. Chen Chen was puzzled and also stopped his car behind Tang Xinyi's. After waiting for about half a minute, he still didn't see any movement from Tang Xinyi in the car, and he was clearly taken aback, not knowing what was going on. Worried that something was wrong with Tang Xinyi, Chen Chen simply got out of the car and walked over to her vehicle. As soon as he approached, he saw Tang Xinyi slumped over the steering wheel. Tang Xinyi's pretty face turned just enough towards Chen Chen's direction that he could clearly see through the car window that she was breathing heavily, her face noticeably pale. Seeing Tang Xinyi like this, Chen Chen was immediately stunned and quickly opened the car door, leaning in to ask, "What's wrong with you?" It looked a bit serious. Tang Xinyi's beautiful little face was scrunched up in pain. When Tang Xinyi saw Chen Chen come closer, she forced a smile, but it was quickly overshadowed by her discomfort. "I've got my period," Tang Xinyi murmured softly, as if to answer Chen Chen's question. Chen Chen looked confused and casually asked, "Huh? Which one? Which one?" Seeing Chen Chen's innocent expression, Tang Xinyi gritted her teeth and said, "Aunt Flo is visiting." "Straight man." Chen Chen pouted, secretly thinking that if she just said she had her period, it would have been clearer. How was he supposed to guess? However, seeing Tang Xinyi in pain, he couldn't bear to tease her. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Your cramps seem really bad. You definitely can't drive. Let me take you home." Chen Chen could tell that Tang Xinyi was curling up her limbs in pain, a protective instinct triggered by extreme discomfort. In this situation, it would be very dangerous to force herself to drive. Tang Xinyi also realized her condition and nodded, pulling up the handbrake. At that moment, she discovered that such a simple action was very strenuous for her. After removing the car key, she thought about climbing out. Seeing Tang Xinyi in distress, Chen Chen couldn't just stand by, he leaned in and gave her a princess carry. "Ah!" Tang Xinyi completely didn't expect Chen Chen to do this. She instinctively let out a soft gasp, her small hands gripping tightly onto Chen Chen's front. Her head rested against Chen Chen's chest, and she could clearly hear his heartbeat. In an instant, Tang Sini felt that the thumping sound, like a drum, stirred her own heart into a chaotic rhythm. Chen was very strong, easily carrying Tang Sini to the passenger door. Just as she was about to help open the door, Chen effortlessly pulled it open himself and placed her in the passenger seat. Looking at the car's interior, Tang Sini was clearly taken aback. It truly was a bulletproof G-Class worth over 100 million, exuding luxury at every turn. At this point, Chen had already taken the driver's seat, and as soon as he sat down, he leaned towards Tang Sini. Feeling Chen closeness, a warm masculine scent enveloped her, causing her to stiffen. Two blushes rose directly to Tang Sini's pretty face, and she gently lowered her gaze, her curled eyelashes arching like a little princess lost in the world. Tang Sini's small hand clenched nervously, unsure of what Chen was doing so close all of a sudden. At that moment, she saw Chen reaching out his hand towards her. Sini felt her heart nearly stop. Unexpectedly, Chen hand passed over her and pulled up the seatbelt beside her, fastening it for her. Watching Chen return to his own seat, Sini's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What was she thinking? Chen, completely unaware of Sini's discomfort, thought she was unwell and asked, "Can you still give me directions? Or should I just use the navigation myself?" Sini shook her head, sitting weakly in her seat as she replied, "It's fine, I can guide you." Under Sini's direction, Chen drove into a villa area. This was also a well-known villa district in Jinling, with French-style architecture that exuded a romantic atmosphere. Although this villa area had been established for a long time, each villa was well-maintained, making it very comfortable to be in. Sini's family took great care of their home, indicating that they were the kind of people who truly enjoyed life. To the left upon entering was a vibrant little garden. Various colored flowers were planted there, looking lively and full of color. Chen seemed to be infected by this atmosphere, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sini led Chen into the villa, where the lighting was excellent and the decor was luxurious and grand. Looking at the empty villa, Chen turned to Sini and asked, "Aren't your family home?" Sini gently nodded and replied, "My parents are both very busy with work and usually come back very late." Chen responded with an holding Sini as they walked towards the stairs, quietly asking, "Where's your room?" "The first room on the right on the second floor," Sini answered obediently. Chen easily carried Sini to her room, and as soon as they entered, he saw a pair of black stockings scattered on the floor, posed in a very alluring manner. Seeing such vivid stockings, Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After all, it was a girl's privacy, so he thought to shift his gaze. Unexpectedly, as he turned his head, he saw a thin set of pajamas hanging by the bed. The soft sheen of the fabric sparked his imagination. Chen face darkened, and he quickly looked at the various stuffed toys casually placed on the bed. Sini followed Chen gaze and immediately felt embarrassed, quickly reaching out to cover his eyes, saying, "Don't look, don't look." It was too embarrassing for him to see these things on his first visit. Feeling the girl's awkwardness in his arms, a smile crept onto Chen's lips as he chuckled softly, "It's fine, I can pretend to be blind." "Sonny, is that really okay?" "Humph, men really do have deceptive mouths." Chen carefully placed Sini on the bed, making sure to cover her with the blanket. "Wait for me a moment," he said, turning to go to the living room. When he returned, he had a cup of hot water in his hand, which he placed on the bedside table. Watching the steam rise, Chen reminded Sini, "Let it cool a bit, drink more hot water. I'm going out now to get you some medicine." "Medicine?" Hearing Chen's words, Sini's eyes widened in surprise as she said, "You can prescribe medicine?" "I have a prescription for treating menstrual pain. I've taken it before, and it helped a bit. Could you help me get those herbs?" "No need, I know what to get," Chen said as he walked towards the door. After all, he was someone with divine medical skills. If he needed a prescription for such a small matter, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Chen drove directly to a nearby larger traditional Chinese medicine shop. Before he even entered, he noticed many people coming in and out, clearly indicating a thriving business. After parking his car, he walked into the shop. Upon entering, Chen discovered that there was much more to this place than it appeared from the outside. From the sign outside, it looked like an ordinary Chinese medicine shop, but once inside, he realized the space was actually quite large. The central hall featured a massive medicine cabinet, with an array of Chinese medicine names plastered on numerous small drawers. On both sides of the hall, several consultation rooms were partitioned off, with many people waiting at the doors for their appointments. The shop offered a service for decocting herbal medicine, so a faint aroma of herbal soup wafted through the hall. "Hello?" A beautiful girl approached the counter as Chen walked closer, greeting him with a bright smile. Chen looked up. The girl appeared to be a few years older than him, but she was exceptionally pretty. Especially her eyes, resembling autumn waters, sparkled with a playful glint, as if they could speak, full of life. This girl was the granddaughter of the shop owner, named Gao Meng. Today, her family had matters to attend to, so she was temporarily drafted to help out at the shop. Initially, Gao Meng had complained about this, but upon seeing such a handsome young man, all her previous grievances vanished in an instant. Thinking about this, Gao Meng scrutinized Chen Chen, secretly pondering. She hadn't expected that coming to help at the shop would lead her to meet such a charming guy. Wow, today was worth it. Gao Meng's eyes greedily roamed over Chen Chen's face as she asked, "Hey handsome, are you here to see a doctor or to get some medicine?" "To get medicine," Chen Chen replied succinctly. Gao Meng nodded and reached out her hand, playfully saying, "Alright, give me your prescription." Shangfu, Wuyao, Wolingzi. Chen Chen recited the names of the herbs on the spot. Gao Meng was clearly taken aback and quickly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from the counter to start recording. Coming from a family of medicine, she widened her eyes while writing. This was for treating menstrual pain, and the young man seemed quite knowledgeable about herbs. Gao Meng looked at Chen Chen and teased, "Young man, you must really care for your girlfriend." Chen Chen smiled faintly at her teasing but didn't respond. Gao Meng didn't mind, her attention was already focused on the prescription, carefully pondering over it. She had just noticed that there was clearly an extra herb in the prescription Chen Chen provided. However, upon considering the pharmacology, Gao Meng felt that this particular herb was just right. How clever! While waiting for his medicine, Chen Chen looked at the medicine cabinets behind him. He thought for a moment and said to Gao Meng, "Also, get me some high-grade reishi mushrooms." The ginseng in this shop seemed quite good too, but Chen Chen decided against it today. After all, ginseng promotes blood circulation. If Tang Sini made soup with it, wouldn't it lead to excessive bleeding? Since he was already there, Chen Chen casually mentioned a few more herb names for Gao Meng to pack up for him. He didn't forget to add, "I want all of them to be high grade." Chen Chen planned to keep these herbs at home for future needs. Gao Meng nodded, jotting down the names of the herbs one by one, and said to Chen Chen, "Alright, please wait a moment over there." Chen Chen nodded and stood aside to wait. At that moment, a young man walked into the shop, also there to buy herbs. The young man looked like a sturdy fellow, with clearly defined muscles visible beneath his clothing. His steps and movements were very efficient, and he stood tall, giving off the impression of a military member. The young man quickly walked up to the counter and handed over a prescription. The staff at the counter took it and murmured softly. Chen Chen listened nearby. These were all tonic medicines, indicating he was here to nourish his body. Gao Meng, standing beside him, also chimed in at the right moment, saying, "For this kind of tonic, it's best to buy some aged ones. The effect is much better after brewing." "Aged ones have a better effect?" Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of joy clearly flashed in the young man's eyes. He hurriedly asked, "Are the prices for these aged ones very high?" Gao Meng nodded and briefly quoted a few prices. The man across from her immediately showed a troubled expression. The young man smiled bitterly and said to Gao Meng, "Forget it, I'll just take these regular ones for now." "Thank you." Gao Meng understood and nodded. Having helped in the shop for a long time, she had seen this kind of situation too many times. After all, these aged medicines were expensive and not something an average person could afford. While thinking, Gao Meng's gaze shifted to Chen Chen beside her. This young man bought so much at once, it seemed his family conditions must be quite good. Handsome, wealthy, and so considerate, what an unforgettable young man. Chen Chen felt a sense of righteousness from the young man and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The young man noticed Chen Chen's gaze and met his eyes. They exchanged smiles, and the young man casually nodded at Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen nodded back. Since Chen Chen had arrived first, his traditional medicine was quickly packed. After paying, he took the medicine and returned to Tang Sini's home. Tang Sini still looked a bit weak. After greeting her, Chen Chen went into the kitchen to prepare the medicine for her. Making traditional medicine is a meticulous task, but Chen Chen was quite patient, checking occasionally to avoid overcooking it. Once the medicine was ready, he carefully poured it into a bowl and brought it to Tang Sini's room while it was still warm. "Ugh, traditional medicine smells so bad," Tang Sini pouted, her little face scrunching up in dissatisfaction. In that moment, she looked nothing like her usual dignified self, but rather like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, patiently coaxing her, "Bitter medicine is good for the illness. It may taste bad now, but once you drink it, you'll feel better. Isn't that great?" "Oh." Tang Sini pouted, and Chen Chen set down the bowl, helping her sit up and feeding her small sips. Perhaps it was the steam from the medicine, but Tang Sini's little face turned rosy. The warmth flowed through her limbs, and she felt much better. Especially with her belly feeling warm, the heat eased the pain, and she blinked in amazement. Having experienced dysmenorrhea before, She had taken plenty of traditional medicine, but this was the first time she felt it was so effective. Seeing Tang Sini's complexion improve significantly, Chen Shen sighed and couldn't help but say, "You really are something, knowing you have dysmenorrhea and still daring to invite someone out for a picnic at this time?" Tang Sini looked wronged, glancing at Chen Shen and muttering, "You have the nerve to say that. It was clearly you who said yesterday that the tea brewed with spring water wasn't perfect." Chen Shen had spoken without thinking, but Tang Sini took it to heart. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. So, he was the instigator of this situation? Looking at the aggrieved Tang Sini, Chen Shen shook his head helplessly and smiled. "Alright, since I've made Miss Tang suffer so much, I'll go prepare some food for you. How does that sound?" Hearing that Chen Shen was going to cook for her, Tang Sini, though not expecting much, still smiled and replied, "Okay." Chen Shen got up to help Tang Sini adjust her blanket, reminding her, "You just took your medicine, you can rest a bit, it's good for your health." If she could sleep for a while, that would be best. While sleeping, her body could better absorb the medicine, allowing Tang Sini to recover more effectively. After watching Tang Sini settle down, Chen Shen went to the kitchen to check the ingredients at home. He took out a clay pot from the cupboard, preparing to make Tang Sini a chicken soup with Ganoderma. Girls have lower immunity during their period, and eating Ganoderma chicken soup can enhance immunity, which is beneficial for the body. Tang Sini's home had a rich variety of ingredients, so Chen Shen took out a fresh whole chicken, removed the skin, and started cooking it with the Ganoderma. Not knowing Tang Sini's taste, he didn't plan to make anything too complicated, opting instead for a simple 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were home-cooked meals. He simmered the ribs on low heat. Even for sweet and sour ribs, a tender texture was necessary for better flavor absorption. Just as he finished cooking, Chen Shen intended to call Tang Sini down for dinner. Unexpectedly, Tang Sini had already fallen into a deep sleep. Chen Shen closed the door behind him and left the room, returning to the kitchen to find some bowls and plates to cover the dishes, keeping them warm. Just as he finished everything, his phone rang. Chen Shen took out his phone and saw it was a call from Zhang Haoran. As soon as he answered, Zhang Haoran's voice came through. "Brother Chen, where are you? My dad just finished his business deal. I'm coming to deliver the watch to you." After all, it was a top-tier watch worth over 30 million. Even Zhang Bo didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly gave the watch to his son after signing the contract. Zhang Bo was worried that Zhang Haoran might cause some trouble, so he repeatedly instructed, "Don't do anything else, just go deliver the watch, got it? And you're not allowed to sneakily wear it." If it weren't for Zhang Bo knowing his son well, who would believe that a watch could be snatched away by a bird? Zhang Haoran also understood the value of the watch, so he called Chen Chen immediately. After Chen Chen provided the address of Tang Sini's home, he hung up. Hearing the familiar address, Zhang Haoran suddenly froze. Wasn't that Tang Jie's villa? Without time to think further, Zhang Haoran drove to the outside of Tang Sini's villa and called Chen Chen. Sure enough, moments later, he saw Chen Chen walking out of the villa. Zhang Haoran looked at Chen Chen, grinning as he asked, "Brother Chen, what's going on? At Tang Jie's place?" Considering that Chen Chen and Tang Sini had only just met, and although Tang Sini appeared gentle and kind, she was inherently a very proud person. Zhang Haoran suddenly thought of something and pointed at the villa, asking, "What's Tang Jie doing at home? Is everyone there?" He had just picked up his dad after the business deal. Could it be that everyone had moved the gathering to Tang Jie's villa? Chen Chen gently waved his hand to stop Zhang Haoran from entering, replying, "No, don't disturb her, she just fell asleep." It was hard for Tang Sini to fall asleep, and it was the perfect time for her to digest the medicine. She couldn't be disturbed now. "Zhang Haoran, she's asleep? Wow, Brother Chen, did you succeed?" Zhang Haoran thought to himself, looking at Chen Chen with a strange expression. This was simply his idol. Zhang Haoran had a gossiping look on his face, eager to ask Chen Chen for some tips right then and there. In fact, Zhang Haoran was quite confident when it came to girls. After all, he was the top young master of Jiling, and countless girls would rush to him with just a wave of his hand. However, a top young lady like Tang Sini was proud and unruly. He never expected Chen Chen to easily win her over. This was beyond what could be described as idol-worthy. This is simply YYDS. Just as the two were about to talk, a man appeared, running quickly with a little girl in his arms. It was clear that many people were chasing after them. However, their speed was obviously no match for the man's, and they were quickly left far behind. Those people were far behind, shouting loudly, "Catch him, he's a human trafficker. Don't let him get away, he's got a kidnapped child. Someone hurry up and stop him." Unfortunately, there weren't many people on the road, allowing the man with the little girl to continue his frantic run. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst out from a side path. He was tall and moved with great agility. Chen Chen, watching from behind, recognized the young man who had been with him at the pharmacy earlier. the young man directly blocked the man's path. Upon seeing someone in his way, the already brutish man glared at the young man with anger and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way." The young man completely ignored the man's threat. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have charged in just now. As the man drew closer, a dangerous glint flashed in the young man's eyes as he advanced toward him. As soon as the young man got close, he immediately threw 2 punches at the man, clearly demonstrating his impressive skills. The brutish man winced in pain and, in a fit of rage, pulled out a dagger from his clothes. "You better die." The man's eyes gleamed with malice as he lunged at the young man with the dagger. The young man was taken aback, not expecting the man to dare to launch a sneak attack with a dagger. The man seized this opportunity, and the speed of his dagger thrust increased slightly. Even though the young man was skilled, it was too late to dodge, and the man's dagger grazed his arm. Injured, the young man looked down at his bleeding wound, filled with fury. The man, seeing the young man's anger, curled his lips into a cruel smile and said sinisterly, "Want to fight back? Come on, bring it on." As he spoke, the man shook the little girl in his arms. The young man clearly felt a sense of dread at the sight of the child. Moreover, the man still held a dagger. Under this dual pressure, the young man's actions were clearly hindered. The man seemed to sense the young man's caution. As long as the young man attacked, he would immediately use the little girl as a shield, forcing the young man to withdraw his strikes. With this back and forth, the man had figured out the pattern, constantly brandishing the dagger, trying to push the young man back. Zhang Haoran and Chen Chen both saw the situation, and Zhang Haoran immediately frowned, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge in. Human traffickers like this should be shot on sight. Such people are the worst, deserving of death. Just as Zhang Haoran was about to act, he saw a figure next to him already rushing out. It was Chen Chen, who had taken the lead and dashed forward. The man noticed Chen Chen's movement, and a sinister look crossed his face as he sneered, "Humph, there are really a lot of people not afraid of death." The man had figured out the intentions of these self-righteous Good Samaritans. How could they bear to see the little girl get hurt? As long as he had this hostage, it was like having a get-out-of-jail-free card. No matter how many people came, they would not be his match. Thinking this, the man swung his dagger toward Chen Chen. This young lad, so tender, actually dared to come up and try to do a good deed? Humph, let me mark you first. As the dagger was about to stab Chen Chen, a young man nearby immediately shouted loudly, "Get out of the way, it's dangerous." If he really got stabbed, at the very least, it would be a serious injury. The people nearby gasped, thinking that Chen Chen probably couldn't escape this one. Chen Chen looked at the dagger gradually approaching him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did this man really think he could hurt him with such skills? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Chen moved. He reached out towards the man, and with lightning speed, he directly grabbed the man's wrist. Without any visible effort from Chen Chen, the man opposite him began to scream in agony, like a pig being slaughtered. The fierce expression on the man's face had turned pale. He felt as if an iron clamp had latched onto his wrist, and in the midst of the excruciating pain, he could no longer hold onto the dagger, which clattered to the ground. The pain made the man's body start to tremble. The little girl's light weight had now become a burden for him. Just as the little girl was about to fall, Chen Chen quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Before the little girl could react, Chen Chen gently pressed her head into his embrace. The scene that followed might be a bit violent. A little girl of such a young age shouldn't see too much. The man was already bent over in pain, and seeing his state, Chen Chen directly kneed upward, hitting the man's stomach. A wave of intense pain surged through the man, and he felt his stomach acid rising, as if he were submerged in it, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Chen Chen had no intention of showing mercy. He possessed god-level medical skills and naturally knew where to strike the body to inflict the most pain. He just wanted to teach this man a lesson. After all, it was a society governed by law, and he couldn't be too heavy-handed, could he? But sometimes, using the right techniques could educate a bad person. Chen Chen's movements were incredibly fast. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, but the man on the ground had already taken several punches and kicks. The man was nearly knocked out of his senses. He still couldn't understand why this young man in front of him was so different in his attacks. Had he practiced specifically at Shaolin Temple? While others practiced iron head skills, this young man was like iron hands and iron feet. Every punch and kick felt like being hit by an iron pestle. It was too painful. The man had long lost his previous arrogance and began to roll on the ground, screaming. Many people stood around watching, whispering among themselves, but no one spoke up for the man. This little handsome guy is amazing. I watched the whole thing. It was a seamless operation. Such a human trafficker is even more despicable. He really deserves to be beaten. The little brother did a great job. Keep hammering him. Let this kind of person remember their lesson. This human trafficker really knows how to act, huh? Look at how he screams, he must be trying to gain sympathy from passers-by. Such a person is so detestable. Fortunately, we all watched the whole thing, otherwise, we wouldn't know how this man would pretend. He was so fierce with that dagger earlier. Chen had almost finished. In fact, he wasn't tired at all, just worried that the little girl in his arms might be scared. After all, the man was screaming far too miserably and unpleasantly. Chen kicked the man in the stomach again. Such a powerful blow would cause the man to spasm from the pain, leaving him with no strength to escape. This kind of trash must face legal consequences. At that moment, a girl ran over from not far away. She was a very beautiful girl, and even though her hair was messy from running and her face was streaked with tears, it did not diminish her beauty. On the contrary, her disheveled appearance evoked a sense of cherishing her fragility. Chen looked at the girl closely. From her clothing, it was clear that she was originally a city beauty. As the girl approached, the little one in Chen arms began to squirm, trying to break free from his embrace. "Don't move, I'll put you down." Chen gently reassured the little one, knowing that if she fell from this height, she would probably start crying. He squatted down carefully, placing her on the ground, and even helped her straighten her clothes before smiling and saying, "All right, go ahead." "Thank you, brother," the little one said politely, already running towards the girl. The girl hugged the little one tightly, and seeing her sister's tears fall again, even though her eyes were already red, she still tried hard to lift her small hand to wipe away her sister's tears. The little girl's voice trembled slightly with fear as she softly said, "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine." As she spoke, tears began to fall. After all, she was just a little girl, and after such a big scare today, her small face was pale, and her usually rosy lips were now white. Seeing how understanding the little one was, a wave of immense joy enveloped the girl, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling as she held the little girl and cried. The two girls, one big and one small, cried together. Chen could hardly bear the sight of women's tears. He stepped aside to grab a bandage from the medical kit in the car. He casually glanced at the items in the trunk, picked up a small red box nearby, and walked back with it in hand. Chen walked straight to the young man, handing him the bandage and softly saying, "Wrap it up. Don't let the wound get infected. You've got good skills, brother." At that moment, Jang Haoran also came over, looking Chen up and down several times, and asked with concern, "Brother Chen, are you okay? You weren't hurt just now, were you?" Jang Haoran looked relieved, his gaze filled with admiration as he said, "Brother Chen, you really are something else." Originally, Jang Haoran thought they would go up to stop that man, waiting for the others to catch up or delaying until the police arrived. He didn't expect that as soon as Chen made his move, he knocked the man down, who was now curled up on the ground, motionless. Chen sensed Jang Haoran's concern and smiled faintly, saying, "I'm fine, see? I'm all good." Just then, the young man across from them leaned towards Chen and said with a smile, "Brother, could you help me tie a knot?" After saying that, he extended his arm, the wound completely wrapped in bandage, but with only one hand left. It was indeed inconvenient for him to tie a knot. Chen stepped forward, took the bandage from the young man's hand, and tied a knot for him. The young man moved his arm a bit and smiled, saying, "Thank you so much, brother. I'm Su Tianqing, nice to meet you." As Su Tianqing spoke, his gaze kept sizing up Chen, and he was equally astonished. This young man was truly formidable. Especially with the way he had just acted, it was clear he was well trained. Su Tianqing squinted, calculating in his mind, to be honest, if he were to fight Chen, he would barely last a couple of moves. "You're a member of the military, right?" Su Tianqing asked curiously, looking at Chen. After all, apart from those specially trained personnel in the military, he couldn't think of anyone more formidable. Hearing this, Chen smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "I'm not." "Not?" Su Tianqing's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Chen. "This skill is definitely impressive." At this moment, Chen looked at Su Tianqing with interest and asked, "You're a member of the military, right? Have you retired now? Where did you serve?" Upon hearing Chen question, a hint of bitterness flashed in Su Tianqing's eyes, which Chen caught very accurately. Su Tianqing paused for a moment and said lightly, "My mother is seriously ill, so I retired to take care of her. I've been busy running between home and the hospital lately, and I haven't taken up a position yet. Right now, I'm focused on taking care of my mother." Chen nodded in understanding, as if recalling something. He handed the red box in his hand to Su Tianqing and said, "Take this." Su Tianqing took it, puzzled, and opened it casually, revealing a very complete ginseng inside. Although he didn't understand pharmacology, Su Tianqing still grasped the basic principles. At a glance, this ginseng was clearly of high age. Remembering the price he inquired about in the hospital last time, Su Tianqing's expression changed, and he quickly closed the box and pushed it back to Chen, saying, "No, I can't accept this. It's too precious." They had only met twice. How could he accept something so valuable? Not to mention the value of the ginseng, he couldn't repay this favor either. Chen Shen didn't take it back. He looked at Su Tianqing with a smile and said sincerely, "The herbs you bought at the pharmacy before were for your mother to nourish her health, right? This one is of high age and has good effects." Su Tianqing instinctively wanted to refuse again, but Chen Shen didn't give him the chance and continued, "And after you take good care of your mother, how about working for me in the future? Don't waste your potential. I'll pay you 50,000 a month, how about that?" 50,000? Su Tianqing's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. This is way too much. Standing beside them, Zhang Haoran looked gloomy. He had also wanted to recruit Su Tianqing but didn't expect Chen Shen to get ahead of him. Moreover, Brother Chen was quite generous, directly offering 50,000 shocked Zhang Haoran as well. Soon, Zhang Haoran felt a wave of admiration for Chen Chen. Thinking carefully, Brother Chen must have seen not only Su Tianqing's value but also his current needs, which is why he offered such a high price. After waiting for a while and seeing that Su Tianqing didn't immediately agree, Chen Chen generously smiled and said, "No rush, let's add each other on WeChat first, and we can discuss the rest slowly." Su Tianqing quickly pulled out his phone's QR code and added Chen Chen as a friend. At this moment, the girl beside them had also dried her tears and walked over to Chen Chen with the little girl. They came to thank Chen Chen. "Quickly say thank you to your brother." The girl bent down and said gently to the little girl. The little girl nodded, smiling at Chen Chen, her voice soft and sweet, "Brother, thank you." Chen Chen squatted down to be at eye level with the little girl and replied with a smile, "You're welcome." At this moment, Chen Chen had the chance to carefully observe the little girl's appearance. Her delicate face had big, round eyes that sparkled with cleverness. Although she was young, it was already evident that she would grow up to be a little beauty. Just as everyone was talking, a police car drove over. It was the passerby who had reported the incident early on. Upon seeing the police arrive, the man who was a human trafficker not only showed no desire to escape but was instead excited, crying and snotting, "Police uncle, you finally came. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death." As the passersby heard the trafficker say this, they instinctively thought he was lying, trying to evade responsibility, and began to scold him, "Comrade police, don't listen to his nonsense. He's a trafficker, a person with such a lack of morals. What truth could he possibly have?" "Exactly. Look at him. He doesn't even have any serious injuries. How could he be crying so pitifully? It's clearly all an act. We were all nearby at the time, and we saw everything clearly. No one did anything to him, he was just shouting by himself." Listening to the indignant words of the passers-by, the trafficker cried even harder. Who could understand the pain in his heart? The places Chen Chen had kicked earlier hurt so much that it felt like a piercing pain with just a slight movement. He really suspected that he had internal injuries from the beating. The police directly took the trafficker back to the station, and Chen Chen and the others followed to give their statements. After leaving the police station, a girl ran up to them, stopping Chen Chen and the others, saying, "Thank you so much for your help today. Can I treat you to a meal to express my gratitude?" Facing the girl's eager gaze, Su Tianqing shyly waved his hand, refusing, "I didn't help much, so I won't join for the meal, and I have to go home to take care of my mom, sorry." As for Zhang Haoran beside him, he hadn't really helped much either. He had just come along with Chen Chen. Now that the matter was resolved, he felt it was inappropriate to take any reward, so after saying goodbye to Chen Chen, he left. In the end, only Chen Chen was left. Just as he was about to refuse, he felt his clothing corner being tugged. Looking down, he saw a little girl standing beside him, her height only reaching his clothing hem. "Brother, please eat with us, okay?" The little girl seemed a bit worried that Chen Chen would refuse, gently shaking his arm. Her soft and cute demeanor truly melted Chen Chen's heart. He reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek, then looked up at the girl, feeling a sense of familiarity. The girl, who had been crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom before, was now completely calm, her face having been carefully cleaned. Aside from her swollen eye circles, there was no sign of distress. It was precisely because she had regained her beauty that Chen Chen felt an extra sense of familiarity, pondering as he asked, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the little girl giggled and quickly said, "Brother, you must have seen my sister on TV, right? My sister is a big star." With that, Chen Chen suddenly remembered. This girl was Zhou Lingyun. Speaking of Zhou Lingyun, she was currently a top star in the entertainment industry, always portraying a pure and innocent image on screen, and had won numerous awards. Countless people adored her, as her sweet and pure appearance attracted a massive fan base, making her a well-known goddess among homebodies. After mentioning her sister, the little girl suddenly beamed and introduced herself to Chen Chen. "Brother, I'm Zhou Lingling." Zhou Lingyun looked at Zhou Lingling helplessly, then turned to Chen Chen with a smile, inviting him, "Why don't we find a place to eat first? and then chat slowly at the table. How does that sound? Chen nodded and said, okay, let's go. Zhou Lingyun was very familiar with the area and suggested they go to a nearby restaurant for something to eat. You're really handsome. When I first saw you, I thought you were someone from the industry, Zhou Lingyun said, pausing for a moment before continuing, but those young stars in the industry definitely aren't as tough as you. If it were them, they would probably have been scared stiff just now. Not to mention saving someone, they might even need someone to save them. Chen just smiled at her words and said nothing. The few of them walked a bit to the side and arrived at a food street. Under the leadership of Zhou Lingyun, the group arrived at the entrance of a hotel. The hotel was luxuriously decorated, especially the entrance, which, at first glance, made one think that the Arc de Triomphe had been moved to their doorstep, exuding a majestic and grand atmosphere. Just standing at the entrance, one could already imagine the opulence and splendor inside the hotel. Let's eat here, shall we? I've been wanting to try this place for a long time. Zhou Lingyun smiled at Chen, unsure if he would be satisfied with her arrangement. Chen had low expectations for such things. He gently nodded, going along with the host's wishes. As they approached, a tall female server came forward, politely inquiring, hello, do you have a reservation? Zhou Lingyun was taken aback and asked in return, reservation? Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, the server realized they were likely first-time visitors and patiently explained, well, you see, this is a high-end club in Jilin, and we usually have a steady stream of guests. As you know, our establishment is quite upscale, so the guests who come here are all of high status. To avoid situations where guests arrive but cannot enjoy our services, we require all customers to make a reservation in advance for the sake of their experience. At this point, the server looked regretfully at the three of them and said, I'm really sorry, but if you don't have a reservation, you cannot dine here. The server maintained a very good attitude, worried that the group might feel upset, and even brought a balloon to Zhou Lingyun to cheer her up. I'm really sorry. You can only make a reservation first before you can dine, the server said while bowing respectfully to apologize, her attitude exceedingly polite. Chen, seeing the server's demeanor, directly said, then let's forget it, we can eat somewhere else. I'm really sorry again, and thank you for your understanding. The server apologized once more, not forgetting to hand out a few discount coupons to the group. Just as they were about to turn and leave, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind them. Lingyun, is that you? Are you here to eat too? Hearing someone call Zhou Lingyun, the group turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a voluptuous woman, her eyes slightly upturned at the corners, making her look even more enchanting. Chen looked at her fox-like face and seemed to have some impression of her. After a moment of deep thought, he finally remembered. This woman was also an actress named Chu Xin. Although both Chu Xin and Zhou Lingyun were actresses, their styles were completely different. Zhou Lingyun embodied a pure and innocent image, while Chu Xin had played many sultry and seductive roles over the years. At that moment, Chu Xin was unabashedly clinging to the arm of a middle-aged man, acting as if no one else was around. Her bold and flirtatious demeanor made Zhou Lingyun instinctively turn her head away. She truly found it hard to watch. The man opposite her looked quite old, likely old enough to be Chu Xin's father. Especially with his flabby, untuned physique, it was clear he was a lazy person who didn't exercise, his skin lacking any elasticity. He sported a receding hairline that made him appear several years older than he actually was. However, Chu Xin seemed completely unconcerned, maintaining a posture of a little bird leaning on him. Unfortunately, the man's short stature made Chu Xin's tall figure seem somewhat out of place in this pose. The man brought Chu Xin to stand in front of Zhou Lingyun, who smiled and greeted him, Director Lu, hello. The man known as Director Lu let out a sound of acknowledgement, his eyes unabashedly fixed on Zhou Lingyun, filled with greed. This Zhou Lingyun was a woman he had coveted for a long time. Unfortunately, she was a woman he had long desired but could never attain. Director Lu's gaze occasionally darted towards Zhou Lingyun's body. The more unattainable she was, the more it ignited his competitive spirit. He was now racking his brain, thinking of ways to finally get a taste of her charm. Just thinking about Zhou Lingyun's pure demeanor sent a wave of excitement through him. Meanwhile, Chu Xin, who was beside him, was completely oblivious to the man's thoughts. After all, Chu Xin had a fair amount of confidence in herself. Zhou Lingyun always acted so high and mighty, no matter how she looked at it, she just didn't like her. They were both in the entertainment industry, who didn't know who. What was with the act of being a pure girl? Chu Xin looked at Zhou Lingyun in front of her and snorted coldly in her heart. Their relationship had always been poor, often competing for resources. However, now that she, Chu Xin, had attached herself to a big director, she naturally wanted to show her rival a good time. With that thought, Chu Xin leaned a little closer to the man. Looking at Zhou Lingyun's indifferent expression, completely unfazed, Chu Xian felt a surge of frustration. She thought bitterly to herself, just wait, I'll come back and take all your resources. Aren't you so proud? Don't you never accompany directors and producers? Let's see how long you can keep up this pure act. By then, you'll only be trampled underfoot by me. With that thought, a smile crept onto Chu Xian's face as she looked at Zhou Lingyun with a hint of sarcasm and asked, Lingyun, why haven't you eaten yet? Are you leaving? Zhou Lingyun replied politely, yes, we didn't make a reservation, so we'll have to come back another time. Facing Zhou Lingyun's gracious response, Chu Xian felt quite uncomfortable. She blinked and turned to Director Lu beside her, feigning a casual tone as she asked, oh, Director Lu, Lingyun and I are good friends from the same company. Can we invite Lingyun and her friends to have a meal together? Lu Hao naturally nodded, his gaze landing on Chen Chen beside Zhou Lingyun as he asked, and who is this? He found Chen Chen unfamiliar. After all, a handsome young man like him would surely leave a deep impression if he had seen him before. As a director, he had a keen eye for people. Especially with this young man's decent aura, if he were someone famous in the industry, he would definitely remember him. Zhou Lingyun simply replied, this is my friend. Thank you for your kindness, but it's fine, we can just change to another place. Lu Hao would never let Zhou Lingyun leave like that. He directly said, it's fate that we ran into each other. Lingyun wouldn't deny me this little favor, would she? Since we had this opportunity, let's have a meal together. I happen to have a new drama recently, and I think there are roles that would suit you. Lu Hao spoke slowly, seemingly worried that Zhou Lingyun would continue to refuse, so he added a few more words. After all, we are all in the same circle, we will have to walk the same path in the future. Having more friends is better than having more enemies, don't you think? With his words leaving no room for refusal, Zhou Lingyun furrowed her brows and had no choice but to agree. Seeing Zhou Lingyun agree, Lu Hao was very pleased, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Zhou Lingyun didn't say much to Lu Hao but turned to Chen Chen beside her and quietly asked, you don't mind that I agreed for you, do you? Chen Chen appeared quite casual, it was just a meal, and it didn't matter where they ate. Besides, he had heard Lu Hao's words earlier and didn't want Zhou Lingyun to feel awkward. Lu Hao originally had a decent impression of Chen Chen, but now, seeing Zhou Lingyun so seriously asking for his opinion, he felt a surge of displeasure. Looking at this young man in front of him, aside from being somewhat good-looking, his attire was so casual. What was there for Zhou Lingyun to take so seriously? It was just a meal. Did she really need to ask for his opinion? Who did he think he was? He had a certain status. Among directors in Huaxia, he was quite well known. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more dissatisfied he became, and his gaze towards Chen Chen was filled with coldness. He encountered young people like this all year round. Did they really think that just because they looked decent, they could make it in the entertainment industry? Humph, what good is being handsome? It also depends on whether anyone dares to use you, whether they will use you. He was very sure that this young man was definitely not someone he knew. Even among people in the entertainment circle, he was the kind of person who was not very famous. Such a minor character didn't even need to be on his radar, he was simply too easy to deal with. Just a little trip up, and he could be sent packing immediately. With this thought, Lu Hao felt even more relaxed and pleased. Looking at Zhou Lingyun and Chen Chen standing together, admiring their perfect match, Lu Hao's mind was only focused on how to ruin this harmonious beauty. Alright, let's go upstairs to eat first. We can talk about other things at the dinner table. Lu Hao waved his hand, pretending to be very casual. His gaze, filled with a strange color, fell once again on Zhou Lingyun's proud figure, and he suddenly leaned in close, whispering in her ear, if you have anything else to say, you can find me privately. I have plenty of time tonight. Lu Hao emphasized the word tonight deliberately. In Lu Hao's view, he had a movie to shoot now, and giving Zhou Lingyun this opportunity was a sign of his approval. As for whether this woman could be on the same page, that depended on her performance. Zhou Lingyun felt a wave of disgust upon hearing these words. Even if this director offered her a role, she wouldn't choose to take it. A person with ulterior motives wouldn't produce anything good. Everyone walked into the hotel together, with Chen Chen and Zhou Lingyun trailing behind, hardly speaking. The hotel's interior was luxuriously decorated, with the entire marble floor polished beautifully, shining brightly. Although they had already walked a certain distance inside, the lighting in the hotel lobby was excellent, making the entire hall appear even more extravagant. A huge crystal chandelier, uniquely shaped, hung from the ceiling, resembling a girl in a puffy skirt, so beautiful it was hard to look at directly. Under the guidance of the waiter, everyone entered the restaurant. It was just mealtime, so there were still many guests in the restaurant, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of dishes. At that moment, Lu Hao's gaze was suddenly drawn to a few figures not far away. He saw several men in suits, standing in the restaurant's waiting area, seemingly waiting for someone, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Upon seeing those people, Lu Hao's eyes instantly sparkled. This. He didn't expect that this casual meal outing would yield such a big gain. While Lu Hao cheered inwardly, he quickly walked towards the group. They had just entered, and the distance wasn't far. Approaching the figures, Lu Hao put on a very flattering smile and greeted them warmly. Are you all here to eat as well? Are you waiting for someone? When Lu Hao spoke to them, his tone and attitude were filled with respect. Compared to his earlier arrogant demeanor, there was now a hint of flattery. These individuals are well-known producers in the industry, and they are also the familiar deities of wealth. For Lu Hao, they are absolutely high-ranking officials and nobles. If he could further his relationship with these few, when he has a suitable script and wants to make a movie, he wouldn't have to worry about investment at all. It was precisely because of this thought that Lu Hao lowered his stance even more. In this day and age, who doesn't want to make a deep, visually stunning blockbuster? But that all requires money. Without money, you can't create the essence. As long as he can win awards, his future as a director will only become smoother. By that time, if he wants to sleep with any female star, wouldn't it be within his reach? The few glanced at Lu Hao and recognized him as a director in the circle. However, those who could reach their level were generally quite easygoing. Upon hearing Lu Hao's question, one of them casually replied, "What a coincidence, we are here today to host a distinguished guest." Distinguished guest? As soon as Lu Hao heard the term, his eyes instantly lit up. To be referred to as a distinguished guest by these few, that identity must be anything but simple. At the very least, it certainly wasn't someone of his level who could come into contact with them. Thinking of this, Lu Hao immediately had an idea. With a flattering smile, he said to the few, "Then I must disturb you later to toast this distinguished guest. Of course, the main toast is still to you all." Although the distinguished guest was important, these few were also the big shots Lu Hao wanted to impress. So, he had to be mindful while saying these words. Lu Hao was already an old hand at flattering, and he handled this small matter quite well. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Hao's words, the expressions of the people present noticeably brightened. One man glanced at Lu Hao and said in a calm tone, "Alright, you can come over later. You're still in your rising period. Getting to know more people will benefit you in the future." When he said rising period, the real meaning was that Lu Hao's status wasn't enough yet, right? However, Lu Hao felt very pleased. He nodded repeatedly, showing ample flattery to these few. "Gentlemen, let me take you over." The waiter had already checked the table number and returned, politely addressing Lu Hao and the others. Seeing this, Lu Hao exchanged a few more words with them before reluctantly following the waiter toward the dining table. "Director Lu, who were those people just now?" Chu Xian, noticing the attire of those individuals, knew they must be either rich or noble. Especially after seeing Lu Hao's flattering demeanor earlier, she was even more convinced of her thoughts. If Lu Hao hadn't been beside her, she would have approached them earlier. Upon hearing Chu Xian's question, Lu Hao scanned the few individuals and then cleared his throat before speaking. "Those few are famous producers in our circle." What is a producer? They are the deities of wealth for the film crew. Ultimately, how good the movie turns out depends on how much these big managers are willing to invest. These producers not only have connections to easily secure investments, but most importantly, having their names attached will elevate the entire film's status. Listening to the names and works of these individuals, even Chen Chen, who wasn't particularly interested in the entertainment industry, felt quite familiar. It was evident that these few had significant reputations. Moreover, Lu Hao added some very flattering adjectives during his introduction, making them seem even more impressive. Chu Xian listened on the side, her eyes nearly bursting with excitement. Were those individuals really that impressive? If she had known earlier, she should have been a bit smarter and approached them to exchange contact information. Lu Hao listened to Chu Xian's various exclamations, feeling immensely pleased inside. What he wanted was precisely this effect. Talking about these upper echelons of the entertainment industry, he could hold his own in conversation with them. With such connections, his status in the entertainment circle was already very apparent, wasn't it? As Lu Hao thought this, he instantly felt a surge of pride, unconsciously placing his hands behind his back, walking a few steps like an old cadre. At that moment, the waiter brought a few people to their table, which was quite deep inside, right next to the stairs. Considering the location, it was rather average. Seeing Lu Hao, he felt not a hint of dissatisfaction, but rather a bit of surprise. Being next to the stairs meant that when those few went upstairs, he would be able to see them perfectly, right? With this in mind, Lu Hao deliberately chose a seat that allowed him to see the direction of the stairs. Chu Xian naturally sat beside Lu Hao, and as she settled in, she said to him, "Director Lu, you really are impressive, knowing people like this." Chu Xian's words were directed at Lu Hao, but her eyes were fixed on the opposite Zhou Lingyun. Zhou Lingyun looked at the smile on Chu Xian's face and felt a wave of speechlessness. This Chu Xian, usually eager to compete with her for resources, was it not enough to bring along a bloated, nameless director for a meal? After all, she was also a director. If she didn't even know a few top producers, wouldn't that be a waste? To still have to put on airs in such matters was truly exasperating. Lu Hao, however, did not notice the discord between Zhou Lingyun and Chu Xian. For him, the more they were at odds, the better it was. After all, if their relationship soured, whoever sought his help could easily suppress the other, right? If they needed his assistance, wouldn't they have to pay some price? Just thinking about the opportunity to bring Zhou Lingyun down made Lu Hao feel parched. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one go, then said to Chu Xian beside him, "Don't think that these producers have little to do with you. If you can win the favor of a good producer, you might become a big star with funding in the future, understand?" Lu Hao spoke with a facade of righteousness, and as soon as he finished, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Her arm had already wrapped around Lu Hao's, like two agile snakes tightly coiling. Chu Xian even deliberately rubbed against Lu Hao, sweetly saying, "Director Lu, can you take me to toast later?" "Of course, but you must perform well," Lu Hao said loudly, and after finishing, he discreetly glanced at Zhou Lingyun. He had made himself quite clear, Zhou Lingyun should have caught on, right? Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun's expression remained indifferent. Even after catching Lu Hao's veiled hint, her brows involuntarily furrowed. However, no matter what the other party said, Zhou Lingyun maintained her unperturbed demeanor. She held her younger sister Zhou Lingling's hand, the little girl obediently following her sister, her beautiful eyes looking around. Lu Hao, seeing that the other party was not taking the hint, was not anxious. He turned to Chen Chen, who was sitting next to Zhou Lingyun, and arrogantly asked, "This little brother, what do you do for work now?" His condescending posture suggested that even a few words exchanged with Chen Chen would be a favor to him. That was exactly Lu Hao's intention. He wanted Chen Chen to see clearly that he and Lu Hao were from completely different worlds. Whether for himself or for Zhou Lingyun, he should not compete with him for anything. Chen Chen's expression remained as he picked up his tea and took a sip, replying, "I don't have a job right now, so I guess I'm unemployed." This was a truthful statement. Although Chen Chen was quite wealthy, he indeed had no job at the moment. Unemployed? Lu Hao, sitting across from him, almost laughed out loud, feeling quite pleased with himself. In Lu Hao's view, Chen Chen had a decent background. He originally thought Chen Chen was an 18-line male actor. He never expected that the other party wasn't even an actor, but rather someone living off others. Sitting next to Lu Hao, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile broadly upon hearing Chen Chen's response. Oh dear, if it weren't for the inappropriate setting, she would have loved to laugh heartily. She had thought that someone like Zhou Lingyun, who usually carried herself so impressively, would find a remarkable boyfriend. Who would have thought that after all the searching, she ended up with a man who lived off others? If this fact got out, it would surely make people laugh their teeth out. Thinking of this, Chu Xian felt a wave of satisfaction. This woman, who always pretended to be a pure and noble lady, thought herself so high and mighty. In the end, wasn't she just degrading herself? Finding a handsome man who lived off others was far worse than living well on her own. At the very least, the benefits of her own situation were tangible. Lu Hao was also sizing up Chen Chen with a thoughtful expression. This young man, although living off others, had quite a good appearance. Especially his aura. If he were introduced to some female directors, he would surely be very popular. After all, those people liked young men like him, strong and fit. However, once he was used up, he would be discarded. It was just right for Chen Chen to experience the harsh realities of society and understand the cruelty of the world. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more he felt his idea was good. Both of these individuals could be useful. It was just a way to provide some benefits to the female colleagues in his company. Little brother, if you want to make a movie, I can introduce you to a few female directors. Lu Hao said to Chen Chen with a hint of enthusiasm, our company is one of the top giants in the entertainment industry. If you can build a good relationship with those female directors, making you famous will be a piece of cake. After finishing his tea, Lu Hao straightened his clothes and said in a casual tone, the main thing is, I don't have any suitable roles for you in my film. Otherwise, as the director, I wouldn't mind helping you out. After talking for a while, it would be a pity if the other party still didn't know about his director status. Chen Chen and Zhou Lingyun didn't even respond, facing such a self-satisfied unknown director, unsure of who gave him the courage. Fortunately, at that moment, a waiter came over with the menu, and everyone began to order. Lu Hao flipped through the menu and said generously, everyone, don't hold back today, order whatever you like, I'm treating. While speaking, Lu Hao had already ordered several dishes, and in between, he looked up and smiled, saying, after all, I have a bit of fame. Making a film doesn't differ much from your earnings as actors. Moreover, we receive copyright dividends every year. So don't be shy, eat up. Lu Hao wasn't genuinely comparing his income with the actresses, he was deliberately saying this for Chen Chen to hear. He also wanted to give Zhou Lingyun a little nudge. A good girl like her shouldn't always cling to someone living off others. Broaden your horizons, and the future will be brighter. At that moment, at the entrance, the producers who had just been courted by Lu Hao were hurrying out, heading towards an S-Class Maybach. As soon as he walked over, the producer at the front had already stepped in to help open the car door. The others stood in 2 rows like welcoming hosts, bowing slightly as they awaited the arrival of the big shot inside the car. Mr. Lu, you're here. Several producers spoke almost in unison, warmly greeting Mr. Lu, who was seated in the car. Inside, Mr. Lu had just extended a foot, revealing a shiny leather shoe. Then, he stepped out completely, exuding a powerful aura that made the producers lower their heads once more. Mr. Lu wore a friendly smile on his face. He first adjusted his handmade suit and said to the group, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Feeling the gaze sweeping across their faces, the producers exchanged glances with Mr. Lu. In just that one look, they sensed a sharpness and depth. This Mr. Lu truly lived up to his reputation as a big shot. His eyes were like scanners, making them feel as if he could see right through them. The producers gasped quietly, quickly lowering their heads, their attitude towards Mr. Lu becoming even more respectful. The leading producer took a deep breath, looking at the imposing Mr. Lu with admiration in his eyes. This Mr. Lu Ming was a well-known executive in the entertainment industry. Under his leadership, there were numerous entertainment ventures, and he was a formidable presence in Jinling. One could say that if Mr. Lu stomped his foot, countless people would tremble in fear and panic. The producers were merely scraping by thanks to his investments. They had come to Jinling specifically to build a good relationship with Mr. Lu. Seeing that he had arrived, they naturally began to flatter him. "Mr. Lu, we've reserved a private room upstairs, shall we head up now?" After all, it wasn't appropriate to flatter him in front of so many people. It was better to go up to the private room where they could speak freely. Mr. Lu nodded slightly at their words and followed the group into the hotel. Being a famous executive in Jinling, as soon as he entered the hotel, the lobby manager came over to greet him. Surrounded by a crowd, the leading producer was extremely enthusiastic, leading the way as Mr. Lu and the others headed towards the stairs. Lu Hao was at the dining table, animatedly sharing amusing stories from his time on set, making Chu Xian laugh heartily. At that moment, he happened to see the producers approaching his direction, and his eyebrows raised instantly. Lu Hao immediately straightened up, adjusting his attire to appear more presentable. He glanced at Chen Chen across the table, although he still wore a smile. A flash of disdain quickly crossed his eyes. What a useless man! He had just introduced the identities of the producers to them, yet Chen Chen acted as if he didn't see anything, completely like a hopeless case. Living with someone like that every day, Xu Lingyun's future path would likely become narrower. As Lu Hao was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Ming walking towards the center. The moment he saw Lu Ming's face, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His whole body trembled. He abruptly stood up from his chair, his previously smiling face stiffening, and urgently said to everyone, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and stand up." Chu Xian looked at Lu Hao, shocked by his sudden change, completely bewildered by what was happening. Reluctantly, she stood up and asked, "What's going on?" Lu Hao completely ignored Chu Xian, too lazy to care about her emotions. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, who was walking towards them. "Do you see the one surrounded in the middle? That's the very famous Lu Ming from the entertainment industry. He has a lot of businesses in this field. Haven't you seen how those big producers treat him with utmost respect?" The moment Lu Hao saw Lu Ming, he finally understood who the esteemed guest the producers had mentioned was. Such a big shot could shake the entire entertainment industry with just a stamp of his foot. Lu Hao was so excited that his little heart was racing. If he could connect with such a big shot, he wouldn't have to worry about his future films at all. Upon hearing the identity of the person, Chu Xian immediately straightened her posture and reminded the others at the table, "Quick, stand up, don't cause us any trouble. Such a big shot must be given enough respect. If someone at the table disrespected him and it affected her, that would be a huge loss." Zhou Lingyun and Zhou Lingling, confused, were pulled up without understanding, glancing around at the others in bewilderment. Only Chen Shan remained seated, calmly sipping his tea. Lu Hao didn't notice Chen Shan's actions. He had already stepped forward to greet Lu Ming, bowing respectfully and saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu, I didn't expect to see you here." Lu Ming looked at Lu Hao, his brows furrowed tightly, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Who are you?" Hearing Lu Ming's question, Lu Hao felt embarrassed. However, with such a big shot in front of him, he couldn't afford to show any emotion and proactively introduced himself. Look at my brain, Mr. Lu, you are so busy every day. How could you remember a small character like me? I'm a director, my name is Lu Hao, and I hope you can take care of me when you have the chance. Lu Ming merely responded with a faint "oh." With his status, he encountered countless people claiming to be directors asking for his support every day. He had long since become accustomed to such requests. In an instant, he completely disregarded the Lu Hao in front of him. At that moment, the leading producer noticed Lu Hao approaching their table and frowned. He saw that several girls had stood up, but only Chen Chen remained seated, which immediately displeased him. He directly asked Lu Hao, "Are these all your friends?" Sensing the dissatisfaction in the leading producer's tone, Lu Hao felt confused and instinctively turned to look behind him. When he turned around, he realized that at his table, Chen Chen was still sitting in his chair, not standing up to greet Mr. Lu at all. No wonder the leading producer was unhappy. This was simply too inconsiderate. Lu Hao felt a wave of panic. If he really offended Mr. Lu or any of the producers around him, it would be a huge deal he couldn't handle. Moreover, everything he had done was to secure a good development. How could he lose everything because of some inexplicable kid? Thinking of this, Lu Hao felt a surge of anger rising from his feet to his head. He pointed at Chen Chen and shouted, "Kid, do you know what you're doing? Stand up right now." If his future was affected because of him, Lu Hao would not let him off the hook. The producers, hearing Lu Hao's scolding, all turned to look at the table behind him. Seeing that Chen Chen still hadn't stood up and showed no intention of doing so, their expressions changed, their faces filled with cold severity. Listening to the commotion of the crowd, Lu Ming furrowed his brows and looked over at that table. When Lu Ming's gaze landed on Chen Chen, he instantly froze, standing still as if turned to stone. Lu Ming's eyes widened, and he stood there in a daze, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. His hands were still in the motion of adjusting his clothes, clearly shocked, momentarily forgetting what to do next. The entire hall seemed to pause at that moment, the noise diminishing slightly. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming had already snapped out of his shock. He hesitated for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Lu Hao had completely turned around, facing Chen Chen, and was chattering away. "Kid, do you know who this is? This is..." Even the renowned General Lu didn't recognize this kid, completely blocking his path in the entertainment industry. Such a good-looking face wasted. If only someone with a bit of sense had come over, they might have soared to great heights. But before Lu Hao could finish his sentence, Lu Ming had already bypassed him and walked towards Chen Chen. When he spoke, he shocked everyone. "Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon." Facing Lu Ming's surprised expression, Chen Chen also looked up. He had some impression of this man. He was one of the executives who had shared tea with him at the Ziyun tea house that day. They had exchanged contact information, and he hadn't expected to run into him here today. Lu Ming's words seemed to echo in the air, and Lu Hao was left dumbfounded. What was going on? What did General Lu just call that kid? Mr. Chen? How could this be? Chen Chen looked to be just in his early 20s, while General Lu had long passed the age of understanding. He actually addressed a young man as Mr. Who exactly was this Chen Chen? The producers behind them were also stunned. Unlike Lu Hao, who had only heard of Lu Ming, these people had dealt with him numerous times. Which of these executives, having reached such a position, wasn't proud and self-important? But what had they just witnessed? General Lu was actually speaking respectfully to that young man, and the tone he used was worlds apart from how he spoke to them. Moreover, they had never heard of the usually cold and hard General Lu treating anyone with such courtesy. Even those big shots who could stand on equal footing with General Lu would probably find it hard to receive such treatment. Realizing this, the producers quickly exchanged glances, seeing a hint of apprehension in each other's eyes. This young man was definitely not simple. Offending someone like him would likely ruin the projects they wanted to discuss. In an instant, the expressions of these producers changed, each lost in their own thoughts. It wasn't just them who were stunned, even Zhou Lingyun and Chu Xian were equally shocked. Initially, when they saw Lu Ming approaching, they thought Lu Ming felt disrespected by Chen Chen and wanted to teach him a lesson. Chu Xian was filled with schadenfreude, while Zhou Lingyun looked worried, already contemplating how to rescue Chen Chen. The two of them could never have imagined such a scene. What was going on? Who exactly was this Chen Chen? Chen Chen, however, was completely unconcerned by the gazes of the crowd. He sipped his tea and said to Lu Ming in a nonchalant manner, "What a coincidence." With a simple greeting, Chen Chen's gaze shifted to the group of people behind Lu Ming. Suddenly recalling what Lu Hao had said earlier, he asked, "Mr. Lu, are you in the entertainment industry?" Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, Lu Ming chuckled and replied, sort of. Why, Mr. Chen, are you considering an investment? He was well aware of Chen Chen's wealth. If such a big shot were to invest in the entertainment circle, they could easily make a name for themselves. Listening to Lu Ming's words, Chen Chen gently waved his hand and smiled, saying, You all have big productions, I don't have that much capital to invest. No capital? Hearing Chen Chen's refusal, Lu Ming burst into laughter and said helplessly, Mr. Chen, if it were anyone else saying this, I might believe it. But you just lost a fortune the other day, and if you say that, we would be even more embarrassed to invest. You could casually buy a house for tens of billions in cash. Our little money hardly qualifies as an investment. In the face of Chen Chen's extravagant spending, their little funds seemed trivial. If they hadn't known about Chen Chen's astonishing capabilities, how could those top executives have been so amazed by him that day? Lu Ming's words left everyone present even more shocked. Many instinctively reached up to their ears, fearing they had misheard. Goodness, tens of billions right off the bat? In cash, for buying a house? To be honest, none of them had even 100 million in cash in their accounts. Most of their money was tied up in assets, invested in businesses, or other ventures. For someone to suddenly produce tens of billions, not to mention them, even someone like Lu Ming would find it particularly challenging. This was cash. There were hardly any companies in all of Huaxia with such cash flow. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Chen, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. How old was this young talent? Achieving such success now, what more could he accomplish in the future? While everyone was lost in various thoughts, Lu Hao and Chu Xian were already trembling in fear. Chu Xian was a bit better. She was now worried that Zhou Lingyun would expose her dark secrets in front of Chen Chen. Would Chen Chen team up with some big shots to blacklist her in the entertainment industry? Lu Hao was in a much worse position. He had never respected Chen Chen since the moment he saw him. Not only was he rude, but he had also said many unpleasant things in front of Lu Ming to show off. If Chen Chen held a grudge, his path in this industry would truly be blocked. What to do now? While Lu Hao and Chu Xian were feeling miserable, Lu Ming slightly bowed to Chen Chen and smiled, saying, Mr. Chen, I won't disturb you any longer. After all, they had exchanged contact information, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. All right. Chen Chen nodded with a smile, watching Lu Ming walk towards a few producers. Meanwhile, the producers were coldly staring at Lu Hao. They all simultaneously recalled Lu Hao's attitude towards Mr. Chen and contrasted it with Lu Ming's warmth and respect towards Chen Chen, giving Lu Hao a fierce glare. That look was filled with determination and indifference. Realizing the meaning behind those gazes, Lu Hao's mind went blank. He knew he was finished. He felt his brain crash, and even his words became jumbled. Lu Ming and the others had already walked away for quite a while, but Lu Hao and Chu Xian still stood there, feeling their calves cramping. Even someone as important as Lu Ming had to treat Chen Chen with utmost respect, and he had just insulted him? Lu Hao wished he could slap himself hard twice. He was on the verge of tears. He walked up to Chen Chen and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was wrong. I deserve to be punished. Please don't hold it against me, just treat me like a nobody and let me off the hook. Lu Hao had come to a deep realization. If he couldn't earn Chen Chen's forgiveness, it would be difficult for him to survive in the entertainment industry. Even if it meant bowing and apologizing to Chen Chen, he was willing to try anything to make amends. Lu Hao was acutely aware that after so many years as a director, he was finally seeing hope, and he absolutely could not leave the industry. He quickly had a waiter bring over a bottle of top-quality red wine, respectfully pouring a full glass for Chen Chen before starting to toast him, hoping to gain his forgiveness. Chen Chen looked coldly at Lu Hao's actions, his eyes filled with disdain. Wasn't he just being tough a moment ago, claiming to be a big director in the entertainment circle who could make or break someone in an instant? Now he was here to apologize, and Chen Chen had no intention of acknowledging him, letting out a cold snort instead. That snort sounded to Lu Hao and Chu Xian like thunder on a clear day. The thunder struck them directly on the top of their heads, causing them to shudder, their bodies trembling unnaturally. What to do? The big shot clearly didn't want to forgive them. What should they do now? Chu Xian was almost in tears, looking to Zhou Lingyun for help, hoping that this usual rival could play the role of a savior at this moment. Unfortunately, Chu Xian's hopes were misplaced. Zhou Lingyun remained indifferent throughout, doing nothing. However, Chu Xian had misjudged Zhou Lingyun. After all, Zhou Lingyun wasn't familiar with Chen Chen, and he was her benefactor. In this situation, Zhou Lingyun not stepping in to trample on Chu Xian and Lu Hao already showed her kindness. Wanting to help was simply unrealistic. Just then, the waiter began serving the dishes. A variety of delicious foods filled the table, and the air was thick with enticing aromas. Chu Xian and Lu Hao stood by, foolishly staring at Chen Shen and Zhou Lingyun. Neither of them knew what to do now. Should they stay or leave quickly? After all, if they stayed, they couldn't possibly join the table, could they? Sitting down to eat with the big shot across from them would only make him angrier, right? Chu Xian thought for a moment. Although she had teased Zhou Lingyun alongside Lu Hao, she hadn't said anything against Chen Shen. In this situation, it was definitely best for her to slip away quickly. Looking at the producers earlier, it seemed that director Lu might not last long. Whether the new movie could even start filming was another matter. Rather than risk trouble, it would be better for her to leave early. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. She didn't dare to just run away. Instead, she forced a smile at Zhou Lingyun and Chen Shen, softly saying, You guys eat first, I need to go to the restroom. After saying that, without waiting for the reaction, she dashed toward the exit as if a tiger were chasing her, desperate for a sugar syrup. As soon as Chu Xian fled, Lu Hao was so anxious that sweat began to bead on his forehead. He glared fiercely at Chu Xian's retreating figure, cursing her in his heart. Damn woman, if it weren't for your bad luck, how could I have gotten into this mess with this living hell? You dare to run away now? Fine, once I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is find you for trouble. Even if I die, I won't let you off easy. The sweat on Lu Hao's forehead was increasing, and many people around him were looking over, wondering what he was doing standing there. Lu Hao's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at Chen Shen and Zhou Lingyun, bowing respectfully and saying loudly, Mr. Chen, my appearance is a bit unseemly, I'll go tidy up. After saying this, Lu Hao didn't dare to leave like Chu Xian did, as he had genuinely offended Chen Shen when he spoke earlier. Seeing that Chen Shen and Zhou Lingyun completely ignored him, Lu Hao shuffled out of the hotel. Chen Shen and Zhou Lingyun were enjoying their meal, and when they saw Zhou Lingling wanting to eat fish, Chen Shen carefully helped her remove the fish bones before feeding her. Thank you, brother, Zhou Lingling said, her little mouth particularly sweet, smiling brightly. Chen Shen was also delighted to make the little one happy. The two had a very good relationship. Zhou Lingyun took small bites, her eyes occasionally glancing at Chen Shen, filled with curiosity. She was genuinely intrigued by this young man who seemed younger than her. What was his identity? Even someone as influential as Lu Ming had to speak to him politely. What surprised Zhou Lingyun the most was Chen Shen's impressive skills. Although she was far away at the time, she had watched the whole process closely. Without Chen Shen's intervention, even with Su Tianqing's help, it would have been impossible to capture that human trafficker in such a short time. In the end, the trafficker might have threatened everyone with Zhou Lingling's safety. At that point, Lingling could have been injured, not to mention the significant psychological trauma she might have suffered. Such a young man was simply remarkable. Thinking of this, Zhou Lingyun's gaze towards Chen Shen was filled with astonishment. Chen Shen, however, was unfazed. He lightly tapped the table and smiled, saying, Don't look at me, focus on your food. Aren't you hungry? Chen Shen knew that Zhou Lingyun had chased the trafficker and run quite a distance. For others, that distance might not be much, but for a female star like Zhou Lingyun, who could barely eat 2 bites in a meal, the consumption was considerable. It would be better for her to eat more after such a tiring experience. Hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhou Lingyun's pretty face instantly flushed. She subconsciously nodded lightly, then smiled sweetly at Chen Shen, saying, Thank you so much today. Both her tone and her smile were filled with sincerity. Chen Shen smiled back and replied earnestly, No need to thank me. After a while, Lu Ming and several producers came down to toast. Lu Ming, with a beaming smile, looked at Chen Shen and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, what happened earlier was their ignorance. Please don't take offense. The other producers also stepped forward, sincerely apologizing, Mr. Chen, we were blind to your greatness, please don't hold it against us. Earlier in the private room, Lu Ming had shared Chen Shen's achievements, leaving everyone so shocked that they nearly collapsed under the table. How could they have looked down on such a person before? Lu Ming clinked glasses with Chen Shen and then turned his gaze to Zhou Lingyun, jokingly saying, We always said Lingyun doesn't drink and doesn't mess around in the industry, turns out she has Mr. Shen. With such a big benefactor, why would she need to go to those places? She could reach the pinnacle of her life in no time. At that moment, the other producers looked at Zhou Lingyun as if they had seen a savior, continuously praising her. From now on, Lingyun is bound to reach the peak of her career. Just say the word, and you can choose from my several films this year. Yes, I actually have a few roles here that are perfect for a pure face like Lingyun's. It would definitely enhance the film. I also hope Lingyun can say a few good words for us. After all, in life, there are always times when we take the wrong path or make the wrong step. We should be given a chance to correct it, right? The producer threw out benefits to Zhou Lingyun while subtly hinting for her to speak well of them. Earlier, in the private room, General Lu had already analyzed Chen Shen's identity for them. Such a person was treated with utmost respect by the big shots in Jingling. How could these few small producers dare to act so arrogantly? The outcome was already evident. However, General Lu also knew that it wasn't easy for these top producers to reach this level, so he gave them a way out. They could go down and apologize to Mr. Chen. As long as Mr. Chen forgave them, everything would be negotiable. If he didn't forgive them, they could just wait for a call when they returned. After a few producers came down, their eyes discreetly assessed Chen. This young man's demeanor was exceptional, and because of this, they instinctively thought he was a newcomer in the industry when they first met. With this preconceived notion, they dared to speak so boldly. Otherwise, even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. After all, while the title of producer sounds grand, in front of these big shots, it means nothing. Once they lost the support of the big shots, their so-called gold status would lose all significance. If they couldn't attract investment, they wouldn't be considered truly good producers. Faced with the producer's request, Zhou Lingyun shook her head helplessly. She was there to treat her benefactor to a meal, not to act as a lobbyist for them. She was just a small actress and couldn't bear such a heavy role. The producers wore awkward smiles, filled with fear. Chen completely treated them as if they were invisible. Seeing Chen's attitude, Lu Ming seemed to understand something. He stood up directly and smiled at Chen, saying, "Mr. Chen, I won't disturb your meal any longer. When you have time, I'll invite you out for tea." Chen nodded, and Lu Ming walked straight upstairs without even glancing at the producers. The producers were left standing there, looking at each other, completely at a loss. Just then, their phones rang. The leading producer's face turned pale. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID, his pupils instantly contracting. It was the company's call. The other producers were in a similar situation, all receiving calls from the company. The leading producer thought for a moment and answered the call. On the other end was a company staff member, whose emotionless voice announced that all their current work was suspended. All suspended? Hearing this notification, the producer collapsed onto the hotel carpet. For them, this meant being blacklisted and shelved. In other words, their careers were over. The producers pounded their chests and stomped their feet, filled with resentment. No one expected that a simple meal would cost them their entire careers. Unbelievable. Various complex emotions surged in their hearts, and their minds felt like they had crashed, blank. Chen and Zhou Lingyun seemed completely oblivious to the producers, calmly savoring their dishes. Zhou Lingyun sighed inwardly, the changes in this world happen so quickly. Who knows, an inconspicuous opportunity could lead someone to lose everything. Meanwhile, Tang Xini also woke up in her villa. An unprecedented warmth enveloped her body, and Tang Xini felt completely refreshed, a sensation she had never experienced during her menstrual period. Goodness, could it be that Chen is still a divine doctor? Tang Xini got out of bed and felt around, and when she confirmed that she was fine, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She suddenly realized that Chen was like a Russian nesting doll. Just when you think you've seen all of him, you open it up and find a smaller version inside. Although it's a smaller version, there's an old saying that the essence is always concentrated. When you open the little nesting doll inside, you'll discover that you're facing an even stronger and more perfect Chen. Tang Xini felt completely recovered. She stroked her flat stomach and then remembered that she hadn't eaten for a day. "Let's check the kitchen. If there's nothing, I'll just order takeout," she mumbled as she looked at the time. At this hour, her parents should still be busy at the office, so naturally, they had no time to cook for her. Their housekeeper had taken a few days off, so Tang Xini had to fend for herself, and to make matters worse, she had her period, leaving her with no energy to go out for a meal. By the time she finished speaking, she had already walked downstairs. Upon seeing the bowls and plates on the dining table, she froze. What was going on? With a puzzled expression, Tang Xini walked over to the table and carefully picked up a plate, revealing the dishes inside. The next second, the aroma of sweet and sour ribs spread throughout the room. The plate in her hand still had steam rising from it, clearly freshly made. Tang Xini's heart skipped a beat. Had Chen made this while she was asleep? She opened the various dishes one by one and found that Chen had prepared 4 dishes and a soup for her. The chicken soup was rich in flavor, with a bright broth. Since the chicken skin had been removed beforehand, there wasn't much grease in the soup, making it very clear. A huge piece of Ganoderma floated on the surface of the soup. Its size indicated it was quite valuable. As Tang Xini inhaled the delicious aroma of the food, she felt even hungrier, an unprecedented hunger overwhelming her senses. Wow, it smells so good. Tang Xini quickly went to the kitchen to grab a bowl and chopsticks, sitting down at the dining table to savor the feast. The ribs were perfectly sweet and sour, tender and juicy, with the meat flavor not overshadowed by the seasoning, making it delicious enough to make one want to scream. Tang Xini enjoyed her meal thoroughly, instantly feeling energized. This sense of satisfaction was incredibly comforting. After finishing her meal and drinking another bowl of Ganoderma chicken soup, she returned to her room. She remembered that Chen Chen had told her to make sure to rest more. Tang Sini was indeed a bit tired today, so she went to bed early. Feeling the warmth in her stomach, a smile crept onto her lips as she drifted off to sleep. At this time, Chen Chen and Zhou Lingyun had also nearly finished eating. Looking at Zhou Lingling, who was clinging to him, Chen Chen couldn't help but soften, smiling as he asked, "So, little girl, are you full?" Zhou Lingling looked up, her big watery eyes gazing at Chen Chen, giggling as she nodded and said, "I'm full, brother." Zhou Lingyun watched from the side, feeling helpless. Her sister was too good at being spoiled, and if this continued, she could directly change her surname to Chen. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Chen Chen stood up, ready to pay the bill. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun quickly stopped him, her expression serious as she said, "Mr. Chen, please help me look after Lingling. I'll go settle the bill." Realizing his intention had been exposed, Chen Chen smiled lightly and said, "Let me pay the bill." Zhou Lingyun, hearing Chen Chen's words, actually got angry, huffing, "We agreed that I would treat you today, you can't go back on your word." After saying that, Zhou Lingyun shot a glance at her sister sitting at the table. Seeing this, Zhou Lingling didn't hesitate. She directly hugged Chen Chen's thigh, her voice soft and sweet as she said, "Brother, hug me." Looking at the small charm hanging from his leg, Chen Chen wore a helpless expression. Faced with such a cute little helper like Zhou Lingyun, he couldn't muster any anger at all. He reached out and rubbed Zhou Lingling's little face. The soft touch made the last bit of his frustration dissipate. Chen Chen sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that it seemed this time, the tenfold return was definitely gone. What a pity for his ambitious career. Damn this effort. Zhou Lingyun quickly returned, her mood bright, her eyes curved in a smile as she said to Chen Chen, "I really want to thank you today. Can I add you on WeChat?" Chen Chen didn't refuse and readily took out his WeChat QR code to add Zhou Lingyun as a friend. The three of them parted at the restaurant entrance, and Chen Chen walked back to Tang Sini's villa to get his car. Considering that Tang Sini was unwell, he didn't want to disturb her, so he simply unlocked the car and sat inside. Noticing that it was still early, Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to take a stroll in Tanfu City. He hadn't looked at any houses there yet, so he thought he might as well go to Tanfu City. Chen Chen didn't rush to start the car, instead, he sat in the vehicle and sent a message to Jang Shuyu. Last time, Jang Shuyu had told Chen Chen several times that if he was going to Tanfu City, he must send her a message. After all, he had promised her, and there was no need to deceive the girl. After sending the message, Chen Chen set his phone aside, started the car, and headed to his destination. At that moment, Jang Shuyu was in a conference room, conducting onboarding training for new employees. She was wearing a black uniform that perfectly outlined her curves. Even while sitting, her abdomen remained flat, showing no signs of excess flesh. Jang Shuyu's face was adorned with suitable makeup. What seemed like a simple look highlighted all her advantages, elevating her personal charm to another level. "Manager Zhang, may I ask how to distinguish customers who are genuinely looking to buy a house?" A newcomer stood up and asked Jang Shuyu. The newcomer's eyes were filled with admiration and envy as they looked at Jang Shuyu. It could be said that all the trainees present regarded Jang Shuyu as their idol. After all, she had created a sales legend in Tanfu City, selling so many houses in just one day. Moreover, as a newcomer with only a few months of experience, she had been promoted several levels to the position of sales manager. How could such a top-notch beauty as a sales manager not become their idol? Everyone was eager to learn from Jang Shuyu how to encounter such big clients. The thought of the potential commission made their hearts race with excitement. Upon hearing the newcomer's question, Jang Shuyu stood up from her chair. She wore 7-centimeter high heels, which made her already tall figure appear even more elongated. Especially her long legs, which seemed infinitely stretched, were very beautiful. Jang Shuyu's gaze swept across the faces of the newcomers, and she suddenly spoke in a tone of unprecedented seriousness. "Actually, even if you hadn't asked me this question, I was planning to find a time to discuss it with you all. Since you have become my subordinates, I hope you remember every word I say today." Upon hearing this, the newcomers all sat up straight, slightly raising their heads to look at Jang Shuyu, waiting for her explanation. They were all going into sales, and only by impressing the clients could they hope to close deals. So, listening to a truly experienced sales manager share her secrets was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looking at the expectant gazes of these people, Jang Shuyu spoke up. "I want you to forget about the so-called target customer demographic, and instead, genuinely welcome every single client who visits." Every single one? The newcomers were clearly puzzled. The projects developed under the group were all high-end, and the flow of people coming to view the properties was incessant. If they didn't select a few, How could they possibly manage to attend to everyone? This was a bit different from what they had always learned. Jang Shuyu noticed their confused expressions, her eyes clear and bright, her words filled with strength. So in your eyes, what is the target demographic? Luxury cars and watches, or older individuals? Or do you possess some special ability to see the wealth value on someone? A series of rhetorical questions left the newcomers present stunned. Jang Shuyu took a deep breath. Perhaps these people couldn't understand now, but one day, they would grasp her meaning. Was she just a newcomer who had good luck? Jang Shuyu had thought about this for many nights, and she realized it wasn't just luck. She had to admit that Chen Chen was an excellent client who had given her a chance to showcase herself and had helped her step by step to her current position. But Jang Shuyu also knew that the reason Chen Chen could give her that opportunity was that she had stepped forward. When everyone thought that Chen Chen was just a young person, she approached him, shared her knowledge, and treated him seriously. That was the true reason for her success. Think about it again, is there really such a set of criteria? How many veteran salespeople do we have here? Can such clients be handed over to you? Jang Shuyu's words were very straightforward, and everyone present widened their eyes. They had to admit that what Jang Shuyu said made a lot of sense. Once such clients came in, they would naturally be snatched away by the older salespeople. Jang Shuyu had walked this path herself, so everything she said was heartfelt. To succeed, one must seize every opportunity and strive to improve oneself. In this process of improvement, it was possible to secure one's first deal. As for the so-called miracles, they could only be slowly awaited through practice. The newcomer's expression shifted from confusion to understanding and gratitude. Such an answer was undoubtedly a heartfelt truth. This was the answer they needed most right now. Manager Zhang, thank you. We know what to do now. One newcomer stood up voluntarily and expressed gratitude to Zhang Shuyu. Zhang Shuyu nodded at everyone. The key points had been made, and how much they could accept depended on the insight of this batch of newcomers. Although she had not been a sales manager for long, Zhang Shuyu's abilities were still very strong, and she had quickly adapted. At that moment, Zhang Shuyu's phone on the table vibrated. She casually picked it up and looked at the message, her bright face clearly taken aback. She looked at everyone and succinctly said, "Everyone, please review the materials here. I have something to attend to outside." After saying that, Zhang Shuyu quickly walked towards the exit, her expression showing a hint of urgency. Watching Zhang Shuyu's hurried figure, the group of newcomers in the conference room immediately began to gossip. The newcomers watched Zhang Shuyu head towards the door. They moved to the other side of the conference room because it was fully glassed, allowing them to see Zhang Shuyu standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Their eyes sparkled as they began to speculate. What is Manager Zhang doing? It looks like she's waiting for someone? Who do you think is coming that could make our steady and composed Manager Zhang show such an urgent expression? It's the first time I've seen Manager Zhang like this after being here for so long. Could it be the legendary Mr. Chen? Besides that big client, who else could be worth such a grand entrance from Manager Zhang? I heard that Mr. Chen is exceptionally handsome, and to acquire so many properties at once, he must be quite famous at a young age. I really want to meet such a handsome guy. The thought that it might be Mr. Chen made all the newcomers present extremely curious. They each found a spot and looked towards the entrance. This was a great opportunity to sharpen their eyesight. After all, when they encountered different clients in the future, they would need to make different recommendations, right? Moreover, a client who makes such a significant investment is a rare opportunity. Even just to meet him would be a stroke of luck. Zhang Shuyu waited outside for a while and then saw a Mercedes G-Class drive into the sales hall. Chen Chen, sitting in the car, immediately spotted Zhang Shuyu standing outside. After all, she was once the campus belle, a top beauty, and her presence was quite noticeable. Chen Chen rolled down the window on one side and called out to Zhang Shuyu, "Get in." Hearing the familiar voice from the car, Zhang Shuyu looked inside the G-Class and saw Chen Chen smiling at her, which clearly took her by surprise. She stared at the Mercedes G-Class in front of her, her face filled with astonishment. Has Mr. Chen changed cars again? The newcomers were practically glued to the glass, shocked by Chen Chen's handsome face. My goodness, is this the legendary Mr. Chen? He looks too good. If Manager Zhang wasn't so respectful towards him, I would think he was a celebrity. Super handsome. He's already good-looking, and now he's driving such a stylish Mercedes G-Class. This is unbelievable. I feel like I'm in love. Amidst the exclamations of the newcomers, Zhang Shuyu got into the passenger seat of the G-Class. Mr. Chen, you finally arrived. Where shall we go first? I've already informed the property staff to deliver the keys to the door of Villa No. 1. Zhang Shuyu looked at Chen Chen with a smile, her expression respectful and serious. This man in front of her had given her a stage to showcase her abilities. For both personal and professional reasons, she would do her best to introduce these properties to Chen Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen said, "Let's skip the others and go see Villa No. 1. After all, one Villa No. 1 could buy dozens of ordinary properties." Jang Shuyu had already guessed that Chen Chen would say this, so she helped him navigate as they entered the villa area. "Since you left in a hurry last time, we didn't register your vehicle and biometric information. If it's convenient for you later, I can take you to do that." Jang Shuyu leaned out to greet the security guard and then explained to Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was the biggest client in Tanfu City, and they certainly couldn't let such a super god feel uncomfortable in any way. The layout inside the community was very elegant, exuding a sense of freedom and romance that beautifully echoed the villas here. However, as they drove in, Chen Chen immediately felt the difference from other communities. Even the famous wealthy area where Tang Sini lived had some gaps compared to this place. After all, this was a newly built villa area, so many of the facilities and layouts were more advanced and reasonable. Chen Chen took a quick look, and even the continuous flower beds by the roadside were planted with rare flowers, making them very beautiful. Soon, under Jang Shuyu's guidance, they arrived in front of a massive villa. Chen Chen parked the car at the entrance, and the two of them got out, surveying the villa before them. This place is located in the central area of the entire villa district, with the best views built around it. Since all the properties here are villas, and the owners are individuals who value personal privacy, these views essentially serve as the garden for the owner of Villa No. 1. Chen Chen took a look at the east gate, which just happens to face the pathway in front of Villa No. 1, with auspicious energy flowing directly into the home, making it excellent feng shui. Not to mention the lake in front and the rockery forest built behind Villa No. 1, all of which conceal the best feng shui within the villa. Seeing this, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just for this sense of prestige and importance, spending 800 million is worth it. Jang Shuyu had already walked towards Villa No. 1, unlocked the main door with a key, and said to Chen Chen behind her, "Mr. Chen, please cooperate with me to input your biometric information. The security system in Tanfu City is interconnected. As long as you log in on one terminal, the information can be synchronized to other systems. This way, when Chen Chen comes over in the future, he can enter directly." Chen Chen nodded at her words and input his fingerprint, iris information, and facial scan into the system at the door. The door opened, and after entering the information, Chen Chen stepped inside first. The entrance features a vast courtyard, with a beautifully crafted water wall at the entrance, which is quiet yet has a profound artistic sense. A few goldfish swim in the pond, not many, but they seem carefree. Looking at this scene, a smile crept onto Chen Chen's lips. This is far from his own white marble fish pond. It was indeed the right decision not to come over earlier. Otherwise, with such a disparity, he would have been disappointed. The cobblestone path is quite exquisite, and in the delicately shaped flower beds, beautiful flowers bloom. As the gentle breeze sways, they display their forms, breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Jang Shuyu had finished inputting the information and walked over. She stood at the entrance, introducing the landscape to Chen Chen. Jang Shuyu detailed everything meticulously. In preparation for Chen Chen's visit, she had carefully memorized the parameters. For areas she was unfamiliar with, she personally asked the butler to clarify the situation. "This is just a small entrance garden. Behind the house, there is a much larger garden, and the outdoor swimming pool is next to it." Jang Shuyu smiled at Chen Chen. The sense of superiority of Villa No. 1 is something that no other villa here can possess. The two of them walked through the front garden, and Jang Shuyu, seeing a tulip in front of her, couldn't help but gently bend down and take a deep breath. The faint floral fragrance wafted into her nose, stirring her spirit. Chen Chen's gaze, on the other hand, openly fell upon Jang Shuyu's figure. Such an unintentional pose was somewhat tempting, further accentuating the curves that a woman should have. Looking at the beautiful scene before him, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, she deserves to be the campus belle back in college. Both in figure and appearance, she is the best. Especially with her gentle and approachable demeanor, she is indeed very suitable for sales. Jang Shuyu quickly straightened up and began to introduce the types of flowers here to Chen Chen. "Do you understand these?" Chen Chen couldn't help but look at Jang Shuyu curiously. Her introduction sounded quite professional. Hearing Chen Chen's compliment, Jang Shuyu was very pleased and cheerfully explained, "I really didn't understand at first, but I asked the gardener here, and they told me. When faced with difficulties, it's natural to seek out professionals for efficient and quick solutions." Hearing Jang Shuyu's slightly proud tone, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile, giving her a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Beauty, you really put in the effort." The two took a quick look at the garden before heading straight into the main part of the villa. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a massive, high-ceilinged painting, exuding a strong artistic atmosphere. Following Chen Shen's gaze, Jang Shuyu began to introduce, "This is a work by a modern abstract painting master. The CEO of the real estate company greatly appreciates him, so he paid a high price to acquire this painting and hung it here. Truly great works, like this classic villa, require the accumulation of time. The CEO believes that both this large painting and the villa will be valuable treasures." Chen Shen looked at the clash of vibrant colors and the whimsical metaphors, nodding gently. The painting complemented the surrounding decor very well. The interior decoration adopted a low-key French style, yet the sense of luxury was not diminished at all. The furniture throughout the house was mostly from understated and niche high-end brands, reflecting the designer's unique taste. Chen Shen sat down on the sofa, feeling the excellent rebound of the calfskin beneath him, and thought it was acceptable. Just so. Hearing Chen Shen's evaluation, Jang Shuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way? A luxury sofa worth hundreds of thousands, and in his eyes, it was just barely acceptable? What on earth? What would he consider extraordinary? However, Jang Shuyu quickly let it go. A top-tier rich man who spends billions on a house naturally lives in a world that someone like her could hardly comprehend. The gap was simply too vast. Just then, Chen Shen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Tian Feng. Tian Feng was Chen Shen's college roommate, and they had a good relationship back then. Seeing the name, Chen Shen quickly answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Tian Feng's familiar voice came through, greeting Chen Shen warmly. "Old 3, what are you up to? After graduation, you haven't contacted us, have you?" They indeed hadn't been in touch for a while, and hearing his old friend's voice made Chen Shen feel nostalgic. They had gotten along very well back then. When the group of brothers got together, he was the third in age in the dormitory, so his roommates called him Old 3. Hearing that nickname instantly transported him back to those unforgettable youthful days. Chen Shen smiled, and in response, he said, "How could that be?" Tian Feng, knowing Chen Shen's character, directly said, "Tonight, a few of us college classmates are meeting at the New South Bar. Are you coming? The guys are all here, along with some other classmates. It should be quite lively. Come on, let's catch up. I'll tell you, I found a few beautiful girls here, their figures are sizzling, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You absolutely have to come, you can't bail on us, or we'll come over to your place in the middle of the night to let you experience what it means to be a spirited young man." Girls? Sizzling figures? Chen Shen listened, feeling a surge of frustration. His boss loved to play and didn't know where he found them. Although he knew his boss meant well, wanting to look out for their single friends, he couldn't afford to mess around. Preserving his clean little life was a priority. "Alright, I'll be there," Chen Shen replied with a light laugh before hanging up the phone. After seeing Chen Shen hang up, Jang Shuyu casually asked, "Mr. Chen, where are you going?" Jang Shuyu thought that if Chen Shen needed anything, their Tanfu City property could provide pickup and drop-off services for the owners. Chen Shen heard Jang Shuyu's question. He raised his head to look at her and said seriously, "You don't have to be so polite, just call me Chen Shen." Jang Shuyu was taken aback by his words. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and said to him, "Alright, Chen Shen, do you need a ride? Our property management here can provide free transportation." Seeing Jang Shuyu's smiling face, Chen Shen suddenly invited her, "I'm going to a bar later, and I could use a shield. Would you come with me?" Jang Shuyu was momentarily stunned, and Chen Shen quickly explained the situation for the evening. "I won't force you to drink. If anything happens, I'll handle it." Hearing Chen Shen's assurance, Jang Shuyu felt a wave of embarrassment. "Mr. Chen's words made her feel like a mere tool. However, remembering that they were going to a bar, she hesitated for a moment but then resolutely said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Chen, going to a bar is fine, but why do you look like you're ready to face death? We're both serious people, alright." Chen Shen blinked and suddenly asked Jang Shuyu, "Have you ever been to a bar?" Jang Shuyu felt insulted by the question and retorted, "I'm this old and have lived in a big city for so many years. How could I possibly not have been?" Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a smile that seemed to say, "Go on, keep making excuses." "Really? I'm just busy with work right now, so I haven't been in a long time." Jang Shuyu added to increase her credibility. Chen Shen laughed at her expression, making Jang Shuyu blush as if he had seen through her. Noticing it was still early, Chen Shen and Jang Shuyu rested at home for a while before driving to the Xan Nan bar. Night had fallen, and the nightlife in Jinling was officially underway. The streets were filled with bright lights and a vibrant atmosphere, with neon signs lit up early. Although there was no sun, it was still a city that never sleeps. Jinling's nightlife has always been rich, and at this time, it coincided with the evening rush hour, causing heavy traffic. Even though the drivers next to them instinctively avoided luxury cars, a big vehicle like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class couldn't squeeze through small gaps. After being stuck in traffic for over an hour, they finally arrived at the Xin Nan bar. Chen Chen and Jang Shuyu both sighed, realizing that even in a first-tier city, there were downsides, and the traffic was indeed severe. This area was famous for its bar street in Jinling, with various nightclubs and countless themed bars to choose from. At this moment, many young people were gathered at the entrance of the nightclub, chatting in groups. Most of them were waiting to enter, and as they were talking, a young man suddenly spotted Chen Chen's car slowly approaching from the street. A young man jumped up from the ground, pointing at Chen Chen's car and exclaimed, "Wow! Look, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class is coming. Just look at those rugged lines, it's simply stunning. If I had a car like that, I'd wake up smiling in my sleep." His tone was filled with envy. The crowd was startled by the young man's words and turned to look in the direction he was pointing. A young man next to him rolled his eyes and commented, "What's so great about that? It's just a G-Class Mercedes worth a couple of million. Any decent sports car would easily outshine it. What good is just being big? It's not worth more than a small sports car." Hearing this, a knowledgeable young man nearby couldn't help but laugh. Such people who pretend to understand when they don't are truly both laughable and frightening. "Bro, what are you talking about? This car is a bulletproof version, worth around 100 million. Moreover, this car needs to be customized. Whether it can pass the review is entirely up to the manufacturer. To buy a car of this level, one not only needs to be incredibly wealthy but also to have a certain influence. Otherwise, the manufacturer might not even pay attention to your order request." Upon hearing that a car costs 100 million, the young people present were all stunned. "No way? A car actually costs 100 million? What kind of person can afford a car of this caliber?" At the very least, in their eyes, it must be someone at the top of the wealthy hierarchy. The young man, who didn't know much about cars, disdainfully said, "This car owner is so shameless, driving such a car out is just to pick up girls, right? Even if you really got to drive away in such a car, could your body handle it? Humph, showing off will get you struck by lightning." A girl nearby looked at the young man, gritting her teeth, and coldly scoffed, "You're just jealous. Do you believe that if the car owner is willing, there would be girls willing to sit on the roof? The chance to encounter such a rich person is almost zero. Who would want to give up such a good opportunity?" At this moment, there were already quite a few students waiting at the bar entrance. Tianfeng was also among the crowd, looking around anxiously, his brows slightly furrowed, muttering, "What's going on? Why hasn't Lao San come yet? It's fine for a few of them to wait here, especially since they brought along a few girls. If they get impatient, wouldn't it all be for nothing today?" Thinking of this, Tianfeng sighed inwardly. No wonder Lao San, despite being handsome, has always been single. He's basically a titanium alloy straight man, making girls wait. With such an attitude, he deserves to be single. The few girls nearby had pretty good tempers. Although they had waited for a while, there was no sign of impatience on their faces. One of the girls even leaned in front of Tianfeng, smilingly asking, "Brother Feng, is that good friend of yours really handsome? Is he as good as you say?" Tianfeng looked at the girl seriously, patting his chest, and said, "Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? Look at my two brothers, aren't they handsome?" While saying this, Tianfeng deliberately stepped aside to show off Lao Er and Lao Si beside him. Upon hearing their leader mention them, Lao Er and Lao Si instinctively straightened their chests, trying to appear more spirited. Both of them had chosen plaid shirts today, and with their honest looks, they definitely gave off the vibe of good students. However, upon seeing several girls, Lao Er and Lao Si lost their usual bravado and appeared a bit shy, completely unable to relax. Their smiles looked barely better than crying, and Tianfeng watched their cowardly performance, feeling frustrated. If Lao San didn't come soon to support the scene, they would be doomed. How would they ever coax girls to join their gatherings in the future? The girls listened to Tianfeng and then looked at Lao Er and Lao Si, directly curling their lips. They had already lost hope for the handsome guy who hadn't shown up yet. These two were dressed quite ordinarily, and their looks were the kind that would get lost in a crowd. Most importantly, they didn't seem like they came from wealthy families. Such men made the girls feel there was no challenge at all. When going to a nightclub, what they wanted to catch were either strong, handsome guys who could stimulate their hormones or a wealthy husband to reach the peak of life. There were absolutely no other options. Such an honest person should be left for those sisters attending social gatherings or blind dates. They are not worthy of such fortune. Just as everyone was talking, a bright orange Audi R8 suddenly drove up in front of them. The moment they saw such a flashy car, all the classmates' gazes were drawn to it. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Such a beautiful car could only be seen more frequently at the nightclub entrance. At that moment, the car door swung open, and the owner stepped out, a tall and sturdy man. As soon as the man appeared, many people present were stunned, and Tianfeng and others exchanged surprised glances. Wow, the class monitor? A classmate jumped out from the side, rushing over to class monitor Sha Jinghao, exclaiming, "Monitor, your power is impressive. An Audi R8 right off the bat, it's just too beautiful." Only then did the other classmates react, crowding around class monitor Sha Jinghao, each chiming in. This is the 5.2L V10 engine super luxury version. It has a whopping 620 horsepower. Such a flashy little beast is simply the brightest star in the night. The color choice is fantastic. It truly lives up to being a luxury car. The paint is so beautiful, it's really enviable. Monitor, just choosing this color must have cost quite a bit, right? Spending money is secondary. The main thing is that such options usually can only be produced by the factory, and you have to wait a long time. It seems the monitor reserved this car even before graduation. Truly worthy of being the monitor. While we graduated and returned to the starting point, the monitor has directly stepped onto the peak of life. Sha Jinghao enjoyed the adoration of his classmates, waving his hand in a pretentious manner, explaining nonchalantly, "Everyone, don't belittle yourselves. This was bought by my family, there's really nothing to brag about." In one sentence, he showcased both his easygoing nature and the fact that his family was quite well off. This was true Versailles, everything was unspoken yet said. It felt as if nothing was said, yet everything was revealed. Many classmates immediately laughed and continued to flatter the monitor. From now on, we'll stick with the monitor, we've latched onto a golden thigh, and our future paths will be smoother than others. Of course, the monitor organized this gathering, so he must be looking out for us. By then, our class's employment rate will definitely surpass all other classes. What's employment rate? The most important thing is that we have someone experienced leading the way. Our promotion speed will be faster than others. In the future, our class will be the one with the best development. If that's the case, we owe it all to having a good monitor. Not only were the classmates staring at Sha Jinghao, but even the girls Tianfeng brought were gazing at the Audi R8, their faces filled with shock. Sha Jinghao was elevated to a pedestal by everyone, and he instantly felt pleased, his eyes full of pride and enjoyment, yet he still pretended to speak humbly, saying, "What big thighs. I can't claim that yet. We're all old classmates, just exchanging connections and helping each other out." Hearing Sha Jinghao say this, the classmates felt even more optimistic about his future achievements. Not only did he start from a high point, but most importantly, he was humble and cautious. With such a person, so skilled in dealing with people and matters, how could he not succeed? In no time, almost all the classmates gathered around Sha Jinghao, chatting and laughing with him. After waiting a while, Sha Jinghao frowned, clearly a bit anxious, and asked, "Who else hasn't arrived yet?" He had driven over himself and arrived early, yet there were still people missing? As soon as Sha Jinghao spoke, some classmates began to look around, responding, "I saw, Lu Feng hasn't come yet." Upon hearing Lu Feng's name, several other classmates nodded and said, "Let's wait a bit longer." Lu Feng's family is also considered to be in good financial condition, and today's small gathering is mainly to see the performances of Sha Jinghao and Lu Feng. With both main characters still absent, how could the show go on? Sha Jinghao immediately laughed and explained to everyone, "Lu Feng told me he would be a little late. Is there anyone else?" At that moment, Tianfeng stepped forward and said, "Chen Chen hasn't arrived yet. Should we wait a bit longer? He should be here soon." Upon hearing Chen Chen's name, Sha Jinghao scoffed inwardly. What was there to wait for with this Chen Chen? What benefits could he bring us by maintaining a good relationship with him and giving him enough respect? Nothing at all. They all knew Chen Chen's family situation. Every time there was a spot for a struggling student in the class, it always fell to him. What use could such a person be? Other classmates, after graduation, at most returned to the starting point to start over. But someone like Chen Chen, with no family background, fell straight into the dust. As Sha Jinghao thought of this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. There were still people waiting for such a classmate, friends of such a person wouldn't fare much better. Other classmates also showed signs of impatience upon hearing Chen Chen's name. What are we waiting for? There are so many of us, waiting for just him? One classmate openly expressed his disdain, directly scolding. Hearing this, other classmates chimed in, "Yeah, what's there to wait for? Let's go in first." Why should they wait for someone who couldn't contribute much? Tianfeng looked at the expressions of these people and snorted coldly, scolding, "You didn't say anything when we were waiting for Lu Feng, but now that it's Chen Chen, you all act like this? You old classmates who talk about loyalty, your words don't carry much weight." The classmates were momentarily silenced by Tianfeng's words, and no one said anything further. Sha Jinghao, meanwhile, walked into the bar amidst the crowd of classmates. Seeing the golden son-in-law enter the bar, the few girls brought by Tian Feng immediately said anxiously, "Brother Tian, we're afraid of the sun, so we're going in first." Without waiting for Tian Feng and the others to respond, they hurriedly followed behind Xia Jinghao, seemingly afraid of being left behind. Tian Feng, afraid of the sun? Are you afraid that the neon lights at night will sunburn your two-faced skin? Lao Er and Lao Si looked at the situation with helpless expressions and turned to Tian Feng, "Boss." Tian Feng looked at the backs of the girls, cursing under his breath, "These superficial, snobbish people, I really picked the wrong ones. We're just waiting here for Lao San. What a bunch of nonsense." Regardless, Chen Chen was also invited by him, and based on their years of friendship in college, he couldn't just leave Chen Chen all alone outside. After waiting for a while, suddenly Tian Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Chen Chen, quickly answering, "Lao San, where are you? We're waiting for you at the door." While speaking, Tian Feng looked around, searching for Chen Chen's figure. Hearing Tian Feng's voice, Chen Chen seemed to have imagined how this old classmate was looking around and immediately laughed, saying, "I'm stuck in traffic, it might take me a while to get there. Don't just wait outside like fools, you guys go in first." Upon hearing this, Tian Feng nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll go in first. If you come in and can't find us, call me, and I'll come to get you." After hanging up the phone, Tian Feng called over Lao Er and Lao Si and walked into the bar. This place was considered a quiet bar, with no loud music, making it suitable for chatting and reminiscing. Once inside, Tian Feng and the others took in the decor, which had a lot of character. Some classmates spotted them and waved, so they made their way over to the booth where their classmates were sitting. At that moment, the classmates were discussing job hunting, and those who had already found jobs looked at Xia Jinghao, shaking their heads with a sense of lamentation, saying, "No matter how good our jobs are, we can't compare to our class monitor. He has a family business, the whole enterprise belongs to him." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinghao waved his hand in frustration and said, "Please don't bring it up. Honestly, I'm not very fond of the projects in the family business. I envy you all for being able to choose industries you like. I'm tied to the family and can't break free." The classmates' eyes widened in shock as they exclaimed, "Our class monitor is really being a bit pretentious. Just listen to what he's saying, continuing the family business and claiming it's out of necessity. I wish I had such a necessity. Unfortunately, my family is just at a subsistence level. My parents are civil servants, but they long stopped the whole succession thing. Who says otherwise? We're just working hard to get by. Our class monitor is so lucky, even his way of being born is so impressive." Xia Jinghao, naturally pleased with himself, looked at Tian Feng, who had already taken a seat, and asked with concern, "By the way, how come I haven't heard that Chen Chen found a job?" After boasting about himself, he naturally needed to find a couple of reference points to highlight the difference. The classmates nearby, hearing the class monitor mention Chen Chen, immediately responded with disdain, "What job could Chen Chen possibly find? What conditions does his family have? There's no way he has connections, he's probably still unemployed." Tian Feng and the others immediately became displeased. Tian Feng, with his fiery temper, directly scolded, "Watch your words. Talking behind someone's back like this, do you have no shame? Humph, we're just speaking the truth, is that being shameless? His family situation isn't something we made up. No one ever fought him for those years of poverty assistance." One classmate, a bit agitated, stood up and retorted loudly, "After all, he was just an unremarkable old classmate. What did it matter if they offended him?" The other classmates shared similar thoughts, supporting that classmate's statement, feeling that Chen Chen was dragging down their class's reputation. Their expressions were filled with disdain for Chen Chen. Unable to contain their anger, Tian Feng and the others stood up, coldly scoffing, "We have different paths and won't work together." As they spoke, they moved to another booth to sit down. The classmates, seeing the situation escalate, also looked unhappy and began to complain, "We're just speaking the truth. In this day and age, you can't even say the truth, right? That's just how it is. Since he received poverty assistance, it confirms that his family conditions are poor. An orphan with both parents deceased, isn't that poor conditions?" Listening to the classmates' complaints, Xia Jinghao casually said, "Forget them, if they want to go elsewhere, let them. We might have fewer people to share good wine with, isn't that a good thing?" The other classmates, hearing this, also started to laugh. Indeed, once they left their table, they would have to spend their own money. The few recent graduates had little money anyway. In the end, wouldn't they just be watching them enjoy good wine? Sitting at another booth, Tian Feng and the others wore gloomy expressions, clearly holding in a lot of anger. What the hell is this? Really taking themselves too seriously, just a bunch of sycophantic little people. Tian Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest, angrily turning his head to the side. He could not stand these people the most, always looking down on this and that. What are you even? What superiority do you have? The second guy beside him gently patted Tian Fang's shoulder and comfortingly said, "Boss, don't bother with these people, who do they think they are? Who are they looking down on?" The three of them had previously shared a dorm with Chen Chen, so they naturally knew about his situation. Chen Chen was a good person, very righteous, which made the relationships among the few in their dorm very good, and they had naturally helped Chen Chen a lot. To improve Chen Chen's meals, they often took him out under the pretext of treating him. Sometimes when others treated them to a meal, they never left Chen Chen out. They had maintained their friendship for several years. How could they allow it to be trampled on like this? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Tian Feng said, puffing up with anger, "If it weren't for the fact that I promised Chen Chen to meet here, I wouldn't be able to stay here any longer." The second and fourth guys also had thinly veiled anger in their eyes, but when they exchanged glances, they chose not to continue the conversation. Tian Feng was already boiling with rage. If they kept fanning the flames, the boss's explosive temper could blow up at any moment. The fourth guy saw that the two opposite him were not in high spirits, and if they just waited like this, it would probably get even more depressing. He thought for a moment and quickly waved to call over a waitress, saying, "Beautiful lady, bring us a dozen beers first." Just as the three of them began to drink their bitter beers, Chen Chen was already driving to the New South Bar. The neon lights of the New South Bar looked very clear at night, with many youthful and beautiful girls gathered at the entrance. Their eyes constantly scanned the guests preparing to enter, like eagles searching for prey, their eyes sparkling. The New South Bar was one of the more famous establishments on this bar street, and the parking lot at the entrance was larger than those of the neighboring bars. At this moment, the parking lot was already full of vehicles. Chen Chen took a quick look and found that they were all high-end luxury cars. Maybachs, Bentleys, Ferraris quietly parked in the lot, exuding their unique charm. It was evident that the guests here were all wealthy people, either rich or noble. Chen Chen drove around looking for a suitable spot. At this time, a security guard nearby saw Chen Chen's car and walked straight over, slightly bowing to Chen Chen and respectfully saying, "Sir, you can park your car right at the entrance of the bar." Chen Chen nodded and parked his car at the entrance of the bar before getting out. Jang Shuyu also got out of the car, accompanying Chen Chen as they walked towards the bar. Watching the two figures disappear at the entrance of the bar, a new security guard standing nearby curiously walked over to the team leader and asked, "Captain, who is that person? Why did you let his car park at our bar's entrance? How could parking at the entrance of the bar be so casual?" The new security guard saw the captain's indifferent expression and seemed to think of something. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the captain with both hands. The security team leader accepted the cigarettes, his expression noticeably improving. He glanced at the new security guard and said in a low voice, "Newbie, learn from this. Only good cars are qualified to park here. Only one car could park at the entrance of the bar, so the one parked here must be the most expensive one tonight." The new security guard nodded in a daze. After hearing the captain's words, he suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "But Captain, isn't this Mercedes G-Class only worth a little over 2 million? There are quite a few sports cars around, but this one is much more expensive." The security captain's face was full of seriousness as he replied earnestly, "This car is probably not simple. Although I can't tell exactly what model it is, I can guarantee that this is definitely not an ordinary G-Class. This car is clearly a size larger than the regular G-Class and has a heavy feel to it. The overall presence is elevated by more than one level." After all, the captain had been here for several years, and the New South Bar is quite a high-end bar in Jinling, so he had seen countless luxury cars, and he had some intuition about it. Sometimes, beyond the brand, some high quality can be felt. The security captain looked at the new security guard beside him and said proudly, "You still have a lot to learn." The new security guard nodded vigorously, having understood the gist of the captain's words. With this feeling, he looked at the Mercedes G-Class and compared it to a regular G-Class in the distance, and he could indeed see some differences. That feeling was like identifying luxury goods. With just a hint, one could determine that the other ordinary version was definitely a high imitation. The security captain glared at the still-dazed new security guard, pointed at the bustling crowd, and scolded him, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find a few people to come over and protect the car." It was already said to be the most prestigious car. How could he lack such discernment? "Hey, I'm going right now." The new security guard finally reacted and ran off to call for help. According to the captain's analysis, if anything happened to such an expensive car at the entrance, they, as security guards, would definitely be held accountable. The salary for security guards here was significantly higher than in the same industry, and the new security guard did not want to lose this job. He called a few colleagues, and they all protected the Mercedes G-Class well in the center. The new security guard stood in front, like a guardian of treasure, and his whole demeanor was elevated. At that moment, in the booth, a boy sitting next to Sha Jinghao suddenly said in a sarcastic tone, "I thought they left us to drink some good wine, but it turns out they are just having a little beer?" While saying this, he deliberately glanced towards Tianfeng and the others. His expression clearly showed disdain for them. The classmates nearby also looked over and laughed, chiming in, "Who knows, maybe they just enjoy this kind of drink. Ha, even if we all combined, we wouldn't be a match for the class monitor. That's for sure, we are just a small group, how can we compare to the big class monitor? Some people just lack ability but still pretend to be righteous, is it meaningful? Why talk about things that make people unhappy? Come on, let's drink. Everyone, let's raise a glass together." Listening to his classmates criticize Tianfeng and the others, Sha Jinghao sneered and took the initiative to say, "Forget it, after all, we are old classmates, no matter how they are, let's all be happy together." After all, it had been a while since they graduated, and this group hadn't seen each other for some time. They cherished this occasional gathering. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. A boy sighed and said with emotion, "Speaking of which, those days back then were really beautiful." Only after truly entering society did they realize how comfortable and carefree life in school was. In the adult world, life was a bit tough. The classmates' eyes revealed a sense of nostalgia, reminiscing about their highlights over the past 4 years. "By the way, do you all remember our department's flower?" A boy suddenly brightened up, looking around at his classmates. As soon as the classmates heard the words department flower, a charming face immediately appeared in their minds. On her delicate cheeks, which seemed as if they could be squeezed to produce water, were a pair of affectionate eyes that seemed to speak. But suddenly recalling it, the fire in the hearts of those male classmates seemed to be ignited, their hearts burning with heat. Another male classmate chuckled and said, "Forget anyone else, but we can't forget our department flower, Jang Shuyu. Who else would dare to claim the title of department flower or school flower besides Jang Shuyu?" During her university days, Jang Shuyu shone brightly like the moon in the sky, the white moonlight in the hearts of university boys. At that time, there were too many boys pursuing Jang Shuyu, not only from within the school but also many from other schools, specifically waiting for the goddess Shuyu to finish her classes. Jang Shuyu treated every classmate with warmth and courtesy, but there was no sign of her treating any particular boy differently. "Our goddess of the department has already graduated for more than a year, I wonder how she is doing now," Sha Jinghao mentioned Jang Shuyu, feeling a bit unsettled. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful and graceful girl? Only with such a girlfriend could one truly create a stunning effect on the streets. Sha Jinghao swallowed a mouthful of alcohol and said with some regret, "I wonder which jerk took our goddess Zhang away." The other male classmates felt the same discomfort at the thought of this possibility and began to speak up. "Just thinking about how such a beautiful flower has been picked by someone else makes my heart ache. What a pity. It's all because we were a year behind. No one knows where the goddess has gone to shine. Otherwise, if we had just made some connections, maybe we could have composed a new melody." To be honest, when I first saw the goddess, I was absolutely stunned, my heart racing. Don't let me find out who that wild man is, otherwise, I will definitely have to beat him up. Just as the classmates were feeling sentimental, they suddenly heard a shout from not far away. "Chen Chen!" Upon hearing this call, all the classmates turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw Tianfeng already standing up from the booth, waving vigorously at a man and a woman who had just entered. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the couple. When they clearly saw the man's face, they all widened their eyes and gasped. That man was actually Chen Chen. When did he become so handsome? Chen Chen wore a faint smile on his face, and when he saw Tianfeng and the others, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, the curve of his lips deepening a bit. Such a smile made many girls blush in astonishment. He looked too good. Moreover, Chen Chen exuded a very good aura. Ever since he walked into the bar, many girls' gazes were firmly locked on him. After a while, everyone barely managed to shift their gaze. Suddenly, another exclamation rang out, "Is the one next to Chen Chen our goddess Shang?" Upon hearing Jang Shuyu's name, everyone was taken aback and turned to look at the girl. Seeing the face in front of them, even more exquisite and beautiful than before, they were shocked. It was indeed Jang Shuyu, no doubt about it. Today, Jang Shuyu had specially changed into a lace-white dress, which made her look elegant and noble. A silk white belt accentuated her slender waist, making it even more alluring. Her stunning figure raised blood pressure, yet due to her noble aura, no one dared to entertain any lewd thoughts. This was the true goddess, leaving only the admiration of mere mortals. In almost an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with jealousy, envy, and hatred, yet they felt helpless. After all, this was Jang Shuyu's freedom. However, as former admirers, they too had the right to feel dissatisfied. Some male classmates had already started to speak sourly. What is this Chen Chen? How does he even deserve to stand next to Goddess Zhang? There were so many people who pursued Goddess Zhang, and many of them were outstanding. Why did she choose someone like him? What's wrong with Goddess Zhang's eyes? Even if she's severely nearsighted, it shouldn't be like this. How could she possibly like such a poor, pathetic guy? She must have been deceived by Chen Chen's sweet talk. If you say that, I think there's a high possibility. After all, a girl like Jang Shuyu would never willingly settle for less, right? Maybe she was just fooled by Chen Chen. Chen Chen did not sense the thick, sour atmosphere in the air as he brought Jang Shuyu to the booth where Tianfeng and the others were sitting. Tianfeng and the others recognized the goddess Jang Shuyu and looked at the two in disbelief. Their mouths were agape, as if they could swallow a fist. Seeing their expressions, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, "Looking at your faces, I guess I don't need to introduce myself." After all, he had recognized Jang Shuyu at first glance, and he believed Tianfeng and the others were similar. The three of them exchanged a few simple words with Jang Shuyu, getting to know each other a bit. It was only at this moment that Jang Shuyu realized they were all alumni, just that she was a year older than them. So that's how it is. What a coincidence. It's great to meet you all, Jang Shuyu said graciously to the few of them. The three of them could only smile foolishly. Being able to drink with their former goddess was beyond their imagination. Jang Shuyu naturally leaned closer to Chen Chen and asked in a low voice meant for just the two of them, "Did you recognize me from the start?" Now, as Jang Shuyu recalled Chen Chen's behavior when they first met, she was very sure of her thought. No wonder she felt that Chen Chen had a strange moment back then. It turned out to be like this. Chen Chen smiled lightly, his deep laughter spreading like a bass sound. "That was you coming to me." Coming to him? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Jang Shuyu's face turned bright red. She couldn't even respond to that. She had approached him out of professional courtesy, not for that reason. Tianfeng watched Jang Shuyu and Chen Chen whispering to each other, and his cheeks flushed as if an earthquake had struck his heart. What the heck? Has the third one become this impressive now? Just a few casual words, and he made the beautiful girl blush. Tianfeng silently gave Chen Chen a thumbs up in his heart. He was amazing. Before, Tianfeng thought he was the most playful one in the dormitory. Now, seeing the real deal, he realized that his little tricks were nothing compared to this. He never expected that the usually honest and straightforward third one was actually the one with the highest level of play. Especially when looking at Jang Shuyu, the goddess many had dreamed of, so easily won over, Tianfeng and the others could only look up in admiration. Chen Chen looked at Tianfeng and the others, suddenly raising an eyebrow and asking, "What's going on? Where are the other classmates?" Upon hearing Chen Chen mention the other classmates, Tianfeng and the others' expressions clearly turned sour. In the end, it was Tianfeng who extended his hand and pointed to another booth, even too lazy to say another word. Following the direction Tianfeng pointed, Chen Chen looked over, and the classmates at the opposite booth happened to glance at him, their eyes meeting his. Although it was just a moment, he accurately received the jealousy, envy, and hatred in their eyes. Remembering what had just happened, Tianfeng felt a surge of anger and said furiously, "Third one, don't pay attention to those people. They just talk nonsense all day instead of doing anything useful. Such old classmates are really not worth keeping." Thinking back to the various unpleasant things he had heard from those old classmates, Tianfeng felt a surge of anger. Chen Chen looked confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Next to him, Lao Si tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Those people just now looked down on you, and the boss had a few words with them. Honestly, we don't want to sit with them either. They're either show-offs or sycophants. It's disgusting. Let's just do our own thing and ignore them." Chen Chen quietly listened to Lao Si's explanation. His expression remained calm, and he didn't say anything. Suddenly, he tilted his head to look at Tianfeng and asked, "Boss, what about the girl you mentioned?" Tianfeng was taken aback by Chen Chen's question, instinctively glancing at Jang Shuyu beside him. Seeing that she didn't look angry, he finally spoke, "Don't mention it. She went off with Sha Jinghao and the others. That kind of girl, who only sees money, is too shallow and small-minded. She doesn't deserve to play at the same table with them, so it's just as well she didn't come." At this point, Tianfeng looked at Chen Chen and joked, "You really have some guts, daring to say that. You already have a big goddess by your side. Aren't you afraid she'll get mad and ignore you?" Chen Chen immediately laughed at this, looking eagerly at Jang Shuyu and asking, "Can you?" Jang Shuyu was clearly taken aback. She had been sitting aside, leisurely watching the others chat, and never expected the ball would land in her court. That's hard to say, it depends on what level the opponent's girl is. As soon as Jang Shuyu finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Sitting across from them, Sha Jinghao watched the group laughing and joking, his grip on the wine glass tightening. Sha Jinghao thought to himself, Chen Chen is just a poor kid, isn't he just a bit better looking? This society is very realistic, Sooner or later, Jean, the big goddess, will see the truth and realize that relying solely on a pretty face won't fill her stomach. However, just the thought of Jang Shuyu, who made so many people's hearts race, sitting together with Chen Chen, laughing and being so close, made Xia Jinghao feel uncomfortable. Waiter! Feeling displeased, Xia Jinghao called the waiter over. Without even looking at the drink menu, he confidently ordered various drinks. Oh, and besides what I just ordered, bring me a bottle of Ace of Spades. Put it all on my tab. I'm treating today. Upon hearing that Xia Jinghao ordered Ace of Spades, the classmates cheered. Everyone was very happy, chatting excitedly. Truly worthy of being our class leader, so generous. That Ace of Spades is the most expensive champagne, costing 5,000 to 6,000 a bottle. Wow, such expensive drinks? Today is really lucky. I've learned something new from the big class leader. Come on, everyone, let's toast to the class leader. The classmates clinked their glasses, many of them looking smugly at Chen Chen and his table. Their eyes were full of a boastful meaning. You deserve to sit alone, just enjoy your beer slowly. A male classmate snorted coldly and said sarcastically, some people are really pitiful, missing out on the only chance in their lives to drink Ace of Spades. The other classmates nodded in agreement. In their eyes, people like Chen Chen, who come from families without any background, wouldn't achieve much in the future. Instead of hoping they might succeed, it was better to work hard themselves and cling to someone with a wealthy background, that would be more useful. With this thought, those classmates didn't hold back their harsh words, saying all sorts of nasty things. Isn't that right? Even if they go through a lot to find a job, they couldn't possibly spend 1 or 2 months' salary just to drink a bottle of champagne, right? This Black Spade champagne is definitely a fine wine that only the wealthy can afford. Some people simply don't deserve it. We should thank those few for voluntarily leaving, otherwise, such good champagne might have been wasted by them. These classmates were lively in their booth, but unfortunately, Chen Chen and the others completely ignored them, happily drinking and chatting among themselves. Chen Chen watched Jang Shuyu, who was looking around with a curious expression, especially the way her beautiful eyes radiated light. The colorful lights of the bar illuminated Jang Shuyu's face, adding a touch of color to her pretty features. Chen Chen's lips curled into a smile as he asked, "How do you feel about this place?" Jang Shuyu blinked and honestly replied, "If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't dare to come here." The dim and ambiguous lighting, along with the mixed crowd, made her feel a bit out of place. If it were just Jang Shuyu alone, she would indeed be quite scared. Seeing her like this, Chen Chen suddenly found her a bit cute and chuckled, "Didn't you say you've been here before?" At that moment, Jang Shuyu realized her slip of the tongue and instinctively covered her mouth, looking adorably like a little hamster caught sneaking a treat. She took a deep breath, knowing she had let something slip, and suddenly had nothing to say. Watching Jang Shuyu's dejected expression, Chen Chen burst into laughter. The 3 people across from them, Tianfeng and his friends, sighed heavily in their hearts. Tianfeng leaned closer to Chen Chen and lowered his voice, saying, "I say, third, you're killing us with this. Showing off your love in front of us 3 single guys, is that really okay? Feeding us dog food so forcefully? Have you considered the feelings of us single dogs? Our little friendship boat is about to capsize." Tianfeng wore a helpless expression. He had thought that with Chen Chen's honest personality, he would definitely still be a single dog. He never expected that not only had Chen Chen found a girlfriend, but she was also everyone's goddess. The gap between before and after is a bit too big, isn't it? The more Tianfeng thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, looking at Chen Chen with a pitiful expression, as if Chen Chen had become a heartless man that everyone wanted to condemn. The second and fourth guys were a bit better. After all, during their dorm days, they often heard the eldest bragging about his girlfriend, boasting endlessly. Now that the eldest had fallen to this state, is it called the wheel of fortune turning? Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy under their gazes. He pouted and said helplessly, "Alright, you guys, I definitely won't leave you hanging. Don't worry, I'll send you a big gift in a bit, but whether you can handle it depends on your own abilities." Upon hearing this, Tianfeng and the others immediately showed expressions of anticipation. After all, since Chen Chen arrived, he had surprised them quite a bit, making them unconsciously believe his words. Chen Chen looked at his old buddies, who were eager, and couldn't help but smile. He waved to a waitress not far away, and a stunningly attractive girl approached, her bright eyes and white teeth looking exquisite. The beautiful waitress's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Chen. She didn't expect such a handsome customer. It was quite a treat for the eyes. The beautiful waitress quickly regained her composure, throwing a flirtatious glance at Chen Chen and playfully asking, "Hey handsome, need something?" Chen Chen's lips slightly curved into a smile as he reached out, pulling the drink menu from the waitress's waist, and said with a grin, "Nothing much, just ordering some drinks." Seeing Chen Shen's smiling face up close, even the seasoned waitress felt a bit overwhelmed. She quickly handed him a pen, her eyes filled with pink bubbles. Chen Shen was so focused on ordering drinks that he completely failed to notice the starry-eyed looks from Tianfeng and the others as they gazed at the waitress, their admiration for him reaching new heights. Wow, third brother, are you completely letting loose now? TSK. With that handsome and devilishly charming face of his, it's like he's taking off right here. Chen Shen held the drink menu, marking some soft drinks, and then wrote down 30 next to the Ace of Spades champagne. Seeing that he had ordered enough, Chen Shen handed the drink menu to the waitress. The waitress took a glance and seemed to be petrified, standing there in shock. 30 bottles of Ace of Spades, he must be a big shot. Handsome, are you sure? The beautiful waitress widened her eyes, looking at Chen Shen to confirm again. This kind of big spender was extremely rare at their new South bar. Chen Shen waved his hand at her, both confirming and urging her to hurry up with the drinks. The beautiful waitress, quick to understand, nodded eagerly and went to fetch the drinks. Tianfeng watched the strange gestures between Chen Shen and the waitress, and with some confusion, asked, "What's going on, third brother? What are you doing?" Just after he asked, Tianfeng's imagination began to run wild. This kid, third brother, wouldn't be trying to charm the goddess while thinking about picking up girls, would he? Recalling the alluring figure and beautiful face of the waitress, Tianfeng felt this possibility was growing stronger. The second and fourth brothers beside him were similarly puzzled. However, being good friends for years, they didn't rush to ask, instead casting curious glances at Chen Shen. Just as they were trying to figure things out, a wave of gasps erupted nearby. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. They saw a line of waitresses marching towards them, carrying Ace of Spades champagne and soft drinks in a neat row. The imposing manner and the striking Ace of Spades champagne on the trays left all the guests stunned. What's going on? Did someone just order dozens of bottles of Ace of Spades? That's definitely a wealthy person. Seeing this spectacle, many guests stood up, their eyes fixed on the waitresses, eager to see which table was so extravagant. Many people began to whisper among themselves while glancing around. Pinch me, I must be dreaming, right? Is that really Ace of Spades champagne? Just look at that bottle, it exudes luxury. How much does such a drink cost per bottle? I've heard people brag about Ace of Spades, but I've never had it. At least 5,000. It's the most expensive champagne in the world, they wouldn't sell it for too little. Ordering 30 bottles of such expensive wine at once is incredible. I really want to meet such a rich person, just to be a drinking buddy. I don't even need them to do anything for me. I'd be satisfied just to occasionally enjoy some good wine. Not only the customers in the bar but also the classmates sitting in the booth were equally shocked. They had just tasted the Ace of Spades champagne themselves, so they recognized it immediately. Especially Sha Jinghao, who stood up with his classmates, looking over with a somewhat ugly expression. After all, he had just ordered a single bottle himself. Now someone had ordered so many, who could that be? In an instant, all eyes were on the waitresses as they approached Chen Shen and the others' booth. The leading waitress respectfully bent down and said to Chen Shen, "Sir, here are the drinks you ordered." After saying that, she carefully placed the drinks on the table and stepped aside to allow the other waitresses to come forward with more drinks. As the waitresses began serving the drinks, the nearby guests erupted in excitement. Everyone turned to look at Chen Shen and the others, and when they saw Chen Shen and Jang Shuyu's faces, they were instantly amazed. This was completely different from their impression of wealthy people who were fat and bloated. One seemed to be on top of a pinnacle in heaven, while the other was digging in a small coal mine in the 18th level of hell. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement and began to whisper among themselves. I've never seen anything like this. Just look at their looks and demeanor, they are clearly cultivated by nobility. If all rich people look like this, I would definitely be convinced. Oh, come on. They might just be here to mooch off the drinks. Those plain-looking men across the table are probably the real deal. What's the use of discussing looks? So superficial. Remember, their biggest advantage is that they are rich. While the guests were chattering, a group of old classmates was already dumbfounded. Could it be that the drinks were mistakenly served to the wrong table? Or perhaps not all the drinks were theirs, just 1 or 2 bottles? Unfortunately, the reality was completely beyond their expectations. The waiters placed 30 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne and various soft drinks all on the table of Chen Shen and the others, filling it to the brim. 30 bottles, that was a staggering sum of over 100,000. This wasn't just drinking, it was drinking money. The classmates exchanged glances, hardly believing their eyes. They felt extremely frustrated. Why did the drinks have to be placed at Chen Shen's table? Wasn't this just making them green with envy? If it were just the Ace of Spades champagne, it would be one thing, since they had just tasted it. But looking at the beautiful women around them, all their fiery gazes fixed on Chen Shen's table, made their hearts ache. Our goddess from back in the day is already sitting at your table, how come even the girls around aren't spared? This is just too unfair. Sha Jinghao, feeling a bit annoyed, returned to his seat. Originally, he had ordered a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne to show off in front of his classmates. After all, he was the one who organized the gathering, and he needed a good bottle to set the tone, right? But these 30 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, regardless of who ordered them, would not affect their mood. At most, they would just feel a bit envious. However, if it was Chen Chen and the others who ordered the drinks, it would be completely different. This was not just showing off, it was a slap in his face. Who didn't know that Sha Jinghao's family was wealthy? To be overshadowed by an unknown classmate in terms of finances was something he couldn't accept. At that moment, many girls were already eager to try their luck and walked over to Chen Chen's table. The girls who came to the bar to drink were usually dressed up, looking particularly charming and alluring. They approached from various directions, adjusting their clothes along the way to accentuate their feminine features, making them even more enticing. The girls knew very well that Chen Chen had ordered so much alcohol that they definitely wouldn't be able to finish it all. So their purpose for gathering around was obvious. First and foremost, it was to mooch off the drinks. After all, the famous Ace of Spades champagne was something worth tasting. Otherwise, relying solely on their financial means, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such fine wine anytime soon. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't be willing to spend it. Because of their average economic conditions, the girls' second purpose was to see if they could hook up with such wealthy individuals. If they could establish a connection with someone like that, wouldn't it be a direct leap to success? The girls were all clear about their intentions, and their hands were quick to unbutton. In an instant, the bar was filled with a vibrant atmosphere and countless beautiful sights. Some of the more naive boys had never seen such a scene before. Blood gushed from his nose, shaken by the scene, and his eyes blazed with fire. Chen Chen looked at the girls getting closer and directly reached out to pull Jang Shuyu into his embrace. For a moment, the warmth and softness enveloped him, and the fragrance from Jang Shuyu's hair wafted towards his nose. It wasn't some overpowering perfume, but a light floral scent mixed with a unique girl's aroma, very pleasant. Jang Shuyu was caught off guard by Chen Chen's strong arms, her mind going blank. She sat there, even able to hear her own heartbeat racing. Chen Chen clearly felt Jang Shuyu's body stiffen. He leaned closer to her ear and lowered his voice, saying, "We agreed before coming that you would help me as a shield." A shield? Before Jang Shuyu could react, she felt her body lighten as Chen Chen pulled her into his arms. Being tightly embraced by a man, feeling his warm temperature, an unusual sensation surged in her heart. Jang Shuyu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. In her confusion, she simply nestled obediently in Chen Chen's embrace, her head gently resting on his shoulder, hiding half of her flushed face. Just as the atmosphere between the two became ambiguous, the girls had already arrived beside the booth. Leading the way was a girl with big waves in her hair, wearing a black low-cut short dress that hugged her body, her long legs exposed. She was a living embodiment of legs. Naturally, the big wave girl's gaze first fell on Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was too handsome, definitely the first choice. However, upon seeing that Chen Chen was already with someone, a stunning beauty in his arms, she shifted her attention to Tianfeng. "Handsome, do you have someone? Can I stay and drink with you?" The big wave girl smiled sweetly at Tianfeng, her flirtatious voice making the battle-hardened Tianfeng feel weak in the knees. Tianfeng was stunned for a moment before breaking into a wide grin, his smile almost reaching his ears, and he quickly replied, "Of course." At that moment, several other girls caught up from behind, also eyeing Tianfeng as their target, eager to crowd around him. The big wave girl nearly stumbled but was caught by Tianfeng just in time. She took the opportunity to fall into his arms, her face full of affection. Seeing the two of them, the other girls began to compete for the attention of the second and fourth guys. Some later arrivals, realizing they couldn't snag a guy, simply rushed to claim a spot at the booth first. Looking at the nearby black truffle champagne, her eyes lit up, and she instinctively licked her lips. At this moment, Tianfeng and the others were surrounded by various beauties. To show their competitive spirit, the girls actively linked arms with the men beside them, demonstrating their determination to win. Tianfeng could clearly feel the soft touches constantly returning on his arms. He looked at the beauties sitting on either side of him, smiling broadly, no, really brightly, really full. This feeling of being embraced on both sides was an unprecedented thrill. Tianfeng was practically bursting with excitement. The girls sitting next to him were all stunning. At the very least, each had a hotter figure than the last, with certain parts almost bursting forth. As for Chen Chen, the girls beside him, even after makeup, were still not on the same level as Zhang Shuyu. Moreover, Zhang Shuyu had an excellent figure. it was just that the goddess had a different style of dressing compared to these girls. Right now, Chen Chen was holding Jang Shuyao's slim waist, and the feel was just too good. Opposite him, Jang Shuyu leaned lightly against Chen Chen like a little bird. Her tall figure still appeared slender and delicate in front of Chen Chen, and with both of their high looks, they were simply a pair of celestial partners. Come on, everyone sitting together is fate. Let's raise a glass. Tianfeng took the initiative to stand up and greet everyone. The girls at the booth had already called the waiter to bring drinks, and everyone excitedly clinked their glasses of Ace of Spades champagne. Drinking such expensive champagne instantly lifted everyone's spirits. On the other side, Sha Jinghao watched Chen Chen and the others reveling, his face filled with displeasure. He downed another glass, cursing inwardly, who ordered so much alcohol. The girls sitting next to Sha Jinghao were also regretting their decision. They had come with Tianfeng, intending to drink and socialize together. They had thought they were getting close to a wealthy class leader, but it turned out that Tianfeng's side was clearly more extravagant. Just one order of 30 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, how could an ordinary person afford that? If they hadn't left, those girls would have no right to sit at the table now. Wouldn't they just be watching from afar with envious expressions? Because of a momentary wrong choice, they could only sigh in regret now. Sha Jinghao clearly sensed that the enthusiasm of the girls and his classmates around him was somewhat low. He glanced sideways at Chen Chen and the others, sneering, a bunch of poor folks daring to order such expensive drinks? 30 bottles at once, they probably don't even know the unit price of Ace of Spades champagne, do they? I'm really curious to see how they plan to pay the bill later. These girls could mooch drinks, but spending money was out of the question. If they really had that kind of money, why would they be out here mooching drinks? They could just order for themselves and drink. Wouldn't that be more classy? As for Chen Chen and his friends, they were all even poorer, especially Chen Chen, an orphan. What money could he possibly have? They definitely wouldn't be able to pay the bill later. The classmates nearby, upon hearing this, also brightened up and chimed in. With the class leader analyzing it like this, it's practically confirmed. The drink menu at the bar has prices as small as sesame seeds, afraid someone might see them. Tisk TSK, maybe they thought the name sounded familiar and just ordered beer? I can't wait to see their expressions when it's time to settle the bill. How could their families compare to the class leaders? Even combined, they probably don't have as much as the class leaders' pocket change. They're trying to show off with that status. They deserve to embarrass themselves. The few girls who had regretted their earlier decision understood what was going on after hearing everyone's comments, their faces showing a look of realization. So these people had no money but dared to act so pretentious? Luckily, they hadn't gone with Tianfeng, otherwise, when it came time to settle the bill, they might have had to borrow money from them. In an instant, the girls looked at Tianfeng and the others with a hint of disdain. Humph, I hate people who love to show off the most. Everyone began to drink happily again, and at that moment, Lu Feng, who had not come earlier, finally arrived, hurrying towards the booth. As soon as Sha Jinghao saw Lu Feng, he immediately scolded, "You brat, are you floating in the air? We agreed to come drink. It's fine if you're a bit late, but you shouldn't wait until it's almost over to show up." The other classmates also chimed in, loudly saying, "Yeah, you're way too late, you must drink 3 penalty shots." Lu Feng's face couldn't hide his excitement. He chuckled and said, Sorry, I was outside looking at cars for too long." Looking at cars? Everyone looked at Lu Feng with puzzled expressions. What the heck, you guys didn't see? There's a super luxury car parked outside our bar. Lu Feng loved cars the most, and when he talked about it, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed outside the bar for so long just to admire that luxury car for a bit. There was no helping it, Lu Feng simply loved it too much. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the other classmates seemed to have thought of something and teased, "Lu Feng, the super luxury car you just mentioned, it can't be an Audi R8, right? That's our class leader's ride. If you want to see it, just tell the class leader, and you can sit in the car and enjoy it." The other classmates nodded in agreement. After all, they had this old classmate relationship, and Lu Feng's family was doing well, so the class leader would definitely invite him to take a look inside the car. Sha Jinghao, upon hearing his classmates mention his car, quickly flashed a hint of pride in his eyes. He waved his hand in a very nonchalant manner and said, "With our relationship, if you want to see the car, isn't it just a matter of a word? It's just a means of transportation, how can it compare to feelings?" Listening to Sha Jinghao's words, the classmates sighed with envy. Truly worthy of being our class leader, such a lavish way of speaking. An Audi R8 is just a means of transportation, TSK. To be honest, if I could drive an Audi S6 in my lifetime, I would already be satisfied. Our lifelong pursuit can't even catch up to the starting point of the class leader, the gap is just too vast. Why bother with a career? Let's just hold on to the class leader's golden thigh. if the class leader eats meat, we can at least drink some soup, that's better than working. Sha Jinghao was flattered by his classmate's adoration, and his expression visibly brightened. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng waved his hand and said directly, "No. I can't explain it to you all, I took a photo, let me show you." Upon hearing there were photos to see, everyone showed curious expressions, even Sha Jinghao stretched his neck to look at Lu Feng's phone screen. When they saw the black SUV in the photo, a male classmate immediately spoke up, "Isn't this a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? The car was indeed quite cool and worth a lot, but was it really worth gathering around to look at for so long?" Lu Feng saw the expressions of his classmates and knew they hadn't grasped the essence of it at all. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said with a serious tone, "I'm not joking with you, look closely, this is not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This car is worth over 100 million. Lu Feng really knew cars and explained the prestige of the bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A car of this caliber isn't something you can just buy with money, it's a symbol of status. Only after passing a review can you even hope to customize such a top luxury car. Over 100 million? For a single car?" Everyone was shocked by Lu Feng's words. What kind of wealth must a person have to afford such an expensive car? Just thinking about a car costing over 100 million was unimaginable. How much was the owner's net worth? Moreover, just having money didn't guarantee a sale. There was a need for identity verification? Was it really necessary to go through all this just to buy a car? The classmates looked at each other, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that such wealthy people would come to this bar. Thinking of this, many began to glance around. Perhaps the car owner was sitting nearby. But such wealthy individuals felt too distant from them. At that moment, they found Chen Chen and his group particularly displeasing. They were simply an eyesore. They had originally planned to prepare more drinks to attract some beautiful women to accompany them for a wonderful night. However, unexpectedly, while the drinks were ready, the beautiful women hadn't been attracted over and instead all flocked to Chen Chen's side due to his ostentatious actions. The male classmates were furious, glaring angrily at the booth across from them. At that moment, Tianfeng and the others were enjoying drinks with beautiful women, having the time of their lives. This was simply the peak of life. On the opposite side, Chen Chen looked at the happy faces of the group with a smile, his large hand stroking Jang Shuyu's slender waist. Feeling the softness beneath his hand, which felt as delicate as if it had no bones, he too was quite pleased. Tianfeng and the others were drinking black truffle champagne, watching as one bottle after another was taken away by the waitstaff. Occasionally, some girls would come over to ask for a drink. Some bolder girls, who often played here, recognized the girls around Tianfeng at a glance. To grab a spot, they rushed to drink toasts with Tianfeng and the others, claiming, after drinking this toast, "We are a couple for tonight." Everyone's spirits were ignited, and they dove into the revelry of fine wine. Happy times passed quickly, and soon, amidst the celebration, it was midnight. In her joy, even Jang Shuyu had a small drink. She usually never drank, and after a sudden sip, she felt a bit dizzy. Chen Chen, on the other hand, remained smiling throughout. Since he had to drive, he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Seeing that it was about time, many people began to leave their seats to settle the bill. Sha Jinghao had said from the start that he would treat today, so without a word, he went straight to swipe his card. After settling the bill, no one left, they all remained in their booths. Although no one spoke, the meaning was quite clear, they were all waiting to see Chen Chen and the others make fools of themselves. For this moment, they had been waiting all this time. Tianfeng and the others had drunk quite a bit and were already tipsy, but seeing Sha Jinghao and the others looking so relaxed, they understood what was going on. Want to see us make fools of ourselves? No way. Tianfeng walked directly to Chen Chen's side and whispered in his ear, "Third brother, why don't we chip in? If not, I'll cover it." Among them, his family's situation was the best. Tianfeng was also quite righteous and planned to take on the responsibility. To prevent others from seeing Chen Chen's embarrassment, he intended to take out his bank card and secretly hand it to Chen Chen to settle the bill. Chen Chen, seeing Tianfeng thinking of him, felt warmth in his heart and smiled as he said, "No need, I'll take care of it." As he spoke, Chen Chen had already walked over to settle the bill. Watching Chen Chen hand over his bank card, the gazes of Sha Jinghao and the others were all fixed on the POS machine. In their eyes, not to mention Chen Chen, even with Tianfeng and the others combined, they couldn't afford today's bill. Today's POS machine, even if it sparked, wouldn't be able to print a receipt. But unfortunately, just a few seconds later, the receipt had already come back. At the same time, a flash of light appeared in Chen Chen's eyes. Detected that the host just spent 166,000, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate of 1,660,000. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Chen Chen felt quite good. Working overtime until midnight, Although the income wasn't much, it proved that he was a diligent worker. Sha Jinghao and the others were all stunned, their faces a picture of disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. Now, Chen Chen had become different, spending over 100,000 without hesitation. This. To put it bluntly, even Sha Jinghao wouldn't be willing to spend that much money. The previous few girls began to regret again. If they had gone over to apologize to Tianfeng earlier, perhaps they could have cleared the air. Now, they wanted to watch the excitement, but ended up being the clowns themselves. The girls glared fiercely at Sha Jinghao's back. It was all because of him, who had spoken so confidently. Now, they were all regretting it to death. The girls stomped their feet. At this point, it was too late to say anything, so they hurried a few steps to catch up with the crowd. After all, they might as well try to see if they could ride home in an Audi R8. Everyone walked out of the bar together, and as soon as Lu Feng saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class at the entrance, he immediately perked up and said, "Look, this is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class I was just talking about. Pay attention, this car is heavier than the standard version. The reason for this is that the bulletproof version not only has thicker glass but the entire vehicle, including the chassis, has been reinforced with very precise modifications." Lu Feng was so excited that he almost pulled out a laser pointer for a live demonstration. The classmates listened to Lu Feng's words and looked at the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of them, their expressions changing. This car was indeed cool, but its price was the real highlight. It was just too expensive. When Tianfeng and the others came out, they also heard the crowd's comments and were instantly stunned. Goodness, there was a luxury car worth 100 million right at the entrance. 100 million in cash piled up would take up the space of half a car. Tianfeng shook his head gently while watching. Truly remarkable. Such an expensive car was actually driven out. If it were him, he would probably have to worship it. Chen Chen, however, was completely unconcerned. He supported Jang Shuyu and said to Tianfeng and the others, "Alright, let's call it a day. I'm leaving first." As he spoke, Chen Chen had already walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. When Tianfeng saw Chen Chen's actions, he thought Chen Chen hadn't heard Lu Feng's words and, considering the value of the car, quickly rushed to stop him. Tianfeng pulled Chen Chen aside and, feeling a bit anxious, whispered, "Third brother, what are you doing? Don't get too close to this car, we can't afford a vehicle worth over 100 million. Tianfeng's tone was a bit harsh, but it was definitely a kind reminder. They could barely scrape together the cost of a meal, but a car this expensive would be something they couldn't afford even if they pooled their resources. Tianfeng's voice wasn't loud, but they were all standing at the bar's entrance, and others could hear him clearly. Chen Chen understood Tianfeng's good intentions and was about to explain when he heard Sha Jinghao say nearby, "As old classmates, let me give you a friendly reminder, this is not a place for you to show off. You might be able to afford a meal, but this car is not something someone like you can touch. A car worth over 100 million would be considered tainted if someone like Chen Chen touched it." The other classmates wore expressions of cold mockery and began to ridicule him. "The class monitor is really too kind. Why not just tell him he doesn't deserve it? Maybe he just wants to take a closer look after hearing the price. Then he can take a picture and show off on social media. People like him are just too hypocritical, they have no money but still like to pretend. It doesn't matter in front of others, but does it mean anything in front of us?" Chen Chen quietly listened to their taunts, facing the disdainful and gloating gazes around him, and pulled out the car key from his pocket. Seeing the Mercedes key, Sha Jinghao recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but scold, "Your gear is quite complete. It wouldn't be a high-quality imitation lighter, would it?" Before Sha Jinghao could finish his sentence, Chen Chen had already pressed the car key. With a familiar unlocking sound, the headlights of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class flashed twice. Seeing that Chen Chen's car key actually unlocked the luxury car worth over 100 million, everyone present was stunned. How could this be possible? Several boys who had drunk a bit too much instinctively rubbed their eyes, completely unable to believe it was real. Was this still the Chen Chen they knew? Wasn't he supposed to be orphaned, from a poor family, and completely broke? Chen Chen. When did he become so wealthy? It's even reached a level they could never have imagined. This is a luxury car that only top billionaires can enjoy, and it actually belongs to Chen Chen. In an instant, everyone's hearts felt as if they were shaken by an earthquake, like a tsunami crashing down, the ground trembling beneath them. Not just Sha Jinghao and the others, even Tianfeng and his companions were utterly shocked. The current Chen Chen was completely different. The few girls from before were regretting so much they could turn green with envy. If they had been a bit more righteous and stayed close to Tianfeng and the others, they wouldn't just be able to drink fine wine. This handsome guy was the one Tianfeng said he would introduce to them, right? Forget about the fact that he owns a luxury car worth over 100 million. Just based on his looks, he could easily charm anyone into spending a night drinking cola with him. They missed out on such a big shot over a mere Audi R8. What on earth were they thinking? Tianfeng let out a heavy breath, looking at Chen Chen with wide eyes, asking, "Third brother, is this your car?" Chen Chen nodded slightly, directly answering, "Yeah. What's up, boss? Do you like it? You can drive it for a few days. I have another one." As he spoke, Chen Chen tossed his keys to Tianfeng. Everyone's hearts seemed to float into the air along with Chen Chen's keys. Tianfeng was also taken aback, completely not expecting Chen Chen to throw the keys over right after speaking. He quickly grasped the keys tightly in his hand, finally letting out a sigh of relief along with the others. This was a key to a luxury car worth over 100 million. How could it be tossed around so casually? The people nearby gasped, their gazes at Chen Chen filled with shock. Such an expensive car, just casually handed over to someone else? And there are more cars? Just thinking a bit deeper sent a shockwave through everyone's hearts. It was as if an invisible little man was wielding a big iron hammer, smashing it down on their hearts. What kind of wealthy person could say such things and do such extravagant acts? If it were a cheap minivan, it wouldn't seem like much, so borrowing it would be fine. But a luxury car worth over 100 million should be considered a prized possession for a top billionaire, right? To just toss it away so casually? There was no sign of cherishing it at all. Did this action imply that even among top billionaires, there are levels? That Chen Chen's attitude might be even more impressive than they had imagined? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. Their cheeks, which had been flushed from drinking, now turned pale with fear. Was this person in front of them still their old classmate, Chen Chen? When the classmates looked at Chen Chen again, they felt he had completely transformed. The once inconspicuous classmate now shone like a massive diamond, dazzling and bright. Not only had his looks become more handsome, but his entire aura had changed. The current Chen Chen looked like a sword in its sheath. His sharpness was concealed, yet it was impossible to ignore his presence. That inexplicable sense of pressure made their hearts race. It seemed that his mindset had shifted. When they looked at Chen Chen's attire, they found it very telling. The tailored suit didn't look stunning, but it perfectly accentuated Chen Chen's physique. Considering his wealth, they instantly realized this was no ordinary street vendor's goods. It must be some high-end custom from top brands. They had heard that high fashion was all about low-key comfort, and at his level, showing off to ordinary people was utterly meaningless. Chen Chen wasn't being petty, he just couldn't be bothered to argue with people like them. It was too degrading. Understanding this, the classmates' expressions grew even more complex. Tianfeng held the car key in his hand, stroking it several times. The key to this luxury car had a particularly high-quality feel. However, even if he hadn't been drinking, he wouldn't dare to drive such an expensive car. Thinking of this, Tianfeng quickly returned the car key to Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled as he took it back, looking at Tianfeng with a grin, and said, "Boss, if you ever want to drive it, just come find me." After saying that, Chen Chen greeted Tianfeng and the others, then took Jang Shuyu into the car and sped off with a press of the accelerator. This left a group of classmates stunned in place, shocked to the core, as if their insides were about to burst. No wonder Chen Chen got the beauty in his arms. One classmate murmured, still gazing in the direction Chen Chen had left. It wasn't that ordinary people couldn't pursue Jang Shuyu, but with so many suitors and countless who were better off, she had long since developed high standards. The change in Chen Chen was truly remarkable. They thought that 30 bottles of Black Label champagne were something extraordinary, but for him, it was like buying a bottle of mineral water from the street. For someone of his status, they had actually thought he might not be able to settle the bill? With the cold wind blowing and the shock from Chen Chen's actions, the classmates had finally come to their senses. Regret filled their hearts. They couldn't express how much they wished they could slap themselves to remember this lesson. They had come here to drink, flattering Sha Jinghao, just to build connections, right? Yet, they had given up an entire forest for a crooked tree. Who could understand this pain? The classmates were now too disheartened to speak, their faces pale, and without even saying goodbye, they began to scatter in all directions. Especially when they looked at Tianfeng and the others, their faces glowing with excitement. It was simply unbearable to watch. If they had been a bit more perceptive, or not so eager to curry favor with Sha Jinghao, and had not stepped on their old classmates, this gathering could have taken them to the peak of their lives. But now, they could only watch as the road to the summit grew further and further away. Watching the classmates who had already left, Tianfeng and the others also reacted. To be honest, the feeling of triumph was simply exhilarating. Hadn't they looked down on Chen Chen before? Hadn't they said that leaving like this was just asking for trouble? And now, who was really in trouble? Tianfeng felt his heart pounding. He threw his arms around the shoulders of the second and fourth guys and shouted, "Let's go home." Today was exhilarating, so refreshing. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was driving down the road at high speed. It was already midnight, and there weren't many cars on the road. making it very smooth. From time to time, Chen Chen turned his head to check on Jang Shuyu in the passenger seat. Her head was gently resting against the car window, and he could hear her soft, even breathing. She was clearly asleep. Chen Chen recalled that Jang Shuyu had only sipped a little at the bar. To get this drunk from just one drink, her tolerance was really too low. "Shuyao, where do you live?" Chen Chen thought for a moment and softly called out to her. Jang Shuyu seemed to hear his call in her dreams, her brows furrowed slightly, clearly disturbed from her deep sleep. But the next second, she relaxed her brow and turned back to sleep. Chen Chen felt helpless, since he couldn't even ask where she lived. He simply pressed the accelerator and headed straight for Tanfu City No. 1 villa. After all, no one lived there, so it would be fine to settle Jang Shuyu there for a bit. Soon, the two arrived back at the Tanfu City villa area. Chen Chen's biological and car information had already been entered into the owner's records, allowing him to drive straight in and arrive at Villa No. 1. Jang Shuyu was still fast asleep. Looking at her delicate sleeping face, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had no choice but to carry her inside. Chen Chen was very strong, and to him, Jang Shuyu's weight felt completely light. He opened the door and Princess carrying Jang Shuyu, placed her on the large bed in the master bedroom. Carefully setting her down, Chen Chen worried that she might feel cold and prepared to cover her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, this action caused Jang Shuyu to wake up. She gently blinked her eyes, her face still flushed from the alcohol, her gaze very hazy. Looking at Chen Chen, who was so close, her vision was somewhat blurred from the drunkenness, and he seemed to glow in her eyes. Seeing Jang Shuyu's dazed expression, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile and comfort her. "This is Tanfu City, just rest easy here." As he spoke, he intended to turn and leave. After all, a soft and beautiful woman was right in front of him, and in such a quiet and warm room, he was not Lu Xiaohui, who could resist such temptation. Just as Chen Chen turned around, he felt a delicate, boneless hand grasping his. His heart stirred, and following the small hand upwards, he saw Jang Shuyu's slightly flushed face. In her watery eyes seemed to contain countless emotions, and her bright red lips parted slightly. "Don't go." Chen Chen took a deep breath, bending down to look at Jang Shuyu, his voice low and slightly hoarse. "You're playing with fire." "Playing with fire?" Jang Shuyu seemed not to understand Chen Chen's words. She didn't have much capacity for thought right now and just wanted to get as close to him as possible. Without thinking, she stretched out her slender arm and wrapped it around Chen Chen's neck, pulling them even closer together. Looking at her face so near, Chen Chen thought that if he held back any longer, he would truly be a monk. He quickly pulled the blanket over them, completely covering the two, yet unable to conceal the springtime atmosphere in the room. In the darkness, a storm brewed. It wasn't until nearly morning that the two of them fell into a deep sleep together. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up early. As he lifted the blanket to get out of bed, he noticed a patch of blood. Realizing what it was, he turned to look at Jang Shuyu beside him. She was still fast asleep, deeply resting, her beautiful face resembling that of a baby. Chen Chen looked down at Jang Shuyu's small, curled hair and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Seeing that it was almost time, in order not to wake Jang Shuyu, he went to the nearby guest bathroom to wash up. After tidying himself, Chen Chen felt refreshed. He went to the living room on the first floor, intending to make some breakfast in the kitchen. The ingredients in the fridge were quite abundant, and Chen Chen selected some that looked good and began to cook. Jang Shuyu upstairs woke up to the aroma of breakfast. After such a hard night, she felt a wave of hunger wash over her as soon as she woke up. Drowsily wanting to get out of bed, she stood up and immediately felt something unusual. Even her walking felt a bit off. Struggling to support herself, after washing up in the bathroom, Jang Shuyu noticeably felt much more awake. Walking to the bedside, she looked at the red and torn spots, and her face instantly flushed. Many memories from last night began to slowly resurface. Jang Shuyu felt embarrassed by her bold actions. Alcohol was truly terrifying, and what happened last night was definitely not her. However, thinking about the fact that it was Chen Chen, she felt a sense of relief. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she removed the already soiled sheets and replaced them with a clean set. Jang Shuyu felt as if she had accomplished something monumental just by changing the bedsheet, her whole body aching terribly. While she was resting on the edge of the bed, Chen Chen happened to walk over, ready to call Jang Shuyu down for breakfast. Seeing that Jang Shuyu was already awake, Chen Chen stepped forward, pulled her gently, and said with a smile, "Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast." As soon as Jang Shuyu saw Chen Chen approaching, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her head, saying shyly, "I'm in pain all over right now. It's all your fault for not being gentler." He really didn't know how to cherish a delicate girl. Humph. Hearing Jang Shuyu's playful complaint, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. He wrapped his arms around her and, with a mischievous grin, said, "That was indeed my oversight. Should we do it again? This time, I'll try to be gentler." "Do it again?" Jang Shuyao's eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly waved her hands, pleading, No, that's not necessary. If they did it again, she felt like her life would be in danger. Seeing Chen Chen's cheeky smile, Jang Shuyao quickly changed the subject. Didn't you say breakfast was ready? Let's go eat. Chen Chen took her small hand and led her to the dining room on the first floor, where the table was already filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Looking at the nearly overflowing plates, Jang Shuyao gasped and covered her mouth, asking Chen Chen, did you make all this? The food on the table was not only visually appealing but also fragrant, making her mouth water just by looking at it. The exquisite presentation was even better than some five-star restaurants. This was the first time Jang Shuyao had seen such amazing dishes, her eyes sparkling like stars, radiating brilliance. Chen Chen helped her into a chair, his face softening with a gentle smile, and even his tone was more tender than usual as he said, I didn't know what you liked, so I made a bit of everything. Why don't you try it and see how it tastes? Jang Shuyao took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing in happiness as she exclaimed, it smells so good. Just the aroma made her feel an overwhelming sense of joy. She tilted her head, studying Chen Chen, surprised that he could cook so well. Seeing Jang Shuyao's delighted expression, Chen Chen served her a small bowl of pork rib congee, placing it in front of her with a serious demeanor, saying, You've worked so hard, have some rib congee to replenish your strength. Worked hard? Hearing such a double entendre, Jang Shuyao's face turned red, and she quickly picked up the bowl, taking a small spoonful to taste. A warm sensation spread through her mouth, followed by the rich flavor of the meat bursting forth. Combined with the unique fragrance of the rice, it felt like a wave of warmth flowed into her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs. Jang Shuyao's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the bowl of congee, lost in thought. How could there be such delicious rib congee in this world? There was no fishy taste at all. It was full of freshness without overpowering the natural flavor of the plain congee, simply miraculous. Your cooking is amazing. After finishing the bowl of rib congee and trying some of Chen Chen's other dishes, Jang Shuyao couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, she felt this was the best breakfast she had ever had in her 20-plus years of life. Jang Shuyao felt particularly touched and looked earnestly at Chen Chen across the table, saying, Thank you, Chen Chen. Just as Chen Chen was about to respond, a light curtain appeared before him. Your home has detected that the owner has experienced an important coming-of-age ceremony in life and feels very gratified. The garage automatically contributes a customized Maserati Quattroporte, a customized Pagani Huayra, and a customized Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. The house was so moved that it sent out the garage as a reward. Why does it feel a bit strange? Chen Chen took out his phone and quickly searched for the 3 models of rewards. Looking at the results displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Don't be fooled by the Maserati Quattroporte's price of only 1 to 1.6 million. This customized version is actually priced at a staggering 50 million. Even Chen Chen was taken aback. This isn't just a customized version, it's practically a completely rebuilt model, merely using someone else's name, right? In comparison, the price of the Pagani Huayra customized version seemed much more reasonable. Originally, the Huayra was priced at over 40 million, so asking 80 million for this top-tier supercar customized version isn't really expensive. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended customized version, it hardly needs much introduction. This is the pinnacle of luxury cars. Owning one priced at over 200 million is the most important way to showcase your unparalleled status. There's no need for elaborate introductions. Wherever you go, you are the brightest star. Moreover, when driving on the road, you never have to worry about someone else driving the same model as you. 1. It's too expensive. 2. They simply don't deserve it. The customization requirements from Rolls-Royce for this car have reached an almost perverse level of high standards. It feels as if you're not just buying a luxury car with your money, but rather interviewing for a 1 in 100 million opportunity. Looking at the introductions of these 3 cars, all of them are top-tier luxury cars with no market price, which is indeed impressive. Chen Chen was in a good mood. He glanced at his watch and said to Jang Shuyao, Take a half day off today, I'll take you out to buy some things. Jang Shuyao had just finished eating, and she obediently nodded before stepping aside to call her boss to request leave. At this time, Chen Chen also went upstairs to change his clothes. He sat on the sofa for a while, and soon Jang Shuyao came down, all tidied up. Where are we going to buy things? Jang Shuyao asked with a smile, linking her arm with Chen Chen's. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, pinching Jang Shuyao's delicate nose as he said, Just follow me. The weather was nice today, and Chen Chen planned to take Jang Shuyao shopping for a while longer. If that didn't work, they could visit a couple more shopping malls. From Chen Chen's perspective, Jang Shuyao had once again become a tool. He blinked lightly, hoping this time, the tool Zhang could be a bit more helpful. Lost in thought, the two of them had already arrived at Wanda Plaza. Chen Chen parked the car and directly took Jang Shuyao's small hand, leading her into the plaza. They headed straight to the floor dedicated to luxury goods and began browsing from store to store. Chen Chen once again showcased his shopping prowess, immediately asking the sales assistant to wrap up anything he thought would suit Jang Shuyao. At first, the sales assistant thought the two looked young and probably didn't have much purchasing power, but reality quickly slapped her in the face. Besides these two items, get a full set of the new styles according to that lady's figure. Chen Chen thought that someone as beautiful as Jang Shuyao naturally deserved to have more beautiful clothes, so as not to waste her life. Jang Shuyao had previously sold Chen Chen properties worth billions, and her commission had made her quite the newly minted little rich woman. However, hearing Chen Chen's way of shopping still shocked her. Who buys things like this? Jang Shuyao hurried over to Chen Chen, wanting to persuade him that she had plenty of clothes and didn't need to buy so much. Unexpectedly, when Chen Chen saw her coming over, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, smiling as he said, "You're just in time, I want to pick out some accessories for you. With you as the model, it'll be much easier to choose." Zhang Shuyao. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang Shuyao was completely bewildered, directly hitting her with a cosmic triple question. She came to persuade him, but how did she end up being pulled by Chen Chen to the jewelry counter, starting to pick out other things? After just visiting 2 stores, Zhang Shuyao's small hands were already filled with shopping bags. She looked at Chen Chen with a mournful face and pleaded, "Haven't we bought enough?" If they kept this up, she would soon be laden with shopping bags before even reaching a luxury store. Chen Chen looked at Zhang Shuyao's pitiful appearance and chuckled softly, directly addressing the approaching Chanel sales assistant. "You must have a delivery service here, right?" The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the shopping bags in front of Zhang Shuyao, she quickly nodded and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir, as long as it's within the city, we can deliver to your door for free." Chen Chen nodded. He didn't need it delivered to his home, just to the car would suffice. Other Chanel sales assistants, seeing Zhang Shuyao carrying so many luxury shopping bags, hurried over to help carry them. For a moment, the looks the sales assistants gave Chen Chen and Zhang Shuyao were filled with envy and admiration. The combined value of so many luxury items was at least over $1 million. Chen Chen and Zhang Shuyao were both so young, and their looks were strikingly high, which, combined with their spending power, made the sales assistants even more attentive in their service. Usually, luxury items that required matching stock to purchase were no longer a procedure in front of such big clients. As soon as the two of them pointed out a style they liked, different colors of matching stock would immediately be brought out for them to choose from. Chen Chen bought a lot of things for Zhang Shuyao, watching with satisfaction as one light screen after another popped up, feeling quite pleased. After accompanying Zhang Shuyao for a while longer, Chen Chen also customized some clothes in the store. However, the custom items Chen Chen chose were the highest specifications in the store, requiring shipment from the headquarters and taking some time to pick up. The sales assistant carefully took Chen Chen's measurements and recorded them before respectfully sending the two off. Chen Chen and Zhang Shuyao walked ahead, followed by several sales assistants from luxury stores, who were carrying large and small bags behind them, accompanying them to the parking lot for delivery. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that Chen Chen drove up in, they immediately showed expressions of shock. After all, having worked as luxury goods sales assistants for many years, they had seen plenty of luxury cars and good things, and their eyes had become quite discerning. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of them was completely different from the ordinary version. One of the sales assistants had already taken a photo with her phone and was analyzing it with software. When the results came out, everyone was stunned by the introduction. This was actually a bulletproof version of the G-Class, worth over $100 million. The sales assistants exchanged looks, their eyes filled with shock, almost tangible in their intensity. This young handsome guy actually had such substantial financial power, it was truly an eye-opener. Chen Chen casually opened the trunk, gesturing for the sales assistants to load the items inside. Looking at the trunk packed to the brim, Chen Chen couldn't help but nod. Today's haul was quite satisfactory. Noticing it was nearly noon, Chen Chen turned to Zhang Shuyao and asked with concern, "It's already lunchtime, are you hungry? Should I take you to get something to eat?" Zhang Shuyao gently shook her head. She had eaten quite a bit this morning and had snacked a little while in the store, so she wasn't hungry at all. Chen Chen nodded in response, driving Zhang Shuyao back to Villa No. 1 in Tanfu City. After they got out of the car, Chen Chen helped carry the items to the upstairs bedroom and said to Zhang Shuyao behind him, "You can just stay in Villa No. 1. Today, when I went out shopping, Chen Chen specifically bought a complete set of clothes, enough for Zhang Shuyao to change into here. As for other daily necessities, we can buy them if needed." Zhang Shuyao was surprised by Chen Chen's thoughtfulness. Her pretty face couldn't help but flush, and her little heart raced rapidly. When Chen Chen turned around, he happened to catch this beautiful scene. He couldn't help but gently shake his head. This girl was just too shy, wasn't she? The two of them tidied up their things briefly, and since Jang Shuyu still felt very tired, she went to bed to sleep. Stay with me for a while, Jang Shuyu said in a soft, delicate voice, making it impossible for Chen Chen to refuse. They lay on the bed, and Jang Shuyu peacefully fell asleep in Chen Chen's arms. At this moment, Su Tianqing walked into the hospital ward carrying a thermos. Inside the thermos was the soup he had just made that morning. When Su Tianqing entered the ward, his elderly mother was leaning against the bed and let out a long sigh. Perhaps that sigh was too heavy, as she suddenly began to cough violently. "Mom!" Su Tianqing called out anxiously, rushing over to help his mother catch her breath. When his mother saw her son come over, she took a long time to finally stop coughing. Seeing that his mother was feeling a bit better, Su Tianqing quickly placed the thermos on the table beside her and said cheerfully, "Mom, this is the chicken soup I made last night. It's especially fresh, you must try it." Although Su Tianqing wore a smile, seeing his mother's aging appearance made his heart ache. He had grown up entirely because of his mother's devoted care. Although the family was not wealthy, his mother still tried her best to give him the best of everything. No matter how hard his life was, she had never complained. It was precisely because of her years of hard work that she had developed various ailments. Now, as she aged, they had all flared up at once, dragging her body down. Now, not only was she suffering greatly, but she could hardly walk and needed support to move forward. Su Tianqing pulled back his thoughts and ladled the soup into a bowl, bringing it to his mother's side, coaxing her gently, "Mom, you must drink more of today's soup. I've added medicinal herbs. It's specifically for replenishing energy and blood, and it will be good for your health." The ginseng he had added to the chicken soup was the one Chen Chen had given him earlier. He had specifically taken the ginseng to the pharmacy to ask, and the old doctor said it was a good quality item with age, excellent for nourishing the body. Thinking of his mother's frail health, Su Tianqing had no choice but to shamelessly stew the ginseng that Chen Chen had given him. As soon as his mother heard her son's words, her face instantly turned serious, and she pretended to be angry as she scolded him, "You silly boy, what are you doing? Your money doesn't come easily. Don't spend it recklessly. You should save this money to marry a wife." After just a couple of sentences, his mother began to cough again, her face filled with sorrow as she sighed, "I'm really useless, dragging you down. You had saved some money, and now." Sigh. As a human being, who wouldn't cherish their life? Moreover, his mother hadn't even seen her son marry. How could she be willing to close her eyes like this? But living on like this was clearly going to drain her son's little savings. The more his mother thought about it, the more upset she became, and she was almost in tears. Seeing his mother in such a bad mood, Su Tianqing quickly comforted her, "Mom, look at what you're saying. I still have quite a bit of money. It's enough for your medical expenses, so just focus on getting better. Don't you want to see me marry a wife? If you don't take care of your health, how can you take care of your grandson?" Su Tianqing paused for a moment before continuing, "Mom, you really don't need to worry about me. I've found a job that pays 50,000 a month. 50,000? Upon hearing such a large sum, the old mother looked very pleased, her eyes sparkling more than before. Every mother hopes to see her son succeed in her lifetime. However, amidst her joy, the old mother still asked a couple of questions carefully. "What kind of job is it? You're not just saying that to make me happy, are you?" Su Tianqing grinned and quickly explained, "How could I? You have sharp eyes, and I can't fool you with such tricks. A very good boss saw my skills and asked me to be his bodyguard. The ginseng in this soup is a gift from him to help you regain your health." Su Tianqing hurriedly encouraged his mother to drink the soup while it was hot, smiling as he said, "You should drink more to get better, so I can go to work soon." Hearing this, the old mother nodded vigorously, drinking the soup faster than before. She felt that life had hope again, and she knew her health was quite poor and needed proper nourishment. In between sips, the old mother looked up at her son and said earnestly, "It's not easy to find a boss who appreciates you. You must work hard for him, understand?" "Okay." Su Tianqing readily agreed, picking up a tissue to wipe the soup stains from the corner of his mother's mouth. Just as they were finishing the soup, the doctor in charge entered the ward. The doctor first examined the old mother and then said to Su Tianqing, "Come out with me for a moment." Su Tianqing quickly followed the doctor to the office. As soon as he entered, he impatiently asked, "Doctor, how is my mother's health?" The doctor understood the anxious feelings of the patient's family and gestured for Su Tianqing to sit down first. "Your mother's body is severely worn out and needs to stay here for a while longer. After returning home, she will also need proper care." The doctor continued, suddenly changing the subject. "However, your medical expenses are almost used up, and continuing treatment with self-paid medication is not cheap." The doctor's words were very clear: if Su Tianqing wanted to continue the treatment, he would have to pay more. Su Tianqing clenched his fists tightly, his expression troubled as he furrowed his brows and said, "Please continue my mother's treatment first. I'll go find the money for the medical expenses right now." After saying this, Su Tianqing stood up and left the doctor's office. He sat in the hospital corridor, clearly looking worried. Su Tianqing had just been discharged from the military not long ago, and the reissued discharge pay had already been spent in the hospital. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Chen. Su Tianqing gritted his teeth. He was willing to do anything for his mother's recovery. Chen Chen was not asleep. Upon hearing his phone ring, he gently placed Jang Shuyu on the pillow, picked up his phone, and walked to the living room. The message was from Su Tianqing, who agreed to work for Chen Chen and hoped to meet him. After considering it, Chen Chen decided to let Su Tianqing come directly to his house for the meeting. He had already planned for Jang Shuyu to stay at Villa No. 1, and it would be inconvenient to bring people over to discuss matters. With this in mind, Chen Chen sent his home address to Su Tianqing and then drove back home. After sending the message, Su Tianqing felt a bit anxious. After all, he hadn't immediately agreed before, and he didn't know if Chen Chen would be angry because of it, or if he had already found someone else suitable. Fortunately, Chen Chen's message came back quickly. Looking at the address provided, Su Tianqing let out a sigh of relief. He walked back to the hospital room to greet his elderly mother before getting on his motorcycle and heading to Chen Chen's house. As Su Tianqing looked at the scenery along the way, especially the wide road in front of Chen Chen's house, he could hardly believe his eyes. The life of the wealthy was indeed different. Even the direct road to the house had to be wider than the main road. However, when Su Tianqing stood in front of Chen Chen's villa, looking at the luxurious building that resembled a palace, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Compared to this building, the previous road seemed a bit insignificant. This Chen Chen was really too rich. Looking at his shabby motorcycle, Su Tianqing still parked it aside and carefully locked it. As he approached the villa's main door, the loud barking of a bulldog came from inside. Chen Chen walked out upon hearing the noise, welcoming Su Tianqing into the villa and leading him to the living room. "Make yourself comfortable. It's good that you can agree, starting today, even if you begin working," Chen Chen said. He truly appreciated Su Tianqing's abilities and understood the other's current predicament, speaking generously. Su Tianqing showed a troubled expression, furrowing his brows as he hesitantly spoke. "Brother Chen, my mom is currently hospitalized. Can I?" He found it hard to continue. He needed to stay in the hospital to take care of his elderly mother and naturally had no time to start working immediately. Most importantly, he wanted to advance some salary to pay for medical expenses. Seeing Su Tianqing's demeanor, Chen Chen understood and directly took a card from his pocket, placing it on the table. "Here's a card with 1 million in it. You can use it first." Looking at the card on the table, Su Tianqing was deeply moved. He stood up excitedly and declared loudly to Chen Chen, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely work hard in the future to repay your kindness today." Whether it was this trust or the help he received, Su Tianqing would never dare to forget. Chen Chen simply waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "You don't need to be so polite. Your salary starts from today. Just focus on taking care of your mother. Come to work whenever she's better." Su Tianqing could hardly believe his ears. He had encountered such a good boss. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. At that moment, a light flashed before Chen Chen's eyes. The home detected that the owner has gained a loyal member, and the home feels very gratified, rewarding unlimited supply of physical enhancement potions. Chen Chen was taken aback. Unlimited supply? Remembering the system's previous description of the physical enhancement potions, which could improve a person's physique, he looked at Su Tianqing and said, "When I have time in a few days, I'll also go visit your mother." Su Tianqing nodded vigorously, looking sincerely at Chen Chen, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Okay. I'll thank Brother Chen on behalf of my mother for your help and understanding." Chen Chen patted Su Tianqing on the shoulder and said, "No problem, just wait for me here." Chen Chen walked into a nearby room to fetch some potions. When he came out, Chen Chen handed the potions to Su Tianqing with a smile, saying, "Try this." Without a second thought, Su Tianqing drank it down. Seeing Su Tianqing's unguarded demeanor, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle and teased, "You just drink it without hesitation. Aren't you afraid I might harm you?" Su Tianqing shook his head directly. Chen Chen trusted him, and naturally, he had to reciprocate. Mutual trust was essential for supporting each other and going further together. Su Tianqing smiled, just about to speak when suddenly the smile on his face gradually froze. He could distinctly feel that his body was undergoing a change. A warm current was continuously circulating through his limbs and bones. Wherever it went, it felt as if it had just been fully charged, brimming with power. Not only was his strength enhanced, but it seemed even his constitution had become more robust. Su Tianqing's expression changed, filled with shock. He immediately looked at Chen Chen and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, what is this?" Su Tianqing was certain that it was the potion Chen Chen had just given him that caused such a transformation in his body. Chen Chen handed another vial of potion to Su Tianqing and said directly, "Take this back and let your mother try it, it will be beneficial for her health." Su Tianqing hurriedly accepted it, having just personally tested it and feeling very confident about its efficacy. He was now eager to let his mother try this potion. Chen Chen noticed Su Tianqing's eagerness to return, smiled faintly, and said, "You can go back now, call me if you need anything." After Su Tianqing expressed his gratitude profusely, he hopped on his little motorcycle and headed towards the hospital. After sending off Su Tianqing, Chen Chen, feeling idle, walked to the garage to take a look at his new vehicles. 3 new cars lay quietly in the garage, the soft light from the garage ceiling casting a shimmering glow on them. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version. To be honest, it was his first time seeing this model. However, such a car was better suited for a chauffeur, otherwise, it would completely waste the ultimate experience of the back seat. The main issue was that driving such a car made one look like a driver no matter how you looked at it. In the end, Chen Chen picked up the key to the Maserati Quattroporte Custom version and drove it out. By this time, Su Tianqing had rushed back to the hospital. He first paid the hospitalization fee before returning to the ward with the potion. As soon as he entered the ward, his elderly mother looked at him, and seeing the joy on her son's face, she felt relieved. Ever since she learned that her son was meeting his boss, she had been worried, fearing that her son's boss would be angry and fire him. Su Tianqing was very excited. He took out the potion Chen Chen had given him and hurriedly had his mother drink it. "Mom, how do you feel?" Su Tianqing asked nervously, looking at his mother with concern. He remembered that he had felt a reaction immediately after drinking it and wondered if his mother's body could withstand the effects. His mother yawned, clearly feeling a bit drowsy, and said, "I feel warm all over and want to take a nap." Su Tianqing quickly helped his mother lie down, and within just a few breaths, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing his mother breathing smoothly and her complexion rosy, Su Tianqing waited excitedly by her side. It had been a long time since he had heard his mother say she had a good night's sleep. Years of toil had left his mother with poor sleep. It took her a long time to fall asleep each time. He never expected that after just drinking the potion, she would fall into a deep slumber. His mother slept for about half an hour before waking up. She opened her eyes, and her spirit was clearly much better. His mother felt warm all over, very comfortable, as if her entire body was filled with strength. "Mom, do you feel better?" Su Tianqing asked excitedly, clearly sensing the change in her. His mother had not felt such a sense of strength in a long time. She tried to sit up by herself, a movement that had been impossible before, but now she accomplished it with ease. This change even left his mother momentarily stunned. "Tianqing, support me, I want to get out of bed and walk." Su Tianqing hurried over to help his elderly mother. At first, her steps were a bit unsteady, but she quickly adapted to the changes in her body. Even after she let go of Su Tianqing's support, she was able to move on her own. Just as the mother and son were filled with joy, a nurse who came in to distribute medication gasped at the sight of the standing elderly woman. "How is this possible? This old lady's health is very poor. Even after a full course of treatment, she shouldn't be able to walk again. At most, she could just prolong her life for a few more years, but she would definitely need long-term care afterward." Seeing the elderly woman, who was in such bad shape, standing up by herself, the nurse quickly ran to call the doctor. The doctor, initially skeptical of the nurse's description, was left dumbfounded when he saw the elderly woman walking independently. "This is completely impossible," he exclaimed. How did you stand up?" the doctor asked, his expression strange as he approached the elderly woman cautiously. The elderly woman couldn't hide her smile, pointing at her son, and happily explained, "I took the medicine my son brought me, and suddenly I felt strong. I just wanted to try it out, and I didn't expect I could really walk." The doctor was even more astonished upon hearing this. He immediately decided to take the elderly woman for a physical examination. After all, he was well aware of how poor her health had been before. This was no longer a medical miracle, it was a human miracle. After a series of tests, some results would take a few days to come back. However, from the results available that day, it was clear that the elderly woman's health had significantly improved. In fact, one could say she seemed to have regained many years of youth. Faced with such results, the doctor was completely shocked. He was momentarily at a loss and began calling the heads of various departments. After all, He had never encountered such a situation before. The experienced department heads arrived at the scene, listened to the doctor's report, and reviewed the previous medical records and various test reports. Seeing the sudden recovery of various indicators, they were also momentarily baffled. Even the hospital director heard about the incident and rushed to the ward. The director, with his vast experience, immediately looked at Su Tianqing and asked, "Did you give your mother anything to eat or drink?" Su Tianqing looked confused and honestly replied, "I gave my mom the medicine my boss provided, and she felt much better after taking it." Upon hearing this, the director's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Where is the medicine you mentioned? Can you show it to me?" The director knew that in vast China, there were countless talented individuals. Perhaps this was a miraculous remedy concocted by a divine doctor, and if they could obtain even a little of the medicine, they could definitely replicate it. Su Tianqing shook his head, pointing to the empty bottle on the table. "The medicine is all gone. I was planning to return the bottle to my boss, so I just rinsed it out." Looking at the clean bottle, devoid of even a drop of liquid, the director exclaimed in regret. Otherwise, such a product would undoubtedly be a hot seller. The effects were so astonishing that mere words could not encapsulate the miracle of the medicine. Although they no longer had a sample of the medicine, the director and others were unwilling to give up and began to study the elderly woman's health condition. They carefully reviewed the medical records, with the doctor standing by to provide additional information. Comparing it to the elderly woman's current condition, the director and others were amazed. In this case, if we observe for a few more days and there are no relapses, she can be discharged. The director spoke with great emotion, expressing his interest in the mysterious potion. Su Tianqing, listening nearby, was also very pleased. He understood that without Chun Chen's potion, his elderly mother would not know how much longer she would have to suffer in the hospital. Thinking of this, Su Tianqing felt immensely grateful to Chun Chen. At that moment, his mother looked at him and cheerfully said, "Tianqing, go buy me something to eat. After waking up from this nap, I feel like my appetite has returned." As she spoke, she rubbed her belly. Normally, she wouldn't feel anything after a day without eating, but now she felt a noticeable hunger. The director, hearing this, excitedly said to Su Tianqing, "Isn't that why I said your potion works wonders? Not only has it restored her vitality and promoted cell regeneration, but even her digestive function has significantly improved. Her appetite must have increased, and if she supplemented her nutrition through food, the effects would be even more pronounced. Most importantly, this way, the elderly lady wouldn't have to suffer." Su Tianqing was overjoyed to hear this. He nodded vigorously and said loudly, "All right, I'll go prepare something for you right now." As long as it would help his mother feel better, he was willing to do anything. With that, Su Tianqing ran out. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was driving his customized Maserati towards the sales office. He remembered that Jang Shuyu had only taken a day off that morning, and knowing her temperament, she would definitely be at work by now. Although Tanfu City was sold out, it was still a well-known large enterprise in Jingling, and there were still quite a few local projects. Moreover, the sales office for Tanfu City was also one of their office locations, so it hadn't been closed down. Recently, Jang Shuyu had been conducting training for the company's new project, especially for the newcomers who had just started. It was a crucial time for their development. As Chen Chen had guessed, after waking up from her nap, Jang Shuyu tidied up and went to the company. At that moment, she was in her office, handling the work left over from the morning. Chen Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of the Tanfu City sales office. As soon as the sales staff saw the customized Maserati, their eyes lit up. This car was clearly extraordinary. Although they couldn't tell the model, they recognized the big fork emblem on the front. The salespeople began speculating about the identity of the driver, some eager to make a move. Even some of the veteran salespeople present immediately had ideas and stood at the door, wanting to welcome him. Meeting someone like this could potentially lead to a future client. At that moment, Chen Chen rolled down the car window, and as the salespeople caught sight of his face, they were instantly astonished, their eyes widening. This, wasn't this Mr. Chen? The veteran salespeople naturally couldn't forget that face, known for spending money like water, and the newcomers had also seen Chen Chen's face through the glass door last time. A handsome and wealthy man like him left a deep impression on them. Facing the intense gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen maintained a calm expression. He looked at the nearest salesperson and asked, "Is manager Zhang Shuyu here?" Upon hearing that Mr. Chen was looking for Zhang Shuyu, the newcomer immediately nodded vigorously and smiled, "Yes. Manager Zhang is currently in her office. Please wait a moment, I'll go get her." For the employees at Tanfu City, Mr. Chen, aside from being a top billionaire, was an absolute top-tier client they could never offend. Not to mention looking for Jang Shuyu. Even if he were to seek out their real estate company's general manager Sundes, they would have to arrange it immediately. Chen Shen stopped the salesperson who was about to call someone. He got out of the car and said to the other party, "No need, just give her the car key." As he spoke, Chen Shen locked the customized Maserati Quattroporte and handed the key to the salesperson. Chen Shen came here just to deliver the car, and besides, this was her workplace, he had to maintain the girl's delicate image. After exchanging a few words with the salesperson, Chen Shen turned to leave. As he walked outside, Chen Shen was lost in thought. He had long planned to visit his aunt and uncle in Linchue City. His parents had passed away early, and if it weren't for his aunt and uncle, his life would have been quite miserable. Thinking of his aunt and uncle brought a smile to his face. They treated him like their own son. Even his uncle had never looked down on him. Despite not being related by blood, he had always shown great concern for him. They worked hard to earn money, yet they never skimped on his living expenses. Not long ago, his cousin Su Jishi even transferred him 5,800 yuan for living expenses. At that time, Chen Shen had already graduated from university. It was hard to believe that someone would still give him money like that unless they truly considered him their son. The more Chen Shen thought about it, the more excited he became, solidifying his intention to return to Linchue City. Tomorrow was the start of a short holiday, and he could invite Su Jishi to join him, giving his aunt and uncle a surprise. However, since he was going back, Chen Shen knew he had to bring some gifts. After thinking it over, he remembered that his uncle loved antiques and collectibles. Although he had a fondness for them, his uncle understood the family's financial situation, so he only looked at pictures to satisfy his cravings. Chen Shen thought that he was now fully capable of providing his family with a better life, so he should send them something special. Thus, Chen Shen made up his mind to go to Taoyuan. Taoyuan was the largest antique market in Jinling, where many antique enthusiasts would go to hunt for collectibles. Especially now, with antique shows gaining popularity, a wave of collecting had emerged. Many people would set off on time to Taoyuan, hoping to find a great deal and reach the pinnacle of their lives. Chen Shen had often heard people talk about Taoyuan. In Jinling, it was comparable to Panjiayuan in Tianjin, holding a significant status. Moreover, it was large enough, with plenty of stalls to browse and many legitimate antique shops, offering a wide variety of items. As Chen Shen pondered, he strolled slowly toward Taoyuan. He took this time to think carefully about what he should buy. Little did he know that he hadn't walked far before the news about him and Jang Shuyu had spread throughout the entire sales office. Everyone was buzzing, saying that Mr. Chen, the biggest owner in Tanfu City, was in a relationship with manager Jang Shuyu from the sales department. After all, many had witnessed Chen Shen delivering a car to Jang Shuyu in person. If it weren't a romantic relationship, who could make someone of Mr. Chen's stature personally deliver a car? The young girls who heard the news instinctively covered their mouths, afraid they would exclaim in envy. That man was a super-rich tycoon who could easily spend billions. Dating someone like him was not just reaching the pinnacle of life, it was like riding a rocket to the sky. The new salesgirls huddled together, discussing with envy, "Didn't we just see Mr. Chen last time? He's incredibly handsome. Honestly, I think he looks even better than my idol. Such a guy is simply the best. Our manager Zhang isn't bad either." When those two walked together, they truly look like a match made in heaven. So enviable, this is true love. Personally coming to the workplace to deliver a car, this dog food is just so unexpected. Did you see? Mr. Chen delivered a Maserati. Such a luxury car must be a gift for his girlfriend. He's so good at dating, truly a gem among men. The new girls were incredibly envious, feeling both love and hate towards such an easy-to-ship couple. At this moment, Jang Shuyu had also finished her work and stepped out. As soon as she walked out of the office, she saw a group of new salespeople standing in the office area. Upon seeing her, they immediately showed strange expressions. It seemed they were very envious, mixed with a hint of other emotions. Such expressions and gazes made Jang Shuyu pause in surprise. "What's going on with you all? Not looking at the data but waiting for me here?" Jang Shuyu walked over, looking at the group of new girls, and said helplessly. The new girls still had smiles on their faces, and one of them stepped forward, holding out a car key in front of Jang Shuyu, pretending to be serious. "Report, Manager Zhang. Your beloved has sent you a car, please accept it." Beloved? Upon hearing these two words, Jang Shuyu immediately thought of Chen Chen. She looked at the key in front of her, her beautiful eyes clearly filled with confusion. As soon as everyone saw Jang Shuyu's expression, they immediately understood that this was Mr. Chen's surprising manager Zhang. "This is what Mr. Chen just sent you, and we were asked to deliver it." The new girl quickly handed the key over again, and this time Jang Shuyu accepted it. Looking at the girl's strange expressions, Jang Shuyu helplessly pouted and said, "Let's go see the car together. But when we come back, I want to check your data and see how well you've memorized it." As Jang Shuyu led everyone out, she saw many salespeople gathered around the car, constantly circling it. The moment she saw the Maserati custom version, her gaze was immediately drawn to it. The wine-red body was very sleek, and under the sunlight, the special paint released a unique brilliance, shining like a diamond in the sun. Many people gasped at the sight of such a beautiful car. Just then, an old salesperson taking pictures with his phone suddenly shouted, "Wow, this is actually a Maserati custom version." The old salesperson felt that this looked different from ordinary models, so he took out his phone to scan and found out the model of the car. But what really made him shout was the value of the car. This Maserati custom version was worth 50 million. Don't think it's too expensive. This is a super luxury car that's priceless on the market. Many wealthy people specifically collect them for investment. Not only did Mr. Chen drive out a luxury car, but he also directly gifted it to someone, and he said it was for dating. Hearing the old salesperson's words, everyone present widened their eyes. A 50 million luxury car delivered right to the company door, is this for Manager Zhang to use as a vehicle? This. As salespeople in Tanfu City, they knew very well that there were not many clients who could spend 50 million on a house, let alone 50 million on a car for transportation. With such spending power, what level of wealth must that person have? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became, even feeling like they didn't want to say much. They couldn't even dare to imagine spending that much money. The gap in between was terrifyingly daunting. The salespeople all wore expressions of jealousy and envy, especially some of the older salespeople, who felt they had once again experienced the pain of missing out on millions. Especially that female salesperson who was ready to dedicate herself, she felt a deep resentment in her heart. If only she had put in a little more effort back then, perhaps the commission and the car she had now would have all been hers. How could she not have realized at that time that the handsome Chen Chen was an absolute rocket stock? Jang Shuyu also didn't expect that Chen Chen would actually give her such an expensive car. She unlocked the car, opened the door, and was completely stunned by the luxurious interior, unable to say a word. This car was just too beautiful. The other salespeople were also curiously peering in, examining the interior. Looking at the fully carbon fiber-wrapped interior, they were left wide-eyed. At that moment, the salespeople realized their lack of vocabulary. Facing such a top-tier luxury car, they could only exclaim wow and couldn't think of a more suitable adjective. Jang Shuyu took a quick look at the car and turned to the salesperson who had just handed her the keys, asking, "Where's Chen Chen?" She hadn't seen him since coming out. The salesperson honestly replied, "Mr. Chen saw you were still busy, so he left the keys and went ahead." Hearing the salesperson's words, everyone present felt an overwhelming jealousy. If it were an ordinary man who gave you such a treasure, he would definitely stay to see you moved. But look at Mr. Chen. He quietly gave the gift and left, expressing his feelings while also showcasing his character and taste. This move was truly impressive. This was a luxury car worth over 50 million, given away without even needing a thank you. What kind of magnanimity was that? Goodness, it was an unimaginable height. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became, and the looks directed at Jang Shuyu were now filled with envy and admiration. They were all women. How did Manager Zhang get so lucky to find such a top-tier man? Jang Shuyu felt the envious gazes and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. But then she remembered her still aching body and how Chen Chen had shown no mercy yesterday, and she felt a slight resentment. This bad guy, was he trying to use a luxury car to silence her? However, in the end, that little bit of resentment had long dissipated into the air, leaving only endless affection. A sweet smile appeared on Jang Shuyu's lips. Seeing the smile on Jang Shuyu's face, many of the veteran salespeople showed a hint of jealousy. What was so great about it? Wasn't it just because she was young and beautiful, climbing up the social ladder? What was there to be proud of? But looking at the super luxury car in front of them and the colleagues with admiring expressions, the veteran salespeople's hearts began to bleed. They finally understood that this was indeed impressive and something to be proud of. Alright, we've seen the car, let's get back to work. After her moment of sweetness, Jang Shuyu returned to her competent demeanor. She gently clapped her hands, calling the salespeople with varying moods, and walked towards the sales hall. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was still leisurely walking down the street. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Tang Sini. "Where are you? I made something for you to try." Chen Chen smiled when he saw the message from Tang Sini. What a coincidence! Now he didn't even need to call for a car. After thinking for a moment, he quickly typed in the chat box, "I'm outside, just about to head out. Come find me." As he spoke, Chen Shan sent his location via his phone. After waiting by the roadside for a short while, he saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class stop right in front of him. As soon as the car came to a halt, Tang Sini jumped out of the car. Today, Tang Sini was clearly in high spirits, looking full of vitality, her carefully groomed long black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a great sense of elegance. Chen Shen looked at Tang Sini and couldn't help but tease, "You look pretty good today. It's not like that day when you almost scared me with your appearance." If it weren't for Chen Shen having just received the blessing of God-level medical skills, seeing Tang Sini like that might have made him call an ambulance right away. "Tang Sini, is this going to become my dark history? Forget it, okay?" While she was internally complaining, her little face turned red. She was too lazy to continue arguing with Chen Shen. Clearly, she had brought this upon herself. Tang Sini turned and walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and took out the packed snacks, saying with annoyance, "Here, all for you. If I had known you were so heartless, always bringing up people's dark history, I wouldn't have brought you so much." To show her gratitude to Chen Shen, Tang Sini had genuinely put a lot of effort into making several of her signature snacks. Some of the recipes were quite complex, but she didn't mind the trouble and had been busy since morning. Heartless? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, directly opening the car door and sitting in the passenger seat, smiling as he said, "To show my conscience, just take me to a place." Tang Sini rolled her eyes. "What does your conscience have to do with taking you somewhere? Moreover, is this really okay?" Tang Sini pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking, "Are you treating me like a ride-hailing driver? So, where to?" Tang Sini sighed helplessly and asked Chen Shen. Naturally, Chen Shen wouldn't hide anything from the driver and directly said, "To the peach garden." Hearing this, Tang Sini immediately smiled and said, "There are quite a few fakes there, can you tell them apart?" Just as Chen Shen was about to speak, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. The system detected that the owner is being looked down upon and feels indignant on the owner's behalf, actively rewarding the skill Keen Eye for Quality, which can detect the quality, age, and some attributes of objects. Tang Sini looked at Chen Shen in a daze, thinking he misunderstood because of her words. In fact, Tang Sini didn't mean to look down on Chen Shen, it was just that the antique business was too deep, and without a few years of experience, it was easy to be deceived by those old hands. "I've been learning these things from my grandfather since I was young. If you need help, I can reluctantly assist you," Tang Sini proactively said to Chen Shen. She wasn't bragging, besides her impressive tea art, she was also quite knowledgeable about antique appraisal. After all, the Tang family not only operated various tea houses but also had significant achievements in the antique business. Growing up in such an environment, Tang Sini had been influenced from a young age, and her eyes were quite discerning. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shen interrupted her, saying directly, "It's okay, I can tell them apart." "Tang Sini, can you wait for me to finish speaking? So impatient." Tang Sini continued driving in anger, no longer speaking to Chen Shen. Yet, she was fuming inside, thinking that if you get deceived later, I might not help you. Although Tang Sini thought this way, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, her heart softened. After all, Chen Shen had been good to her, and if he really got fooled later, she was prepared to help him take a good look. The roads were relatively smooth at this time, and the two quickly drove towards the peach garden. Tang Sini was very familiar with the area and parked the car directly in the parking lot at the entrance, saying to Chen Shen, "Since it's your first time here, let's first check out the street stalls around here. The so-called street stall culture, you should feel the atmosphere here." Chen Shen nodded and got out of the car with Tang Sini. The two of them passed through the huge market gate and immediately saw a sea of people inside. Stalls stretched endlessly, packed closely together, and many customers were bustling along the narrow paths, the noise of voices filling the air. Chen Shen noticed quite a few people enthusiastically greeting customers, while some stall owners lazily leaned back in their chairs, pretending to doze off, but with their eyes barely open, watching their goods. Observing such a variety of life, Chen Shen found it quite interesting. As they walked deeper into the market, Tang Sini kindly reminded him, "When you see something suitable later, keep your eyes open, you can't let them trick you." With today's advanced technology, these items had probably changed hands countless times, and to be honest, genuine items were almost impossible to find. However, the dream of getting rich overnight through antiques was too tempting, which kept so many people busy hustling around the stalls, striving for their dreams. Although there weren't many good items, the sellers had become increasingly shrewd. They could turn black into white with just a few words, quite impressive. Chen Shen nodded, and the two of them didn't say much more, already following the crowd and wandering through the stalls. Chen Shen glanced around and found that most of the items were new from last week, but the faking techniques were quite good, making them look rusty and full of age. Unfortunately, the chemical smell still lingered, quite pungent. As they chatted, they continued walking forward. At that moment, a stall owner spotted Chun Chen and Tang Sini, and his eyes lit up. This man and woman were dressed well, clearly looking like wealthy people, and they were both so beautiful, he was sure he had never seen them before, or else he would have remembered them. Such fresh faces were the best candidates for fleecing. Thinking this, the owner didn't hesitate and walked straight towards them. If he delayed any longer, someone else might catch their attention, and he would miss out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good stuff here, care to take a look? The stall owner leaned closer to Chun Chen, deliberately lowering his voice and pretending to be mysterious. He did this based on his little experience. Many young people nowadays were influenced by tomb raiding novels, coming to antique markets just to see if those hidden treasures really existed. By acting mysterious, he could easily trick these young people. The stall owner was an expert in this regard. He had probably scammed at least 80 out of 100. Those who got cheated could only suffer in silence. Otherwise, if they spoke out, it would be like confessing they were trying their luck at finding treasures. Wouldn't that be like turning themselves in? Chen Shen looked up at the stall owner, who was dressed in a very rustic manner, as if he had just crawled out of the dirt. His appearance was shifty, with beady eyes that clearly suggested he was up to no good. As soon as Tang Sini saw the stall owner's look, she immediately realized that he was playing cosplay in the antique market. Pretending to be a dirt rat? How shameless! Tang Sini despised such deceitful sellers the most. She gently tugged at Chen Shen's sleeve and whispered, "This is all a trick of the street stalls, you mustn't fall for it." Not to mention that tomb raiding was impossible now. Even if it were real, could someone come selling treasures without changing their clothes, covered in dirt? That was even more outrageous than what was written in novels. Chen Shen understood as well that most of these were indeed scammers. They only deceived those with greedy hearts, and only such people would be foolish enough to fall for it. However, Chen Shen didn't mind. After all, he now had the ability to discern genuine treasures. Trying to fake something in front of him would be like challenging the authority of the system. Thinking of this, Chen Shen blinked and said to the stall owner, "It wouldn't hurt to take a look." Tang Sini, who heard this from behind, hurriedly followed, fearing that Chen Shen might be deceived. The stall owner was overjoyed and quickly led the two to a secluded corner. The three of them arrived at the corner of a wall, and the stall owner first looked around, confirming that no one was watching, before cautiously opening the package. As he lifted the cover, various items were immediately revealed inside. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile. The package wasn't large, but it contained quite a lot. There were several pieces of porcelain, along with jewelry and some jade artifacts, all covered in clumps of dirt, really looking like they had just been dug up. Chen Shen suppressed his laughter, thinking how many fakes there were. This guy was definitely a scammer. Tang Sini, however, was quite patient, squatting there and examining the items seriously. A discerning eye could tell at a glance that these were fakes, and she quickly signaled to Chen Shen. The stall owner, standing aside, didn't notice their interaction. He continued to look around pretentiously, urging them, "These are all good items. If you two see something you like, you better choose quickly. If someone knowledgeable sees them later, you'll miss the opportunity." Chen Shen acted as if he hadn't heard, leisurely looking around. Suddenly, he spotted a few ancient coins buried at the bottom and was taken aback. "What?" Chen Shen's eyes fixated on two of the coins, lost in thought. Despite being completely covered in black mud, he could tell at a glance that one of the coins was a Xianfeng Tongbao. The Xianfeng Tongbao was definitely a rare item, and Chen Shen could see that this one was in quite good condition. According to current market prices, it would be worth at least over 2 million. For someone like Tang Sini, who started in the antique business, if properly packaged, it could fetch an even higher price. After all, the most important thing about antiques is to find a owner who appreciates their value. The other coin was also quite impressive, a Qing dynasty treasure, the Decheng Baofu. This was a trial coin from the Baofu Bureau, a well-known rarity in the ancient coin industry. It was precisely because this item was so rare that the stall owner didn't recognize it and instead covered it in mud, pretending it was an antique. The preservation level of this coin would conservatively be estimated at 3 million. The combined value of these two coins would definitely not be less than 5 million. Chen Shen looked at the shifty-eyed stall owner, especially feeling the other's intent to fleece him, and with a regretful expression said, "With so many good items, I can't afford them. I only have 100 left on my phone, what can I buy?" 100? Hearing Chen Shen's words, the stall owner's eyes nearly popped out. Inside, he felt like thousands of alpacas were galloping. These two were dressed so well, yet they were this poor? With so little money, they dared to come to the antique market? Were they here to make a joke? However, after a sigh, the stall owner didn't want to waste his energy for nothing. After all, the stuff in his bag was only worth about $100. Selling just one item for 100 would be like buying a pack of cigarettes. After all, it was already afternoon, he might as well make a sale, right? Thinking of this, the stall owner directly said, $100, you can't pick anything good. If it weren't for the fact that I find you particularly likable, $100 wouldn't even be enough for me to show you these treasures. The corners of Chen Chen's mouth lifted in a smile. He blinked and said, I don't dare to think about big items. How about I pick 10 copper coins? The stall owner, upon hearing this, thought those copper coins weren't worth much, let alone $100, even 10 would fit in a pocket. However, the stall owner was still playing tricks, fearing that Chen Chen would bargain again, so he directly offered a fixed price. All my items are genuine, but you want to pick 10 for 100 yuan? That's too much. How about this? Let's be friends, and I'll let you choose too. Chen Chen was delighted. Those were exactly the 2 good pieces he wanted. He took out the 2 copper coins and waved them in front of the stall owner. After all, they were covered in black mud, so Chen Chen wasn't worried about the other party noticing anything. The scammer was already overjoyed inside, thinking that even the fake ones couldn't be picked cleanly. Did he really think that just because they were covered in some mud, they were genuine treasures just dug out of the ground? How naive! Tang Xini, watching the 2 black and copper coins, was also speechless. She glanced at Chen Chen helplessly. He bought 2 dirty trinkets for 100? But since it was only 100 yuan, neither of them took it too seriously, and Chen Chen immediately transferred the money to the stall owner. The stall owner looked at the money that arrived in his WeChat account and smiled, saying, Great! Next time you have a chance to come back, come find me, and I'll show you even better things. Tang Xini, seeing that the 2 had completed the transaction, felt helpless. She directly pulled Chen Chen away, thinking, come back again? To be scammed by you again. After pulling Chen Chen a little further away, she said helplessly, you were tricked. But luckily, it was only 100 yuan, just consider it a lesson learned. However, what surprised Tang Xini was that Chen Chen actually liked the 2 ancient coins and kept playing with them in his hand. Seeing this, Tang Xini was instantly furious. He was so easily deceived, and now he was still infatuated with them? But thankfully, it was only 100 yuan. If it had been more, she would have had to stop Chen Chen. What are you doing in Taoyuan? Tang Xini tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve and asked helplessly. Chen Chen replied directly, I want to buy something to give to someone, planning to look for jade and such. Tang Xini rolled her beautiful eyes and elongated her voice, saying, come on, I'll take you to my family's shop to buy some. My family has a jade shop here, let me show you around. Hearing Tang Xini's words, Chen Chen finally lifted his head. He looked at Tang Xini and said, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go directly. I just couldn't bear to see you get tricked again. Tang Xini shot a sidelong glance at Chen Chen and huffed. Tricked? Chen Chen looked at the copper coins in his palm. If all of them were such sharp goods, he would be more than happy. The 2 walked one after the other, passing through the long stall area and heading straight towards the shop area at the back. Tang Xini tilted her head to look at Chen Chen and kindly introduced, if you want to buy good things, you should come to this shop area. I'll introduce you to a couple of good ones. They only sell genuine items, so even if you don't know much, you won't buy fakes. Chen Chen knew that Tang Xini was being kind, and he smiled without saying anything. Soon, they arrived at Tang Xini's shop. The shop was decorated in an ancient style, with 2 large red lanterns hanging in front, intricately outlined with golden threads depicting various mythical beasts, looking very exquisite. A huge sign hung at the door, with 3 big characters, Bo Yu Zhai. Chen Chen looked at the flowing script and nodded slightly. It was indeed quite nice. Moreover, the sign was clearly well maintained, spotless, and the paint was rich and full, indicating excellent care. It was evident that both the shop owner and the people working here were very particular. Inside the shop, there was a unique atmosphere. Stepping over the high threshold, the first thing that caught the eye was a solid wood display cabinet filled with exquisite jade pieces. There were also many already carved jade ornaments, each looking vivid and lively, full of spirit. Chen Chen glanced around. Tang Xini's jade shop was quite large. It was evident that besides the 200 square meters of the front hall, there was a significant open courtyard in the back. This could be considered one of the top shops on this street. The shopkeeper was busy looking at the account books behind the counter. Upon seeing Tang Xini and Chen Chen enter, he hurriedly came out, bowing respectfully and saying, Miss, you have arrived. Tang Xini nodded, sitting down at the table. She skillfully picked up the tea set on the table and began to brew tea. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was looking around the shop, as he was there to choose a gift and needed to take a good look. After browsing, Chen Chen discovered that the craftsmanship of the jade carvers at Tang Xini's shop was astonishing. The items exuded a certain spirit. No wonder the business was thriving. In the end, Chen Chen chose a sizable jade gourd, its color a vibrant green with excellent translucence, making it a fine decorative piece. Naturally, one cannot give an odd number of gifts, so Chen Chen also selected a high-quality jade bracelet, which was exceptional in both color and translucence. Satisfied with his selections, Chen Shen turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Please wrap these two up for me, thank you." As Tang Xinyi's personally brought guest, the shopkeeper naturally did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took the two jade items and placed them in exquisite brocade boxes. The inside of the boxes was cushioned with shock-absorbing foam, topped with golden silk scarves, making the packaging absolutely high-end. Paired with the exquisite items inside, it was more than sufficient. "How much for these two?" Chen Shen looked at Tang Xinyi, starting to inquire about the price. Tang Xinyi glanced at the jade items Chen Shen had chosen, her brows raising slightly as she said, "You really know how to pick, these are the best items we have here." Choosing jade is not just about selecting the jade material, it also tests the carver's skill and their use of color and aesthetics. All these conditions are indispensable. Tang Xinyi recalled how Chen Shen had helped her with medicine and cooking before, and her heart warmed. She directly said, "Just take them, no charge." Chen Shen gave Tang Xinyi a thumbs up, praising, "Truly worthy of Miss Tang, so generous." However, Chen Shen would not accept such kindness without giving something in return. He thought for a moment and handed 2 copper coins to Tang Xinyi, saying, "You're so generous, I can't fall short. These 2 little trinkets are for you, they are worth quite a bit, so take good care of them." According to Chen Shen's statement, these 2 copper coins were meant to cover the cost of the 2 jade items. Tang Xinyi rolled her eyes, looking somewhat disdainfully at the 2 coins, secretly thinking, "These 2 jade items are worth 2 to 300,000. You give me this 100 worth of coins and act like you've made a profit, is that really okay?" Though she was internally complaining, Tang Xinyi still accepted the coins with pleasure. After all, it was Chen Shen's heartfelt gesture, and she couldn't hurt his feelings. Chen Shen watched as Tang Xinyi accepted them, picked up the 2 brocade boxes, and said with a smile, "All right, I'll take these." With that, Chen Shen took his things and left. Tang Xinyi watched Chen Shen's departing figure, her movements of brewing tea not pausing. However, her thoughts drifted away, recalling Chen Shen's earlier demeanor, which made her laugh in exasperation. The fragrant aroma of the tea had already spread throughout the shop, invigorating the atmosphere. Tang Xinyi slowly savored the tea, her gaze returning to the 2 ancient coins on the table. By Tang Xinyi's standards, such 2 ancient coins were hardly worth her attention. However, for her, these 2 copper coins held a somewhat special significance. After all, this was Chen Shen's first gift to her. Regardless of its value, it was the thought that mattered. Thinking of this, Tang Xinyi's brows and eyes curved, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a sweet arc. Tang Xinyi then looked at the shopkeeper and said with a smile, "Please bring me the tools my grandfather uses to clean antiques, I need to use them." Upon hearing the young lady's request, the shopkeeper immediately responded, "Yes, young lady, I'll get them right away." Soon, the shopkeeper returned with a toolbox. Tang Xinyi took out a small brush and began to carefully clean the black mud from the ancient coins. The shopkeeper was familiar with various jade stones but had little knowledge of ancient coins, only recognizing some common ones. Watching Tang Xinyi meticulously clean 2 coins, he found it hard to identify them. However, seeing the young lady so serious, the old shopkeeper felt a sense of pride and carefully attended to her side. In places that required detailed cleaning, whenever a tool needed to be changed, the old shopkeeper had already selected one and handed it directly to the young lady. Most of the black mud had been removed, leaving only the finer details that required very careful cleaning. Otherwise, if any marks were left on the surface of the coins, their value would significantly decrease. Although Tang Xinyi was not optimistic about these 2 ancient coins, she treated the details of the cleaning as if they were national treasures, handling them with great care. She preferred to spend a little more time on the cleaning rather than risk damaging the natural signs of age on them. While cleaning, she also took a moment to sniff and murmured to herself, "Not bad, there's no obvious chemical smell, so they don't seem to be obviously fake." Just as Tang Xinyi was focused on cleaning the ancient coins, an elderly man stepped into the boyuzai. The shopkeeper, sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, quickly looked towards the door upon hearing footsteps. He saw an old man dressed in a royal blue tang suit, with white hair and a youthful face, especially his eyes, which were not cloudy like those of ordinary elderly people, but rather clear and bright. The old man held a beaded bracelet made of starry sky stones, with a kind expression. Although he didn't appear overly amiable, his presence was very steady, clearly not an ordinary person. Upon seeing the old man, the shopkeeper immediately greeted him with a smile, "Sir, you've come too." The elderly man before him was none other than the owner of Boyuzai and Tang Xinyi's grandfather, Tang Mei. Tang Mei seemed surprised to see his granddaughter here, his face lighting up with joy. He had already caught a whiff of the aroma of tea. Tang Mei was a true connoisseur of tea, otherwise, he wouldn't have run a tea house for so many years. What a coincidence! I was just thinking of having tea brewed by my eldest granddaughter, and here we are. Tang Mei laughed heartily. Although he was older, he was clearly full of vigor. His voice was loud enough that anyone outside the shop could probably hear him clearly from several meters away. Hearing her grandfather's voice, Tang Sini finally lifted her gaze. "Grandpa, the tea has just been brewed, let the shopkeeper pour it for you. I'm busy with something, and my hands are not clean." Tang Sini smiled sweetly at her grandfather, explained briefly, and then continued her work. Seeing his granddaughter so focused, Tang Mei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and joked, "I must see what my eldest granddaughter is busy with." Tang Sini was personally taught by Tang Mei, who had imparted his knowledge with great care, and Tang Sini was eager to learn, mastering it well. Having been immersed in this field since childhood, her standards were very high, and ordinary items simply did not catch her eye. Now, seeing her so meticulously cleaning, could it be something rare? Tang Mei, still full of childlike curiosity, leaned in to look at the black mud she was cleaning off and chuckled, "Are you out treasure hunting?" Tang Sini did not lift her head, gently shaking it as she replied, "No, this is a gift from a friend." "A gift from a friend?" Tang Mei, upon hearing this, glanced at the coins Tang Sini was cleaning and was instantly taken aback. "What?" Tang Mei gasped, unable to believe his eyes, and directly grabbed the coin, examining it closely. Seeing his grandfather so rudely snatch the coin away, Tang Sini looked at the old man helplessly and asked, "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Tang Sini initially thought her grandfather was just joking, but when she looked up and saw his serious expression, she realized he was serious. At this thought, Tang Sini was also taken aback. Could it be that Grandpa recognized the value of this coin? Tang Mei completely missed the surprised look in his granddaughter's eyes. His gaze was fixated on the coin in his hand. Looking at the words "De Qing Yi Bai" on the back of the coin, Tang Mei felt as if he was on fire. This was an unparalleled rarity. Such a Xianfeng Tongbao was worth at least 2 million. The most important thing was that in the antique market, this was definitely hard currency that was hard to come by. One must know that the collection of ancient coins in the antique market is a very large market. Because the value of ancient coins varies greatly, both novice collectors and big-name figures in the antique world can enter this field. A coin as rare as this one is definitely a treasure. Tang Mei was extremely excited and quickly stated the value of this Xianfeng Tongbao. "This is a rare find that can't be found on the market, known as the De Qing Yi Bai Qian. This one is preserved so well, much more exquisite than the one that was auctioned for over 2 million. The coin was already very valuable due to its scarcity, so even one in average condition could fetch a high price. But one in such excellent condition would definitely see its price soar. Especially for some picky big-name collectors, they would spare no expense to obtain a rare coin that caught their eye." Listening to her grandfather, Tang Sini's pretty face showed clear astonishment. She blinked and handed over another coin, saying, "Grandpa, take a look at this one too." "What coin is it?" Hearing his granddaughter, Tang Mei first carefully set down the De Qing Yi Bai Qian before picking up the other coin to examine it. When he saw the words Xianfeng Zhengbao on it, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp and his eyes widened in shock. Tang Mei felt his breath quicken. This was the first time he had seen this coin. However, with years of appraisal experience, he was very certain that this coin was the Qing dynasty's Zhengbao de Qing Baofu. Not only that, but it was also the rarest type, a trial strike sample from the Baofu Bureau. Because it was an unparalleled rarity, its value was incomparable. If the previous coin was worth over 2 million, this one was worth at least 3 million. This was definitely the pinnacle of coins, a treasure that money couldn't buy. Tang Sini was completely shocked by her grandfather's words. These 2 copper coins were actually worth so much? Others might not know, but Tang Sini was very clear that such items worth over 5 million were exchanged by Qin Chen for just 100 yuan. At this moment, Tang Sini was even more astonished by Qin Chen's performance. Earlier, when they were in the car, Qin Chen had said he could tell, and Tang Sini thought he was just putting on a brave front. But looking at it now, Qin Chen really understood. He could even recognize the value of a trial strike sample coin that even Grandpa had never seen. What did this indicate? It is very likely that Qin Chen's expertise in antiques far surpasses my own. Thinking about my family's background, I can't compare to Qin Chen at all, and a wave of frustration washed over Tang Sini. However, this feeling was only momentary. The next moment, Tang Sini suddenly shook her head and chuckled. What was there for her to be upset about? Previously, when Qin Chen showcased his tea art at her family's tea house, it had far exceeded her own skills. He even pinpointed her shortcomings as soon as he opened his mouth. Such a person truly inspires no jealousy. After all, when the gap is small, there is a possibility of catching up which can lead to feelings of jealousy. But someone like Qin Chen, who is at the top, only evokes a desire to worship. Tang Sini suppressed the shock in her heart and suddenly recalled the expression Qin Chen had shown. She really hit the jackpot. After all, the jade she gifted to Qin Chen was only worth a little over 2 million. Moreover, the jade from her family, when it comes to selling price, certainly couldn't compare to the value of the coins Chen Chen had given him. Tang Mei was so enamored with the 2 coins that he couldn't put them down. Realizing their value, he specifically took out gloves to handle them, fearing that his sweaty hands might negatively affect the coins. Watching her grandfather's demeanor, Tang Xini felt her heart racing. She never expected that the 2 coins Chen Chen had given her would have such value. Remembering how she had previously mocked Chen Chen for spending $100 on a lesson, Tang Xini wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in and never come out. How could she, as the young lady of the Tang family, claim to help Chen Chen with his eye for antiques, only to be schooled by him instead? At this moment, Tang Mei finally snapped out of his shock. Looking at his granddaughter grinning, he suggested, "Xini, you say these are gifts from your friend? Why not give them to Grandpa?" Tang Mei genuinely liked these 2 precious ancient coins. If he could obtain them, he could boast in front of a few old friends. Just imagine, he could get his hands on such rare coins and make those old buddies envious. The thought made Tang Mei's heart ache with desire. No, he had to find a way to get them. As soon as Tang Xini saw her grandfather's gleeful expression, she rolled her eyes. How could she not know her grandfather's little schemes? If it were something she had collected herself, seeing how much her grandfather liked it, she would have readily agreed. But these were Chen Chen's belongings. Even though she hadn't realized it before, now that she did, she couldn't accept them with a clear conscience. Just as her grandfather said, how could she accept something so precious? After thinking for a moment, Tang Xini shook her head and refused. "No, I have to return these." As she spoke, fearing her grandfather might come up with other ideas, she quickly took out her phone and called Chen Chen. Chen Chen answered promptly, asking with a faint smile, "Miss Tang, what's the matter? Is there something you need?" Hearing Chen Chen's voice stirred something in Tang Xini's heart, and she hurriedly said, "Chen Chen, you should take those 2 coins back. I can't keep them." Upon hearing Tang Xini say she wanted to return them, Chen Chen was clearly taken aback and replied, "You don't know the value of these things? I thought you did. Isn't it said that the Tang family has always been immersed in the antique business? How could she not see that?" "Tang Xini, please stop scolding. Isn't there an old saying that even eagles can miss their mark sometimes?" Chen Chen detected Tang Xini's frustration, laughed heartily, and said, "No need, what are you talking about? Didn't I just trade with you?" Although the value of the 2 pieces of jade couldn't compare to that of the 2 ancient coins, jade was something one cherished deeply. Especially the craftsmanship and aesthetics of the jade gourd far surpassed ordinary works. Chen Chen was quite satisfied with such a fine item. So, exchanging it didn't feel like a loss at all. "Alright then, let's just consider the rest as my thanks for the snacks you sent me," Chen Chen said with a smile, cutting off any further thoughts Tang Xini might have had. After all, the snacks made by the young lady of the Tang family couldn't be undervalued, right? Hearing Chen Chen say this, Tang Xini immediately brightened up and replied, "Okay, from now on, I'll take care of your snacks." It was no longer just about money. With Chen Chen being so generous, she naturally couldn't be stingy. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up the phone. Tang Mei had been watching from the side and, seeing her granddaughter hang up, quickly asked, "So, did he want them back?" "No, he didn't," Tang Xini said, gently shaking her head. Sensing her grandfather's intense gaze, Tang Xini quickly took the 2 coins before he could speak, smiling brightly as she said, "These were given to me, Grandpa, so don't think about it." This was the first time Chen Chen had given her a gift, and it was of such high value. When she hung up the phone, she had already decided to keep it for herself. "Tang Mei, if you don't want it, why can't you pass it on to me?" Indeed, the granddaughter has grown up, no longer under her grandfather's control. It seemed that this time, not only did he not get the ancient coins, but he also lost his granddaughter. The old shopkeeper beside them also had bright eyes, full of gossip. Listening to the young lady's phone call, was this a case of snacks conveying feelings? There was some substance to it. Tang Xini was unaware of their thoughts. She left the shop with the ancient coins, planning to find a beautiful box to keep them safe. At this moment, Chen Chen was holding 2 brocade boxes. He hailed a cab and went straight home. Just as he set his things down, he heard a loud barking at the door. He stepped outside to see Su Tianqing riding up on his motorcycle. Upon seeing Su Tianqing, Chen Chen quickly opened the big door and welcomed him in. Chen Chen sized up Su Tianqing and casually asked, "Why aren't you at the hospital taking care of your mom? Is something up?" Su Tianqing hurriedly waved his hand, parked the motorcycle in the yard, and approached Chen Chen, bowing respectfully as he said earnestly, "Mr. Chen, I don't know how to thank you." When he was in need, Chen Chen had selflessly given him high-quality ginseng. He had just promised to give Chen Chen a job, and knowing he needed it, he immediately handed him a bank card with $1 million on it. Not to mention, Chen Chen had provided him with a health tonic that had greatly improved his mother's frail condition. By the time Su Tianqing left, his mother was already able to walk on her own. This kindness made Su Tianqing feel he could never repay it. After speaking, Su Tianqing took out the bank card and said, "Mr. Chen, my mom is about to be discharged, here's the card back. I covered part of the medical expenses, and the amount used will be deducted from my salary." Chen did not take the bank card but looked directly at Su Tianqing and said, "You can keep the money for your use." Seeing that Chen trusted him so much, Su Tianqing felt deeply moved. He had encountered such a good boss, he was truly fortunate. "Boss, is there anything you need me to do? Just give the orders." Su Tianqing had already changed his way of addressing him, his gaze fixed earnestly on Chen. Chen thought for a moment and replied, "My original plan was to have you as my bodyguard, but I probably won't be in much danger now, so why don't you be my driver for now?" Although he said driver, the benefits would remain unchanged. Over time, the salary would even increase. Su Tianqing quickly waved his hand, feeling that it was already a blessing to have such a good job for Chen, and he couldn't dare to hope for too much. Besides, earning 50,000 a month was already a salary Su Tianqing could hardly imagine. Chen looked at Su Tianqing in front of him and suddenly asked, "By the way, do you have anyone like you around?" Su Tianqing nodded and softly replied, "There are actually two, who were demobilized with me. They probably haven't found jobs yet." Although they were quite capable, finding a job in society wasn't like fighting in a ring. Their advantages couldn't be utilized, and they faced obstacles everywhere. Upon hearing this, Chen directly said to Su Tianqing, "In that case, can you ask them if they would be willing to work for me? The salary will be the same as yours, I definitely won't shortchange them." Hearing this, Su Tianqing quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll ask them when I get back and let you know." After finishing what he had to say, Su Tianqing needed to rush back to the hospital to take care of his elderly mother, so he said to Chen, "Boss, I'll head back now. If you need anything, just call me." Chen saw Su Tianqing off as he walked outside, watching him ride away on his motorcycle. After closing the door, Chen fed a can of food to his bulldog and then took out his phone to call his cousin, Su Jishi. Su Jishi quickly answered the phone, and upon realizing it was her cousin, she immediately said happily, "Cousin, what made you think of calling me?" Hearing his cousin's sweet yet slightly spoiled voice, Chen directly said, "Isn't tomorrow a holiday? Let's go back in the evening to see aunt and uncle?" "Sure." As soon as she heard that Chen was taking her home, Su Jishi immediately responded with joy. The little girl had been wanting to go home for a while, and she couldn't wait to hitch a ride back. Chen couldn't help but chuckle, this little girl was still so adorable. "Alright, I'll come pick you up then." After they made plans, they chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Chen rested at home for a bit, and when it was almost time for dinner, he drove directly to Villa No. 1. At that time, driving back coincided with the evening rush hour, and Chen took a little longer on the road before returning to Tanfu City. As he drove into the villa area, he noticed that Villa No. 1 was already brightly lit, like a lighthouse in the sea, shining a reassuring light. Looking at this scene, a smile unconsciously appeared on Chen's lips. This must be the feeling of home, right? When Chen walked into Villa No. 1, he saw Jang Shuyu already changed into home clothes, placing dishes on the dining table. Upon seeing Chen enter, Jang Shuyu's face lit up with joy, and she gently said, "You're back? Just in time, you can wash your hands and eat now." Chen felt warmth in his heart, he lowered his gaze and smiled, saying, "Okay." Jang Shuyu made simple home-cooked dishes. Her cooking skills couldn't compare to Chen's divine culinary skills, but the taste was good, carrying a sense of home. After they finished eating, Chen helped Jang Shuyu clear the dishes, and the two of them hugged and laughed as they tidied everything up in the kitchen. Once Jang Shuyu had everything in order, Chen picked her up in a princess carry, causing her to let out a soft gasp. "What are you doing? You scared me," Jang Shuyu said playfully, her voice soft like a fluffy little kitten. The little pink fist that landed on Chen's chest had no strength at all, like a tickle. Chen placed a kiss on Jang Shuyu's forehead, his voice low and hoarse, "Let's go." Jang Shuyu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized something, her pretty face flushing bright red. This bad guy, catching her off guard. Jang Shuyu didn't have time to think more. Chen had already picked her up and carried her into the bedroom, where a storm of passion ensued. The sounds continued for a long time, and when everything finally calmed down, Chen helped Jang Shuyu tidy her messy hair while saying, "I need to go to Linshui City tomorrow and will be back after a while." "Okay." Jang Shuyu replied obediently, and the two embraced, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, since Jang Shuyu was also resting, they both slept until they naturally woke up. After a simple tidying up, while eating the breakfast Chen had prepared, his phone rang. It was a notification that the custom clothes they had ordered at the store had arrived and that Chen could pick them up today. After finishing their breakfast, Chen took Jang Shuyu with him to pick up the clothes. Upon seeing the Pagani Huayra customized version parked at the door, Jang Shuyu was clearly taken aback. The car looked even more stunning and handsome. She snapped a photo and got into the car, heading towards Wanda Plaza with Chen. On the way, Jang Shuyu searched for information about the Pagani Huayra customized version and was stunned to see the price of 80 million. Not to mention the over 100 million bulletproof Mercedes-Benz G-Class, just the Maserati Quattroporte customized version he had given her yesterday, and this Pagani Huayra customized version already totaled 130 million. What kind of person was her former junior? What kind of assets must he have to afford such extravagance? Thinking of this, Jang Shuyu looked at Chen, who was driving seriously beside her. Looking at his handsome face, she had long forgotten the shock she felt earlier. As long as she could be with him, did it matter how much money he had or how rich he was? Meanwhile, in the Armani store, the staff surrounded the displayed sets of custom clothing, filled with shock. The store manager took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said loudly, "Everyone, focus. Check the details thoroughly. Not a single flaw can be handed to the customer, understood?" This was their top-tier haute couture service, fit for royalty, and absolutely no flaws were allowed. The essence of high fashion lay in absolute perfection. The staff understood the seriousness of the matter, nodding vigorously as they began to inspect the clothes in front of them. Any flaw or stain was absolutely unacceptable. They wore silk gloves, and even so, they were not allowed to touch such high-end custom pieces unnecessarily. Each person's face was cautious, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. After completing their checks, they all straightened up, still filled with shock in their voices. What kind of people can afford clothes like this? Definitely wealthy people. And top-tier billionaires on a global scale. Only they can treat such a large sum as just a number. Such haute couture is not meant for ordinary people. Think about it, the craftsmanship fit for royalty, how could an average person afford it? At this moment, all the staff stood tall, having checked the clothes thoroughly with no issues. The store manager had been waiting at the door, eagerly anticipating. After all, such a distinguished guest deserved the best reception. It is no exaggeration to say that this is of imperial level. The store manager has been standing for several hours, yet there is not a hint of impatience on her face. The sales assistants nearby, observing the manager's demeanor, have already realized that today's guest must be someone extraordinary. After checking the clothes, the staff also moved to the front hall, waiting for Chen's arrival together. At this moment, there were already quite a few customers inside the store browsing, and they were all stunned by the scene before them. Many customers wore puzzled expressions, whispering among themselves, "What's going on? Is someone from Armani's headquarters coming to inspect? Otherwise, why such a grand setup? Isn't the one standing at the front the store manager? Usually, when big clients come, she doesn't come out personally. What's going on today? Could it be that a super big client is coming? Like in a TV drama, doing a sweep of the store?" Just as the customers were discussing, Chen and Jang Shuyu had already arrived at the store. The moment the manager saw Chen, she immediately stepped forward, greeting him with great respect. "Mr. Chen, you've arrived." The other staff members, upon seeing Chen and Jang Shuyu, were taken aback by their stunning looks. They never expected such a top-tier wealthy individual to be so handsome, and so young. As the staff approached, they secretly admired Chen and Jang Shuyu, both captivated by their exceptional beauty. Chen noticed everyone coming to greet him and merely nodded lightly, following the manager into the store. "Quick, go get all of Mr. Chen's clothes." While the manager was serving hot tea and snacks, she instructed the dazed staff. The staff finally reacted, hurriedly running to the office to bring out the custom-made garments one by one. Chen took a quick look and found the tailoring and fabric of the clothes quite good. The staff present, seeing Chen's indifferent expression, felt as if a storm had surged in their hearts. They had thought that even someone as wealthy as Chen would be quite surprised to see such exquisite and perfect clothes. However, Chen maintained a calm demeanor throughout. Such high-end custom pieces were merely okay to him? The staff could hardly imagine this, quickly lowering their heads, not wanting to be seen with their mouths agape, which would be too rude. Just as Chen and Jang Shuyu were looking at the custom clothes, a few wealthy-looking businessmen walked in, their outfits clearly handmade suits, quite expensive. Following the businessmen were young girls, who, by their titles, were the businessmen's daughters. Immediately, a sales assistant approached them, and from the businessmen's accents, it was clear they were from out of town, quite different from the local Jingling accent. The businessmen's daughters looked at the clothes on the counter, clearly taken aback, and immediately turned to the sales assistant, asking, "These clothes look so nice, are they for sale?" The other businessmen also thought the clothes were good and looked over at the sales assistant. The sales assistant wore an apologetic expression, gently pointing in Chen Chen's direction, quickly explaining, "I'm sorry, these are custom-made for this gentleman for this lady." Custom-made? The businessmen and their daughters understood immediately and fell silent, continuing to browse the store. Chen Chen looked at the clothes on the table, pointed to one set, and said to Jang Shuyu, "I think this set looks good, why don't you try it on?" Jang Shuyu nodded obediently, and immediately a staff member took the clothes, following her towards the fitting room. Chen Chen found a spot to sit down and began browsing the news on his phone. At that moment, Jang Shuyu had already changed her clothes and walked out of the fitting room. As she stepped out, the entire store suddenly fell silent. Everyone's gaze was drawn to Jang Shuyu. At that moment, she was the brightest star in the room. She wore a lake blue long dress adorned with scattered diamonds, which sparkled under the lights. The dress was perfectly tailored, showcasing Jang Shuyu's exquisite figure. Her slender waist was so tiny it could be grasped with one hand, igniting a protective instinct in men. Jang Shuyu's skin was a cool white, and against this color, she appeared almost luminous. As she walked out slowly, she resembled a fairy princess, mysterious and noble, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Everyone instinctively held their breath. It was simply too beautiful. Super stunning. This entrance left the daughter of a wealthy businessman dumbfounded. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Jang Shuyu's dress. She gently shook her father's arm and whispered, "Dad, this dress is so beautiful. I want one too." Owning such a dress was every girl's dream. The wealthy man's eyes were almost glued to Jang Shuyu, equally astonished. Hearing his daughter's words, the businessman nodded vigorously and said to her, "All right, we'll customize one too." His daughter was already a young lady. She needed a few good outfits. Only such high-end clothing was worthy of their little princess. After trying on the dress, Jang Shuyu changed back, and the staff quickly packaged the dress and handed it to Chen Chen. After confirming the number of dresses was correct, Chen Chen and Jang Shuyu walked out of the Armani store hand in hand, heading outside. Watching the two leave, the businessman turned to the store manager and asked, "Can we customize too?" The manager politely nodded and replied, "Of course. However, since this is top-tier haute couture, we need to verify your funds. We hope for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, the businessman's face showed displeasure. He frowned tightly and said unhappily, "Isn't it just a few dresses? Can we not afford it? Who do you look down on?" Other wealthy businessmen chimed in, echoing his sentiments. "After years of shopping in luxury stores, this is the first time I've seen such a condescending shop. We're just customizing a dress. How much could it possibly cost? Why the verification? Who are you trying to squeeze? You need to give us a reasonable explanation, otherwise, we will definitely file a complaint." The manager gently nodded to the wealthy businessman and patiently explained, "Gentlemen, that outfit was designed by our top design team, tailored for high-end clients. The team responsible for the cutting consists of royal craftsmen, ensuring every inch is perfectly sewn. Because of its exquisite nature and the fact that such clothing can only be hand-stitched, the price for one dress is 5 million. It was precisely because of the high price that their store had a policy requiring verification of funds for custom clothing." The manager smiled apologetically at the group, saying, "I hope you understand, this is a regulation from our headquarters." The wealthy businessmen were left stunned, hardly believing their ears. How much? 5 million for one piece? So much money for just one dress? It was only a little more beautiful than usual, and it cost 5 million. Suddenly, the businessmen remembered that Chen Chen and the others had just customized a whole counter full of dresses. How much would that cost? Just as the wealthy merchant was in a daze, his daughter was still in shock, unable to react. Isn't this too expensive? Although their family was quite rich, they had never seen such a spectacle. 5 million for one item, it was too outrageous, completely unaffordable. The store manager called over several wealthy merchants and politely said, "Do you gentlemen want to customize anything? You can come to my office to handle the paperwork." The merchant, thinking of the astronomical price of 5 million, quickly waved his hand and hurriedly left with his daughter. The other merchants also lost the desire to continue browsing, not daring to linger, and followed the footsteps of that merchant, their hearts shaken by overwhelming waves of shock. This is what it means to be wealthy. This is what a wealthy person looks like. With their money, they could at most be considered newly escaped from poverty. Accompanied by Jang Shuyu, Chen Chen picked out some items for his cousin Su Jishi. Looking at the things he had already bought, Chen Chen said to Jang Shuyu, "I'll take you back to Villano. One in a bit, and then I'll be getting ready to leave. If you need anything, remember to call me." Upon hearing this, Jang Shuyu, though reluctant, obediently nodded. Chen Chen first took Jang Shuyu home, then called Su Tianqing to have him wait for him at home. Su Tianqing quickly agreed and then said, "Boss, I found 2 people for you. Is it convenient to bring them over for you to see?" Those 2 were also his comrades, and upon hearing that they would be following Su Tianqing, they agreed without hesitation. Sure, bring them over, it just so happens you can go out with me, Chen Chen immediately replied. He then drove back home. When Chen Chen parked the car, he saw 3 people standing at his doorstep, one of whom was Su Tianqing. As soon as Su Tianqing saw Chen Chen, he hurried over and respectfully said, "Boss, this is Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng." Chen Chen nodded and looked towards the two. Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng were both sturdy men, looking quite strong. One had a cold demeanor while the other appeared very honest. Seeing Chen Chen looking at them, they also respectfully greeted him. Chen Chen nodded and directly said to the two, "Tianqing should have discussed the specific treatment with you, right? I'm heading out today, so you can come with me." As he spoke, Chen Chen led the few of them into the yard and pointed at several cars, saying, "Tianqing, you drive this car to take me. Tianan, you and Lu Meng take these two." The cars he pointed to were the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version, along with an Aston Martin and a Pagani Huayra. Looking at the cars parked in Chen Chen's yard, Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng were completely stunned. Such expensive cars, and they were being asked to drive them? This is what it means to trust someone. Feeling Chen Chen's trust, Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng were also moved and immediately obediently got into the cars. Su Tianqing drove the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying Chen Chen and leading the way, with 2 supercars following behind. Although it was the extended version of the Rolls-Royce, Su Tianqing drove very steadily, which made Chen Chen very satisfied. The 3 cars headed straight towards Su Zhishi's school. At that moment, the last class had just ended at the school. Lu Lei, holding an ice cream, walked up to Su Zhishi with a flattering expression and said, "Sister Su, it's so hot, here's some ice cream for you." Recently, Lu Lei and his wealthy second-generation friends had toned down quite a bit. After all, the shock from Chen Chen was still fresh in their minds, and Lu Lei had also put away his feelings for Su Zhishi, realizing that he was completely unworthy of such a powerful cousin. However, this did not hinder their efforts to build a good relationship with Su Zhishi. Now, Lu Lei and the others were like little followers around Su Zhishi, eager to please her. As soon as class ended, Lu Lei immediately offered ice cream to please Su Zhishi. Su Zhishi waved her hand and directly refused, saying, "No need, you don't have to follow me." In a moment, her cousin would come over, and if he saw them fawning over her, he might think they were up to no good. Hearing this, Lu Lei looked at the 2 young men beside him and shouted, "Didn't you hear what Sister Su said? She said you don't have to follow her." Su Zhishi. This Lu Lei was really too much. Was he trying to act like a fake imperial edict? Thinking of this, Su Zhishi rolled her eyes and said directly, "And you, Lu Lei, is there a problem with me? Am I really that annoying as a professional little lackey?" The roommates of Su Zhishi, seeing Lu Lei's hurt expression, couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh out loud. Just then, they saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version driving towards them from a distance. Upon seeing the car, both Lu Lei and Su Zhishi's roommates felt a jolt in their hearts, their eyes widening in shock, unable to speak. This car was not something just anyone could ride in, could it be? Everyone thought of this and instinctively exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of speculation. Creak! The Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version stopped in front of them, the car door swung open, and Chen Chen stepped out. Chen Chen looked at Lu Lei, who was standing next to Su Zhishi, and frowned slightly. Seeing Chen Chen frown, Lu Lei was so scared he almost wet himself. Lu Lei's face turned pale, nearly crying as he hurriedly explained, "Big brother, I was just delivering something to Sister Su." Chen Chen's gaze was a bit intimidating, but he really had no other intentions. After giving Lu Lei a faint glance and confirming he wasn't lying, Chen Chen then turned to Su Zhishi, his tone immediately softening. "Zhishi, shall we just go?" "Sure." Su Zhishi nodded happily. Looking at Chen Chen, she said, "Cousin, can you take me to the dorm? I bought something for my parents." Seeing the little girl's excited expression, Chen Chen's eyes were filled with affection as he said, "No need, I've got everything covered, let's just head out." While speaking, Chen Chen reached out to help Su Zhishi into the car before getting in himself. Su Zhishi rolled down the window and waved goodbye to her roommates, saying, "I'm leaving now, and I'll bring you some snacks when I come back." After saying that, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version had already started and was driving out of the campus. Only Lu Lei and the group of roommates were left standing in the wind, unable to calm down for a long time. "That car must be very expensive, right?" one roommate instinctively asked, recognizing the little golden emblem on the front. That was the logo of the most expensive luxury car brand in the world. Lu Lei forced a smile that looked worse than crying and replied, "It's okay, just over 200 million. Hearing the gasps from his roommates, Lu Lei added, "This kind of custom version isn't something you can buy just because you have money. It requires layers of scrutiny before you can customize it. If you're just an ordinary rich person, don't even think about it." Even if one was wealthy, Not everyone could customize a top-tier luxury car. It was a symbol of noble status. Perhaps there wasn't a second one in all of Huaxia. The group of roommates stood there dumbfounded, shocked by Lu Lei's words. Su Zhishi's cousin was actually so impressive, with such a noble status? This. They felt their brains were a bit overwhelmed, their insides and heads shaken, both not functioning well. Everyone turned to look in the direction where the car had disappeared, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. At that moment, Su Zhishi sat in the car, her face full of curiosity. She reached out and gently linked her arm with her cousin's, softly asking, "Brother, you changed cars again?" Chen Shen looked at the little girl's eyes, which were almost shining, and couldn't help but smile, replying, "So, how is it? Pretty, right?" Su Zhishi nodded vigorously, her ponytail swaying back and forth as if it were answering along with her. Pretty doesn't even begin to describe this car's beauty, it's simply too beautiful. Feeling the softness and comfort of the seat beneath her, along with the exquisite interior, her eyes were nearly overwhelmed. Chen Shen shook his head at the little girl and opened a small wooden door beside him, revealing a mini fridge inside the car. The fridge was not large, but as the door opened, cold air immediately wafted out. Chen Shen took out a bottle of juice and handed it to Su Zhishi, his face full of affection as he said, "I remember you used to love this brand of juice the most. It's hot outside, so drink something refreshing." Su Zhishi looked at the juice in her hand, her eyes crescent-shaped with a sweet smile. She knew her cousin had always spoiled her the most. While sipping the juice, Su Zhishi admired the various gadgets in the car. It truly was a top-tier luxury vehicle, with facilities that were somewhat astonishing. Su Zhishi felt like she was playing a treasure hunt game, eagerly exploring new features and having a blast. Su Tianqing drove steadily in front, with 3 cars lined up in a row, speeding towards Linshui City. Many drivers on the road quickly noticed this small convoy of 3 cars. There was no way around it. The leading Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version was simply too eye-catching. Like a hot and glamorous beauty, no matter where it went, even in the dark of night, it radiated its unique charm. The owner of the car in front of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom shouted in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Having such a luxurious car behind him was too dangerous. If something went wrong, he might end up losing his pants. As he thought this, the owner quickly switched lanes, trying to give the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom enough space. Su Tianqing drove steadily, and to be honest, it was the first time he had received such courtesy while driving for so long. Not to mention, this was on the highway. The car owner watched the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom leave, and only then did he see that behind this luxury car, there were actually 2 sports cars following. One was a Pagani Huayra custom version, and the other was an Aston Martin 1-77. What the heck? The owner nearly popped his eyes out. If this weren't the highway, he would have wanted to stop and take a picture. This was simply too flashy, right? A 200 million Rolls-Royce Phantom custom version, escorted by 80 million and 50 million supercars? Goodness, who on earth was sitting in that car? A Wuling Shenche was cruising on the highway, and the owner probably boasted to his girlfriend in the passenger seat, "Why would I change cars? Even those luxury cars are nothing but scraps in front of our Wuling Shenche." The owner's favorite thing to do was to overtake those million-dollar luxury cars on the highway. Although our little car may not look impressive, hitting 200 is still a piece of cake. The young girlfriend in the passenger seat, a bit overwhelmed by the owner's bragging, suddenly pointed at a car behind them and shouted, "There's a luxury car over there, let's overtake it." "Alright, just watch me." The car owner was loudly responding while looking in the rearview mirror. When he saw the extended custom Rolls-Royce Phantom behind him, his eyes nearly popped out. What was he seeing? Such a top-tier luxury car had actually hit the highway? His girlfriend beside him was urging him on, excitedly encouraging, "Overtake him. I know that logo, it's the little golden man, a top luxury car." Sweat was already beading on the car owner's forehead as he decisively switched lanes, heading towards the service area below. Amidst his girlfriend's confused inquiries, the car owner widened his eyes and replied in horror, "My little ancestor, that's an extended custom version. I've seen posts on luxury car forums. A car like that starts at 200 million. With the little money we have, why not do something else? Let's get a luxury car and let those other divine cars like Wuling surpass us. If we really get into a scrape, we can't afford to pay for both of us." It wasn't just this car owner who felt such fear. Nearly every car owner they encountered on the road had a similar reaction. Su Zhishi sat in the speeding car, overjoyed. It was her first time riding in such a stable vehicle. The shock absorption was incredible, she felt no bumps at all. Watching the scenery on both sides of the road rush by, Su Zhishi took out her phone and began calling her mom. Lu Ling saw her daughter's name on the caller ID and quickly answered, asking, "Zhishi, what's wrong?" Hearing her mom's familiar voice, Su Zhishi excitedly replied, "Mom, I'm back. Where are you? Lu Ling was clearly taken aback by her daughter's words. You're back? This girl had said she didn't have time to come back before. How had she suddenly changed her mind? As Lu Ling pondered this, she said, you should go home first. Your dad and I, along with your uncles and aunts, are eating at the Linshui Grand Hotel. Hearing her mom's arrangement, Su Jishi worried her mom would hang up, so she quickly added, by the way, my cousin is back too. You mean Xiao Tian is back? Has he not found a job? Upon hearing that Chen Chen was back, Lu Ling was clearly thrilled, her tone rising a few notches. Su Jishi chuckled. She didn't say much more but mysteriously replied, Mom, we're going to give you a surprise later. A surprise? Lu Ling was very happy, thinking about seeing her daughter and Chen Chen soon, her eyes starting to shine. You little girl, always keeping me in suspense. What surprise could you possibly have? Su Jishi immediately became dissatisfied, holding the phone and insisting, Mom, if you say that, it sounds a bit disrespectful. Why wouldn't she have a surprise? Wasn't it surprising that her daughter came home during the holiday? Am I not your biological child? Hearing her daughter's playful words, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile. Looking at the familiar faces at the table, she quietly said, Alright, let's talk about the rest when you get home. After a few more exchanges, Su Jishi hung up the phone. Watching Su Jishi put her phone away, Chen Chen gently shook his head, helplessly saying, You, still so quirky. But a girl as pretty as her, who still wanted to act cute, was really hard to resist. Lu Ling also hung up the phone, and as she put her phone down, someone beside her immediately asked, Jishi is back? Why is she back at this time? It should be because of the holiday. Lu Ling spoke of her daughter with a smile, her eyes filled with tenderness. The person sitting nearby curiously asked, What's your nephew's name again? Oh, Chen Chen, how's he doing? Has he found a job? Hearing Chen Chen's name, others began to ask questions. Chen Chen has already graduated from university this year, right? I remember the university he attended seemed quite good. If I recall correctly, it was a key university? Key universities also vary in quality, you know? Nowadays, people are all about 211 and 985. Even those studying abroad are in heaps. Where's the market for anything else? By the way, what kind of job is he planning to find? You should tell him not to aim too high, he should take whatever job he can get first. The whole table indulged in their gossiping nature, chattering away. Lu Ling, however, maintained a calm expression and softly replied, I'm not too sure, I haven't been paying much attention. Xiao Tian has a better idea, let him decide. It wasn't that Lu Ling didn't care about Chen Chen, but she thought that since he was already grown up, it was better for him to make his own decisions. Lu Ling had great faith in Chen Chen's character. A good kid like him wouldn't stray too far off the path. She hadn't thought about him becoming a dragon or a phoenix, she just hoped he could live a safe and stable life. The others looked at Lu Ling with complex and strange expressions. They had privately known that Lu Ling's nephew had been orphaned since childhood, left with no one to rely on. Lu Ling was a kind-hearted person who had raised this child by her side, and most of the time, he stayed at her home. Lu Ling treated him as her own. In fact, they had discussed the boy's presence several times in private. They all felt that Lu Ling was too kind-hearted, adding an extra burden to her family. If it weren't for raising another boy, Lu Ling's family situation would surely be much better than it is now. Many looked at Lu Ling's husband, Su Jiang, with sympathy. It was hard to believe that the only boy in the family was someone else's child, raised for so long, with a different surname. What was the point? However, these thoughts remained unspoken. They couldn't say such things in front of so many people. For a moment, the entire dining table fell silent. A woman put down her chopsticks and took the initiative to speak. Ling, you should encourage your nephew to work hard. After all, he's a boy and needs to stand on his own. As she spoke, the woman patted her son's hand and continued, Look at Lin Feng. He's already a director at a jade store, making over $1 million a year. He just bought an Audi. When talking about her own son, the woman's words flowed freely, her tone brimming with pride. If your nephew doesn't amount to much, he won't even be able to honor you. He might end up relying on you. Raising a boy is already tough enough, not to mention when he gets married and has children, it's an endless expense. In the woman's eyes, Chen Chen, a fresh university graduate, had little chance of success. Not only was he currently unemployed, but even if he found a job, he couldn't compare to her son at all. The gap was too wide. Others, upon hearing this, also looked at Lin Feng with envious expressions. I said it when Lin Feng was little, this kid would definitely succeed when he grew up. Look at what I said, just listen to how well he's doing, it's impressive. So young, and already a director at a jade store? That's really something. No wonder they say heroes emerge from youth. A yearly salary of over $1 million, wow, he earns in a year what we make in 10. We're just aging without any skills to show for it. Xiao Feng, you bought a new Audi, how much did it cost? Hearing someone ask about the price of his car, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, but he still pretended to be nonchalant as he replied, "Not much, just around 500,000. I'm just starting my career, so I can't afford anything too fancy, just taking it slow." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately widened their eyes. My goodness, he bought a luxury car worth over 500,000 right at the start? Isn't that too good? What kind of car does he want to change to next? Incredible! Lin Feng looked at everyone's expressions with satisfaction and said, "There's nothing impressive about me. It's just a bit of luck, really." The people around him listened to Lin Feng's words, revealing expressions of envy, and they began to speak up. "Xiao Feng is really impressive. He graduated not long ago and is already earning $1 million a year. His future development will definitely get better and better. Just look at the car he bought. Starting with an Audi, if my kid can buy a car worth over 100,000 on his own, I'd be satisfied. Nowadays, there are so few young people who can make it on their own. Xiao Feng is truly a role model for the youth." At that moment, a woman looked at Lin Feng's father, Lin Nantian, and praised, "In the end, if the child is educated so well, it must be thanks to you, Brother Lin. You and your wife will surely enjoy your blessings in the future." Others, like wallflowers, began to praise Lin Nantian as soon as they heard someone compliment him. "Brother Lin, how did you educate your child? Share your experience with us." "Exactly. We should learn from you. This son may be useless, but we can start with the grandson. Brother Lin is really fortunate. Just look at this child, graduating and directly enjoying life without any worries." Lin Nantian beamed with joy and laughed heartily. He waved his hand and said loudly, "I didn't really educate him much. You all know me. I always advocate for letting children develop freely. The main thing is that he worked hard, got into a 985 university, and then had the initiative to enter the jade industry. Our family doesn't lack anything. We just let the children choose for themselves. They have their own thoughts, and we adults just need to cooperate." As soon as Lin Nantian finished speaking, he drew a lot of murmurs of admiration. "This family is truly impressive." At that moment, an aunt smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, look, your Aunt Lu Ling's nephew has graduated. Can he work with you?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, sitting up a bit straighter, and asked in a somewhat condescending tone, "What school did he graduate from? Is it a 985? Lu Ling's eyes dimmed slightly, and she replied with a bitter smile, "No." The nearby uncle, Su Jiang, thought this was a good opportunity and actively spoke up for Qin Chen. "Although it's not a 985, it's still a proper first-tier university. Look." Su Jiang thought simply, such a good company could be a starting point, and what to do next would depend on Chen Chen's own development. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he smiled and said, "Uncle, what are you talking about? Everyone in our store graduated from 985 universities, and many studied abroad. Someone from a first-tier university might not even qualify to be a security guard. Not even a 985, and he still has the nerve to ask for help? He probably isn't even worthy of carrying shoes." Seeing the unpleasant expression on Uncle Su Jiang's face, Lin Feng didn't care at all and simply said, "Sorry, Uncle Su, I'm just a bit straightforward. You know, in today's society, there's too much emphasis on education. It's fine to want to cross levels, but you also need to have the ability and the capital, right?" The others listening to Lin Feng's words fell into silence. Although this was not said in the most pleasant way, it was indeed the truth. There was nothing to blame but oneself. Who told you that you didn't get into a 985 or 211 university? Su Jiang and Lu Ling felt a wave of embarrassment as they listened to their Chen Chen being trampled like this, and naturally, they felt very uncomfortable. However, they also understood that what was said was not wrong. If they were to confront a young person, they would probably be even more embarrassed today. Su Jiang took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and forced a smile as he said, "Come on, let's eat first." Right now, apart from saying something else to ease the awkward atmosphere, he didn't know how to get through the embarrassment in front of him. The others also started to laugh and joke, many of them chatting with Lin Feng, hoping to build a better relationship. After all, such a young person has a promising future, who knows when he might be able to help out. Lin Feng completely ignored Su Jiang and Lu Ling, proudly saying, "Our jade shop is doing well in Linchue City, and we are preparing to expand. Do you know the Tang Jade Shop in Jiling? We are planning to collaborate with them." "The Tang Jade Shop?" Seeing the blank expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Feng smiled lightly and began to introduce the Tang family from Jiling. Speaking of the Tang family, they are quite a prominent family in Jiling. Their main focus is on antique jade. Moreover, the Tang family also runs several high-end tea houses. You can find the Tang family's presence in the tea business across many cities. A family like that is a real big enterprise. Everyone at the table showed astonished expressions as they listened to Lin Feng. They never expected that his jade shop would actually collaborate with such a large enterprise. If that's the case, wouldn't Lin Feng's future development be even better? Lin Feng looked at the shining eyes of everyone and continued to speak excitedly. You have no idea, I've been to the Tang family's store, that's a real big player in the jade business. In a shop of several hundred square meters, all you see are exquisite jade pieces. They don't even want ordinary goods. What does this show? The Tang family values their reputation and protects their brand. Speaking of the Tang family's jade shop, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of admiration and anticipation. If this collaboration could be achieved, then his career would probably soar to new heights. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng continued to promote the various strengths of the Tang family. Their store has quite a few treasures. Just one piece can easily be worth several million. Relying solely on words, Lin Feng felt it lacked persuasion, so he took out his phone to show the photos he had taken. There were jade bracelets, jade gourds, jade pipes, and so on. After putting away his phone, Lin Feng sighed and said, a family like that has been in this business for decades, and they must have jade pieces worth tens of millions. However, such items are not for display. Those high-grade items are not something ordinary people can afford. As everyone listened to Lin Feng describe the Tang family, it felt like they were hearing about some ancient super family. Admiration shone in everyone's eyes, and they began to praise him. Xiao Feng is really impressive now. The future is definitely promising. Xiao Feng's company collaborating with such enterprises will surely rise even higher. In the future, we might not have the chance to eat together anymore. Lin Ji's family will take off directly. The entire meal revolved around Lin Feng and his family. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng pretended to stand up and said to everyone, take your time eating. I'll go get the car. Everyone felt a wave of envy as they chatted and walked towards the restaurant exit. Just a short while after stepping out, they saw a black Audi driving towards them. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Feng's face full of smiles. Everyone immediately surrounded him, circling around Lin Feng's Audi, admiring it and showering compliments. Wow, this is truly an Audi. Look at the paint, it shines especially bright under the sun. The interior of this high-end car is just different. Look at that big screen, it has all the features you could want, so luxurious. What else is there to say? This is an Audi. Our little junk cars can't compare. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, speaking in a rather pretentious manner. This is my high-spec S6. Just a simple step for now, I'll get something better later. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at the Su Jian couple beside him and said, Uncle, Auntie, how about I give you a ride home? Lin Feng said this deliberately for them to hear, wanting them to feel the stark contrast between himself and his useless nephew. Lu Ling and Su Jian smiled kindly and declined, no need, we'll just walk back. The crowd quickly ignored this topic and resumed chatting with Lin Feng's family. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a commotion coming from a distance. Confused, they all turned to look in that direction. Not just them, but many people on the street were also looking the same way. They saw a black Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version slowly driving towards them. Staring at the ostentatiously luxurious exterior and the little golden figure rising from the hood, everyone was frozen in place. Just by looking at the size and shape of the car, they could tell it must have cost a fortune. Everyone's eyes widened, they had never seen such a luxurious vehicle in Linshui City. A woman looked at the little golden figure on the hood and felt the brand was on the tip of her tongue but couldn't recall it, so she asked, what kind of car is this? Lin Feng, equally shocked, instinctively replied, this is a Rolls-Royce. It's the top brand among luxury cars. While introducing it, Lin Feng suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, oh my, I get it now, this is a custom version. And the license plate, it's definitely someone important. Lin Feng wasn't entirely sure, so he took out his phone to search. Looking at the search results, he was even more shocked, his voice slightly changing in pitch. Wow, this car actually costs over 200 million. Over 200 million for a luxury car? The people present had never seen such a spectacle. To them, Lin Feng's Audi was already considered a luxury car. They swallowed hard, unable to help but exclaim, this car is just too beautiful. Who would have thought we could see such a luxury car in Linshui City? We've really made it. Over 200 million for a luxury car? Is this a joke? Just think about it. Someone who can spend 200 million on a car must have a fortune at home. It's probably an astronomical figure. This definitely counts as a top-tier rich person. Don't international news often say that those top billionaires spend tens of millions or even billions on things? Just as everyone was in shock, they saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version driving towards them. It then lightly pressed the gas and stopped right in front of them. In an instant, everyone became tense. They looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise and confusion. Each person was secretly wondering, what kind of big shot is this? The crowd began to whisper among themselves, speculating about who this wealthy person visiting Lin Shui City could be. Thinking about how Lin Feng has become successful now, many people looked at him and asked, "Xiao Feng, do you know if any big tycoons have come to our Lin Shui recently?" Lin Feng gently shook his head. Such big tycoons were certainly important figures, far beyond someone like him who could know their schedules. Lin Nantian showed an excited expression and said enthusiastically, "I didn't expect that big shots would come here to eat. Has the hotel's standards risen so high now?" At this point, Lin Nantian looked at his son and gave him a knowing glance. It would be beneficial for his future to find a way to get acquainted with such important figures. Lin Feng also nodded cautiously, and for a moment, everyone's gaze fell on the custom-extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then, the door on the driver's side opened, and Su Tianqing stepped out. Everyone looked at the strong and powerful Su Tianqing, feeling the aura he exuded, and instantly felt a chill. Even this driver didn't look like an ordinary person. Su Tianqing walked to the door and respectfully opened it. First, Chen Shen stepped out, followed by Su Zhishi, who also emerged from the car. The two of them almost spoke in unison. "Mom and Dad, have you finished eating? Auntie and Uncle, have you finished eating?" Su Jiang and Lu Ling stared in shock at their daughter and Chen Chen, who appeared in such an astonishing manner. However, Lu Ling reacted a bit quicker, smiling as she looked at the two. "How did you come over?" As she spoke, Lu Ling had already taken a few steps to Chen Chen's side and took his hand. This silly boy, she hadn't seen him in a long time, and he seemed to have become even more handsome. Uncle Su Jiang also came to his senses at this moment. He stepped forward and patted Chen Chen on the shoulder, happily saying, "Good for you, kid. You look much sturdier now, not bad." The others were dumbfounded, watching everything unfold before them, hardly believing their eyes. This young man before them was actually Chen Chen? At this moment, they finally began to seriously assess Chen Chen. He looked very young, appearing to be just in his early 20s, and both his physique and looks were top-notch. Especially his aura, which was unmatched. Even the stars on television didn't possess the same charisma as Chen Chen. Not to mention, the current Chen Chen had just stepped out of a custom-extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Just look at this car worth over 200 million, plus the license plate that represented status. It was simply hard to believe. Especially those who had just looked down on Chen Chen, now they couldn't lift their heads at all. They had just said that Chen Chen was an ordinary college graduate, just a burden. But now, looking at him, it was unlikely to find a second top luxury car like his in all of Huaxia. Compared to him, they were nothing but scraps. Lin Feng, standing aside, stared wide-eyed at the luxury car before him, completely stunned. This was the Chen Chen he had just looked down upon? Yet, the moment he appeared, he overshadowed everyone. Here he was, driving a broken Audi worth over 500,000, flaunting it in front of someone with a car worth over 200 million? It was simply a joke. He had even said that Chen Chen wasn't worthy of being a security guard. Now looking back, he probably wasn't even qualified to be Chen Chen's driver. Just look at Chen Chen's driver, strong and well-trained. He must also be moonlighting as a bodyguard. In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with mixed feelings. The only thing left in their gazes towards Chen Chen was sheer shock. Lin Nantian felt a bit uncomfortable seeing his son being compared to someone so inferior. He thought bitterly, wasn't this kid orphaned? How could he suddenly be doing so well? It couldn't be that he borrowed the car from someone, could it? Thinking of this, Lin Nantian walked up with a smile and asked in front of everyone, "You must be Xiaotian, right? Is this car yours?" Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen gently nodded and said, "Yes, I just got it recently." Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces turned even more astonished. This luxury car worth over 200 million was actually Chen Chen's. For such a young guy, with no one backing him, to have come this far was simply a miracle. Immediately, some uncles and aunts gathered around, looking at Chen Chen with flattering expressions, asking, "Xiaotian, you're so successful now, what are you doing?" Others didn't want to be left out, eagerly showering Chen Chen with praise. "Oh, Xiaotian is really capable now. I've always said that Lu Ling and her husband are truly blessed. Just look at the child they raised, so accomplished. You can just wait to enjoy the good life. I've said it before, Xiaotian looks like a dragon among men. Just look at him, fresh out of university, and already achieving so much." Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to the flattery but simply replied, "I'm doing investments." In fact, he said this deliberately for his aunt and uncle to hear, to reassure them. Lin Feng's father, Lin Nantian, quickly added, "Lin Feng, you should come over and learn from Chen Chen." Lin Feng was taken aback by his father's words, feeling embarrassed and not knowing what to say. Earlier, Chen Chen's aunt and uncle had asked him to take care of Chen Chen. And now, just like that, he had been slapped in the face. It hurt. After a brief introduction, the elders were eager to approach Chen Chen and ask him in detail about how to make money. Even if they couldn't guide the kids, at least earning some money for themselves would be good. Just as everyone was about to speak, Chen Chen had already taken the initiative, pulling out a gift he had prepared in advance. "Aunt, uncle, this is a gift for you." Chen Chen handed over the brocade box. Seeing the slightly stunned expressions on their faces, he directly opened the lid of the box, revealing the jade bracelet and jade gourd inside. The crowd nearby leaned in to take a look, their eyes filled with jealousy and envy at the exquisite jade. This was clearly a good item. An aunt looked at the jade gourd and exclaimed, "This handpiece is so beautiful. I just feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Lin Feng gasped in surprise, he recognized it at a glance. This is the two treasures of the Tang family jade shop. After saying this, Lin Feng swallowed hard. These two items were worth 2 to 3 million. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd was stunned. This was an official endorsement. He was in this business, and if he said it was worth 2 to 3 million, it wouldn't be off by much. Looking at the jade gourd and jade bracelet, everyone suddenly felt as if they were looking at soft sister coins. If these were worth 2 to 3 million, wouldn't they be even more shocking than these two items? TSK, truly worthy of being rich people, they have taste. The earlier aunt suddenly realized, slapping her forehead and saying, "Hey, I knew I'd seen it somewhere. It was in Xiaofeng's phone photos. This is just too wealthy." Looking at the two brocade boxes presented by Chen Chen, under the crowd's cheers, Su Jiang and Lu Ling accepted the boxes. Su Jishi looked at her parents' embarrassed expressions and playfully said, "Mom and Dad, why are you being so polite with my brother? How about we head home first?" Upon hearing Su Jishi say they should go home, everyone else was momentarily speechless. They still had so many questions they hadn't asked yet. What a great opportunity this was. Chen Chen also looked at his aunt and uncle, smiling as he said, "Let's go, we'll get in the car together." Lu Ling looked at the luxury car worth over 200 million in front of her and quickly declined, saying, "It's fine, it's so close, we can just walk back." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was displeased and said, "Aunt, are you still being so polite with me? Get in the car." Now that he was doing well, he naturally wanted to repay those who had treated him kindly. Su Jiang and Lu Ling then obediently got into the car, and Su Jishi also joined her parents inside. Chen Chen looked at the crowd of people beside him, who were all dumbfounded, and greeted them, saying, "We'll be leaving now." After saying that, he directly got into the car and left. Only the crowd remained standing there in indifference, watching the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version gradually drive away, filled with shock. Chen Chen had truly made something of himself. Just look at the way he spoke and acted. Driving a luxury car worth over 200 million, gifting items worth 2 to 3 million. Everyone felt a wave of regret. If only they had said something nice earlier, or offered some support to Chen Chen. Even if they didn't get a ride home, they would definitely have been remembered by Lu Ling and her husband. Now, they ended up with nothing. Originally feeling empty, the uncles and aunts felt much better upon seeing Lin Feng's family nearby. Even if they didn't gain any benefits, it was still better than constantly stepping on their nephew's family. The faces of Lin Feng's family were also filled with anxiety as they watched everyone leave, and they drove away as well. In the car, Su Jishi was excitedly directing Su Tiancheng as they headed towards their neighborhood. The Su family's house was in an old community, not as grand or beautiful as the new ones, but it was kept very clean. The garden was planted with the most ordinary sunflowers. Although they were a cheap variety, they grew very well, with a variety of colors, lush and particularly beautiful. Chen Chen looked at this place where he had lived since childhood, filled with emotion. After a few years, the changes here were quite significant. The security guard sitting in the booth was dozing off, an old electric fan spinning on the table. The residents here all had access cards, so he rarely had to intervene. "Master Li, we need to enter the community." Lu Ling's call startled the security guard, and when he saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version in front of him, he was completely stunned. What the? Although he didn't know the model, he recognized the little golden figure on the front. In such a rundown community, a Rolls-Royce was actually coming in? Seeing such a high-end luxury car, the guard's drowsiness was long gone. He hurriedly came out to direct Su Tiancheng to park the car in the property's parking space. Only when the car was safely parked did the guard finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if something happened to such an expensive car, the property management wouldn't be able to cover it. The guard quickly notified the property manager and called in another guard to specifically protect Chen Chen's Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version. The family returned home together, and Chen Chen sat on his aunt's sofa, looking at the simple yet tidy home, feeling a special sense of security. "Xiao Tian, come, have some tea." Lu Ling brought out tea from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table. Lu Ling smiled at Chen Chen. Ever since he returned, her smile hadn't left her face. "You sit here, I'll go tidy up the bedding for you. Su Jiang looked at his busy wife and complained to Chen Shen, did you see that? Your aunt is just like this. First, sit down, have some tea, and chat. Why is she in such a hurry to make the bed? Chen Shen chuckled at this. His aunt and uncle had always had a good relationship, caring for each other, and they expressed it in this special way. Seeing Chen Shen sneaking a laugh beside him, Su Jiang shot him an annoyed glance and scolded, and you really are something, changing so much without telling us in advance. Just now outside, both auntie and I were scared to death. Before Chen Shen could respond, Su Jishi, who was sitting nearby, chuckled and took the initiative to explain, it was me and my cousin who decided not to tell you. I thought it would be a surprise for you. Surprise? Su Jiang glared at his daughter. Such a big surprise was nothing but a shock. Didn't she consider her parents' psychological endurance? The three chatted for a while, and Lu Ling had also tidied up the room and sat down on the sofa. She looked at Chen Shen with curiosity and asked, Xiao Tian, do you have money now? It turns out investing really makes money. To be honest, this time when Chen Shen came back, Lu Ling could clearly feel that he had changed. His demeanor was particularly steady, he was completely like an adult now. Su Jiang chimed in with a smile, I've seen Xiao Tian since he was little, he's not a fish in a pond. Su Jiang and Lu Ling truly regarded Chen Shen as their own son, naturally pleased to see him succeed. They were more than happy to see Chen Shen so successful. Plus, it had indeed been a long time since they last saw him, so the couple was extremely enthusiastic. As soon as the tea was finished, they immediately refilled it, and fruits and nuts were also handed to Chen Shen, constantly urging him to eat more. Su Jishi, the legitimate daughter, seemed like an unnoticed little transparent figure, neglected on the side. She hadn't even had a sip of tea, and the fruits and nuts were merely a thought. Sitting beside them, Su Jishi pouted in anger and finally couldn't help but remind, you're only paying attention to my cousin, what about your own daughter? Unexpectedly, Su Jiang didn't even turn his head and casually replied, if you want tea, pour it yourself. Su Jishi. Sure enough, you all want to confess that I was adopted, right? Goodness, the gap is just too big. In the end, it was still Lu Ling who felt sorry for her daughter, peeling an orange and placing it in the little girl's hand, while not forgetting to scold her a bit, next time when you're fooling your parents with your cousin, I won't even give you an orange. Upon hearing this, Su Jishi quickly raised her hand and loudly declared, I was wrong, I really won't dare again. While saying this, Su Jishi directly began to sell Chen Shen, spilling out everything she knew. She wrapped her arm around her mother's and affectionately said, Mom, let me tell you, my cousin has a car, a supercar. As she spoke, worried that her mother wouldn't believe her, she recounted the last time Chen Shen helped her out of a predicament. You don't know, my cousin's supercar worth over 50 million parked there scared him so much he almost sold flowers. Su Jiang and Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh. With over 200 million worth of Rolls-Royce parked downstairs, their capacity for acceptance had grown significantly. Hearing about the 50 million supercar, they merely raised their eyebrows, no longer surprised. As long as Chen Shen was doing well, they felt happy. Su Jian looked at Chen Shen and then at his daughter, proudly saying, having you and your cousin study in the same city was indeed a good arrangement. With your cousin looking out for you, your parents can rest a little easier. At that moment, Lu Ling suddenly noticed the jade bracelet and jade gourd beside her, muttering, these things are too precious, you've just started your business, you should save some money for yourself. However, Chen Shen, with a serious face, said to his aunt, auntie and uncle, you should keep these. By the way, I have a card here with some money in it, if you need. Unexpectedly, before Chen Shen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Ling. Lu Ling waved her hand and said to Chen Shen, we don't need much money anyway. Besides, your aunt and I have saved up some money for you. Now it's good, you don't need us anymore. At this point, Lu Ling let out a sigh. Clearly, it was a good thing that the child was doing well, but thinking that she couldn't help him at all left her feeling empty inside. That money was saved by Lu Ling and Su Jiang for Chen Shen, intended for his future wedding. Even if what Lin Feng's mother said today was true, that children today face so much pressure in life, wanting to get married means they have to buy a house, and there are many expenses involved. They didn't have that much money, but saving up for a down payment was still possible. Chen Shen felt a wave of emotion. He hadn't expected his aunt and uncle to do so much for him in silence. Although they strongly refused, Chen Shen still handed over the bank card, saying, even if you don't need it, just consider it as helping me keep it safe. That should be okay, right? Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Lu Ling accepted it. She carefully locked the card in the drawer, with no intention of using it. When Lu Ling came out, she saw Su Jiang holding a jade gourd, looking enchanted. This is a top-notch collectible. Just feel this texture, so warm and smooth, truly exquisite. Su Jiang was so enamored that, despite being of considerable age, he acted like a young person, taking numerous photos with the jade gourd. After finishing, he couldn't help but say proudly, "I have to post this on my social media, let my friends be jealous." Su Jishi, who was listening from the side, covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Dad, do you want me to teach you how to edit a photo before you upload it?" Su Jiang thought for a moment, shook his head, and with a shrewd expression said, "Better not. Otherwise, they won't see the quality, and I would have taken the photos for nothing." Before he finished speaking, the other three, except for Su Jiang, burst into laughter. Shen Shen also got up, stretched, and said to his aunt and uncle, "I'm going to take a shower." Shen Shen enjoyed a comfortable shower, and just as he returned to his room, the door was pushed open forcefully. It was Su Jishi who walked in. Seeing Shen Shen's bare upper body, Su Jishi was clearly taken aback, then said, "Cousin, you have a great figure." Not only did he have muscles, but he also had a shark line. Shen Shen looked at the little girl with shining eyes and couldn't help but give her a light tap, scolding, "You little girl, you never knock before coming in." Su Jishi covered her head with one hand, stuck out her tongue at Shen Shen, and said, "My mom asked me to bring you hot milk, stinky cousin." As she spoke, the little girl placed the milk on the bedside table and walked towards the door. Just as she reached the door, Su Jishi suddenly turned around, deliberately glanced at Shen Shen a few more times, and then ran out of the room. Shen Shen looked at the disappearing Su Jishi, feeling helpless. This girl was still so mischievous. Shen Shen tidied up a bit and then went to bed. The next morning, Shen Shen got up early. He pulled back the curtains and looked at the sun just rising, as if he had returned to the calm days of the past. Shen Shen took a deep breath, washed up briefly, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He first checked the ingredients in the fridge, picked out a few simple items, and started making breakfast. Just as he was boiling porridge, he heard a soft sound at the door. It was his Aunt Lu Ling coming out of her room. Lu Ling had woken up early today, intending to make breakfast for Shen Shen. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came out, she saw Shen Shen already busy in the kitchen. Lu Ling was stunned for a moment before she reacted, walking towards the kitchen while softly scolding, "You child, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Go and have a good rest, I can handle things here." How could he make the child work right after coming home? Looking at Shen Shen, who was wearing an apron, Lu Ling felt both emotional and happy. It had been years since they had lived together like this, but now that they were under the same roof, it felt just like family. This feeling was truly wonderful. Hearing his aunt's words, Shen Shen immediately smiled and said, "No need, you just sit at the dining table and rest for a bit, it will be ready soon." As he spoke, he noticed his aunt's reluctance to leave and firmly helped her out, seating her at the dining table. Before heading back, he didn't forget to remind her, "Just stay here and wait. If we keep insisting on this back and forth, breakfast will probably be delayed until noon." Lu Ling felt helpless but could only let Shen Shen do as he pleased. She secretly thought to herself that since it was rare for Shen Shen to have this thoughtfulness, she would just wait and enjoy it. With that thought, a smile appeared on Lu Ling's face, her eyes also carrying a hint of happiness. She had even mentally prepared herself to cooperate no matter what Shen Shen did. After all, he was a boy who had been studying outside. How could he have any cooking skills? As long as he could cook the rice properly, Lu Ling would be very satisfied. Just as she was thinking, Lu Ling suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance wafting from the kitchen. Her eyes widened in an instant. "What is this? It smells so good." Moreover, Lu Ling could tell that it was the aroma of porridge being cooked. The rich fragrance carried the unique scent of rice. Lu Ling instinctively stood up, several times tempted by the aroma to sneak into the kitchen and see what was going on. However, she held back. Her little heart was pounding, her eyes filled with shock. This time Shen Shen came back, bringing her so many surprises. Suddenly becoming so wealthy, driving a car worth hundreds of millions, and looking both handsome and charismatic. She never expected that his cooking skills would be this good too. Lu Ling let out a heavy breath. She was really starting to doubt whether Shen Shen was attending university or a wealthy training class. He was simply too outstanding. There was nothing to criticize at all. At that moment, her uncle Su Jiang also came out. He must have just woken up. His hair was so messy it looked like little birds could nest in it, but his eyes were sparkling. Su Jiang glanced at Lu Ling sitting at the dining table and chuckled, "Wife, your cooking skills have improved. You've woken me up with the aroma." Su Jiang had indeed been sleeping soundly, but he was lured awake by the delicious smell, and his stomach began to rumble. Seeing her husband so excited, Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh, pointing towards the kitchen and saying, "This isn't me, it's Xiao Tian who made it." Xiao Tian? Hearing Lu Ling say this, Su Jiang was taken aback. This kid had become so impressive after not seeing him for a while. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up, but Su Jiang's thoughts were very active. He looked at his aunt and said mysteriously, "It seems that making good money has its benefits." Becoming wealthy brings out a sense of life's enjoyment. Su Jiang instinctively thought that Chen Chen's cooking skills had improved because he had made money and learned to enjoy life. After chatting with his wife for a bit, Su Jiang also sat down at the dining table, waiting for breakfast. Once it quieted down, Su Jiang's heart began to churn with thoughts. His feelings were similar to Lu Ling's. He found it somewhat unbelievable. However, after the shock, Su Jiang felt a wave of pride. Just look at how outstanding the nephew we raised is. From now on, if anyone says they are foolish for raising someone else's son, they will definitely be slapped in the face. At this moment, Chen Chen had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the dining table. "Oh, hasn't Jishi gotten up yet?" Chen Chen asked as he set the clay pot on the table, glancing towards the little girl's room. "Should I wake her up?" Lu Ling took a large spoon and began to serve the porridge from the pot into bowls. In an instant, the aroma of the porridge filled the entire living room. Just the smell alone was enough to make one crave it. Lu Ling first handed a bowl to Chen Chen and casually replied, "She usually can't be woken up, but today." As she spoke, Lu Ling's eyes darted, and she placed a bowl of porridge at Su Jishi's room door. Seemingly worried that the smell wouldn't reach inside, Lu Ling even opened the door to Su Jishi's room a crack. "Chen Chen, is this how you play? This is the legendary method of waking someone up with hunger?" After placing the bowl of porridge, Lu Ling returned to the dining table as if nothing had happened. Su Jiang winked at Lu Ling and asked with a mischievous smile, "Do you think this trick will work?" Lu Ling rolled her eyes and replied with annoyance, "Jishi is just like you, she loves to eat. With such fragrant porridge, she'll come out even with her eyes closed." Chen Chen listened nearby, feeling a wave of black lines on his forehead. This is definitely a biological mother, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to belittle her own daughter like this. However, Lu Ling was spot on. Within a minute, they heard a rustling sound from Su Jishi's room, and soon the little girl shuffled out in her slippers. Dressed in adorable cartoon pajamas, her sleepy eyes wide open, she exclaimed, "It smells so good. I'm starving." As she spoke, Su Jishi pitifully patted her flat little belly. Being awakened by such a delicious smell in her dreams surely meant she had eaten too little yesterday. The next moment, as Su Jishi turned around, she saw the breakfast waiting at the door. Looking at the steaming porridge in the bowl, she instinctively sniffed. It was this smell. However, the little girl quickly realized the reason behind it. This was definitely her mom's silly idea. Su Jishi pouted angrily, looking like a little pufferfish, super cute. Not only that, but she also shot a resentful glance at her mom, her complaints written all over her expression. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile at the little girl's antics and said, "Come on, let's eat." Su Jishi quickly washed up and sat down at the dining table. The family of four was now gathered, and after greeting each other, they began to eat. Su Jishi angrily took a sip of porridge, but as soon as she swallowed, her eyes widened. "What? This is too delicious." The beef porridge was incredibly savory, with a hint of sweetness from the rice, making it feel like she wasn't even eating porridge. A burst of freshness lingered in her mouth. It was simply explosive in flavor. With such delicious food, how could Su Jishi still be angry? Joyfully, she held her small bowl and sipped the porridge. Chen Chen watched as she enjoyed her porridge and added a stuffed pancake to her bowl, gently saying, "Try this." Su Jishi naturally wouldn't refuse the delicious food Chen Chen offered and took a big bite without hesitation. The juices from the pancake instantly burst in her mouth, the rich and smooth flavor exploding, yet each ingredient allowed her to taste its original essence. It was clear that a lot of thought had gone into it. Su Jishi's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Cousin, this is so delicious. And the filling is amazing, it even has juice. To enjoy delicacies like meat pies and pan-fried buns, they must be juicy, that's the ultimate experience." Chen Chen listened to the little girl chatter on as if she were a food critic, and he couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "You little girl, your mouth is quite discerning. This filling was made by your aunt, so of course, it's top-notch." Earlier, while cooking, Chen Chen had seen the filling in the fridge and decided to use it. It was prepared by Lu Ling, who intended to make dumplings for Chen Chen. Lu Ling was clearly taken aback by Chen Chen's words. Such delicious filling was something she could never have concocted herself. Chen Chen didn't explain. The filling was indeed ready-made, but he had added just a pinch of seasoning. Not too much, otherwise, the original flavor would be lost. After the meal, the whole family was very satisfied, and they only put down their chopsticks when they were too full to continue. Lu Ling and Su Jiang were getting ready to go to work, and seeing the two busy packing, Chen Chen cheerfully said, "Auntie, uncle, let me give you a ride." Lu Ling waved her hand lightly and smiled, "I can drive to work, your uncle can ride his electric bike, why don't you give him a ride?" Su Jiang, hearing this, also waved his hand in refusal, saying, "No need. Xiao Tian, you should catch up on your sleep at home, you just got back, so take a good rest." Chen Shen had come back just to spend time with them, and he certainly wouldn't back down from such a manageable task. He directly called Su Tianqing, asking him to come down and pick him up. After hanging up, Chen Shen shrugged at his uncle, saying, "You can't refuse now, can you? I've already called him." Su Jiang was taken aback, while Su Zhishi covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Dad, just let cousin take you. It's time for us to be a bit high profile." "Alright, I was just worried about tiring your cousin out. Actually, I'm used to working every day." Su Jiang smiled at Chen Shen, feeling quite pleased. Seeing the child doing well and being so filial filled Su Jiang's heart with happiness. Su Zhishi, seeing her dad agree, contentedly patted her belly and said, "So delicious. I'm full now and need to catch up on sleep. Mom and Dad, be safe on the road." After saying that, the little girl was about to run back to her room but was stopped by her dad's voice. "No sleeping. Go with your cousin to see me off. Then you can take your cousin out for a stroll." Su Zhishi responded with an "oh" but showed no negative emotions, giggling as she went to change her clothes. Chen Shen shook his head with a smile, looked at the time, and said to Su Jiang, "Uncle, just tidy up a bit, let's head out." Su Jiang was already prepared, and as the three of them stepped downstairs, they saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version parked at the door. Su Tianqing, looking energetic, immediately got out of the car to greet Chen Shen and Su Jiang. Seeing Su Tianqing's capable demeanor, Su Jiang nodded in satisfaction and said to Chen Shen, "Xiao Tian, your driver is really good, full of spirit and has a clean gaze. Such a child is clearly a good person, someone to trust." Chen Shen responded while getting into the car with Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at Su Tianqing driving and quietly asked Chen Shen, "We don't have any extra rooms at home. Where did your driver sleep last night? He arrived so quickly after a phone call, he couldn't have slept in the car, could he?" Chen Shen laughed and quickly explained, "He stayed at a hotel nearby, so with just one call, he came right over." The two chatted quietly, with Su Jiang doing most of the talking while Chen Shen listened. Su Jiang was not lecturing like a small uncle but was chatting like a friend, sharing some business insights. Seeing that his small uncle was still the same as before, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile. Sitting in the car, Chen Shen looked at the crowded road outside, feeling somewhat speechless. Even though many drivers instinctively wanted to steer clear of the luxury car, it still couldn't change the reality of the traffic jam. With this thought, Chen Shen sighed silently, thinking to himself that on such a road, no matter how good these cars were, they couldn't move. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a light flashed in front of him. The system detected the owner's troubles and voluntarily contributed ownership of the Tiannan racing circuit in Linchue City. Chen Shen was taken aback, blinking lightly. Is this even possible? The car moved slowly. Fortunately, they had left early, and although there was some congestion, they still had plenty of time. As they approached the entrance of Su Jiang's company, Chen Shen leaned out to take a look. It seemed quite formal and of a decent scale. Su Tianqing drove the car directly to the company gate, startling the security guard at the entrance into a daze. The guard was completely stunned. He had never seen such a scene before. Such a high-end luxury car, he had only seen it on the internet. Just look at the little golden figure on the hood, the super long body, and the exquisite design everywhere. The guard suddenly opened his eyes wide, his mind going blank, completely bewildered. As the top luxury car drew closer, the guard instinctively opened the gate, lacking even the courage to step forward and ask a question. After all, such a car might not even have a second one in all of Huaxia. Should he step in front? Wasn't that asking for trouble? The car smoothly entered the gate, and as it was driving in, the CEO, who had just parked and stepped out, caught sight of it. The CEO initially just glanced hurriedly, but the next second, his eyes nearly popped out. What kind of car was this? A customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom? When did Linchue City get such a car? What kind of person could own it? The CEO was filled with shock, feeling his heart race rapidly, almost jumping out of his chest. This was a big shot. The CEO's mind was racing, already contemplating how to approach and exchange contact information. With this thought, he quickly adjusted his suit to appear more presentable. He walked briskly towards the Rolls-Royce, ready to welcome the big shot inside as they got out. At this moment, many people were also drawn to the top luxury car, looking over. However, seeing the CEO welcoming it, they naturally didn't dare to get too close, thinking it was a major client the company had just contacted. But curiosity drove them to stand aside, ready to see what kind of big shot it was. Especially when they found out through searches that the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version in front of them was worth over 200 million, they were even less willing to leave. A top-tier wealthy person had arrived. Such a precious figure, they had to take a good look. In an instant, almost everyone's gaze in the company turned towards this direction. Even in the glass-fronted office area upstairs, people were densely packed, all craning their necks to look down. "Don't push. Wait until the person gets out, can't we take turns to look? Suddenly barging into our office, and you push us aside, is that polite? Can everyone have a little decency? Just because you want to see what a rich person looks like, we want to see too. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Su Tianqing had already stepped out of the car. He walked briskly to the car door, opened it in a very proper manner, and placed his hand on the roof. The moment everyone saw Su Tianqing's actions, they instinctively held their breath. A big shot was about to make an appearance. As a foot clad in leather shoes stepped out, a majestic and powerful BGM echoed in everyone's hearts. Following that, a familiar face appeared before everyone. It was Su Jiang, stepping out of the car. Everyone stared in shock as Su Jiang emerged from the vehicle. Even the CEO standing beside the car was frozen in place, looking at Su Jiang's face, uncertain, and softly called out, "Manager Su?" It was as if a massive and pure TNT bomb had exploded in their hearts, shattering them into pieces, leaving them dazed. Was this the same old good-natured manager Su they often saw? Wasn't he usually riding an electric bike to work? The contrast today was so stark that it was a bit hard to accept. At that moment, Qinshin stepped out of the car and said to Su Jiang, Auntie's husband, "We're leaving now." Su Jishi, sitting in the car, also poked her head out, made a face at her dad, and smiled, saying, "Dad, work hard, we're going out to have fun." After exchanging greetings, Su Tianqing drove the car away from the company. Watching the car gradually distance itself, the people inside the company exchanged glances. In almost an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Su Jiang. Their eyes were filled with confusion, but also a hint of eagerness, which had already been concealed by the suddenness of the moment. "Manager Su, whose car is this?" the CEO asked Su Jiang quietly. Su Jiang smiled faintly, his gaze still following the departing car, and quickly explained, "This is my nephew, and this car is his." Hearing Su Jiang's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. They were deeply stunned by this answer. This top luxury car worth over 200 million was actually owned by a young man? That was just too wealthy. The CEO, being someone who had seen the world, immediately realized that Su Jiang's nephew was not just rich but definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, even the initial approval for such a top luxury car would be impossible. With this thought, the way everyone looked at Su Jiang changed dramatically. Even the CEO beside him became enthusiastic. He looked Su Jiang up and down and cheerfully invited, "Manager Su, come, let's go to my office. I happen to have something I want to discuss with you." Su Jiang could clearly feel the change in the CEO, but he didn't think much of it and followed him into the company. Chen Shan, sitting in the car, checked the time and found it still early, so he decided to head to the Tiannan racing circuit. With that in mind, Chen Shan turned to Su Jishi beside him and smiled, saying, "Jishi, I'm taking you to a great place." Upon hearing her cousin mention a good place, Su Jishi immediately leaned over to Chen Shan, wrapped her arm around his, and asked with a smile, "Cousin, where are we going?" "To the Tiannan racing circuit." Chen Shan looked at the delighted Su Jishi, feeling a bit of her excitement, and a smile crept onto his lips. He didn't hide it and directly stated the destination. Hearing Chen Shan's words, Su Jishi was momentarily stunned, her heart filled with astonishment. The Tiannan racing circuit? Although Su Jishi had never been there, she had heard its name more than once. The Tiannan racing circuit was the top racing venue in Linqiu City, with a vast area and various tracks set up. Because it was luxurious enough, some young masters and ladies from nearby cities often used it as a base. The most impressive thing is that they operate on a membership system. In other words, if you're not a member, even if you have money, you can't go into play. Su Jishi had heard that the membership fees there are particularly high, even the lowest tier, the silver card, costs 100,000 yuan a year. Moreover, during that year, you must spend at least 100,000 yuan at the racetrack to maintain your membership. If you fail to meet the minimum spending requirement, your membership will be directly cancelled. It is precisely because of such almost harsh requirements that the young masters and ladies flock to it. In everyone's eyes, being a member of the Tiannan racetrack has become a symbol of status. Because there, you must have both money and leisure to enjoy yourself. The annual fee of 100,000 yuan is indeed a small amount, but to play there, you first need to have a sports car. "Cousin, I heard they have super luxury cars there, and not only can you play, but they also offer various modification services. It's really amazing," Su Jishi said exaggeratedly, her face full of excitement. Chen Shen just listened with a smile, nodding slightly as he said, "If you like, I can get you a membership card, and you can come play anytime." Hearing her cousin say this, Su Jishi hurriedly waved her hand and quickly declined. She usually studies at university in Jilin. Where would she find the time to play with racing cars? Seeing the little girl's face of refusal, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Su Tianqing, who was driving in front, and instructed, "You should call Zhang Tianan and Lu Meng over later. It's a good opportunity to test the performance of the supercars." After all, with such good cars, Chen Shen hadn't had the chance to fully test their performance yet. Today just happened to be an opportunity to try out the cars. "Okay, boss." Su Tianqing responded promptly, driving steadily toward their destination. After calling Zhang Tianan and Lu Meng, Su Tianqing looked at Chen Shen through the rearview mirror and asked, "Boss, there's a long parking space here. Should I drop you off and then park the car here?" Chen Shen replied directly, "No need to be so troublesome, just park the car here, and we'll walk in." After Su Tianqing parked the car, the group got out and walked into the Tiannan racetrack. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a huge parking lot, and in the back, it looked like a repair shop, which should be the modification shop they mentioned. Not far in front was a standalone small building, which housed the reception area, also providing a lounge for members, fully equipped. Chen Shen led the group toward the reception area, where they could register and then enter the racetrack. Su Jishi bounced along the way, looking very happy, her eyes darting around as if they weren't enough to take in everything. The small building for reception was luxuriously decorated, exuding a sense of high-end luxury. The reception staff were all quite attractive, their makeup perfectly balanced, looking very appealing. When they saw Chen Shen and the others enter, a beautiful female staff member quickly approached them, politely asking, "Are you here to make a reservation for the racetrack?" "Reservation?" Chen Shen frowned slightly. Looking at the beautiful staff member, he asked in confusion, "Reservation? Do we need to make a reservation? Can't I just go in and register now?" The beautiful staff member looked troubled and apologetically replied, "Sir, I'm really sorry. Today, another guest has booked the entire racetrack, so we can't provide service for you. I'm truly sorry." Hearing that someone had booked the entire venue, Chen Shen didn't press the staff member but instead said, "Then forget it, I'll find your general manager." The beautiful staff member was taken aback for a moment, instinctively sizing up Chen Shen and the others. Looking at the distinctly different auras of the few people, it was clear they were wealthy. The beautiful waitress hesitated. After all, today's big client who had booked the venue was not an ordinary person. If she offended them, her job would likely be over. However, the individuals in front of her seemed extraordinary, especially Chen Shen, who not only looked handsome and stylish but also carried an air of mystery. No matter how the beautiful waitress looked at it, she felt that Chen Shen was definitely not an ordinary person. After a moment of thought, the beautiful waitress made up her mind and smiled as she said, "Our general manager is inspecting the racetrack. I'll take you there." As she spoke, the beautiful waitress led the group toward the large door at the back. As the door swung open, a vast area was revealed, which was the racetrack zone. With the door opening, the roar of various engines suddenly rushed in, making one feel a surge of adrenaline. "Please, this way," the beautiful waitress said as she guided the group into the racetrack. Chen Shen and the others immediately followed her, observing the environment of the racetrack as they walked. At that moment, they suddenly heard the roaring sound getting closer. Turning their heads toward the noise, they saw several sports cars driving in their direction. Leading the pack was a Ferrari 812, its striking red color extremely eye-catching. Chen Shen took a closer look and noticed that this 812 had a license plate starting with Jing. Following behind were several more Ferraris and a McLaren 720S, all worth several million. The most expensive was a Porsche 918, priced at over 12 million, boasting the most luxurious configuration among the cars. Although the models were slightly different, they all had license plates starting with Jing. These supercars seemed to intentionally surround the group. Chen Shen and the others stopped in their tracks as the car owners began to emerge from their vehicles. They all appeared to be wealthy young men, dressed in international luxury brands. As soon as they got out of the cars, they began sizing up Chen Shen and the others, especially eyeing Chen Shen's handsome appearance with a hint of hostility. The young masters exchanged glances, and in their mutual gaze, they saw a flicker of confusion, indicating they did not recognize Chen Shen. They instinctively concluded that since they did not know him, he must not be someone of importance. With this thought, their looks toward Chen Shen shifted from hostility to disdain, their expressions carrying a hint of arrogance and scrutiny. The owner of the Ferrari 812 looked at the beautiful waitress with a dissatisfied expression and questioned, "What are you doing? How could you bring these people in? Didn't you book the whole place today? How dare you bring people inside? Do you not want to work here anymore?" As he spoke, the owner kept pointing at the waitress's nose, his face filled with contempt. In his eyes, she was merely a servant, deserving no respect. As long as the money was right, dignity meant nothing. The other young masters also had a very poor attitude, criticizing the waitress for her lack of professionalism. The beautiful waitress's eyes turned slightly red from the criticism, and she quickly explained, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, for the unpleasant experience. These individuals are here to see our general manager, not to race on the track." Upon hearing that Chen Chen and the others were there to see the general manager, the expressions of the young masters softened a bit. The leading young master waved his hand, urging, "Hurry up and handle this. Once it's sorted out, get them out quickly. You all better think carefully. If you upset young master Zhang, you won't be able to handle the consequences at this racetrack." When it came to Zhang Xiao, even this young master showed a hint of respect in his eyes. The beautiful waitress repeatedly acknowledged this, and just as a few of them were about to reverse and leave, they heard another roar behind them. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a LaFerrari approaching. As the LaFerrari reached them, it deliberately executed a beautiful drift before coming to a diagonal stop in front of the crowd. Looking at this supercar worth 20 to 30 million, a glimmer of envy flashed in the eyes of the young masters. This kind of car truly counted as a supercar. Just listen to that sound, it was simply incredible. At that moment, the door of the LaFerrari opened, and a young man stepped out. He appeared to be in his 20s, but his eyes were dark and puffy, clearly showing signs of having been drained by indulgence. He wore an Armani suit, and on his left ear, he sported a stud earring, adorned with a diamond that sparkled in the sunlight. As he got out of the car, he still looked listless, resembling a spoiled young master who had just woken up from a hangover. Upon seeing the young man, everyone immediately surrounded him, respectfully calling out, "Zhang Xiao, you've arrived." Zhang Xiao merely nodded lightly upon seeing the crowd, then his gaze fell on Chen Chen and the others. His glance was brief, and upon realizing they were not the young masters he recognized, a clear disdain appeared on his face. In Linchue City, he knew quite a few prominent young masters and young ladies. Even those from the next tier down, he had encountered many, and he had impressions of several high-ranking members from the Tiannan racing circuit. Those he had never seen before were certainly not significant figures. Thinking this, Zhang Xiao's disdain deepened, and he directly asked, "What's going on? Why are you surrounding a few country bumpkins?" Zhang Xiao spoke very rudely. In his view, these young masters were actually surrounding a few poor folks, which was a complete degradation of their status. They were young masters, the people around them should be of high standing. The owner of the 812 smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, "We saw outsiders and were afraid of disturbing your enjoyment, Zhang Xiao, so we came to ask." They said they were here to see the general manager and would leave soon. They were eager to curry favor with Zhang Xiao and dared not provoke even a hint of his displeasure. Zhang Xiao didn't even glance at Chen Chen and the others, directly telling the waitress, "You all resolve this quickly, I don't like having outsiders in my place." Although they said they were here to see the general manager, how could someone he had never seen before have any connection to such a luxurious place like the Tiannan racing circuit? Thinking about Chen Chen and Su Zhishi's excellent looks, Zhang Xiao secretly mused that they might just be a few people coming to interview for waitress positions. Why should he give them any face? Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, the beautiful waitress quickly responded, "Okay, don't worry." After hearing the waitress's reply, Zhang Xiao let out a cold snort from his nostrils and turned to walk back to his LaFerrari. "You all be careful, don't upset Zhang Xiao," one young master reminded the waitress as he left. Then he and the others got into their cars. After everyone drove away, the beautiful waitress visibly sighed in relief, raising her fair hand to wipe away her sweat. Zhang Xiao's imposing demeanor earlier had truly frightened her, causing a thin layer of sweat to form on her forehead. Meanwhile, the beautiful waitress's mind was in turmoil, thinking about all the impressive aspects of Zhang Xiao. This Zhang Xiao was none other than the renowned young master of the Zhang family from Tianjing, named Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai is extremely famous in Tianjing, being one of the 4 young masters of Tianjing. Just this title alone allows one to imagine what kind of scene the Zhang family represents in Tianjing. The Zhang family is not only a prominent family in Tianjing but also ranks among the major enterprises. They are not just wealthy, having been entrenched in Tianjing for so many years, their connections are deeply rooted and their network is extensive. In short, their status in Tianjing is exceptionally high. The beautiful waitress, while thinking about this, felt increasingly nervous. No matter what, such a big shot is definitely someone they cannot afford to provoke. "Let's hurry up. You all finish quickly, and we'll get out of here." The beautiful waitress had made up her mind, walking briskly ahead while urging Chen Chen and the others. Chen Chen simply listened calmly, following the waitress into the racetrack. The further they walked in, the more they could see the full view of the racetrack. Since the venue was booked by a client today, there weren't many people around, and many tracks were vacant. However, it was evident that the place was kept very clean, with no clutter in sight. This also indicated that the management here is very strict. Such almost harsh requirements are one of the reasons why Tiannan racetrack is so famous. Soon, they spotted a few figures not far away, patrolling back and forth, occasionally saying something. It was the general manager, Lu Mo, inspecting the track conditions. As soon as the waitress saw general manager Lu Mo, she prepared to jog over. Unexpectedly, after just a couple of steps, perhaps due to the noticeable sound of her high heels, Lu Mo glanced in their direction. That one glance left Lu Mo frozen in place. Then, as if waking from a dream, Lu Mo quickly ran towards them. The waitress was stunned by the general manager's actions. What was going on? Why did it seem like a mutual rush? The waitress instinctively looked to the side, completely baffled by Lu Mo's behavior. At that moment, her mind was racing, but after some contemplation, she still felt she should step forward to explain the situation to the general manager. Just as the waitress was about to speak, she saw general manager Lu Mo seemingly ignoring her and directly bypassing her. Instinctively turning around, the waitress was left dumbfounded by the scene before her. Lu Mo walked straight up to Chun Shan, his face filled with excitement, his eyes fixed intently on him. The waitress might not recognize him, but as the general manager, Lu Mo certainly knew who was in front of him. The person before him, Chen Shan, was the new chairman of their Tiannan racetrack. Looking at the young and handsome face before him, a hint of shock flashed through Lu Mo's mind. Although he had seen the documents before, seeing the young chairman in person still left him amazed by his demeanor and appearance. Lu Mo quickly composed himself, took a deep breath, and respectfully bowed to Chen Shan, saying, "Chairman Chen, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I would have come to welcome you personally." "Chairman Chen?" The waitress, hearing the general manager's words, was so shocked that she nearly lost her composure. In her surprise, she instinctively let out a low exclamation, "Chairman Chen?" Hearing the waitress's almost incoherent question, Lu Mo shot her a glare and introduced, "This is our racetrack's chairman, Chairman Chen Chen." After saying that, Lu Mo looked at Chun Chen with a warm smile and suggested, "Chairman Chen, how about we go out first and have some tea at the reception? I can report to you then?" According to Lu Mo's own thoughts, since Chen Shen had just taken over the racetrack, he must have come to review various reports. Since receiving the news about the chairman's replacement, Lu Mo had already arranged for the staff to prepare the relevant materials, just waiting for Chen Shen to arrive. Upon hearing Lu Mo's words, Chen Shen waved his hand and said, "No need, I came today just to test the car." "Is someone using the track today?" Lu Mo was taken aback by this and honestly replied, "Yes, Chairman Chen, someone is indeed using it today, but if you need it, I can clear the track immediately." If it were anyone else, Lu Mo wouldn't even think twice before refusing. After all, the reputation of the Tiannan racing circuit was at stake, and he couldn't afford to tarnish it. But the person in front of him was not just anyone, he was his boss. Did the boss need a reason to come and have some fun at his own venue? "That's fine," Chen Shen said, then turned to Su Tianqing behind him and said, "Zheng Tiannan and Lu Meng should be arriving soon, right? Let them bring their cars in." After arranging this, Chen Shen took Su Jishi to a nearby chair and waited comfortably. Lu Mo discreetly glanced at Chen Shen and then silently walked outside to prepare to clear the track. Faced with such a situation, Lu Mo was also feeling overwhelmed. After all, today the venue was booked by two groups of wealthy young ladies and gentlemen. One group was from Jilin, and the other had come specifically from Tianjing. Due to the special circumstances, Lu Mo had inquired a bit. It turned out that the two groups had some disputes and were relying on racing to settle their differences. He heard that they were already at odds with each other, and if he went to clear the track now, it would probably be quite troublesome. The main issue was that he couldn't afford to offend either side of these wealthy young ladies and gentlemen. But in the current situation, even if the King of Heaven came, this Chen Shen was still the boss. If his own boss wanted to use his own venue, he certainly couldn't afford to offend him. If he angered his own boss, how would he continue to get by in the future? Just as Lu Mo was hurrying over, a number of supercars had already parked on the track, each with a cool and unique design, with their owners standing beside them. Among them stood several wealthy young men who had spoken with Chun Shun earlier. Many wealthy young men drove their cars into the venue, all of which were supercars starting from several million, parked opposite the previously mentioned supercars. Once the cars were parked, the owners got out. It was only after getting out that they realized these wealthy young ladies and gentlemen were none other than the elite from Jinling. The leading young man was Zheng Haoran. They were as ostentatious as usual, dressed in international luxury brands, adorned with expensive accessories. However, there was a hint of displeasure on their faces. Especially when they looked at the wealthy young ladies and gentlemen across from them, it was clear they were suppressing their anger. They spat on the ground and cursed loudly. "These sons of bitches from Tianjing really look down on us. Coming to our Suwang and thinking they can trample on our turf, it's simply outrageous. Goodness! Do they really think being from Tianjing makes them something special?" We can't let people like this get away with it. They need to be put in their place. Driving a broken Ferrari LaFerrari, and they don't even know their own surname? It's truly ridiculous. Do they really think there's no one in Jinling? Damn, Zhang Ji's LaFerrari is back from the factory, otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Isn't this just bullying? Zhang Haoran listened to the indignant words of the wealthy young ladies and gentlemen and nodded in agreement, his expression very grim. If it weren't for these people from Tianjin being too overbearing, they wouldn't have come in person. Thinking of the past grievances with these people made Zhang Haoran grit his teeth in anger. Previously, the young masters of Jinling organized an event, and just when they were having a good time, they were directly challenged by those from Tianjin who drove over in luxury cars, taking over their venue. This was a blatant affront to their dignity, a naked provocation. Originally, they thought to let it go. After all, the other party's cars were indeed impressive, and with their own LaFerrari in for repairs, Zhang Haoran and the others didn't take it to heart. What they didn't expect was that those from Tianjin would not let it go. Just yesterday, they directly challenged them to a race at the Tiannan racetrack, their tone and attitude so arrogant that it seemed their tails were about to lift into the sky. If they didn't accept, it would mean a complete loss of face for the young masters of Jinling. Speaking of the arrogant attitude of those young masters from Tianjin, the Jinling young masters who had been trying to suppress their anger could no longer hold back and directly complained. Thinking of those bastards' arrogant faces makes me furious. They want a challenge, then let's go all out today. I didn't expect them to know about the Tiannan racetrack and specifically choose this place. We have to regain our lost face from last time, otherwise, they'll float back to Tianjin. The eyes of the young ladies from Jinling were filled with endless fury. At that moment, Lu Mo had already walked over. Upon seeing him, both the young ladies from Tianjin and the people from Jinling greeted him. Zhang Haoran also raised his head and politely greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lu, what brings you here? After all, he was the general manager of the Tiannan racetrack, and given the scale of the racetrack, they had to show some respect. Lu Mo nodded to everyone and stepped forward, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, young Master Zhang, but our racetrack cannot provide services for you today. Cannot provide services? What does that mean? As soon as Lu Mo finished speaking, it immediately caused a stir among the crowd. The young ladies quickly reacted, frowning as they protested loudly to Lu Mo. What do you mean, Mr. Lu? We've booked the entire venue, and now you say you can't provide services? They were already infuriated by those ruffians from Tianjin, and now even the Tiannan racetrack was joining in? Were they really taking advantage of their good temper? This was something they had already agreed upon, and now they were suddenly changing their minds. Especially Zhang Haoran, who usually had a relatively mild temper among them, was now unable to suppress his burning anger. Today's event was booked by him specifically to settle scores with those young masters from Tianjin. If they were cleared out, wouldn't that mean admitting defeat? What harsh words would those from Tianjin say? This was not just a slap in Zhang Haoran's face but also a humiliation for the young masters of Jinling. Zhang Haoran took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. He looked at Lu Mo and asked, Mr. Lu, what's going on here? You should know that we are here to resolve some disputes today. Zhang Haoran made his intentions clear, knowing that Lu Mo was a smart person who would understand his stance upon hearing this. Lu Mo indeed understood Zhang Haoran's hint, but this was a venue that his boss needed, and even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to get the job done. This was his first time acting in front of the new chairman. If he couldn't handle such a small matter well, how could he continue working here in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Mo's expression of apology deepened, and he spoke in a very gentle tone. There are indeed special circumstances. What special circumstances? Zhang Haoran didn't expect that even after he said this, the other party would still insist. He asked anxiously, are you renting the venue to someone else? This is not just about his own face, but the face of the entire elite circle in Jinling. No matter what, Zhang Haoran must hold his ground today. Zhang Haoran made up his mind, squinting his eyes as he looked at Lu Mo in front of him and said, even if you have special circumstances, you can't shift the problem onto us, right? How about this, you talk to me, I believe I still have some influence here in Suzhou and Hangzhou. As long as we finish the competition, you can take back this venue, and we will pay the money. Just tell me who rented it. Zhang Haoran's voice was loud enough for Chen Chen, who was strolling by, to hear clearly. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks and responded, it's me. Upon hearing Chen Chen's sudden voice, many people were taken aback. They instinctively turned towards the sound, and when they saw Chen Chen's face, they were all stunned. In almost an instant, the expressions of the young elites in the room changed dramatically. Lu Mo was the most perceptive. Seeing the situation, he immediately realized it was not good and was ready to explain. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Zhang Haoran and the others shout in unison, Brother Chen? Jung Haoren completely ignored Lu Mo and walked towards Chen Chen with a hint of surprise on his face, saying, "Brother Chen, what brings you to Linchue?" The other young elites also reacted at this moment, surrounding Chen Chen enthusiastically to greet him. One young elite looked at Chen Chen excitedly, his emotions a bit heightened, and said, "Brother Chen, did you come here because you knew we were coming?" Since this young elite saw Chen Chen, his entire demeanor changed, as if he had seen a savior, and even his mindset relaxed. Chen Chen chuckled and shook his head, stating, "No, I came to inspect." Inspect? Everyone looked puzzled, not understanding what Chen Chen meant by inspection. Lu Mo, seeing the confused expressions of the young elites, smiled and said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is our chairman of the Tiannan Racing Circuit." Chairman? The young elite's eyes widened instantly at Lu Mo's introduction. They looked at Chen Chen in shock, hardly believing what they had just heard. Brother Chen is actually the boss here? The Tiannan Racing Circuit is the most luxurious racing circuit nearby. With such a vast area, it must be a lucrative business. As they thought about it, their gazes towards Chen Chen were filled with astonishment and admiration. No wonder Brother Chen is so wealthy. It turns out he has so many businesses behind the scenes. Chen Chen looked at the young elites in front of him and pointed to Su Jishi, introducing her to everyone. "This is my cousin, currently studying at university in Jinling. These are all top young elites in Jinling, and knowing a little girl like her is beneficial. In the future, it might be more convenient to handle certain matters." The young elites also took the initiative to introduce themselves to Su Jishi, and looking at her delicate little face, they couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The genes in Brother Chen's family are truly exceptional. Each one of them looks so good, clearly all natural, with no flaws. Chen Chen scanned the young elites present and smiled, saying, "You all seem quite enthusiastic, coming all the way from Jinling to race?" If Chen Chen hadn't brought it up, it would have been fine, but once he mentioned it, the expressions of the young elites instantly turned sour. Jung Haoren felt extremely frustrated, his face darkened as he saw Chen Chen asking and couldn't help but explain, "Zheng Kai and the others challenged us, and I didn't want to lose face for Jinling, so I agreed to have a match here." Because there was fire in his heart, Zhang Jianghao regarded Chen Chen as an older brother and recounted all the grievances with Zheng Kai and the others, finally saying angrily, "These people from Tianjing are simply shameless. They actually say that we here in Suzhou and Hangzhou are all barbarians, uneducated little dwarfs." Zhang Haoren, being a native young master of Jinling, could not tolerate such insults to his city. Chen Shen's eyes darkened as he was about to speak when he heard a wave of voices from behind. Everyone turned to look and saw the young masters and young ladies from Tianjing driving over. Leading them was Zhang Kai, driving his Ferrari LaFerrari, deliberately stepping on the gas as if to show off the roar of his engine. The people of Jinling looked at the LaFerrari in front of them, along with several other luxury cars, and immediately took a deep breath. When they glanced at Zheng Haoren's Ferrari 488, they felt somewhat deflated. It was frustrating. If Brother Zhang's car hadn't been returned to the factory, it would have been in the same league. The LaFerrari costs over 20 million, while the 488 is only over 5 million, making it a completely different level, too much of a gap. To put it bluntly, their current cars couldn't even match a fraction of the others. Faced with such a stark and naked reality, a sense of helplessness appeared on everyone's faces. With such an obvious disparity, was there even a need to compete? However, the people from Tianjing certainly wouldn't wait for Brother Zhang's car to return. Just as everyone was thinking, Zhang Kai and the others opened their car doors and climbed out. Once they got out, they first straightened their clothes and looked at Chen Chen in the middle of the crowd, surprised. Wasn't this person supposed to be here to find the general manager of the racetrack? How did he end up mingling with these country bumpkins from Jinling? A young master who had previously met Chen Chen stepped forward, frowning as he sized Chen Chen up and impatiently scolded, "Did you not say you were here to handle business? Hurry up and leave after you're done. What are you dawdling for? You dare to meddle in everything, don't you know your own weight?" These young masters from Jinling were no match for them, let alone an unknown kid. Upon hearing these Tianjing people dare to scold Chen Chen, Zheng Haoren immediately became furious and shouted, "You blind fools, how dare you speak to Brother Chen like that?" Hearing this, the young masters and young ladies from Tianjing finally understood that this Chen Chen was on the same side as the people from Jinling. Just as the tension between the two sides escalated, Zhang Kai also stepped out of the car. He still had that carefree demeanor, but he seemed a bit more spirited than before. Zhang Kai leisurely surveyed the sports cars of the Jinling young masters and young ladies, shaking his head as he said, "You Jinling really can't compare to Tianjing. Look at what junk cars you have, how dare you come out to race? You're wasting such a good racetrack." The Jinling young masters were very dissatisfied upon hearing this and were about to retort when they saw Zhang Kai looking at Zheng Haoren, proudly saying, "I know you Jinling people have always been unconvinced and want to race against me, right? But just racing isn't that interesting. Why don't we add some stakes? Stakes? Hearing Zhang Kai's words, many people turned to look at him, wanting to hear what kind of trick he was going to pull. My stakes aren't big, just 5 million for a race. As Zhang Kai spoke, his left hand waved in the air, his arrogant demeanor truly exuding an air of invincibility. In his view, winning this race was a sure thing. Anyway, he had stated his demands, and if the other side agreed, it would be like giving him money for free. If the people from Jilin don't agree, then it just means that the young masters and ladies of Jilin are poor losers, with no money, no cars, and not even the guts. The young masters and ladies of Jilin listened to Zhang Kai's words, and they all understood what he meant, each one of them gritting their teeth in anger. This was not a competition at all, it was simply a blatant robbery. Thinking this way, the expressions on the young masters and ladies' faces turned sour. 5 million for a match, such a huge bet, they certainly didn't have that much money to participate. In fact, money wasn't the main issue, the most important thing was that they didn't even consider what kind of car the other party was driving. That was a Ferrari LaFerrari, a supercar worth over 20 million, completely incomparable to Zhang Haoren's current Ferrari 488. This was an absolute gap that could not be bridged by mere skill. Now that they clearly saw the disparity and knew they couldn't win, they spoke up like this. Wasn't that just outright bullying? The young masters and ladies of Jilin saw through this, but they couldn't voice it, otherwise, the people across from them would laugh themselves to death. They were now like mute people eating bitter herbs, with no way to express their grievances. Zhang Kai looked at their expressions, as if they had eaten fly droppings, and his lips curled up in smug satisfaction. He enjoyed watching these Jilin brats get put in their place, it made him feel even better. However, after a moment, seeing that the young masters from Jilin had no reaction, a cold smile appeared on Zhang Kai's face, and his attitude became even more arrogant. What's wrong? Scared? Weren't you all chattering before? Now you don't even dare to compete with me in the last match? After saying this, Zhang Kai chuckled and continued unabashedly, I know I left you with a huge psychological shadow before, but it shouldn't scare you this much, right? Now that the opportunity to redeem yourselves is right in front of you, you won't seize it? I didn't expect you Jilin folks to be so short, and your guts are just as small, huh? New book introduction, urban fantasy plus system plus wealthy protagonist plus campus beauty. Hey, Yi, you not only knocked me off my tricycle yesterday but also spread rumors that we did it last night? The campus beauty, dragging her swollen knee, was ready to confront Yi Yunzhao, but unexpectedly overheard him bragging to his friends about being an experienced driver who never crashes. She recalled the racing information sent by her roommate. In her anger, she signed Yi Yunzhao up for the race. A race? Yi Yunzhao looked at the text message, bewildered, and then the ultimate sign-in system activated. As long as he participated in the race, he would receive rewards. Yi Yunzhao immediately reached a betting agreement with the campus beauty, he would race, and she would bet on him. On the day of the race, the campus beauty looked at the supercar in front of her. Is this your car? Yi Yunzhao replied, stop talking, get in. A few minutes later, feeling the intense push against her back and a strong sense of dizziness, the campus beauty exclaimed, Yunzhao. No, Daddy, Daddy. I was wrong, let me out of the car. As for the origin of the initial rumors, witness A. Yi Yunzhao flipped the tricycle yesterday, throwing the campus beauty off, and her knee got scraped. Messenger B. Yi Yunzhao crashed yesterday, causing the campus beauty's knee to turn red, and she walked with a limp. C. Yi Yunzhao made the campus beauty's knee red last night. D. Yi Yunzhao did it with the campus beauty last night. Zhang Haoren couldn't hold back any longer, he had never been humiliated like this in his life. Always saying Jilin was no good, calling Jilin trash. What's the matter? Did the tomb raiders from Jilin dig up your ancestors' graves? Did you come here to find some psychological balance? Zhang Haoren was so angry his scalp tingled. It was just 5 million, he was all in, let's compete. Just as Zhang Haoren was about to lose his mind and step forward to challenge Zhang Kai, the young masters and ladies beside him began to advise him. Zhang Ge, at times like this, you mustn't act impulsively. They're doing it on purpose, just to provoke you now that your car can't compare to their Ferrari LaFerrari. We can't fall for it, brother Zhang. Your car against the Ferrari LaFerrari, isn't that just asking for defeat? Don't be impulsive. After all, you know the performance of that car best. Can't you see what they're saying? It's obvious, this is blatant provocation. They want to win against us and take our money. These guys are just too wicked, waiting here to swindle our money. Brother Zhang, let's stay calm. Chen Chen had been listening from the back, watching everyone looking helpless. He gently patted Zhang Haoren's shoulder and whispered something in his ear. Since it was a whisper, Chen Chen's voice was low, and no one could hear what he said. Instead, Zhang Haoren looked up with excitement, confirming Chen Chen's words. Really, brother Chen? Then I'm going. Chen Chen nodded slightly, and Zhang Haoran immediately walked towards Zhang Kai. The young masters and ladies beside them could only watch, their faces filled with helplessness and worry. Although they were anxious, since Brother Chen had spoken, none of them dared to say much. Many of the young masters and ladies instinctively looked at Chen Chen, completely unaware of what he had said to Zhang Haoran. Chen Chen's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. At that moment, Zhang Kai looked at Zhang Haoran, who was getting closer, a smirk of disdain appearing on his lips as he said, "Oh, look, someone really isn't afraid of death, coming here to hand over money. 5 million delivered right to his hands, why not take it?" Zhang Haoran looked at Zhang Kai's arrogant demeanor, a hint of cunning flashing across his face as he spoke. Who knows who will win in the end? Until the last second, who dares to say what the final result will be? Don't know the result? Looking at his Ferrari LaFerrari and then at the 488 across from him, Zhang Kai almost laughed out loud. "I see you Jinling people aren't just short, but your brains have shrunk too." Originally, Zhang Kai thought Zhang Haoran looked confident and was hiding some big trick. It turned out he just couldn't swallow his pride and wanted to find some balance here, to vent a bit. Just because you Tianjin people are tall, is that enough? Others may have shrunken brains, but at least they still have some left. Your brains are completely empty. All your resources are wasted on growing taller. Zhang Haoran puffed out his chest, provocatively challenging. The young masters and ladies from Tianjin immediately became displeased, their expressions changing as they clearly wanted to argue with Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran blinked, took a few steps forward, and stared directly at Zhang Kai, loudly declaring, "Why don't we raise the stakes a bit? If you lose, the car goes to me. If I lose, I'll give you 20 million. You Tianjin people, dare you? 20 million? Hearing such a large number suddenly, even Zhang Kai was taken aback for a moment. But looking at Zhang Haoran's utterly arrogant demeanor, he couldn't be bothered to think too much. Zhang Kai looked at Zhang Haoran's Ferrari 488, feeling quite pleased, thinking that his provocation was quite effective. Driving such a piece of junk and daring to bet 20 million? After all, the gap between the cars was so large, the performance difference was something that couldn't be compensated for by anything else. With such stakes, Zhang Kai instinctively felt that the other party was just handing him money, so he agreed without hesitation. Hearing that the two had reached a betting agreement, the people nearby immediately stepped forward to record a video as evidence. In the circle of young masters, that's how bets work, everything is voluntary, and no one can back out. After all, they were all heirs to family fortunes, people of status, and it was impossible for them to throw away their dignity for a bit of money. Let's shoot a video as evidence. If anyone goes back on their word, they'll become the laughingstock of the entire wealthy circle in Huaxia in no time. Don't even think about doing business anymore, you'll be too embarrassed to even greet people. Everything is ready. Zhang Kai activated two bodies and said to Zhang Haoran, "Let's get started. We'll make it quick so I have enough time to count the money with the brothers." In Zhang Kai's view, the 20 million in cash was already in his pocket. Zhang Haoran looked at Zhang Kai, who was beaming with pride, and smiled faintly, saying, "What's the rush? My car hasn't arrived yet." Zhang Kai was taken aback, sizing up Zhang Haoran, and asked, "Aren't you driving this car?" Zhang Haoran followed Zhang Kai's gaze to his own Ferrari 488, and chuckled, replying, "Of course not this car." Seeing Zhang Haoran's smug expression, Zhang Kai sneered, naturally thinking the other was just putting on a show. What good cars could there be in such a small place like Jinling? He had already inquired, this guy's car was not in his possession. Even if it was impressive, it was just a supercar worth a little over 10 million, nothing compared to his. With that thought, Zhang Kai relaxed and waited for Zhang Haoran's car to arrive. The other young masters and ladies from Tianjin looked on with glee, waiting for the Jinling crowd to embarrass themselves. If they lost the race, they would probably be unwilling to chip in later, right? The Tianjin crowd was even more amused, just waiting to see the other side's performance. At that moment, a massive roar suddenly echoed over. Everyone was startled by the sound and instinctively turned to look in its direction. Turning around, they saw a silver Aston Martin 1-77 and a black Pagani Huayra Custom Edition driving side by side toward them. The two cars weren't showing off, they were just cruising normally, but the roar was like a little beast, fiercely growling. The sound seemed to resonate in their ears, shaking their brains. The cars came to a stop right in front of Zhang Haoran and the others. Lu Meng and Zhang Tianan jumped out of the car and walked straight to Chen Chen, respectfully presenting the keys with both hands. "Boss." Everyone looked at the burly Lu Meng and his companion, their eyes filled with astonishment. These two looked strong and were clearly bodyguards, right? Chen Chen looked at Lu Meng and Zhang Tianan but didn't take the keys. Instead, he nodded toward Zhang Haoran, indicating, "Give him the keys and let him choose." After all, it was Zhang Haoran competing against someone, he could pick whichever car felt right. Both cars were more than enough for racing against the Ferrari LaFerrari. Zheng Tianan and Lu Mang looked at Zheng Haoran, and after confirming his identity, handed the 2 car keys to him. Zheng Kai, on the opposite side, was dumbfounded, his mind filled with shock as he stared at the 2 cars in front of him. Chen Shen had indeed told him he had cars for the race, but he hadn't mentioned they were 2 top-tier supercars. What the heck? With 2 supercars suddenly in front of him, Zheng Haoran was at a loss. He couldn't make such a choice at all. The young masters and ladies from Tianjing and Jilin were equally stunned by the spectacle. Such amazing cars? The Aston Martin 1-77 costs over 50 million, and the Pagani Huayra Custom Edition is even more than 80 million, a top-tier supercar that's priceless. The young masters and ladies from Jilin were even more shocked. Did Brother Chen buy a new car again? When did he get this Pagani Huayra Custom Edition? He must be so rich. Over 80 million for a top-tier supercar, and he just bought it like that? The people of Jilin even began to calculate that Brother Chen had recently bought both a car and a house. This spending was either like flowing water or golden water, and it couldn't possibly match Chen Shen's amount. Thinking of this, the crowd looked at Chen Shen with only shock and admiration in their eyes. The young ladies and gentlemen of Tianjing also reacted at this moment, staring at the 2 top luxury cars in front of them, directly refusing to accept it. These people from Jilin were really lacking in morals, weren't they? No wonder they dared to raise the price to 20 million. It turned out they had laid a trap here. You brat, you actually plotted against us. A young master from Tianjing pointed at Zheng Haoran, his face red and neck thick as he scolded. The other young ladies and gentlemen from Tianjing nodded in agreement, all glaring angrily at Zheng Haoran and the others. Zheng Haoran scoffed coldly and retorted directly, "How dare you say that about me? Aren't you just comparing with me because you think my car isn't that great? Aren't you just relying on your car? You allow your car's worth over 20 million to compare with my 5 million car, but we can't find a good car." Zheng Haoran stood his ground, his gaze icy as he looked at Zheng Kai and the others. Anyway, the video had already been recorded. If the other side didn't dare to compete, they wouldn't lose anything. Just releasing the video would mean they wouldn't need to worry about their faces. The face they had lost before could be considered regained. Zheng Kai also understood Zheng Haoran's thoughts, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. This situation was completely unexpected for him. Even if he wanted to remedy it now, it was impossible to find a car more expensive than the Pagani Huayra customized version. Thinking of this, Zheng Kai looked at Chen Shen beside him, his eyes filled with anger. It was all this bastard's fault. He must have instructed Zheng Haoran to set him up. His gaze lingered on Chen Shen's face, determined to remember the other person's face. He had never seen this Chen Shen before and had no idea where he had crawled out from. Zheng Haoran didn't care about Zheng Kai's emotions. He cheerfully chose the key to the Pagani Huayra customized version. This was a top supercar worth over 80 million. Using such a car to compete against Zheng Kai was completely crushing. Zheng Haoran actually held this thought. He not only wanted to win but wanted to win beautifully. He wanted Zheng Kai to truly feel what it meant to fall from heaven to hell, and to fall hard into the 18 layers of hell. The young masters of Tianjing gathered around Zheng Kai, at this moment unable to come up with any ideas, their faces filled with defeat. No matter how angry Zheng Kai was, even knowing he was bound to lose this match, he had to force himself to participate for the sake of his pride. Spitting hard on the ground, Zheng Kai got into the car without looking back. After seeing the other party's actions, Zheng Haoran also touched the supercar key in his hand and got into the car. The frustrated expression on his face had long disappeared, replaced by a sense of triumph. The professional starter of the Tiannan racetrack stepped forward, and all the service staff at the racetrack were exceptionally beautiful, with the starter being the most outstanding among them. Her figure was enchanting as she walked to the center of the cars holding 2 flags. With every few steps, she swayed gracefully. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, who knows how many young masters would rush over to ask for her contact information. The starter signaled everyone to step back a bit, then suddenly blew the whistle, her hands dropping simultaneously. As the flags fell, the 2 supercars, poised to launch, shot out directly. Both cars were incredibly fast, but the Pagani Huayra customized version was clearly superior. Sitting in the car, Zheng Haoran felt that even before he had pressed the accelerator to the floor, he had already left Zheng Kai's Ferrari LaFerrari behind. A strong sense of acceleration pushed his body straight, and that breezy feeling instantly enveloped Zheng Haoran's heart. Although it was a competition, Zheng Haoran's mindset was remarkably relaxed. Even though it was just a short distance, he was already somewhat familiar with the powerful performance of the Pagani Huayra customized version. As he pressed the accelerator, the car, which was already as swift as the wind, surged forward like lightning. Zheng Kai followed closely behind the Pagani Huayra customized version, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His foot was firmly pressed on the gas pedal, but no matter how furious he felt inside, he had already reached his maximum speed. Even if he pressed harder, he still couldn't catch up to the vehicle ahead. It was evident that he was continuously falling behind. Zhang Kai silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to see the taillights of the other car. Just as Zhang Kai was growing anxious, he saw the Pagani Huayra customized version make a turn and dash off again. This time, he couldn't even see the car anymore. This was no longer a race, it was a one-sided crushing. Zhang Haoran leisurely drove back to the starting point, claiming victory in this race. Watching the Pagani Huayra customized version win as expected, the young elites from Jinling cheered loudly. Amazing! We finally won! Although the victory was not surprising, it was a refreshing way to redeem their previous humiliation. The young elites from Jinling had already begun to celebrate when Zhang Kai's car rushed back. Seeing Zhang Kai just return to the starting point, Zhang Haoran felt particularly vindicated. If it weren't for Chen Chen's righteous assistance, Zhang Kai would have been in his position now. He would have slowly driven back to the finish line while the young ladies from Tianjing celebrated for half a day, bringing back the shame of Jinling. Thinking of this, Zhang Haoran and the young elites from Jinling all looked at Chen Chen with gratitude and admiration in their eyes. Brother Chen wasn't here to inspect, he was here to save them from their plight. After Zhang Kai crossed the finish line, he took a long time to finally emerge from the car. After all, this was a consequence Zhang Kai had never anticipated. Before they came to challenge, they had clearly investigated Zhang Haoran's situation. How could they lose so badly? Zhang Kai glared fiercely at Chen Chen beside him, blaming this guy for intervening midway. Otherwise, Jinling would have definitely been doomed this time. Seeing Zhang Kai get out of the car, the young elites from Tianjing hurriedly approached him. They didn't know what to say to comfort Zhang Kai. Everyone felt a heavy stone in their hearts, an indescribable discomfort. As young elites from Tianjing, they had been born with a halo, they had never experienced such humiliation. In their eyes, other circles were nothing but trash compared to the elite circle of Tianjing. A bunch of insignificant trash dared to cheat and deceive them. It was infuriating. However, the young elites from Tianjing also understood that they hadn't come with any good intentions. They just wanted to crush these Jinling waste with their superior cars. Unexpectedly, they ended up being pecked in the eye by an eagle while hunting every day. Not only did they fail to crush the others, but they were also directly crushed by someone who descended from the sky. Although they were furious inside, since they had made a bet, Zhang Kai could only accept defeat. He clenched the car keys in his hand and walked up to Zhang Haoran, handing over the keys. Zhang Haoran naturally accepted them. The seemingly light car key actually represented the face of Tianjing. With this acceptance, the humiliation they had previously suffered was completely turned over. Thinking of this, the young elites from Jinling all wore joyful expressions, clearly overjoyed. In stark contrast to the joy and laughter from Jinling was the disappointment of the Tianjing crowd. This time, they were completely defeated. Although they had come from afar, they were very clear about what had happened. Zhang Haoran and the others completely ignored the emotions of their opponents. He walked up to Chen Chen with a cheerful smile and handed over the key. Brother Chen, here you go. After all, this victory was achieved using Brother Chen's car, so the prize naturally belonged to him. For the young masters and ladies of Jinling, being able to save face was already a great satisfaction. Otherwise, if their reputation for being easy to bully spread, wouldn't it mean that anyone could come and trample on them? If the young master's face was lost, their family's business would inevitably be affected to some extent. Now that everything had settled, everyone was too happy to even think about the prize. Chen Chen took the key to the Ferrari LaFerrari and casually toyed with it in his hand. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, Zhang Kai's face darkened, almost as black as the bottom of a pot. This LaFerrari was his newly bought supercar. Although his family wasn't short on money, he had put a lot of effort into getting this car. To be honest, he was quite reluctant to just hand it over. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Kai stepped forward to Chen Chen and said, "Brother, we have no grievances in the past and no grudges recently. If you return the car to me today, I'll consider it a favor. I see your conditions are quite good. You can't possibly stay in this small Jinling forever, right? You'll have to come to Tianjing eventually, and it wouldn't be good to have a bunch of enemies before you even arrive. Just think about it." Zhang Kai's tone was filled with the arrogance of a young master from Tianjing. Although he was asking for a favor, he still carried an air of superiority, and his words hinted at a threat. "Tianjing is our territory. Today you took the car, which means you offended us, and in the future, you won't be able to set foot in Tianjing." Hearing Zhang Kai's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. He looked up and met Zhang Kai's gaze, saying lightly, "What's wrong? Can't you take a loss?" Clearly, they had lost, yet they wanted to rely on their pride to get their car back? Were they here to race or to put on a comedy show? It was indeed quite funny. His words left everyone from Tianjing momentarily stunned. Did he just say we can't take a loss? Soon, the young masters from Tianjing reacted, glaring angrily at Chen Chen. A sycophant standing behind Zhang Kai stepped forward and shouted at Chen Chen, "You're outrageous. How dare you speak to young Master Zhang like that? Are you tired of living? If you were in Tianjing, you'd have had a leg broken by now. Let's see how you brag then." With that angry shout, the young masters and ladies from Jilin were also filled with rage. Damn it, they had long been displeased with these Tianjing bastards. So, you can't lose, and if you do, you just insult others, right? What? Because you came from Tianjing, you can only win when you come to gamble with us? Why not just bring an imperial edict and a big bowl to beg for alms instead? At that time, who wouldn't give you a few coins? The young masters and ladies of Jilin exchanged glances, and at this moment, they were not going to hold back. Insulting Brother Chen was like slapping their own faces. This matter, uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Before the young masters and ladies could speak, they saw a figure already passing them, heading towards that sycophant. It was Su Tianqing, his face dark with anger. Su Tianqing had already been furious when he heard the sycophant speak. How dare he insult my boss? He had just been thinking of threatening him? If he didn't show these people some color, they probably wouldn't learn their lesson. Su Tianqing knew very well that there are some people who won't learn unless they experience a bit of toughness. Chen Chen watched Su Tianqing's back without saying a word to stop him, only casually throwing out his sentence. Tianqing, don't kill him. The meaning was already very clear. The fate of this lackey had been directly decided. Su Tianqing nodded, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed, a fierce aura enveloping him. The young ladies of Jinling only watched from behind, instinctively shivering. Such a presence was a bit frightening. Everyone subconsciously looked at Chen Chen, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Truly worthy of being Brother Chen, just look at his subordinate, that aura, the strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. The lackey, upon seeing Su Tianqing's stance, was also terrified and instinctively retreated. He had come out to show off, something he had done many times in Tianjing, but today was the first time he encountered such a dangerous situation. The more the lackey thought about it, the more afraid he became, nervously glancing at Chen Chen and subconsciously memorizing his appearance. This person is too tough, right? A disagreement and he's ready to make a move? He's just a small fry, he can't use him to establish authority. Zhang Kai looked at Su Tianqing's actions, feeling very displeased. As the saying goes, one should look at the owner when beating a dog. This Chen Chen was too much, directly sending his subordinate to beat his own dog? This was clearly an attempt to use the act of beating the dog to slap his face. Zhang Kai couldn't swallow this anger. Since the other party was ready to make a move first, he had no need to seek peace. With this thought, Zhang Kai directly looked at the two bodyguards beside him, giving them a knowing glance. The two bodyguards were foreigners, muscular and looking particularly robust. Even compared to Su Tianqing, they appeared somewhat leaner. Zhang Kai looked at the huge disparity between the two sides, and a smug smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. These two bodyguards were carefully selected by his family. They were hired internationally, costing a lot of money each month, and were a source of great pride for Zhang Kai. His family valued his safety so much, not just because they were grooming him to be the successor. The two muscular bodyguards had already walked towards Su Tianqing. Although they were large, their movements were clearly agile, indicating they were trained fighters. These two bodyguards had previously been mercenaries internationally, with blood on their hands, extremely brutal and vicious. A seemingly frail Su Tianqing appeared to them as someone coming to seek death. The two bodyguards exchanged glances. They understood the rules of Huaxia and naturally could not allow a death to occur. Otherwise, they would lose this easy and lucrative job and have to return to being bloodthirsty mercenaries. Stop! The two bodyguards spoke almost simultaneously, using awkward Chinese in an attempt to verbally stop Su Tianqing's actions. From the perspective of the two foreign bodyguards, they had already given Su Tianqing enough face. If the other party had any sense, he should have stopped by now, allowing their master to begin negotiations. Unexpectedly, Su Tianqing merely sneered, completely ignoring their words, and continued walking several steps forward. You say stop and I should stop? Do you think this is your home? This is Huaxia. The two bodyguards frowned at Su Tianqing's actions, immediately sensing the provocation. They exchanged glances, and the younger-looking bodyguard stepped forward. A scrawny kid dares to be so arrogant, just take him down. With such a small stature, one person was enough. The bodyguard charged forward in a flash, directly swinging his large hand towards Su Tianqing's neck. Looking at Su Tianqing in front of him, the bodyguard's eyes flashed with a cold glint. As long as this move hit, the opponent would be instantly dazed, even fainting. Su Tianqing had long seen through the bodyguard's intentions, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. In an instant, he struck like lightning, delivering a horizontal chop that landed squarely on the bodyguard's forearm. The two clashed directly, and the bodyguard, initially full of confidence, thought to himself, what strength could someone like Su Tianqing possess? He could easily knock the opponent away. But upon this encounter, he realized that not only was the opponent's strength on par with his own, but the hand chop felt like an axe, striking down on his forearm. The bodyguard felt a sharp pain surge through him, and before he could even cry out, Su Tianqing kicked out, landing a blow right on the bodyguard's chest. The sturdy body flew like a kite with a severed string, soaring several meters before crashing hard to the ground. Although the man could still barely stand, it was clear he was no match for Su Tianqing. Seeing this outcome, another bodyguard was momentarily stunned before stepping forward with large strides. To this slightly older bodyguard, his companion had simply been careless, falling for Su Tianqing's trick. He was determined not to underestimate the opponent this time and would take him down solidly. The other bodyguard approached, clearly striking with much more ferocity. His first move was obviously a test, followed by a feint, aiming for Su Tianqing's chest. A cold glint flickered in the bodyguard's eyes. If this punch landed, the opponent would at least break a few ribs. As Su Tianqing's chest was right in front of him, the next second, the bodyguard found that the opponent had vanished without a trace. What was happening? The bodyguard could hardly believe his eyes. How was this possible? He had clearly attacked, yet the opponent had evaded him directly. Such speed was completely beyond the bodyguard's expectations. But before he could figure out what was going on, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and suddenly, his whole body felt light, flying up into the air. The bodyguard had prepared himself mentally. He didn't fall too hard and quickly rolled on the ground before jumping back up. Watching the two battles conclude so swiftly, everyone present displayed expressions of shock. Especially the young ladies and gentlemen from Tianjing, who often followed Zhang Kai, naturally knew the backgrounds of these two bodyguards. To see such capable individuals being taken down by a single person like this, what kind of strength did that person possess? The young ladies and gentlemen from Tianjing began to imagine various scenarios, their faces visibly turning pale. To have such skilled fighters under his command, this Chen Chen was likely no ordinary person. It was even possible he had some special identity. Just as the thoughts of the Tianjing crowd raced, the two bodyguards across from Su Tianqing were also staring at him, swallowing hard. They appeared calm on the surface, but inside, they were beginning to feel a sense of fear. Such a person was undoubtedly a master. They could clearly sense that facing Su Tianqing's full-force attack, even if they both attacked together, they might not last more than a few moves. Not to mention, upon seeing them make a move, Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng also stepped forward, their expressions fierce as they watched them closely. From these two, they felt the same oppressive aura. Such individuals were definitely on par with Su Tianqing's strength. Faced with such a formidable enemy, the two felt a sense of impending danger and no longer dared to act arrogantly. At this moment, Su Tianqing had already stepped closer to the lackey, and as the latter kept dodging, he directly swung a slap. The force of this slap was immense, sending the lackey flying away. He slammed hard onto the ground, his face filled with terror, his eyes nearly bulging out. In the next moment, the lackey suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a few teeth mixed with blood, which fell straight to the ground. Zheng Kai, seeing the lackey's miserable state, feared for his life and quickly shouted, "Stop!" Watching Zheng Kai almost rush forward, the two bodyguards beside him were terrified. Facing such a ruthless character, wasn't that asking for death? The two bodyguards rushed forward without hesitation, directly shielding Zheng Kai behind them. One of them even turned back to Zheng Kai and said, "Young master, run." They were no match for Su Tianqing. At most, they could buy them a little time. If they could escape, they should run as far as possible. Zheng Kai looked at the two bodyguards, who were on high alert, and understood their intention. It was the first time he had seen them show such an expression. Usually, no matter how vicious the opponent, they remained indifferent. The fact that they were like this meant that the opponent was definitely a master they couldn't handle. In that brief moment, Su Tianqing stepped in front of the lackey again and struck out once more. Slap! Another crisp sound of a slap echoed, causing the young masters of Tianjing present to shudder. It felt as if that slap had landed hard on their own faces. The lackey, with blood frothing in his mouth, didn't know if it was from pain or fear, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. "Bro, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you, I won't dare to speak carelessly again, really." The lackey crawled on the ground, inching backward while apologizing. His face was covered in injuries, and when he spoke, not only did he leak air, but he also gasped in pain. But facing such a ruthless person, the lackey could think of no better way than to apologize. If it weren't for the fear of being beaten, he would have almost knelt down to Su Tianqing. Zheng Kai watched with gritted teeth. This was his own lackey being beaten like this. What was the difference from beating him? Everyone on site knew that this lackey had only spoken up for him and was treated like this. Zheng Kai glared at Chen Chen, furious, wishing he could rush forward and tear this person apart. The young masters and ladies of Tianjing watched their companion being beaten, their anger boiling as they looked at the people across from them. The crowd from Jilin was equally unafraid. When the other side glared at them, they glared back just as fiercely. For a moment, the tension between both sides was palpable. Even the slightest movement could spark a major conflict. Zhang Haoren stepped forward fearlessly, glaring at the people across from him, and warned loudly, "I tell you, if anyone dares to touch Brother Chen, I guarantee you won't get out of Suong." If it weren't for Brother Chen's help today, they would have lost all face in the Jinling circle. He helped everyone, how could they let Chen Chen bear the wrath of these people alone? Although Zhang Haoren was a pampered young master, he was quite righteous. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so well regarded in the top circles of Jinling. Besides his status, his character was also solid. Zheng Kai gritted his teeth tightly, his face noticeably reddening with anger. He knew he had lost face today and truly wanted to settle things with Chen Chen, but the reality simply wouldn't allow it. This wasn't his home turf, it was Su Hong's territory. No matter how it was calculated, he was the one at a disadvantage. Zheng Kai glanced at the young masters and ladies beside him, who were clearly intimidated, and looked at Chen Chen, saying, "It's useless to be arrogant here. If you have the ability, come to Tianjing and try. I'll be waiting for you in Tianjing." After speaking, Zheng Kai directly led everyone away with a flick of his sleeve, while the two bodyguards stepped forward to help the lackey up and carry him away. The people from Jilin watched their retreating figures, all looking very pleased. They had really saved face this time. Those young masters and ladies from the capital, who had always held themselves in high regard, had now been defeated by them from Jilin. It was simply exhilarating. The eyes of everyone present turned to Su Tianqing, unable to help but exclaim, "Brother Chen, the people around you are really impressive." The other young masters and ladies nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Zhishi let out a heavy sigh, finally feeling relieved. The tense atmosphere from earlier had truly frightened her. To be honest, she had never seen such a scene before. Seeing that her cousin's companions had dealt with those people, Su Zhishi's little heart finally settled back in her chest. Chen Chen, however, seemed indifferent. He glanced at the car keys in his hand and tossed them to Zhang Haoren, saying, "Here, take it for a spin. I have too many cars, and this one is too low-end." Low-end? The young masters and ladies nearby were left speechless. Was a car worth over 20 million really considered low-end? The cars they were currently driving weren't even a fraction of this one's price. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, someone suggested that to celebrate today's victory, they should all go out for lunch. Just as the young masters and ladies were discussing where to eat, Su Zhishi's phone suddenly rang. The little girl picked it up and saw it was a call from her best friend. After a brief conversation, she hung up. Su Zhishi looked at Chen Chen and smiled, saying, "Cousin, I need to go to an event with my friend, so I won't join you for lunch." Mainly, she felt too out of place in such a setting. It really wasn't suitable for her. Upon hearing Su Zhishi's words, Chen Chen turned to Su Tianqing and instructed, "Tianqing, drive Zhishi over there." After all, she was just a little girl, and he wasn't very comfortable with her going out alone. With Su Tianqing escorting her, he felt much more at ease. Su Tianqing immediately agreed, fetched the car, and Su Zhishi entered the destination into the navigation. "Continue straight ahead." Guided by the navigation, Su Tianqing drove Su Zhishi swiftly down the road. As they approached the location, Su Zhishi pointed to a spot nearby and said, "Tianqing, just park the car here, I'll walk over myself." Su Zhishi didn't want the car to get too close to the destination and asked Su Tianqing to stop at a distance. Su Tianqing noticed a crowd gathering in the distance but didn't know what was going on. He didn't have time to ask much before he saw Su Zhishi get out of the car and walk away. At that moment, Chen Chen was surrounded by Zhang Haoren and others, chatting. "Brother Chen, what made you come to Linshui? Just here for an inspection?" Zhang Haoren asked curiously, looking at Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen's appearance this time was incredibly timely. He was like a little angel sent by God. Chen Chen didn't hide it, smiling lightly as he said, "I came back to see my aunt. What about you guys? Are you staying here for a few more days?" Zhang Haoren waved his hand and honestly replied, "Brother Chen, we're heading back this afternoon." After chatting for a while longer and deciding where to eat, everyone got into their cars. Chen Chen drove his Pagani Huayra customized version, while Zhang Haoren took the Ferrari LaFerrari. To him, this car was not just a supercar worth over 20 million, it was a testament to his friendship with Chen Chen. He had to cherish it well. The supercar convoy of the crowd left the Tiannan racetrack, heading towards the hotel. Such a lineup of supercars immediately attracted the attention of all the car owners, especially the two leading cars, which left these owners wide-eyed in shock. What is this? A Pagani Huayra customized edition and a Ferrari LaFerrari? The combined value of these two cars is already over 100 million. This kind of combination is simply deadly. Ordinary car owners, upon seeing this, immediately began to actively avoid them. This behavior caused the smooth journey to become increasingly slow. One car owner trailing behind, watching the slowing traffic, became directly irritated. He maneuvered his vehicle, cutting in front of the Pagani Huayra customized edition while maintaining a certain distance from Zhang Haoran. The owner driving behind Chen Shen, after a short while, began to feel displeased again. Why is this luxury car in front driving so slowly? Driving such a luxury car on the road at a leisurely pace is just to show off, right? Thinking this, the owner's heart not only felt displeased but also began to feel unbalanced. He pressed the horn, honking repeatedly. Seeing Chen Shen in front remain unfazed, he began to curse loudly from inside his car. Damn! What kind of luck is this today, running into such an idiot? It's just a luxury car, what's there to be proud of? If you're so great, why don't you fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The owner clearly had road rage. After cursing, he honked again aggressively. Chen Shen, who was driving in front, was very dissatisfied with this. He glanced in the rearview mirror and suddenly slammed on the brakes, coming to a sudden stop. The owner behind, not expecting Chen Shen's action, was startled, losing his wits. That was a Pagani Huayra customized edition. If he really crashed into it, his life would be at stake. After the scare, the owner noticeably calmed down a lot. However, after a moment, he began to boil with anger again. He had been frightened just now and hadn't thought it through. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he immediately understood that Chen Shen was doing it on purpose. Damn it, it was just a couple of honks, and you had to slam on the brakes like that? The more the owner thought about it, the angrier he became, planning to overtake and get in front of Chen Shen, letting the other party feel what it's like to be cut off. Unexpectedly, before he could pull out, Zhang Haoran and others behind also noticed the situation. This one clearly had road rage. Zhang Haoran smirked, knowing how to deal with such people. While thinking, Zhang Haoran and a wealthy young man behind had already driven their cars to the side of the irate owner. They flanked him, slowly watching. The owner looked left and right, realizing his car was surrounded by luxury cars. In such a situation, the owner dared not move recklessly, having to stay alert and drive slowly. Inside, he felt utterly frustrated. His mindset was about to explode. Surrounded by such a group of luxury cars, to be honest, the pressure on him was immense. It wasn't until the convoy reached the restaurant entrance that the owner was finally allowed to leave. This time, the owner obediently stepped on the gas and sped away into the distance. He just wanted to get as far away from these demons as possible. After getting out of the car, Zhang Haoran was the first to burst into laughter, gasping for breath as he said, "Now that owner probably won't dare to have road rage anymore." The psychological shadow from this experience was definitely huge. Next time he feels road rage, he'll instantly remember the fear of being surrounded by a bunch of luxury cars. After everyone parked the car, they walked into the restaurant and booked the largest private room. Zhang Haoran waved his hand excitedly and said, "Today, to show our gratitude to Brother Chen, we'll treat him to a meal." The young masters and ladies were naturally thrilled, eagerly ordering the signature dishes, choosing whatever looked good without even glancing at the prices. All kinds of seafood, bird's nest, abalone, and shark fin, whatever was available, they ordered it all. After all, they were hosting their great savior, Brother Chen. Anything they ate was justified. Seeing Zhang Haoran about to order wine, Chen Shen immediately stopped him, saying, "You all need to head back this afternoon, there's no need for wine. We have plenty of time ahead of us, we can drink slowly when we get back to Jilin." "Alright." Zhang Haoran readily agreed, as Chen Shen was showing concern for them, and everyone was more than happy. Moreover, Chen Shen had just mentioned that they had plenty of time ahead, which was something friends would say. In no time, everyone present was excited, surrounding Chen Shen and chatting away. "Brother Chen, if it weren't for you today, our face in Jilin would have really been lost to those guys from Tianjin. You are our great savior. Those people deserve it." Before showing off in Jilin, they should have inquired about the situation here. They brought this upon themselves. This time was truly satisfying. That Zhang Kai will have to lay low for a while. Otherwise, he won't be able to recover the face he lost. Listening to the crowd's flattery, Chen Shen merely smiled faintly, not showing much emotion. After a hearty meal, both hosts and guests were delighted, and everyone had a great time. Zhang Haoran went to settle the bill, and when he returned, he said to Chen Shen, "Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, we'll head back. If you need anything, just call us, and we'll be there immediately. The other young masters and ladies nodded vigorously. As long as Chen Shen called, they would set off without hesitation, even if it was at night. After bidding farewell to Chen Shen, everyone drove back to Jinling. Zhang Haoran drove his Ferrari LaFerrari, while his original Ferrari 488 was being driven by another young lady. The group returned to Jinling from Linshui City, completely free of the anger and heaviness they had felt on the way there, playing upbeat music all the way home. Zhang Haoran drove the LaFerrari home, and just as he arrived, his father, Zheng Bo, was also at home, having just parked in the yard. Seeing his son return, Zheng Bo looked displeased and glared at him, saying, "You little rascal, you never go to work and just run around. Now you're hiding from me that you bought a new car? Tell me, how much did this one cost?" In fact, given the Zheng family's status in Jinling, buying a few sports cars was quite easy. However, Zheng Bo hoped his son would take on the family business rather than act like a typical second-generation rich kid who only knows how to indulge in pleasures. Therefore, Zheng Bo was not very lenient with Zhang Haoran, often keeping a close watch on him. If a young tree isn't pruned, it won't grow straight. If not properly supervised, it will grow crooked. Upon hearing his father ask about the car's price, a hint of pride flashed in Zhang Haoran's eyes as he answered smugly, "Not much, just around 20 million. 20 million, and he thought that was not much? Zheng Bo took a deep breath. It seemed he had been too lenient with this kid. His mouth twitched, and his hand was already raised, ready to pull out his belt. If this kid didn't experience some hardship, he wouldn't learn his lesson. As soon as Zhang Haoran saw his father's posture, he realized his father misunderstood him and quickly raised his hands, shouting, "Dad, wait a minute, this car isn't mine." Zheng Bo was taken aback by the words, then directly pulled out his belt, waving it at Zhang Haoran, and scolded, "You little brat, are you still lying now? It wasn't you who bought it. A car worth over 20 million is just lent to you to drive around casually?" Zhang Haoran didn't want to get into trouble, so while dodging, he explained the situation. Zhang Bo listened, stunned, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "A car worth over 20 million, just like that? You can say you don't want it? This is not just an ordinary gesture. Is this the same person who lent you the watch last time?" Zhang Bo recalled carefully and asked. Seeing his son nod, Zhang Bo's heart surged with emotions. He had heard of Chen Shen's legend before. Every time there was something new, shocking to the eyes. Zheng Bo now remembered what Zhang Haoran had told him about spending lavishly on a house. He still vividly recalled the several million Louis Moinet watch from last time. If it weren't for that watch, he probably wouldn't have closed that big deal so easily. Thinking of all this, Zheng Bo raised his head to look at Zhang Haoran and seriously advised, "You must maintain a good relationship with Mr. Chen, understand? If there's a chance, invite him over to our house." To be honest, Zheng Bo also wanted to meet this Chen Shen, to see what kind of person this little rich man was. Hearing his dad say this, Zhang Haoran smiled and agreed, "Okay, when I have the chance, I'll tell Brother Chen." As he spoke, Zhang Haoran felt a wave of emotion. Brother Chen's name really worked. Just mentioning it made his dad immediately quiet down and even change his attitude. If he had really relied on his own words, he would have definitely been in for a beating today. At that moment, Chen Shen, after parting ways with everyone, drove back home. When Chen Shen returned home, no one was there. He sat on the sofa, sipping tea and watching the news. Suddenly, the front door opened, and it was his aunt and uncle returning from work. The two were chatting and laughing, and when they saw Chen Shen sitting alone on the sofa, they were clearly taken aback. His aunt asked, "Xiao Tian, where's Jishi?" Seeing his aunt and uncle come in, Chen Shen quickly went over to take the vegetables from his aunt's hands and replied, "Jishi had something to do at noon and went out to play with her friends." Lu Ling turned to look at Su Jiang beside her face filled with helplessness. "This girl only knows how to go out and have fun, she doesn't even think to keep you company." Lu Ling sighed. This little girl had been spoiled by the two men in the family since she was young. Being pampered like this since childhood, she would definitely be willful when she grew up. Seeing his aunt's helpless expression, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile and said, "It's okay, Aunt, Jishi just got back. Isn't it nice for her to go out and have some fun? If she was always cooped up at home, wouldn't she just turn into a silly girl?" Su Jiang sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one go before saying, "You see, with Jishi being so willful, Xiao Tian has a big responsibility." Just as the three were chatting and laughing, Chen Shen's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was a call from Su Jishi. As soon as he answered, before he could say anything, he heard the little girl's voice on the other end. "Cousin, hurry up and come eat. We're at this trendy restaurant." Chen Shen smiled and nodded, agreeing, "Okay, I'll let Aunt and the others know and then come over." Lu Ling and Su Jian listened clearly from the side. Lu Ling watched as Chen Shen hung up the phone and then spoke up, "This little guy is not bad. he even knows to invite his cousin to dinner. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow at his aunt and uncle and asked, "Aunt, are you going?" His aunt quickly waved her hand, pointing to the fresh vegetables she had just bought, and said, "You and your cousin go eat, just right, while you're out. Your uncle and I can enjoy a little dinner for two." Hearing his aunt say that, Chen Chen stood up and walked outside. At that moment, Su Zhishi and her friends Zhou Meng and Zhang Luxian had already arrived in the private room. The girls sat together, studying the menu and discussing the strategies they had found online. Su Zhishi leaned forward and suddenly pointed at two dishes, saying, "Get this, my cousin loves this." Since she had invited her cousin to dinner, she had to order a few of his favorite dishes. Zhou Meng and Zhang Luxian exchanged glances and blinked, seemingly reminiscing as they said, "Chen Chen, we haven't seen you in a long time." Upon hearing her friends mention Chen Chen, Su Zhishi immediately lifted her head and said proudly, "Let me tell you, my brother is so handsome now. Not just handsome, his aura is top-notch." Zhou Meng and Zhang Luxian exchanged a knowing look and both started to giggle. "You're still so clingy to Chen Chen." Zhou Meng shook her head and said, seemingly recalling something, "I remember when you were little, you were like a little shadow." After saying that, Zhou Meng thought Su Zhishi would jump up and hit her, but to her surprise, the little girl wasn't angry at all. "What's wrong with being a little shadow? You all want to be, but can't." Humph. The girls first ordered their dishes, and after a short wait, the door to their private room was gently pushed open. The little girls heard the sound and looked towards the door, only to see a super handsome guy walk in. It was Chen Chen. Zhou Meng and Zhang Luxian were so stunned they couldn't take their eyes off him. Is this really Chen Chen? My goodness, he's too good looking. At least over 6 feet tall, his physique was like that of a muscular model from a magazine. His face was like a masterpiece sculpted by God, so handsome that it was hard to look away. Not to mention, Chen Chen had an exceptional aura. As he walked step by step into the room, the girls could only hear their own heartbeats. Cousin. Su Zhishi had already seen that handsome face for several days and was used to it, immediately bouncing up to greet him. Zhou Meng and Zhang Luxian also reacted and stood up, quietly saying, "Chen Chen." Chen Chen nodded and walked over to them. Su Zhishi had already rushed up, wrapping her arms around Chen Chen's arm and chattering away. Zhou Meng and Zhang Luxian stood wide-eyed, their expressions filled with shock, hardly believing their eyes. Is this still Chen Chen? He looks too good. Even if he debuted on the spot, he could instantly go viral online. How come they had never noticed Chen Chen's advantages before? Chen Chen didn't notice the expressions of the two girls. He smiled and looked at them, asking, "How was your outing today?" As soon as Chen Chen asked, Su Zhishi became unhappy. She pouted and said somewhat gloomily, "Don't even mention it, cousin. We were so unlucky today. We waited in line for so long but still didn't see our idol." Su Zhishi, with her little mouth, vividly described the scene to Chen Chen. That scene was absolutely packed. How should I put it? It was like going on a little holiday trip. Everywhere you looked, there were people, but you just couldn't see the scenery. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin, who were beside her, also recovered from their shock and added, "There are indeed too many people. Although it's a good thing that your idol is liked by so many, with this many fans, we can't even squeeze in. Actually, even if we did get in, it wouldn't help. There are still countless challenges waiting for you to face. By the time you finish, your idol might have already left. How unfortunate." Chen Chen listened to the girls' descriptions and found it quite amusing, but by the end, he was completely confused. He looked at the three girls in front of him, somewhat helplessly, and directly asked, "You've been talking for so long, but you haven't said who your idol is." Chen Chen's comprehension ability was decent. If it were someone with a lesser ability, they might have thought these little ones were just there to see the crowd. "It's Zhou Lingyun." Zhou Meng's eyes sparkled as she eagerly answered first, "She's my cousin. We all have the surname Zhou." Upon hearing the idol's name, Su Zhishi also became excited, grabbing her cousin's hand and saying enthusiastically, "Zhou Lingyun is super popular right now. The ancient costume dramas she starred in have all been huge hits, and her look in those costumes is simply stunning. Truly deserving of her reputation as a pure and innocent beauty in the industry, her appearance and demeanor captivated everyone." After finishing, Su Zhishi nudged Chen Chen with her elbow and whispered, "Cousin, you should know her too, right? Zhou Lingyun?" Chen Chen thought to himself, "I know her all too well." Looking at the three little girls who were still gushing about Zhou Lingyun, Chen Chen blinked lightly. He didn't expect Zhou Lingyun to come to Linshui City as well. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the girls' faces, Chen Chen took out his phone, found Zhou Lingyun's WeChat, and sent her a message. "I heard you're in Linshui too. Want to grab a meal together?" Chen Chen wasn't sure if Zhou Lingyun was busy, but to his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, he received an immediate reply. "Sure, where are you?" Chen Chen sent her a location and added, "This is a popular restaurant. I've heard the food is pretty good." Su Jishi watched her cousin tapping away on his phone, and being her quirky self, she leaned over to peek at Chen Chen's screen and asked, "Cousin, what are you doing?" Chen Chen affectionately ruffled Su Jishi's hair with his other hand and said with a smile, "Chatting with a friend. I'll ask her to come over so we can eat together." Hearing it was Chen Chen's friend, Su Jishi didn't ask further and cheerfully replied, "Okay, let's wait for her and eat together when she arrives." Meanwhile, Zhou Lingyun, after receiving Chen Chen's invitation, first checked the location and, realizing it was not far from her, said to her manager, "Sister, can you push back my dinner appointment? I need to step out for a bit." The manager had initially thought about persuading Zhou Lingyun, as the dinner tonight was quite important. However, seeing that Zhou Lingyun was already packing her things, she could only sigh in resignation. Having been with Zhou Lingyun for so long, the manager understood her temperament well. Zhou Lingyun appeared very gentle and almost never lost her temper, but once she set her mind on something, it was like trying to pull a stubborn ox back. "Alright, I'll try to reschedule with them. But next time, don't change plans so suddenly, it makes it hard for me," the manager said, resigned. Zhou Lingyun nodded obediently and smiled, "Okay, I understand." After that, she shook her small handbag, put on her large sunglasses and mask, and cheerfully walked outside. This popular restaurant was very close to where Zhou Lingyun lived, so she strolled over to the restaurant's entrance. Zhou Lingyun took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Chen. "I'm downstairs, which room are you in?" Chen Chen glanced at the message but didn't reply. Instead, he stood up, ready to go downstairs to greet her. After all, Zhou Lingyun was a huge star now. If she were seen casually chatting with a waiter, it could be a big deal for her and the entertainment company. "You all wait for me here for a bit, I'll go down to pick her up," Chen Chen said before walking out. The girls knew someone was coming and didn't think much of it, continuing to chat and laugh. Su Jishi rested her little face on the edge of the table, looking listless as she said, "Just thinking about not seeing Zhou Lingyun makes me feel so miserable." With no mood and no appetite, she felt utterly disheartened. They hadn't even seen her face, let alone talk about group photos or autographs. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin also looked downcast. Their plans had been well laid out, but now, nothing could be accomplished. "If I get to see Zhou Lingyun, I'm definitely going to take a few extra photos with her." "What are you talking about? I not only want a photo, but I also want an autograph." "What's that compared to me? I want to talk to Zhou Lingyun and then get her autograph and a photo. That's way cooler than what you want." The girls, unable to see their idol, could only rely on boasting to ease their disappointment. Just as they were chatting, they suddenly heard 2 knocks on the private room door. The girls froze, and then they saw Chen Chen walk in with someone completely wrapped up. Su Jishi and the others stood up, looking at the friend Chen Chen had brought. The person, all bundled up, first took off their hat and said to Chen Chen, "It's so hot out in this weather." Su Jishi had intended to greet them, but upon hearing that voice, she froze in place. This voice, why did it sound so familiar? Su Jishi instinctively looked at her 2 best friends, only to see Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin looking back at her in shock. The girls exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Only Zhou Lingyun was leisurely taking off her sunglasses and mask, revealing an extremely pure face as she greeted the girls, "Hello." Looking at Zhou Lingyun, with her brows like distant mountains and her eyes sparkling with emotion, the girls felt as if their heads had exploded, completely dumbfounded. The person standing in their private room was indeed the real Zhou Lingyun. Seeing their idol smiling at them, the girls nearly screamed. In the next second, the 3 girls rushed to Zhou Lingyun's side, enthusiastically chatting with her. "Sister Lingyun, is it really you? I feel like I'm dreaming. It must be Sister Lingyun, you wouldn't even recognize your own idol, would you? Sister Lingyun, can we take a photo together? If a photo isn't convenient, that's fine, an autograph would be great. If all else fails, I have a notebook here, could you write a few words for me?" The girls instantly transformed into little fans, gazing at Zhou Lingyun with wide eyes, looking incredibly cute. In the end, it was still Su Jishi who took charge, quickly calling out to Zhou Lingyun, "Sister Lingyun, let's take our seats and chat while we eat." Saying this, the girls surrounded Zhou Lingyun and went to the dining table, chattering away, completely oblivious to the fact that Chen Chen was still standing there, unmoving. "Chen Chen, these girls completely ignored my presence? They only want their idol and not Chen Chen anymore? Humph. So this is what it feels like when feelings fade." Chen Chen only complained in his heart, if he were really jealous, he wouldn't have invited Zhou Lingyun over. He just saw the disappointment on the faces of the little girls and wanted to make them happy. At first, the girls were a bit shy, but after chatting a bit, they discovered that their idol was even more approachable than they had imagined. Especially the warm aura she exuded made people want to get close to her. Zhou Lingyun also liked Su Jishi and the others very much. She smiled at Chen Chen and said, "I didn't expect you to have such adorable little sisters. Each one was a little beauty, each prettier than the last, especially Su Jishi, who was incredibly sweet and cute. To be honest, she wanted to recommend such good prospects back to the company. With a little training, they definitely had the potential to become stars. Chen Chen listened from across the table, feeling a wave of discomfort. Why did it sound so awkward? Why couldn't he have such adorable little sisters? He was so outstanding, he was the one most qualified to have cute sisters. The girls huddled together, chattering away. Zhou Lingyun wore a gentle smile as she looked at the little girls beside her and said with a smile, "Shall we take a group photo? Let's do it before we eat." After all, if they ate first, their lipstick might smudge, and they wouldn't look good in the photos. Sure. Su Jishi and the others' thighs lit up, responding immediately. They could never have imagined that the peak of their lives would come at this moment. They were the ones chasing stars, yet their idol was the one suggesting a photo together. The feeling was simply overwhelming. The girls took out their phones and continuously snapped group photos. This wasn't just a polite photo between idol and fans, it felt more like they were good friends, taking many pictures together. Zhou Meng looked at the photos on her phone and suddenly turned to Zhou Lingyun with a nervous expression, quietly asking, "Sister Lingyun, can we upload these photos? Shouldn't we keep them private?" After all, Zhou Lingyun was a big star, different from ordinary people like them, so they had to be cautious. Seeing the nervous expressions of the three little girls, Zhou Lingyun felt a surge of warmth in her heart. It was so nice to have sisters who cared about her. Zhou Lingyun smiled brightly and said, "You can post them after we go back tonight." After tonight? Su Jishi and the others exchanged glances, not understanding what Zhou Lingyun meant. What was going on? Zhou Lingyun covered her mouth and chuckled, seeing that the little girls really didn't get it, so she explained, "If you post them now, what if some sharp-eyed netizen recognizes us? We wouldn't be able to go out. But after we go back tonight, posting a group photo would be completely fine." Hearing Zhou Lingyun say this, Su Jishi and the others looked very happy. They returned to the dining table and sat down, ready to eat. Zhou Lingyun took out a few signed photos from her small bag and said to the little girls, "If you don't mind, I'll give these signed photos to you." As a big star, Zhou Lingyun was used to carrying some signed photos in her bag when she went out. Since the little girls wanted them, she decided to give them all away. There weren't many photos, just 2 or 3 for each person, but the little girls were overjoyed. Su Jishi even kissed the photos a few times, playfully saying, "Sister Lingyun, you're just too nice." Chen Chen looked at the girls and shook his head helplessly, pointing at the food on the table and saying, "Why don't you all start eating? If we delay any longer, it will get cold." Hearing Chen Chen's reminder, they finally remembered the matter of eating. Su Jishi first picked up a large shrimp and placed it in Zhou Lingyun's bowl, enthusiastically saying, "Sister Lingyun, the shrimp here is a signature dish, you should try it. Not only is it delicious, but eating shrimp won't make you gain weight." Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin were also eager to join in, adding dishes to Zhou Lingyun's bowl. Chen Chen, standing by, shook his head gently again. He could only helplessly serve himself. At that moment, Su Jishi giggled and placed 2 large shrimps into Chen Chen's bowl, sweetly saying, "If it weren't for you, cousin, we would really regret it today." "Thank you, cousin, you've worked hard. Here are 2 shrimps for you to replenish." Although she was very happy to be with her idol, she couldn't forget that he was her cousin, right? Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin quickly followed suit, adding food to Chen Chen's bowl, their words as sweet as honey. "Exactly, Chen Chen, you've really worked hard. Please eat more." In the end, even Zhou Lingyun joined in the fun, adding food to Chen Chen's bowl, winking at him as she said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving me the chance to meet such a lovely sister." The meal quickly came to an end, and Su Jishi and the others were extremely satisfied. Today felt like a roller coaster ride, so thrilling. Chen Chen planned to settle the bill, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Su Jishi, who said with a serious face, "Cousin has contributed so much today, how can I let you treat us to a meal? I'll take care of it." Without heeding Chen Chen's objections, the little girl resolutely paid the bill. Chen Chen. This little girl really doesn't know how to manage money. It's just a small amount. What's wrong with letting her cousin earn a bit? Chen Chen helplessly looked at the others and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Zhou Lingyun was the first to wave her hand, directly refusing, "No need, I live nearby, I can walk back." Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin exchanged glances and quickly said, "We don't need it either, thank you, Chen Chen." After saying that, Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin walked in another direction. Su Tianqing had already driven the car to wait at the entrance. Chen Chen and Su Jishi waved goodbye to Zhou Lingyun and got into the car. Watching the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version gradually disappear from view, Zhou Lingyun, with her sunglasses and mask on, was filled with shock. Such a special car, she definitely wouldn't mistake it. It was indeed a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version. A luxury car worth over 200 million. This Chen Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. Thinking back to what Sun Des said last time in the restaurant about someone buying properties worth billions, a hint of unusual color flashed in Zhou Lingyun's eyes as she turned back towards the hotel. Meanwhile, at the same time, Zhang Kai and the others were driving towards Tianjin like defeated roosters. Since Zhang Kai had left his car at Linshui, he could only temporarily sit in someone else's car. Zhang Kai had a gloomy face the entire way, directing his companions to park the car in the service area. The young masters and young ladies behind him also followed, their expressions not looking good. The previous air of invincibility was nowhere to be seen. This matter, no one is to speak of it, understand? Zhang Kai's gaze swept over everyone's faces as he instructed in a low voice. If this kind of thing got out, Zhang Kai would lose face, and these people wouldn't fare any better. Since Zhang Kai had spoken, the young masters and young ladies naturally agreed wholeheartedly. However, with so many people present, how could such a thing not leak out? While their car was still speeding down the highway, many people in Tianjin had already learned about the incident. At this moment, within a courtyard in Tianjin, the small yard was neither too big nor too small, but it was extremely well proportioned, with everything exuding an air of antiquity and natural elegance. 2 persimmon trees in the yard were flourishing, surrounded by vibrant greenery. A young man dressed in a white shirt and white trousers stood under the tree, his refined demeanor radiating effortlessly. He lowered his eyelids, quietly listening to his subordinate's report. Zhang Kai took a group of young masters and misses from Tianjin to the Tiannan racetrack in Linshui to race against the young masters from Jinling. Zhou Hui listened quietly to the report, his heart undisturbed. The discord between Zhang Kai and the Jinling young masters was well known in the top circles of Tianjin. Zhou Hui had heard many people mention it, but he hadn't paid much attention. Until he heard that Chen Chen's subordinate, Su Tianqing, had beaten up Zhang Kai's men, his eyes narrowed. He knew that Zhang Kai's subordinates were quite capable. Anyone who had spent a few years as a mercenary abroad lived a life on the edge. It was said that such people could sleep with one eye open. If Chen Chen's subordinates could easily take down such individuals, the opposing side's capabilities must be even more formidable. Moreover, from what he gathered from the report, it seemed that the young masters from Jinling held this person in high regard. This feeling immediately made Zhou Hui a bit alert. Could it be that a significant figure had risen in Suong? Or perhaps a scion from one of the prominent families in Huaxia? For a moment, even Zhou Hui couldn't sort out the threads. He thought for a moment and began to pay attention to Chen Chen. Speaking of the families in Jinling, the Shangwan family has developed quite well, especially in the past 2 years. Their momentum has been quite strong. Zhou Hui muttered to himself as he waved off his subordinate and walked into the house. At this time, Chen Chen had already returned home with Su Jishi. Looking at the tidy and clean house of his aunt, he had some thoughts. They had lived in this house for so long, it was time for a change. In fact, Chen Chen had been thinking about this since he returned, planning to buy some more properties and improve his aunt's living conditions. However, just the thought of his aunt and the others finding out that he was the one buying the house would surely make them unhappy. After all, they truly treated him like their own son. How could they bear to spend his money? Just then, a sudden light flickered in Chen Chen's eyes. The system has detected the host's dilemma and is proactively offering ownership of the Xinyuan Group. Xinyuan Group? Chen Chen took out his phone and searched for information about Xinyuan Group. Xinyuan Group was quite famous in Suong and was a leading real estate company in the area. Such a large real estate company had considerable strength even across all of Huaxia. Chen Chen checked the market value of Xinyuan Group, which was nearly 100 billion. Staring at the introduction on his phone, Chen Chen was taken aback. Such a large group? Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number, with the area code indicating Suong. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. On the other end was Feng Xin, the general manager of Xinyuan Group. As soon as Chen Chen answered, Feng Xin immediately introduced himself enthusiastically. Director Chen, is it convenient for you? May I come to visit you? After Feng Xin finished speaking, he nervously awaited Chen Chen's response. After all, this newly appointed chairman was someone they had never met, and they had no idea about his preferences or temperament. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen replied very kindly, "Sure, I'll send you my address shortly." After hanging up the phone with Fengxin, Chen Chen had not yet put down his mobile phone when another unfamiliar number called. Looking at the flashing unknown call on his phone, Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. What's going on today? So many calls coming in at once. Although he thought this in his heart, Chen Chen still answered the call. A female voice immediately came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I am Shang Wanyu, the president of Suong Bank." Chen Chen listened quietly to the voice on the other end. which was as pleasant as an orchid in a secluded valley. After a brief pause, the girl continued, "Because you are our top VIP at Suwon Bank, we have prepared some gifts and would like to follow up with you. Could you please provide me with an address?" Shang Guanyu spoke very politely. This client, Chen Shen, had deposited a large amount of cash with them at Suwon Bank, and it was in a demand deposit account. It was precisely because of such a top-tier client that Shang Guanyu took notice. Whether for her own performance or the future of Suwon Bank, she had to keep such a top client. Shang Guanyu instructed her assistant to prepare some gifts and decided to personally visit Mr. Chen for a discussion. Chen Shen kindly replied, "How about this, add me on WeChat, and I'll send you my location." Shang Guanyu naturally would not refuse. Her original plan was to establish a good relationship with this major client. So, without hesitation, Shang Guanyu added Chen Shen. Chen Shen quickly received the friend request, and as he clicked on Shang Guanyu's profile, he was momentarily stunned. Shang Guanyu was extremely beautiful. The photo was taken outdoors, and although it used a standard lens, her natural beauty shone through, with no flaws visible on her exquisite face. So young, and already the president of the head office? It seemed this president either came from a powerful family or was an exceptionally talented genius. At the same time, Shang Guanyu was handling daily affairs at the Suwon Bank headquarters. While waiting for Chen Shen to accept her friend request, she was also reviewing the day's data. Her skin was very fair, and she wore light makeup that accentuated her already outstanding features, making them appear even more three-dimensional and deep. Her long black hair was well-groomed, lightly cascading over her shoulders, showcasing her refined demeanor. Ding dong! A crisp text message notification drew Shang Guanyu's attention to her phone. She picked it up and saw that it was Chen Shen's location. Shang Guanyu opened it and was taken aback. This place was not exactly a high-end community. However, the assets in the other party's account were clearly substantial. Shang Guanyu didn't think too much about it. She pressed the intercom and instructed her assistant, "Take the things I asked you to prepare, we're ready to set off." The two of them left the office and got into a luxury car. The assistant carried a gift box along with some other gifts, ready to depart. Shang Guanyu provided the address to her assistant, and they headed straight for their destination. Soon, they arrived outside the community where Chen Shen was located. "Drive slowly," Shang Guanyu said to her assistant, while she began to assess the community. This community could be considered a new-style mid-rise, and the property management seemed quite attentive, with everything well-maintained. However, if one were to say that a person worth hundreds of billions lived here, few would believe it. This was a bit too low-key, wasn't it? The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief, but he obediently followed behind Shang Guanyu. Passers-by instinctively glanced at the two, simply because Shang Guanyu was too beautiful, especially with her gentle yet capable demeanor, which was quite striking. At that moment, in the room, Chen Shen walked into the living room and said to Su Jishi and his aunt and uncle, "Aunt, we have guests coming over soon." Guests? As soon as he heard that Chen Shen had guests, his uncle immediately stood up and mysteriously walked into the room, soon emerging with a tea canister. His uncle shook the canister in front of Chen Shen like a treasure and said, "Xiao Tian, see this? This is my treasured good tea. Your guest today is in for a treat. Let them have a taste." Chen Shen blinked at his uncle's tea canister and shook the one in his own hand, smiling as he said, "What a coincidence. This is the good tea I left in the car before. I was just saying I'd bring it out for everyone to try." His uncle didn't mind and curiously walked over to look at Chen Shen's tea canister, asking in confusion, "Why does yours have no writing on it? Let me see what kind of tea it is." As he spoke, his uncle had already opened the lid. As the gap widened, a rich aroma instantly wafted out. The fragrance rushed into people's noses, particularly intoxicating. Su Jiang couldn't help but sniff, and as he opened the sealed bag inside, he saw that the tea leaves were adorned with exquisite golden edges. Looking at such beautiful tea leaves, Su Jiang's mouth unconsciously dropped open, murmuring, "Is this tea? If you told me it was a work of art, I'd believe you. What kind of tea is this, Xiao Tian? I've never seen anything like it." As Su Jiang spoke, he took a deep breath and chuckled, "With such good tea, I can't help but feel a bit eager. Let me brew it." After all, he worked as a manager in a company, so he had indeed studied how to brew tea to entertain clients. Over time, he had really picked up some skills. Because of this, Su Jiang was very confident in his tea brewing abilities. Chen Shen smiled lightly, waved his hand, and said, "No need, I'll do it in a bit." Su Jiang looked at the tea leaves in his hand, although he didn't know what kind it was, just smelling it made him realize it was no ordinary tea. If it wasn't brewed properly, it would truly be a waste. Su Jiang widened his eyes, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief, and asked, "Can you brew tea, Xiao Tian?" At that moment, Su Jishi, sitting on the sofa, also raised her hand and said to Chen Shen in a very certain tone, "Cousin, my dad is quite skilled at brewing tea. You'll know once you try it." Su Zhishi had just happened to visit her dad's company and had been surprised by the tea then. Lu Ling, listening to her husband and daughter boast, couldn't help but join in, playfully chiding, "Hey, who do you two look down on? Let me tell you, my family has a fine tradition. Xiao Tian is the child of my sister's family, so his talent is naturally not lacking." The family bantered back and forth, appearing to argue, but in reality, they were just playing around. Chen Shen listened as he went to the kitchen to wash the tea utensils and boil some hot water, preparing to start brewing tea. Watching Chen Shen prepare with such flair, Lu Ling felt even prouder and showcased to Su Jiang and his daughter, "See? This is the skill passed down in my family. I've had it since I was in the womb." Su Jiang and his daughter. "We have no objections to the Chen family's genes. Is it really necessary to boast this much just for a little preparation? If things go wrong, it could be quite embarrassing." Just as they were exchanging words, Chen Shen had already begun brewing the tea. In Chen Shen's hands, the tea set was like obedient little soldiers, quickly washed and lined up on the table. With tongs, he took some divine tea leaves and placed them in the teapot, causing Su Jiang, who was nearby, to hold his breath. It seemed he was worried that a big breath might knock over the tea canister. Chen Shen's movements were incredibly swift. Hot water was already poured into the pot, and in just a second or two, it was poured out again. In fact, with such top-quality tea leaves, it was possible to skip the washing, as many people said that doing so would take away the tea's fragrance. However, Chen Shen preferred the taste after washing, so he retained this step. After all, in the face of Chen Shen's divine tea art, any fragrance lost would surely be due to improper handling. These actions seemed to be ingrained in Chen Shen's blood, flowing seamlessly like a stream, dazzling those who watched. The three members of the Su family were so captivated that their eyes widened in disbelief. This set of operations by Chen Shen was even more beautiful than the tea ceremony performances on television. Not to mention, with Chen Shen's movements, the entire living room was filled with the rich aroma of tea, causing the few people in the room to instinctively swallow. Just the smell alone was enough to make one's mouth water, leaving a lingering aftertaste. If they actually drank it, wouldn't it be indescribably wonderful? Once they regained a bit of composure, the Su family suddenly realized a very serious problem. When did Chen Shen learn tea art? This skill was not something just anyone could achieve. At the very least, it would take countless years of dedication to hone it. Lu Ling instinctively looked at Su Zhishi, who also shook her head in confusion, her face filled with bewilderment. She had no idea where her cousin had acquired such skills. Just as the family was in shock, suddenly, someone knocked on the front door from outside. "Coming, just a moment." Su Zhishi called out loudly, then walked towards the door. She thought it must be her cousin's guest arriving, so she skipped happily to open the door. "Please come in." As Su Zhishi opened the door, she froze in place, unable to speak. What was this? She couldn't believe her eyes. Standing outside her door was an exceptionally beautiful girl. The girl shone like a star in the night, impossible to ignore. Su Zhishi was completely stunned, almost unable to believe her eyes. This beautiful girl exuded a gentle yet capable aura, which was incredibly eye-catching. Sheng Wenyu looked at the little girl who had come to open the door, amused by her dazed expression, and gently asked, "Hello, is Mr. Chen Shen living here?" Su Zhishi nodded vigorously, her gaze lingering on Sheng Wenyu for several seconds before reluctantly moving away, shouting towards the living room, "Cousin, someone is here to see you." Hearing Su Zhishi's call, Chen Shen also got up and walked over, inviting Sheng Wenyu, "Please come in." Looking at the beautiful Sheng Wenyu in front of him, a hint of astonishment flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. To be honest, when he first saw her profile picture, he thought that was the peak of her beauty. But now, seeing her in person, he realized that Sheng Wenyu was much more beautiful than in the photo, especially her aura, which was truly captivating. He had not expected such a young and beautiful bank president. At the same time, Sheng Wenyu, seeing Chen Shen, was clearly taken aback. She had never imagined that Chen Shen would be so young. Looking at the youthful and handsome face before her, Sheng Wenyu was completely shocked. She had seen many handsome guys, but someone so striking and with such presence was truly rare. To put it bluntly, Chen Shen was the most charismatic person she had ever seen. After all, he was the president of the Suwang Bank's headquarters. Sheng Wenyu quickly realized this and introduced herself to Chen Shen and his companions. "Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Sheng Wenyu, the one who spoke with you on the phone earlier. Here is my business card." As she spoke, Sheng Wenyu signaled to her assistant to present a gift. The assistant, understanding the cue, promptly offered the gift in hand. "Mr. Shen, this is a small token of our headquarters' appreciation. We hope you like it." Su Zhishi, standing nearby, was dumbfounded as she received it. She casually opened the gift box and was astonished to find it neatly arranged with commemorative coins made of pure gold. Not to mention the collectible value of the coins, just the sheer amount of pure gold alone was already quite significant. Next to the commemorative coins lay a black bank card, the black card of Suwang Bank. Upon seeing this black card with its golden edges, everyone present gasped in surprise. Is this the legendary black card? The black card is said to be an extremely rare item, with only a few existing nationwide. According to the statistics from Suwang Bank's headquarters, including this one belonging to Chen Shen, the total number does not exceed a handful. The fewer the cards, the more it signifies their rarity and the strictness of the approval process. One could say that this black card is a symbol of a person's status. Only the top-tier wealthy individuals in Huaxia, who have made significant contributions to Suwang Bank, could possibly obtain this black card. Lu Ling and Su Jiang looked at the pure gold commemorative coins and immediately declined, saying, "We can't accept this gift. It's too valuable." Such an extravagant meeting gift was indeed a bit too much. Lu Ling and Su Jiang felt more shocked than delighted. Shang Guanyu, seeing her aunt and uncle repeatedly refuse, smiled and said, "Compared to Mr. Chen depositing hundreds of billions in our bank, this trust is worth its weight in gold. This little gift is nothing." Even while bringing these items, Shang Guanyu felt she was slightly neglecting a major client. Hundreds of billions? Hearing this number, Su Jiang instinctively rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Hundreds of billions was a concept too foreign for him. In the company, tens of millions was already considered a super large order. Hundreds of billions, especially in cash deposited in a bank, how much money was that? Now this bank president was saying that his nephew was that top-tier wealthy individual? This. Su Jiang felt his mind explode like a cannonball, leaving him dazed and confused. Lu Ling and Su Jishi were equally stunned. They knew Chen Shen was wealthy, but they never expected him to be this wealthy now. Hundreds of billions, if converted to cash, could probably stack up to half a building. Everyone's thoughts were racing, but Chen Shen remained calm. He raised his hand to Shang Guanyu and said, "Please, have a seat." After saying that, Chen Shen sat back down in his previous position and began pouring tea. First, he poured tea for his aunt and uncle, then for Shang Guanyu and Su Jishi, and finally for himself. Lu Ling and Su Jiang were still immersed in shock, but the aroma of the tea brought their awareness back to reality. The rich and fragrant scent seemed to carry a magical quality, calming their minds. The tea fragrance flowed through their limbs, as if bathing in the aroma, filling them with its essence. This scent was simply too delightful. Tempted, Su Jiang and Lu Ling had already finished a whole cup of fragrant tea, savoring its sweetness. Shang Guanyu looked at the clear tea in front of her, not in a hurry to drink but instead appreciating the steam rising from the tea. In her nostrils, she could smell an incredibly rich aroma of tea. It was simply intoxicating. Given Shang Guanyu's status, she had tasted quite a few fine teas, but this was the first time she encountered one with such a strong and sweet flavor. Just inhaling it made her feel as if she were bathed in fragrance. It was truly magical. While lost in thought, Shang Guanyu had already picked up the teacup. Her fingers, as white and tender as scallions, contrasted sharply with the purple clay teacup, creating a beautiful scene. Shang Guanyu elegantly took a sip, and her whole being was invigorated. This. A brilliant light shot from Shang Guanyu's eyes, filled with shock and surprise. Just one sip, yet it was richer and sweeter than her grandfather's imperial tribute to Hong Pao. Could there really be tea that was more fragrant than imperial tribute to Hong Pao? It should be noted that imperial tribute to Hong Pao is already one of the finest teas in Huaxia. Over the years, Shang Guanyu had only been fortunate enough to taste it a few times. Today, she truly had her eyes opened. "Mr. Chen, this is truly excellent tea." Shang Guanyu spoke honestly, and because she had tasted such exquisite flavor, even the corners of her eyes and brows softened, tinged with a smile. Chen Shen smiled faintly, glanced at Shang Guanyu, and said with a light laugh, "It would be rude not to reciprocate. Since I have accepted your gift, I must show some sincerity in return." As he spoke, Chen Shen took out a few tea leaves, wrapped them in a small box, and handed them to her, a return gift. Such divine tea was a rare treasure, far more valuable than what she had given him. Shang Guanyu was taken aback by Chen Shen's gesture and quickly accepted it. She had a strong feeling that this was definitely not an ordinary item. Carefully putting the box away, Shang Guanyu said earnestly, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your gift." Chen Shen merely smiled nonchalantly and poured her another cup of tea. Shang Guanyu gladly accepted it. Such delicious tea was indeed a treat today. Just as everyone was savoring the fragrant tea, the door was knocked on once more. Su Jishi got up to open the door and saw Feng Xian and others standing at the entrance, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, is Mr. Chen living here?" Su Jishi chuckled at the question. Today was quite lively with so many people looking for her cousin. Please come in. As she spoke, Su Jishi welcomed them into the room and looked at Chen Shen, who was drinking tea, saying, Cousin, these people are also here to see you. Shang Wanyu casually turned her head and saw Feng Xian standing at the front. As the president of Suong Bank, Shang Wanyu had dealt with Feng Xian quite a bit, so she was naturally very familiar with him. Oh, why is President Feng here too? Shang Wanyu raised an eyebrow and asked in a teasing tone. Feng Xian was also taken aback to see Shang Wanyu here, then replied, I came to find Mr. Chen, what about you? I'm here to find Mr. Chen too. President Feng, you're not here to ask for a loan, are you? Then I can't help you. Shang Wanyu said cautiously, looking at Feng Xian. As the leading enterprise in Suong real estate, Xinyuan Group had been quite active recently. She had heard that they had just acquired several prime plots of land, and it seemed they were expanding rapidly, possibly facing some cash flow issues? Thinking of this, Shang Wanyu instinctively glanced at Chen Chen. Could it be that Feng Xian knew about Mr. Chen's astonishing financial power and came to seek investment or discuss cooperation? Hearing Shang Wanyu's words, Feng Xian chuckled and shook his head, directly responding, President Shang Wan is joking, that's not the case at all. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Chen with a respectful expression and said, Mr. Chen is our boss, we are here to discuss matters with the boss. Boss? Feng Xian is the general manager of Xinyuan Group, so Chen Chen must be the chairman of Xinyuan Group? Shang Wanyu looked at Chen Chen in shock. This young man in front of her actually has such a large group? That is the leading real estate company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the helmsman is actually a young man in his early 20s. This is unbelievable. It should be noted that Xinyuan Group has been expanding rapidly in the past 2 years, with great momentum. Shang Wanyu squinted her eyes and looked at Chen Chen, asking, Are you the owner of Xinyuan Group? Her words, along with Chen Chen's faint nod, instantly drew gasps from everyone present. Not only Shang Wanyu, but even her aunt's family was shocked. That is a particularly famous company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it actually belongs to Xiao Tian? Shang Wanyu suppressed the shock in her heart, also doubting whether Chen Chen was from one of the prominent families. Achieving such success at such a young age is no small feat. Not to mention, Chen Chen has such a large amount of liquid funds in their bank. A person like this must have an extraordinary background. Shang Wanyu quickly regained her composure, thinking that there is no Chen family among the prominent families, nor is there anyone like him. Chen Chen's temperament is too good, an ordinary family simply cannot cultivate someone like him. While Shang Wanyu was thinking, she also kept her guard up. Chen Chen looked at Feng Xian and the others who were still standing and directly called out, You all come over and sit down, try the tea I just brewed. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Feng Xian and the others happily walked over and sat on the sofa. Smelling the fragrance of the tea in front of them, they were all pleasantly surprised. This aroma was simply too fragrant. It was a tea fragrance they had never encountered before. Especially after swallowing a sip, the taste was absolutely exquisite. After watching them finish their tea, Chen Chen patiently refilled their cups before asking, Are there any good houses in Linshui? Good houses? Feng Xian thought carefully and immediately replied, Chairman Chen, the Villa number 1 in Shangshutai is still available. Villa number 1 in Shangshutai is the best villa in this community and undoubtedly the king of the buildings. A person of Chairman Chen's status deserves a good house that matches his identity, and that is probably the only place. As the general manager of Xinyuan Group, Feng Xian has great confidence in his company's properties. If the houses of Xinyuan Group cannot catch Chairman Chen's eye, then other houses are even less worthy. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen directly said to Feng Xian and the others, Okay, you can take me to have a look. After saying that, Chen Chen looked at Shang Wanyu beside him and asked, Director Shang Wan, are you interested? Would you like to go see it together? Originally, Chen Chen was just being polite, thinking that once he mentioned it, the other party would immediately take the hint and leave. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chen Chen's invitation, Shang Wanyu's eyes lit up, and she directly said, Sure, I heard that it is the top villa area in Linshui City, and I just want to feast my eyes on it. Chen Chen blinked and called out to everyone in the room, Since that's the case, let's go together. Chen Chen called Su Tianqing and asked him to drive over. When Chen Chen and the others went downstairs, Su Tianqing happened to arrive in his car. Boss, I'm here. Su Tianqing looked at Chen Chen, immediately parked the car, got out, and respectfully opened the car door, welcoming Chen Chen to get in. Looking at the customized extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them, everyone present widened their eyes. Feng Xian and the others were shocked, and even Shang Wanyu had the same astonished expression. They were all knowledgeable people and immediately recognized this luxury car as the pinnacle of high-end vehicles. A luxury car worth over 200 million for transportation. This. Everyone instinctively looked at Chun Shen, their eyes filled with shock and respect. Such a young man is truly exceptionally talented. Chen Shen didn't take it to heart. He first helped his aunt and uncle into the car before addressing the others. Please have Mr. Feng lead the way, and Director Shangwan just follow behind my car. Everyone nodded and got into their vehicles, heading towards the Shangshutai Villa area. The natural environment around Linshui City is very good, and the Shangshutai Villa area is even more so, nestled by the mountains and water, enjoying excellent feng shui. As they drove towards Shangshutai, the scenery became increasingly exquisite. Chen Shen looked out at the view with satisfaction. He checked the location of the Shangshutai Villa area on his phone, noting that it was closer to his aunt and uncle's workplace, making it more convenient to live there. Lu Ling and Su Jiang were unaware of Chen Shen's plans. They sat in the car, excitedly admiring the beautiful scenery outside, exclaiming, "This is the new district. The environment is indeed different. Look at the beautiful lake. That must be the Shangshutai Villa area across the way." Having lived here for decades, Lu Ling and Su Jiang were quite familiar with many places. Sure enough, as the car turned, they arrived at the entrance of the Shangshutai Villa. As expected from a high-end project developed by a large company, the entrance was grand, with exquisite wooden carvings that looked very luxurious. Feng Xian lowered the car window and exchanged a few words with the security guard before leading several cars directly into the villa area. The environment inside the villa area was excellent, with flowers blooming beautifully in clusters. The car drove to the central location, where Feng Xian's vehicle stopped first, and several people got out. Su Tianqing parked behind them. Chen Shen and the others also got out of the car, and Feng Xian approached them, pointing to the largest villa in the center, saying, "Chairman Chen, this is Villa No. 1. Villa No. 1 was very spacious, designed in a French style, looking quite beautiful. The exquisite door was already open, and Feng Xian respectfully bowed to Chen Shen, saying, "Chairman Chen, please, after you." Chen Shen supported his aunt and led everyone through the grand entrance of Villa No. 1. Upon entering, they were greeted by a delicate garden. The garden was filled with many rare flowers, and with the sun shining just right, the flowers were blooming in full splendor. Many were captivated by the stunning view before them, their eyes filled with amazement. Passing through the garden led them to the main body of the villa. Feng Xian quickly stepped forward to open the large door, and everyone walked directly into the hall. The hall was well lit, and the villa featured French decor, exuding a luxurious yet romantic atmosphere. It wasn't as extravagant as European-style decor but had a unique charm. The villa had 3 floors above ground and 2 below. The first basement was a gym and media room, while the second basement housed a large wine cellar and tasting room. Feng Xian stood nearby, enthusiastically introducing, "This villa is fully functional. Besides the garden, there's also an outdoor swimming pool in the back." Chen Shen looked around. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Villa No. 1 in Tanfu City, it was still one of the top residences in Linshui City. "Not bad," Chen Shen said, feeling quite satisfied. He turned to his aunt and smiled, asking, "Aunt, what do you think of this place?" After all, this would be his aunt's home in the future, so her approval was essential. Lu Ling looked around, feeling that her eyes weren't enough to take it all in. This house was truly beautiful. Hearing Chen Shen's question, Lu Ling nodded without hesitation, affirming, "This place is really nice." Chen Shen smiled at his aunt's approval and said directly, "Aunt, this villa is a gift for you. You can move here right away." When Aunt heard this, she was first taken aback, then shook her head vigorously, refusing, No, you have your money, that's yours. Your uncle and I have a place to stay. Besides, we've gotten used to living over there." Although Chen Shen had made money now, Aunt still couldn't bear to spend his money. The child had worked hard to achieve this, and she hadn't been much help. How could she just enjoy the fruits of his labor? Chen Shen naturally understood Aunt's thoughts. He directly took her hand and said sincerely, "Aunt, just accept it. You've watched me grow up since I was little, you're like a second mother to me." The gratitude for raising him was greater than the sky. She wasn't his biological mother, but she was even more than that. Lu Ling looked at Chen Shen, who was full of sincerity, and her eyes turned slightly red. This child was so understanding. It made her feel very comforted. After much effort, Chen Shen finally persuaded Aunt. At that moment, Feng Xian walked over to Chen Shen and quietly asked, "Chairman Chen, there's an auction for a piece of land tomorrow. If you have time, would you like to go?" Chen Shen thought for a moment. He had nothing planned for tomorrow, so he agreed. On the side, Shang Wanyu happened to hear Chen Shen's words and noted them down. Feng Xian was very pleased that Chen Shen agreed and quickly told him the time and location of the auction. Chen Shen nodded and then said to Feng Xian, "Alright, give me the key to Villa No. 1. And also contact the property management to help me arrange the check-in procedures. Ant's house was indeed a bit small, and since he had time today, he decided to help Ant and them move. After appreciating Villa No. 1. Feng Xian and Shangwen Yu came forward to bid farewell to Chen Shen, preparing to leave. Chen Shen saw them off at the door and then looked at Ant's family regarding the villa, saying to Ant, "Let's go back and move soon. I'll find some people to help, and we'll try to move in today." Lu Ling and Su Jiang exchanged glances, surprised that Chen Shen was so impatient. However, seeing how determined the child was, they didn't voice any opposing opinions. After all, this was Chen Shen's heartfelt intention. If they kept hesitating, he might think they regarded him as an outsider. The property manager quickly arrived because the new Yuan group was engaged in high-end projects and had its own property management company. Only in this way could they truly improve service quality and provide the best living experience for the owners. "Chairman Chen, I heard you plan to move immediately. Do you need me to arrange a vehicle for you?" The property manager had already been specially instructed by Feng Xian before coming. If the boss needed something, they naturally had to do their utmost to meet that need. If there was no need, they had to find a way to create one. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow and glanced at the property manager, casually asking, "Does our property management provide moving services?" "No, Chairman Shen," the property manager gently shook his head. "The property management does not provide moving services, but to ensure the safety of the owner's property, we can recommend some qualified moving companies. After all, with this recommendation relationship, as long as the property manager made a call, the other company would send a vehicle over immediately. It would be much more convenient, without the need to wait." Seeing that the property manager's words made sense, Chen Shen nodded in agreement. The property manager immediately helped contact the moving company, and Chen Shen took Ant's family back home. Although the new house had everything, Ant and them still needed to bring some familiar items. Su Jishi was absolutely delighted with Villa No. 1. She smiled like a blooming flower and proudly said, "The house is so well furnished, I won't bring much, just some clothes and personal belongings. As for the decorations in the room, they would definitely be left here. It's fine to put more things over here. When the time comes and there's a need, just come over to get them." Lu Ling and Su Jiang are not so casual. For them, there are too many things they are used to using daily, and if one is missing, it just doesn't feel right. Everyone returned home together, and Lu Ling directed everyone to start packing up the things in the house. Soon, the moving company's truck arrived, and the workers enthusiastically helped with the moving. They were busy until evening, finally getting everything sorted. After Chen Shen sent the workers away, he saw his aunt and the others collapsed on the sofa, utterly exhausted. A smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips as he softly said, "Aunt, you're tired too. Take a shower and go to bed early. We can sort things out tomorrow." After receiving a response, Chen Shen went straight back to his room, ready to wash up and sleep. Lu Ling and Su Jian leaned back on the soft sofa, looking at their new home with a heart full of emotion. This nephew really was worth all the trouble. "Wife, did you notice back then that our little Tian would have a bright future?" Su Jiang said with a smile, feeling very excited, something he had never expected. As a husband, Su Jiang was very clear about Lu Ling's character. Everything today was proof that good people are rewarded. While thinking this, he stood up, reached out his hand to Lu Ling, and said, "Come on, let's go wash up and sleep." Lu Ling allowed herself to be pulled along, her heart filled with gratitude. With little Tian doing so well now, her sister and brother-in-law could finally rest easy. At that moment, Shangwan Yu had already returned home. After changing her shoes at the entrance, she walked into the living room and saw the old man writing at the table. His presence was imposing, clearly in high spirits. As the old man let out a heavy breath, he set the pen aside. "Little Yu is back? Come over and see how Grandpa's writing is." He heard his granddaughter approaching. Just as he finished writing, the old man straightened up, hands behind his back, looking at Shangwan Yu with a smile on his face. Shangwan Yu walked over with a playful smile. In front of her grandfather, she was no longer the president of the Suong Bank, just a girl in her 20s. She looked down at her grandfather's writing, nodded gently, and commented, "Grandpa, your writing is truly as ethereal as floating clouds and as vigorous as a startled dragon. It's like iron script and silver hooks, unparalleled in ancient and modern times." The old man, Shangwan Sini, burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "This granddaughter really knows how to make me happy. With such a serious demeanor, saying such obvious flattery, it was just too adorable." Hearing her grandfather's laughter, Shangwan Yu put on an innocent expression, shrugging her shoulders and saying, "Grandpa, you can't blame me for this, can you? Your writing has already reached the pinnacle of calligraphy, how can it improve any further?" Shangwan Sini knew his granddaughter was flattering him but was overjoyed nonetheless. He looked at her quirky demeanor, shook his head, and smiled, saying, "Yeah, can you make me a cup of tea?" As soon as she heard tea, Shang Wanyu immediately thought of the box in her backpack and excitedly said, "Grandpa, isn't this a coincidence? I brought you some good tea." If her grandfather hadn't mentioned it, Shang Wanyu would have almost forgotten about it. The fragrant tea that Chen Chen brewed today still lingered in her memory, the rich and mellow taste almost tangible before her. While thinking about it, Shang Wanyu instinctively licked her lips. That flavor was truly unforgettable. Shang Wanyu didn't believe it. How good could tea possibly be? He looked at Shang Wanyu and then at her sparkling eyes, waved his hand grandly, and said, "Alright, go get Grandpa's imperial tribute to Hong Pao, let's have some together." Today, Shang Wanyu was in a good mood. When it came to good tea, nothing could compare to the imperial tribute to Hong Pao. The imperial tribute to Hong Pao was a rare tea that one could encounter but not seek. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. The fact that the old man could obtain some showed his status and position. Shang Wanyu looked at his granddaughter, Shang Wanyu, with a cheerful expression. Although it was hard for his granddaughter to surprise him, he could still make her happy. However, Shang Wanyu did not eagerly go to fetch the tea. Instead, she proudly took out a box from her bag and confidently said, "Grandpa, this tea of mine is much better than your imperial tribute to Hong Pao. The flavor is richer, and the taste is completely different." Shang Wanyu naturally did not believe her. After all, his de Hong Pao was of imperial tribute grade, the finest tea produced from the 3 mother trees on Wui Mountain. Although everyone has different tastes, no one who has ever drunk imperial tribute to Hong Pao would say it was bad. After all, top quality things have their unique flavors. As Shang Wanyu pondered, he scrutinized his granddaughter. Yaya had been raised under his guidance. While she couldn't say she grew up drinking imperial tribute to Hong Pao, she had certainly had it several times. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so adamant about claiming hers was better. Shang Wanyu squinted slightly but did not continue the conversation. Standing beside him, Shang Wanyu could tell her grandfather was skeptical. She directly opened the small box, and in an instant, a unique fragrance wafted out. Almost immediately, it reached Shang Wanyu's nostrils. He sniffed, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. This fresh aroma was indeed a tea scent he had never encountered before. "Let me see it," he said, leaning in to observe the tea leaves. He noticed a very distinct golden edge on the leaves, causing the old man to widen his eyes in surprise. He had never seen such tea before. Shang Wanyu was momentarily stunned before saying to Shang Wanyu, "Yaya, brew this tea for me to taste." Such a fragrant aroma was indeed extraordinary. Shang Wanyu happily agreed, linking her arm with her grandfather's and cheerfully saying, "Come on, Grandpa, let's go to the tea room and enjoy it slowly." The Shangwan family lived in a large villa, and the area near the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor had been converted into a tea room. It was well equipped, making tea tasting a delightful experience. The grandfather and granddaughter sat at the tea table, and Shang Wanyu began to brew the tea. Being a well-bred young lady, she had studied tea arts seriously since childhood. Moreover, Shang Wanyu was a top student, so she had a natural talent for learning anything. Even her parents were no match for her when it came to brewing tea. It was precisely this exceptional talent that made her very favored by the old man, who taught her with great care. Shang Wanyu moved skillfully, quickly preparing the tea set and starting the formal brewing process. She carefully placed the tea leaves into the pot, mimicking Chen Chen's actions from earlier in the day, and swiftly rinsed the tea. The old man, inhaling the fragrance released by the steam, instantly brightened his eyes. He slightly closed his eyes and remarked with deep emotion, "This tea aroma is indeed from a type of tea I have never tasted before." The flavor seemed very rich, yet it exuded a strong, fresh fragrance. It appeared contradictory but was incredibly impactful. As Shang Wanyu was lost in thought, Shang Wanyu had already finished brewing the tea with a smooth flow of movements. She respectfully poured tea for her grandfather before serving herself a cup. Shang Wanyu eagerly picked up the teacup. He wasn't in a hurry to drink but instead brought it to his nose to savor the tea's aroma. The aroma was so intense at such close range. With a sense of shock, Shang Wanyu took a sip of the tea. A wave of warmth surged into her mouth, followed by a full-bodied tea fragrance that enveloped her entire palate like a missile explosion. Every part was rich and smooth. The aftertaste was thick, yet there was not a hint of bitterness. The overall flavor was simply at its peak. Shang Wanyu was completely stunned. This taste and flavor were truly richer and more delicious than his imperial tribute to Hong Pao. In this world, there really was tea better than imperial tribute to Hong Pao. Shang Wanyu, having already tasted it once, was not as excited as the old man. Savoring the exquisite tea, she said with a hint of regret, "Alas, compared to that Chen Chen, this brew is still a bit lacking." Shang Wanyu came back to his senses just in time to hear his granddaughter's words, and he was momentarily taken aback. He knew his own child best. Shang Wanyu had always been very proud since she was young. When would she ever admit that she was not as good as someone else? This. Just like the appearance of the tea, it shattered his usual thoughts. In shock, Shang Wanyu first took a sip of tea to calm himself before asking Shang Wanyu, yeah, who is this Chen Shen you mentioned? As soon as Chen Shen was mentioned, Shang Wanyu seemed to open a floodgate, continuously introducing her grandfather to some details about him. Actually, I didn't know this person at first, until my subordinates discovered that he had an extremely large amount of liquid savings in his account. Shang Wanyu spoke eloquently, looking at her grandfather with a clear expression, as if she wanted him to guess how much money was in the other party's account. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, Shang Wanyu smiled helplessly. This little girl was still trying to test her grandfather? However, the old man did start to ponder. If it were just a few $100 million in cash, then as the president of the bank, his granddaughter naturally wouldn't be too concerned. Such a client would naturally be handed over to the branch president to maintain. For a bank, such a scale was still not worth taking seriously. Could it be that there were tens of billions in cash? As he thought about this, the old man raised his eyebrows slightly. It should be noted that when talking about some large enterprises now, they are valued at hundreds of billions or even trillions. But market value does not equal worth, and it certainly does not equal cash flow. Having tens of billions of funds lying idle in a person's account is indeed an astonishing figure. Shang Wanyu shook her head at her grandfather's words, knowing that even someone of his caliber would never guess the specific number. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself and said, his account has several hundred billion in cash. Several hundred billion? Such a figure indeed surprised the old man. Shang Wanyu squinted his eyes, looking at his granddaughter, signaling her to continue. Shang Wanyu nodded and continued, I visited him today and found out that he is actually the chairman of Xin Yuan Group. You know that Xin Yuan Group has been on a roll these past 2 years, so I paid a bit more attention. Do you know what his mode of transportation is? A customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at over 200 million. Someone who can afford such a luxury car must be extraordinary. At this point, Shang Wanyu pointed her chin at the teapot in front of her, her tone filled with reminiscence. This tea was also given to me as a return gift. You have no idea, his tea-making skills are absolutely superb. Her own level of skill might not even compare to that of an elementary school student in front of him. The most important thing is that this Chen Shen looks to be just in his early 20s. Shang Wanyu frowned slightly, already picturing Chen Shen's appearance in her mind. She had only seen him once, yet he left a deep impression on her. His appearance and demeanor were truly unforgettable. The old man looked at his granddaughter and understood a bit. His eyes narrowed as he asked her, you say he looks just over 20? Hiss. Such a young lad, yet with such status and wealth, was indeed extraordinary. Shang Wanyu nodded vigorously, her stunning eyes widening as she asked her grandfather, Grandpa, do you think he might come from some family? Besides families and clans, Shang Wanyu really couldn't imagine what kind of household could raise such a young person. Shang Wanyu listened to his granddaughter and shook his head gently, speaking very cautiously, not necessarily, but on the surface, there is no Chen family. There were some relatively low-key families, but in uncertain circumstances, the old man couldn't just say anything. Shang Wanyu looked at her grandfather, thought for a moment, and suggested, he will be attending an auction for a piece of land tomorrow. What do you think, Grandpa? A mischievous glint appeared on her beautiful face. If her grandfather could help her take a look, it would surely yield great results. Shang Wanyu saw the sparkle in his granddaughter's eyes and couldn't help but laugh, saying, what do I have to do with your little gathering? This young man is indeed impressive. How about this, I'll ask Dashan to go with you, how does that sound? Shang Wanyu had already guessed that her grandfather wouldn't go himself, but hearing his words still startled her. He actually wanted Uncle Dashan to go with her? It should be noted that Zhou Dashan was her grandfather's right-hand man. For many years, whenever her grandfather was involved, all matters were handled by Uncle Dashan. Uncle Dashan was excellent in both connections and work ability. His keen eyes were famously sharp, and having him accompany her would indeed be a great help. Thinking of this, Shang Wanyu naturally felt happy. She leaned closer to her grandfather, wrapped her arm around his, and sweetly said, thank you, Grandpa. Shang Wanyu gently shook his head, looking at his granddaughter with affection, and said lightly, finish your drink quickly, and get some rest early later. The next morning, Chen Shen got up early. Although he had changed beds, he slept very well. After pulling back the curtains and feeling the morning sunlight, Chen Shen went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The ingredients were brought over by Lu Ling from home yesterday. After all, they were all fresh ingredients just bought, perfect for today's breakfast. When the whole family got up, they gathered around the dining table and happily enjoyed a meal together. Although the dining table had grown larger, the family atmosphere remained just as good. Everyone praised Chen Shen's cooking skills, and Lu Ling patted her little belly with satisfaction, looking at her daughter Su Jishi and saying, "You shouldn't always be playing when you have time, learn well from your cousin. If you can't even cook a meal, how will you get married in the future?" Su Jishi rolled her eyes nonchalantly, looking at Chen Shen and cheerfully saying, "Isn't that simple? I'll just find a man like my cousin who can cook, and then I'll have everything." Lu Ling was momentarily speechless at her words. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Su Jishi hurried to open the door. Upon opening it, she found it was Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing was carrying several bags, which contained a few sets of clothes that Chen Shen had instructed him to bring back from home in Jinling. Su Jishi led Su Tianqing into the villa, and after Chen Shen took the bags, he went straight back to his room. Chen Shen picked out a set to wear and, seeing that it was almost time, he walked downstairs. Su Jishi's family was sitting on the sofa chatting when they heard Chen Shen's footsteps approaching, and they all turned to look in his direction. Just a glance, and everyone was stunned, even gasping in surprise. This. He looks too handsome, right? The exquisite fabric was tailored perfectly to Chen Shen's body, adding a touch of nobility to his overall demeanor. Su Jiang secretly clicked his tongue and murmured, "This looks amazing. They say a person relies on their attire, and today I've truly witnessed it." Lu Ling, who was listening nearby, rolled her eyes and coldly huffed, "Oh, come on. It looks good only because Xiao Tian is good-looking enough." The implication was clear: those who are average-looking shouldn't even think about buying nice clothes. "Su Jiang, you really are my dear wife." Just as my thoughts began to sprout, you snuffed them out. Chen Shen, however, didn't hear their banter. After reaching the first floor, he said to his aunt and uncle, "Aunt, uncle, I'm heading out." After saying that, he took Su Tianqing and prepared to leave for the auction house. Today, Linshui City was set to auction several plots of land, including a prime piece in the city center, which had attracted the attention of many companies. The auction venue was extremely lively, evident from the packed parking lot at the entrance. Usually, only a few shabby cars would be parked there, but today it was filled with all kinds of luxury vehicles. Bentleys, Maybachs, and Rolls-Royces were prominently displayed, standing out in the parking lot. Many executives wore smiles on their faces as they stood at the entrance of the auction house, chatting and laughing with one another. "I didn't expect you to come in person today. It seems you've also been drawn in by the prime land? Looks like you're determined to win it." To be honest, the prime land is just expensive, but the location is too good. Whether for real estate or a company headquarters, it not only has a large area but also great feng shui. Everyone here today is probably here for that prime land. Xin Yuan Group is also very interested in it. They've already scouted the site countless times. Upon hearing that Xin Yuan Group would also be present for the bidding, the smiles on everyone's faces noticeably faltered. After all, Xin Yuan Group was a company they could only look up to. It was the leading enterprise in the real estate sector of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and if such a large group were to compete with them, their chances of securing the land would be slim. However, that piece of land was just too suitable in terms of both price and location. Although everyone felt a bit intimidated, they still wanted to compete. While everyone was exchanging words, Feng Xian and others arrived at the auction venue in their luxury cars. As soon as Feng Xian's car appeared, it was immediately recognized by those around. Many people gathered around Feng Xian's car, greeting him as he got out. "Mr. Feng, you're here too." Although they were competitors, they were all business people at heart, and they had to maintain a cordial facade. Besides, no one here dared to go against such a large group. Even if someone dared, they wouldn't want to make enemies. Feng Xian understood their intentions and didn't mind at all. He warmly chatted with everyone. After all, when doing business, being friendly brings profit. As long as they didn't provoke Xin Yuan Group or engage in underhanded tactics, he welcomed normal competition. Just then, someone beside him suddenly gasped. Everyone noticed the commotion and turned to look in the direction of the man's gaze. They saw another car approaching, and upon seeing it, everyone was frozen in place. Isn't that President Shang Guanyu's car? For a moment, everyone looked at each other, glancing back and forth, unsure why Shang Guanyu would come to such a place. Could it be that she was also interested in this land? The executives had already gathered together, whispering among themselves. They certainly feared Shang Guanyu's identity. After all, offending such a big shot could jeopardize their future loans. But what truly made them anxious was the Shangguan family behind her. After all, if one bank wouldn't do, there was always another. However, offending the Shangguan family in Suzhou and Hangzhou would mean they could never survive there. The Shangguan family was comparable to other prominent families in Huaxia. How could they afford to offend them? The executive's expression stiffened, suddenly realizing, could it be that the old master Shangguan had taken an interest in this land? If that were the case, their next actions would have to be very cautious. The Xinyuan group could compete, but they absolutely could not afford to offend the old master. The more they thought about it, the more nervous they became, even breaking into a cold sweat. If they made a wrong decision, the outcome could be that their entire families would be forced to leave Suzhou and Hangzhou. How could they not be afraid? After all, the power of the Shangguan family was evident. When the old master tapped his cane at home, all the big shots in Suzhou and Hangzhou would have to tuck their tails between their legs. Let alone them? Just as everyone was in a state of panic, Zhou Dashan also stepped out of Shangguan Yu's car. Seeing the strong and imposing Zhou Dashan following behind Shangguan Yu, no one dared to question it. He was a bodyguard with sheer brute strength. Zhou Dashan's indifferent expression left everyone even more shocked. No way, even Zhou Dashan has come to the auction? This must mean the old master has plans. Who is Zhou Dashan? He is the old master Shangguan's right-hand man, his most trusted aide. Over the past few years, the old master had hardly appeared in public, but Zhou Dashan had clearly become his spokesperson. So even without seeing the old master, his reputation had always loomed over Suzhou and Hangzhou. The presence of such a person at the auction today was simply eye-popping for everyone. Once they regained their composure, they all stepped forward to greet Shangguan Yu and Zhou Dashan. President Shangguan, you are looking more and more beautiful. The moment you appeared, it was as if a star from the heavens had fallen to earth, illuminating this entire area. Mr. Zhou is here too. I have long admired your name. It is truly a stroke of luck to see you here today. Since Mr. Zhou is here, we are reassured. With just one word from you, we would never dare to compete. The crowd fawned over Shangguan Yu and Zhou Dashan, all the while trying to subtly inquire whether the old master was also interested in this land. That was their biggest concern. Even Feng Xian and the others felt overwhelmed. The Shangguan family's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou was well known. If the old master wanted it too, things would indeed become complicated. The Xinyuan group had been eyeing that piece of land for quite some time, and they had even planned their project long ago. It would be hard for them to give it up now. Feng Xian gritted his teeth and murmured, "Let's wait and see. Today, Chairman Chen will be present. We can observe his attitude." Zhou Dashan merely nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd and then spoke, "Miss and I are here to return a favor. As for everything else, we'll see how it goes." Return a favor? Upon hearing Zhou Dashan's words, everyone showed a hint of confusion. However, since Zhou Dashan did not elaborate, they naturally did not dare to ask. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, a customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in the distance. The sudden appearance of such a luxury car left everyone present in shock. This customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom was worth over 200 million. Money was secondary, the most important thing was that it was a symbol of status. The people present, if they suddenly submitted an order to the Rolls-Royce headquarters, would most likely be politely declined. Because they were not individuals of outstanding contribution in China, nor were they top business tycoons, such thoughts were out of the question. For the prestige of their automotive brand, only the most distinguished guests could customize such a super luxury car at their company. With this thought, a sense of awe filled the gazes of those present. Who on earth was this person? To have reserved such a top-tier luxury car and appear at the auction house in Linchue City. In an instant, the many CEOs present began to wonder, who was sitting in that car? At that moment, the CEOs suddenly saw Feng Xian and the others move. They looked at the customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom and immediately showed expressions of surprise, striding towards the car. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Xian was the first to reach the Rolls-Royce, respectfully opening the car door. Feng Xian's movements were standard and cautious, every action filled with endless respect. The crowd watched his actions, once again in shock. Feng Xian was the general manager of the Xinyuan group, absolutely a figure who stood above others. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, who wouldn't give him some face? Even in China, he was a well-known figure. And now, he was actually going to open the car door for someone? Who on earth was sitting inside that car? The CEO's mouths were slightly agape, looking as if they could swallow their fists. They could hardly imagine the identity of the person inside the car. Amid everyone's anticipation, Chen Shen stepped out from the door. Chen Shen looked at Feng Xian standing beside the car, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he nodded slightly. The crowd watched Chen Shen, feeling as if the entire auction house had fallen silent. What kind of identity did this person have? He was so young. Not only did he have a top luxury car, but he also had Feng Xian opening the door for him. Looking at Chen Shen's impeccably tailored attire, one could believe he was of royal descent. He exuded an air of nobility. Standing in front of such a young man, to be honest, they felt utterly ashamed, unable to lift their heads. "Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Let me take you inside." At this moment, Feng Xian had already walked to Chun Chen's side, behaving like a perfectly polite British butler, extremely respectful. Seeing Feng Xian's demeanor, some of the CEOs who were somewhat familiar with him immediately asked, "Mr. Feng, who is this?" Upon hearing someone inquire, nearly everyone perked up their ears, waiting earnestly for Feng Xian's answer. Feng Xian smiled lightly and directly replied, "This is our chairman of the Xin Yuan Group." The chairman of the Xin Yuan Group? Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly frozen in place. They looked at Chun Chen's upright figure, hardly believing their ears and eyes. This young man was actually the new chairman of the Xin Yuan Group? This is too impressive. It should be noted that the Xin Yuan Group was one of the top-ranking enterprises in Suzhou and Hangzhou, a group much larger than most of their companies. To have such an identity at such a young age meant that his future development would naturally soar. Everyone was utterly shocked, their gazes towards Chen Chen filled with respect and envy. Such a young chairman, if he were to take bold actions, the Xin Yuan Group might continue to surge forward. In an instant, everyone looked at Chun Chen with eyes full of excitement. Just as the crowd was still immersed in shock, Shang Guanyu and Zhou Dashan walked over to him. Shang Guanyu was wearing a white suit today, looking very capable, but her ethereal beauty, like a celestial being, was impossible to ignore. Looking at the powerful aura of Chun Chen before her, which was completely different from his friendly demeanor at home yesterday, a hint of surprise flashed in Shang Guanyu's eyes. "Chairman Chen," Shang Guanyu said with a slight smile, taking the initiative to greet him. Chen Chen smiled back at Shang Guanyu, responding calmly, "No need to be so formal, Director Shang Guan, just call me Chen Chen." Shang Guanyu smiled gently, lowering her gaze, her voice as clear and pleasant as an echoing orchid in a valley. "In that case, you can just call me by my name." The crowd was clearly taken aback by the relationship between Shang Guanyu and Chen Chen. This director Shang Guan was a representative figure of the young and capable in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Her work ability was evident, otherwise, even with the old man's connections, she wouldn't have secured the position of president. With such power, combined with Shang Guanyu's family background and beauty, the number of wealthy suitors around her was countless. When had they ever seen her interact with someone like this? It was always businesslike, keeping people at arm's length. Shang Guanyu would naturally smile in service, but that was merely out of politeness. To see her smile so radiantly at Chen Chen was truly a first for them. What Shang Guanyu and Chen Chen discussed was no longer important. What mattered was her attitude towards him. With this stance, the executives at the entrance were all smart people, and they immediately understood what was going on. This new chairman of the Xin Yuan Group was likely a big shot they couldn't afford to offend. At that moment, Zhou Dashan, who had been standing behind, also walked over and looked at Shang Guanyu beside him. Shang Guanyu understood and began to introduce Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, this is my uncle Zhou, my grandfather's trusted assistant." Zhou Dashan had been sizing up Chen Chen, and a look of surprise quickly flashed in his eyes. This young man truly was accomplished at a young age. For a man, having a good appearance is enough, but possessing such an aura is very important. Zhou Dashan had been in the circle for so long, his eyes were exceptionally bright, and he had a keen sense for people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the old man's right-hand man. He could clearly feel that Chen Chen's aura was powerful, exuding an air of nobility. Such a young man was indeed impressive. Then Shang Guanyu briefly introduced Chen Chen to Zhou Dashan, and Chen Chen took the initiative to extend his hand to Zhou Dashan, smiling as he said, "Mr. Zhou, hello." Zhou Dashan had a very good first impression of Chen Chen. He also stepped forward to shake hands with him, responding warmly, "Yesterday, the old man enjoyed the tea you gave him, and today he specifically asked me to return the favor." As he spoke, Zhou Dashan took out 2 brocade boxes, one large and one small, and handed them to Chen Chen. Zhou Dashan opened the lid of the brocade box, which was made of rosewood and carried a special fragrance, revealing the gifts inside. Inside the smaller box lay a piece of sheep fat jade, pure and lustrous, resembling a little lamb, very endearing. It was clearly a fine piece of sheep fat jade. The larger box contained a scroll. Chen Chen naturally stepped forward, took the scroll in hand, and gently unfolded it. The scroll bore 4 large characters: "Tranquility leads to distance." Each stroke carried a majestic aura that surged towards the viewer. Chen Chen stood there calmly, his eyes filled with admiration as he smiled and said, "Thank you, old man, for this heartfelt gesture. This calligraphy is truly amazing, the spirit and energy are palpable. You have already transcended the realm of a master." Zhou Dashan looked at Chen Chen's natural demeanor and was momentarily taken aback. Most people would be awed by the imposing presence of the old man's calligraphy. Yet this child remained calm throughout, clearly not an ordinary person. Just as Zhou Dashan was feeling surprised, the other executives nearby were even more shocked, staring in disbelief. So it turns out that when Zhou Dashan mentioned a return gift, it was for this young man? This is the old man's calligraphy. Just look at the signature and personal seal above, it is undoubtedly authentic. As business owners from Suzhou and Hangzhou, they knew that the old man did not easily give his calligraphy to others. Even the higher-ups in Suzhou and Hangzhou would find it hard to obtain. Others wouldn't even dare to think about it. They wouldn't even be allowed through the old man's front door. But today, the old man actually took the initiative to write for this young man. How much importance does that signify? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the executives. Not to mention, this young man also held the title of chairman of the Xinyuan Group. The Xinyuan Group was a leading enterprise they could not compete with, and they felt a sense of unease. Chen Chen naturally put away the old man's calligraphy and handed it to Su Tianqing beside him for safekeeping. Then I would trouble Mr. Zhou to thank the old man for me, Chen Chen said politely to Zhou Dashan, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Dashan nodded lightly, but he felt even more admiration for Chen Chen. At that moment, Feng Xian glanced at the time. It was almost time for the auction to begin, so he started to usher everyone into the venue. The auction venue was specifically designed for land auctions, so it was somewhat different from regular auction houses. Although the area was not large, there were tables for placing materials, which was very convenient. All the seats were made of high-quality sofas, making them quite comfortable. Feng Xian led the way for Chen Chen, respectfully saying, "Chairman Chen, this is our position." The Xinyuan Group was the leading enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou's real estate market and a major player in land transactions, so their position was undoubtedly in the front row. Chen Chen nodded lightly, maintaining his calm demeanor throughout, which made Zhou Dashan regard him with even more respect. "Everyone, please take your seats," Chen Chen said as he sat down. Feng Xian and Shangguan Yu sat beside him, with Zhou Dashan next to them. There was still a little time before the auction officially began, so Chen Chen and the others spoke quietly among themselves. Meanwhile, preparations were proceeding in an orderly manner backstage for the auction. Because this land parcel was highly valued, a top auctioneer had been invited to ensure a significant profit. After all, this piece of land was simply too good. Such an opportunity would not arise again in the coming years. I just went to the front to take a look. All the companies that came have arrived, and the turnout is impressive. A staff member rushed in, beaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled, feeling quite pleased. Of course, they didn't need to look at the quality of this land parcel. If it weren't for the fact that Linshui is a small place, the small auction venue might not even be able to accommodate everyone. The auctioneer, sitting on the side and sipping water, also wore a confident expression as he said loudly to everyone, "Rest assured, this time, we will definitely auction off a sky-high price." As a top auctioneer, he had a firm grip on the rhythm of the auction. As long as he pays attention to the rhythm of stirring the pot, he need not fear those executives. They won't dare to fight. Once the anger rises, who would worry about the prices not going up? The auctioneer's eyes were already ablaze with fighting spirit. This time, the executives of Linshui City would know the prowess of a top auctioneer. They should just wait to hand over their money obediently. Soon, it was time for the auction to officially begin. The auctioneer confidently took the stage, made a brief opening statement, and then delved into the theme of this auction. To stimulate everyone's enthusiasm, they placed the Land King at the forefront of the auction. The auctioneer began to introduce the details of the land, and as he spoke, the projection behind him displayed the specific information about the land. I believe everyone is already aware of the advantages of this piece of land. Therefore, the starting bid for this land is 1,980,000,000. The auctioneer spoke passionately, and his gaze towards the executives in attendance was filled with fervor. As long as these executives bid even once, his commission for today would increase. These executives were his bread and butter. The auctioneer deliberately paused. After all, he was a top auctioneer, skillfully controlling the emotions of the entire room, and then he said, "All right, everyone can start bidding now." However, as soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the room remained silent. The executives seemed to have not heard the auctioneer. They all turned their gazes towards Chen Chen. Although they were looking at Chen Chen, not a single person spoke up to place a bid. They were all silent. The entire auction hall was eerily quiet, almost like a graveyard. Such a scene left even the top auctioneer dumbfounded. What was going on? Where was the Land King they had promised? Why were these executives not even glancing at it? The auctioneer felt as if he had been struck on the head. When had he ever experienced such a cold reception? Even during his first auction, where he was selling a particularly remote piece of land, there had been more enthusiasm than this. Normally, such a Land King would have these big shots fighting tooth and nail for it. Were the big shots of Linshui City now so focused on harmony? Or was there something wrong with this piece of land? Why was no one bidding? Sweat was clearly beading on the forehead of the top auctioneer. If such a prime piece of land went unsold, it would surely be a failure. Did everyone not hear my voice? No problem, let's start over. Now, this piece of land officially begins bidding. This time, the top auctioneer pulled out all the stops, but no matter how passionately he spoke, no one raised a paddle. Faced with such a situation, even the well-experienced top auctioneer felt a bit flustered. Should he call out again? But if he did and still no one bid, that would be too embarrassing. Just as the auctioneer was caught in his own dilemma, Zodashin looked at Chun Chen's calm demeanor, and his mouth twitched slightly. How could he remain so composed? To be honest, if Zodashin were in such a situation, he probably wouldn't have held out this long. After a while, still no one raised a paddle. The entire auction hall was silent, and the top auctioneer had begun to wipe the sweat from his brow. Feng Xin, being an old hand, naturally understood the intentions of those present. At that moment, Feng Xin looked at Chun Chen and saw him give a slight nod. After receiving the chairman's permission, Feng Xin raised his paddle and made a bid at the starting price. When the auctioneer saw that someone had finally raised a paddle, he felt as if he had been revived, his eyes almost shining with excitement. The opportunity had come. Alright, our Xin Yuan Group has made a bid. Such a top-tier land king, it seems Xin Yuan Group has an eye for gems. I wonder if there are any other savvy executives like those from Xin Yuan Group present, ready to take down this land king? This land king can not only be used for real estate but can also serve as the headquarters for a company. Such an excellent location is simply too rare. In fact, the base price we offered is really very low. The value of this land has long exceeded the base price. Unfortunately, no matter how much the auctioneer urged, the executives in the audience remained silent. Some even found it annoying and closed their eyes, intending to ignore it. The auctioneer, of course, did not understand the feelings of the executives. They certainly wanted such a prime piece of land. But today, to compete would mean not giving face to old Master Shangguan. How could they continue to operate in Suzhou and Hangzhou after that? To put it rigorously, offending old Master Shangguan would make it difficult to get by anywhere in Huaxia. Their purpose in bidding was to develop better and better. If they offended such a powerful figure over a piece of land, they could exit the business circle altogether. Just Xin Yuan Group alone was not something they could handle. Rather than that, everyone chose to yield directly, preserving their own peace. Watching the quiet scene, the auctioneer was already in despair. Still nothing? This. Fortunately, this time Xin Yuan Group was backing it up, offering the base price. 19.8 billion, first call. 19.8 billion, second call. 19.8 billion, third call. With each reminder, the auctioneer finally brought down the hammer heavily, marking a decisive conclusion. Chen Shen secured the land. He stood up and nodded to the executives around him. He had accepted this favor. Then Chen Shen looked at Shangguan Yu and Zodashin, his face carrying a warm smile as he said lightly, "Thank you both for supporting me, and please thank the old master for his kindness." Shangguan Yu and Zodashin both nodded with smiles, especially Zodashin, who had a very high regard for Chen Shen. After exchanging simple greetings with a few people, Chen Shen led Feng Xian and others toward the office area behind the auction venue. Since the land had been secured, it was time to proceed with the handover. Watching Chen Shen straight back, Zodashin nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration, exclaiming, "This person is quite remarkable." Whether it was his imposing presence or his way of dealing with people, this calmness was even rarer. As he spoke, Zodashin also stood up. They had seen the person and completed the necessary business. It was time to leave. Zodashin and Shangguan Yu stood up together and walked outside. Watching the two leave, the executives present all breathed a sigh of relief. These two powerful figures had finally left. If they had stayed, they would have been unsure about bidding on the upcoming plots. However, many executives also began to calculate in their hearts. It seemed they needed to build a good relationship with Xin Yuan Group in the future. These two powerful figures, judging by today's situation, were definitely here to support the new chairman. It was one thing for Shangguan Yu to come, but even Zodashin, who was close to the old master, showed up. Wasn't that obvious enough? This was serious. They definitely needed to engage well with Chairman Chen in the future. Chen Chen was completely unaware of the thoughts of these executives. He brought Feng Xian and others to the office area of the auction venue. The person in charge looked at Chen Chen with a helpless expression, smiling wryly as he said, "I was wondering why our auction today was so uncooperative. I only found out that the chairman of Xin Yuan Group was personally present." Chen Chen smiled lightly, stepped forward to shake hands with the person in charge, and said politely, "You must be joking. Today is just The kindness of our peers, let's go through the formalities now. As he spoke, Chen Chen proactively handed over his bank card. Feng Xian, watching from behind, quietly said to Chen Chen, Chairman Chen, we are also ready with the check. After all, for such a big deal, the Xinyuan group had budgeted in advance. However, they didn't expect that today, Chairman Chen would come and buy this piece of land at the base price. It was simply an unexpected joy. Chen Chen directly rejected Feng Xian's idea of using a check. The reason he came today was precisely for this moment. If he couldn't use his card, what was the point of him being here? Accompanied by the staff, Chen Chen completed the transaction and paid the fees normally. With the successful payment, a screen popped up in front of Chen Chen as he wished, detected that the host just spent 19.8 billion, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, rebate of 198 billion. A smile finally appeared at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth. The funds had arrived, how satisfying. He turned to Feng Xian and the others, smiling as he said, you all worked hard today, go back and rest for a bit. Next, there will be plenty for you to do. After all, with a new piece of land in hand, they would need to quickly hold a meeting with various departments to start reviewing the previous plans to see which one was more suitable. After speaking with Feng Xian and the others, Chen Chen walked out of the auction venue, ready to head back. Meanwhile, the news that this piece of land had been secured began to spread, that it was acquired by the Xinyuan group. However, the news was just a few brief sentences. The small matters that happened in the venue naturally couldn't reach the media's ears. It wasn't that they didn't want to spread it, but they simply didn't dare. If the Shangwan family found out that it was them who leaked the gossip, they would be doomed. So the media only knew that this Land King had fallen into the hands of the Xinyuan group, and they were completely unaware of any other details. The journalists were on high alert, but after waiting from the beginning to the end of the auction, they still didn't see any senior executives from the Xinyuan group appear. They had no idea that Chen Chen had completed the formalities with Feng Xian and the others midway and left directly. These journalists were unable to interview the executives and were feeling quite frustrated. Finally, an experienced elder stomped his foot and said, let's go back. Clearly, they don't want to be interviewed. Rather than wasting time here, we might as well go back and collect a press release from the Xinyuan group. At this moment, Chen Chen had already returned home. His aunt and uncle had gone to work, leaving the little girl alone at home. Seeing Chen Chen come back, the little girl was very happy, circling around him and chattering away like a lively little lark. Chen Chen felt his heart soften as he looked at the little girl and said, let's go, I'll take you out for a stroll. Su Zhishi nodded vigorously, giggling as she said, okay, I heard there's a park nearby that's really beautiful, let's go play. After all, they had just moved into a new home, and Su Zhishi was filled with curiosity about the area. Chen Chen happily agreed, and the little girl took his hand, heading outside. The two planned to walk around the neighborhood, so they didn't drive but strolled leisurely through the villa area towards the park. Su Zhishi looked at the exquisite landscape in the community and couldn't help but exclaim, cousin, to be honest, the scenery in this community is even better than that of an ordinary park. There were many beautiful trees and flowers, all well maintained, clearly taken care of with great effort. Chen Chen reached out and patted the little girl's head, chuckling as he said, as long as you like it. Su Zhishi giggled, she not only liked it, she absolutely loved it. Mom and Dad are even more so. These past few days, they have been brainwashing her, insisting that she learn more from her cousin. The two of them chatted and laughed as they went to the park, which is nearby and beautifully decorated, with many people taking photos there. Chen Chen looked at the beautiful scenery and took some pictures, posting them on his moments. Not long after he posted, he heard a light ding from his phone. When he opened it, it was a WeChat message from Lu Ruan. Chen Chen, are you in Lin Shui? Chen Chen replied directly, yes. He had just included the name of the park, so anyone from Lin Shui would recognize it. Lu Ruyan quickly replied, I just returned to Lin Shui too. I brought Ruyu back with me to see Grandpa. Chen Chen understood Lu Ruyan's message immediately. Her parents had been working hard in Jinling, and Lu Ruyan had grown up at her grandfather's house when she was little. It was this special arrangement that allowed Chen Chen and Lu Ruyan to become childhood friends. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, Lu Ruyan sent another message. I still have to go to school to give a speech. Our former homeroom teacher asked me to. She wants me to talk to the younger students about what university life is like and inspire them. Chen Chen read the message, a smile forming on his lips, and was about to reply when another message came through. Why don't you come with me? My university is not as good as yours. You go ahead. Chen Chen replied directly. Although Lu Ruyan was rejected, she clearly did not want to give up and continued. Come on, yours is not bad either. Consider it a chance to go back and take a look. You haven't been back to your alma mater in a long time, right? Let's go together. Since Lu Ruyan had said so, Chen felt a stir in his heart and agreed. He looked down at his outfit, realizing he didn't need to change. With that thought, Chen took out his phone and asked Su Tianqing to pick him up at the park entrance, and they would also pick up Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu. Su Tianqing quickly arrived at the park entrance, and after Chen inquired about Lu Ruyan's location, they headed towards her. On the way, Lu Ruyan sent another message. You're not driving a supercar, are you? If so, Ruyu might not be happy. Playful Chen recalled their first meeting and chuckled, quickly replying, don't worry, this time Ruyu will definitely have a seat. Upon receiving Chen message, Lu Ruyan immediately showed her phone to Lu Ruyu, helplessly saying, see? This is official confirmation. I haven't been misleading you, have I? Lu Ruyu then perked up, her lively personality shone through as she smiled and said, sister, I was just afraid of being abandoned. Now that I see you and brother Chen saying this, I feel relieved. After all, they had the same face, yet she had to take a taxi every time. How could her sister possibly understand that kind of blow? It was so heart-wrenching. Soon, Chen arrived downstairs at Lu Ruyan's house, and he immediately spotted Lu Ruyan in a white dress like snow. Today, Lu Ruyan wore a fitted white dress that accentuated her slim waist, making her look delicate and charming in the breeze. Next to her, Lu Ruyu wore a similar white dress, but on the little girl, it exuded a different kind of charm. She looked like a playful little sister from the neighbor's house, cute and endearing, making one want to reach out and pinch her cheeks. Chen looked at the identical faces but completely different styles of the girls, smiled, waved, and called out, Ruyan, Ruyu, over here. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu heard Chen call and immediately turned to look in his direction. When they saw Chen stepping out of the custom extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, their beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ruyan remained relatively calm, while Lu Ruyu's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, wow, has brother Chen changed cars again? This time, it's a Rolls-Royce. Although Lu Ruyu didn't recognize the model, the little golden figure on the hood was waving at her. Lu Ruyu's mouth dropped open, her mind was in a whirlwind, completely overwhelmed, and her brain had practically shut down, struggling to think. This. A Rolls-Royce is a top-tier luxury car brand. Such a vehicle must cost several million, right? Brother Chen has really made it big. Lu Ruyu's mind instantly recalled the luxury items Chen had given her sister, and she quickly took out her phone to snap a picture of the custom extended version in front of her. She had to find out what kind of car this was. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's eyes were glued to Chen, reluctant to look away. Today, Chen seemed even more handsome than the last time. Especially his outfit, which was perfectly tailored, showcasing his physique to the fullest. This Chen shone like the sun in the sky, impossible to ignore. At that moment, Lu Ruyu's exclamation pulled Lu Ruyan back to reality. Sister, you have to take a look. Lu Ruyan glanced at her sister helplessly, wondering what could possibly change her sister's jumpy nature. But when Lu Ruyan saw the car's introduction on the phone screen, she felt as if she had been struck, her body trembling slightly. This. The Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version in front of them costs over 200 million? And not just anyone can buy it, there's a review process to purchase a car? Is it really that impressive? Lu Ruyan instinctively exchanged a glance with Lu Ruyu, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. It hadn't been long since they last met, and Chen had somehow become even more impressive. It was like he had shot up like a rocket. Chen looked at Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu, who were both in shock, and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, are you two alright? Are we going to school together, or should I take you both to see a doctor? Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu immediately changed their expressions. Both girls rolled their eyes at Chen and retorted, we're perfectly fine. Yes. Let's get going. Chen laughed lightly, not bothering to argue with the two girls, cheerfully saying, alright, let's go, it's almost time. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu got into the car, looking at the luxurious interior, utterly astonished. Lu Ruyu glanced at the strong-looking Su Tianqing in the front seat and whispered, wow, brother Chen, you even have a personal driver now. This is too impressive. Lu Ruyan was equally shocked, but she was steadier than Lu Ruyu, her eyes flashing with surprise as she looked at Chen with a gaze full of curiosity. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, and the security guard was taken aback by such a luxurious car, quickly approaching to say, sir, I'm really sorry, but we don't have any parking spaces left in our school. Chen naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the security guard. He got out of the car with Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu and said to Su Tianqing, there's a paid parking lot outside, you can park the car there. Su Tianqing immediately agreed, and after they got out of the car, Lu Ruyan took out her phone to call their homeroom teacher. Meanwhile, on the other side, many people were gathered around a young man. The people beside them were all high school teachers and school leaders. However, on their faces, there was no trace of the seriousness one would expect from teachers, only a series of fawning expressions. "Oh, you must give your junior classmates a good talk about your success today. This is a rare experience for these kids." Exactly. After all, you are one of the few students from your class who got into Tsinghua or Peking University. A top student like you must have plenty of study tips, right? At least as a senior, just share a few tricks with them. That would be enough for them to study well in the future. These kids are lucky to hear your speech. The young man smiled broadly, waving his hand at the teachers with a somewhat shy demeanor, but the pride that occasionally flickered in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Surrounded by a group of teachers, the young man walked into the school. Chen Chen and Lu Ruan waited for a while at the school gate when they saw a middle-aged man in a jacket walking quickly towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was their homeroom teacher. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional at the surprised look on the teacher's face. Time really is a killer. A few years ago when he graduated, their homeroom teacher was still a handsome man in his 30s, and now he had aged a bit. He seemed to have gained some weight too. Although his physique had changed slightly, the homeroom teacher was still as enthusiastic as ever. As soon as he saw Chen Chen and the others, he immediately broke into a smile. First, he looked at Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu, exclaiming loudly, "Look at our sister flowers, getting more and more beautiful." Then he glanced at the handsome Chen Chen, and a flash of disbelief crossed his eyes, followed by a light punch on Chen Chen's shoulder. "You little rascal, only come when invited by a big beauty? Is what the teacher says no longer effective?" Feeling the teacher's soft punch, Chen Chen smiled helplessly and replied, "Teacher, you're joking. You invited only those who did well. I just barely passed, so you shouldn't feel embarrassed inviting me." The homeroom teacher laughed heartily. He didn't really look down on Chen Chen's grades. It was just that the school said to invite 1 or 2 representatives. After all, if too many people were invited, the students wouldn't be able to keep up. "You must give your junior classmates a good talk this time you're back." The homeroom teacher led the way, greeting the security guard as he took the two into the campus. He first showed them the changes in the school. Although only a few years had passed, the facilities were much better than before. The playground had long been replaced with a rubber track, and the library, which had not been opened before, was now officially in use. Lu Ruyu looked at the changes in the school, smiled, and said, "I saw in a video that the school always has benefits that can't be caught up with. Look at this huge library. I envy the current junior classmates." The homeroom teacher paused for a moment, seemingly reminiscing, "So you all didn't get to experience it? What a pity. The collection inside is quite rich." Unfortunately, Chen Chen and the others were no longer students of the school and had lost their eligibility to enter. The homeroom teacher took them directly to his office, pointing to the empty seats inside. "You all sit down and rest for a bit." After entering, Chen Chen and the others heard a burst of hearty laughter coming from the office. It was the teachers who had previously surrounded the young man as they walked in together. Those teachers were gathered around the young man, constantly saying flattering words, praising his current achievements. "By the way, have you found a job now?" One teacher leaned forward curiously and asked the young man. When the other teachers heard this, their eyes lit up, and they looked towards the young man. He nodded and pretended to be very humble as he said, "I just graduated and joined Phone Run Group. With my qualifications, I'm just an ordinary white-collar worker, so I really feel embarrassed to report to the teachers." "Phone Run Group?" The teachers gasped in surprise. Phone Run Group is quite impressive. It's the real estate group of Linshui City. Although their city is not large, being a real estate group means it has a significant scale. One teacher, upon hearing it was Phone Run Group, immediately asked, "Isn't the salary and benefits of such a real estate company quite good?" "It's just average. I earn about 300,000 a year. Although there are opportunities for promotion later, and I have some expectations for development, the salary is just average." The young man was quite the old Versailles. Though he said it was average, every word pierced right into people's hearts. Sure enough, the teacher sitting across from him became restless. After all, he had just graduated and was already earning 300,000 a year. This salary level is definitely a petit bourgeois lifestyle. Moreover, he mentioned that there would be promotion opportunities in the future. If he gets promoted at such a young age, his income would surely rise even more. The teachers thought about it and couldn't help but praise him. He was just in his early 20s and already had such an income. A child like this has great potential for future development. Especially the homeroom teacher who invited the young man to give a speech. His face shone with pride, and his voice became a bit louder. "Oh, you really have a bright future. I estimate that among our graduating students, you are definitely the one doing the best. It seems we really need to study hard. Knowledge changes destiny." The young man just waved his hand and humbly said, "I'm really just starting out." Although Phone Run Group is a real estate group, It's still a bit inferior compared to our Suhong Xinyuan group, but it's not far behind. A teacher laughed heartily and timely chimed in. For a moment, everyone started laughing again. After all, even though Xinyuan group is better, they can't get in either. At this moment, a teacher seemed to think of something and suddenly said, I saw a news report today. It seems that Xinyuan group just acquired a new piece of land this morning. The other teachers also saw the news and chimed in. That piece of land is quite remarkable. Since it was put up for sale, it has been a hot topic, and countless companies have been eyeing it. I didn't expect it to be acquired by Xinyuan group in the end. It's clearly a big deal, but there's hardly any related news. It's pitifully scarce. Most of it is just a sentence or two, only mentioning the sale, without even stating how much it was auctioned for. What's so strange about that? I estimate the auction price was too high to be conveniently mentioned in the news. As the teachers spoke, their gazes fell on the young man. They thought quite simply, after all, they were all in the real estate industry, and perhaps he had heard some insider information. The young man listened to the teachers and was clearly taken aback, then he shrugged his shoulders, making a helpless expression, and smiled as he said, I'm not clear about that. After all, it's a decision from the higher-ups at Xinyuan Group. Not to mention him, even if their general manager were present, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it either. However, since Xinyuan Group was mentioned, a hint of envy and longing appeared on the young man's face as he smiled and said, I'll work at Fengrun Group for a couple of years first, striving to become a manager, and then see if I can switch to Xinyuan Group. After all, their scale is larger, and the future development might be even better. Listening to the young man's eloquent speech, the homeroom teacher sitting nearby couldn't help but smile widely, feeling immensely proud as he said to the other teachers, no wonder he was such a good student back then, just look at his planning skills, it's truly remarkable. The young man's homeroom teacher glanced around at the other teachers and suddenly stood up, gently clapping his hands and calling out loudly, have all the students we invited for the report arrived? Let's have everyone share which school they graduated from so we can arrange the order for the presentations later. At this point, the young man's homeroom teacher patted the young man's shoulder, beaming with pride as he said, I've invited one student today, and he graduated from Tsinghua University and Peking University. Upon hearing this, the other homeroom teachers had mostly invited students from the 985 project universities. Meanwhile, Shenzhen and Lu Ruan's universities were an ordinary first-tier university and a 211 university, respectively. The young man's homeroom teacher's face showed a clear expression of disdain as he cast a contemptuous glance at the other homeroom teachers. Looking at the students invited by his colleagues, who were mostly from 985 universities, he thought, is this really the best you could do? If this is the caliber of students in your class, is there even a need to invite them for a live speech? This is not about bringing honor to yourself, it's clearly about bringing shame. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. He looked at the students present and said in a pretentious manner, the fact that you all came today shows your affection for your alma mater, and it's also your good fortune. My student here is now an employee of Fengrun Group. You all know about Fengrun Group, right? You can reach out to them anytime, after all, we are all alumni, and who knows, there might be ways to help each other. In the young homeroom teacher's eyes, the one who could help was naturally this exalted student of his. At this moment, the school leaders were also smiling, looking at the young man and showering him with compliments. After all, he is a child who has come from our school, he is truly exceptional. I hope that when you reach the peak one day, you won't forget the nurturing your alma mater has given you. That's for sure. Just look at our students, taking time out of their busy schedules to come back and give a speech, that already shows their sentiments. When you give your speech later, make sure to talk about your study methods and your current achievements. Inspire the students to strive for progress. Hearing the school leaders say this, the other homeroom teachers also stepped forward, exchanging words with the young man, all of which were merely flattery and admiration. Chen Shen's homeroom teacher found this scene particularly distasteful. He curled his lip and directly said to Chen Shen and the others, our school has made quite a few changes recently, let me take you around. Chen Shen and the others gladly followed, as this atmosphere was indeed quite uncomfortable. The homeroom teacher was very warm towards Chen Shen and the others, and they looked around the playground, marveling at how different the school was from before. Let's go, I'll take you directly to the auditorium. The homeroom teacher checked the time on his wrist, it was almost time for the speeches to begin, so he led them toward the auditorium. At that moment, the school auditorium was already filled with students, all sitting upright and waiting for the speeches to start. The principal and a group of school leaders entered the auditorium on time, looking at the students below with satisfied nods. As the highest authority of the school, the principal first gave a brief opening statement, then made a sharp turn in the conversation. directing the topic toward the students who were there to give reports today. I won't say much more. Let's invite our main guest to the stage to give a speech. The first to take the stage was, of course, a young man who graduated from Qingbei. As the principal introduced him, the students' eyes lit up at the mention of a senior from Qingbei. After all, Qingbei University, as the highest institution of learning in Huaxia, is a dream for all students. Seeing a graduate from there in person filled their gazes with envy and admiration. Watching the young man walk confidently to the podium, all the students straightened up in their seats, eagerly looking up at the stage. The students showed a strong interest, listening intently from below, with applause erupting from time to time. This senior speaks so well. Our school should have invited more seniors like him to come back and share their experiences for the college entrance exam. After all, he's a top student who got into Qingbei. The experiences he shares must be different. Why didn't I bring a recorder? These insights should be recorded well so I can listen to them multiple times later. Look, our class monitor is taking notes. When we go back, I'll borrow those notes to copy. It might just help improve my grades. Isn't it a coincidence? The teachers who taught this senior are now our class teachers. If we work hard, maybe we can also get into Qingbei. The young man's speech soon came to an end, leaving the students wanting more, quietly discussing among themselves. Next up were some ordinary students from 985 and 211 universities, who also shared their learning experiences on stage. With the previous speech from the Qingbei graduate, the students' enthusiasm was noticeably less vigorous, but they still listened attentively since these were key institutions. When Lu Ruan took the stage to speak, it sparked another small climax. Although Lu Ruan graduated from a 211 university, she was stunningly beautiful, and her demeanor was so impressive. The boys stared wide-eyed, while the girls in the audience looked on with envy. This senior is so beautiful. To get into a 211 university, her academic performance must be excellent. Such a girl is truly outstanding. Being good-looking is one thing, but this senior has such a great presence. She is our goal to strive for. A person with knowledge exudes elegance that describes girls like her. Pretty girls can't lack brains. They must develop comprehensively to be admired. The students whispered among themselves, their eyes revealing a sense of longing. The school leaders nodded gently. As long as it guided the students to study hard, it was the best speech. The invited students took turns giving their speeches, and Chen Chen, having graduated from an ordinary first-tier university, was scheduled to speak last. Before each student took the stage, a leader would introduce their alma mater. When the students heard that Chen Chen had only graduated from an ordinary first-tier university, their interest immediately waned. They exchanged glances, hardly believing their ears. What was going on with the school, inviting someone from an ordinary first-tier university to give a speech? Was he meant to be a negative example? By this point in the event, many students sitting in the audience were already feeling a bit tired, and upon hearing Chen Chen's introduction, they grew even more impatient. They no longer cared about politeness. How could an ordinary first-tier graduate dare to take the stage to give a learning speech? Is this speech event ever going to end? Why is it still going on? Anyone can just get up and say a few words. What are our school leaders doing? This is just a waste of time. Exactly. Listening to someone like this won't improve our grades. It might even drag us down. Isn't it better to go back and do a few practice questions during this time? I've been sitting here for so long, I'm really tired and don't want to listen to these people ramble on anymore. I'm going to tell the teacher that I'm leaving early. The students had completely lost their patience, and some had even left directly. Even when their homeroom teacher softly called out to them from the side, it was of no use. The students had no interest in being there. In their view, they could do better than Chen Chen with just a casual effort, so why should they listen to his report? Just because he was older? In fact, it wasn't just the students who were impatient. Even the teachers and the principal looked weary, uninterested in what Chen Chen was specifically saying. Many school leaders even shot discontented glances at Chen Chen's homeroom teacher, feeling that the student he brought was really not up to par. Those giving learning reports should at least be from key universities like 985 or 211. What kind of people are we inviting back, as if our school has no outstanding graduates? It's so embarrassing. Even those students who had just given speeches were sitting leisurely in their seats, wearing expressions of watching a show. Their eyes revealed undisguised disdain. Such graduates from the same year were at most just there to be supporting characters. A regular first-tier university? No different from graduates of second or third-tier schools. Among the crowd, only Lu Ruan looked delighted as she watched Chen Chen on stage, quietly listening to him speak. In the vast auditorium, it seemed like only Chen Chen on stage and Lu Ruan in the audience existed. One was speaking earnestly, while the other listened attentively, completely blocking out the irrelevant people around them. Chen didn't plan to talk too much. His speech wasn't about study experiences. After all, the previous students had already said enough. Chen mainly focused his speech on how to relax one's mindset. Every student taking the college entrance examination needs to face the challenge of overcoming psychological pressure. Many students actually perform well academically, but their mental state is poor, making it easy for them to fail during exams and not show their best level. So Chen simply shared some of his small experiences, such as ensuring adequate sleep before the exam, not overthinking, and maintaining the best mental state. With pressure comes motivation, but if the pressure is too great, it's like a spring that has been compressed too tightly. It may not be able to perform at its usual level. Chen spoke sincerely. His grades might not be the best, but he had achieved his own standard. Unfortunately, the students in the audience clearly weren't buying it. They fidgeted in their seats, speaking in a very unpleasant tone. What kind of experience is he sharing? Does he even need to say this? Before the exam, the teachers will naturally go over all of this. What can he say, being someone who barely got into a first-tier university? Can we even listen to his study experiences? He might not even be better than us. Is this guy just someone the school invited to fill the numbers? This bland speech is completely meaningless. Next time, just cancel it. Meanwhile, a reporter drove past the school gate. The section of road in front of the school was always prone to traffic jams. The reporter, feeling frustrated, honked the horn while leaning dejectedly on the steering wheel, wearing a pained expression. He was worried about the interview. Today, Xingyuan Group had just secured a new plot of land, but aside from the press release from the Public Relations Department, no other information had been revealed. As reporters, they had racked their brains and tried many methods, but they still couldn't find out the specific situation at the auction venue. Faced with significant interview pressure, even veteran reporters felt a bit breathless. This damn situation. It would be great to have a chance encounter with the higher-ups of the Xingyuan Group. As the reporter spoke, he suddenly caught sight of a customized, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside the school. What is this? The reporter felt a shiver run down his spine and slammed on the gas to pull over. He instinctively looked up at the sky. Could it be that when he made his wish just now, a fairy happened to fly by? This happiness came too quickly. The reporter swallowed hard, quickly took out his phone, and called the editorial office to report that he had seen the chairman of the Xingyuan Group's car. The editor-in-chief was stunned upon hearing this. A look of surprise crossed his face as he hurriedly asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." The reporter's tone was excited, and his speech quickened. Not to mention our neighboring Shui city, there isn't a second customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom in Suzhou or Hangzhou. If he could misidentify such a car, what was the point of being a reporter? He might as well go home and dig sweet potatoes. Great! Send me the address, and I'll immediately arrange for someone from the editorial office to come and meet you, the editor-in-chief said, very excited. If this worked out, they would definitely have a front-page headline. After hanging up, the editor-in-chief quickly arranged for his subordinates to head to the school. However, they were so eager that they didn't pay attention to keeping the news confidential. The information spread quickly, and many reporters received related tips. In no time, numerous reporters across the city rushed toward the school. They all had a common goal: to interview the chairman of the Xingyuan Group. As soon as the reporters saw the security guard, they immediately described Chen's appearance and attire, asking if he had seen the person. The security guard thought for a moment and seemed to have some impression, so he replied, "I remember. They should all be in the auditorium right now, giving a speech to the students." Upon hearing this, the reporters became excited and rushed to the gate to register and enter the school. Who would have thought that the security guard would shake his head and refuse, saying, "You are neither students nor parents of students, so you definitely cannot enter the school." The reporters, eager for the headline, were all holding back their frustration, and many thought about slipping the security guard some benefits to gain entry for interviews. The security guard was indeed a bit tempted but still shook his head, rejecting their bribes. After all, he was in a school, a place for education, and students were the future of the country. He had to be careful and cautious. The security guard didn't want to lose his job over something trivial. It wasn't worth it. The reporters pulled out their press credentials and said to the security guard, "We are not just any random people, we are legitimate media reporters, and we just want to go in for an interview." The security guard didn't dare make a decision on his own. He had the reporters wait there while he picked up the internal phone to call the principal and ask for the school's opinion. "What? A bunch of reporters have come to interview?" The principal was taken aback by the security guard's words. The other school leaders nearby were also stunned, their eyes wide open. What was going on? A large group of reporters wanted to come in for interviews? It was known that even during school anniversaries, there were only 1 or 2 reporters who came for casual interviews at the strong invitation of the school leaders. The principal thought for a moment, having so many reporters come to interview could be a good thing, so he said to the security guard, "Calm the reporters down for now, I'll go out to welcome them right away." The security guard acknowledged and hung up the phone. Hearing that the school leaders would personally come out to greet them, the reporters were not the least bit happy. Instead, they wore expressions of resentment. They felt that the school leaders were a bit too out of touch, and why come out to greet them? This back and forth was just wasting their interview time. Really? The reporters waited, and finally, the school leaders came running over. The principal looked at so many reporter friends, his face almost blooming with a smile, but he had to pretend to be humble and polite, saying, "Thank you all for coming." Unfortunately, before the principal could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the reporters, who looked at him and directly asked, "Is Chairman Chen in the auditorium?" "Where is the auditorium? Chairman Chen? The auditorium?" The principal was taken aback by the reporters' questions and instinctively raised his hand to point out the location of the auditorium. As soon as the reporters saw the principal's gesture, they went wild, running towards the auditorium like athletes at the Olympics. The school leaders had no idea what was happening and could only chase after them. The security guard at the back was completely stunned. What was going on? He had worked at the school for many years, and even Shaoli had become Laoli, yet this was the first time he had seen such a scene. Meanwhile, on stage, Chen Chen had already begun to deliver his closing remarks. It is said that the college entrance examination is a watershed moment in life. In fact, the college entrance examination is just a stage in our lives. As long as everyone shows their true level, they will have no regrets in life. This is just an exam and does not represent a person's entire life. I also hope everyone can adjust their mindset, start a good life, and have a wonderful college experience. Chen Chen nodded to the crowd below, marking the end of his speech. The students in the audience showed expressions of relief. They had finally finished listening. After the speech, only sparse applause could be heard from the audience, which was more like a pitying encouragement from a few students. Except for a few classmates, most people's faces were filled with disdain. More students began to whisper among themselves, their tones full of sarcasm. "He's already a loser, yet he says the college entrance exam isn't important. Is he trying to turn us all into losers? The school really has no vision to invite someone like this to give a speech. He looks decent, but I didn't expect him to be so out of touch when he speaks and acts. A person like this is just wasting air." What he just said was complete nonsense. Although the college entrance exam is just one test, the rest of life will be related to this exam. How can he say it's not the entirety of life? Is he making excuses for his own failure in the exam? I really can't listen to this anymore. This person is just here to make us laugh, right? Let's all leave. Listening to someone like this will only make us feel low. The comments were blunt and useless. At that moment, the doors of the auditorium were suddenly pushed open, and a group of reporters with cameras rushed in. This scene left the students and teachers in the auditorium dumbfounded. Their eyes followed the reporters as they moved to the front of the stage. The students had never seen such a spectacle before and began to discuss among themselves. "What's going on? So many reporters have come. Isn't it just the seniors coming back to give a speech? The school leaders are being so dramatic. These leaders are always like this, trying to achieve something to show everyone. But it's the first time I've seen so many reporters. Who are they going to interview? Do we even need to think about it? Of course, they're here to interview the top graduates from Qingbei. Are they going to interview someone who graduated from a regular university? How ridiculous. That's right, only seniors who graduated from Qingbei have the value to be interviewed. Those from key universities are better than those who graduated from a regular first-tier university." Just as the students were chattering away, the reporters spotted Chen Chen on stage. Their eyes lit up, and they raised their microphones, loudly calling out to Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, may we interview you? Mr. Chen." In an instant, everyone in the auditorium was stunned. The students and teachers present, even the school leaders who had rushed in after the reporters, all widened their eyes in disbelief. Those who had been watching the speech just moments ago stood up from their seats, their faces filled with incredulity. Even Lu Ruan, who was somewhat familiar with Chen Chen, was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at him. Before Chen Chen could respond, another reporter shouted, "Hello, Mr. Chen. As the newly appointed chairman of Xin Yuan Group, you took the Land King in Linshui City at a rock-bottom price right after taking office. Your tactics are impressive. What are your plans for that piece of land?" Other reporters, unwilling to be outdone, leaned forward with their microphones, loudly asking questions. "I heard you have a new real estate project ready to develop on top of the Land King. Is that true? There are rumors that you plan to implement sweeping reforms. with multiple city projects set for Phase 1 development. Do you have anything to announce? Mr. Chen, could you please reveal the auction price for this Land King? Boom! The entire venue fell silent. This person is actually the chairman of Xinyuan Group? Wasn't he just a regular first-tier university senior? How could the teachers not introduce his status right away? The students felt as if their heads had exploded, staring at Chen Chen in shock. At that moment, they suddenly recalled what Chen Chen had just said. The college entrance examination does not represent everything in life, nor is it a starting point. Look at him, what's wrong with being from a regular first-tier university? He still became the chairman of Xinyuan Group. What he said was not pretentious, nor was it toxic positivity, it was truly heartfelt. It's a pity they failed to recognize the gem before them and had just mocked him. They were doomed, they had offended a big shot before even taking the college entrance exam. The students had never seen such a scene, all frozen in their seats, exchanging glances. Their hearts raced, and they didn't know what to do. The school leaders, who had been panting at the entrance of the auditorium, were now petrified, standing still after hearing the reporter's words. There was actually a chairman of Xinyuan Group among their graduates? This was truly beyond their comprehension. They couldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. Previously, a mere employee from Fengrun Group, which was not as good as Xinyuan Group, had already shocked these teachers and school leaders. Yet they had overlooked the chairman of Xinyuan Group. The expressions of the school leaders changed, alternating between red and white, their hearts turbulent like raging waves. How could this be? They genuinely hoped that the reporters had made a mistake, but with so many reporters present, it was clearly impossible. Those old classmates who had been ahead of Chen Chen in the speech were now dumbfounded. Besides shock, they felt a deep sense of self-reflection. What right did they have to look down on him? He may have only attended a regular first-tier university, but he was the chairman of Xinyuan Group. Such a status completely overshadowed them all. Just as everyone gasped in astonishment, Chen Chen looked at the reporters below and smiled faintly, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm not available for an interview. As for the news regarding the land plot, you can wait for the notice from the Public Relations Department of the Xinyuan Group." Chen Chen casually declined the interview, maintaining a calm demeanor that left the students and school leaders staring in disbelief. How could they not recognize such a remarkable presence? Those eyes, if they were of no use, should simply be donated to someone in need. Chen Chen paid no attention to them and walked straight to his seat, where his homeroom teacher and Lu Ruan were sitting. Both of them looked at Chen Chen in shock, 1,000 words stuck in their throats, unable to express anything. Chen Chen smiled at the two and chatted briefly with the homeroom teacher, who sighed heavily and said, "I noticed you've become more handsome, but I didn't expect such a bigger change in other aspects." This kid truly gave everyone a huge surprise. He was just an ordinary graduate, yet he delivered an explosive shock to the entire school. Since they wouldn't listen to a proper speech, he decided to intimidate them instead. Even Lu Ruan beside him was confused. She had no idea when Chen Chen had become so impressive. After chatting briefly with the homeroom teacher, Chen Chen checked the time and stood up, saying, "Homeroom teacher, since the speech is over, I'll be leaving now." Lu Ruan also stood up and walked out with him. Only the students and school leaders were left behind, filled with regret. The principal stomped his foot in frustration and said, "Why didn't we know his identity earlier? We've offended a big shot." If they had known his identity sooner, they could have served him well and brought in a huge investment for the school. Now, not only did they miss out on that, but they also had to endure being the subject of ridicule. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Even if they chased after him now, would he even recognize them? Even the previously arrogant young man was terrified. That person was the chairman of the Xinyuan Group. With just a word, he could have the group dismiss him. Acting tough in front of him was not just a slap in the face, it was akin to a death sentence. Chen Chen walked out with Lu Ruan, followed by the reporters and school leaders, a large group making their way to the entrance. Su Tianqing had just received Chen Chen's call and was already waiting at the school gate in his car. As soon as everyone saw the custom extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, they momentarily halted in their tracks. They gazed at the luxurious Rolls-Royce before them, their faces filled with astonishment. Such a car was not something just anyone could afford. Many reporters rushing over had not seen the legendary custom extended Rolls-Royce Phantom and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being a top luxury car, the over 200 million spent is a visible glory." Over 200 million? The principal behind the reporter nearly fainted. He struggled to swallow a couple of times before turning to the reporter and asking, "Excuse me, can I ask you, did you say this car is over 200 million? The reporter glanced at him and instinctively nodded, confirming, yes. Who in the circle doesn't know that the chairman of the Xinyuan Group drives a custom extended Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 200 million? Seeing the sweat that had appeared on the principal's forehead from shock, the reporter couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he really that ignorant? Was this car merely about its price of over 200 million? The true representation of status was the honor that came with being able to apply for it. At that moment, as the reporters saw Chen Shen about to get into the car, they rushed over, eager to request an interview. Chen Shen looked at the reporters with a faint smile and said, "It's not very convenient, just wait for the notice from the Xin Yuan group." After saying this, he got into the customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom with Lu Ruan and drove off. The reporters could only watch the car drive away, silently sighing. Their faces were filled with gloomy expressions. Today's interview had returned empty-handed. Although they managed to snap a few photos of Chen Shen, without Chairman Chen's authorization, they dared not publish any news about him. After all, they were local media. Offending someone like him would mean the end of their careers. They might as well pack up and leave. The main point was that these reporters had already heard that the auction in the morning had Chairman Shangguan Yu and the old master Shangguan presiding over it. None of the dignitaries dared to call out a price. Such a scene was something they had only heard of for the first time. The current Chen Shen was practically a top-tier figure in their eyes. As they continued to watch the Rolls-Royce Phantom disappear from view, they slowly withdrew their gazes. At that moment, Chen Shen was looking at Lu Ruan beside him and asked, "Where's Ruyu? That little girl didn't come with us. Why did she leave halfway?" Lu Ruan chuckled, recalling her sister's restless nature, and said helplessly, "Don't you know her personality? At such a boring speech event, she must have gone out to play long ago." While speaking, Lu Ruan took out her phone and began to call Lu Ruyu. Lu Ruyu quickly answered the phone, and upon hearing her sister's complaints, she giggled and said, "Sister, I'm at the beach. You and brother Chen come over to play." After chatting with her sister for a while, Lu Ruan hung up and said to Chen Shen, "Ruyu is at the beach. Are you taking me there, or are you coming with me?" Chen Shen was taken aback and looked at Lu Ruan helplessly, asking, "What's the difference between these two options?" After all, they were both going to the beach. Lu Ruan smiled sweetly, a hint of pride flashing in her beautiful eyes, and said cheerfully, "There is a difference. When we get to the beach, you can choose whether or not to go down and play." The two chatted and laughed all the way as they headed toward the beach. The journey was very smooth, and they soon arrived at the beach. Chen Shen and Lu Ruan got out of the car, ready to find Lu Ruyu. From a distance, they saw Lu Ruyu playing in the sand with a few friends. Lu Ruyu was beautiful, and despite the many people around, she stood out immediately. "They're over there." Chen Shen pointed out Lu Ruyu's location to Lu Ruan, and they walked over together. Lu Ruyu seemed to sense someone looking at her. She suddenly looked up and saw Chen Shen and her sister walking toward her. Although they were two very familiar people, seeing them together made Lu Ruyu momentarily dazed. Today, brother Chen was just too handsome. His clothes were clearly well-tailored, showcasing his figure perfectly. He was tall and handsome, just like a male model. Standing next to her sister, they looked like a perfect couple, so well-matched. Lu Ruyu felt a jolt in her mind and suddenly understood how the CPs her friends often talked about came to be. However, she quickly snapped back to reality and ran over to her sister and Chen Shen, smiling brightly. Sister, you really brought brother Chen along." While Lu Ruyu was speaking, she pointed to the hotel not far away and said, "There's a place inside that sells swimsuits, and you can change clothes there too." Chen Shen looked at the exceptionally good weather today. It was indeed a perfect day for a seaside outing, so he followed Lu Ruyu towards the hotel. As they walked, they saw many tourists coming out of the hotel, likely having gone in to change clothes. Those tourists, upon seeing Chen Shen and Lu Ruyu, couldn't help but glance at them in awe. Such a perfect couple was hard to ignore. After entering the hotel, Chen Shen and Lu Ruyu first bought swimsuits, then took their things and walked into the changing room. Lu Ruyu chose a green one-piece swimsuit. Although it was a more conservative style, it perfectly highlighted her figure, especially in this green, which was very flattering to skin tones. But with Lu Ruyu's fair skin, it made her look almost radiant. Her long legs were straight and white, truly eye-catching. Not to mention the boys would be unable to resist. Even the girls in the changing room couldn't help but swallow hard at Lu Ruyu's figure. Lu Ruyu was already used to such scenes. After changing into her swimsuit, she draped a silk scarf that came with it over her shoulders and walked outside. As soon as she stepped out of the changing room, her gaze was drawn to a figure. It was Chen Shen. When Lu Ruyu came out, Chen Shen had already changed into his swim trunks and was waiting for her in the hotel lobby. His physique was excellent, with beautifully defined muscles. The moment he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but they clearly exuded strength. Just a glance made one feel his boyfriend power at its maximum. A group of young girls watched from a distance, their eyes practically sparkling. They huddled together, chattering excitedly. This guy's physique is just too good, right? If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. You should wake up now. Why are you drooling over my husband's great body? Look at those 8-pack abs, I feel my legs getting weak. Let's talk seriously. Do you think this guy has a girlfriend? With a body like that, his girlfriend must be so lucky. Just as the girls were debating whether to rush over and add him on WeChat, Lu Ruan gracefully walked over to Chen Chen and smiled, saying, "Have you been waiting for a long time? Let's go out." Looking at Lu Ruan's stunning figure, the girls suddenly fell silent, unable to say a word. They glanced down at their own flat figures. Was there even a need to compete? Even with their eyes closed, they knew how to choose. Chen Chen and Lu Ruan walked on the beach, watching the joyful laughter by the shore, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he suggested, "Let's go swimming." With such good weather, swimming in the sea would surely be very comfortable. Lu Ruan hesitated a bit at Chen Chen's words. She gently bit her lip and said in a very soft voice, "But I'm not very good at swimming." Chen Chen pulled Lu Ruan to the edge of the sea, smiling as he said, "At least we should play in the water for a while, otherwise, wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" As he spoke, they had already stepped into the sea. Feeling the waves, a smile spread across Lu Ruan's face, and her tone became lighter. No wonder people come to the beach in summer. This feeling is so comfortable. Chen Chen watched Lu Ruan enjoying herself, blinked, and dove underwater. Lu Ruan waited for a while, but when she still didn't see Chen Chen surface, she began to feel a bit anxious. She quickly looked in the direction Chen Chen had swum off to, shouting, "Chen Chen, where are you?" Lu Ruan searched around for a long time but couldn't find any trace of him, her heart filled with worry. She completely failed to notice that Chen Chen, like a nimble fish, had already swum behind her and surfaced. "Hey, were you looking for me?" Chen Chen deliberately leaned close to Lu Ruan, resting his head beside hers as he spoke. The magnetic sound suddenly reached her ears, causing Lu Ruan to tremble and let out a startled cry. She quickly turned around, clearly startled, and upon seeing Chen Chen, she immediately threw a small punch at him, mumbling, "You bad guy." She had been so worried about him, and he had the audacity to scare her. Chen Chen laughed as he caught Lu Ruan's hand, shaking his head and saying, "You can't blame me, it's your fault for not seeing me." Hearing Chen Chen's words only made Lu Ruan angrier. With a quick thought, she splashed a handful of water at him, drenching him completely. Looking at Chen Chen soaked in water, Lu Ruan giggled, feeling a bit smug as she said, "See, this is what you get for being bad. Now you can see my power." As they spoke, the two began to playfully splash each other. However, Lu Ruan, who couldn't swim, clearly found it hard to keep up with Chen Chen. When Lu Ruan splashed water, Chen Chen dove into the sea and swam to the side to counterattack her. Caught off guard, Lu Ruan was clearly unable to defend herself, already drenched and looking quite disheveled. Frustrated, especially seeing Chen Chen's smug expression, she shouted, "That's not fair." She couldn't swim, so naturally, she couldn't compete with Chen Chen in the water. It was an unequal game, far too unfair. Hearing Lu Ruan's words, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "That's easy, I'll teach you how to swim. Then when you can't beat me, let's see how you make excuses." At that moment, Lu Ruan, usually gentle and soft, confidently replied, "Don't worry, once I learn to swim, I'll definitely be able to beat you." "Can you hold your breath?" Chen Chen asked Lu Ruan, concerned. After all, they were learning to swim directly in the sea, and if she wasn't careful, she might choke on seawater, which wouldn't be pleasant. Worried that Lu Ruan might be too proud, Chen Chen patiently taught her, from how to hold her breath to how to float. Seeing Lu Ruan a bit scared, he reached out, placing his hand on her waist, softly comforting her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to support you." The soft touch felt incredibly nice. Floating on the surface of the sea, Lu Ruan felt Chen Chen's warm palm, and her whole body trembled, her face suddenly feeling very hot. Fortunately, Chen Chen was quite proper, only holding her waist to help her float while learning to swim. Lu Ruan gradually relaxed, and her learning speed noticeably increased. Nearby couples watched Chen Chen and Lu Ruan, unable to help but slap their boyfriends on the chest, scolding, "Look at how gentle he is teaching her, now look at you." Really? Boyfriends are just not comparable, otherwise, they might as well die 10 times over. In truth, the boyfriends felt quite complicated, full of grievances they didn't know how to express. The other boyfriends could teach like that because their girlfriends had slim waists. As for his own waist, not to mention whether he had that much strength, he couldn't even wrap his arms around her. Under Chen Chen's patient guidance, Lu Ruan truly learned to swim and could now swim short distances. Lu Ruan stood by the shore, watching her sister seemingly learn to swim, and her eyes lit up as she called out to Chen Chen, "Brother Chen Chen, teach me too. I don't want to just pile sand anymore." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and waved to Lu Ruan, saying, "You want to learn? Then come down." Lu Ruyu quickly walked to Chen Chen's side. Seeing her quirky demeanor, Chen Chen asked, "Can you hold your breath?" He remembered that he had just mentioned it to Lu Ruyun, and she had learned right away, so he figured Lu Ruyu must have learned before too. Without thinking much, he casually asked Lu Ruyu. Lu Ruyu patted her chest and confidently replied, "How could I not? It's just holding my breath, right? Just don't breathe." Chen Chen nodded and prepared to teach Lu Ruyu to swim, just like he had with Lu Ruyun, just relax. Unfortunately, before Chen Chen could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyu choked on water. Seeing the little girl sputtering, Chen Chen hurried to help her up, but as soon as he bent down, Lu Ruyu clung tightly to his neck. With her eyes tightly shut and a look of terror on her face, Lu Ruyu exclaimed, "I can't do it. I can't catch my breath." Lu Ruyu held on so tightly that Chen Chen felt he was struggling to breathe as well. He reached out to try to pull her arms away, but this small movement only made her grip tighter. In that moment, Chen Chen found it impossible to breathe. He had no choice but to wrap his arms around Lu Ruyu and carry her back to the shore, dropping her directly onto the sand. It was only after she touched the beach that Lu Ruyu finally relaxed. Chen Chen watched as Lu Ruyu released her grip, then he moved his stiff neck and helplessly said, "You might as well just pile sand." He realized he couldn't teach this little octopus. Lu Ruyu. "No, I was just a bit nervous. I can still be saved. Just let me get used to the seawater, and I can learn." Unfortunately, Chen Chen was completely unconvinced by Lu Ruyu's plea. He was tall with long legs, and in just a few steps, he walked back into the sea. With a dive, Chen Chen swam straight towards Lu Ruyun, and the two began a swimming race. Lu Ruyu was left alone on the shore, fuming as she watched, dejectedly walking back to her friends who were piling sand. At that moment, several young men and women walked towards the beach. They immediately spotted Lu Ruyu and her friends, their eyes lighting up as they recognized them. These were Lu Ruyu's former middle school classmates. They had come to play and were surprised to run into old classmates here. "Ruyu, what a coincidence!" The young men and women greeted her as they approached. The girls looked at Lu Ruyu's even more beautiful face, like a blooming flower in spring, and a surge of indescribable jealousy rose within them. After all, back in school, Lu Ruyu was a prominent figure, not only beautiful but also excelling academically. Such a girl was practically a goddess. Seeing their former goddess right in front of them, the boys stared, their eyes openly assessing Lu Ruyu, wishing they could get closer. The girls watched the boys' reactions, and their jealousy flared up like a fire being stoked. One girl rolled her eyes and said to Lu Ruyu, "Hey, Ruyu, why aren't you going in the water? You're not a land duck, are you?" Lu Ruyu didn't even lift her gaze, lazily leaning on her friend's shoulder, her beautiful eyes half closed. She couldn't even be bothered to talk to people like that. The girl was feeling a bit bored with herself. She stomped her foot and, along with the others, walked towards the seaside. After playing in the water for a while, they headed back to the shore. They surrounded a young man, their faces filled with excitement, and asked, "Really, can we really go on a yacht?" That was a yacht, something only the wealthy could afford. They had only seen them before, and they never expected that coming to the beach today would give them a chance to play on a yacht. The young man nodded lightly and replied, "Of course. Would I lie to you? I borrowed it from my uncle. Let's go out to sea and have some fun." Seeing the proud expression on the young man's face, the others around him became even more excited, eagerly chiming in, "This is amazing. That's a yacht, worth at least tens of millions. No wonder they say rich people's friends are also wealthy. It's not just that they have money, their uncle is a big tycoon." Of course, with such a rich relative, as long as they're willing to help you out, it's easy to soar. We can only envy. The young man listened to their flattery, a smile spreading across his face, but he pretended to be nonchalant as he said, "Oh, this is just the beginning. I'll work hard in the coming years to buy my own yacht, and then we can go out to sea every year." It was clearly just a boast, but to the others, it sounded like a different kind of show-off. "We don't even have a car or a house, and he's already planning to buy a yacht." Thinking of this, everyone made up their minds to stick close to this big shot. Lu Ruyu listened to their flattery with a hint of disdain on her face. After all, that guy used to be a spoiled rich kid at school, often flirting with many girls, sweet-talking them, and once he got what he wanted, he would toss them aside after a few days. Such a man was nothing but scum. At that moment, the young man walked up to Lu Ruyu's side and deliberately spoke loudly to attract her attention. A goddess like Lu Ruyu was the target for men to conquer. The young man looked at Lu Ruyu's flower-like face and gentlemanly invited, "Goddess Lu, since we have this opportunity today, why not bring your friends along, and let's go on the yacht for a drink?" Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyu simply shook her head lightly and directly refused, "No need, you all have fun." It was just a yacht, Lu Ruyu didn't care. Moreover, she had no interest in going out to sea with such scum. Hearing Lu Ruyu's refusal, the young man hadn't spoken yet, but the classmates around them were somewhat dissatisfied, and they began to scold her. What a waste! Such a good opportunity, and you don't know how to cherish it. With your limited financial means, when will you ever have a chance to play on a yacht? If it weren't for the fact that we're all old classmates, who would invite you on a yacht? Is being pretty that impressive? You really can't see the situation. I can only say that this kind of person is too shallow and has never seen the world. She probably doesn't even know what a real yacht is. At that moment, some sycophants noticed the young man's displeasure and directly advised, Jogo, it's fine if they don't go, we won't be crowded. Such women are like mud that can't be propped up, let them come or not. The girls who had been jealous of Lu Ruyu's beauty suddenly found an opportunity to mock her a few more times before walking away. As they left, Chen Chen brought Lu Ruyun back to the shore. Seeing Lu Ruyu's bad expression, Chen Chen asked with concern, Ruyu, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Did something happen? Lu Ruyu felt Chen Chen's concern, and he smiled faintly, replying, it's nothing, just some mosquitoes earlier, quite annoying. Hearing Lu Ruyu say she was fine, Chen Chen sat down beside them, gazing at the endless sea, his heart filled with endless emotions. Chen Chen thought to himself that it would be great if there was a boat right now. They could go out to the open sea and experience the joys of being on the water. Just as he was contemplating whether to buy a yacht, a flash of light appeared before him. The system has detected the owner's wish. The garage is actively contributing the Ocean Voyager luxury yacht. Seeing the words on the screen, Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling a surge of interest. This reward was quite nice, just what he needed. At that moment, Su Tianqing came running from a distance, holding up a phone. It was Chen Chen's phone. He had received a call. Chen Chen answered the phone, and after hearing something on the other end, he directly replied, you all come to the Linshui port. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The others nearby heard Chen Chen's words, and before they could ask, Chen Chen said, let's go, we need to change clothes and head to Linshui port. Lu Ruyu stood up upon hearing Chen Chen's words. Her few close friends also decided to go along. Even though they didn't know what they were going to do, they figured they might as well take a look around. Everyone went to the hotel to change clothes and headed towards the port. From a distance, they saw a crowd gathered around a small yacht, chattering excitedly. Judging by their expressions, everyone was very excited. These classmates were ordinary people and usually had no opportunity to come into contact with yachts, so they were all very happy. Facing the luxury yacht docked at the port, they all began to flatter the young man known as Brother Zhou. Is this a yacht? Wow, if it weren't for Brother Zhou showing us this, I might never have had the chance to see a yacht in my life. Wow, this big yacht is incredible. Brother Zhou, how much does this cost? It must be over 10 million, right? Such an expensive thing, and Brother Zhou can borrow it. That's really impressive. To be honest, I can't wait to get on the yacht and take a look. The young man called Brother Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, a smug look in his eyes. However, thinking of Lu Ruyu's earlier rejection, he felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. The reason he wanted to borrow the yacht was precisely because he had encountered Lu Ruyu by the sea, right? Seeing his former goddess becoming even more beautiful, the young man could no longer contain the little flame in his heart and wanted to develop further with her. But unexpectedly, just as his yacht was ready, the goddess completely ignored him, which made him furious. Just as everyone was excitedly preparing to board the yacht, they suddenly spotted a massive object approaching the shore in the distance. Look over there, what is that? A classmate exclaimed, pointing towards the sea. Everyone followed his finger and saw a luxury cruise ship heading towards the port. As if sensing the crowd's gaze, the luxury cruise ship sounded its horn, creating a grand spectacle. The towering ship, over 100 meters high, was as tall as several dozen stories, majestic and imposing. As the luxury cruise ship drew closer, they could already see the decorations and structures on it. Room after room, like a series of high-rise buildings, was neatly arranged, looking spectacular. This was not just a ship, it was a moving city. Such a super luxury cruise ship was simply eye-popping. In front of such a super luxury cruise ship, the young man's luxurious yacht looked like a shabby little wooden boat, completely unpresentable. One classmate stared intently at the super luxury cruise ship before him, swallowing hard, and said, I heard that super luxury cruise ships like this not only have the basic functions of a cruise ship, but also come with swimming pools, theaters, shopping malls, and even parks and various amusement facilities. The other classmates, listening to the introduction, instantly widened their eyes. With such comprehensive functions, this was just too cool. To be honest, these classmates had previously felt extremely excited about going out to sea on a yacht. But compared to the super luxury cruise ship next to them, they instantly lost much of their interest. Even the young man was staring at the super luxury cruise ship, wishing he could go up and take a good look around. He stared at the cruise ship for quite a while before slowly retracting his gaze and explaining to those around him, large cruise ships with a displacement of tens of thousands of tons are not owned by individuals, they are generally owned by companies. Even if it were a company, it wouldn't be specifically for anyone's leisure. They usually evolve into transportation tools, carrying shiploads of guests along designated tourist routes for sightseeing. Nowadays, some tourist routes at ports are serviced by such luxury cruise ships. Moreover, the travel cost for each guest on such a luxury cruise ship is also quite hefty. Just the ticket price alone can exceed 10,000. The classmates gasped at the young man's explanation. Just the ticket price being over 10,000 was too expensive. The young man listened to their gasps with satisfaction and said with a smile, after all, the construction cost of such super luxury cruise ships is extremely high. Although the number of cabins on this super luxury cruise ship before us doesn't seem many, the decoration is obviously more luxurious, and I believe the facilities inside are very complete. At the very least, it must have cost several billion to build. Considering this, a one-way price of over 10,000 seemed reasonable. Just as everyone was talking, they suddenly saw Chen Chen and others walking toward the port. Lu Ruan and her few close friends were also among them, chatting and laughing together, looking very happy. One girl first spotted Lu Ruan, snorted disdainfully, and said, "Some people's skin is just too thick, right? Just a moment ago, they were saying they wouldn't come, and now they've turned around and chased after us." Hearing the girl's complaint, everyone followed her gaze and saw Lu Ruan and the others. Each person had their own thoughts, huddling together and whispering. What's going on with the goddess Lu? Could it be that her earlier move was a feigned retreat? Truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. I didn't expect our former goddess to be such a high-level green tea bitch. Do you think Lu Ruan will come over to discuss going on the yacht together? We should agree to her then. One sycophant, overhearing the murmurs, let out a chuckle and took the initiative to walk over to Lu Ruan. The sycophant thought it was quite simple. After all, their brother Joe liked the goddess Lu, and they, as his little brothers, should help him out, right? While thinking this, the sycophant had already reached Lu Ruan and cheerfully invited, "Goddess Lu, since you caught up, let's go play on the yacht together." The sycophant thought he had given Lu Ruan enough face, and this time she would surely come aboard with them, right? Unexpectedly, Lu Ruan, without a second thought, refused again, saying, "No need, you all go have fun." Hearing Lu Ruan's refusal once more, everyone's faces darkened even more, but they didn't say anything further. The young man with the surname Joe merely squinted his eyes, his hands tightly clenched behind his back, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a thing! You don't want it even when I give you face, then just watch us go have fun. At that moment, the super luxurious cruise ship began to slowly approach the port. As the cruise ship docked quickly, everyone's gaze was drawn to the super luxurious vessel. Seeing it up close, one could clearly feel the charm of this super luxurious cruise ship. Everything looked so ostentatious and extravagant. Thinking about the value of this cruise ship, the people present felt as if even the air was tinged with the scent of soft sister currency. Just then, a group of well-dressed men walked down the cruise ship's escalator to the port. Their steps were brisk, and their movements were very efficient as they headed straight towards Chen Chen at the port. The leading man in a suit looked at Chen Chen, respectfully bowed, and then asked, "Hello, you must be Mr. Chen?" Chen Chen looked at the man in front of him, a faint smile on his lips, nodded gently, and said, "That's me." A flash of astonishment crossed the suit man's eyes, and he then opened his backpack, took out a stack of contracts, and said to Chen Chen, "Hello, Mr. Chen, please sign here. This is the transfer procedure for the cruise ship. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of this cruise ship." As the suit man spoke, another man behind him had already walked up to Chen Chen, offering him a pen with both hands. The pen's cap was already placed on the pen body. Everything was done seamlessly and with utmost respect. While explaining the contents of the contract, the suit man introduced some details about the cruise ship. "Mr. Chen, this luxury cruise ship is fully equipped with various entertainment and shopping areas. There is even a green plant area modeled after large theme parks, a family outdoor entertainment area, and 4 differently styled swimming pools. There are dozens of bars of various styles and more than 10 restaurants offering different cuisines. It even has a theater and a casino. All the entertainment facilities you could want are available." The people nearby listened to the suit man's introduction, their mouths agape, almost big enough to fit a fist. The luxury of this super luxurious cruise ship exceeded their imagination. To think that this cruise ship, once the contract was signed, would belong to this young man in front of them. According to their earlier estimates, the cost of this super luxurious cruise ship must be in the billions. How could someone so young own such a cruise ship? What kind of person must he be to possess something like this? Who exactly is this young man across from them? Everyone felt a dryness in their mouths, their gazes towards Chen Chen filled with shock and envy. Especially among the girls in the group, their eyes sparkled with an unusually bright light as they looked at Chun Chen. Such a handsome guy, and he's so wealthy. If only I had a boyfriend like that, wouldn't I be flying high in no time? With such thoughts, the hearts of the girls raced, and the more they looked at Chun Chen, the more charming he became. Lu Ruan and the others were equally stunned by the suit man's words, instinctively turning to look at Chun Chen, their eyes filled with confusion. What is going on? Chen Chen's development is just too fast, right? Just today, he saw a luxury vehicle worth over 200 million, and now it's a super luxurious cruise ship worth billions? Lu Ruan almost wanted to roll her eyes. How could anyone handle one thing after another like this? Chen Chen directly took the pen and signed the transfer agreement. Looking at the enormous luxury cruise ship that now belonged to him, Chen Chen glanced at the young people beside him and asked Lu Ruyu, are these your friends? Should I invite them to board the ship? Anyway, this cruise ship is big enough to throw a huge party on it, and there's plenty of private space to have fun. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone instantly became excited. Even the young man with the surname Zhou had his eyes light up, sparkling with anticipation. So good? Such a super luxurious private cruise ship is not something just anyone can board. If they got on such a cruise ship, it would definitely be a great topic of conversation. At the very least, it would be enough to brag about for half a lifetime. As everyone thought this, they all became happy and expressed their gratitude to Chen Chen. How could I accept that? You are truly a good person. No wonder people say that the wealthier someone is, the kinder they are. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your generosity. Exactly. Being able to travel with Mr. Chen is already our luck. Lu Ruyu looked at the faces of these people and snorted coldly, saying, no need. They don't want to, they have their own yacht. She still clearly remembered the nasty things these people had said earlier. Now they came here wanting to hitch a ride on the cruise ship? Bah, they weren't worthy. Hearing Lu Ruyu's words, everyone suddenly felt deflated. They stood on the moral high ground like amnesiacs, starting to morally blackmail Lu Ruyu. Ruyu, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? We are all classmates, after all, the most innocent kind of middle school classmates. Our relationship should be the best. Who doesn't know that our goddess Lu is the most amiable? She must have just been joking earlier. After all, the bond of classmates is here. How can there be no conflicts in human interactions? Those who stand at the top should definitely consider us ordinary classmates. The ones who had just been cursing Lu Ruyu as a bumpkin were now calling her an ordinary classmate. Lu Ruyu looked at them with disdain, turned her head aside, and ignored them. There was no need to say another word to such moral blackmailers. Chen Chen understood what they were saying and also chose to ignore them. Ruyu, come here. Chen Chen called Lu Ruyu over to his side, and as for what the others would do, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Ruyu's classmates looked at the situation and regretted it immensely. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, they could have just accepted the rejection, but what were they saying? If it weren't for those useless remarks, they would have already boarded the super luxurious cruise ship and prepared to have a great time in the deep sea. But now they had offended someone, and it was useless to say anything. Looking at the super luxurious cruise ship and then at their small yacht, they felt embarrassed to stay any longer. They lost interest in the deep sea and left in a dejected manner. The young man with the surname Zhou walked ahead, feeling more and more that he had lost face. So what if it was a super luxurious cruise ship? What was so great about it? If they weren't allowed to board, then forget it. What was there to show off? The more Zhou thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at the dejected crowd beside him and said, everyone, cheer up. We'll have another chance to go out to sea and have fun. I see the weather is nice today, let's just go to the star-rated restaurant over here for a meal. Star-rated restaurant? Upon hearing Zhou's words, everyone's eyes lit up. A star-rated restaurant by the sea, regardless of how good the food was, the prestige would definitely be high-end. The main thing was, the prices would be quite expensive. Eating a meal in such a place and taking a 9-square photo would allow them to show off on social media later. Thinking of this, everyone became happy, and the gloom on their faces was swept away. Everyone's faces blossomed with smiles again, and a classmate took the initiative to ask, Zhou, you must have eaten at our local star-rated restaurant, right? How does it taste? Zhou laughed heartily, looked at his classmates, and proudly replied, of course. The taste is quite good, after all, it's a star-rated restaurant. Both the ingredients and the chef's skills are excellent. At this point, Zhou cast a mysterious glance at everyone and seriously said, you may not know this, but the head chef at our star-rated restaurant in Linchue City is someone who strives for perfection. Over the years, he has been working hard to create various new dishes, so you are in for a treat this time. Although they had never eaten there, the classmates understood the simple truth that not all star-rated restaurants are the same. Upon hearing that the head chef was so impressive, everyone showed happy expressions and expressed their gratitude to Jogu. This is the difference between having seen the world and not. If it weren't for Jogu today, we probably wouldn't be able to afford such a high-end restaurant for a while. I heard that the average cost at a restaurant of this level is around 5 to 6,000 yuan per person. That's so expensive. Otherwise, how could we say that who you associate with determines the circles you move in? Being with Jogu, how could our treatment be any worse? Jogu was flattered by the praise from his classmates, and coupled with the earlier provocation from Chun Chen and others, he decided to splurge a bit and have a meal with everyone to sort out his frustrations. It's just a super luxury cruise ship. What's so great about it? If they don't take us, we can have more fun on our own. With this thought, Jogu couldn't help but scoff. I heard that there are over a dozen restaurants on that super luxury cruise ship. I just wonder if any of them can compare to our star-rated restaurant? The other classmates immediately chimed in. How could that be possible? Spending a long time at sea, let alone comparing it to a star-rated restaurant, I heard their ingredients aren't even as rich and fresh. The ingredients at a star-rated restaurant are sourced directly from their places of origin around the world. Otherwise, how could they be so expensive? That multi-billion super luxury cruise ship is indeed impressive, but compared to what they eat, it's simply incomparable. Thinking about how Chen Chen and the others, no matter how rich they are, can't compare in terms of food, a girl mischievously said, then I have to take some nice photos of the food later and tag Lu Ruyu and the others. It's all Lu Ruyu's fault for being so heartless. After all, they are classmates, so what's there to fuss about? If they did something wrong, can't they just apologize? Other classmates felt particularly indignant upon hearing this and shouted that they would post together later to infuriate them. Everyone chatted and laughed as they continued toward the restaurant. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, seeing that the transfer contract had been finalized, thought about taking everyone on the cruise ship to have some fun at sea. The man in a suit standing aside watched Chen Chen's actions and quickly said, "Mr. Chen, today is indeed a day worth celebrating. We have also invited the head chef from a Michelin restaurant in Suzhou and Hangzhou to come over. Just wait a moment." Such a celebratory day naturally called for a grand meal. To express their sincerity, they contacted a 3-star Michelin restaurant right away to prepare a special delicious meal for Chen Chen and the others. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan and the others were very pleased. Lu Ruyu tugged at her sister's arm and quietly asked, "Sister, can the head chef from a 3-star Michelin restaurant really provide door-to-door service like this?" Looking at the introductions in those magazines, the chefs of these Michelin 3-star restaurants all have big tempers and strong personalities. Would they be willing to come? The man in the suit, hearing Lu Ruyu's question, pretended to ponder for a moment before raising an eyebrow and replying, "These chefs would certainly be eager to provide quality service for a distinguished guest like Mr. Chen." Such high-level humor immediately brought smiles to everyone present. Although it was said in a joking tone, the content was undeniably true. The price for such a meal preparation must be unimaginably high. With such a lavish patron, who wouldn't like it? Chen Chen also looked at the man in the suit and said with a faint smile, "You are very thoughtful. Let's all board the cruise together later and celebrate." The man in the suit naturally wanted to agree. He could tell that Chen Chen was a very kind person, and being friends with such wealthy individuals should be a very pleasant experience. However, since he was there for work, he had to reluctantly refuse, saying, "No need, Mr. Chen. This is what we should do, and our work is already complete. I wish you and your friends a wonderful experience." After the man in the suit finished speaking, the other staff members also slightly bowed to Chen Chen, respectfully standing in place, waiting for the arrival of the Michelin 3-star restaurant's chef. After they had seen off Chen Chen and the others onto the cruise, their work for the day was officially complete. At the same time, Brother Zhou, along with a group of classmates, finally arrived at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Looking at the lavishly decorated massive entrance before them, everyone gasped in awe. This restaurant's decor was simply too luxurious. The entire building was surrounded by tempered glass walls that looked very shiny, clearly well maintained and spotless. Reflective film was applied to the glass, but because it was daytime, it was quite bright, and they could still see the dining tables by the windows. Observing the meticulously arranged dining tables, everyone was left in endless shock. Truly worthy of being a Michelin 3-star restaurant, this was perfect table art. After the initial shock, they felt a sense of clarity in their chests. They were going to enjoy themselves here today and shake off any gloom. This place was reputed to have no faults except for its high prices, and it would definitely provide them with an exquisite experience for their taste buds. The thought of the delicious food they might taste made everyone's mouths water uncontrollably. Brother Zhou, seeing the anticipation in his classmates' eyes, chuckled and led everyone inside. Although it pained him a bit to invite so many people to dine, he absolutely couldn't let anyone look down on him. "It's just money, and he had plenty of it. As they reached the entrance, they saw a woman in professional attire walking towards them. Her name tag clearly read, Lobby Manager. Seeing that the lobby manager had come to greet them personally, a hint of pride flashed across everyone's faces, wishing that Lu Ruan and the others were present. Brother Zhou, seeing the lobby manager approach, happily went forward, ready to chat and show off his status. Unexpectedly, before Brother Zhou could say anything, the lobby manager respectfully bowed to them and said, "I'm sorry, I truly apologize everyone, but we may not be able to serve today. I sincerely apologize for the dining inconvenience caused to you." Not able to serve? Everyone was clearly taken aback. What was going on? Brother Zhou chuckled and looked at the lobby manager, smiling as he said, "Beautiful manager, today is not April Fool's Day, so please don't make such jokes. Who doesn't know that your Michelin 3-star restaurant is open even on various holidays?" Brother Zhou had at least dined here once, so he was well aware of the basic operating hours. Moreover, looking at the arrangements on the tables in the restaurant, it was clear that preparations for service had been made. How could they suddenly be closed? It must be a joke. The other classmates also reacted at this moment, laughing and saying, "Please don't joke with us, manager. If you're not open, does that mean the whole restaurant is just going to drink the northwest wind?" If it were any other restaurant saying this, I might believe it, but this is a Michelin 3-star restaurant, which values customer experience above all. How could they do something like this? Is this some new pre-meal game? Manager, just admit it quickly, and then we can start our meal. At this point, everyone was still laughing and joking, completely dismissing the words of the floor manager, thinking the other party was just kidding. The floor manager looked at the crowd in front of her, feeling helpless, and could only continue to explain, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, but we truly cannot open today. All our chefs have been borrowed." Since these guests couldn't understand her words, the floor manager had no choice but to speak the truth. The crowd. Chefs have been borrowed? Ha! Who was so unreasonable? We are still waiting to drown our sorrows in drink. Isn't this just making us cry ourselves to sleep? In an instant, dissatisfaction filled everyone's faces as they all looked at the floor manager, irritatedly scolding, "You can't be serious. What are we supposed to do? We came all this way, and you say you're not open, and you really aren't? Isn't this just playing with us?" The floor manager bowed again, apologetically explaining, "We don't want to either, but the offer was just too good." The crowd. What's going on? You, a Michelin 3-star restaurant, are willing to throw away your face for a bit of money? What about the dignity of running a restaurant? What about your head chef's unique character? Has everything been crushed before money? While everyone was frantically complaining in their hearts, they saw one by one chefs in work uniforms walking from the back kitchen to the front hall. They were carrying toolboxes, clearly marked with the name of the restaurant. Inside were very expensive knives and kitchen tools. The chefs looked spirited and ready, prepared to set off at any moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the chefs, secretly thinking, "Are you serious?" At this moment, more chefs came from the back kitchen. They were carrying boxes of ingredients, and it was obvious from their laborious movements that they were quite heavy. As soon as they reached the front hall, they immediately set them down. Even so, they were all careful in their movements, afraid that something might go wrong with the ingredient boxes. Inside were various gourmet foods airlifted from all over the world early that morning. Such ingredients were top-notch and could not afford any mistakes. The many chefs stood together, waiting in the front hall for a moment, when a man in a black uniform walked out with a brisk pace. It was the head chef of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. As soon as the head chef came out, his gaze fell on the group of chefs, and after examining them, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, this is the spirit a good chef should have. Remember, your spirit is as important as your dishes. I have always believed that only those who manage themselves well can manage their emotions. A chef's emotions directly affect the taste of the dishes they create. Remember that." The head chef's lecture not only enlightened the chefs present but also made the young men and women standing nearby feel a shiver of inspiration. At that moment, everyone shared the same thought. Truly, the head chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant has such strict requirements. Subsequently, a sense of respect naturally arose in their hearts. One student widened his eyes in envy, looking at the head chef and murmuring, "Wow, who invited the chef to get such serious treatment? That's really extravagant." Everyone immediately recalled what the dining room manager had just said and instinctively nodded in agreement with this thought. So extravagant. If they had spent just a little less, they would be the ones enjoying the chef's cuisine here. Thinking of this, everyone turned their curious gazes toward the dining room manager. The manager shrugged apologetically and replied, "We don't know the specific details about the guests. We only know they are going to a cruise ship to prepare a feast for them." After saying this, the manager glanced at his watch and hurriedly walked up to the chef, saying loudly, it's almost time, you all hurry up and don't keep them waiting. Naturally, the manager couldn't give instructions to the head chef, so he quietly reminded the other chefs, our guests this time are of very high status, so you must be extra attentive, understand? The chefs nodded seriously, indicating they had taken note. After all, being able to invite the head chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant already represented the guest's identity and status. They understood this well, so they obediently picked up their things and followed the head chef outside. Watching everyone stream out, the young men and women present were filled with shock. If they hadn't heard wrong, the dining room manager said the guests for this meal were on a cruise ship. It was likely that these chefs were invited by Lu Ruan and others. Thinking of this, the young men and women exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They knew that if they hadn't been embarrassed by Lu Ruan and the others earlier, they wouldn't have come to dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. They felt pain just to eat here, but then they looked at the others. They had directly spent a large sum of money to have the head chef and his team, along with the finest ingredients, go straight onto the cruise ship. After all, there were over a dozen restaurants on the cruise ship, dining anywhere would be the same, and it would definitely be the top-tier experience. As everyone pondered this, a girl suddenly asked softly, how much do you think it costs for Lu Ruan and the others to invite the Michelin 3-star chef onto the cruise ship? The classmates nearby began to calculate. Based on my estimate, if it's not several times more expensive than dining in the restaurant, it's absolutely impossible to get them to come out. Otherwise, it wouldn't do justice to the Michelin 3-star restaurant's reputation. Several times? I estimate it's far more than that. Have you forgotten what the dining room manager said earlier? The price offered was simply too high, indicating it exceeded their restaurant's expectations. Let's not calculate this small amount of money here. That guy next to Lu Ruan is a big shot who owns a super luxury cruise ship worth billions. Don't talk about a few times the price, even if it's dozens or hundreds of times, he can still afford it. Thinking of that super luxury cruise ship worth billions, everyone fell silent in shock. It was as if an invisible giant hammer had struck them on the forehead, instantly waking them up. Even the maintenance and repair costs of that super luxurious cruise ship are astronomical figures they can't even imagine. And now they are actually here, worrying about the cost of a meal? It's simply a joke. The faces of the crowd were filled with shame and regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. In front of such top-tier big shots, isn't it reasonable to cling to their legs and apologize? How could they leave in such a dejected manner? Otherwise, not only could they have enjoyed the super luxurious cruise ship, but they could also have tasted dishes from a Michelin 3-star chef. How wonderful their lives would have been. But now, they ended up with nothing, and when they wanted a good meal, they even had the chef sent away. What kind of situation is this? Some girls, being more sensitive, thought about the identity of the other party. Having offended them, what good could they expect? What if there were some kind of retaliation? The girls began to feel a bit scared. They could no longer stay here and quickly found an excuse to leave. The other classmates seemed to realize something as well. After casually chatting with Brother Joe for a bit, they also left one after another. Only Brother Joe was left, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and he returned home in a dejected manner. Meanwhile, the chefs, under the lead of the head chef, had arrived at the seaside. From a distance, they saw the super luxurious cruise ship and were all shocked by its enormity. A private cruise ship of such size? To be honest, when they first caught sight of the massive ship, they thought they had come to work. Even the usually serious head chef was stunned by the sight of the cruise ship, his expression changing slightly. Whether it was a private cruise ship or a guest wanting a fine meal during their journey, it was a height they could not reach. This was simply too extravagant. The head chef was stunned for quite a while before slowly coming back to his senses. He took out his phone and called the cruise ship's manager to inform them that he and his team had arrived. In front of such esteemed guests, the head chef had long put away his high and mighty attitude and was very friendly towards the cruise ship manager. The cruise ship manager had been waiting for them. He waved to the head chef and led everyone onto the ship, heading straight to the dedicated kitchen on the side. "This is all yours," the cruise ship manager said with a warm smile, addressing the group of chefs. The chefs looked at the cruise ship's kitchen and were instantly shocked by the luxurious facilities inside. To be honest, this kitchen was even more professional than their Michelin 3-star restaurant. It was truly a first for them. A young chef, in shock, covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Such a huge and well-equipped kitchen must be the dream place for all chefs." The other chefs chimed in, saying, "I just took a close look. These utensils and appliances are all top brands in the world. Goodness, they are so much more advanced than what we use. Did you see those devices over there? They are all custom-made according to the needs of this cruise ship. The price for such customized kitchen equipment is beyond imagination. What is this? Go take a look at the ingredients prepared on the cruise ship. If ours are top-notch, theirs are the pinnacle of top-notch. It's too luxurious. The chefs were exchanging words, showering praises on everything in the cruise ship's kitchen. After all, these were all top-tier industry items, leaving them unable to find any faults, only filled with awe. At this moment, the head chef had returned from his inspection. Looking at the chefs who were still in a daze, he directly scolded, "What are you still dazed for? Hurry up and start preparing." The chefs finally reacted and immediately threw themselves into their work. After all, they were hired at great expense. If their work was subpar, it would not only be a loss of face for themselves but also for their restaurant. Not to mention, this esteemed guest clearly looked like a wealthy tycoon, and they dared not be negligent. Just as the chefs began preparing the feast, the cruise director was also showing Chen Chen and the others around the ship, introducing the various facilities. The cruise director continuously described the amenities on each deck and the entertainment options available. Here is our top deck, which also features the best view swimming pool on the cruise. In fact, each of our decks has a swimming pool. If you like, you can even have one all to yourself, enjoying the view from your own level. The cruise director spoke with a hint of pride. This cruise ship was undoubtedly designed as a top-tier entertainment vessel. The level of luxury was extraordinary, promising each guest the most prestigious experience. Everyone followed the cruise director in awe, realizing that this ship had everything they could imagine. Whether they wanted to eat, drink, sing, or play cards, even if they wished to stroll in a park or go rock climbing, there were corresponding facilities on the cruise. The comprehensiveness and high-end nature of it all were simply breathtaking. As they listened, the sea breeze gently caressed their faces. Although the sea breeze carried a slightly salty and damp scent, it felt refreshing as it penetrated their pores, invigorating their limbs. Lu Ruan inhaled deeply against the sea breeze, raising her arms high and stretching her body freely, exclaiming with emotion, "Is this the air that top tycoons breathe? The scent is indeed different." Just standing on this luxurious deck, they could fully sense the overwhelming aroma of soft currency. Following the director, they browsed some entertainment facilities. Upon seeing the giant screen in the screening room, they gasped in awe. The size of this giant screen felt even larger than the latest models in cinemas. The director proudly introduced, "Our screening room is also equipped with surround sound. If you have time, you must experience the viewing effect here, it will surely satisfy you." The director's tone was filled with confidence. After all, during the renovation of this super luxury cruise ship, no budget was ever calculated. They used whatever was top-notch, solely for the best experience. Lu Ruan looked up at the speakers above, clearly seeing the JBL logo. Wow! Just this sound system alone starts at several million. Lu Ruan stuck out her tongue. JBL is a top global speaker brand, and this cruise ship was even more luxurious than she had imagined. No wonder the director confidently assured everyone they would be satisfied. This was not blind confidence but a solid promise of an ultimate experience. The director glanced at the time, respectfully bowed to Chen Chen, and said politely, looking at the time, "I believe our chefs are almost ready. Shall we move to the restaurant to prepare for dining?" Only after seeing Chen Chen nod in agreement did the director straighten up and lead everyone toward the restaurant. As they walked, the director continued to introduce, "Today we will be dining in the indoor restaurant. I hope you all will enjoy it." The entire cabin was brightly lit, creating a very cheerful atmosphere. The corridor leading to the restaurant was covered with a thick, handmade carpet, providing a very comfortable sensation underfoot, as if walking on a bundle of cotton or floating on clouds. The manager stepped forward and forcefully pushed open a pair of grand wooden doors, the handles made of pure gold, which looked incredibly heavy and exuded a luxurious sheen. Under the reflection of the lights, the hearts of those present raced. Although it was an indoor restaurant, the floor-to-ceiling glass windows allowed light to flow smoothly into most of the dining area, fully showcasing the opulence before everyone. In the center of the restaurant stood a long banquet table adorned with various fresh flowers. The air was faintly filled with the unique fragrance of the fresh bouquets. The manager quickly walked to the head of the table, pulled out a chair, and respectfully welcomed Chen Chen to sit down. The others also took their seats, and once seated, they were immediately captivated by the tableware before them. Looking at the gleaming silverware, Lu Ruan raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "This is Christoffel's tableware, isn't it?" The manager, seeing that Lu Ruan recognized the brand at a glance, immediately looked at her with admiration and said, "Yes, beautiful lady." Lu Ruan, curious, leaned closer to her sister and quietly asked, "Sister, what's the deal with this tableware brand?" "It's a top-tier silverware brand globally, the supplier for European royal households." Lu Ruan quietly explained to her sister, and the nearby friend's expressions changed instantly upon hearing this. "Tableware used by European royalty? How extravagant!" They pulled out their phones to search and soon discovered that a single spoon could cost thousands. The golden-laid bone dishes easily reached 5 figures. Most importantly, they couldn't find the exact same style online. They did see similar floral designs on the custom order page, but upon seeing the 6-figure prices for custom items, the girls instinctively covered their mouths, fearing they might accidentally exclaim. At that moment, the Michelin chef, under the arrangement of the servants, entered the restaurant carrying the freshly prepared dishes. Upon seeing such a luxurious restaurant, they were momentarily stunned, their pupils dilating. This restaurant was simply too extravagant. Stepping inside felt like traveling back to the Middle Ages. It truly resembled a dining hall only nobles could possess, exuding an air of grandeur. The chef stood frozen for a while before finally regaining his composure. He and his team of chefs gently bowed towards Chen Shan, who was seated at the head of the table, and politely introduced themselves. "Hello, I am your chef for today, and the current head chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. I hope today's lunch will satisfy you all." As he spoke, the chef gestured to the chefs behind him. The chefs immediately sprang into action, beginning to serve the dishes to the esteemed guests. The chef stood by, professionally introducing today's menu. This dish is a salad of bluefin tuna. Today's bluefin tuna is exceptionally tender, and this raw preparation method best preserves its delicious flavor. Looking at the small salad that was just a single bite, everyone took a taste. Despite being untreated sashimi, a wave of fresh sweetness spread across their taste buds. The fat content of bluefin tuna is higher than that of other tunas, giving the fish a particularly smooth texture that melts in the mouth. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to praise the chef's skill. The flavor of this dish was truly outstanding. The chef smiled faintly and explained elegantly, "The most delicious dishes require not only perfect culinary skills but also the freshness of the ingredients." At this point, the chef looked over at Chen Shan and respectfully said, "After all, it is Mr. Chen's ingredients that are fresh enough. I see the auction tag from the local market attached to it. It must be quite expensive." The seafood auction market in the area is renowned worldwide. Although the prices there are many times higher than those in ordinary markets, the ingredients obtained are also the finest in the world. All come from fishing boats at sea, the latest catches. Moreover, only those who reach a certain level can auction at the local market. Chen Shan remained silent, while the supervisor serving beside him smiled and said, as expected of the chef, "Your eyes are sharp. This is the bluefin tuna we just auctioned at the local market." Upon hearing this, the chef immediately began to discuss quietly with the cruise supervisor. The nearby girls were left in a fog, only hearing the supervisor quote that the value of this bluefin tuna was actually over 10 million. Everyone was stunned, feeling as if their brains had exploded. It was just a fish, yet so expensive. Goodness, that one bite just now must have cost several thousand. They instinctively swallowed, realizing it was indeed delicious, but also far too extravagant. Chen Shen, however, was unfazed. He savored the fish meat slowly and smiled, saying, "The meat near the gills of the bluefin tuna is the most tender. Eating it this way, the taste is indeed extraordinary." The chef, listening to Chen Shen, immediately regarded him with newfound respect. Although this Mr. Chen was young, he was truly impressive. He could discern the position of the fish meat with just one taste, a level that even many chefs could not achieve. Soon, dish after dish of exquisite food was served on the table. The chef dared not show any negligence towards Chen Shen, standing respectfully to the side and meticulously introducing the dishes to everyone. "This is our main course today, made with top-grade Wagyu beef slices, paired with premium matsutake mushrooms, black truffles, and blue-footed mushrooms." Hearing the chef's words, Lu Ruan's eyes widened instantly. These ingredients are all top delicacies in the world, extremely expensive. Lu Ruan pointed to the shiny golden things on the pastry and asked, "Chef, what are these golden things?" The chef replied with a smile, "That is edible gold leaf. It makes it look even more crispy and delicious." Next came the top-grade almas caviar, sourced from over 100-year-old beluga whale roe, the most expensive and rarest caviar in the world. There was also Iberian ham, aged for over 10 years, sliced so thinly that a gust of wind could blow the slices away. Although cut thin enough, the rich aroma of the ham still wafted through. Looking at the flawless ham before him, the chef sighed and praised, "Fortunately, I specifically went to Spain to learn the art of slicing ham. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the heart to use such wonderful Iberian ham. After all, such ham takes an extremely long time to become a top delicacy. Ham with a serial number is already becoming scarce. So precious." Soon, the long table was filled with the world's finest delicacies. Listening to the introductions and looking at the food prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef, everyone was stunned. Just the aroma wafting through the air felt like a baptism of their values. Is this the life of the wealthy? This is too delightful. As they chatted, everyone began a feast of gourmet food. Being rated as a Michelin 3-star restaurant, the chef's skills are naturally impeccable. Chen Chen ate with great elegance, occasionally serving some delicacies to Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu, speaking in an extremely gentle tone. Such treatment made the three girlfriends nearby stare in awe. If they had such a handsome and wealthy young man taking care of them, they would have pounced on him immediately. The meal quickly came to an end amidst laughter and joy. Chen Chen glanced at the time and said to everyone, "The manager just introduced some entertainment facilities. Feel free to choose where you want to go." After speaking, Chen Chen looked at the manager beside him and instructed, "Please have the butler assign rooms for these beautiful ladies." "With pleasure." The manager bowed to Chen Chen and then kindly looked at the ladies at the table, saying, "Ladies, please follow me, I will show you to your rooms." Chen Chen did not go anywhere else but headed straight to his room. As the owner of this super luxurious cruise ship, Chen Chen's room was naturally the highest grade. Even the presidential suites of large hotels could not compare to the luxury of this master suite. The chandelier in the center of the room was primarily made of gold, adorned with various gems and crystals. When the lights were turned on, they cast colorful shadows, creating a stunning effect. Chen Chen glanced at it lightly. Just this chandelier alone was probably worth millions to make. It was indeed top-tier luxury, and that was no exaggeration. The bed was covered with the finest silk products, and lying on it felt incredibly smooth, providing a very skin-friendly experience. Chen Chen changed his clothes and lay on the bed, enjoying a sense of solitude and tranquility. Although this was a super luxurious cruise ship, it was still in motion, so the ship swayed slightly. With such gentle rocking, Chen Chen felt a special hypnotic effect and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, he did not sleep for long before waking up. Feeling refreshed and with no trace of sleepiness, he simply walked out of the room and onto the deck. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped out, he saw a graceful figure leaning against the deck, admiring the night sea. It was Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan gently leaned against the railing, perfectly showcasing her exquisite curves. She gazed at the sea in the moonlight, completely unaware that Chen Chen's eyes were secretly admiring her beauty. Watching such a serene beauty, Chen Chen's gaze darkened slightly. However, seeing that it was getting late, he walked over to Lu Ruan's side, intentionally leaning close to her ear and softly saying, "Why aren't you going to sleep?" Startled by the deep voice suddenly ringing in her ear, Lu Ruan straightened up and, upon realizing it was Chen Chen, immediately playfully punched him lightly, scolding, "You scared me to death." Lu Ruan felt a bit seasick and found it stuffy in her room, so she came up to the deck to enjoy the scenery, thinking she would sleep once she felt tired. Chen Chen observed Lu Ruyan's face and asked with concern, "Are you feeling very uncomfortable now? Do you need me to call the manager to help you find some medicine for seasickness?" Lu Ruyan gently shook her head. She was just a bit unaccustomed but didn't need medicine. Just then, the ship suddenly swayed. Lu Ruyan was completely unprepared and bumped directly into Chen Chen's arms. Feeling the warmth and softness in his embrace, Chen Chen lowered his head and unexpectedly locked eyes with Lu Ruyan. In her eyes, it seemed like there was a vast ocean, misty and captivating, making one feel as if they were drowning in it. The distance between them was extremely close, and Chen Chen could even feel Lu Ruyan's breath brushing against his face. Chen Chen's gaze darkened a few more shades. He lowered his head without hesitation and directly kissed Lu Ruyan's red lips. The temperature on the deck instantly rose, and Chen Chen picked Lu Ruyan up, walking towards the room. Lu Ruyan's small hands tightly wrapped around Chen Chen's neck, her beautiful eyes gently closed. The two of them returned to Chen Chen's room and fell straight onto the soft bed, with continuous exclamations ringing out. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up naturally. When he got up, he saw a splash of red on the sheets, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Turning his head, he saw Lu Ruyan sleeping soundly beside him, her sleeping face very peaceful. Looking at her tranquil features, Chen Chen gently kissed her forehead before getting up to wash up. After getting everything ready, Chen Chen didn't want to disturb Lu Ruyan's sleep, so he left the room and went out onto the deck. As soon as he arrived on the deck, he saw everyone standing by the railing, looking out at the sea. "What are you all doing?" Chen Chen asked with a smile as he walked over to them. As soon as Lu Ruyu saw Chen Chen, she excitedly explained, "Brother Chen Chen, look, our cruise ship is pulling in the net." Chen Chen looked towards the back of the cruise ship and saw the supervisor leading the crew, pulling a large net onto the ship. Seeing Chen Chen's gaze, the supervising officer quickly walked over to explain, "This is the net we threw out last night. It's just the right time to pull it in. The catch should be good." Chen Chen nodded slightly. The supervisor had lived on the sea for decades, so he certainly had some experience. Since he said the catch was good, it should indeed be a bountiful harvest. Soon, the large net was pulled up, revealing quite a few catches, all fresh seafood. The supervisor laughed heartily, looking in good spirits, and said, "The catch is indeed good. Today we can enjoy a feast of our own catch." Lu Ruyu and the others had also come over, curiously looking into the net. While watching the crew collect the seafood, Lu Ruyu suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "I don't know where my sister ran off to." I knocked on her door, but there was no response. She must have gone to the deck. Lu Ruyu didn't think much of it. She was still wondering if she had remembered the room number wrong. Usually, Lu Ruyan got up very early, so Lu Ruyu thought her sister might have gone out to play. After all, on such a large luxury cruise ship, it was quite difficult to find someone. Chen Chen listened to Lu Ruyu's chatter and couldn't help but smile. He didn't explain much, just nodded lightly and said, "Maybe. It's also possible that the mermaid went to the wrong room and is sleeping soundly." Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, Lu Ruyan, who had been sleeping, also woke up. Looking at the sunlight outside, Lu Ruyan moved slightly and felt a wave of soreness in her body. After a struggle, she finally got out of bed and happened to see the red stains on the sheets, her face turning red again. The scenes from last night flashed before her eyes, making Lu Ruyan lower her head in embarrassment. "Ah! What was I thinking?" Lu Ruyan shyly covered her face. She certainly couldn't leave the stains there, so she braced herself and changed the sheets. After tidying everything up, Lu Ruyan washed up and headed towards the deck. However, her body still felt a bit uncomfortable, and she walked with a slight limp, feeling quite awkward. As soon as she stepped out onto the deck, Lu Ruyu spotted her sister and rushed over without thinking, smiling as she said, "Sister, where have you been? I went to your room to call you this morning, and you weren't there." While talking, Lu Ruyu noticed her sister's strange walking posture and curiously asked, "What's wrong, sister?" Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed again. Of course, she couldn't tell the truth, so she found an excuse and said, "It's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into something." Bumped into something? Chen Chen, listening to this clumsy excuse, couldn't help but chuckle. If they were to talk about it, it seemed like it was more than just a bump. Seeing Chen Chen laughing at her, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for this bad guy, would she be in such a mess? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan angrily reached out and pinched Chen Chen's waist hard. Lu Ruyan indeed wanted to pinch Chen Chen to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen's waist was all muscle, and there was no flesh to pinch. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's furious expression and smiled. He turned to everyone and said, "Let's go, we're heading to the restaurant, it's time to eat." "Okay." Everyone, having already drooled over the freshly caught seafood, naturally followed when they heard Chen Chen's call. Today, they weren't dining at the same restaurant as yesterday but at the restaurant on the top deck. This was a super sea-view private room specifically reserved during the cruise's design. The room was surrounded by double-layered tempered glass on all sides and the ceiling, allowing for a beautiful view of the sea and sunlight from every angle. White sheer curtains hung in the room, making everything look so beautiful. Lu Ruyu's eyes were almost not enough. She looked around excitedly and said, "In such a beautiful room, I really want to have a mojito." The supervisor, following behind everyone, saw that everyone was very satisfied with the dining environment and directly pressed a switch to open the glass ceiling above. As the glass ceiling opened, the entire restaurant was immediately filled with sea breeze. Lu Ruyan unconsciously took a deep breath and sighed, smelling the damp salty sea breeze and looking at such a beautiful sea view. "I feel especially looking forward to today's seafood feast." The others nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with this statement. Chen Chen listened to everyone talking and suddenly realized that Su Tianqing and the others had not come out to eat, so he took out his phone and called Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing quickly answered the phone, and before Chen Chen could say anything, he heard Su Tianqing's voice filled with excitement and joy. "Brother Chen, the gym here is simply amazing. This is the most advanced gym equipment I've ever used." Chen Chen could also hear Lu Meng and Zhang Tiannan's voices faintly in the background. Although he couldn't hear the specifics, he could imagine they were also praising the gym. After Su Tianqing finished speaking, Chen Chen calmly said, "Come over for dinner first. The seafood caught by the cruise is very fresh." The supervisor, listening to Chen Chen, immediately called a servant to go to the gym to fetch them. After all, it was their first time at this restaurant today, and they were worried that Su Tianqing and the others might not find it. The servant didn't take long to return, bringing Su Tianqing and the others with him. Su Tianqing was dressed in a gray sports outfit, and it was clear that the front and back were already soaked with sweat. Upon seeing Chen Chen, they first greeted him respectfully before moving to the farthest corner from everyone, quietly explaining, "We just finished sweating, and we're all sweaty, so we don't want to affect everyone's appetite." Looking at the strong yet very polite Su Tianqing and the others, Lu Ruyu's friends were all taken aback. Men, after all, look the most manly when they're drenched in sweat. Not only is there a strong masculine aura, but they are also so courteous, it's just too handsome. A few of the girlfriends are quite clever. Someone like Chen Chen would naturally look down on them, and they couldn't aspire to him. But these bodyguards are different. Being able to stay close to someone of high status means they possess certain skills. They are quite a good choice. While the girlfriends each had their own thoughts, Su Tianqing was already looking at Chen Chen, excitedly saying, "Brother Chen, if you have time, you should experience the gym here, it's really top-notch. The gym equipment used here is designed to be world-class. Not only is it scientifically sound, but it's also very high-end. Even the various testing devices are quite complete, and they can tailor the best training plan for you based on your body type and goals." Early in the morning, Su Tianqing and the others had been soaking in the gym, experiencing the delightful surprises brought by various plans. For fitness enthusiasts like them, it was simply the best place to be. Hearing their enthusiastic praises, Chen Chen smiled and said directly, "Alright, after we finish eating, let's go experience it together." Soon, delicious food was served on the table. There was a wide variety of fish, shrimp, and crabs, each prepared in different ways to satisfy various tastes. The supervisor was very considerate, since there were more girls on the cruise. He even reminded the kitchen to prepare some lobster porridge. The lobster porridge was fresh and delicious, and most importantly, it could warm the stomach. If the girls felt a bit dizzy on the cruise, drinking some hot porridge would be the most comforting. When Chen Chen saw the lobster porridge served, he also gave the supervisor an approving glance. It seemed the supervisor had indeed put in effort, even noticing such small details. Chen Chen first served a bowl of porridge to Lu Ruan, encouraging her to drink it to warm her stomach. Lu Ruan immediately felt warm inside, and the lobster porridge tasted exceptionally sweet. The others had a hearty appetite, feasting on the delicious spread, feeling utterly satisfied. Lu Ruyu, while gnawing on a crab leg, smiled and said, "Traveling on a cruise is just great. We can catch seafood ourselves, it's simply wonderful." Seeing the little girl enjoying her meal, Chen Chen chuckled and said, "If you like it, you can come over to play anytime." Upon hearing Chen Chen say this, Lu Ruyu and the others were overjoyed. Such a journey, even if it meant drifting at sea for a few days and then returning to port, would definitely be a heavenly experience. Everyone happily finished their meal, and Chen Chen planned to follow Su Tianqing and the others to the gym later. Looking at his own muscular physique, he had some thoughts. Although he had the best physique and build, his striking techniques were still lacking in some areas. Just as Chen Chen was pondering whether to ask Su Tianqing and the others for advice, a sudden flash appeared before his eyes. The system detected the owner's dissatisfaction and actively contributed mastery of Bagwazang. Bagwazang? Chen Chen was clearly taken aback, and then he felt a rush in his head, followed by a sensation of change in his body. With the mastery of Bagwazang, Chen Chen felt as if he had been practicing this martial art since childhood, able to perform it with ease. Bagwazang is a type of short-range martial art, with movements that pursue strength and simplicity. Known for its rapid striking style, it is a martial art with extremely strong explosive power. Each move in Bagwazang is very simple, but between each initiation and retraction lies endless power and mystery. Chen Chen instinctively closed his eyes, mentally practicing the movements of Bagwazang in his mind. As he practiced over and over again, Han Feng felt that his understanding of Baji Quan seemed to deepen a bit more. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, and no one noticed the glimmer that flashed between his eyelids. "Has everyone finished eating? Shall we go to the gym together?" Chen Chen smiled and suggested, looking at the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially a few ladies who had eaten a bit too much and thought it would be good to exercise in the gym to maintain their figures. Su Tianqing and the others led the way, and everyone arrived at the gym on the cruise ship. As soon as they walked in, their eyes widened in surprise. They were not professionals, so they naturally couldn't understand the high-end and expensive equipment. What truly shocked them was the size of the gym. This gym felt even larger than any they had seen outside. However, those gyms outside had hundreds, if not thousands, of members. This was just a private gym, and the difference was simply enormous. Chen Chen was somewhat accustomed to this. On this super luxurious cruise ship, everywhere was filled with extravagance, and he had long since gotten used to it. Looking at the gym equipment around, Chen Chen walked straight to a barbell placed in the center. This was the equipment Su Tianqing had just used, with a 50-kilogram weight plate on each side. In other words, combined with the weight of the barbell itself, it already exceeded 200 jin. Su Tianqing, watching from behind as Chen Chen attempted to lift it, suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. That was the weight he had just used for strength training. If someone untrained tried to lift such a heavy weight right away, it would definitely be problematic. "Chen Gu, you shouldn't." Before Su Tianqing could finish his sentence, he saw Chen Chen already lifting the barbell, raising it directly above his head. Chen Chen heard Su Tianqing speaking to him and, surprisingly, turned around while holding the barbell, looking at him with a calm expression, and asked, "What's wrong?" Everyone was taken aback by Chen Chen's demeanor. This was a 200 jin barbell, and he just lifted it like that? For a normal male who exercises regularly, lifting a 200 jin barbell isn't exaggerated. But for someone like Chen Shen, who didn't even seem to exert himself and could turn around to talk, that was extremely rare. Especially for Su Tianqing and the others, as experts, they could clearly see Chen Shen's impressive strength. Under such power, he was still able to perform other movements, which could only mean that Chen Shen was lifting the barbell purely with his arm strength. Lu Ruan, however, didn't think that much. She just stared at the weight plates above with her mouth agape. Did Chingu just lift 200 jin? That meant he could lift someone like her or her sister with one hand? That was too frightening. Su Tianqing, on the other hand, was full of excitement. He moved his hands and feet, looking at Chen Shen with a smile and said, "Chingu, how about we go up on the stage and give it a try?" He had seen the competition stage earlier, but Lu Meng and Zhang Tiannan had refused to play with him, so Su Tianqing was itching to try. Originally, he wouldn't dare to have ideas about his boss, but now seeing Chen Shen's immense strength, he became interested and proposed it. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a timely opportunity. He had just mastered Baji Quan and was eager to test its effectiveness. With that thought, Chen Shen smiled and said to Su Tianqing, "Let's go up on the stage and give it a try." Upon hearing that Chen Shen was going to spar with Su Tianqing, everyone quickly gathered around. Lu Meng, who looked honest and simple, appeared dazed when surprised, his eyes wide as he looked at Chen Shen and said, "Chengu, you mustn't be fooled by the boss. His subordinates are quite formidable, so be careful." Chen Shen grinned, his gaze landing on Su Tianqing across from him. Since he was looking for a sparring partner, he naturally wanted the best. If they were weaker, Chen Shen wouldn't even bother. Chen Shen and Su Tianqing stood on opposite sides of the competition stage, both warming up their limbs before they began to spar. Chen Shen's strikes were incredibly fast, using his hand like a blade, aiming directly at Su Tianqing's outstretched arm. However, Su Tianqing remained unfazed. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, and his bones felt as strong as iron, so he didn't mind such an attack. Moreover, Su Tianqing didn't take Chen Shen's assault seriously. Even if Chen Shen was a bit stronger, he was still no match for him. Su Tianqing was a serious martial artist, and his whip-like legs were nearly impossible to defend against. Just as Chen Shen's handblade was about to collide with Su Tianqing's arm, Chen Shen suddenly changed his move and instantly unleashed Baji Quan. Baji Quan emphasizes speed, and in a flash, Chen Shen's palm flipped and struck towards Su Tianqing's chest. Su Tianqing was completely unprepared for this change. All he heard was the sound of wind from the punch rushing past his ear. Then, a heavy punch landed on his chest, and Su Tianqing was forced to stagger backward repeatedly until he crashed into the railing of the competition stage, barely managing to stop. Seeing Chen Shen's incredible prowess, the entire audience was left in shock. Su Tianqing himself wore a look of astonishment. He had no ability to fight back in front of Chen Shen. In terms of both strength and skill, he was no match for Chen Shen. As the person involved, Su Tianqing was acutely aware that if Chen Shen's force had been just a bit stronger, he would have barely managed to save his life but would likely have sustained serious injuries. Even though Chen Shen had held back, Su Tianqing still felt a dull pain in his chest, a testament to the power behind Chen Shen's punch. Lu Meng and the others were equally stunned. He and Zhang Tiannan exchanged glances, neither daring to believe their eyes. After all, Su Tianqing was a top figure within the military. His previous battles against those mercenaries had clearly demonstrated his formidable strength. Yet, such a powerful expert had not even managed to land a single blow against Chen Shen. The stark contrast was truly astonishing. Su Tianqing shook his head inside, looking at Chen Shen. He clasped his fists and said with a wry smile, "Brother Chen, I willingly concede defeat. I accept my loss wholeheartedly." After pondering for a moment, Su Tianqing realized that no matter how he tried to evade, he seemed unable to escape Chen Shen's changing moves. This realization made Su Tianqing immediately aware of the significant gap between him and Chen Shen. Chen Shen merely smiled lightly at his words, looking at Su Tianqing with a calm tone. "Come on, I'll teach you some Baji Quan. It might inspire you a bit." Lu Meng and Zhang Tiannan, hearing this, quickly jumped onto the competition stage, eagerly watching Chen Shen, hoping to learn a few moves themselves. They had clearly seen the previous battle and understood that Chen Shen's techniques were genuinely impressive, making them envious. Seeing their eager expressions, Chen Shen gathered all three of them around him and began to teach them some techniques. The three already had a foundation, so they quickly grasped Chen Shen's instructions and learned rapidly. Lu Ruan and the others found it interesting as well and moved to the side to learn alongside them. Imitating Chen Shen's standard movements, Lu Ruan laughed and said to her friend beside her, "You all should learn well. This can definitely be used as self-defense skills." After all, being girls, learning a bit of self-defense was quite necessary. In case of any real danger, it could play a crucial role at a critical moment. Meanwhile, at the Shangwan family, Zhou Dashan went out to run errands with Shang Guanyu, and by the time they returned home, it was already afternoon. Shang Guanyu smiled at Zhou Dashan and suggested, "Uncle Dashan, how about I brew you some tea, and we can drink while waiting for Grandpa?" Upon hearing Shang Guanyu's suggestion, Zhou Dashan's eyes instantly lit up, and he replied with a grin, "Hey, that sounds great." Shang Guanyu's tea brewing skills were quite impressive. After all, she was a child personally trained by the old man. How could she not be excellent? Zhou Dashan sat down in a chair, his face full of smiles as he said, "Then I'll wait right here." Shang Guanyu went to fetch clean tea utensils, and her movements at the table were fluid and graceful, the fragrance of tea spreading throughout the living room. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful Shang Guanyu in front of him, combined with her poetic and picturesque actions, she was as stunning as a painting. Shang Guanyu placed the fragrant tea in front of Zhou Dashan and said gently, "Uncle Dashan, enjoy the tea." As Zhou Dashan savored the fragrant tea, he couldn't help but recall Qin Chen's various performances from yesterday. That remarkably talented young man standing before him was indeed unforgettable. Especially Qin Chen's aura, which carried a hint of nobility and a sense of calmness. Even Zhou Dashan couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Just as Zhou Dashan was praising Qin Chen, the old man, who had been napping, was drawn out by the aroma of the tea. The old man looked quite well. He glanced at Zhou Dashan, who was enjoying the tea, and directly asked, "I went out for some matters yesterday and forgot to ask you, how's that little guy?" The little guy the old man referred to was, of course, Qin Chen. Upon hearing the old man's question, Zhou Dashan immediately stood up to respond, "Good-looking, strong presence, and his background is quite remarkable. He is indeed a rare young man." Zhou Dashan first gave a summary and then recounted all the behaviors he observed from Qin Chen yesterday. Don't be fooled by Qin Chen's early 20s, the aura he exudes can overshadow all the executives present. Especially that calm demeanor, like a mountain collapsing before him without changing his expression, makes one look at him with admiration. Zhou Dashan squinted. Such an aura and temperament were not something an ordinary person could possess. As the old man listened to Zhou Dashan's report, he lightly tapped his fingers on the tea table, seemingly pondering his words. After Zhou Dashan finished speaking, Shang Guanyu also added, "This Qin Chen is indeed quite impressive. I inquired a bit about him in Jinling." Little did she know, her inquiry shocked Shang Guanyu. She never expected that Qin Chen was quite close to the young masters and ladies in Jinling, with very close relationships. Even the parents of those young masters and ladies had good relations with Qin Chen. Shang Guanyu concealed her astonishment and continued to share the information she had gathered. "I heard that not long ago, Qin Chen even got into a fight with the young master Zhang Kai from Tianjing. His subordinates drove away Zhang Kai's bodyguards, who were mercenaries. Zhang Kai came to Jiling with a group of young masters from Tianjing, happily expecting to have a good time, but unexpectedly, he was directly chased away by Qin Chen. Moreover, Zhang Kai, after being driven away, only left a few harsh words. Not only did he leave in a very embarrassing manner, but after returning, I haven't seen him take any retaliatory actions. For a petty young master like Zhang Kai, how many reasons could there be for him not to seek revenge? There must be a reason that prevented him from daring to retaliate or being unable to do so." The old man quietly listened to Shang Guanyu's words, then glanced at Zhou Dashan, his expression thoughtful. Both Shang Guanyu and Zhou Dashan knew that the old man's demeanor indicated he was deep in thought, and they dared not interrupt. At this moment, the old man was also quite surprised. It should be noted that both Zhou Dashan, his right-hand man, and his granddaughter Shang Guanyu had very high standards. For a young man to receive such praise and admiration from them, he must indeed possess unique qualities. Moreover, the fact that this young child was already the chairman of the Xin Yuan group at such a young age was enough to raise the old man's eyebrows. The old man specifically looked into the situation of the Xin Yuan group and found it to be even better than he had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Qin Chen such courtesy and even planned to return the favor. All of this was merely based on the fact that this young man was indeed different. The old man looked at the two in front of him, nodded slightly, and said directly, "How about this, let's invite that young fellow to the birthday banquet the day after tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man reminded the two, saying, "Remember to tell him not to bring any gifts, just his presence will suffice. The tea he brings, I've never seen before, so it can be considered a birthday gift." In the old man's eyes, there was none of the murkiness often seen in elderly people's eyes. Instead, they were bright, and he smiled as he said, "I just want to meet this young man who has garnered such admiration from both of you." The old man wants to meet him in person? Zhou Dashan and Shang Guanyu were both taken aback. They instinctively exchanged glances and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. After all, the old man had never shown such interest in any young person before. It seemed this time he was genuinely invested. Since the old man had personally spoken, Shang Guanyu stepped outside to call Qin Chen. Qin Chen quickly answered the phone, smiling warmly on the other end, and asked, "What's up, President Shangwon. Shangwon Yu didn't bother with pleasantries and directly conveyed the old man's invitation, saying, I wonder, Chairman Chen, when would you be able to grace us with your presence? Hearing such a question, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle and replied, of course. Since old man Shangwon personally invited me, I must honor that. Shangwon Yu rolled her eyes at Chen Chen's words and quickly reminded him, the old man also said to tell you not to bring any gifts. Chen Chen agreed to Shangwon Yu's words. However, since he was going to the old man's birthday banquet, it didn't seem quite right to go empty-handed. Chen Chen had already put away his phone and thought to himself that since the old man had given him a handwritten piece last time, he might as well find a nice piece of calligraphy or painting to bring. This way, he would have a gift and wouldn't be going against the old man's wishes, killing two birds with one stone. Just as Chen Chen was thinking this, a flash appeared before his eyes. Your home has detected that the master is in a dilemma. The study has voluntarily contributed a divine-level calligraphy and painting skill. Chen Chen looked at the words on the screen and couldn't help but smile. This works too? But since he had such a skill, he thought for a moment and decided not to prepare anything else for now. Chen Chen pulled his thoughts back and returned to the gym, looking at the others who were still working hard to exercise. He clapped his hands and said, you all continue, I'm going to notify the supervisor, we're preparing to head back. The others nodded in agreement, though they felt they hadn't played enough, they dared not show it. To be honest, they were already very satisfied to have the opportunity to come to this high-end super luxury cruise ship. Later, everyone had boarded the cruise ship and returned to the port. Chen Chen led everyone off the cruise ship. Looking at the group of girls in front of him, he said to Lu Meng and Zheng Tiannan, you two are in charge of taking the others to their destination. A few close friends followed Lu Meng and Zheng Tiannan as they left, while Chen Chen took Lu Ruan and Lu Ruyu in a customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom to drop them off at home. After getting out of the car, Lu Ruyan first watched her sister get out, then, in a flash, kissed Chen Chen on the cheek before darting out of the car. If it weren't for the lingering warmth on his face, Chen Chen would have thought it was just his imagination. After sending off the Lu sisters, Chen Chen drove back to the Shangsu 1 villa. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his cousin Su Jishi, who flew to his side like a nimble little swallow, and complained, cousin, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Yesterday he said he was going to give a speech, but he didn't come back all night, which was really worrying. Chen Chen didn't want to directly say he went out to have fun, otherwise, the little girl would definitely be unhappy. By the way, I'm going to a birthday banquet tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Chen Chen changed the subject and asked the little girl. As soon as Su Jishi heard Chen Chen's question, her thoughts were immediately diverted, and she curiously asked, what birthday banquet? Do you remember that very beautiful sister who came to our house last time? Chen Chen described Shangwon Yu, it's the birthday banquet for the grandfather of that President Shangwon. Mentioning Shangwon Yu, a hint of admiration flashed in Su Jishi's eyes as she said, cousin, that old man you mentioned must be very influential, right? I think it's related to how President Shangwon could achieve such a position at her age. It wasn't that Su Jishi looked down on Shangwon Yu, but according to normal procedures, it was indeed an unlikely situation. Chen Chen nodded, just based on how everyone at the auction house reacted when they heard the old man's name, it was clear. Seeing Chen Chen nod, Su Jishi felt a bit apprehensive. After all, she had lived an ordinary life since childhood, and she really wasn't used to meeting such people. Moreover, she had never experienced such occasions and was afraid of making a mistake. It would be embarrassing, but if she caused trouble for her cousin, that would be worse. Thinking of this, Su Jishi directly said, cousin, I won't go. Chen Chen understood his cousin's concerns and nodded in agreement. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for a while before Chen Chen went upstairs to sleep early. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up naturally. After a simple wash, he rummaged through his wardrobe and changed into a suit. Previously, he had asked Su Tianqing to pick up some clothes, and Su Tianqing had specially brought back several sets, which came in handy today. The deep gray tailored suit was custom-made according to Han Feng's measurements, making him look tall and handsome. Looking at his refreshed self in the mirror, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After getting everything ready, Chen Chen went downstairs. Su Jishi, who rarely woke up early, brightened up when she saw Chen Chen coming over and exclaimed, cousin, you look so handsome today. Just like a domineering CEO from a TV drama. After saying that, she thought for a moment and felt that domineering CEO couldn't fully capture Chen Chen's excellence, so she quickly added, no, even more domineering than a CEO. As Su Jishi spoke, she leaned closer to Chen Chen. Although she was nearly 1.7 meters tall, she still appeared a bit petite next to Chen Chen. Su Jishi looked up at him, her face serious, and said, man, you have successfully caught my attention. Chen Chen watched the little girl feigning seriousness and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and flicked her forehead, satisfied to hear Su Jishi's cry of pain. "Cousin, you can't play like this," Su Jishi said, pouting, while sizing up Chen Chen's outfit. Noticing that the tie strap was slightly pressing down on the collar of his shirt, right at the back of his neck, which was Chen Chen's blind spot, Su Jishi quickly helped him adjust the details and then said with satisfaction, "Good, now it's perfect." After all, today was the day her cousin was attending old Master Shangwan's birthday banquet, and they couldn't afford to lose on the details. Looking at his serious cousin in front of him, Chen Chen felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair as they walked outside. Outside the villa, Su Tianqing was already waiting in the car. Su Tianqing had also changed into a well-fitted suit today, looking very stylish, like a bodyguard from a movie. Especially his eyes, which seemed to carry a menacing aura. Most people probably wouldn't dare to meet such a gaze. Chen Chen got straight into the car, and following the address given by Shangwan Yu, they headed towards the Shangwan family's old residence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Shangwan family ancestral home, it was already a sea of people. Everyone was dressed in suits and leather shoes, and the clothes were clearly expensive handmade items. Many were even high-end custom pieces from luxury brands, exuding a sense of opulence. The usually quiet estate was now filled with various luxury cars. If one looked closely, they would notice that it wasn't just cars with Suzhou and Hangzhou license plates. There were also many luxury vehicles from other provinces and cities. These luxury cars were packed tightly together, and at a glance, the least expensive ones were at the level of a Maybach. Those dignitaries arriving in Mercedes S-Class felt a bit embarrassed to park nearby and had to park far away instead. Many dignitaries stood outside the estate, eagerly chatting with those beside them. They occasionally glanced towards the Shangwan family's garden, expressing their admiration. This is what a true big family should look like. Look at their villa, it's like a castle, and this courtyard is even larger than an average standalone villa. Just looking at this villa's garden makes one imagine the prosperity of the Shangwan family. Those are all precious varieties that have been transplanted. Did you see that rose over there? And those several orchids? The extravagance of the Shangwan family goes without saying. Just look at the people here to celebrate the birthday, they are all from the top circles of China. We are lucky to be here. After all, the Shangwan family has established themselves in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so we have the chance to be here. Today is a great opportunity to meet many big shots from other provinces and cities, all thanks to old Master Shangwan. The dignitaries were already singing praises as they looked at the Shangwan family's garden. The Shangwan family was not just wealthy, their children were also thoughtful. Knowing that their old man loved these things, they would spend a fortune to transplant fresh varieties for him to enjoy. Just the flowers and plants in front of them would cost tens of millions. No one could hope to acquire them without that kind of money. This subtly stimulated the crowd, making them even more eager to associate with the Shangwan family. After all, if they could latch onto such a golden thigh, their future days would surely take off. For a moment, everyone looked at the grand mansion in the center, resembling a castle, with even more eager eyes. "Old Zhang, you guys are here too." A dignitary from Jinling suddenly called out to a few people who had just gotten out of the car. The old Zhang he was calling was Zhang Haoran's father, Zhang Bo. Accompanying Zhang Bo were the dignitaries and nobles of Jinling, gathered together, whispering in conversation. Naturally, Zhang Haoran and the other young masters and ladies did not attend the birthday celebration. After all, it was already a great honor for Zhang Bo and the others to be here, having a place in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Otherwise, given their status, how could they possibly reach the threshold of the old master Shangwan? Zhang Bo looked around, his face filled with envy as he exchanged words with familiar faces nearby. Truly worthy of the old master Shangwan, just look at the scale of this birthday banquet, it's simply magnificent. The others nodded in agreement, and they began to speak. Dignitaries from all over the country have come. How could this not be a grand affair? It's at times like this that the importance of connections becomes evident. Of course, if the connections weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be rushing over, waiting politely at the door. Being able to gather with these big shots, waiting to wish the old master a happy birthday, even our status has risen along with it. As they spoke, they glanced towards the parking lot, where the luxury cars from across the country were already too numerous to count. They also spotted many familiar faces, those business tycoons seen daily on financial channels, all coming to the Shangwan family to celebrate the old master's birthday. Many dignitaries from other provinces and cities were also clustered together in small groups, whispering among themselves. This kind of spectacle is something we can't see back home. Truly worthy of the old master Shangwan, this kind of honor is not something ordinary people can enjoy. The Shangwan family has been prosperous for so long, not just because of the old master's reputation, the younger generations beneath him are all striving hard. This is how a prestigious family should be. Look at the ever-changing gardens and courtyards each year, it's the people below who make it easy for the old master to enjoy such leisure. We need to build a good relationship with the Shangguan family. Suzhou and Hangzhou have always been great places for business. Establishing a foothold here and expanding nationwide is quite easy. Just as the guests were engaged in their discussions, Shangguan Yu and others had already exited the Shangguan family estate, beginning to wait at the entrance to receive everyone. With Shangguan Yu's appearance, the dignitaries present were momentarily stunned. Today was the birthday of Grandpa Shangguan City, and naturally, Shangguan Yu was dressed to the nines. Already stunningly beautiful, she instantly became the center of attention, like a shining pearl, captivating everyone's gaze. The ladies accompanying the dignitaries suddenly appeared dim in comparison. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Shangguan Yu gracefully carried out her reception duties. After all, having been raised beside the old master Shangguan since childhood, such a small occasion was completely within her grasp. Although it was the entrance, there was an unspoken order in place. Naturally, the big shots walked in front, while those of slightly lower status followed behind. Since it was a reception by such a prominent family as the Shangguan family, it was impossible for there to be only Shangguan Yu at this checkpoint. Within the Shangguan family's large residence, many of the second generation were also busy preparing everything. On such a grand day, the entire Shangguan family was naturally in action. Everyone began to walk towards the main gate, talking about wanting to go in and see the old master. Soon, they all entered the Shangguan family estate. To welcome today's guests, a thick red carpet was laid from the entrance of the estate all the way inside, creating a festive atmosphere. The weather today was exceptionally good, and the flowers in the garden seemed to know it was a big day, each blooming vibrantly, filling the garden with stunning spring colors. The estate was adorned with lanterns and decorations, with details exuding a joyful spirit everywhere. The crowd passed through the long garden and entered the mansion, where an air of antiquity greeted them. The entire house was adorned with solid wood decorations, and a naturally occurring scent of wood lingered throughout the courtyard, never fading. The dignitaries present were taken aback by the rich aroma, their hearts trembling. They were worldly individuals and naturally understood that only aged, high-quality wood could produce such a fragrance. The entire estate of the Shangguan family occupied a vast area, constructed entirely from such premium timber, making the value of the mansion itself immeasurable. Realizing this, the dignitaries collectively gasped in astonishment. The financial power and influence of the Shangguan family were simply beyond their imagination. If the building materials were so precious, one could only imagine the other decorations within the mansion. Just this old residence alone revealed various signs of high-end luxury. Such invisible opulence was the most astonishing. While everyone was still in shock, a faint commotion suddenly arose from the front. The crowd quickly regained their focus and looked toward the source of the noise. It turned out that the old master Shangguan had already emerged from the inner quarters. He was dressed in a gray zhongshan suit, looking quite spirited, with bright eyes smiling at the gathered crowd. He leaned on a cane, but from the few steps he had just taken, it was clear that his gait was steady and his health was excellent. Upon seeing the old master, everyone couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The dignitaries exchanged glances, quickly catching a glimpse of astonishment in each other's eyes. After all, why had this old birthday celebrant come out so early today? Previously, when attending birthday celebrations, he would remain seated until the very end. His early appearance today certainly felt unusual. Although the dignitaries had their thoughts, none dared to voice them in front of the old master. Since they didn't dare to inquire, they obediently followed behind him toward the entrance. After stepping out, the old master scanned the crowd before turning his gaze to the side, where Shangguan Yu stood. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Upon meeting her grandfather's gaze, Shangguan Yu immediately understood his meaning. To be honest, it had been a long time since she had seen her grandfather so impatient. The old man's usual calm demeanor, unflinching even in the face of great challenges, clearly indicated that he was genuinely concerned. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yu couldn't help but smile. She walked over to her grandfather and whispered, "They haven't arrived yet, it must be a long journey." After speaking, she gave the old man a somewhat helpless look, as if to say, "Is it really okay for you to be so anxious?" The old master, seeing his granddaughter's expression, chuckled and then turned to converse with the crowd. Everyone was excited to have the opportunity to speak with the old master and eagerly sought topics to discuss with him. Unfortunately, the old master seemed disinterested, occasionally glancing toward the distant road. The dignitaries at the back, naturally unable to speak with him, still watched from a distance. One dignitary turned to a familiar companion and quietly asked, "What's going on? Why is the old master outside for so long?" Usually, the old master would be the last to appear, only coming out to accept the birthday wishes in the hall. This was the first time they had seen him outside so early. It was truly unprecedented. The companion beside him shook his head in confusion. In recent years, Old Master Shangwan rarely made public appearances, so it was already a stroke of luck for them to see him, let alone ask too many questions. Just as everyone was puzzled, the second-generation members who were arranging the front hall in the Grand Mansion also came out one after another. They approached the Old Master, inviting him and the guests to enter. The surrounding dignitaries felt they had found a topic and began to speak. "Old Master, let's go in together. It's a blessing for us to be able to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the garden with you today." Everyone thought that after exchanging a few pleasantries, the Old Master would lead them into the mansion. However, to their surprise, the Old Master smiled and gently waved his hand, saying in a calm tone, "No rush. Let's chat here in the courtyard for a while. I'd like to get some fresh air." The people present were all sharp-witted. With the Old Master's clear words, they naturally understood. Old Master Shangwan was waiting for someone. In the next moment, the dignitaries were shocked by their own thoughts. Who could be important enough for Old Master Shangwan to personally come out to greet? They were all well-known figures in the business circle, yet they were waiting alongside the Old Master. Could it be a wealthy merchant from somewhere? Or perhaps the head of a prominent family? Although their guesses might not be entirely accurate, it was clear that the identity of the guest must be of equal status to Old Master Shangwan. Realizing this, the dignitaries visibly became excited. If that were the case, wouldn't they have the opportunity to meet another heavyweight today? This was truly worth it. The dignitaries behind were also very pleased, and everyone couldn't help but straighten their attire. Since even Old Master Shangwan valued this person, they must be someone significant. Such a person should definitely be courted in every possible way. At the very least, they absolutely couldn't afford to offend them. Just as the dignitaries were lost in their thoughts, a sudden exclamation broke the air. "Look, a Rolls-Royce!" Upon hearing the shout, everyone initially paid it no mind. After all, they were all prominent figures. What was a Rolls-Royce? Why make such a fuss? A fleeting look of disdain crossed their faces, but their gazes still turned toward the road. Just one glance left everyone present frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. That car, a customized, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, was slowly approaching the estate. On this road, there was only the Shangwan family mansion, so the destination was naturally the Shangwan residence. The dignitaries quickly exchanged glances. They all realized that the owner of this customized Rolls-Royce Phantom must be the esteemed guest Old Master Shangwan was waiting for. As top dignitaries in various business circles, they naturally knew the exorbitant price of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. At over 200 million, it was enough to make anyone hesitate. After all, to spend such a large sum of cash just to buy a car, even for the sake of appearances and boosting one's status, was a very unwise investment. Moreover, they were well aware of the rigorous approval process required to order such a vehicle. Thus, the identity of the car's owner was undoubtedly of the highest nobility. The dignitaries could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper among themselves. "I've heard people talk about this car, but this is my first time seeing it in person. And look at the little golden figure in front, it's simply dazzling and charming. At over 200 million, anyone who sees it would surely think it's magnificent. This customized car, the level of scrutiny is even stricter than our partnership in business. It's simply the best tool for identifying one's status." Zhang Bo and the others could only stand behind the crowd, and amidst the murmurs, they finally saw the slowly approaching vehicle. Upon seeing it, Zhang Bo and the others were taken aback. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, a long customized version, wasn't this Chen Chen's ride? When they first saw it, everyone was shocked. Now, seeing Chen Chen's car appear outside the Shangwan family estate, the crowd was first stunned, then their expressions turned into wry smiles. They felt there was nothing left to be shocked about. After all, Chen Xiaoyu was even more formidable than them, and being invited by the Old Master Shangwan was to be expected. The crowd managed to keep their composure. Although the car was expensive, it didn't necessarily mean the owner was a guest of the Old Master. At that moment, they saw Shangwan Yu looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom with delight, saying, "He's here." Old Master Shangwan had both hands resting on his cane, smiling as he watched the car draw closer, saying, "Not bad, this is quite impressive." The mere appearance of this car had already attracted enough attention. It was indeed remarkable. At this point, everyone understood that the Old Master was waiting for the person inside this car. In an instant, the dignitaries began to speculate about who was sitting in the vehicle. To have the Old Master personally come to greet him, this person must be really impressive. Could it be a high-ranking official from somewhere, who values face, which is why the Old Master is so enthusiastic? An ordinary high-ranking official could never receive such treatment from the Old Master. You know who the Old Master is, right? This must be the head of some prominent family. To receive such treatment, he must be a big shot who can stand on equal footing with the old master. Everyone voiced their speculations, each filled with certainty that this person must be someone significant. With that thought, they all held their breath in anticipation, their eyes occasionally flashing with expectation. The car slowly stopped at the entrance of the estate, and all eyes were on the vehicle. Su Tianqing was the first to get out, and seeing this astute driver, the crowd's anticipation for the person inside grew. Su Tianqing steadily opened the car door, and Chen Shen stepped out with poise. As soon as he got out, Chen Shen instinctively adjusted his jacket before surveying the Shangguan estate. Everyone could clearly see that Chen Shen exuded an air of nobility, even in front of such a grand estate. There was not a hint of emotion in his eyes. It was as if he was used to it. Watching such a young man, the crowd collectively gasped, beginning to speculate about his identity. This young man looks too young, probably just in his early 20s? He seems unfamiliar. He must be here for the first time to celebrate the old master's birthday. Yes, definitely the first time. I've never seen him before. But this young man's demeanor is truly impressive. Could he be from a prestigious family? To have such presence at such a young age, this kid is remarkable. Many people had a very good impression of Chen Shen. After all, this kind of aura was something they had never seen before. However, among the crowd, there were also those with opposing views. These individuals scrutinized Chen Shen, shaking their heads slightly and whispering, "He does seem to have some presence, but today is for celebrating the old master's birthday. Is it really necessary to be so ostentatious? And look, everyone is here, yet he is the only one who is late. Indeed, this is too unreliable. The young man looks good and has a decent temperament, but when it comes to doing things, he seems a bit superficial. Goodness, is the old man really waiting for this young man? He has waited for so long, that's quite a big deal." The thoughts of these dignitaries were completely different, and they began to speak one after another. At this moment, Chen Shen also heard the words of the last guest who exclaimed, and he was clearly taken aback. Chen Shen really didn't expect that the old man would personally wait for him at the door. Moreover, from what the guest just said, it seemed he had been waiting for quite a while. Recalling his thoughts, Chen Shen hurried over, and Shang Guanyu also quickly walked over, actively introducing him to her grandfather. "Grandpa, this is Chen Shen, the chairman I told you about." Chen Shen looked at the spirited old man in front of him and politely congratulated him. "Old man, I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountains pine." Chen Shen knew that this kind old man had an extraordinary identity. Especially since the old man personally came to greet him, Chen Shen was quite perceptive. He understood that the old man was giving him a lot of face. The old man looked at the respectful and polite Chen Shen and was very pleased, repeatedly saying good things. "Let's go, everyone is here. Let's go inside and have some fun." A second-generation individual beside the old man stepped forward, warmly inviting everyone. Shang Guanyu walked to the left of the old man, and Chen Shen followed on the right, heading into the estate together. The group of dignitaries behind them continued to discuss among themselves. "What is going on here? A nameless young man can actually walk beside the old man. What has he done to deserve this? I just asked a few friends in the business circle, and no one recognized who he is. President Shangwan just said that he is Chairman Chen. At such a young age, what big company could he possibly represent? He's probably just a startup with some development, right? But why is the old man personally here to greet him?" The dignitaries frowned, their speculation gradually turning into doubt. Even with their status, they had to follow behind slowly. Why should a young kid be able to walk beside the old man? It's unfair. Zhang Bo, who was walking beside them, could no longer listen. This Chen Shen had quite a reputation in Jinling. How did he become such an insignificant person in their mouths? Really? Just because he's young, he can't have achievements? What nonsense is this? Without thinking, Zhang Bo directly spoke to those people. He's not some nameless nobody. When he buys a house, it's all done in cash. You all must have heard of the Tanfu City community in Jinling, right? He buys properties worth billions, and it's all cash that goes directly into the account. The villa worth 800 million in Tanfu City was directly acquired. That Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version just now is also over 200 million, a top luxury car. You say he's nameless? If we're going to measure it this way, we might not even be as good as him. Zhang Bo didn't even want to mention the Tiannan racetrack, where he and Chen Shen had two supercars, the Pagani Huayra custom version and the Aston Martin 1-77, which together were worth over 100 million. In this era, cash is king. To look down on such a young man, isn't that just ridiculous? As Zhang Bo said this, he looked at Shang Guanyu on the left of the old man and said in a calm tone, "And think about it, someone who can be introduced by Miss Shangguan is probably not that simple." Up until now, Shang Guanyu is not just the granddaughter personally raised by old master Shangguan, but also the president of the Suong Bank. Such a status, while related to Old Master Shangwan's identity, cannot solely rely on it to gain a position. At most, it would be a deputy role. Since she can hold the position of president, it indicates that Shangwan Yu's personal abilities are exceptionally strong. A young man like Chen Chen receiving Shangwan Yu's favor, combined with Zhang Bo's earlier remarks, caused the voices of the dignitaries present to weaken. Thinking about it this way, this individual is definitely not simple. The gazes of the crowd towards Chen Chen also carried a hint of wariness. Many of the dignitaries began to speculate in their hearts, could this Chen Chen be a scion of a prominent family? Otherwise, a young man, even if his family trusts him, could not possibly have access to such a large amount of cash. However, the children of prominent families are different. Perhaps the elders in the family gifted them a substantial amount of property and funds at birth. By the time the child reaches adulthood, it could already be a considerable sum. Many present had such thoughts, and their gazes towards Chen Chen instantly changed. Everyone walked into the mansion together, and Chen Chen looked at the exquisite arrangements, feeling quite pleased. On the surface, it appeared magnificent, but the intricate details showed great thoughtfulness. Chen Chen silently thought to himself, no wonder it's a prominent family, creating such a courtyard must have taken a lot of effort. Especially with the occasional flashes of discerning insight, it was evident that the Shangwan family's mansion was indeed lavish. The more it exuded endless elegance, the more it concealed immense value. Shangwan Yu walked beside Chen Chen, quietly introducing him to everything in the old mansion. What we just passed through is the front hall, and inside is the main hall, where birthday banquets and receptions are generally held. Between the main hall and the backyard, there is a small landscape garden. If you're interested, I can take you to visit it. My grandfather raises some dragon fish, and their quality and grade are quite good. They are in the landscape garden. Does Director Chen like to raise fish? Shangwan Yu selected unique introductions, eager to share with Chen Chen about the items that left a deep impression on her. Chen Chen responded softly, especially since he also had a pond of dragonfish at home. The two exchanged words enthusiastically, creating a wonderfully pleasant atmosphere. The old master beside them watched with a smile, his eyes occasionally flashing with a glimmer of light. Seeing Shangwan's young lady personally introduce him, the other dignitaries were filled with jealousy and envy. After all, they had come many times, but none had ever received such treatment. In fact, it wasn't just these dignitaries, even some members of the Shangwan family looked at Chen Chen with curiosity. They were not only curious about Chen Chen's age but also interested in him as a person. In their eyes, Shangwan Yu had always had high standards, but they had never seen her treat anyone with such warmth. Everyone gathered in the main hall, took their seats, and the birthday banquet officially began. The young members of the Shangwan family stepped forward one by one to present their birthday gifts to the old master. Old master, I wish you wealth and prosperity, longevity, and peace for the whole family. This is my heartfelt gift. Grandpa, I wish you many more years like today, and every year younger than the last. Here's my gift to express my blessings for you. Old master, I wish you all the best, may everything go as you wish. The young members of the Shangwan family spoke auspicious words, presenting their prepared gifts. A group of dignitaries watched from the side, secretly thinking to themselves, truly worthy of the Shangwan family, their descendants are so prosperous. Moreover, looking at these younger generations, each one of them appeared particularly spirited, speaking with confidence, clearly showing they are talents to be cultivated. From this, it can be seen that the future of the Shangwan family will definitely get better and better. As everyone pondered, those younger members had finished their birthday wishes, and it was now time for the elders to take the stage. An elder stood up first, holding a slender brocade box in his hands, and presented it to the old master, saying loudly, Old master, I wish you a long life and virtue that lasts for generations. As he spoke, the elder gestured to the young man behind him to open the brocade box, revealing the calligraphy inside. Everyone leaned in to take a look, and they were all taken aback. This was actually a work by Master Hongi, a true masterpiece. Although the piece was not large, it contained two characters that a master had pursued throughout his life, which was naturally incomparable. Such a work was worth over 4 million. The elder looked at everyone with great pride, then turned to the old master and respectfully said, Old master, I believe only someone as wise as you could truly understand these two characters. Saying this, he respectfully presented the gift, which was received by the Shangwan family's younger members. Next, several other elders stepped forward, each presenting their own birthday gifts. They all knew that the old master loved calligraphy and paintings, so they did their best to gather various authentic works. The next elder even directly presented a 5-character couplet in running script by Lu Ruan, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Although this work belonged to modern calligraphy, it was extremely rare to have been preserved so well from that era. The elder showcasing the gift smiled broadly and said to the old master cheerfully, I happened to see this at a small auction, so I bought it to present it as a flower borrowed to offer to the Buddha. What a clever way to present it, not only showcasing his own efforts but also subtly elevating the old master's status. The old master smiled throughout, casually saying, "You are very thoughtful." Although it was just a few simple words, it was already a great honor. Upon hearing this, the elder was very pleased, his face glowing with joy, and while saying it was nothing, he returned to his seat. The other elders presented various jade and antiques, each valued at around 1,000,000. After all, it was a gift for the old master, and anything of lesser value would truly be unworthy. In any case, these elders, wanting to stand out, were all thinking of ways to choose some rather unique gifts. They not only spent a lot of money but also put in considerable thought. Soon, it was Chen Shen's turn to step forward to wish the old master a happy birthday. Chen Shen stood up and walked slowly to the center, his posture very upright, and in an instant, he became the focus of the entire room. All eyes were on Chen Shen. Seeing him approach empty-handed, the crowd was clearly taken aback. People exchanged glances, all with expressions of astonishment. What was going on? Many were secretly wondering, could it be that Chen Shen had not prepared a gift at all? Especially those dignitaries, who began to discuss again. What is this young man thinking? Isn't he being too inconsiderate? The old master personally came to greet him, giving him such a great honor, and he didn't even bring a gift? Being invited to attend an elder's birthday banquet, bringing a gift is not just a matter of courtesy, but also a gesture of goodwill. Doing this is indeed very disrespectful, too impolite. To be honest, what he did really took everyone by surprise. It completely doesn't match his noble demeanor. You can't just judge a person by their appearance. Look at this young man, he looks impressive, but he doesn't even understand the most basic manners. Taking him out would be embarrassing. The officials and nobles, constrained by Chen Shen's status, all lowered their voices and whispered among themselves. Some of the more cautious officials only dared to think about it in their hearts, not even voicing their thoughts. The old man, being experienced, could tell from the expressions of those present what they were thinking. He smiled and explained, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand young Chen. A few days ago, he brought me a lot of top-quality tea, which is something I've never tasted before. That's why I specifically instructed Ye to make sure young Chen doesn't bring any gifts." After the old man explained, he paused for a moment and continued, "However, the tea young Chen brought is too precious, so I won't let everyone taste it here today." The officials and nobles listened to the old man's words, but none could detect the seriousness behind them. They looked at Chen Shen's back and began to whisper among themselves. With the old man's status, it's not impossible for him to drink Imperial De Hong Pao every day. What kind of tea could make the old man so stingy? Can't you see the simple truth? Clearly, the old man is trying to smooth things over for this young man. It's all just an excuse about the tea. For the old man to go this far for this young man, anyone else would be deeply moved. But this kid, not even a hint of gratitude, I can't stand it. Chen Shen looked at the old man's kind face and thought for a moment before taking the initiative to speak to him. "Old man, may I borrow some ink and paper to write a calligraphy piece as a birthday gift?" Everyone was shocked by Chen Shen's words. What did he mean? Borrowing ink and paper to write on the spot? It's not unheard of to give a birthday gift this way, but only renowned masters would do it live. You, a kid in your 20s, actually want to write on the spot to show off? This is just pure attention-seeking, right? Many from the Shangguan family were directly amused by anger. They've seen people wanting to stand out, but never someone so creative. Does he really think of himself as a master, or as a leader? They all present genuine works from masters, and you, on the other hand, directly say you want to write one yourself? Truly pretentious and especially frugal. Who do you think you are, Wang Shiji or Tang Bohu? Seeing how Chen Shen was so clueless, those officials and nobles expressed their dissatisfaction, saying, "This young man is simply outrageous. If you ask me, he's a narcissist, thinking way too highly of himself, practically hitting the ceiling. Driving a super luxury car worth over 200 million, yet he can't even bear to buy a birthday gift? A junior actually wants to present something to the old man himself. Does he think this is a talent show? I really don't know what to say to criticize him. All I can say is, this young man, aside from looking good, is almost worthless. No manners and can't even place himself properly. If this young man looked a bit worse, he probably wouldn't be so narcissistic." Zheng Bo and others had just defended Chen Shen, and now they wore awkward expressions. They felt helpless. Usually, when they heard their son talk about Chen Shen, it was with admiration. They never expected that in front of old man Shangguan, Chen Shen would pull such a stunt. Truly, it's a bit hard to put into words. Not only the officials and nobles, but even Shangguan Yu had a dark expression. Especially when looking at Chen Shen, whose handsome face was filled with calmness and strong confidence, she couldn't help but sigh deeply in her heart. After all, Shang Guanyu was raised by her grandfather himself. She knew her grandfather well. He had immersed himself in calligraphy for many years and looked down on the works of some modern calligraphy masters. As for Chen Chen, he was indeed young and reckless. Perhaps he had been misled by someone, thinking that after practicing for a while, he was already good enough to show off. One must understand that in the world of calligraphy and painting, it is not something that can be mastered overnight. Those long-established masters, their peak works were only achieved when they were in their 50s or 60s. It is only at that age that one can attain a higher understanding of calligraphy in life. Moreover, at that age, one's wrist strength reaches its optimal state. Whether painting or writing, true masterpieces are created in the flow of wrist strength. Young people have too much strength, but it is often just brute force, so the characters they write are sharp and striking, yet lack depth. If one is too old, the writing may be skilled and elegant, but due to the decline of wrist strength, the characters become weak and cannot stand firm. However, the true dimensions and timing still require personal insight and practice. It is precisely because long-term practice is needed, day in and day out for decades, that true masters are few and far between. How old is Chen Chen? Just a little over 20. What kind of achievements could he possibly have? Shang Guanyu felt quite helpless. After all, Chen Chen had already spoken in front of everyone, and there was no way to take it back. Just when everyone was skeptical, only the old man burst into hearty laughter and said, "Good." After speaking, the old man looked at the servant beside him, instructing them to bring a table, and did not forget to add, "Go to my study and fetch my 4 treasures of the study." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. What on earth was going on with the old man today? Why was he treating this Chen Chen so differently? Knowing full well that a young person like him couldn't possibly write well, he still praised him so much. Really? Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. The more the old man treated Chen Chen differently, the more they felt that Chen Chen did not deserve such special treatment from the old man. It was simply embarrassing for the old man. At that moment, the servant had already brought the table into the hall and set it up. Soon, the 4 treasures of the study were also placed on the table. Everyone present was knowledgeable, and upon seeing them, their eyes widened in shock. Hu brushes, hui ink, xian paper, and duan inkstone, these were indeed the finest treasures of the study. As expected, they were the old man's favorite items, all top-notch. A white jade brush, Wanshou Wujiang, completely pure and flawless, was once used by the emperor. The old man found it very handy, so he treasured it carefully, and unexpectedly, he took it out today. Everyone looked at the white jade brush and felt a wave of envy. Truly, it was the Shangguan old man. A single brush costing over 200,000 was indeed a sign of deep heritage. Just the old Duan inkstone alone was worth over 10 million, an absolute priceless treasure. With such items brought out, not to mention the dignitaries present, even the young members of the Shangguan family were left in shock, their mouths agape. These treasures were rare even for them to see on a daily basis. They never expected that today, not only would they be displayed in front of people, but they would also be used by this Chen Chen. This was a privilege that even the Shangguan family members had never enjoyed, truly making them envious and resentful. Shangguanyu stepped forward to help Chen Chen grind the ink, while the guests nearby were already stunned to the point of numbness. However, they were prepared to laugh at Chen Chen. In an instant, all eyes were on Chen Chen, waiting for him to truly put pen to paper. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Chen Chen picked up the brush. The moment he lifted the brush, everyone instantly felt a sudden change in Chen Chen's aura. A scholar's spirit, like a sword drawn from its sheath, instantly displayed before everyone, carrying a sharp momentum that made it hard to look directly at. At the same time, Chen Chen held a brush, dipped it in thick ink, and began to write on the paper. As Chen Chen lifted his brush and let the words fall, it was as if an invisible giant hand stirred the current atmosphere, causing everyone to hold their breath, staring at Chen Chen in astonishment. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Chen's strokes were either powerful or graceful, like a beautiful woman elegantly stretching her body, or like a strong and valiant warrior wielding a sharp weapon, piercing the heart. As he wielded his brush, a bloody aura swirled up, rushing into people's nostrils. But then, with a turn of his hand, it felt like a spring breeze brushing against blooming flowers, only to transform the next moment into the deep and stern chill of a northern wind. In such a bizarre transformation, everyone's senses and thoughts were completely drawn by the brush in Chen Chen's hand. What a wave of flowing writing! Those watching felt exhilarated, as if their hearts were twisted like soft intestines, evoking genuine emotions, as if entering a dream. By the end, everyone felt a loud bang in their minds, as if in the world, only the scene of Chen Chen writing remained. Just at that moment when everyone seemed lost in thought, Chen Chen had finished writing, slowly retracting his brush. On the pristine white rice paper, he had written a large, intricate character for longevity. The old man had already been captivated by Chen Shen's actions, standing up, and upon seeing Chen Shen put down his brush, he took a few steps to the desk to look at the character. Just one glance, and the old man felt a jolt of energy, even his footsteps paused. Everyone was drawn to the old man's actions, suddenly realizing that he was visibly rejuvenated. Even the white hair on his head seemed to have turned black more than white in an instant. Such a change was no longer mere calligraphy, nor could it be magic, it was truly an art of the immortals. Watching such a miraculous scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Like fish thrown onto the shore, they were left gasping for breath, unable to make a sound. What is this? In the next moment, all eyes turned to Chen Shen, who was standing aside. They stared at him intently, as if witnessing a miracle. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a young man just over 20 could possess such extraordinary calligraphy skills. To be honest, even if Zhang Banqiao or Wang Shiji were alive, they could not achieve such an accomplishment. The characters that invigorated the spirit at first glance were nothing short of magic. Moreover, they truly felt that the old man's appearance was visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing speed. Such divine writing, even if they combined all the things they had bought, would not compare to even a fraction of it. Compared to the characters written by Chen Shen, the masterpieces they had purchased were like waste products. No one wanted to look at them. The dignitaries present swallowed hard, feeling a sharp pain on their faces. They had just thought that Chen Shen's calligraphy was lacking? That it was a display of shame? If that was the case, then the longevity gifts they presented were simply meant to incite hatred. They looked at each other, completely at a loss for words. It was at this moment that they realized just how discerning the old man's eyes were. From beginning to end, he had not shown the slightest dissatisfaction or disdain, even giving Chen Shen plenty of face. And Chen Shen had fiercely slapped everyone in the face with his own strength. With such a helmsman in the Shangguan family, it would be difficult not to prosper. The fact that they could become a truly great family was absolutely justified. The young members of the Shangguan family had completely changed their previous attitudes, all looking at Chen Shen with eager expressions. Such a young man had instantly won the favor of everyone in the Shangguan family. Just a moment ago, Shangguan Yu, who had stepped forward to help grind, was now gazing at Chen Shen with burning eyes. A person like this shone like the sun in the sky, dazzling and impossible to ignore. For the first time, Shangguan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. If she hadn't noticed that Chen Shen was different and introduced him to the old master, her grandfather would never have encountered such a fortuitous event. Just as everyone was in shock, the old master stepped forward to carefully observe the characters written by Chen Shen. The more he looked closely, the more he felt a sense of clarity in his heart, as if a powerful force was circulating within him. At that moment, the old master Shangguan was filled with astonishment, his eyes sparkling, unwilling to part from the calligraphy. Shangguan Yu looked at her grandfather's expression, her eyes also filled with wonder. Chen Shen's writing no longer needed her grandfather's approval, anyone with eyes could feel just how exceptional it was. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. After admiring Chen Shen's writing for a while, the old master slowly raised his head and exclaimed, "What a wonderful piece of writing! I feel like my spirit has improved just by looking at these characters." The more the old master spoke, the happier he became, shaking his head and sighing. Compared to those great masters of ancient times, this is truly beyond measure. After finishing, the old master's gaze fell back on Chen Shen. Looking at Chen Shen, who stood there calmly, the old master couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What kind of family had raised a child with such talent? It was truly remarkable. In his 20s, yet displaying such extraordinary talent, even the old master had never seen such a young person. At this moment, the other executives also looked at Chen Shen, their previous disdain completely gone. Their gazes now carried a sense of solemn respect. Just based on Chen Shen's exceptional calligraphy, even if he did nothing else, he could still thrive. If he were to sell his writing, people would likely line up for blocks just to get a piece. It would be a sea of people, a stream of cars. Just for that one character Chen Shen wrote earlier, it could sell for hundreds of thousands or even millions, and the threshold would be trampled. Even if a single character sold for over 100 million, as long as it met someone who appreciated it, it was possible. If he wrote for an entire afternoon, it wasn't hard to imagine that Chen Shen could accumulate a fortune of tens of billions or even more just from selling his writing. After all, who would owe money when seeking calligraphy? They would be eager to bring large sums of cash to request a piece. Those were characters that could make one look youthful. Such writing, no matter the price, wouldn't feel expensive. As the executives thought of this, their faces suddenly turned pale, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Chen Shen must not have heard the things they said earlier, right? Otherwise, wouldn't that mean they had inadvertently offended a big shot? Just based on the old master's favoritism towards Chen Shen, they couldn't afford to make an enemy of him. Standing aside, Chen Shen looked at the old master's satisfied expression, smiled lightly, stepped forward, clasped his hands, and loudly wished, "Congratulations to the birthday star, may your blessings be as vast as the East Sea, may the sun and moon shine brightly, may the pine and crane live long, and may you never grow old in spring and autumn. This character for longevity is a small token of my heart. I wish you a happy birthday and everlasting spring." Although this character for longevity was loved by everyone, Chen Shen wrote it specifically to wish the old master a happy birthday, so it was naturally meant for him. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, the old master couldn't help but smile widely, cherishing the character that Chen Shen had written. His affection was evident. The young members of the Shangwan family felt embarrassed, suddenly realizing the gap between themselves and Chen Shen. When they previously presented the old man with birthday gifts, although he wore a cheerful smile, it was not as bright as now. Now, the corners of his eyes and brows were filled with joy, even the wrinkles on his face seemed to carry happiness. Even a blind person could see that Chen Shen's gift had truly touched the old man's heart. Everyone present knew that the old man had a deep fondness for calligraphy and paintings. Moreover, this was a piece created on site, specifically for the old man's birthday. Chen Shen's dramatic turn of events left everyone else feeling overshadowed. Such a gift could be said to encompass both substance and appearance. How could the old man not be pleased? The crowd admired Chen Shen's calligraphy for a while longer before the old man reluctantly shifted his gaze to the children beside him. A child from the Shangwan family immediately stepped forward and announced loudly to everyone present, "Now, please take your seats, our birthday banquet officially begins." Chen Shen had originally intended to return to his own seat, but unexpectedly, he was called by the old man and arranged to sit beside him. Upon seeing Chen Shen's position, everyone present widened their eyes. If the old man had a preference for Chen Shen, they could understand. The old man had an eye for talent and recognized the young man's unique advantages. But to be seated directly beside him was an immense honor. In an instant, all gazes directed at Chen Shen were filled with envy. After all, this was the first time they had seen someone enjoy such treatment since attending the birthday banquet. Facing so many jealous and envious eyes, Chen Shen remained calm, casually sitting in his chair and occasionally chatting with the old man. Despite looking just over 20, he showed no signs of arrogance or pride, not even a hint of smugness. To be honest, seeing such an extraordinary young man, many dignitaries began to change their opinions. They suddenly felt that this young man deserved such an honor entirely due to his own merits. With his composure and openness, no one present could compare, yet they were all much older than him. This young man undoubtedly had a boundless future ahead of him. Once everyone was seated, a variety of exquisite dishes began to be served at the table. After all, it was the old man's birthday banquet, and various delicacies were meticulously prepared for the feast. The old man raised his glass, stood up, and loudly addressed all the guests, "This first glass of wine, I toast to everyone present today, thanking you all for giving this old man face and celebrating my birthday." Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone present stood up and downed their drinks in one go. After all, this was the old man's toast, and such wine should be consumed without hesitation. After finishing their drinks, a waiter immediately came forward to refill everyone's glasses. The old man raised his glass again, his gaze turning to Chen Shen, and with a voice full of joy, he said, "For this second glass of wine, I want to toast to my young friend Chen. Last time, I benefited from his exceptional tea, and today I received the birthday character created on site. I am immensely grateful. Cheers, young friend Chen." Everyone present was instantly stunned by the old man's words. Could it be that the old man's previous praise for the good tea was true? What kind of tea could have lingered in the old man's mind for so long? In an instant, the emotions of the guests were quite complex, filled with shock, envy, and curiosity. Everyone subconsciously remembered Chen Shen's handsome face. This young man has an absolutely limitless future. They need to pay more attention. While everyone was thinking this, Chen Shen also stood up and toasted with the old man. The old man then expressed his gratitude to everyone, and the banquet officially began. The chef from the Shangwan family was indeed impressive. Even Chen Shen found today's delicacies remarkable. Chen Shen thought the flavors were good and took small sips to savor them. At that moment, Shangwan Yu approached with a glass of red wine, her gaze fixed on Chen Shen, and she said with some emotion, "Chen Shen, you really are a hidden gem. I feel so inferior in front of you." Previously, when Chen Shen mentioned he would write, Shangwan Yu had worried that he might embarrass himself at the old man's birthday banquet. She never expected that the man before her would conquer everyone present in such a way. To be honest, even someone as proud as Shangwan Yu began to admire Chen Shen. Thinking of this, Shangwan Yu couldn't help but reflect on herself. Growing up, she had always been surrounded by countless praises and envy. From a young age, she studied music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and as she grew older, she directly studied financial management. It could be said without hesitation that Shang Guanyu's life had been like a well-oiled machine, never pausing for a moment. With such a background, she could never have imagined that one day she would be utterly defeated. Chen Shen's various qualities were too dazzling, like the sun in the sky, leaving no place to hide. Faced with such a Chen Shen, Shang Guanyu, who had been proud her entire life, felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Seeing the small emotions on Shang Guanyu's face, Shin Shin couldn't help but smile. He never expected that the high-ranking Shang Guanyu would show such a girlish demeanor. President Shang Guan is too strict with herself. Your excellence is something many cannot catch up to, Shin Shen objectively commented. After all, at Shang Guanyu's age, her current achievements were unimaginable for many. Perhaps the old man's influence was one thing, but Shang Guanyu's abilities were beyond doubt. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu smiled and raised her glass to clink with Chun Shen's. At this moment, several CEOs also approached, all their gazes locked on Chun Shen, wanting to drink with him and build a connection. One CEO took a deep breath, stepped forward, and loudly praised Chun Shen. Mr. Shen, I didn't expect your calligraphy skills to be so extraordinary. It's simply amazing. We are all in awe. Looking at the glass of wine presented to him, Shin Shin smiled faintly, lightly clinking glasses with the CEO, and calmly said, "You're too kind, I just have a little understanding." The crowd. A little understanding? Is that what you call such skill? With that level of expertise, they might as well not recognize even the simplest characters. This excessive modesty was indeed prideful. Even Shang Guanyu beside him almost couldn't hold back and nearly spat out her drink. This is called a little understanding? What about the rest of us? Listening to Chen Shen's very easygoing conversation, with no airs about him, many CEOs gathered around to talk to him. Especially a few CEOs who had looked down on Chen Shen before. They directly apologized to his face. "Mr. Shen, we truly didn't expect that at such a young age, you would already possess such skills. To be honest, this completely overturned our understanding. It's truly impressive. I even thought Mr. Shen was an arrogant narcissist. It was all my fault. Here, I bow and apologize to you, Mr. Shen. I hope you can forgive me. To be honest, Mr. Shen, you have given us all a lesson with your strength. This is what it means to have someone beyond man, and a sky beyond the sky." Although these executives claimed they wanted to apologize, their admiration was evident in their words and demeanor. Shin Shin didn't mind at all. After all, it was normal to be misunderstood since he hadn't brought any gifts. "Mr. Shen, how about we take a group photo?" One executive, seeing that Chen Shen was unfazed, mustered the courage to make a suggestion. After he spoke, the executives surrounding Chen Shen looked at him with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile and nodded in agreement. "Sure." Upon hearing Chen Shen's consent, the executives perked up, immediately pulling out their phones and handing them to their servants to help take the picture. Since the banquet began, aside from old master Shangguan, Chen Shen had been the busiest person there. After all, so many people wanted to get to know him. Chen Shen felt a bit helpless. What should have been a pleasant banquet had turned into a networking event. Soon, the banquet came to an end. As the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family, Shang Guanyu naturally had to personally see off the guests attending the birthday celebration at the door. Watching the executives begin to leave, Chen Shen glanced at the time and prepared to depart. Just as he was about to walk away, he saw Shang Guanyu approach him and say, "Chen Shen, my grandfather would like you to go to the back hall." "To the back hall?" Chen Shen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in response, "All right." With that, Chen Shen followed behind Shang Guanyu toward the back hall. At this moment, the other executives had all been seen off and were happily walking toward the parking lot. Zhang Bo looked around and asked the executives nearby, "Where's Chen? Have you seen him?" While asking, Zhang Bo couldn't help but glance toward the parking lot. That custom extended Rolls-Royce Phantom was shining brightly in its parking space. The other executives shook their heads, indicating they hadn't noticed. At that moment, one executive walking behind spoke up, "I saw Mr. Shen go to the back hall. He must have been called by the old master." He had seen Chen Shen following Shang Guanyu, and if he was going to the back hall, it was certainly because the old master had summoned him. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. The old master personally keeping someone back was unprecedented. Just hearing about Chen Shen's treatment made the executives green with envy. This was the opportunity they had longed for, and unexpectedly, after waiting so long, Chen Shen had already received it on his first visit. Everyone was human, yet the disparity was so vast. They began to think that if the current strength of the Shangguan family was combined with Chen Shen's power, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The executives collectively gasped. If that were the case, who in Eastern Huaxia could compete with the Shangguan family in the future? The dignitaries present exchanged glances, all thinking it was time to strengthen their cooperative relationships with the Shangguan family. Then, with their own thoughts, the executives prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Chen Shen was following Shangguan Yu toward the back hall. As Shangguan Yu led the way, she introduced the situation behind her to Chen Shen. "My grandfather has some excellent tea, you must try it later." Listening to Shangguan Yu's cheerful banter, Chen Shen smiled and replied. At that moment, the old master was enjoying tea with Zhou Dashan. The old master had a habit of drinking tea after meals, feeling it made his stomach more comfortable. As soon as he thought of Chen Shen, the old man's lips curled into a smile. He picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip, sighing, "Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, each generation is stronger than the last. This little guy has truly given me a great surprise." The old man shook his head lightly. No wonder Zhou Dashan and his granddaughter held Chen Shen in such high regard. He was indeed a very interesting young man. Zhou Dashan, hearing the old man's words, nodded vigorously, his thoughts drifting to Chen Shen. After all, what Chen Shen had displayed today was astonishing. Especially when Chen Shen was writing calligraphy, the aura he exuded was truly breathtaking. Even someone as formidable as Zhou Dashan felt he could not see through Chen Shen any better. The more elusive Chen Shen seemed, the more invested Zhou Dashan became. After such careful observation, however, Zhou Dashan's brows furrowed tighter. He squinted, meticulously recalling Chen Shen's steps and movements, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of threat. This was an innate intuition of a martial artist, which was also why Zhou Dashan felt he could not grasp Chen Shen any better. On the surface, Chen Shen appeared too calm. Yet every movement, every exertion of force, was so peaceful, it was incredible. But despite being so tranquil, there was an impression that he could unleash a storm at any moment. It was as if every cell in Chen Shen's body was filled with boundless power, ready to erupt at any time. Zhou Dashan took a deep breath. Even just thinking of Chen Shen brought a hint of caution to his eyes. For so many years, it was the first time he felt a sense of threat. This young man was extraordinary. At that moment, both the old man and Zhou Dashan raised their teacups, savoring their tea, when Shangguan Yu walked in with Chen Shen. Following closely behind was Su Tianqing, who was keenly observing everything with sharp eyes. Ever since he decided to follow Chen Shen, Su Tianqing had fully embraced his role, always ready to protect Chen Shen's safety. Although the Shangguan family was so famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Su Tianqing remained vigilant, guarding against any potential dangers. This tense demeanor of Su Tianqing immediately caught Zhou Dashan's attention. Zhou Dashan scrutinized Su Tianqing and suddenly realized that looking at Su Tianqing felt quite similar to looking at Chen Shen. Both exuded a sense of hair-raising tension, poised for action. However, Zhou Dashan keenly sensed that Su Tianqing's strength was slightly weaker than Chen Shen's, but he was undoubtedly a capable fighter. If Zhou Dashan were not certain that Chen Shen and his subordinates would not oppose the Shangguan family, he would have felt an impulse to shield the old man. In fact, Su Tianqing felt the same. He too sensed the terrifying power emanating from Zhou Dashan. The old man, however, wore a kind expression. Watching Chen Shen walk in, the smile on his face deepened, and he said, "Come, sit down and have a cup of tea together." Chen Shen, without any pretense, sat down directly since the old man had invited him. Savoring the fragrant aroma wafting from the teacup before him, Chen Shen smiled brightly and said, "Truly worthy of the old master Shangguan, the scent of this imperial tribute to Hong Pao is simply intoxicating. The water you used is excellent too, Yuling spring water? Quite remarkable, it really brings out the tea's fragrance." The old man was visibly taken aback. Every word Chen Shen said was spot on. He had always preferred tea brewed with Yuling spring water, but he never expected that such a rare imperial tribute to Hong Pao could be so accurately identified by just a sniff. In an instant, the old man's gaze towards Chen Shen was filled with admiration. A young man just over 20, he was simply stunning. The old man lifted his teacup and drank it all in one go, the aroma of the hot tea flowing through his entire body, gradually calming his mood. At that moment, the old man also recalled what Zhou Dashan had quietly said to him at the previous birthday banquet. Zhou Dashan had seen through Chen Shen's way of exerting force, which was definitely something only a practitioner would use. Moreover, the fact that Zhou Dashan felt a sense of danger indicated that Chen Shen's strength was quite formidable. The old man remembered that Chen Shen had once driven Zhang Kai out of Suan, and he had used cold violence to do so. Although the old man did not regard Zhang Kai and the Zhang family highly, he was aware that as the heir of the Zhang family, the people around Zhang Kai were definitely the top guards of the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family was a well-known family in the Tianjin business circle, and their strength should not be underestimated. Zhou Dashan had inquired about it, and the two bodyguards around Zhang Kai were both former mercenaries, and they were the kind with names known internationally, equally tough characters who had licked blood from blades. Chen Shen's subordinates could defeat such two mercenaries, and Chen Chen's strength was even greater than Su Tianqing's. The old man had a plan in mind. He felt he could ask what he was thinking. With that thought, the old man did not hesitate to ask, "Young friend Chen, you are a descendant of the senior officials of the Yinglong military department, right?" The old man's words caught Chen Chen off guard. Chen Chen's brows furrowed involuntarily as he repeated in a low voice, "Yinglong military department? The Huaxia military department is the regular army. What is this Yinglong military department?" Standing beside him, Su Tianqing also heard Chen Chen's confusion and gently leaned down to explain quietly in his ear, "The Yinglong military department is a military organization in Huaxia, quite mysterious." Su Tianqing had once been a member of the military department and had heard a bit about the Yinglong military department. The Yinglong military department is not something just anyone can enter. Only those ranked in the top 10 within a military division are qualified to participate in the Yinglong military department's selection. Of course, this is just the qualification for selection. Whether one can pass the test depends on the person's overall strength. The Yinglong military department assesses not just one aspect of performance but also many details, making it the strictest in history. It is clear what kind of people are in the Yinglong military department. Upon hearing Su Tianqing's brief introduction, Chen Chen understood what the so-called Yinglong military department was all about. Having figured it out, Chen Chen directly looked at Zhou Dashan, realizing why the other party had asked that question. It was certainly because the other party had seen through his skills. After all, ever since he mastered the 8 Extremes fist, he felt like a different person. The old man and the others sitting opposite him were even more astonished. They had never expected Chen Chen to react this way. Such subtle expressions and movements could not have been feigned. All of this indicated one thing: Chen Chen was truly not a person from the Yinglong military department. However, the more it was like this, the more shocked the old man and Zhou Dashan became. Not from the Yinglong military department? If not, how could he possess such skills? This. However, with this being said, coupled with Chen Chen's reaction, the old man's subsequent plans and dialogue were interrupted. As a result, the matters the old man had envisioned could no longer be continued. Zhou Dashan, sitting to the side, looked at Chen Chen's slightly furrowed brows and began to introduce some information about the Yinglong military department. He had just heard a bit of Su Tianqing's words and knew that some content no longer needed to be discussed, only requiring a simple supplement. Zhou Dashan's gaze seemed to drift far away as he slowly began to speak. The Yinglong military department is the top-tier force of individual soldiers in Huaxia. Every member is a top existence in Huaxia. A lone soldier is a king, but when united, they become an unbeatable force. After all, the need for such a troop indicates that the events to be resolved are far from ordinary. Only an absolutely powerful force can truly protect the entire nation. This is precisely the significance of the Yinglong military department's existence. Listening to Zhou Dashan's words, a glimmer of yearning quickly flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. The power that such a kingly military department could unleash is naturally unimaginably strong. Zhou Dashan looked at Chen Chen, his tone carrying a hint of subtle reminiscence. The Yinglong military department is the place all warriors yearn for. Every selected individual is truly an elite among elites. Chen Chen nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. Although Chen Chen's identity was different from what the old man had expected, it did not hinder the old man's fondness for him. The previously planned conversation could not proceed, so the old man simply chatted with Chen Chen about the imperial tribute to Hong Pao in his hand. The two enjoyed their conversation, and the smile on the old man's face had hardly faded since he saw Chen Chen. "Whenever you have time, come visit me. I'd like to learn a bit about calligraphy from you," the old man said with a smile, pouring Chen Chen another cup of tea in a kindly tone. Upon hearing the old man's words, Chen Chen quickly humbly replied, "Please don't say anything about teaching. I can't bear to hear you say that, old man." Noticing that the time was almost up, Chen Chen stood up voluntarily and said, "Old man, it's getting late. I'll head back now." After saying that, Chen Chen took Su Tianqing and the others and left the back hall directly. Watching Chen Chen's departing figure, in an instant, the old man, Shang Wanyu, and Zhou Dashan all changed their expressions. Confusion marked their faces as they looked in the direction Chen Chen had disappeared, none of them able to understand what kind of background he had. Zhou Dashan gently shook his head. He truly could not see through it. However, one thing Zhou Dashan was very certain of was his evaluation of Chen Chen. This young man's strength was definitely not beneath his own. But since they couldn't figure it out for the time being, the few of them decided to let it go. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future, and what needed to be known would eventually reveal itself. The old man withdrew his thoughts and smiled at his granddaughter Shang Wanyu, saying, "Yeah, sit down and have some tea." Just then, a second-generation member of the Shangwan family hurriedly walked in to report. Seeing the second-generation member panting, the old man's expression turned serious. and he coldly reprimanded, "Look at how you are, be more careful in your work." They were all young men, and looking at Chen Shen, then at their own boy, the gap was not just a little far. The second-generation member quickly steadied his breath before reporting, "Old man, General Lu Long is here." General Lu Long? Upon hearing this name, the old man immediately stood up, ready to go out to greet him. At that moment, a man in his 50s suddenly rushed in, dressed in military uniform, exuding vigor, with 2 gold stars gleaming on his shoulders. Although nearing 50, his imposing presence was quite remarkable, clearly the aura of someone who had long held a high position. Shang Guanyu followed behind the old man, watching the person enter. This man was none other than the 2-star Dragon General Lu Yifan of the Yinglong Military Department. The position of Dragon General in the Yinglong Military Department corresponds to military ranks, and it even slightly surpasses them. Such a 2-star Dragon General is naturally respected and valued by everyone. As soon as Lu Yifan saw the old man, he burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the room. "I just returned from the Western Frontier, and those guys outside the Western Frontier have started to act up again." As he spoke, Lu Yifan paused for a moment, suppressing the anger in his eyes, and then changed the subject. "I rushed over as soon as I returned, thinking to celebrate your birthday, but I didn't expect to be a step too late. Please don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, the old man quickly waved his hand and said, "No worries. I'm just very happy that you could make it." While saying this, the old man hurriedly invited Lu Yifan to sit down, and the two engaged in a warm conversation. Lu Yifan handed his birthday gift to Shang Guanyu, while Zhou Dashan quickly poured tea for Lu Yifan. This was the freshly brewed pre-rain Longjing tea, which could only be considered average quality. Mainly, they hadn't expected Lu Yifan to come at this time. Lu Yifan picked up the teacup and took a sip, raising an eyebrow as he directly said, "Old man, I brought some tea from the Western Frontier for you to try?" The old man chuckled at this, naturally pleased, as the tea that made it to Lu Yifan's hands was likely to be good stuff. Good tea should be savored. The old man smiled at Shang Guanyu and instructed, Yeah, your uncle Lu made a special trip here, brew us some tea." Shang Guanyu had practiced tea art since childhood, so she would certainly not waste the good tea. Unexpectedly, Lu Yifan grinned and, looking at the old man with a mischievous smile, said to "Old man, although it's your birthday today, you can't just enjoy my good tea for free, right? Besides, I came all this way, you should give me some benefits." At this point, Lu Yifan felt a bit embarrassed. He chuckled softly before continuing, "Old man, about the last time we discussed sending Zhou Dashan to the Yinglong Military Department as an instructor." Lu Yifan had had his eye on Zhou Dashan for a long time. However, Zhou Dashan was the old man's right-hand man, and it wasn't easy to take him away. But now, the Yinglong Military Department was indeed in urgent need of talent, which was why he had to bring it up with the old man at this time. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared at Lu Yifan, accusing him, "Is this what our Huaxia's Dragon General is like? Just to drink tea with an old man, you want to negotiate terms?" Starting off with such a big play, how could they continue the conversation? Lu Yifan immediately put on a nonchalant expression, crossing his arms and raising his head as he said, "If you don't agree, then I won't drink." He was well aware that the old man loved calligraphy and tea. As long as there were these two good things, would the old man not take the bait? The old man looked at Lu Yifan's demeanor. With his fiery temper, he couldn't stand this kind of threat and immediately retorted angrily, go away, I do have good tea. Today, I'll give you a lesson on what it means to be magnanimous." Lu Yifan leisurely looked at the old man, instinctively thinking that the old man felt embarrassed and was deliberately boasting. He had come to the old man's place whenever he had time, and he knew all about the good tea here. Fresh goods? How could that be? If there were really such good things, the old man would have shown off as soon as he walked in. Lu Yifan crossed his arms and looked at the old man, his eyes clearly indicating that he wanted the old man to bring out the tea leaves for him to see. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe it. The old man, who had never been treated this way, immediately got up to fetch the tea leaves that Shang Guanyu had brought back. As soon as the tea leaves were taken out, the entire room was instantly filled with a refreshing fragrance. Feeling the aroma rush into his nose, Lu Yifan was taken aback. No way, the old man really had good tea? Lu Yifan was lost in thought, instinctively taking a deep breath and casually saying, "The aroma is so rich, it must be good tea." The scent was so intense that it was hard to resist becoming a bit addicted. It was truly intoxicating. The old man watched Lu Yifan's genuine reaction, a proud smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Lu Yifan and said with a chuckle, "Hand me a knife." "A knife?" Lu Yifan was a bit confused about the old man's intentions, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, but all his attention was on the tea leaves. Although he didn't quite understand, he didn't think much of it and handed over a military dagger he had on him. The old man drew the dagger and examined it, nodding in satisfaction at the excellent steel blade and body, then swiftly brought the knife down. He cut off a third of the tea leaf, put the remaining part back in the box, and didn't forget to hand it to his granddaughter, instructing, "Take it back to the tea room and store it well." Lu Yifan, is this what you call generosity? Just this? There was only one leaf, and he only let us drink a third of it. Can it even have a flavor? Especially with that last set of actions, it was not very harmful but extremely insulting. I am also a 2-star dragon general of Huaxia, how could I possibly take your 2/3? The more Lu Yifan thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he directly complained, "Old man, aren't you being a bit stingy? With such a small amount of tea leaves, what flavor can we really taste? In such a large Shangguan family, if making tea is done like this, who would believe it?" Lu Yifan was also at a loss for words, looking at the military dagger the old man had placed on the table, secretly thinking, "Great, I even lost a knife." The old man didn't even lift his head, carefully taking that small amount of tea leaves and handing them to Shangguan Yu, then rolling his eyes and snorting, "Whether you drink it or not, if you don't want this, I won't give you any more." Lu Yifan inhaled the fragrant aroma still lingering in the air, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. With such a small amount of tea leaves, there was such a fragrance, it was definitely top-quality tea. Thinking of this, Lu Yifan didn't hold back, grinning and saying, "Drink it, if I don't drink it, it's a waste." Shangguan Yu looked at her grandfather and Lu Longjiang, who seemed like two children bickering, shaking her head helplessly as she sat down at the tea table. The tea set was ready, and Shangguan Yu began to brew. Since the amount of tea leaves was indeed small, she skipped the rinsing step to avoid losing more aroma. As the high-quality spring water from Yuyuan Mountain was poured in, Shangguan Yu operated with great familiarity, her movements flowing like water, elegant and beautiful. Under the high temperature of brewing, the tea leaves released an even richer aroma, with a hint of sweetness. In an instant, the room was filled with a fragrant mist. The old man and Lu Yifan stopped talking, both closing their eyes slightly, savoring the fragrance in the air. The more intense the tea aroma became, the greater their anticipation for the tea soup. Lu Yifan's eyes were filled with excitement, he had truly never encountered such special tea before. At this moment, Shangguan Yu completed the brewing, pouring the tea soup into a fairness cup and distributing it to her grandfather and Lu Yifan. Due to Lu Longjiang's special status, Shangguan Yu raised the cup high, the sound of it rising and falling was melodious. It was the highest respect in the tea ceremony, the phoenix nodding 3 times. Lu Yifan gently nodded, eagerly picking up the teacup, placing it before him to savor the aroma and observe the tea soup. Because the quantity of tea leaves was small, the tea was a very clear green, with no residue visible, very clean. At such a close distance, the misty heat of the tea made the flavor even clearer and richer. In the next moment, Lu Yifan gently inhaled, and the tea soup was already in his mouth. A rich fragrance spread in Lu Yifan's mouth, and he felt his body stiffen, as if undergoing a tremendous transformation. This sip of tea aroma was like a stimulant, igniting every cell within him, revitalizing his spirit. The tea fragrance flowed like a warm current, circulating through his body and limbs. At this moment, Lu Yifan was too shocked to think further. He closed his eyes to feel the strange changes in his body, as if embarking on an extraordinarily wonderful journey. The warm current continued to circulate, and wherever it passed, his body began to sweat slightly, bringing an immense sense of comfort. By the time the warm current returned to his stomach, a thin layer of sweat had already formed on Lu Yifan's forehead. Huff! Lu Yifan exhaled a heavy breath, but all he could smell was the enticing tea fragrance, as if not just his mouth, but his entire soul had been immersed in the tea, exuding a rich aroma. When he opened his eyes again, a brilliant light flashed in Lu Yifan's gaze, and he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Refreshing! This is truly good tea! This feeling is simply rare in the world! Lu Yifan exclaimed, taking another sip of the tea. He had no idea that he now looked radiant, full of energy, completely shedding the weariness from before. By the time he finished the small cup of tea, Lu Yifan felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring for half an hour. Every part of him felt utterly comfortable. Lu Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared intently at the old man, urgently asking, "Old man, where did you get this tea?" The old man grinned, shaking his head as he replied, "What a pity. If you had come a bit earlier, you could have met the person himself." Upon hearing that he had missed the chance to meet the tea's owner, Lu Yifan's face fell with disappointment. If he could obtain such tea, he would surely perform even better when tired. Zhou Dashan, watching Lu Longjiang's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, saying, "The owner of this tea is not just remarkable for this tea. Indeed, the tea was excellent, but compared to Chen Chen himself, it could only be considered a small bonus." Ha! Lu Yifan was taken aback by Zhou Dashan's words, looking at him in surprise. He knew very well that Zhou Dashan had a discerning eye. Such high praise truly astonished Lu Yifan. Zhou Dashan, recalling Chen Shen, couldn't help but sigh. I'm not exaggerating. His strength gives me the feeling that even I might not be able to defeat him. At this point, Zhou Dashan paused and sighed heavily. He's just in his early 20s. The future is promising. Not able to defeat him? Early 20s? Zhou Dashan's series of statements left Lu Yifan in shock. A young kid could actually make Zhou Dashan say he couldn't win? This. He must be a talent. Thinking of this, Lu Yifan's breathing quickened. He grabbed Zhou Dashan's hand, anxiously asking, "Where is he? Where is he?" The old man looked at Lu Yifan's frantic demeanor and gently shook his head, saying, "He's already left. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce you." Okay. Lu Yifan could only nod, though he felt a bit disappointed. He was very much looking forward to meeting such a talent. After all, this was someone Zhou Dashan held in such high regard, and he wanted to see him as soon as possible. What kind of person could make a master like Zhou Dashan wary? Lu Yifan felt a burning curiosity in his heart and quickly downed another cup of tea, trying to quench the fire ignited within him. The old man looked at Lu Yifan's eagerness with a sense of helplessness. Drinking like this is such a waste of his good tea. At this moment, Chen Shen was already sitting in a customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, heading home. While on the road, Chen Shen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Feng Xin. Chen Shen answered the phone, and before he could say anything, he heard Feng Xin on the other end speaking very respectfully. "Hello, Chairman Shen. I'm calling to let you know that the land we auctioned off last time is preparing to hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony in a few days." A ribbon-cutting ceremony? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the Xin Yuan group had indeed had its eye on that piece of land for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ready to hold a ceremony so soon after winning the bid. It was clear that they had been planning for a while. Feng Xin sounded very pleased, and he continued on the phone, "This piece of land is very famous. As long as the publicity for this ribbon-cutting ceremony is done well, it will definitely be a great opportunity for our Xin Yuan group to expand its influence." Feng Xin had been thinking about this for a long time. In the past 2 years, the Xin Yuan group had made bold strides under Feng Xin's correct leadership. Feng Xin was very good at seizing opportunities, so with such a good chance right in front of him, he indeed wanted to make the most of it. To build momentum, Feng Xin thought of inviting more dignitaries, even those from outside the province. The main thing was to create a strong atmosphere. As long as the momentum was there, after the project on this land fermented, the Xin Yuan group's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and even in all of China, could rise. The Xin Yuan group, whether in management style or work approach, had always followed a large group model from the very beginning, which showed the group's ambition was not merely satisfied with Suzhou and Hangzhou. If the right opportunity arose, stepping out into the world and earning some foreign exchange was also one of their future aspirations. Listening to Feng Xin's words, Chen Shen nodded slightly. He thought the same way, which was quite coincidental. At this thought, a hint of appreciation and comfort flashed in Chen Shen's eyes, and he smiled at Feng Xin, saying, "All right, then you can take care of the arrangements for this ribbon-cutting ceremony." Chen Shen believed that since Feng Xin could say this, he had clearly already made plans. Handing it directly to him would save worry and provide reassurance. Feng Xin was excited to hear Chen Shen's words and immediately declared loudly, "Chairman Chen, you can rest assured, I will handle this matter beautifully for you." "Good, just focus on doing it well. If anything comes up, just call me," Chen Shen said with a smile, and after finishing the conversation, the two hung up. Su Tianqing dropped Chen Shen off at the Shangsutai No. 1 villa. Chen Shen reminded Su Tianqing to go home and rest well before walking into the villa. When Chen Shen returned home, he saw Su Zhishi sitting on the sofa reading. Hearing the noise, Su Zhishi looked up, her eyes lighting up immediately, and she rushed over with a smile, saying, "Cousin, you're back." Seeing Chen Shen nod and smile, Su Zhishi quickly pulled him to sit on the sofa, continuously asking, "Brother, are you tired today? I'll get you some juice." As she spoke, Su Zhishi dashed into the kitchen like a little sprite. Chen Shen watched the little girl disappear into the kitchen, chuckling to himself. It was rare to have someone serve him like this. Soon, Su Zhishi came back with freshly squeezed juice and handed it to Chen Shen. Watching her cousin drink the juice, Su Zhishi began to massage Chen Shen, worried that he was tired. Su Zhishi was very careful with the massage, although it wasn't very professional. Her genuine care made Chen Shen laugh from the heart. "What's wrong, cousin? Am I not doing it well?" Su Zhishi asked a bit shyly, knowing that her skills weren't great. She had learned from short videos. Chen Shen's heart softened instantly as he pulled the little girl back onto the sofa, gently saying, "You're doing just fine. Our little princess doesn't need to do this kind of work. Just sit back and relax." Hearing her cousin say this, Su Jishi smiled and wrapped her arm around Chen Shen's, sitting on the sofa watching TV, occasionally taking out her phone to send a couple of messages, busy as can be. Chen Shen didn't mind at all. The little girl was growing up, and having her own social life was perfectly normal. Su Jishi put down her phone, looked at Chen Shen, and said with a smile, "Cousin, it's almost evening. I'm going out to dinner with a few girlfriends, and they specifically asked about you. Come with us." Chen Shen casually nodded in agreement. "Sure, let's go together in a bit." Upon hearing Chen Shen's agreement, Su Jishi squealed with joy and immediately took out her phone to message a few friends. These girls had wanted to meet her cousin for a long time, and if they knew this news, they would surely be thrilled. Seeing the little girl so happy, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile helplessly and called Su Tianqing to have him come pick him up shortly. After hanging up, Chen Shen looked at the little girl still busy texting and lightly scolded, "We're about to leave, and you're not going to change your clothes? Are you really going out in that?" Su Jishi stuck out her tongue and explained with a smile, "Well, they're just good friends, so I don't need to dress too impressively." The luxury items Chen Shen had bought for her were all the latest styles, and wearing them felt a bit too showy for Su Jishi, who was still getting used to it. Watching the slightly embarrassed Su Jishi, Chen Shen squinted his eyes. It seemed that this little princess of his family still had some issues with her spending mindset. If that's the case, it must be that as her cousin, he hadn't done well enough. With this thought, a smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips. It seemed that when he had the time, he should take his cousin out to work a bit and earn some pocket money. Su Jishi went upstairs to grab her bag, and the two of them walked towards the villa's exit. When they stepped outside, Su Tianqing was already waiting at the door in a customized long Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Shen helped Su Jishi into the car, and she gave an address. Su Tianqing immediately started the car and drove towards their destination. When Chen Shen and Su Jishi arrived at the restaurant, a few girlfriends had not yet arrived. Chen Shen got out of the car with Su Jishi while Su Tianqing went to find a parking spot. After just a few minutes, the girls had already come over. As soon as they saw Su Jishi, they rushed forward and gave her a warm hug. After all, Su Jishi was usually studying in Jingling, and it was rare for her to come back and gather. However, when they saw Chen Shen, they only politely called out Chen Shenji and felt too shy to say anything else. Mainly, the current Chen Shen was just too handsome. Not only did he look good, but he also had an exceptional aura, making the girls nearly drool. Feeling Chen Shen's gaze on them, the girls were so flustered that they couldn't even lift their heads, almost burying their faces in their chests. This made Su Jishi cover her mouth and giggle. "What's wrong with you all? You were so eager to meet my cousin, and now that you see him, you just call in GE and go silent?" With such shyness, they were completely undermining all the fuss they had made earlier. The girls glared at Su Jishi, but in front of Chen Shen, they instinctively wanted to maintain their image. Chen Shen also greeted the girls with a smile, and seeing them blushing and unable to meet his gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Alright, let's go inside the restaurant and chat while we eat." The restaurant was decorated very luxuriously, with a modern style featuring plenty of metallic colors and designs. As soon as they walked in, a waiter immediately approached them. Upon seeing Chen Shen and Su Jishi, the waiter's eyes lit up. These two were just too good-looking. In fact, Su Jishi's few close friends were also quite pretty, but they paled in comparison to Chen Shen and Su Jishi. Chen Shen looked at the waiter and asked, "Do you have any private rooms available?" The waiter, looking apologetic, politely replied, "I'm very sorry, sir, but our private rooms need to be reserved in advance. All the rooms are fully booked today." After all, it was difficult for the waiter to refuse such handsome and charming guests. Chen Shen smiled nonchalantly and said to the girls, "Since that's the case, we'll just have to make do and eat in the main hall." Hearing Chen Shen call them little beauties, the girls blushed, feeling a bit shy. Chen Shen watched this with a sense of helplessness. What was going on? Why were they so easily embarrassed? Under the guidance of the waiter, they sat down in the main hall. Once seated, Su Jishi immediately began to introduce the place, proudly saying, "Cousin, this place is super famous in Lin Shui. The flavors here are unmatched throughout the entire Lin Shui." As she spoke, Su Jishi gave a thumbs up. She had only been here once, but that one experience had left her in awe. Unfortunately, after Chen Shen returned, he had been quite busy, and Su Jishi had completely forgotten about it. If it weren't for her friends reminding her, she might not have remembered at all. After finishing her words, Su Jishi opened her small bag and took out a few plump peaches. These were peaches she had brought from home, already washed before leaving. Looking at her friends and herself, there was just enough for everyone. Perfect. After distributing the peaches, Su Jishi was about to take a bite when she suddenly remembered Chen Shen beside her. Ah! Su Jishi silently wailed in her heart. She had forgotten about her cousin. It wasn't that the little girl didn't think of Chen Shen, it was just that when she was washing the peaches, Chen Shen hadn't returned yet. Thinking of this, Su Jishi quickly handed her peach to Chen Chen. She brought the peach right to Chen Chen's mouth, and just as he was about to take a bite, unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, Su Jishi mischievously snatched the peach away. It seemed she was deliberately trying to tease Chen Chen, and right in front of him, she took a big bite. Su Jishi felt a wave of sweetness burst in her mouth, and she immediately smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Cousin, this peach is so sweet." "Sweet? So sweet?" Chen Chen looked at the grinning Su Jishi, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he nodded gently. Very good, you little rascal, trying to play tricks on your cousin?" "Humph." Seeing her cousin's expression, Su Jishi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly offered the bitten peach to him, saying sweetly, "Cousin, you have to try it. I thought of your noble status and was worried it might be poisonous." The nearby friends couldn't help but burst into laughter at Su Jishi's words. So she was a little poison tester now? Unfortunately, Chen Chen was completely unfazed, nearly smiling at the little girl without saying a word. However, he had no intention of taking the peach. "Are you angry, brother? No way, right? You're so magnanimous, you can't hold a grudge against me, can you?" Su Jishi put on her best pleading expression, looking at Chen Chen with wide eyes, and even shook his arm. Chen Chen smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "I'm not angry with you over such a trivial matter." Upon hearing her cousin's words, Su Jishi felt happy and cheerfully stood up with a few of her friends, saying, "Cousin, keep an eye on the peaches for us while we go to the restroom to wash our hands." As she spoke, the group of girls had already headed towards the restroom together. Watching the girls disappear from sight, an idea suddenly struck Chen Chen. He raised his hand and called over a nearby waiter, "Could you please bring me a small knife, the kind for cutting fruit?" The waiter glanced at the peaches on the table and immediately understood, going to fetch a small knife and bringing it back to Chen Chen. "Be careful, the fruit knife is quite sharp," the waiter reminded softly as he handed the knife to Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded lightly, taking the knife to carve the peach that Su Jishi had bitten into. After all, with his godlike physique and mastery of the 8 extremes fist, Chen Chen had an exceptional control over strength and detail. His carving was as smooth as flowing water, and he worked at an astonishing speed. Chen Chen's movements were swift and graceful, quickly attracting the attention of guests in the hall. More and more people turned to watch him, many pulling out their phones to carefully record the moment. Guests nearby even mistook Chen Chen for a short video creator, starting to look for a camera on the table. They lowered their voices and whispered among themselves, "This guy is really handsome, he could easily debut right here." At first, I thought he was an internet celebrity, but after watching for a while, I couldn't find any filming equipment. His carving skills are impressive. Just look at how steady his hands are, he must be a master. I can't wait to see what he ends up creating. This skill is incredible. Such a handsome young man, could he be a chef? Maybe he's a new service here, testing the waters with the customers' reactions? While everyone was discussing, Chen Chen continued his rapid movements without any pause. Although he hadn't finished his work yet, just watching his technique was like observing a painting unfold. After all, Chen Chen's appearance and demeanor made it hard for anyone to look away. The waiter was momentarily stunned, but once she regained her composure, she rushed to the office area to report this to the boss. The boss was taken aback upon hearing this and followed the waiter out to see the commotion. When the boss witnessed Chen Chen's skill firsthand, he was instantly amazed, staring in wonder. Suddenly, the once noisy hall fell silent. All eyes were focused on Chen Chen's hands as they watched a Totoro from an anime take shape. Seeing the lifelike and adorably dazed Totoro, the crowd collectively gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. The carving was simply too good, almost lifelike. Looking at such a perfect creation, a guest who had brought their child approached Chen Chen and said, "Hey, young man, is this Totoro for sale? I'd like to buy it for my child." Seeing someone speak up, many eager parents nearby gathered around, each offering bids to acquire the beautiful little Totoro. Several parents clamored to secure the purchasing rights, and the boss, witnessing this, wore a look of astonishment. Suddenly, a bright idea struck the boss. With such excellent skills and good looks, he could be a living advertisement for the store. If they could recruit Chen Chen to their establishment and incorporate such carvings into their dishes, wouldn't the effect be explosive? Thinking of this, the boss quickly walked over to Chen Chen's side and whispered to him, "Hey, little brother, are you interested in joining our store? The terms are negotiable. If you want shares, that's not impossible." The boss was showing great sincerity, as he had high hopes for Chen Chen and saw immense commercial value in him. If such a partner were nurtured well, the business of their store could potentially double. Chen Chen listened to the boss's words, nearly smiling without speaking. At that moment, a few young girls returned from the restroom. They looked at the several peaches arranged in a circle, with a vividly carved Totoro sculpture in the middle, all wearing expressions of wonder. Su Jishi glanced at the intact peaches, blinked her eyes gently, and turned to Chen Chen, asking, "Cousin, where's my peach?" She had taken a bite of hers earlier, leaving a very obvious mark. Could it be that lively little Totoro? Chen Chen remained silent, gently lifting his chin and pointing to the table with it, making his meaning very clear. The other girls picked up their peaches, leaving only Su Jishi, who looked at the Totoro sculpture, reluctant to eat it. However, seeing the others enjoying their peaches so deliciously, Su Jishi really wanted to eat, instinctively licking her lips, but just looking at the adorable Totoro in her hand made it impossible for her to take a bite. Su Jishi, brother, is this not being angry? So ruthless? How am I supposed to eat? How can I bring myself to do it? Boo-hoo, but I really want to eat the peach. Doing this is just pushing me to my limits. The other girls exchanged smiles, deliberately crunching their peaches loudly in front of Su Jishi. One of the girls even said with a mischievous grin, "We have to thank Brother Chen Chen for being merciful." Luckily, it was just a carved Totoro. If they had been carved into such adorable little things, they would probably all be left dumbfounded. Hearing this, Su Jishi rolled her eyes dramatically. This is simply a plastic sisterhood. Our friendship boat has capsized completely, hasn't it? The parents standing nearby, who had been vying for attention, saw that the main event had returned and also dispelled their thoughts, taking their children back to their seats. At that moment, a few middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes walked into the restaurant, chatting and laughing. The boss had intended to persuade Chen Chen further, but upon seeing these men enter, he immediately turned around to greet them. After all, he knew these men, they were big bosses in the real estate or building materials industry and regulars here, his big benefactors. Although they hadn't come for a while, the boss could only serve them with respect given their status. If he treated these big bosses well, his store in Linchue City could stand firm. While thinking this, the boss approached the men, greeting them warmly, "Gentlemen, it's been a while. What big business have you been busy with?" The men laughed heartily and replied, "Busy? Today is old Master Shangwan's birthday, isn't it? We went to the birthday banquet at noon. It wasn't appropriate to eat too much there, and now we're starving. Let's start with a few cold dishes." The other bosses chimed in, clamoring about how hungry they were and wanting to eat something first. Thinking of the birthday banquet at noon, recalling how Old Master personally welcomed Director Chen and the various special treatments for Chen Chen, they were all deeply shocked. That kind of treatment was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Director Chen was directly treated specially by the Old Master. Several executives felt a sense of emotion in their hearts. In fact, during the auction, they had wanted to find an opportunity to chat with Chen Chen. Unfortunately, before the auction ended that day, Chen Chen had already left with his people, and both sides missed the chance to connect. At today's banquet, seeing Chen Chen suddenly appear made them feel a bit excited. However, they did not expect that Chen Chen would stay close to the old man, and by the time the birthday banquet ended, he was still retained, leaving them with no opportunity to approach him. After all, they were at the bottom tier of the banquet invitees and naturally could not strike up a conversation with Chen Chen. Reflecting on their treatment at the banquet, the executives felt a wave of emotion. Although they were glamorous outside, surrounded by people trying to curry favor, in the eyes of such a true big family, they were still too insignificant. Thinking about the gap between themselves and others, a sense of ambition rose in their hearts. This year, they must work hard and strive to move up a couple of tables at next year's birthday banquet. The restaurant owner was unaware of the executives' thoughts. With a smile, he welcomed them as they walked inside. "You gentlemen hold esteemed positions. I have reserved the largest private room for you to dine." The ordinary private rooms in the restaurant had indeed all been booked, but the largest room was reserved for the most distinguished guests and was rarely used for outsiders. With all these executives present today, they naturally deserved the best treatment. Following the restaurant owner upstairs, one of the executives casually glanced over and suddenly spotted Chen Chen sitting at a nearby table. If it were an ordinary person sitting there, they might go unnoticed. However, Chen Chen was not only handsome but also exuded an undeniable aura. Whether standing or sitting, he could instantly become the focus of the entire room. So even with just a fleeting glance, the executive recognized him at once. "Look, it's Director Chen over there." Following the executive's exclamation, everyone turned to look in Chen Chen's direction. They could hardly believe their eyes and hurriedly approached Chen Chen with expressions of surprise, enthusiastically greeting him. "Director Chen, what are you doing here?" The owner looked at the executive's expressions, furrowing his brow in confusion and asking, "Who is this?" The executives exchanged surprised glances with the owner before introducing, "You really don't recognize a true deity. This is Chairman Chen of Xin Yuan Group." "Xin Yuan Group? Chairman Chen?" Upon hearing this, the owner felt as if a bomb had exploded in his brain. He had just thought of using a small profit to lure Director Chen of Xin Yuan Group to work at his restaurant? Was he out of his mind? The owner was also frightened. He quickly approached the table and apologized to Chen Chen in various ways. "I'm sorry, Director Chen. I was blind and failed to recognize your worth. Please don't hold it against me." As he spoke, his face turned pale. After all, Chen Chen was the chairman of Xin Yuan Group. With such a status, if he casually said a word, this restaurant would definitely not be able to continue operating. Seeing the owner's trembling demeanor, Chen Chen smiled and waved his hand gently, saying, "It's fine." The executives, having finally found an opportunity to meet Chen Chen, naturally did not want to miss such a good chance. They looked at each other with anticipation and invited him in a very friendly tone. "Director Chen, it's fate that we meet. How about we have a meal together?" Chen Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing Chen Chen's acceptance, the executives were very pleased and quickly called to the other executives. "Then let's trouble Director Chen to join us in the private room, and we can eat and talk at the same time." Beside him, Su Zhishi was fine. After all, he had long known his cousin's identity. Seeing the enthusiasm of these executives, he remained composed. However, Su Zhishi's few close friends had never encountered such a grand occasion, and upon hearing Chen Chen's identity, their little faces turned pale with fright. New Yuan Group? That was the largest real estate company nearby. It was said that their market value was in the hundreds of billions. What kind of status did the chairman of such a large group have? The girls were terrified, and seeing their expressions, Su Zhishi sighed inwardly and quietly tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve, whispering in his ear, "Cousin, you go ahead and discuss business. We'll eat down here." Upon hearing his cousin's words, Chen Chen noticed the poor expressions of the girls beside him and nodded in agreement, saying, "Call me if you need anything. We'll go back together after dinner." After all, Su Tianqing was nearby, and a call could summon him at any time, so Chen Chen felt more at ease. One of the executives, seeing this, hurriedly reminded the boss, "This is Director Chen's sister. We must provide excellent service here. The bill can be settled in the private room. We'll pay together." The boss naturally agreed repeatedly, and everyone surrounded Chen Chen as they headed to the private room upstairs. The private room on the second floor was very luxurious, with a huge open space that looked quite comfortable. Standing by the window, one could see the night view of Linshui City, which was also beautiful. After a few people sat down and the boss arranged for the highest grade dishes, he reluctantly left the private room. After all, he didn't have the status to dine at the same table as such high-level figures. Various delicacies were served in a continuous stream, and the few people chatted happily with Chen Chen. Business in Suzhou and Hangzhou is becoming increasingly difficult, one executive said with deep emotion. With that opening, others began to chime in. It really is hard to do business. Suzhou and Hangzhou have always been commerce-oriented, but with so many merchants now, it has become a hassle. The business circles in Suzhou and Hangzhou are all self-serving. How can we grow stronger? Look at the few prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Aren't they all connected and helping each other to grow? Exactly. If only there were a business association, resources could be integrated, and everyone could develop together. That would be the long-term solution. As they spoke, everyone's gaze fell on Chen Chen, their eyes shining with eagerness. Others might lack status and influence, but if it were Chen Chen, these issues would be resolved. The executives exchanged glances and almost simultaneously spoke up. "Director Chen, have you considered establishing a Suzhou and Hangzhou business association? After all, you're the only one capable of such an idea." If a business association were established in Suzhou and Hangzhou, it would greatly benefit both these businessmen and Chen Chen himself. With everyone's strength combined, there would be no need to fear any business circles. The Suzhou and Hangzhou Business Association would undoubtedly be a tremendous force. Speaking of which, Old Master Shangguan had the capability, but the Shangguan family didn't need such an association. They were already a top-tier power. The Shangguan family had always been low-key and wouldn't take on such a leading role. Listening to the executives, Chen Chen pondered for a moment, carefully considering their words. After all, this was a good proposal for him. Facing the expectant gazes of everyone, Chen Chen did not immediately give an answer but said lightly, "Let me think about it when I get back." The bigger the matter, the more serious it should be. Chen Chen then shifted the topic, looking at the few people and smiling as he said, "In a few days, the piece of land I purchased will have a half-cutting ceremony. You all must come and take a look." As soon as the several executives heard this, they quickly smiled and said, "Good. Regarding your matter, Chairman Chen, we naturally have an obligation. We will definitely go." After discussing the main business, the executives raised their glasses to toast Chen Chen. "Chairman Chen, it's fate that we meet today. Please allow me to toast you." Chen Chen had brought Su Tianqing along, and since the executives were indeed being polite, he readily clinked glasses with everyone. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room was excellent. Everyone was trying their best to present themselves, hoping to leave a deep impression on Chen Chen. The meal went on, and it could be said that both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. When Chen Chen noticed that it was getting late and was about to take his leave, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Fong Xin. Chen Chen answered the phone, smiling as he said, "What's up, Director Fong? Is there something you need?" Fong Xin, on the other end of the line, responded enthusiastically, "Chairman Chen, I would like to invite you to come and take a look at this piece of land." After all, the ribbon-cutting ceremony was approaching. Fong Xin hoped that Chen Chen could come over to inspect the work. For such a significant matter, Fong Xin felt it would be better for Chen Chen to come in person. Chen Chen was quite easygoing. Since he had no pressing matters recently, he directly agreed, saying, "Alright." After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen stood up first and said to everyone, "Thank you all for your hospitality today. I need to go prepare for that piece of land. I look forward to seeing you all there." The several executives, seeing Chen Chen being polite, quickly stood up as well, escorting him out. Su Zhishi and the other girls had already finished eating and were sitting there chatting. The few friends had been startled by the earlier scene, and even though Su Zhishi had explained it to them, they still felt a storm of emotions inside. One friend gently patted her chest, looking relieved as she said, "Fortunately, when we came over, we treated Brother Chen with respect. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to eat in peace." The other friends nodded vigorously. After all, Chen Chen's status had completely shocked them. If they had offended such a big shot, it felt like their family wouldn't be able to survive in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Hearing the exaggerated tone of her friends, Su Zhishi couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. Really? How could her cousin be so gentle and do anything bad? Besides, even if her friends offended her cousin, as long as it wasn't crossing the line, she would help speak well of them, okay?" Her friends, seeing Su Zhishi's indifferent expression, instantly widened their eyes and said in an exaggerated tone, "But that's the Xinyuan group. Do you know the situation of the Xinyuan group in Suzhou and Hangzhou? That's a leading enterprise. Offending the chairman of such a big brother company might even cost their parents their jobs." It was precisely this sense of awe that made the few friends dare not have any thoughts about the handsome and charming Chen Chen. However, because of Chen Chen, the table of girls received special treatment from the waitstaff. Usually, the service at this restaurant was already top-notch. Today, under such deliberate circumstances, it was simply royal treatment. While they were chatting, Chen Chen also walked down surrounded by the executives. As soon as Su Zhishi saw Chen Chen, she immediately showed a sweet smile and approached him. The nearby friends also lowered their heads, politely greeting Chen Chen. They had previously not dared to look at Chen Chen, entirely out of shyness. Now, they were simply scared and didn't dare to raise their heads. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. He looked at his cousin Su Zhishi and gently asked, "So, how was your meal?" Su Zhishi nodded vigorously, looking at Chen Chen with admiration on her face, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Cousin, it's really thanks to you that today, both the dishes and the service are superb. If it were just the few of them coming, they wouldn't have dared to order such a large table of delicacies, considering that the dishes at this restaurant are quite expensive." Chen Chen gently ruffled the little girl's hair, looking at Su Zhishi with affection, and smiled, saying, "Let's eat well and then head back, come on." Hearing Chen Chen's words, the few girlfriends instinctively stood up and followed behind them as they walked outside. As soon as they exited the restaurant, they saw the capable-looking Su Tianqing standing by the car, waiting for Chen Chen. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version, the group of executives immediately showed envious expressions. This luxury car costs over 200 million. Not only do they not have that much money, but even if they did, their status wouldn't qualify them for customization. The more unattainable it seemed, especially being the top-tier luxury car, the more everyone stared at it, their eyes almost glued to the vehicle. Although the girlfriends didn't know the exact value of the car, they had some basic knowledge. Upon seeing the little golden figure in front of the car, they immediately understood it was a Rolls-Royce, a car worth several million. This is the most luxurious brand among luxury cars. While Chen Chen was saying goodbye to the executives, one of the girlfriends took out her phone and quietly snapped a photo of the luxury car. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chen Chen took Su Zhishi and got into the car, driving away. The executives watched the luxury car disappear from view before reluctantly returning to the restaurant. "Shall we leave too?" One girlfriend was speaking when she heard a girl next to her, holding a phone, let out a gasp. The little girls were startled and almost in unison exclaimed, "What are you doing? You scared us." Really, that was too exaggerated. The girlfriend's eyes widened, and she was so excited she couldn't speak, only handing her phone screen to everyone to let them see the content. Everyone was puzzled and turned to look at the screen. Just one glance, and everyone gasped in shock. The screen clearly displayed the search result for the car they had just seen, identifying it as the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version, price starting at 200 million. 200 million? The car from just now? The girlfriends could hardly believe their eyes. This was too extravagant. Even wealthier than the domineering CEOs they had imagined. The little girls' brains were almost crashing as they dazedly walked in the direction of home. Meanwhile, sitting in the car, Shinshin looked at Su Jishi beside him and asked, "I need to go to the neighboring city, do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing this, Su Jishi immediately showed a face of regret and said to Chen Shen with a troubled expression, "Cousin, I really want to go with you, but I have to return to school." It was only a short break plus the weekend that allowed her to come home, and it was time to head back to school. She couldn't go with Chen Shen. Chen Shen then remembered and quickly said, "Oh, I see, no problem, I'll have someone take you back." Su Jishi hurriedly waved her hand, understanding, and smiled at Chen Shen, saying, "Cousin, I can just take the high-speed train. It's faster than driving, and I didn't bring much back, really no need to send me." Hearing this, Chen Shen could only nod and took Su Jishi back home. After taking a shower, Chen Shen sat on the edge of the bed and sent a WeChat message to Lu Ruan. "Are you free tomorrow? Come with me to the neighboring city?" Lu Ruan replied quickly, almost instantly, "Sure." Chen Shen thought for a moment, directly set a time with Lu Ruan, and went to bed early. The next morning, Chen Shen woke up naturally, and after a simple wash, he got up to prepare breakfast for the family. Since they had to wake up early to catch the high-speed train, Su Jishi also rarely got up early and didn't linger in bed. After the family happily finished breakfast, looking at their parents who were about to go to work, Su Jishi said reluctantly, "Mom and Dad, I'm going back to school today." "Okay, remember to call when you get to school and let us know you're safe." While saying this, Lu Ling and Su Jian each gave their daughter a hug before hurriedly heading out the door. After changing his clothes, Chen Shen took Su Jishi to the high-speed train station. "If anything comes up on the way, call me in time. Don't worry about me being busy, okay?" Hearing Chen Shen's repeated reminders, Su Jishi chuckled and nodded, saying, "Got it, cousin. I know you care about me the most." Although her cousin was a bit nagging, his concern was clear in every word. Su Jishi felt warm inside, glanced at the time, and then took her things and walked inside. Chen Shen stood at the door, and after Su Jishi's figure was completely out of sight, he turned back to the car and instructed Su Tianqing, "Let's go pick up Lu Ruan, then head straight to the neighboring city." After saying that, Chen Shen took out his phone and called Lu Ruan. When they arrived at Lu Ruan's residential community, they found her already waiting at the entrance. A sleeveless A-line dress showcased Lu Ruan's beautiful figure perfectly, especially her long legs, which made one's imagination run wild. Lu Ruan also saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version slowly approaching and gently waved her hand towards Chen Shen, watching as the car came to a stop in front of her. Chen Shen lowered the car window, looking at Lu Ruan, who seemed like a celestial being, and jokingly asked, "Miss, do you have time to have some tea together?" Lu Ruan smiled sweetly, her perfect face revealing a hint of mischief as she deliberately cleared her throat and said with a raised tone, "Sure, how about we go to the neighboring city for a drink? Get in the car." Chen Shen suppressed a laugh, while Su Tianqing had already gotten out to open the door for Lu Ruan, respectfully waiting for her to get in before returning to drive away. Nearby, a young man riding a shared bicycle wore a heartbroken expression. How could such an ethereal girl be so materialistic? Just for a cup of tea, did they really need to go to the neighboring city? What is wrong with this world? However, watching the already departed Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version, a spark of determination flashed in the young man's eyes as he spat on the ground and loudly declared, "Alright, from this moment on, I'm going to work hard and make money." Just as the young man finished speaking, he heard a nearby aunt's angry voice, spitting on the ground, "Do you have any public morals? A fine of 20. The young man felt a black line on his forehead, and without thinking, he hopped on his bike and sped away. "When I have money, I'll have public morals. I want 10 girls like that." Meanwhile, Chen Shen had already taken Lu Ruan and was heading towards the neighboring city. After entering the neighboring city, Chen Shen called Feng Xian to ask for his location. "I'm at the construction site, Chairman Chen, have you arrived yet?" On the other end of the line, Feng Xian's voice was somewhat noisy, "Shall I send you my location?" After receiving Chen Shen's consent, Feng Xian quickly sent the location after hanging up and told the senior executives around him, "Chairman Chen is about to arrive, everyone get ready." Upon hearing this, the executives immediately perked up. After all, this new chairman had been eagerly anticipated, and everyone instinctively lowered their heads to examine their attire, adjusting their appearance. It was their first meeting, and they had to leave a good impression on the leader. Soon, Chen Shen arrived by car near the site. When Feng Xian saw the car come to a stop, he immediately stepped forward to open the door. "Chairman Chen, you're here." Chen nodded. After getting out of the car, he saw a group of senior executives stepping forward, actively greeting him with expressions full of respect. These executives appeared calm on the surface, but inside, they were already in turmoil. They could hardly believe their eyes. Was this really their Chairman Chen? They had long heard that Chairman Chen was accomplished at a young age, but they never expected him to be so young. He looked to be just in his early 20s, yet he had already taken the position of chairman of Xin Yuan Group. This was incredible. Thinking of this, the respect and admiration in their eyes when they looked at Chen deepened. Chen gently nodded, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction, and said, "This piece of land is indeed good, the transportation is convenient, and the environment around it is nice." This area was considered a very mature urban plot. If they managed it well, it could definitely become a representative work of Xin Yuan Group. No wonder so many companies had their eyes on this place. If it weren't for the fact that old Master Shangwan had sent someone to meet him last time, they wouldn't have easily secured the plot. Feng Xian led the senior executives to accompany Chen as they looked at the entire site. Of course, while inspecting the land, Feng Xian also discussed the planning for the site and ideas for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Chen listened quietly, occasionally offering his own opinions, and the executives' eyes sparkled with a different light as they quickly took out their pens to record this information. Chairman Chen's insights were simply excellent. Those viewpoints and ideas were things they had never considered. Moreover, just thinking about implementing Chairman Chen's suggestions made everyone feel that the entire plan had undergone a qualitative change. Realizing this, the executives looked at Chen with a mix of excitement. Although Chairman Chen was young, his insight and ability were truly rare. A business prodigy. In an instant, the senior executives were filled with confidence about their future. With such a big shot leading them, how could they not have a good life ahead? The future was indeed promising. After listening to the report, Chen checked the time and said directly to Feng Xian, "Alright, you can handle the rest." Feng Xian quickly nodded, feeling very satisfied to receive so much guidance from Chairman Chen today. "Okay, Chairman Chen." After bidding farewell to everyone, Chen went to the hotel where he was staying with Lu Ruan. Knowing that Chen was coming, Feng Xian had naturally booked a room for him in this 5-star hotel in advance. By the time Chen and the others arrived at the hotel manager was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as he saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version slowly approaching, the hotel manager's eyes widened. Even though he knew he was there to welcome the chairman of Xin Yuan Group, he never expected that the chairman's vehicle would be so prestigious. After all, being in the hotel industry, he recognized at a glance that this was a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version. Such a car was not something an ordinary person could have customized. The hotel manager couldn't help but shudder. A luxury car of this level was definitely not something the chairman of Xin Yuan Group could have customized, which indicated that the person inside the car had an even more distinguished identity. Next, when the hotel manager received Chen, he was extremely respectful, holding the room card with both hands and bowing slightly as he presented it to Chen. "Mr. Chen, this is the room card for our hotel's presidential suite. I will personally take you up." Seeing the hotel manager in such a posture, the staff were so frightened that they dared not make a sound, and even hesitated to look at Chen's face. Lu Ruan, who was beside him, was also shocked by such service. It was truly her first time being treated with such respect. She didn't even know what to say along the way, following Chen in silence as they went upstairs. After the hotel manager used the MasterCard to unlock the door, Chen pushed open the room door. What greeted his eyes was a magnificent view. The floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to flood into the room. Chen's expression showed no change, even though everything used here was from international luxury brands. However, compared to his own home, the level of luxury still fell short. The hotel manager, seeing Chen's expression, was also taken aback. Could it be that such luxurious decor did not catch Mr. Chen's eye? "Mr. Chen, if you need anything, you can call at any time," the hotel manager said to Chen, as the presidential suite was equipped with a 24-hour butler service, dedicated to serving the most distinguished guests. After the manager exited the room, Lu Ruan walked over and closed the door. Stepping on the soft carpet, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Chen, didn't you say you wanted to invite me for tea?" Chen turned around to look at Lu Ruan. The sunlight just happened to shine on her face, casting a soft pink hue on her already delicate features. Because they were so close, Chen, gazing at her flawless face, leaned in with a mischievous smile and teased, "Tea? That's something you do after you're full. Are you in such a hurry?" Chen deliberately emphasized the words full, leaning in very close to Lu Ruan, his breath brushing against her ear. causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Lu Ruan's face flushed red, turning her head to the side, mumbling, "What are you talking about? What? Hurry! Am I that kind of person?" Watching Lu Ruan stutter, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, still claiming there was no misunderstanding. After laughing enough, Chen Chen raised his head, teasingly sizing up Lu Ruan, and pretended to be serious. "I don't know who has such unhealthy thoughts. I just thought it was getting late and wanted to take someone out for dinner." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan's face turned even redder, and she lightly punched Chen Chen's shoulder, huffing, "You're so bad." Chen Chen grabbed Lu Ruan's hand, and the two went directly to the restaurant downstairs. The standards of a 5-star hotel restaurant are very high, and after enjoying a delicious meal, they returned to the room. "I'm really a bit tired today." Before Lu Ruan could finish, she was directly pinned against the wall by Chen Chen. Looking down at Lu Ruan, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Now that we're full, we can do something a bit more interesting than drinking tea." Lu Ruan didn't even have time to react before Chen Chen swept her off her feet and tossed her onto the bed. The dim yellow light created an atmosphere, and soon, the room was filled with sounds of excitement. At this time, on the other side, Feng Xian and the others had also returned to the hotel. Although it was already time to sleep, Feng Xian had matters on his mind and was still contemplating some details. After all, the Xin Yuan group was relying on this ribbon-cutting ceremony for a good promotion. Feng Xian wrote down some changes he had in mind regarding the details, preparing to confirm the specifics of the ribbon-cutting with Chen Chen tomorrow. "By the way, I need to ask, does Chairman Chen need a prepared speech for tomorrow?" Feng Xian murmured to himself as he walked towards Chen Chen's presidential suite. However, when he reached the door of the suite and was about to knock, he heard faint sounds coming from inside the room. In an instant, Feng Xian understood and quickly withdrew his hand that was about to knock, leaving the area. As he retreated, he thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have rushed in, otherwise, he would have disturbed Chairman Chen's good business, and that would have been a big deal. After spending about an hour in his room, Feng Xian modified his thoughts a bit. Considering the time, Chairman Chen should be done by now, so he headed back to the presidential suite. But when he reached the door, he could clearly hear sounds still coming from inside. Feng Xian looked bewildered, glancing at the door and then checking his watch. Is Chairman Chen really that vigorous? It's been so long, and he hasn't stopped? Naturally, Feng Xian couldn't just wait at the door, he had no interest in eavesdropping. Besides, listening in like this would only be a stimulus for himself. We're all men, how can there be such a big difference? Feng Xian went back and forth a few more times, but each time he was deterred by the sounds and returned empty-handed. After a long day of work, Feng Xian was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he returned to his room. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up early. He got out of bed, stretched his body, and felt refreshed. After a simple wash-up, Chen Chen changed into a suit. He walked back into the room, looked at Lu Ruan, who was still fast asleep, and didn't disturb her. After admiring Lu Ruan's sleeping face for a while, Chen Chen kissed her forehead before leaving the room. Yesterday, Chen Chen had already agreed with Feng Xian and the others to meet in the hotel lobby this morning and then go together to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. When Chen Chen walked downstairs, Feng Xian and the others had already arrived early in the lobby, waiting. As soon as they saw Chen Chen, everyone greeted him warmly. Chen Chen's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd and finally landed on Feng Xian. Seeing his pronounced dark circles, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile and asked, "Feng, what were you up to last night? With how you look now, you could go to the base and play a panda without any makeup." Feng Xian forced a bitter smile and explained, "I didn't sleep well last night, didn't sleep well." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "You're this excited?" Feng Xian, "Chairman, these dark circles are not unrelated to you. I've been running back and forth so much my legs are about to thin out." Everyone got into their cars and headed towards the ribbon-cutting venue. When Chen Chen and the others arrived at the site, only a few staff members were already there, arranging some preparations. Since it wasn't time yet, there were no guests present at the venue. Chen Chen looked at Feng Xian, who was following him, and said, "You don't need to worry about me, you go arrange things. I'll wander around a bit and come back when it's time for the ribbon cutting." Hearing this, Feng Xian nodded and went to the staff to start directing the setup. Outside the venue, as time drew closer, more people gradually began to arrive. In the large parking lot that had been prepared in advance, luxury cars were parked densely, creating a spectacular sight. Various dignitaries were dressed in formal attire, standing at the front of the venue, chatting enthusiastically with acquaintances nearby. They all appeared very excited, and although they were waiting, there was not a hint of dissatisfaction on their faces. After all, this time, they were not just here to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony, they also wanted to see the new chairman of the legendary Xin Yuan group. Since this land was located in a mature urban area, the chosen site for the ribbon cutting was also in the city. Many passers-by were taken aback when they saw the crowd here, especially when they noticed that the clothes worn by these people were all from the world's top luxury brands. Their mouths dropped in astonishment. Who were these people? They certainly didn't look ordinary. Passers-by watched from a distance, whispering among themselves. These people are clearly not ordinary. It's not just their clothes that are high-end. Look at their watches, all top international brands. Look at the parking lot over there, so many luxury cars, not a single one under $1 million. Is there some kind of ceremony happening here? Just look at the decorations everywhere. It's definitely a big deal. Haven't you heard? This is the land purchased by Xin Yuan Group, and it seems they are preparing to start construction. Anyone passing by was awestruck by the scene. Many stopped to stare at the dignitaries. At that moment, those dignitaries were also engaged in their own discussions. They were not particularly concerned about Xin Yuan Group's grand display. After all, Xin Yuan Group was a leading enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so it was expected to be well arranged. These dignitaries were more focused on the land itself. Have you heard? Chairman Chen of Xin Yuan Group bought this land at the base price. You know, we initially predicted that this land would at least double in price. I heard that the old master of the Shangguan family specially presented a calligraphy piece before the auction. Otherwise, how could those people at the scene have behaved so honestly and not fought for it? Just a piece of calligraphy can't stop normal competition. I heard even Zhou Dashan accompanied Shangguan Yu to the scene. He was personally overseeing things. Wow, who exactly is this Chairman Chen? I heard he's particularly young, and he came today just to meet this Chairman Chen. As Chen Shen walked past them, he didn't mind their chatter and continued toward the outside. Looking into the distance, he saw Zhang Haoren, Tang Xini, and others had also arrived at the scene. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. He noticed a group of young elites from Jilin had gathered at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. They were loitering outside the venue, occasionally chatting with others. Finally spotting some familiar faces, a smile curved on Chen Shen's lips as he walked over to them. You all made it here? Hearing Chen Shen's voice, the young elites felt it was quite familiar and quickly turned to look. Upon seeing Chen Shen's face, everyone lit up with joy, and Zhang Haoren exclaimed, Brother Chen, you were invited too? Tang Xini, standing beside him, fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Shen's face, smiling as she chimed in, of course. With Brother Chen's status, how could he not be invited? If they could be here, there was no doubt Chen Shen could. Zhang Haoren chuckled at Tang Xini's words, raising his hand for everyone to see the invitation he held. The invitation looked very high-end, shimmering with a hint of silver and featuring a special wood grain, with gold foil lettering both inside and out. It was clearly very luxurious, exuding an air of sophistication. Chen Shen looked at everyone and cheerfully asked, What are you all doing standing here? Why not go inside? It was already time to enter, yet everyone was still standing outside enjoying the breeze. Zhang Haoren wore a helpless expression, gesturing to the side with his lips and sighing as he said, My dad wants me to be out here, especially since many dignitaries and second-generation elites will be coming today. He wants me to expand my network. The Zhang family had developed quite well in Jilin, and Zhang Haoren was set to take over the family business in the future, so it was natural for him to come to places like this to meet some business friends. This would greatly help his future path. The other young masters and ladies nodded in agreement. They had also received similar instructions before coming. Moreover, their parents were present at the event, and even if they wanted to find a quiet place to hide, they wouldn't dare. One young master shrugged helplessly, lowering his voice as he said, For the sake of my pocket money, I have no choice. Chen Shen looked at their elongated faces and couldn't help but laugh, deciding to stand outside and chat with them. Since their last parting at the Tiannan racetrack, Zhang Haoren hadn't seen Chen Shen, so he pulled him into a lively conversation, and they were quite happy. While everyone was chatting, the dignitaries who had already entered the venue were not idle. They took advantage of this rare opportunity to start networking with some executives and build connections. Feng Xin and several senior executives also stepped down to greet the arriving dignitaries, and the atmosphere in the venue became very lively. At that moment, Feng Xin spotted Zhang Bo and other executives from Jilin and quickly approached them, warmly greeting, Director Zhang, welcome. With your presence, our ribbon-cutting ceremony today is truly elevated. Hearing Feng Xin's words, Zhang Bo and the others waved their hands repeatedly, not daring to accept such high praise. Zhang Bo stepped forward to shake hands with Feng Xin before speaking, General Manager Feng, please don't flatter us. We've heard about how the New Yuan Group acquired this land. It's truly eye-opening to see such a young and capable chairman at the New Yuan Group. A young man who could have the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family and the old man's right-hand man, Zhou Dashan, personally come to support him was simply impressive. Zhang Bo was reflecting on this in his heart. The reason he brought his son along today was to see if he could help his son connect with that young chairman. Having more friends like that would definitely be a great boost for his son's future development. For his son's future, Zhang Bo had put in a lot of effort. Truly, one could feel the heart of a parent. Please make yourselves at home. I might be a bit busy today and may not be able to attend to you all the time, so please don't take it to heart. While Feng Xian was exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Bo and the others, new dignitaries walked past. Zhang Bo and the others looked around at the executives, their eyes flashing with astonishment. They were secretly thinking that this newly appointed chairman of the new Yuan group was quite remarkable, having such charisma. Not only the dignitaries from Suzhou and Hangzhou, but also many business tycoons from other provinces and cities had arrived at the venue. This power should not be underestimated. Even if they personally organized it, they might not be able to invite so many dignitaries, which was telling in itself. Suddenly, one executive lowered his voice and said, "I heard that there seems to be an important announcement to be made this time." An important announcement? Many people heard this and surrounded Feng Xian, inquiring about the specifics. "General Manager Feng, we are all quite anxious. Could you please give us a hint so we can prepare ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xian quickly waved his hands, smiling as he pleaded, "Everyone, please spare me. I can't reveal anything. Soon, our director Chen will naturally make the announcement. How can there be a reason for the subordinates to leak information before the event has even started? If that really happened, Feng Xian might as well pack up and leave." Everyone laughed a little at this. For them, it was best if they could find out, but if they couldn't get any information, pressing for answers would be useless. Everyone sat down together, and at this moment, the CEOs who had been arriving one after another were taken aback when they saw the dignitaries already seated. They were also a bit startled, thinking to themselves that so many high-ranking officials and dignitaries had already arrived. The latecomers huddled together, whispering among themselves, "Wow, this setup is impressive. Look at those dignitaries, not just from Suzhou and Hangzhou, but from other provinces and cities too. Thank goodness I cleared my schedule early to meet the new chairman. If I hadn't come, I would definitely regret it. I've really seen the world. After today, the status of the Xin Yuan group is likely to rise again." Just as everyone was discussing, it was almost time for the ceremony to begin. The dignitaries attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony had mostly arrived. Because the number of attendees exceeded their expectations, staff members were quickly arranging seating. Feng Xian was still greeting a few CEOs when Zhang Bo, who had come over, looked around and said, "Mr. Feng, where is Chairman Chen? We want to pay him a visit." They had come specifically to see Chairman Chen, but to their surprise, they hadn't seen him after all this time. The other CEOs nearby checked their watches and chimed in, "Mr. Feng, it's almost time. Why haven't we seen Chairman Chen yet? Is there something holding him up? I bet there's traffic on the way here. Chairman Chen must be coming to the ribbon-cutting ceremony, right?" Hearing their inquiries, Feng Xian furrowed his brow. He wasn't sure where Chen Chen had gone, so he felt a bit awkward facing the questions from the CEOs. Fortunately, Zhang Bo was understanding of Feng Xian's situation. Seeing that the dignitaries were already seated and that it was almost time, he spoke up to ease the tension, "Mr. Feng, you go ahead and host the event." Feng Xian nodded. After all, Chairman Chen had come with him. As long as he took the stage to buy some time, Chairman Chen would surely come once he heard the ceremony had started. With that thought, Feng Xian strode confidently toward the stage. As soon as Feng Xian took the stage, the audience fell silent, all eyes turning to him. "First of all, on behalf of the Xin Yuan group, I would like to thank everyone for coming." Feng Xian expressed his sincere gratitude to the guests. The dignitaries in the audience immediately erupted into warm applause. Their hearts began to race. Since the ribbon-cutting ceremony had started, it meant they would soon see Chairman Chen. The next moment, the dignitaries heard Feng Xian's words, "Next, let's invite Chairman Chen to the stage for the ribbon-cutting." Meanwhile, Chen Chen was still chatting with a group of young ladies and gentlemen. He glanced at his watch and said, "The ceremony is about to start, let's go in." At that moment, the dignitaries on site were eagerly anticipating Chairman Chen's appearance. They were looking around while quietly conversing with those nearby. "Great! I can finally see the true face of Chairman Chen. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I heard that this Chairman Chen is not only young but also particularly handsome. Looks and age are secondary, haven't you heard? Chairman Chen has a particularly strong presence. He looks like someone extraordinary. Everyone, step aside and make way for Chairman Chen." Among the dignitaries, someone reminded, and everyone immediately complied, clearing a path on the red carpet. At that moment, Chen Chen entered with a group of young masters and ladies. As they walked in, they also heard Feng Xian's words. Watching the actions of the dignitaries ahead, Zhang Haoran and the others quickly followed suit, stepping aside to avoid the red carpet. Zhang Haoran not only moved aside himself but also pulled Chen Chen along. After all, in his heart, he truly regarded Chen Chen as his leader. They stood at the back of the crowd, eagerly looking up at the stage, anticipating Chairman Chen's appearance. Due to the significance of this event, news about Chairman Chen of the Xin Yuan Group had already spread throughout the business circle. Zhang Haoran and the others had also heard some rumors about the young masters and ladies in the top circle of Jinling. They whispered among themselves, all wanting to see what this young Chairman Chen was really like. Zhang Haoran lowered his voice, speaking softly so only a few could hear. I really want to see if this Chairman Chen is truly as extraordinary as they say. Chen Chen, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but smile. He lowered his gaze and walked toward the red carpet. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, Zhang Haoran and the others were left dumbfounded. What is Brother Chen doing? This is clearly the red carpet for the chairman of Xin Yuan Group. Wandering around could cause trouble. Thinking of the rumors they had heard recently, they instinctively shivered and hurried to dissuade Chen Chen. Brother Chen, you can't just walk around. That Chairman Chen is said to have a particularly impressive background. Even old Master Shangguan has given him a grand entrance. We should keep a low profile. I think, Brother Chen, you are a young talent. Wouldn't it be better to form a strong alliance as friends? We can talk to him privately later. We can't go over now. Please listen to us. You really can't move around at this time. The other young masters who hadn't spoken were also feeling anxious. Chen Chen looked at their panicked expressions and couldn't help but laugh, saying, You don't need to worry. I'm going on stage. On stage? With that one sentence, everyone was left stunned. Their mouths twitched, feeling as if their brains were about to cramp. Zhang Haoran was afraid Chen Chen would act impulsively and even wanted to step forward to grab him. Tang Xinyi also looked anxious. She surveyed the crowd around her and then lowered her voice to say, You really can't go up. You share the same surname as Chen, so if you go up, it would be disrespectful to Chairman Chen. This isn't a play. There's no need for a charade of true and false Chairman Chens. Moreover, all the dignitaries present today were well-known figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and many from other provinces and cities had also come. Many young masters and ladies knew that Chen Chen had received special treatment at old Master Chen's birthday banquet. Their parents had attended the banquet and naturally described the situation to these young masters and ladies. They still remembered the frustrated expressions of their families. You are both young, and you are older than Chairman Chen, but look at him, and then look at yourself. These young masters and ladies felt helpless. What could they do? Chen Chen was personally welcomed by the old master at the door. Even if they were fortunate enough to be present, they probably wouldn't even qualify to register. Even after the banquet ended and everyone left, he was specifically kept behind. A situation that hadn't occurred in many years. But even so, they couldn't overshadow Chairman Chen on such an occasion today. A young master suddenly had a wild thought, wondering if Chen Chen was trying to compete with Chairman Chen, wanting to see who was better? Everyone had their own thoughts, and Chen Chen smiled at their expressions as he quickly walked ahead. By the time a few of them thought to stop him, it was already too late. Zhang Haoran and the others looked worried. With so many of them, they couldn't stop Brother Chen. Something was bound to happen. Thinking of this, Zhang Haoran looked at Tang Xinyi beside him and asked anxiously, Sister Tang, what should we do about Brother Chen being so impulsive? No matter what, their relationship with Chen Chen was here, and they certainly couldn't let him be bullied on the spot. The other young masters and ladies also gathered around, each of their minds racing, anxiously thinking of a solution. But they had never seen such a big scene, let alone the fact that the other party's Chairman Chen was the chairman of the Xin Yuan Group. They truly didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the young masters and ladies present were all at a loss. Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, looking at Tang Xinyi with a furrowed brow, as if he had made a huge decision. No matter what, we can't ignore Brother Chen. I can't care about the family business anymore. This time, I have to stand with Brother Chen. What about you all? Even the usually calm and composed Tang Xinyi couldn't remain calm at this moment. Watching Chen Chen's figure grow more distant, she gritted her teeth and said firmly, All right, I'll go with you. The other young masters and ladies nodded in agreement. At this moment, having one more person meant one more bit of strength. Meanwhile, the dignitaries in front also noticed Chen Chen walking on the red carpet. As soon as they saw Chen Chen appear, the scene erupted in a commotion, and discussions began. Look quickly, someone is walking on the red carpet. This young man is really good looking. He walks on this stage's red carpet like it's the Oscars, just like a big star. Is this Chairman Chen? He looks way too young. Although his appearance and demeanor are good, at such a young age, it just doesn't seem right. No, wait, those young masters and ladies were just trying to dissuade him. Although I couldn't hear what they said clearly, their expressions definitely didn't look like they were sending a brother to the stage. If he's not Chairman Chen, why is he coming up? While everyone was discussing, Zheng Bo and the others also looked over. Zheng Bo recognized Chen Chen at a glance and was clearly taken aback to see him walking on the red carpet. Why is Mr. Chen walking up there? Zheng Bo's face was filled with confusion, his brows furrowing as he worriedly thought. The invitation was for their chairman. Chen Chen wouldn't have misunderstood and thought it was for him, would he? If that were the case, it would be so awkward if he bumped into the real Chairman Chen later. Moreover, today was the day of the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Xin Yuan group. Causing a blunder on such an important day, could Chairman Chen tolerate that? The expressions of the old bosses from Jinling were filled with doubt, and they began to worry. The bosses managed to keep their composure, but the young masters and ladies behind them were getting anxious. They watched Chen Chen's steps, each one seeming to tread on their hearts, the weight of the pressure making them break into a sweat. The more Tang Xini and the others watched, the more anxious they became. Their hearts were tightly wound, feeling that at any moment, someone might jump out to have a good talk with Chen Chen. The young masters and ladies felt like members of a reserve death squad, ready to risk everything to rush out and protect Chen Chen. Everyone's feelings were complicated. Naturally, the young masters and ladies didn't dare to blame Chen Chen and could only watch anxiously from behind. At the same time, in the next moment, Feng Xian also saw Chen Chen. Feng Xian visibly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chen Chen was not present, which would affect today's ribbon-cutting ceremony. Now seeing Chen Chen walk onto the red carpet, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He nodded towards Chen Chen and called out loudly, "Chairman Chen." With Feng Xian's greeting, many real estate executives and auction house leaders stood up, respectfully greeting Chen Chen, "Chairman Chen." As these people moved and showed their attitudes, Zheng Bo and the others were left stunned in place. Behind them, Zhang Haoren, Tang Xini, and others were also somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other, all a bit bewildered. What was going on? Why were these people so respectful towards Chen Chen? Whether it was Feng Xian or those executives, they all lowered their postures, being cautious. But they also knew that these people would not mistake him. Anyone who has been in the business circle for so long is not a simple character. Each of these people is sharp-witted, usually proud, and seeing them in this posture was already quite rare. That being said, Tang Xini squinted her eyes, her delicate white hand covering her mouth, and after a long while, she slowly said, "Chen Chen is the chairman of Xin Yuan Group. Chen Chen not only shares the same surname as Chairman Chen, but he is indeed the genuine Chairman Chen." Only with such a status could Feng Xian and the group of executives respectfully bow and greet him. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with shock. Whether it was Zhang Bo and the other executives or Zhang Haoren, Tang Xini, and the young masters and ladies of Jinling, they all knew Chen Chen's worth was considerable, but no one expected he would be the chairman of Xin Yuan Group. Xin Yuan Group is a leading enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and even in all of Huaxia, it is a prominent large group. Chen Chen is actually the chairman of such a big enterprise, and they were completely unaware of it. Zheng Bo and the others quickly came back to their senses from the shock, and while still astonished, they slowly nodded. They had been wondering when Suzhou and Hangzhou would produce two exceptionally talented young people. It turned out that all along, it was just Chen Chen alone. Although it was somewhat surprising, upon careful thought, it seemed to make sense. After all, they all knew very well what an outstanding person Chen Chen was. Meanwhile, the dignitaries attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony were equally astonished. So this was the Chairman Chen that everyone praised. He was even younger and more handsome than they had imagined. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked on Chen Chen, and even under the scrutiny of so many people, Chen Chen still walked steadily, showing no signs of unease. This composure and calm demeanor were deeply etched in everyone's hearts. In their hearts, it was like a stormy sea. No wonder Chen Chen, at such a young age, had become the chairman. Whether it was his aura or this calmness, even older individuals would find it hard to achieve. Clearly, he merely walked down an ordinary red carpet, but Chen Chen left an extremely deep impression on everyone present. The dignitaries all gasped in awe, collectively holding their breath, looking at Chen Chen on the stage with admiration. At that moment, everyone's thoughts were the same. They all wanted to see what kind of demeanor this young chairman would display on stage. Amidst countless burning gazes, Chen Chen slowly walked onto the stage. He looked down at everyone from a height, a hint of a smile on his face, and his eyes seemed to hold a vast ocean, calm and undisturbed. "First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to our Xin Yuan Group's ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new land." Chen Chen spoke loudly, dressed in a fitted black suit that made him appear refined and courteous. However, as he spoke, there was an unspoken feeling among the crowd. It seemed as if an invisible pressure enveloped them, though not aggressive, it was impossible to ignore. Just like now, Chen Chen stood on the stage, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire room. As everyone listened to his words, they instinctively stood up, applauding while addressing him. "Chairman Chen, you are too kind." Feeling the intense atmosphere, Chen nodded in acknowledgement, smiling at everyone, and they almost simultaneously understood, closing their mouths in anticipation of his next words. Once the venue gradually quieted down, Chen continued, "Being able to acquire this piece of land is fate, and I must thank the executives present for their generosity. I hope to deepen our cooperation in the development of this land." Chen's brief remarks ignited a fervent atmosphere. The executives and dignitaries were astonished by Chen's presence and his calm demeanor, unflinching even in the face of great pressure. At that moment, Feng Xian timely stepped up, acting as the host for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. "Alright, next up is today's ribbon-cutting ceremony." As Feng Xian's voice fell, a hostess approached with a red silk ribbon. The attendees had already returned to their seats, watching the tall hostess hand the golden scissors to Chen, who smoothly completed the ribbon-cutting. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause once again. Even those competitive executives clapped cheerfully. After all, no one wanted to offend such a young chairman. After the ribbon-cutting, Chen did not step down but continued to stand there with the microphone. Observing him, the executives and dignitaries were suddenly alert. They realized that Chairman Chen was about to announce something significant. In an instant, everyone looked at Chen on stage with curious and expectant eyes, waiting for his announcement. Zhang Bo and others sat up straight, and the entire venue fell silent. Chen took 2 steps forward and said in a steady voice, "I would like to take this opportunity to announce something. The recent economic situation has not been good, and I plan for Xin Yuan Group to take the lead in establishing a chamber of commerce for the Suzhou Hangzhou business circle." Chen did not hold back. He was not one to keep people guessing and directly expressed his thoughts. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Such a grand initiative? Such a vast vision? Everyone gasped, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Chen. Suzhou and Hangzhou have always been prosperous places for merchants, quite wealthy indeed. It was this wealth that led the merchants of Suzhou and Hangzhou to operate independently. Even with so many Chamber of Commerce alliances, no one had thought of this before, as it was simply unfeasible. After all, carrying the banner of a Chamber of Commerce was not something just anyone could do. One had to be either highly respected or capable of commanding the merchants under them to truly integrate resources and reach a consensus. Upon hearing Chen's words, some naturally felt joy. The few executives who had dined with Chen exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. With the Suzhou Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, not only would they have someone to integrate resources for them, but they would also have support if they faced intentional suppression. This was indeed great news. However, many of the real estate group leaders at the scene were feeling a bit anxious. The Xinyuan group, like them, was in the real estate business, and their scale was several times larger than theirs. If they joined the Suong Chamber of Commerce, their company might be swallowed up. But if they didn't join, would this Chairman Chen use it as an opportunity to retaliate against them? While some were happy and others worried, Tang Xini and the others listened, their faces filled with shock. Brother Chen is really impressive, isn't he? And his vision is so far-reaching. They were completely convinced. Just as everyone was in disbelief, the entire venue began to murmur softly. I heard someone say before that they wanted to establish the Suong Chamber of Commerce, but after organizing it twice with little effect, they gave up on the idea. I didn't expect such a young chairman to have such grand ideals. It's not easy to make this happen. Ordinary people don't have this capability. Moreover, the chamber will involve various aspects, with all kinds of industries, so managing it won't be easy. Chambers of commerce have their pros and cons. Integrating resources and advancing together is an advantage. But if it's not done well, it might become a limitation, hindering progress. The CEOs and dignitaries present were discussing animatedly, but no one was willing to express their opinions casually. After all, such a significant matter involved sharp minds, and no one wanted to stick their necks out first. Chen looked at everyone's reactions and simply smiled faintly, saying, "It's okay, I won't force anyone. Joining the chamber is a matter of fate. If it's meant to be, then join, if not, there's no pressure." Upon hearing Chen's words, everyone exchanged glances, understanding that he was prompting them for a response. Suddenly, the venue fell silent. The CEOs and dignitaries from Jinling all turned their gazes toward Zhang Bo. The Zhang family held a significant position in Jinling, and everyone had made up their minds that they needed Zhang Bo to take the lead. Zhang Bo didn't hesitate. He stood up straight and said solemnly to Chen, "On behalf of the Zhang family of Jinling, I am willing to join the Suong Chamber of Commerce." With Zhang Bo's leading statement, the CEOs and dignitaries he brought with him all stood up, expressing their intention to join the Suong Chamber of Commerce. Many other CEOs also stood up voluntarily, indicating their willingness to join. Some were optimistic about Chen's future development, while others valued his relationship with the Shangwan family. In any case, they were all eager to join. However, many companies were still hesitating or had not yet expressed their stance. Those CEOs were not in a hurry to speak, either they had their own concerns or wanted to observe a bit longer. It could be said to be a 50-50 situation. Chen Shen stood on the stage, observing the situation below, and nodded slightly, as this was pretty much what he had anticipated. If it were that easy to establish, Suong wouldn't still be a scattered mess at this point. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Hearing the inexplicable noise, everyone present was drawn to it, turning their attention toward the source of the sound. Just one glance left everyone at the scene stunned. What were they seeing? Many CEOs even instinctively rubbed their eyes, as they saw Shangwan Yu, the president of Suong Bank, walking confidently at the front. Shangwan Yu was already extremely beautiful, and today, dressed in a royal blue OL outfit, she appeared even more capable, exuding a gentle aura. Behind her was an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit, none other than the elder Shangwan Sini. Beside Shangwan Sini stood a man over 50, radiating an air of authority that was hard to ignore. This is Lu Longjiang and Lu Yifan, who previously came to celebrate the birthday of Lord Shangwan. The crowd stared at the three people present, utterly astonished. Their little hearts were pounding. This scene was truly overwhelming. Not only was President Shangwan here, but even the old master himself had come to the event. The prestige was simply immense. The crowd could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper among themselves. I had only heard that this director Chen was very much favored by Lord Shangwan, but I was a bit skeptical. After all, the old master's status is there, ordinary people wouldn't catch his eye. Now I believe it. No one has been able to get the old master to personally show up in years. This director Chen, his future development will surely be remarkable. I know President Shangwan and the old master, but who is that one in military uniform? Just look at his imposing presence. He's definitely not an ordinary person. I've really never seen him before. He looks unfamiliar. Hearing the discussions around him, suddenly a nobleman scolded softly, "Stop talking nonsense, you're asking for trouble. Look at what's on his shoulders. Those are 2 gold stars. Do you know what that means? That's a military rank. Such a person undoubtedly held a high status. Speaking ill of him behind his back was simply courting disaster. Military rank?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, too frightened to speak further. Their eyes were filled with shock. After all, anyone who could stand beside the old master had a status that was naturally impressive. But to think that someone of such stature had actually come here? The crowd felt their heads spinning, looking at the few people who had appeared before them, unsure of what to do. What were these individuals here for? To be honest, at this moment, not just the other executives, but even Chen Chen was taken aback. After all, he hadn't invited the old master and others to this ribbon-cutting ceremony. Chen Chen thought it was quite simple, although the Xin Yuan group valued this ribbon-cutting ceremony and wanted to use it to expand their influence. Such an event was still a small affair, and there was really no need to invite the old master and others. However, since they had already shown up, Chen Chen naturally walked over with a smile to greet them. "Old master, you're here." Chen Chen hurriedly stepped down from the stage, walking towards the old master while warmly greeting him. The old master looked at the impeccably poised Chen Chen, and a hint of satisfaction quickly flashed in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Chen Xiaoyu, you're not being very considerate. Such a big gathering and you didn't invite me." Hearing this, Chen Chen chuckled and quickly explained, "Old master, you've wronged me. This is just a small ribbon-cutting ceremony. I didn't want to take up your time. I was actually planning to come visit you after this event to learn from you." Chen Shen's words were polite and pleasant, giving the old master plenty of face. After all, Chen Chen knew very well that the old master's personal visit had already elevated his status significantly. It had directly reached the ceiling of prestige in Suong. Upon hearing this, the old master couldn't help but smile broadly. The executives and nobles present watched the interaction between the old master and Chen Chen, their eyes widening in surprise. It was said that the old master had high hopes for Chen Chen, but seeing the old master's attitude towards him, it was no different from how he treated his own grandson. While the old master was speaking with Chen Chen, Lu Yifan was also observing him. Looking at the elegant and composed young man before him, Lu Yifan's shock deepened. He had heard that Chen Chen was very young and accomplished, but he never expected him to be this young. Not only was he in his early 20s, but his appearance and demeanor were also quite remarkable. With every gesture, the imposing aura was fully displayed. The inherent nobility that radiated from him even startled someone as experienced as Lu Yifan. After the old man had a conversation with Chen Chen, he finally remembered Lu Yifan, who had been standing by, and said to Chen Shen, "Young friend Chen, I came here today not only to congratulate you on the successful ribbon cutting but also to introduce you to an old acquaintance." As he spoke, he introduced Chen Shen and Lu Yifan to each other. Upon learning of each other's status as dragon generals, Chen Shen took the initiative to greet Lu Yifan. "Hello, General Lu." Lu Yifan looked at Chen Shen's humble demeanor and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes as they exchanged pleasantries. Observing the calmness of the few people present, those in attendance felt a buzzing in their heads. They could never have imagined, let alone dared to think, that the old man and General Lu would come uninvited to support Chen Shen. This honor was truly unprecedented in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Achieving such a level was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Even with Chen Shen's position as the chairman of the Xingyuan group, it probably wouldn't be enough. As everyone pondered this, they collectively gasped, beginning to doubt just how powerful Chen Shen's backing must be. Amidst the shock, the CEOs who had just expressed their intention to join the Suzhou and Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce immediately became excited. The higher the rank of their chamber president, the greater the benefits for them. Such a chamber was simply advantageous with no downsides. The previously hesitant CEOs and dignitaries now unhesitatingly declared their willingness to join the Suzhou and Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. They could not afford to miss such a great opportunity. As for those worried that Chen Shen might swallow their real estate companies, they were no longer concerned. After all, given Chen Shen's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou, if he truly wanted to absorb them, would he even need to utilize the resources of the chamber? It would just be a matter of thought. In an instant, those who had been hesitant all expressed their desire to join the Suzhou and Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, eager to work with Chen Shen to enhance the business district. Their fervent declarations were almost like oaths. Listening to everyone's statements, Chen Shen gently shook his head and looked at the old man, saying, "It seems today I owe it all to your good fortune." Chen Shen hadn't even finished his prepared speech when the old man suddenly made an appearance, naturally prompting everyone to follow suit. This saved him quite a bit of trouble. The old man chuckled at Chen Shen's words and replied, "Good lad, I once thought about organizing such a large chamber, but back then I was already old and lacked the strength, so it never came to fruition." The old man found such a chamber to be mentally taxing, and since the Shangguan family truly didn't need that kind of power, he gave up on the idea. If you want to organize it, you wouldn't need to go through so much trouble, just a word from you would be enough. While conversing with the old man, Chen Shen led him and a few others to sit in the front row, taking a seat beside the old man. At this moment, Feng Xian also came to his senses and walked onto the stage to announce the perfect conclusion of the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Next up was the banquet segment of the day. The old man looked at the lively scene and said to Chen Shen, "Young friend Chen, you should go about your business. Once you're done, we can have a good chat." Although the old man had personally come to the ribbon-cutting event clearly to see Chen Shen, he was not the type to disregard reason. Today was a significant day for the Xingyuan group, so it was only right to attend to the main business first. Shang Guanyu, watching from the side, smiled at Chen Shen and said, "You are the star of the day. After all, you are the newly appointed president of the Suzhou and Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, so you should at least give the members a chance to toast, right?" Chen Shen nodded and politely said to the old man and the others, "All right, if you need anything, just call me anytime." After saying that, Chen Shen walked towards the crowd, and as soon as Feng Xian saw him coming, he hurriedly approached. "Chairman Shen, is it appropriate to just leave the old man aside like this?" Feng Xian asked in a lowered voice. To be honest, when the old man and the others first appeared, Feng Xian was genuinely startled. Having such a distinguished guest present was something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. Not to mention, there were also the company of Shang Guanyu and General Lu Long. Even now, Feng Xian still felt as if he were dreaming. Chen Shen nodded and led Feng Xian towards the guests. As soon as the CEOs and various dignitaries saw Chen Shen approaching, they immediately came forward, warmly greeting him. "Chairman Shen, congratulations on the successful ribbon cutting. The development of this land will surely elevate the new Yuan group to a new level. What are you still calling him Chairman Chen for? You should be calling him President Chen now. With the establishment of the Suong Chamber of Commerce, we are no longer a scattered bunch. Chairman Chen is definitely young and promising. So many people wanted to organize the Suong Chamber of Commerce, but only Chairman Chen has truly succeeded." Listening to everyone's words, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Once everyone finished speaking, he spoke up loudly, "I want to thank everyone for your trust. If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Now that the Suong Chamber of Commerce has been established, we are partners on the same front." As he spoke, Chen Shen raised his glass, smiling at everyone present. "I toast to you all." The CEOs and dignitaries present felt flattered. Chairman Chen not only had the old man's backing, but even after sitting on the throne of the Suwon Chamber of Commerce, he remained so low-key and humble. In an instant, everyone looked at Chun Chen with admiration and goodwill. Such approachability and actions were truly captivating. After everyone shared a drink, they began to mingle with those around them, and the atmosphere became very lively. Chen Chen held a glass of champagne, briefly socializing with the CEOs surrounding him. Thinking about the discussions he would have with the old man and the others later, Chen Chen only raised his glass and did not drink much. Most of the CEOs and dignitaries understood Chen Chen's intentions. Even if they didn't, given their status, they had no right to question it. After a brief socializing session, Chen Chen handed over the banquet entirely to Feng Xin. He then walked slowly to the side of the old man and the others, smiling as he invited, "Why don't we go to the reception room at the back?" "That sounds good." The old man readily agreed, having observed Chen Chen's actions just now. This young man, who was neither arrogant nor impatient, and who knew how to conduct himself, left a better impression on both the old man and General Lu Long. Shang Guanyu saw him stand up and quickly got up to assist him. In fact, the old man was in great health, definitely strong for his age. Not only was his complexion rosy, but his voice was also booming, clearly a person full of confidence. Chen Chen led the group to the reception room, and after everyone was seated, he sat across from them, picked up the tea on the table, and served them. "There's no fine tea here, but I hope you can make do with it." After all, even Chen Chen hadn't expected the old man and the others to come in person. The old man was cheerful throughout. He took a sip from his teacup and said with a sense of nostalgia, "Taiping Hokue, this year's new tea is indeed quite good. After all, this is a large ribbon-cutting ceremony organized by the Xin Yuan Group, and everything inside is naturally of high quality. Taiping Monkey King is also a fine tea, which undoubtedly reflects the taste and intentions of the Xin Yuan Group." After the old man finished speaking, he gently set down his teacup and looked at Chen Chen with eyes full of appreciation, saying, "Young man, you truly have guts. You did very well today, accomplishing what many have dreamed of for a lifetime." Since ancient times, Suzhou and Hangzhou have been prosperous lands, and countless people have wanted to establish a chamber of commerce to unite the power of the merchants here. However, no one ever expected that it would ultimately be Chen Chen who made it happen. Heroes indeed emerge from youth. The ancients do not deceive me. Hearing the old man's praise, Chen Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need for hidden words in front of honest people. If it weren't for the two of you coming today, my Chamber of Commerce might have had half as many merchants." Although the Xin Yuan Group is doing well and is a leading enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, such a status is still not enough to win the complete trust of all merchants. After all, matters like a Chamber of Commerce come with both benefits and drawbacks. You can gain protection but must also pay the corresponding price and obligations. Which free-spirited merchant would willingly allow themselves to be restricted? Especially those CEOs in the same industry, who look at each other like enemies. How could they willingly join an association and let Chen Chen divide the resources? This time, it was still thanks to the old man's support. Hearing Chen Chen's insightful words, the old man and Lu Yifan exchanged smiles, seeing a hint of appreciation in each other's eyes. Chen Chen straightened his posture and looked at old Master Shangguan and Lu Yifan, especially at Lu Yifan. "Since Lu Long is accompanying the old man, there must be something on your mind?" Chen Chen's gaze fell on Lu Yifan as he smiled and asked. He disliked all the roundabout talk, he preferred to get straight to the point. Lu Yifan laughed heartily at Chen Chen's question, feeling a sense of straightforwardness in his heart. As a soldier, he also liked to do things decisively. Seeing Chen Chen's directness, Lu Yifan did not hold back and directly stated his purpose. "I heard old master in Zodashan mention you before, and I was curious, so I wanted to come see you. Today, I happened to have some free time and heard that the Xin Yuan Group was having a ribbon-cutting ceremony, so I came with the old man to share in the joy." Looking at Chen Chen, who wore a calm smile, Lu Yifan added with another smile, "Meeting you today, you truly are a dragon among men." After saying this, Lu Yifan did not give Chen Chen a chance to respond and directly changed the subject, asking, "I see that Director Chen must be a martial artist, right?" To become a dragon general in the Yinglong military department, Lu Yifan had also risen from the bottom, so his skills were naturally not lacking. The way Zhou Dashan could perceive Chen Chen's strength, Lu Yifan could see it at a glance as well. Moreover, Lu Yifan not only noticed that Chen Chen's way of exerting strength was different from ordinary people, but he also sensed Chen Chen's calm aura. To be able to conceal such a powerful presence so subtly, Chen Chen's strength was definitely not ordinary. Facing Lu Yifan's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Chen understood what was happening. Lu Yifan then turned his attention to Su Tiancheng and Lu Meng, who were standing beside Chen Chen. Feeling the aura and strength of the few people, Lu Yifan narrowed his eyes. He could tell that they were not ordinary. One of them must be the bodyguard who defeated the international mercenaries hired by the Zhang family. Indeed, each of them had some strength, but what puzzled Lu Yifan the most was still Chen Chen. He always had an unshakable feeling about Chen Chen's strength, as if he couldn't see through it. However, Lu Yifan did not voice this thought. Otherwise, if someone knew that even the two-star dragon generals of the Yinglong military department could not see through Chen Chen, it would surely frighten people. Chen Chen remained calm, sitting comfortably in his chair, waiting for Lu Long to express his intentions first. This composed demeanor made the beautiful eyes of Shangguanyu, sitting opposite him, shine with sparkling light. Such a Chen Chen exuded an extraordinary charm. He resembled a prince stepping out of a fairy tale, elegant yet slightly aloof, with an air of having everything under control. The others present held Chen Chen in high regard. Lu Yifan looked at this exceptionally talented young man and felt a twinge of regret at the thought of losing such talent, directly stating, "Mr. Chen, I would like to invite you to join the Yinglong military department." With Lu Yifan's words, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Even the old man and Shangguanyu were taken aback, completely unprepared for Lu Yifan to say such a thing. After all, they were well aware of what the Yinglong military department represented. As a top-tier entity in Huaxia, every individual emerging from the Yinglong military department was among the most formidable warriors in the country. They had all been meticulously selected to stand out from the crowd. Each year, a single unit could only recommend one candidate. These elites gathered together, undergoing layers of selection, until only those who met all the requirements remained. It wasn't just a test of each soldier's military capabilities, their character, psychological resilience, and other qualities were also scrutinized. There were no strict numerical requirements. The Yinglong military department adhered to a principle of quality over quantity. Because of this, the Yinglong military department had become the ultimate dream for every soldier. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general may still be a good soldier. However, a soldier who does not wish to join the Yinglong military department is certainly not a good soldier. To invite someone to such a high-quality unit so directly was astonishing. How highly did Lu Yifan regard Chen Chen? Shangguanyu, usually dignified and cold, displayed a rare look of shock on her delicate face. Her fair hand covered her mouth, yet it couldn't hide the disbelief in her eyes. After all, being invited to join the Yinglong military department signified that Chen Chen would gain a series of privileges. Moreover, due to the unique status of the Yinglong military department, one's rank and position would start from the military title. If Chen Chen had such a background, it would make many future endeavors significantly easier. His information would also become classified, inaccessible to the general public. Most importantly, Chen Chen could continue to serve as chairman without any trouble. All these conditions seemed tailor-made for Chen Chen. At that moment, although Chen Chen didn't fully understand the detailed regulations of the Yinglong military department, he could tell from Shangguanyu and the old man's astonished expressions how serious this invitation was. Chen Chen did have the desire to serve the country, but he was accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and feared he might not adapt to that kind of life. With this in mind, Chen Chen decided against it. After all, there were many ways to contribute to the country. Staying at home and developing himself could also serve the nation and its people. Just as Chen Chen was about to express his decision after a brief contemplation, Lu Yifan, noticing Chen Chen's expression, anticipated his thoughts and quickly interjected, "Young friend Chen, don't rush to make a decision. Why not come and take a look at our Yinglong military department first?" Lu Yifan believed that a true Huaxia person would surely be inspired by the atmosphere upon meeting the soldiers of the Yinglong military department. He genuinely valued Chen Chen's character and personality and did not want such talent to slip away from the Yinglong military department. That would be a loss for both sides. The old man also sensed Chen Chen's intention to decline. He certainly knew this was a great opportunity, but it wasn't convenient to persuade anyone right now, so he said, "Chen Xiaoyu, you go take a look first and feel the atmosphere. When the time comes at the Yinglong military department, there would definitely be a chance for Lu Yifan to explain the special treatment at the Yinglong military department to Chen Chen. Given Chen Chen's current status, he naturally wouldn't mind the treatment. It was enough to let him know that even if he joined the Yinglong military department, he wouldn't have to give up many things." Hearing Lu Longjiang and old master Shangguan say this, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't refuse and agreed, "Okay." After Chen Chen finished speaking, he looked at Su Tianqing and the others beside him. At that moment, the three of them had eager looks in their eyes. That was the Yinglong military department. When they were in the military, it was like a sacred place to them. Unfortunately, each unit only allowed one recommendation, and they felt very regretful. They never expected that after leaving the military and finding jobs at home, they would have the opportunity to visit the Yinglong military department. For them, this was actually a dream-fulfilling journey. Seeing their excited expressions, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile, gently shaking his head. and said to Lu Yifan, "Then I'll trouble Lu Longzhong to help arrange it." Sitting quietly beside them, Shang Guanyu watched Chen Shen's calm demeanor, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Facing such a significant matter, he remained so composed, which was indeed rare. Not to mention Chen Shen, if it were her, even with Lu Longzhong's connections, she would probably be over the moon. After all, this was a recognition of one's abilities. Just this level of composure in a young person in their early 20s was truly hard to come by. Lu Yifan was also very pleased to hear Chen Shen's agreement. He took out his phone and contacted someone to pick them up. "There are 7 of us here, yes," directly to the Yinglong military department. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqing and the others behind Chen Shen became even more excited. They had been a bit anxious before, worried that their identity as bodyguards wouldn't qualify them to enter the Yinglong military department. But hearing Lu Yifan mention the number, didn't that include the 3 of them? Just as the 3 were filled with excitement, Lu Yifan had already hung up the phone. He looked at Chen Shen and confidently said, "I believe that when Chen Xiaoyu gets there, he will definitely not be disappointed." After waiting for a short while, they could faintly hear the sound of a helicopter outside. Lu Yifan also received a call. After saying a few brief words, he hung up and said to the people present, "Let's go, we are setting off." As the few of them stood up to prepare, the banquet outside had already ended. Feng Xian was leading a group of senior executives from the Xin Yuan group to send off the boss and the dignitaries. At that moment, hearing the increasingly close sound of the helicopter, everyone present was stunned. Following the sound, they saw a huge helicopter approaching them. Seeing the size of this helicopter, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It was just too big. A CEO who knew a bit about military affairs took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Goodness, that's an armed helicopter." Armed helicopters, due to their dual function of transporting supplies, are significantly larger than regular helicopters. Correspondingly, they can accommodate many more people. Even a small squad of soldiers would be no problem at all. Seeing such an armed helicopter appear, everyone outside was stunned, and many began to whisper among themselves, "Why is there an armed helicopter here? Is this something from the military? Could there be some operation?" Even the small matters within the military are classified. Okay. With our status, do we really think we can pry into their affairs? Look over there, that helicopter is coming towards us. It can't be here to arrest someone, right? Otherwise, why would military personnel show up here if nothing was happening? What's going on? Do the people from the Xin Yuan group know anything about this? Just as everyone was discussing, they saw Chen Shen and the others walking out. Upon seeing Chen Shen and the old man appear, the CEOs and dignitaries present immediately fell silent and respectfully made way for them. Looking at the armed helicopter circling in the sky, preparing to land, Chen Shen turned to the stunned crowd and smiled, saying, "Everyone, take care, and if there's time, let's gather again." After all, the Suwang Chamber of Commerce had already been established, and their opportunities for interaction would inevitably increase in the future. Seeing Chen Shen, everyone actively gathered around, eager to take this opportunity to connect with the president. However, Chen Shen had little time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he noticed the armed helicopter had already landed. So, he walked straight back and boarded the helicopter with the old man and the others. Before everyone's eyes, the armed helicopter took off directly, heading towards its destination, leaving behind a group of CEOs and dignitaries who, regardless of their expressions or inner thoughts, were filled with shock. This. That's an armed helicopter, a high-level model that only the military can deploy, and they just left on it? Everyone's eyes widened in an instant. It seemed that President Chen's identity and background were even more powerful than they had imagined. Thinking of this, everyone present had their own thoughts. No wonder President Chen's demeanor was so calm, as if he were unafraid even if the sky were to fall. This was due to his powerful identity, which was simply a matter of fate. The more the CEOs thought about it, the more shocked they became, and their respect for Chen Shen grew immensely. Such a young man, in every aspect, was so outstanding. "We seem to have followed the right president of the Chamber of Commerce," a CEO murmured quietly in the crowd. The surroundings were very quiet, and everyone present heard it clearly. Many people nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with this idea. Being able to follow a young man like Chen Shen, the future is definitely promising. In an instant, the crowd looked at Feng Xian and the others with respect and envy. With such a chairman, the status of the Xin Yuan group would surely rise. Some companies that already had partnerships with the Xin Yuan group were suddenly filled with thoughts, preparing to deepen their business dealings in various aspects. Such a golden opportunity must be held tightly. In fact, Feng Xian and the senior executives of the Xin Yuan group were equally shocked. However, their reaction speed was noticeably faster than that of the CEOs and dignitaries below. After all, They had more contact with Chun Chen and understood a bit about this young chairman. For them, accepting a chairman with such extraordinary talent and a deep background would be easier. In their impression, such depth of thought and character could not be cultivated by an ordinary family. However, President Chen's answers were always more astonishing than they had imagined. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and the others were still flying on the armed helicopter. They flew out of the city, heading towards the mountains. As they were about to reach their destination, Chen Chen sat in the helicopter, looking down at the situation below. Facing the location of this base, even Chen Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The site was indeed well chosen. Although it was close to the mountains, there was a direct road leading to it. From above, if one didn't look closely, it was nearly impossible to spot the base below. Not only was it sufficiently concealed, but it also appeared to be quite large. After all, this was a place for training the elite of the military, so resources were naturally abundant. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that such a place could exist amidst the beautiful mountains and clear waters. Armed helicopters hovered down, and once they landed steadily, everyone followed Lu Yifan off the helicopter. Once they truly landed, the group looked at the massive helipad and finally felt the enormity of the Yinglong base. Chen Chen observed the simplicity of the place, which exuded a sharp, military-like aura, and was also greatly shocked. It truly deserved its reputation as a military base. The feeling it gave was indeed unique. Su Tianqing and the others needed no further words. As soon as they stepped off the helicopter, their eyes were practically glued to their surroundings, seemingly unable to take it all in. Due to their excitement, their breathing had noticeably become heavier. Lu Yifan watched from the side, a hint of pleasure flashing in his eyes. He knew that anyone who truly entered the Yinglong base would be affected by its atmosphere. As the pinnacle of the Huaxia military, Yinglong base had the strictest requirements in every aspect. Lu Yifan slowly pulled back his thoughts and looked at the group, smiling as he said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the training area." After all, this was a military base, and many areas were classified. Unauthorized personnel were not allowed inside. Even with General Lu Long personally leading, it would still not comply with regulations. However, the training area was completely fine. There were no secrets there, just a bunch of soldiers sweating profusely. As he spoke, the group was already heading towards the training area under Lu Yifan's guidance. At that moment in the training area, a group of Yinglong soldiers was engaged in strength training. They were each holding a 30-kilogram dumbbell in both hands, working on their arm strength. All the soldiers were using the same weight, indicating that this was the soldiers' basic training. Anyone entering the Yinglong military had to undergo this training. Chen Chen followed closely behind Lu Yifan, observing the soldiers. He saw their bare upper bodies, revealing bronze skin, each one diligently training. Their faces bore resolute expressions, and their eyes occasionally revealed indifference and confidence. Watching the soldiers lift weights repeatedly, Su Tianqing and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Since their arrival, the soldiers had not reduced the intensity of their strength training at all. When they were in the military years ago, they could definitely be considered top soldiers, but they would absolutely not be able to endure such intensity. This required not only explosive strength in their arms but also enduring stamina. Thinking of this, Su Tianqing and the others looked at the soldiers with eyes full of respect and admiration. Truly, these Yinglong soldiers' physical abilities were the best proof of their prowess. Just as they were observing the soldiers, the training session came to an end, and the soldiers sat down to rest. They drank water while quietly chatting with their comrades beside them. Suddenly, many members noticed Chen Chen and the others, their gazes clearly filled with curiosity. The soldiers, who rarely saw outsiders, began to whisper among themselves. "Wow, where did these fresh faces come from? Just look at how fair they are. How did someone like him get into our Yinglong military headquarters? I don't understand. Could it be that the leaders above are sympathetic to our hard work and have prepared some for us? Ha, you little brat, I think you're dreaming. Our Yinglong military headquarters has the highest level of confidentiality. How could they possibly hold?" The camaraderie among the soldiers was strong, and everyone was laughing and joking, creating a very relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. The other soldiers looked at Chen Chen from a distance, their gazes tinged with a hint of disdain. As top soldiers of Huaxia, they had their own pride, and seeing the aura of Su Tianqing and others, they felt it was quite ordinary. In the Yinglong base, what mattered was not presence or appearance. Here, strength was a soldier's true passport. If there was any lesser distinction, it was through their bronze-colored skin. For the soldiers, this skin tone was a source of pride. It represented their hard work under the scorching sun. Every bit of effort was backed by their inner pursuit. Someone like Chen Chen, with his fair and tender complexion, appeared to them like a delicate flower grown in a greenhouse, naturally feeling somewhat out of place here. It was inevitable that the soldiers would be curious and comment about him. Chen Chen, however, was unbothered. He looked at the soldiers who were training hard, his eyes filled with respect. Lu Yifan had been carefully observing Chen Chen's reactions and demeanor from the side, and seeing the respect and light radiating from his eyes, he felt quite satisfied. Let's go, let's take a look at other places, Lu Yifan said to Chen Chen as he walked ahead. After all, this was the training ground for the king of soldiers, and it couldn't possibly just have a strength training area. There were many contents and variations inside. Lu Yifan showed Chen Chen around, quietly introducing him to the situation here. All the soldiers who can enter here have high aspirations. To temper their character, a lot of thought has gone into the configurations here. The country needs high-quality soldiers who are thoughtful, know when to advance and retreat, and understand orders, so the first thing they must learn is to obey orders and cooperate with their comrades. Chen Chen listened attentively, following Lu Yifan and surveying the surroundings. The training ground at Yinglong Base was very large, and in many training areas, one could see soldiers with determined faces, diligently training. As they walked, Lu Yifan led them to an empty training ground. Lu Yifan looked at Chen Chen with a cheerful expression and invited, "Chen, I would like to spar a few moves." Spar? Lu Yifan's words immediately made everyone tense up. How could one spar with Lu Yifan? Not only was Shang Wanyu worried, but the old man also frowned and looked directly at Lu Yifan, advising, "General Lu, you are a seasoned expert. Chen Chen is still young and naturally cannot compare to you. How could he possibly be your opponent? Is it really necessary?" Shang Wanyu quickly chimed in, "Yes, General Lu. Who doesn't know your exceptional strength, which is why you hold your current position? Chen Chen cannot possibly be your opponent." Shang Wanyu and the old man certainly did not look down on Chen Chen, rather, they thought highly of him and wanted to protect him in front of Lu Yifan. Sparring with a two-star general like him, even if the strength were somewhat comparable, the practical experience was vastly different. As soon as Su Tianqing and the others heard General Lu's words, they immediately gathered around Chen Chen, lowering their voices to dissuade him. "Chen, you might want to reconsider. The people from the Yinglong military headquarters are not to be underestimated. They are a bunch of lunatics who treat training as a life-saving method. Anyone who can become a dragon general at this age is truly exceptional. Haven't you heard what the old man said? These are people who have fought their way up, and they cannot be taken lightly. This Lu Dragon General has an astonishing presence, and his combat power is absolutely top-notch. Chen Good, you should be cautious." The thoughts of Su Tianqing and the others were very much in agreement. They wanted Chen Chen not to engage in battle. Lu Yifan looked at the tense expressions of those around him and smiled helplessly, saying, "What are you all so nervous about? When I spar with Chen Xiaoyu, it will definitely be controlled. I know my limits." As a dragon general, Lu Yifan had brought out countless elite soldiers. He was quite confident in his own strength. Lu Yifan also felt that Chen Chen was still too young. He just wanted to test the opponent's true abilities. In Lu Yifan's view, even if Chen Chen was as formidable as Zhou Dashan said, his strength was likely extraordinary but still well within Lu Yifan's control. Although Lu Yifan felt that Chen Chen's abilities were quite mysterious, age was a factor. He couldn't possibly be stronger than Lu Yifan's years of experience. Chen Chen looked at those standing in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle, responding to Lu Dragon General through the crowd. Of course, everyone was stunned by Chen Chen's words, filled with shock. They hadn't expected that despite their deliberate attempts to dissuade him, they still couldn't stop Chen Chen's determination. Su Tianqing and the others had been with Chen Chen for quite some time and understood his character. Since he had made up his mind, the three of them said nothing and quietly stepped back behind Chen Chen. The old man was also taken aback by Chen Chen's bravery. He smiled broadly, reassuringly patting his granddaughter's hand, and stepped aside to clear the way. Since the young man had this idea and wanted to give it a try, he naturally wouldn't stop him. Chen Chen and Lu Yifan moved to the open space in the middle, nodded to each other, and then directly engaged in combat. Both of them moved incredibly fast, and those watching from the side could clearly hear the dull thuds of their bodies colliding. The intensity of the sound represented the speed of their strikes. The old man and the others watching were wide-eyed, clearly holding their breath as they observed the movements of the two. In reality, only Chen Chen and Lu Yifan, who were in the midst of battle, knew that they had just begun and were merely testing each other. Lu Yifan watched Chen Chen, who was swift and measured in his movements, and couldn't help but feel that this young man was indeed impressive, with great strength. While thinking this, Lu Yifan suddenly made a horizontal slash with his hand, aiming to grab Chen Chen's shoulder. A smug smile appeared on his lips. If he could catch Chen Chen with this move, he would definitely have him under control in an instant. The distance between the two was very close, and it was nearly impossible for Chen Chen to escape at this moment. Just as Lu Yifan thought he was about to succeed, Chen Chen suddenly charged towards him. Lu Yifan's eyes sharpened. He had not expected Chen Chen to make such a sudden move. If Chen Chen hit him in the chest with that force, even Lu Yifan would not come out unscathed. However, this did not faze Lu Yifan. He leaned back, using one arm to brace against the ground to maintain his balance. At the same time, Lu Yifan kicked his right leg up sharply. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, just managing to evade Chen Chen's attack. Although it looked somewhat awkward, he had at least avoided the dangerous strike. As Lu Yifan regained his stance, his gaze towards Chen Chen now held a hint of caution. This young man's skills are quite extraordinary. Being able to find a way to break through in such a short time is already very rare. Coupled with Chen Chen's striking power, even Lu Yifan felt a wave of shock. It was only at this moment that Lu Yifan realized that what Zhou Dashan had said earlier was not mere boasting, but a sincere evaluation of Chen Chen. Even if he were to exert 80% of his strength now, he would still feel unable to suppress Chen Chen. Lu Yifan squinted his eyes. After exchanging so many moves with Chen Chen, he could tell that the other party was following the path of Baji Quan. However, what Lu Yifan did not expect was that Chen Chen was still such a young child, yet his understanding of Baji Quan had reached this level. Su Tianqing watched the fight between the two, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. His eyes widened, staring intently at the two combatants. Previously, Chen Chen had taught them the basics of Baji Quan. Although it was just some introductory guidance, it was of great help to Su Tianqing, who already had some martial arts background. Usually, during their free time, Su Tianqing would practice boxing with his two brothers. But today, after witnessing Chen Chen's performance, they realized just how fierce Baji Quan could be when mastered. Even in front of the powerful Lu Longzheng, it did not lose any ground. To be honest, Su Tianqing and the others didn't even know how much strength Chen Chen had used, yet he was already exchanging blows with Lu Longzheng, neither side gaining the upper hand. Lu Yifan was a two-star dragon general of the Yinglong military, and the fact that Chen Chen could exchange so many moves with him was already a matter of great honor without needing to determine a winner. The more Su Tianqing and the others watched, the more excited they became, silently cheering for Chen Chen, their eyes glued to the battle. They were not willing to miss such a great learning opportunity. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyu also widened her eyes, her delicate little hands tightly gripping her grandfather's arm. Originally, Shang Guanyu thought the battle would end in less than a minute. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen and Lu Longzheng exchanged so many moves, completely beyond her expectations. By now, both had let loose, fully engaged in their competition. Chen Chen and Lu Yifan struck simultaneously, their legs colliding heavily before separating, and Chen Chen suddenly stomped the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Su Tianqing and Shang Guanyu felt the ground shake at the same time, their pupils contracting, a hint of shock flashing across their faces. In the next moment, Chen Chen threw a punch, and Lu Yifan did not hesitate to counter with his own. The two fists collided heavily. After the strike, Lu Yifan was forced back half a step by the impact. It was at this moment that he realized Chen Chen stood firm, not moving an inch, his eyes calmly gazing at him. In an instant, Lu Yifan was stunned. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed, forgetting to speak. He could hardly believe that in this exchange of punches, he had actually been unable to match Chen Chen. How could this be possible? Everyone was frozen in place, whether it was the old man, Shang Guanyu, or Su Tianqing and the others. They all stared at Chen Chen, as if petrified, completely forgetting their next move. All that remained in their hearts was sheer shock, and their gazes towards Chen Chen changed in an instant. They truly could not believe their eyes. How had Chen Chen done this? Just now, during the exchange of punches, he had remained completely still, yet had forced Lu Yifan back half a step. Although it was only half a step, the outcome was already clear. Even though Lu Yifan did not exert his full strength, the fact that his opponent was much older than Chen Chen somewhat balanced the scales. Chen Chen was just over 20 years old and had already achieved this level. It was simply incredible. Especially for Su Tianqing, who had once been a member of the military and regarded the Yinglong military department as his pursuit, his feelings were even more profound than those of the others present. A warrior of his caliber could be considered top tier in the military, but not the very best. Only those stronger than him qualified for the initial selection of the Yinglong military department. The Yinglong military department would choose the most outstanding warriors among them, but joining the Yinglong military department was not the end, it was a new beginning. A new beginning meant they would undergo even more rigorous devilish training. Analyzing it layer by layer, Lu Yifan's strength as a two-star dragon general was undoubtedly a terrifying presence. Just now, every move Lu Yifan made was seen by Su Tianqing, and he had certain thoughts in his mind. To be honest, if they had gone up against Lu Yifan in that battle, they probably wouldn't have lasted more than a few moves. In less than a minute, they would definitely have been defeated. However, from the very beginning, Chen Shen had steadily received the blows, showing no signs of falling behind. All this evidence was laid out before them. Even if they were reluctant to believe it, they had to admit Chen Shen's prowess. Shang Wanyu was not familiar with martial arts, but she also understood what it meant for Chen Shen to defeat General Lu. Her eyes sparkled with bright light, staring intently at Chen Shen, completely resembling a little fangirl. Even Lu Yifan was stunned, frozen in place, his eyes wide. After a while, Lu Yifan gradually came to his senses and had to accept this fact. Suddenly, Lu Yifan burst into laughter, saying, "Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, each stronger than the last. I have witnessed Qin Xiaoyou's skills, I am impressed." Chen Shen maintained his calm demeanor. Upon hearing Lu Yifan's words, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I dare not. It was General Lu who let me win. I truly appreciate it." Lu Yifan looked at Chen Shen before him, and at this moment, there was not a trace of impatience. The composure Chen Shen displayed astonished Lu Yifan. His heart was filled with shock. Are all these young people so fierce now? Which family does this Chen Shen come from? Such skills could not be cultivated by an ordinary family. Especially with what the old man had told him, combined with Chen Shen's current abilities, each aspect would leave people speechless. So many advantages concentrated in one young person, it was too outstanding. While Lu Yifan thought this, he also reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow, cursing inwardly, "You little brat, making me lose face like this." Fortunately, Lu Yifan had chosen a location without people nearby. There were rarely any members of the Yinglong military department around here. Otherwise, if those members outside had seen it, it would have been a huge embarrassment. Those young men had often been disciplined by Lu Yifan. If they saw him being countered today, he would truly lose face. A momentary embarrassment flashed across Lu Yifan's face. However, the next second, his expression returned to normal. After all, he had endured through gunfire and storms. He could tough it out with a thicker skin over such a small matter. Lu Yifan no longer felt awkward. He reached out and patted Chen Shen's shoulder, looking at the young man with a sense of emotion in his heart. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Here, I formally invite you to join the Yanhuang military department. You can continue to be your chairman without making any sacrifices for it. Of course, I will do my best to apply for you to the 5-star Dragon School, which is the highest level of school rank. With such an identity, Chen Shen would gain many privileges when he walked outside in the future. First, Chen Shen's information would become classified and not accessible to the general public. When he arrived at the location, due to the connection with the 5-star Dragon School of the British Dragon Military Department, he would be regarded with more importance than an ordinary senior colonel. He would directly enjoy the treatment of a deputy military position. Lu Yifan looked at Chen Shen seriously and said loudly, "You can call upon local forces at any time. I trust your character and believe you won't do anything to harm the country's interests." Hearing about those benefits, Shang Wanyu was astonished. She did not expect that General Lu would value Chen Shen so highly, giving him such a high level of treatment and promises right from the start. Just this trust was already far more precious than many benefits. Chen Shen remained quite calm. He smiled at Lu Yifan and asked, "General Lu, this isn't just about having power, is it? What do you need me to do?" Chen Shen was not the kind of person who could be tempted by small benefits. He certainly understood that with advantages came obligations, and there were no free lunches. He would not make promises lightly. If he agreed, he would find ways to fulfill them. Lu Yifan admired Chen Shen even more upon seeing his demeanor. Such a young man, facing such a great temptation, could still inquire about his responsibilities and obligations. He truly was a man. "You don't need to worry about that." Lu Yifan laughed heartily, his voice very cheerful. "As long as you have time, just come here to teach those members." It could be considered as a training officer, providing training and guidance to the soldiers of the British Dragon Military Department. Due to the uniqueness of the British Dragon Military Department, the members here were all quite headstrong. To keep them in check, absolute strength was required. In the British Dragon Military Department, rising up bit by bit required real strength. Your strength had to be up to par, and your intelligence and strategy also had to be on point. The tasks they were to execute were the most dangerous, so powerful strength was their true reliance. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Lu Yifan's eyes. He had high hopes for Chen Shen. Such a promising talent would likely achieve something in whatever he did. If he hastily assigned too many duties to him, it might scare the boy away. So Lu Yifan planned to take a gradual approach, first luring Chen Shen into the British Dragon Military Department, and other matters could be addressed slowly. As long as the sense of honor belonging to a soldier was cultivated, would Chen Shen not contribute more to the country? Standing nearby, the old Shangguan raised his eyebrows in delight upon hearing this. This was definitely great news. After all, it was the 5-star Dragon School, and it could also help establish a connection with Lu Yifan. The most important thing was that the work Chen Chen would do was not dangerous at all, and he wouldn't have to charge into battle. Thinking of this, the old man eagerly signaled to Chen Chen. Such a good opportunity should be accepted quickly. Once this village was passed, there might not be this shop anymore. Chen Chen naturally saw the old man's signals. He thought about the benefits Lu Yifan had just mentioned and then looked at Su Tianqing and the others. Su Tianqing and the others also wore eager expressions. As soldiers of Huaxia, although they had retired, in their hearts, they would always be soldiers of Huaxia. Whenever the country called, they would naturally contribute their light and heat without hesitation. Seeing their expressions, Chen Chen felt a stir in his heart and nodded in agreement. Alright, I agree. Hearing Chen Chen's response, Lu Yifan was also very pleased. From this moment on, there was one more general under his command. The most important thing was that Chen Chen was still so young. In fact, compared to many soldiers, he was even younger. Such a person could have countless opportunities to create more miracles for himself and for the country. A glimmer of determination and confidence flashed in Lu Yifan's eyes. Only when Huaxia grew stronger would their borders not be constantly disturbed by those petty individuals. Moreover, Lu Yifan believed that with Chen Chen's careful guidance, the young wolves under his command would sharpen their fangs even more. Thinking of all these benefits, Lu Yifan became excited, and everyone present could clearly feel the excitement of General Lu Long at that moment. Chen Chen looked at Lu Yifan and asked with a smile, General Lu Long, when do you think I should come? After all, Chen Chen had already agreed, but he still had some matters to arrange outside. Even if it wouldn't take much time, he needed to make some preparations in advance to avoid not being able to find himself later. Lu Yifan was very pleased to see Chen Chen taking it so seriously. He thought for a moment and said, you can come whenever you want, just settle your own matters first. The work here isn't heavy and won't take up much of your time. Lu Yifan reassured Chen Chen that their work was indeed not much. They only needed Chen Chen to tame these soldiers and give them some guidance. The rest depended on the soldiers' own understanding. When they felt ready, Chen Chen could just give them a good lesson. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at General Lu Long's words. Is that really okay? If these soldiers found out, who knows how they would feel? Lu Yifan waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled at Chen Chen. What do they have to be dissatisfied about? I've found them such a good instructor. They should be happy. As they spoke, everyone walked towards the outside. At that moment, Chen Chen suddenly received a message from Lu Ruan. Where are you? It was then that Chen Chen remembered he had mentioned attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony but had come directly to the Yinglong base instead. Lu Ruan must have been waiting anxiously. However, the name of the Yinglong base could not be casually mentioned, so he replied, I'm in a secret place, can't say much. You can wander around for now, I should be back tonight. Lu Ruan was still in her hotel room. After seeing Chen Chen's reply, she obediently said, okay, I understand. Lu Ruan was never an unreasonable girl. Knowing that Chen Chen was busy, she chose not to disturb him. At this moment, the old man, supported by Shang Guanyu, looked at Chen Chen and said, young friend Chen, congratulations. By the next time we meet, you might already be a 5-star dragon school. The old man found Chen Chen more and more pleasing to the eye. From the first time he saw this young man, he knew he was definitely not an ordinary person. One day, he would be someone they all looked up to. Look at what you're saying. If I have any development, it's all thanks to your support, old man. Chen Chen said with a smile, and his words were not entirely polite. After all, without the old man's recommendation, he wouldn't have caught General Lu Long's attention. With such a 2-star dragon general, who knows how many matters he deals with every day? How could he have the time to notice him? The old man was very pleased to hear Chen Chen say this and gently patted the young man's shoulder as he continued to walk forward with Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan successfully recruited Chen Chen and was happily introducing the situation here as they walked along. Su Tianqing and the others were also filled with excitement. After all, their dreams had been realized by their boss, which brought them a sense of satisfaction. At least they were one step closer to their comrades. Lu Yifan glanced at his watch and said to everyone, it's about time. Shall we have a simple meal together here? Upon hearing this, the old man grinned and said to Chen Chen, it seems today we really hitched a ride on Chen Xiaoyou's express train. This was their first visit to the Yinglong base, and without Chen Chen's connection, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy a meal here. Everyone laughed at the old man's teasing. With his status, what kind of meals hadn't he experienced? How could he care about such a meal? He genuinely thought highly of Chen Chen and was engaging in conversation with him. Shang Guanyu stood beside the old man, having not seen her grandfather so enthusiastic in many years. The group headed to the dining hall of the Yinglong base together. The food here, compared to outside, could only be considered a simple meal. However, it was flavorful and well prepared, and everyone enjoyed it. After exploring the areas of the base and finishing their meal, the group prepared to leave. Lu Yifan didn't insist on keeping them, smiling as he said, "Alright, I'll have the helicopter take you back." After all, this was the Yinglong base, with the highest level of confidentiality. They had to register both when entering and leaving. Naturally, everyone had no objections and let Lu Yifan make the arrangements. Before Lu Yifan left, he looked at Chen Shen with a serious expression and said, "I will apply for your rank today and let you know once the application is approved." Having encountered such a promising talent, he certainly wouldn't let go easily. Lu Yifan even thought that Chen Shen must be a gift from heaven to the Yinglong military department. Chen Shen nodded gently at Lu Yifan, smiling as he thanked him. "Thank you for your efforts, General Lu." Taking this opportunity, Shang Guanyu walked over to Chen Shen's side and smiled, congratulating him. "In the future, I hope to ask for your guidance, Colonel Chen." Looking at the gentle smile on Shang Guanyu's face, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, smiling and shaking his head in gratitude. After chatting for a while, the armed helicopter arranged by General Lu arrived again in front of everyone. Lu Yifan saw everyone onto the helicopter while he stayed at the Yinglong base. After all, applying for a 5-star colonel was definitely not as simple as just submitting a report. The armed helicopter rose steadily, and the old man looked at Chen Shen sitting beside him, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Chen Xiaoyu. There are really not many who can defeat that old fellow. What you did today was truly impressive." The old man was not just speaking empty words. In all of Huaxia, there were only a few who could match Lu Yifan. Although today he only lost by a narrow margin, given Chen Shen's age, he would only grow stronger in the future. As for the older generation, they would likely be left behind on the beach. While the old man thought this, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Chen Shen. He had previously felt that Chen Shen was not an ordinary child, and indeed, his words had come true. Now, Chen Shen was like a dragon transforming in the face of wind and rain. In the future, Chen Shen's development would likely be beyond their imagination. However, from the old man's perspective, such a child would surely be appreciated by everyone. It could be said that now, Chen Shen standing there was already a prominent figure. The old man wore a slight smile, knowing that Chen Shen was a good kid. Helping someone like him, he naturally wouldn't forget the Shangguan family in the future. Shang Guanyu was unaware that her grandfather had envisioned such a far-reaching future. She just sat quietly to the side, watching her grandfather and Chen Shun chatting warmly. For a moment, Shang Guanyu felt a sense of bewilderment. She actually didn't know when it had started that Chen Shen could chat so peacefully with her grandfather. It was unbelievable. Generally, people of this age would feel a tremendous sense of pressure just looking at their grandfather. This Chen Shen was truly an oddity. Chen Shen glanced down and instructed the driver in front, "First, take old Master Shangwan back to the old residence." The old man had been tired all day. Whether it was to support his own event or to introduce Lu Long to him, it was a great help. Out of both sentiment and reason, Chen Shen had to escort the old man back first. The driver nodded in response and immediately piloted the helicopter swiftly towards the direction of the old residence. The armed helicopter was fast, and they soon returned to hover over the old man's residence. The butler and others heard the noise and came out to prepare to welcome the old man. After the armed helicopter landed, Chen Shen personally helped the old man down before turning to leave. The old man stood in the courtyard, watching the helicopter fly farther and farther away, and then sighed softly. This child's future is definitely not as simple as we imagine. With Chen Shen's character and composure, even on a muddy path, he would surely carve out a broad avenue. After sending off the old man, Chen Shen took out his phone and called Lu Ruan. The phone rang several times before Lu Ruan hurriedly answered. Just as the call connected, before Chen Shen could say anything, he heard some noise on Lu Ruyan's end. She apologetically said, "Sorry, Chen Shen, I'm at the Lantern Festival. It's a bit noisy here. I didn't hear the phone ring." Chen Shen smiled at the message and quickly replied, "No problem, just send me the address, and I'll come find you." Lu Ruyan looked at the message from Chen Shen on her phone screen, smiled brightly, and sent her location directly. "There's a Lantern Festival here. I'll be waiting for you." Lu Ruyan quickly typed a line of text and sent it out. The light from the screen made her smile even more pronounced. Many passers-by around were captivated by Lu Ruyan's sweet smile. Coming out to see the Lantern Festival and also getting to see such a beautiful girl was definitely a great deal. However, soon, these mesmerized onlookers were pulled away by their partners, who twisted their ears. Lu Ruyan remained oblivious, gently leaning against the railing by the river, gazing far at the exhibits of the Lantern Festival, her smile never fading. After all, at first, she thought she would be the only one to see it this time. Just thinking about how Chen Shen was about to arrive made Lu Ruyan feel particularly good. Even the humid heat by the river felt inconsequential. Today's Lantern Festival was somewhat different from previous years. Many vendors seem to have specially discussed it and all chose very eye-catching forms of expression. In the past, vendors generally focused on the intensity of the lights, with each trying to outshine the other. But this year, there were significant changes in color and presentation. A rainbow-colored dinosaur sculpture, dozens of meters high, shone beautifully under the internal lights, giving a very dreamy feeling. At night, it looked as if one had entered a fantastical realm, and such a setting attracted the admiration of many young girls present. The little girls excitedly screamed, constantly approaching the cute shapes made of lights, discussing among themselves while asking their companions to take photos with them. "Look over there, there's a pink unicorn shape. This is so beautiful. My inner girl is awakened, I love it." This time there's also a neon rainbow bridge, but it's in a different location. I've seen many influencers and bloggers recommend it. They say taking photos there is super beautiful. Then let's hurry over. I've heard many people say there will be a lot of light shows later. If we get there early, we can find a good spot. Lu Ruan listened to the girls and found their reasoning very sound, so she quickly walked towards the light exhibition. The night had already begun to fall, and the LED lights not only adorned the cute shapes beautifully, but even the distant horizon seemed to be tinted with the colors of the lights. Lu Ruan casually looked around the light exhibition, occasionally taking photos with her phone of the stunning scenes. There were many visitors at the exhibition, both boys and girls. Some were accompanying friends, while others came specifically to take photos with influencers, hoping to meet them. As Lu Ruan walked, she saw quite a few neon signs that stood out brightly in the night. The names on the signs were somewhat unfamiliar to her, but she didn't pay much attention, thinking they were all influencers who were there to perform today. Not far from where she walked, Lu Ruan saw the much-anticipated neon bridge. In fact, this was a leisure square by the river, and there was no real bridge. The so-called neon bridge was merely a structure made of light strips. However, because of its unique design and the controllable LED lights that could change into different patterns and shapes, it attracted many onlookers. Many girls specifically came here to shoot their own little videos under the neon bridge's lights. Under the illumination, each girl looked like a princess, dreaming her own dreams. As Lu Ruan approached, she noticed many young men and women gathered near the neon bridge, chatting excitedly. Their voices were loud due to their excitement. "Did you see just now? Several people in the bridge were filming, and they are all influencers. I just checked, and they all have millions of followers online. Wow, this light exhibition is really a big deal. To invite so many influencers, the costs must be quite high. What are these million-follower influencers? Haven't you heard? Today, there's a top-tier female influencer holding a special event here. Influencers are categorized by tiers? By your logic, wouldn't the followers have to be in the tens of millions?" Many young people around heard their conversation and became interested, politely asking for details. After all, they were all young, and they quickly bonded, sharing information together. Lu Ruan passed by and was also intrigued, so she walked over to ask, "Hello, what event are you talking about with the influencer?" A few nearby people looked up at her when they heard her question. Just one glance, and everyone present was stunned, their eyes filled with endless amazement. This girl is just too beautiful. Dressed in a white casual outfit, Lu Ruan's gentle temperament was perfectly showcased. Especially her slender waist, which instinctively evoked a sense of protectiveness. Even a few girls were astonished by Lu Ruan's beauty, taking a while to react before cheerfully explaining, "We're talking about Jang Shuyu. She publicly announced the event details online a few days ago. She will be releasing a light balloon sponsored by the light exhibition with the owner of the most expensive car who drives here tonight." The most expensive car owner? Releasing a balloon? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan raised an eyebrow. Jang Shuyu, the name of this female internet celebrity, she still knows. She was originally a singing and dancing female streamer, very popular among young people. Later, with the explosive rise of short videos, she suddenly became a top internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. However, listening to the introduction from the people around, it sounded more like a large fan meeting. A boy next to her suddenly interjected upon hearing Lu Ruan's words, "It's not that simple. After releasing the lanterns, there will also be a romantic date." It was precisely because of this dating gimmick that many wealthy young men were drawn in, just waiting for the final showdown. As everyone was discussing, the opening ceremony of the lantern exhibition officially began. The host stepped onto the stage first, looking at the sea of people in the venue, and said with great enthusiasm, "First of all, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank everyone for coming to today's lantern exhibition. I believe many of you can't wait any longer, so now, let's welcome our leading lady to the stage." With the host's shout, the audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause, cheers, and shouts, creating a lively atmosphere. In such a warm atmosphere, a long-legged girl in a black dress walked onto the stage. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders made her look even hotter and sexier. It was Jang Shuyu. After Jang Shuyu greeted the fans in the audience, the host finally spoke. I believe many of you present today came for the beautiful Ms. Jang Shuyu. I hereby officially announce that the event of releasing lanterns with Ms. Jang Shuyu has officially begun. Amidst the cheers from the audience, the host pointed to a nearby open space and said loudly, please, the capable gentlemen participating in today's event, drive your cars to the open space. The results of this event will be open, fair, and just. Whoever has the most expensive car will win this event. Not only will you release the lanterns, but you will also have the chance to go on a sweet date with our Ms. Jang Shuyu after the event. When the host mentioned the dating segment, he deliberately used a particularly ambiguous tone, immediately drawing boos from the fans below. The host was very experienced. He intentionally stirred the emotions of the fans, pushing the atmosphere of the event to a climax wave after wave. Many fans were discussing below. Wow, what kind of event is this, a game for the rich? We don't even have a car, let alone compete on whose car is more expensive. It's really enviable. The organizers are really clever, using those wealthy people's luxury cars as bait, and they can attract many car enthusiasts, completely heating up tonight's atmosphere. This society is too realistic. To hold an event, only the rich can participate. Sigh, after the event ends, going on a date. What kind of romance is that? It's about driving. Tisk tsk, it seems that tonight's lucky guy will definitely have the chance to enjoy her beauty. What a beautiful girl, not only good looking but also has a hot figure. The audience below was discussing while stretching their heads towards the parking lot. Everyone wanted to see who would be the lucky one with such good fortune tonight. Lu Ruan was also intrigued by the crowd's words and followed the flow of people towards the nearby direction. A big brother walking beside him sighed heavily and said with great emotion, what we are going to see is not tonight's lucky guy, he is simply a winner in life. After all, only the owner of the most expensive car could win the victory, definitely a winner in life. At this moment, many luxury cars had already parked in the parking lot one after another. Seeing everyone looking in their direction, the owners of the parked cars got out one after another. The light shone on them, illuminating the international brand logos on their clothes very clearly. At a glance, they were clearly some wealthy young men. They leaned against their cars, while newcomers basked in the adoring gazes of countless passers-by. The host, looking at the luxury cars that had already entered, excitedly exclaimed, truly worthy of Ms. Jang Shuyu, her charm is simply overwhelming. So many cars have entered at once, I can hardly keep up. At this moment, the audience also moved closer, gasping at the luxury cars before them. Look, that's this year's new Porsche Panamera. Just look at this bright orange color, it's absolutely stunning. With the lights on, it's so cool. I prefer the BMW 8 Series next to it. Just look at that black color, not only is it beautiful, but it also has great handling and isn't too expensive. What are you guys talking about? Isn't that most expensive Ferrari Portofino the real deal? Worth over 2 million, just one of those could buy both of your cars. While the audience was discussing, more luxury cars continued to arrive, driving straight into the parking lot. The young men getting out of the cars were all acquaintances, greeting each other warmly and gathering to smoke. At that moment, one young man leaning against a car extinguished his cigarette and exclaimed towards the distance, look, young Master Wang is coming. Everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. A Ferrari 488 was slowly making its way towards the parking lot. The flashy red color, a classic for Ferrari, instantly made it the most eye-catching car at the event. As this $5 million supercar made its entrance, it immediately overshadowed all the other wealthy young men present. Those young men watched the approaching Ferrari 488 with increasingly grim expressions. They all knew the owner of this car was none other than young Master Wang Qianhao. Wang Qianhao's family was a well-known group in the neighboring city, a presence they could not afford to provoke. Even if they felt dissatisfied, they dared not speak too much in front of him. Instead, as Wang Qianhao stepped out of the car, they surrounded him with flattering smiles. Young Master Wang, your entrance is simply the grand finale. With you here, tonight belongs to you. This fortune is truly enviable. Look at how many girls' gazes have turned our way since young Master Wang arrived. Isn't it just because of his great influence and charm? If we had known you were coming, we wouldn't have embarrassed ourselves. Our shabby cars are fine on the road, but in front of you, they don't even count as a minivan. Wang Qianhao pretended to be indifferent as he waved his hand, but the smug smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. To put it plainly, Wang Qianhao was also here for Jang Shuyu. A social media influencer of Jang Shuyu's caliber had countless wealthy admirers during her live streams. These admirers came from all over, some rich, and although Wang Qianhao was also generous, he was just one of many. There was still a significant gap between him and the true top-tier wealthy men. After all, Wang Qianhao was just a spoiled rich kid, and the money he could access was quite limited. So when he heard about tonight's event, his heart immediately perked up. For Wang Qianhao, this was like a windfall. When it came to cars, he was quite confident in the neighboring city. Wang Qianhao glanced at his watch. The deadline was approaching, and he felt he had already secured his victory. The crowd around him was also murmuring in surprise, not expecting someone to arrive in a $5 million supercar. Such an expensive car, most people have only heard of it, and the better ones have only seen it at car shows. This is the first time seeing it in real life. This is a Ferrari 488. Look at its lines and color. No wonder it's said that Ferrari is the most flamboyant supercar. It's so fitting. It truly lives up to its $5 million price tag. It's equipped with a V8 engine, and the maximum horsepower can reach 720. The best part is, it accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 2.8 seconds. Wow, that's just too exaggerated, right? Over 2 seconds, is it going to take off? It seems tonight's most expensive car is undoubtedly this Ferrari. The host on stage shared the same thought. He looked at the nearly expired time and then at the excited audience below, ready for the dust to settle. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of a propeller in their ears. Following the sound, everyone looked up. A massive armed helicopter was rapidly approaching them. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. What's this? There's a surprise program? They even brought out a helicopter. Most people had never seen such a large helicopter. It looked far more impressive than those small ones on TV. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Although they couldn't utter a word, their hearts were surging like a tidal wave. Where did this helicopter come from? And it's so big? Is something major about to happen? Compared to such a large helicopter, the cars in the parking lot look ridiculously low-end. There's simply no comparison. The gap is too vast. This entrance is just too cool. It feels like a movie. No one would dare to shoot it like this. I can't wait to see who's coming down. The wealthy young men on site were also taken aback by the appearance of the armed helicopter. They all came from affluent families, and many had flown in sightseeing helicopters before. But seeing such a massive armed helicopter suddenly left them momentarily stunned. The expressions on their faces showed a hint of shock as they exchanged glances and began to discuss. Look at its direction. It's coming straight towards us. What's going on? Is it going to crash the party with a helicopter? I have to say, this guy is quite creative. If he can't bring a car more expensive than Wang Xiao's, he finds a way to bring a helicopter instead? This is just too much. He timed it perfectly, clearly calculated everything. Trying to catch us off guard, how despicable. Some of the more hot-tempered young men even walked up to the host, shouting loudly, "Host, you must take a stand. You can't just count the helicopter as part of the event. This is clearly a malicious loophole. It shouldn't count." The other young men nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this view. After all, the event organizers had made it clear from the start. They were supposed to compare cars, not include helicopters. Not only those young men, but Wang Qianhao nearby also looked dissatisfied. He was about to win, and suddenly someone like Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. What kind of situation is this? Wang Qianhao was quite confident in his Ferrari 488 and had already determined that Jang Shuyu was his date. How could someone just barge in? While these young men expressed their discontent, the audience below was enjoying the spectacle. After all, for them, this scene was like a battle of deities. They had no qualification to participate, and now seeing someone take an unexpected turn, they were happily cheering along. I think what you said is wrong. Isn't this just the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities? No matter what tricks are used, it mainly depends on one's status. The organizers have really made a profit this time. So many young masters driving luxury cars to put on a show, and now there are even people arriving by helicopter. This scene is quite grand. Maybe this is a fan of that internet celebrity Zhang Shi. Just to make you smile, they specially created this gimmick. TSK, the world of the rich is truly joyful. Just as the scene was in an uproar, the armed helicopter that Chen was on began to descend. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on the helicopter. Chen stepped down, facing the attention of the crowd. He was still wearing the black fitted suit he had changed into that morning for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Chen was already tall, and his perfectly sculpted figure made the suit fit him impeccably, truly resembling the legendary domineering CEO, making a suave entrance. Chen handsomeness and overwhelming aura instantly captivated everyone present. Even the internet celebrity Zhang Shi, who had been listless before, suddenly perked up as if she had been injected with adrenaline. This entrance was just too cool. Moreover, as soon as Chen appeared, he was like a prince from a fairy tale, not only handsome and wealthy but also so graceful. Under the romantic lighting at the scene, Zhang Shi's cheeks flushed as she looked at Chen Chen, her eyes sparkling with pink bubbles. Many girls present were also drawn in by Chen Chen's entrance and appearance, whispering among themselves. As soon as Wang Qianhao saw Chen Chen's face, he froze in place, his expression filled with shock. The other young masters, consumed by their own anger, had already begun to condemn Chen Chen's actions. "What do you mean, you brat? This is a violation of the rules, do you know that? Using underhanded tactics like this, do you still want to mix in this circle in the future? This is too much. Do you think you're the only one who wants to date Zhang Shi? But who else uses such petty tricks within the rules? You look young and decent, but I didn't expect you to resort to such crooked methods." These young masters were all speaking at once, directly leaving Chen Chen bewildered. Chen Chen frowned slightly, showing a puzzled expression. Before he could speak, he saw Su Tianqing step forward, coldly snorting at those young masters and reprimanding them. "You are outrageous. How dare you speak to Brother Chen like that?" When Su Tianqing spoke, his imposing aura radiated, and the fierce energy around him made him look like a fierce god. This shout immediately silenced the young masters present. Everyone turned pale, their expressions somewhat flustered. Although they still didn't know the identity of the person in front of them, they could tell he was definitely not an ordinary person. At that moment, Wang Qianhao finally reacted. He walked over and without saying a word, slapped the young master who had condemned Chen Chen right across the face. With a crisp sound, that young master was stunned, covering his face, looking aggrieved. "I was speaking up for you, Wang Gu, you." Hearing that young master's defense, Wang Qianhao was even more furious, his eyes wide as he shouted, "You really are blind. This is the chairman of Xin Yuan Group, Chairman Chen." "Chairman of Xin Yuan Group?" As soon as those words were spoken, the young masters present immediately trembled in fear, nearly falling to the ground. In recent days, the biggest events in Lin City had all been related to Xin Yuan Group. Today, the chairman of Xin Yuan Group had even announced the establishment of the Suwang Chamber of Commerce at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Now, the chairman of Xin Yuan Group was undoubtedly the president of the Suwang Chamber of Commerce. Offending such a big shot, does he really not want to make a living anymore? Offending Chen Chen means not only bad luck for oneself, but the family will also face endless repercussions. Thinking of this, the young master who was being beaten suddenly understood. Wang Qianhao was not distinguishing between grievances, he was saving himself. The young master dared not hesitate any longer, he directly knelt on the ground and apologized. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was blind to not recognize a mountain. Please forgive my small-mindedness and don't hold it against me." Seeing this, the other young masters were also terrified and hurriedly stepped forward to apologize to Chen Chen, their attitudes extremely humble. They were all scared. If it weren't for Wang Qianhao's family's influence in the neighboring city and their participation in the ribbon-cutting ceremony today, they might have offended a big shot in this situation. Zhang Shi, watching this scene, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. She had struck it rich. Initially, she thought this event would only allow her to encounter a second-generation heir. Unexpectedly, she had landed such a big fish. Whether it was the chairman of the Xin Yuan Group or the president of the Suwang Chamber of Commerce, not to mention Chen Chen's looks and demeanor. The more Zhang Shi thought about it, the more excited she became. She walked straight to the host and whispered a few words to him. The host finally reacted, quickly nodded, walked onto the stage, and announced loudly, "I hereby declare that the final winner of today's event is this gentleman before us. Let's all congratulate him." With the host's announcement, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. The young masters also stepped forward to congratulate Chen Chen, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Chen. You've won the chance for a romantic date with a beauty." Not only these young masters, but the onlookers nearby also looked at Chen Chen with envy. To win the heart of a beauty so easily is truly effortless. Moreover, they could see that Zhang Shi was clearly very fond of Chen Chen, her eyes filled with shyness as she looked at him. Wasn't this the expression a girl has when she sees her beloved? At this moment, Chen Chen still wore a bewildered expression. What was going on? Just as he furrowed his brows slightly, Zhang Shi quickly walked up to him. Her eyes were fixed on Chen Chen's face as she sweetly said, "Congratulations, sir. You have won the chance to release lanterns with me, and you can also have a romantic date with me." When she said the last sentence, whether out of excitement or shyness, Zhang Shi's pretty face flushed red, looking like a girl in love. Although she gently lowered her head, it was hard to hide the excitement on her face. The people around her looked at Zhang Shi's appearance, all revealing envious expressions. Just look at how shy this female host is. If she goes on a date with this handsome guy, the rest is easy to imagine. It was known that previously, Zhang Shi had shown no expression towards those young masters at all. The contrast was so stark, it spoke volumes. A male audience member looked at Jang Shuyu with a pained expression inside. This isn't about releasing lanterns, it's playing with fire. The audience gathered below the stage was filled with envy. The boys naturally envied Chen Chen for having such a great opportunity to date a beautiful internet celebrity. Meanwhile, the female audience members wished they could become Jang Shuyu. To date such a handsome and influential man like Chen Chen was a scene that could only appear in dreams. This guy is way too handsome. And his aura is so good. If you told me he just debuted as a star, I would believe it. Stop talking nonsense, didn't you hear the introduction just now? This person is the chairman of the New Yuan group. For a girl wanting to date such a high-quality man, she might as well line up to outer space. This female internet celebrity really hit the jackpot today. Who knows, after today, she might just quit the streaming world and go home to be a rich lady. It wasn't just the audience and passers-by who were envious, the young masters were equally envious. Many felt a deep sense of frustration. They were so close, yet someone swooped in with a helicopter. But given Chen Chen's identity and status, he was enjoying both career and love today, basking in glory. The young masters looked at Chen Chen's handsome face, filled with nothing but sighs of lament. However, no matter how hard it was for them to accept, they still had to wear enthusiastic smiles and congratulate Chen Chen for coming out on top. Jang Shuyu stood there, enjoying countless envious gazes, her eyes shining with a special light. She waited for a while, and when she saw that Chen Chen showed no sign of interest, she felt a wave of anxiety. What was going on with this handsome chairman? He had clearly arrived and had the opportunity, yet he showed no interest in her at all. Jang Shuyu frowned, but the next second, she thought it through. Such a high-quality man was rare, she had to seize the opportunity if she wanted to win him over. With that thought, Jang Shuyu carefully adjusted her clothes and hair before walking up to Chen Chen, modulating her voice as she said, "Chairman Chen, look, it's almost time, shouldn't we?" Hearing Jang Shuyu's words, Chen Chen finally looked up, glancing at the female internet celebrity with a smile. He gave Jang Shuyu a cursory look and found her to be quite pretty. However, compared to Jang Shuyu or Lu Ruan, she fell short by more than a little. To be honest, Chen Chen had high standards, and such a girl didn't catch his eye, so he chose to ignore her. He took out his phone and began texting Lu Ruan. "Where are you? I've arrived at the stage but haven't seen you." The crowd watched Chen Chen's actions, all wearing puzzled expressions. What was going on? A beautiful girl in front of him, and he was still in the mood to play with his phone? Was he really that composed? Just as everyone was confused, Lu Ruan stepped out from the crowd and walked straight towards Chen Chen. She had already seen Jang Shuyu, and upon meeting her gaze, she guessed what it meant. Quickly reaching Chen Chen's side, Lu Ruan directly linked her arm with his to assert her claim. The crowd was stunned to see Lu Ruan appear. They stared for a while before exclaiming, "Wow, this girl is too beautiful. Not only is she stunning, but she also has a pure aura. Her gentle demeanor is simply lethal." So it turns out she wasn't composed, she just wasn't enough of a match. This is a bit too much of a blow, it must hurt Jang Shuyu's pride. What kind of luck is this? Did she bribe the king of hell when she was reincarnated? Just look at her standard, she's practically a winner in life. The audience was envious to the core, Chen Chen and Lu Ruan standing together, the handsome man and beautiful woman made for a particularly eye-catching couple. Even those young masters were left dumbfounded, they prided themselves on their experience with women, but upon seeing the beautiful Lu Ruan, they were completely stunned. This was simply top-notch. Wang Qianhao looked at Chen Chen and Lu Ruan, also in a daze. No wonder he saw Chen Chen stunned for a moment earlier. It turned out he really wasn't there for Jang Shuyu. No wonder their words had confused him. Looking at Lu Ruan's stunning face, Wang Qianhao felt a deep sense of emotion. Truly worthy of being the chairman of the Xin Yuan group, just look at his companion, she's like a fairy from the heavens. Compared to her, Jang Shuyu really seems like just a common flower, almost unnoticeable. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan standing beside him and gently reached out to help her tidy up the stray hair blown by the river breeze. Lu Ruan stood there obediently, enjoying Chen Chen's care. The two of them, with their lowered eyes and hidden smiles, looked like a beautiful painting, especially the atmosphere filled with deep affection, which permeated the entire stage, creating a scent of love that was almost palpable. The audience surrounding them, witnessing such a beautiful scene, felt both envious and heartbroken. What kind of sin had they committed to come out to see a fireworks display and have to endure this kind of dog food? But, sob, it really smells good. Miss Shan, this is the fire starter. At that moment, the host who had gone backstage hurriedly returned. The host handed the fire starter to Jang Shuyu, not forgetting to wink at her. After all, it was quite normal for such an outstanding gentleman to have a girlfriend, right? But isn't there a saying? There's no wall that can't be dug through, it all depends on personal ability. Jang Shuyu immediately understood the host's meaning. She clenched the fire starter in her hand, a spark of determination flashing in her eyes. What good is it that this woman is beautiful? She's just a vase. Since ancient times, which man hasn't preferred the new over the old? As long as one's skills are strong enough, nothing is impossible. Just as Jang Shuyu was lost in thought, she saw Chen Chen walking towards her. The moment she saw Chen Chen's movement, her eyes lit up. Jang Shuyu instinctively straightened her chest, making her advantages even more apparent. By this time, Chen Chen had already reached Jang Shuyu. He looked at the internet celebrity with a faint smile, took the fire starter from her hand, and said, "Since I've been given the chance to light the lantern, I won't refuse." After saying that, without waiting for Jang Shuyu to respond, he turned and walked away with the fire starter. Chen Chen walked up to Lu Ruan, directly linking arms with her, and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you to experience tonight's special program, lighting the lanterns." Feeling the warmth from Chen Chen's large hand, Lu Ruan giggled and obediently followed him towards the lanterns. Jang Shuyu watched the interaction between Chen Chen and Lu Ruan from behind, her eyes wide open in disbelief. This Chairman Chen came to find her just to grab a fire starter? What the heck? Since becoming an internet celebrity, she had been pursued by countless men everywhere. She had never been treated like this before. A huge sense of grievance surged from the bottom of her heart, and Jang Shu's eyes turned red as she stomped her foot in anger. So what if he's a young chairman? What's so great about that? I have so many chairmen among my brothers. But just thinking about Chen Chen's looks and his aura filled Jang Shu's eyes with unwillingness and jealousy. At this moment, Chen Chen was walking down the street with Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan was like a little girl, her fingers intertwined with Chen Chen's, their arms swinging high. Since the Lantern Festival was held by the river, the occasional river breeze carried their laughter far away. The lantern was a giant Kongming lantern, and as Lu Ruan looked at the various decorations on it, her mouth dropped open in surprise as she exclaimed, "This is the biggest Kongming lantern I've ever seen." Chen Chen smiled faintly, took Lu Ruan's hand, and together they lit the Kongming lantern. The special fuel placed in the middle of the lantern ignited with a whoosh as soon as the fire starter was brought close, immediately catching fire. Ah! Lu Ruan never expected this. She let out a sharp scream and dove into Chen Chen's embrace. The passers-by around them exchanged knowing smiles. Young couples should be sweet and loving, after all. Chen Chen chuckled softly, his large hand gently stroking Lu Ruan's back twice as he said with a smile, "The sky lantern is taking off. Make a wish quickly." In the pitch-black night sky, a huge sky lantern slowly ascended, its LED lights illuminating the names of today's sponsors. Chen Chen and Lu Ruan were oblivious to the world around them, wrapped in each other's arms, savoring the tranquility of the moment. They played at the Lantern Festival for a while longer, and as the audience began to leave, Chen Chen looked at Lu Ruan and asked, "Shall we head back?" Lu Ruan nodded obediently. Chen Chen called Su Tiancheng to come pick them up from the Lantern Festival. Soon, a customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared at the entrance of the festival. The departing audience members were immediately stunned upon seeing the car. It looked incredibly cool. Look at the little golden figure on the front of the car. This is definitely a Rolls-Royce. But I've honestly never seen such a long Rolls-Royce before. Rolls-Royce is the top luxury car. Can such a car be cheap? If it had arrived earlier, the one dating the internet celebrity tonight would have been its owner. I took a photo. Let me search and see what kind of car this is and how much it's worth. Let's see if it can compare with those supercars. One passerby began searching, and soon the results appeared on the screen. Looking at the numbers on the screen, the passerby gasped, repeatedly counting the figure, hardly believing his eyes. This car was worth 200 million. Upon hearing the passerby's search results, everyone present was left speechless. 200 million for a car, what kind of wealthy person could afford that? At least for the crowd, this was beyond their comprehension. The passers-by exchanged glances, their minds left with one question. When did their neighboring city get such top-tier luxury cars? Such high-end luxury cars were probably rare even in major cities like Tianjin and Modu, right? While everyone was discussing, Chen Chen and Lu Ruan walked out and headed straight for the customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. As soon as they saw Chen Chen, his handsome appearance and exceptional aura immediately made the crowd recognize him. Wasn't he the young man who arrived in an armed helicopter and won the event? Given his demeanor, could he be the car owner? Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, Chen Chen had already taken Lu Ruan into the car. The wealthy young men who had just stepped out were already convinced upon seeing Chen Chen's Rolls-Royce Phantom. Whether it was arriving in an armed helicopter or this customized extended Rolls-Royce, they were in no position to compare. In front of such a super luxury car, their own vehicles were nothing but junk. They could at most be considered movable models. The internet celebrity Jang Shuyu, who had walked out with the wealthy young men, was even more astonished and stopped in her tracks, recognizing the value of the car. When Jang Shuyu realized that the owner of the car was Chen Chen, she felt regret so deep it was almost unbearable. How could her brothers possibly compare to Chen Chen's prestige? This. A person who could afford such a luxury car must be a top-tier billionaire. I actually missed out on such a person. Was my head kicked by a donkey? If I had known Chen Chen had such a background, even if I had to force myself to fawn over him, I would have clung to such a powerful figure. But unfortunately, now it's all too late. They could only watch helplessly as Chen Chen sat in a luxury car, gradually disappearing into the night. At the entrance of the exhibition, countless people stared blankly in the direction the luxury car had left, only slowly retracting their gazes long after it had vanished. At this moment, Chen Chen and Lu Ruan, escorted by Su Tianqing, returned to the hotel. As Lu Ruan took off her coat, she looked at Chen Chen and asked, "Was the ribbon-cutting ceremony smooth today?" "Not bad," Chen Chen replied with a smile, "even better than I expected." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. She knew her man was definitely the best. Just as Chen Chen was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Feng Xin, so he pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Feng Xin spoke respectfully to Chen Chen. "Chairman Chen, I have something to report to you." It turned out that there was an urgent project in Tianjin that required Feng Xin to go on site to oversee it. Knowing that Chen Chen was in a neighboring city, Feng Xin was worried that the chairman might need to contact him, so he called to report immediately. Chen Chen nodded upon hearing this and smiled at Feng Xin. "Okay, I understand. Since it's mid-year, I'll send out the half-year bonuses in a few days." Money was just a number to Chen Chen now. As long as these people worked hard, he would naturally not treat them poorly. Feng Xin, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his delight. "That's great. Thank you, Chairman." Listening to Chen Chen's steady voice, Feng Xin felt a wave of shock in his heart. After all, this newly appointed chairman had given him too many surprises. From the moment he took office, he had led them to acquire the Land King at the lowest price, and during the day, he established the Suwang Chamber of Commerce. This was something many Suwang businessmen had dreamed of achieving, but only Chen Chen succeeded. Having such a chairman was indeed their blessing in fortune. To be honest, Feng Xin had never felt as optimistic about his future as he did today. It was like a broad road he had never stepped onto before. Because of this, Feng Xin had even more respect for Chen Chen. After all, the new chairman was incredibly impressive. He was practically his idol. Meanwhile, in the Yinglong military department, although it was already late, Lu Yifan had not rested. Still in his military uniform, he arrived at the archives and directly instructed Long Xiao, who was on duty inside, "Take out this file and encrypt it to the highest level of confidentiality. I'm going to discuss the rank application with Sun Long." The Long Xiao, who was working, immediately looked up upon hearing Lu Yifan's words and greeted him. "Hello, General Lu. I'll arrange it right away." As he spoke, the Long Xiao stood up respectfully, took the file, and walked out. The Long General maintained a straight posture, as they had confidentiality regulations and could not look at the contents of these classified documents. Especially since General Lu came to handle this matter so late, it showed how seriously he took it. Because of this, the Long Xiao dared not be careless and quickly headed toward the confidential archives. At this moment, Chen Chen had just finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom. While drying his hair, he said to Lu Ruan, "By the way, I plan to return to Jinling tomorrow." Lu Ruan heard Chen Chen's words, thought for a moment, and said, "You just go back from here. I'll go to Grandpa's house to pick up Ruyu, and then stay for a day or two. Let's meet directly in Jinling." Chen Chen nodded, draping the towel in his hand aside, and with a mischievous smile, walked towards Lu Ruan. He picked her up and headed straight for the bedroom. Under the dim yellow light, a chorus of cheers echoed, even the moon in the sky shyly hid behind the clouds. The next morning, both Lu Ruan and Chen Chen got up early. Chen Chen took Lu Ruan to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, then said to her, "I'll be heading back soon. If you need anything, just call me." Lu Ruan obediently nodded as she saw Chen Chen out of the hotel. Outside the hotel, Su Tianqing was already waiting in the car. Lu Ruan watched as Chen Chen got in the car and completely disappeared from the hotel entrance before turning back inside. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, in the Zhou family courtyard, Zhou Haui was sitting in an ancient-style hall, holding an exquisitely crafted purple clay teacup. The hall was filled with the fragrance of tea, wafting from the teapot on the square table. Zhou Haui took a sip of tea, looking quite composed. He raised his wrist to check the time, and his brows furrowed slightly. His subordinates had been sent out to handle some matters, yet they had not returned for such a long time. Zhou Haui squinted his eyes and poured himself another cup of tea, savoring it slowly. After waiting a while longer, his subordinates finally arrived, hurriedly walking in. Hearing the footsteps, Zhou Haoi's furrowed brows relaxed, and he smiled, saying, "Did you get the files? Hurry up and show me. I want to see who could drive Zhang Kai out of Suong." In fact, when Zhang Kai was driven out of Suong last time, Zhou Haoi had already taken notice of Chen Chen. However, it was just a passing thought. He didn't feel the need to investigate further. After all, as the eldest son of the Zhou family, there were not many people who could catch his eye. But a piece of news during the day changed Zhou Haoi's mind. Chen Chen not only announced the establishment of the Suong Chamber of Commerce but also, with the support of Old Master Shangguan and Lu Long, directly invited all the CEOs and dignitaries present to join the Suong Chamber of Commerce. These two events shocked Zhou Haoi. Suong had always been a prosperous place, with countless merchants. Such power in hand meant that Chen Chen's identity and status had risen dramatically. Zhou Haoi could accept this matter. After all, the establishment of the Suong Chamber of Commerce was only a matter of time. However, it was simply unbelievable that someone like Old Master Shangguan would support a young kid. Zhou Haoi immediately arranged for someone to investigate, only to find out that this was not the first time the Old Master had helped Chen Chen. Previously, the Old Master had also assisted Chen Chen in acquiring a prime piece of land at a base price. Although the Old Master did not appear in person, he had sent Zhou Dashan, who had become the Old Master's spokesperson outside. With such a person present, the intentions and thoughts were probably self-evident. Because of this, Zhou Haoi had to take it seriously and arranged for his subordinates to investigate Chen Chen's files. Seeing Zhou Haoi's expectant gaze, his subordinate quickly lowered his head and reported, "I'm sorry, young master, that person's file is completely classified." Zhou Haoi was furious upon hearing this, looking helplessly at his subordinate, scolding, "You thick-headed fool, what can I say about you? A person who can be investigated by me, of course, their information would be classified. With the limited authority you and I have, it's generally not possible to access that information. We don't have the qualifications. But before going, didn't I tell you to use the old man's name to get in?" With the identity of the Zhou family patriarch backing them, no matter what kind of troublemakers were involved, they could still investigate. Thinking of this, Zhou Haoi glared at his subordinate again. After following him for so long, how could he still be so foolish? Who knew that upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly explained, "Young master, I was indeed using the old man's name to request the files, but I didn't expect that even under the old man's name, it was still a level we couldn't access." Seeing Zhou Haoi's shocked expression, the subordinate lowered his head again and honestly replied, "The archive said that person's information is SSS level classified." SSS level classified? As soon as those words were spoken, even the usually composed Zhou Haoi felt his teacup tremble violently in his hand. Zhou Haoi suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, staring intently at his subordinate, the previous calmness completely gone. That was SSS level classified information, the highest level of confidentiality in all of Huaxia. Chen Chen was just a young man in his early 20s. What qualifications did he have to reach such a level? What kind of power was behind this person? Zhou Haoi's heart was filled with shock, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly deep in thought. At that moment, a young girl hurriedly walked in. As the girl burst in, the air was instantly filled with a floral fragrance unique to her. She wore a pink gauze dress, her fair and tender face showing no trace of makeup, yet still unable to hide her stunning beauty. Her thick black hair was tied up high, styled into a simple ponytail at the back of her head, looking pure and beautiful. What a youthful girl in her prime! As soon as the girl entered, she rushed towards Zhou Haoi, but upon seeing her brother's not-so-good expression, she paused and asked with concern, "Brother, what's wrong? Why do you look unhappy?" Chapter 155. Back to Jilin. Zhou Haoi looked at his sister Zhou Lei. The emotions in his eyes had already returned to their usual calm, leaving only endless affection for his sister, and he smiled as he said, "It's nothing. On the contrary, you're already a 20-year-old girl, still so fiery." Although it was a light reprimand, coming from Zhou Haoi's mouth, it turned into helplessness and affection. Zhou Lei smiled brightly, her whole being like a blooming flower, stunningly beautiful, making it hard to look directly at her, not at all. Zhou Haoi turned to pour tea for Zhou Lei, his eyes hiding the sparkle that kept flickering. An hour later, Su Tianqing was steadily driving the vehicle, speeding along the highway, with Chen Chen sitting in the back seat. As the car made a turn, they officially entered the territory of Jinling, exited the highway, and headed towards the city. "Hey, look, isn't that Chen Ji's car?" A young master suddenly spotted the Rolls-Royce, his eyes widening in surprise. He tapped the other young master sitting next to him and exclaimed. Upon hearing Chen Chen's name, the two of them almost simultaneously looked outside. They saw a customized extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom speeding past them. The young master was visibly excited and shared the news of Chen Chen's return in their second-generation group chat. Zhang Haoren happened to be at home, and as soon as the message was sent in the group, he immediately saw it. He quickly found Chen Chen's number and called him. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Haoren couldn't help but say, "Chen Ge, you're back in Jilin?" Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then laughed and said, "Are you guys on a reconnaissance mission? I just got off the highway, and you already know." Zhang Haoren laughed heartily on the other end of the phone and quickly explained, "Brother Chen, it's really not that we want to monitor you, it's just that your car is too eye-catching. Who could ignore it after a spin around the city? In all of Huaxia, it would be hard to find a second top-tier luxury car on the road. How could they not recognize it?" Hearing Chen Chen chuckle on the other end, Zhang Haoren immediately suggested, "Brother Chen, how about we have lunch together?" After all, the current Chen Chen was like a golden leg encrusted with diamonds, and they needed to hold on tight. "Sure," Chen Chen agreed directly. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "How about this, I'll head home first." The two continued their phone conversation while Su Tianqing drove quickly towards home. As soon as they arrived at the front door, they heard the familiar sound of a car, and the bulldog rushed out excitedly. Woof woof. Unlike its usual low growl, the bulldog's voice was filled with joy. Hearing the barking, Chen Chen got out of the car, and the bulldog immediately pounced on him, circling around him excitedly. Its tail wagged furiously, and Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. At this speed, it could almost take off like a propeller. "Good boy." Chen Chen patted the bulldog's head, feeling a surge of emotions. He thought to himself, indeed a god-level guard dog, not to mention anything else, just its ability to fast forgo food was already extraordinary. It didn't even need to be fed. Chen Chen didn't think too much about it. After all, his home was fully functional, and it might even automatically dispense dog food. While thinking, Chen Chen walked into the room, took out a high-quality dog food can, placed it in the bowl, and served the bulldog a hearty meal. After all, not having to eat and enjoying gourmet food were two completely different concepts. The bulldog ate happily, making loud noises, and if one didn't know better, they might think Chen Chen was raising a little pig at home. The dog ate quickly and soon filled its belly, running around Chen Chen and nudging his hand affectionately. Chen Chen took a quick look around the house, went upstairs to change into a clean outfit, and came back down, instructing Su Tianqing, "Take me to Villano 1 at Shangshutai." This outing had taken a bit of time, and it was time to see Jang Shuyu. While on the road, Chen Chen sent a message to Jang Shuyu. "What are you doing?" Jang Shuyu replied almost instantly, "I'm resting at home today. Are you done with your work?" Chen Chen, have you missed me?" Jang Shuyu, "Of course I have, I can't wait to see you right now." /flirty/flirty, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile at Jang Shuyu's message. Since she missed him so much, he would reluctantly fulfill her wish. The distance from home to Villano 1 at Shangshutai wasn't far, and at this time, they avoided the morning rush hour and traffic, quickly arriving at the villa's entrance. Chen Chen opened the big door and walked into Villano 1. As soon as he entered, he heard a melodious sound of music. Then, he saw Jang Shuyu dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, doing yoga in the living room. The curtains in the living room were drawn open, and the bright sunlight streamed in, perfectly illuminating Jang Shuyu as she exercised. Jang Shuyu already had an excellent figure, and the tight outfit showcased her physical advantages completely. Especially with the yoga poses, which were all about ultimate stretching, Jang Shuyu's flexibility was on full display, making one's blood rush. If it weren't for the sunlight bestowing a golden halo upon Jang Shuyu, making her appear incredibly pure, Chen Chen would have likely transformed into a hungry wolf and pounced on her. At that moment, while doing yoga, Jang Shuyu sensed Chen Chen's gaze and instinctively looked up. Upon seeing the handsome face smiling at her from not far away, she was clearly taken aback. In the next second, she quickly covered her mouth to stifle a scream. "Ah, Chen Chen, how did you come back?" Jang Shuyu asked, her face filled with surprise as she looked at him foolishly. Chen Chen, seeing her expression, smiled at the corners of his mouth but pretended to be disappointed, lowering his head and saying sadly, "Look at this tone, this demeanor, it's as if I'm not welcome back? It seems I was wrong to hope." Jang Shuyu giggled at Chen Chen's teasing. She quickly stood up and threw herself into his arms, laughing as she said, "Welcome home, I've missed you so much." The two embraced quietly for a while, and then Jang Shuyu pulled Chen Chen to sit on the sofa before asking, "So, how was it? Did everything go smoothly this time?" Looking at Jang Shuyu's gentle words, Chen Chen smiled back, nodding as he said, "Not bad, I visited my family and took care of some company matters."